Splash! Jiang Yuan's consciousness had just awakened. He felt his clothes drenched as if he had fallen into an icy river soaked through by bone-chilling seawater. Not far away, waves thick with a salty fishy smell kept crashing against the rocks on the shore under the cold wind blowing off the sea. A tall short-haired girl was standing on the beach like a statue. Further out on the sea floated several corpses, some were humans like him and some were unknown creatures covered in exoskeletons. Where did I end up? Jiang Yuan's mind was still foggy. He remembered that a moment ago he had stepped out of the door hit by a stroke of luck and was tracing a not-so-perfect parabola through the air. But the next moment he opened his eyes and inexplicably found himself at what was clearly no ordinary crash site. So, had he transmigrated? Jiang Yuan rubbed his aching head. His gaze inadvertently fell on the wristwatch display on his left arm. Commander Jiang Yuan Qin Ziqin. What have you done? Why did the warning systems on the first defense line fail? Why did the bug swarm break through the energy shield net on the second defense line? Of course it was me who jammed the warning systems and shut down the energy shield system, Deputy Commander Qin Ziqin said. The bug swarm has already evolved to the 6th stage. The base alone cannot hold them. Commander Jiang Yuan, how dare you? Don't you know that once the base falls the entire Great Wall defense line will collapse? The bug swarm will cross our line and attack Blue Star. Of course I know, but why did you have to target Ahua? He only made a careless mistake that left you surrounded by the bug swarm. In the end you weren't hurt, right? Why did you still confine him? Madwoman. You're insane. For a man you shut down the base's warning systems and energy shield system. Do you want to become humanity's guilty one? Guilty one. Sorry, the one who becomes humanity's guilty one is only you, Jiang Yuan. Ahua and I have already left base 099 aboard a starship. When we return to Blue Star we will make public the fact that your flawed decisions caused the bug swarm to overrun base 099. As for us, we are the heroes who risked everything to use the space-based weapon, destroying both the bug swarm invading the base and Blue Star's coordinates and stopping the bugs from invading Blue Star. You can't do this. Even if the spatial node devices destroyed the bug swarm can still search the universe and find Blue Star's coordinates again. Jiang Yuan, just rest easy as the sinner of history. You don't need to worry about the rest. Since humanity managed to push the battlefront against the starry sky bug swarm into the distant stars 100 years ago. Then after 100 years of development I believe Blue Star must already have the power to repel the starry sky bug swarm again. These pieces of information. They were like the key to Pandora's box. Countless unfamiliar memory fragments surged out from the depths of his mind in an instant like a torrent. Jiang Yuan instinctively reached for the man-sized rock beside him to steady himself. Starry sky bug swarm. Great Wall defense line. Base 099. According to the memories newly appearing in his mind. The person he had possessed was also named Jiang Yuan, the supreme commander who had just taken over the human defense forces in garrison base 099. This world. Hundreds of years ago it had been invaded by the starry sky bug swarm. The ancestors fought desperately, shedding blood and sacrificing their lives to drive the swarm from near the solar system to an asteroid belt more than 100 light-years away. There they built the Great Wall defense line, a chain of 108 defense bases. Yet, unexpectedly, his fiancée, who had grown up with him as childhood sweethearts, lost her memory during a battle against the bug swarm and was saved by a soldier named Zhou Anhua. After that she became completely love-struck. Even when she later recovered her memory she was as if blinded, favoring that soldier Zhou Anhua at every turn. Now just because he had confined Zhou Anhua she directly jammed the base's alarm systems and shut down the laser defense network. This led to the bug swarm invading base 099. Many garrison soldiers fell. She even madly activated the space-based weapon under the excuse of stopping the bugs from obtaining Blue Star's coordinates through the spatial node device. She destroyed the entire base 099 and packaged that soldier Zhou Anhua into a hero who together with her broke through the bug swarm's encirclement and used the space-based weapon to prevent the bugs from seizing Blue Star's coordinates. Although he was lucky enough to escape in the Shin bird warship before the base fortress was completely destroyed, he was pursued by a huge swarm of starry skybugs and had nowhere to flee. He could only leave the swarm chasing him into a nebula shrouded in a terrifying force field. Holy crap! This woman must be crazy, right? For a man she buried nearly 100,000 people in the entire base fortress. Jiang Yuan felt immensely fortunate. After the Shin bird warship rushed into that nebula it not only shook off the swarm of pursuers but also luckily arrived at this living planet. It crashed into the sea, preserving the integrity of this body. Otherwise even reincarnating into a corpse would have been impossible. Squeak! But before he could finish sorting through the memories in his mind, the half-bodied insect corpse that the waves had washed onto the beach seemed to have a transient flash of life. It swung its pair of sharp blade-like forelegs toward him, and from its disgusting mouthparts dripping green slime it let out a piercing screech. Shwa! The next second the girl standing beside him like a statue quickly raised her right hand and fired a laser beam piercing the insect's head. Only then did Jiang Yuan turn his gaze to the girl. She looked around 18 or 19, not outstanding or flashy in figure, but her proportions could be called golden. After all, this was a steward type, not a combat robot. Combat robots have too many built-in weapon modules, so they all have bulky stout builds, even female ones look heavy. This level of technology is really something. If I didn't know she was an intelligent robot, I'm afraid I would never have thought in that direction. Jiang Yuan walked around the robot. Apart from her right forearm, which had been damaged after the ship crashed and exposed the metallic parts inside, nothing else seemed discernible. There was almost no difference from a real person. Of course she also had body temperature, it was just that there was no biological heart. Don't ask why he knew. By the way, isn't transmigration supposed to come with a golden finger? After checking the difference between the robot and a human, Jiang Yuan couldn't help thinking of certain plots in novels. He tentatively called out in his heart. The next second a translucent notification suddenly emerged before his eyes. The billion-fold talent system is activating. Congratulations! You are currently granted a 100-fold talent boost. After the notification disappeared, a game-like attribute panel appeared containing all his information and status. Character Jiang Yuan: status slightly hungry, moderately cold, lifespan 2499, life level 3D, skills firearms proficiency 6, exoskeleton armor manipulation V, basic combat V, talent 100-fold basic. A message surfaced on the panel before his eyes, rising from Jiang Yuan's consciousness. So this is my awakened. And unimaginably vast. Not only could it let him understand with ease and learn a wide knowledge, but it could also enable him to deduce things. Put simply, it is a brain overclock. Yet this golden finger also extends to his body, allowing him to rapidly master what the brain learns and understands. But this golden finger seems of little help for his current predicament. The sea wind roars. With his body soaked, if he does not change into dry clothes soon, the cold would take hold and bring a fever. This place is not the civilized world. At least for now, there are no miracle medicines to cure a cold here. Moreover, this is an unfamiliar life-bearing planet, and the bacteria and viruses here would be vastly different from those he knows. It's fortunate his body is not in trouble yet. If he falls ill, those microbes would seize the opportunity. I must not rush, the predicament isn't fully solved yet. Although this is his first time landing on an unknown life-bearing planet, he doesn't know what this place is like or whether there are civilizations or intelligent beings. But he has never eaten pork, and who has seen a pig run? Wilderness survival programs like Bear Grylls were his favorite spice for life, often used to dispel the monotony of work. Now it might come in handy. First address the hypothermia. There are no dry clothes here. This place is either forest or sea or beaches and seafood washed ashore. So to keep the body from getting cold, we must quickly light a bonfire to warm up and dry the clothing. As his breathing steadies, Jiang Yuan quickly devises a plan. Compared to Bear Grylls and De Yi, or those who take part in wilderness survival, he possesses an unparalleled advantage. That is Lily C. Yes. The housekeeper robot Lily C. Although it is only a domestic assistant, it is also equipped with a laser weapon. Using it to start a fire is remarkably simple. Moreover, Lily C runs on micro-controlled nuclear fusion. There is no energy concern. Under normal use it can endure for well over 100 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan immediately issued the command, Lily C, activate guard mode and come with me into the jungle to collect some dry branches. Understood, Commander, Lily C's pleasant voice replied. Then she trailed behind Jiang Yuan toward the mangrove area near the beach. True to their name, these trees' leaves and bark were all blood red, as if blood itself ran through them. Yet the ground and grasses bore no difference from ordinary earthly flora, and there grew some unknown mushrooms and fungi. Suddenly a sea breeze swept from the shore. The cold made Jiang Yuan shiver. He cupped his hands to his mouth and exhaled warm breath several times, feeling somewhat better. Fortunate that this place is wooded, the ground was littered with dry branches fallen from the trees. Man and machine in just a few minutes gathered a large pile of dry branches and found a sheltered spot. Thus they designated it as a temporary haven. Lily C, ignite these branches with the laser. Jiang Yuan's voice trembled. According to the wrist terminal, the surrounding temperature hovered at barely 10 degrees. The combat suit he wore originally, equipped with automatic temperature control, but the crash seems to have damaged it, rendering it just a normal garment. Understood, Commander, Lily C replied. A laser beam burst from the fingertip identical to the one that had killed the insect earlier. In the next moment the wood on the ground was lit by the laser fired by Lily C, forming a blazing orange-red bonfire. Jiang Yuan hurried closer. The cold in his body quickly eased as the fire's warmth spread. Although his clothing still left him feeling a touch cold, the situation was now far better than before. Lily C, go collect more dry branches. I need to dry my clothes. As warmth returned, his body stopped trembling and his voice grew steadier. Receiving the command, Lily C answered and swiftly moved toward the area they had not yet searched. When she returned, she carried a large bundle of branches. Jiang Yuan meanwhile used the dry branches he had gathered to light more fires around him. His clothes were removed and propped on branches near the fire to bake, accelerating the evaporation of moisture. As for Lily C, she was merely a robot and he had no reason to be self-conscious. After roughly 3 hours, the garments hung on the branches near the fire were dried of most of their moisture. Only the jacket remained, being double-layered. Some thicker parts were still damp, but it wouldn't take long. It's a relief to have Lily C here, otherwise relying on my own firemaking would make it nearly impossible to raise the fire quickly. He wore the rest of his clothes again, leaving the jacket off. Jiang Yuan felt noticeably warmer. Moreover, after 3 injections of gene serums, his one-arm strength could reach 300 kilograms, i.e. 600 gene. Thus he was not worried that the cold would invade his body or that the planet's bacteria and viruses would take hold. From the status panel, aside from some hunger, there were no other problems. Lily C, can you scan for nearby companion life signals? Having resolved his own crisis, Jiang Yuan also used Lily C to scan for nearby life signs, hoping to locate any other humans who had fallen to this life-bearing planet with him. Indeed, this was a strange life-bearing planet. Having more companions would certainly be stronger than being alone. Commander, no companion life signals detected, Lily C reported. A microsatellite glided above her head and they waited for about 3 minutes. She then conveyed the results to Jiang Yuan. What about that bug? Jiang Yuan frowned. This was not good news for him. No companion life signals detected, which meant there were no living blue star humans within hundreds of kilometers. Of course, that didn't completely rule it out. Others who had fallen onto this life-bearing planet were scattered hundreds of kilometers away from him. Within 100 kilometers, no life signals from the starry sky insect race have been detected. After a brief rescan, Lilith reported the results obtained through the microsatellite to Jiang Yuan. It seems that insect was merely an exception. The others should have perished during the warship's flight through the nebula region. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that when the insects landed on this living planet, some deviated beyond the detection range of the microsatellite. Jiang Yuan sat near the campfire, continuing to warm himself. The coat soaked by seawater had not yet completely dried, and leaving the area near the fire would cause his body heat to dissipate more rapidly. Given the scarcity of food, even though he had injected the genetic serum 3 times and his physique was several times stronger than an ordinary person, he absolutely could not withstand such depletion. Fortunately, Lilith possessed an online connectivity function. Through the communication device on his wrist, he could remotely control Lilith to venture out and collect supplies. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's fingers quickly tapped a few times on the communicator screen, establishing a connection with Lilith's intelligent brain. The next moment, a semi-transparent light screen projected from the wristwatch-style communication device, displaying the view that Lilith's eyes were perceiving. The appearance is quite similar to what I had before, only the muscle definition. No matter how you look at it, it's pleasing to the eye. Lilith's eyes function like mirrors. They reflected his image: short, neat hair, defined features, and well-defined muscles on his arms, combining 3 parts handsomeness with 7 parts heroism at first glance. Far better than his pre-transmigration condition, even after achieving perfect abdominal definition. Lilith proceed to the beach and gather edible seafood, and also check if anything useful can be found on the sand. After examining his current appearance, Jiang Yuan swiftly issued orders to Lilith to venture out and collect supplies. Although the microsatellite's life detection range was limited to 100 kilometers, it was also equipped with visual cameras capable of transmitting aerial footage. The aerial views transmitted back to Lilith's intelligent core. Once connected, Jiang Yuan reviewed the area through his communication device and determined he was located on an island. The island appeared quite extensive. The beach he had departed stretched outward with landmass extending beyond 100 kilometers before disappearing into the satellite's detection range. Beyond that, scattered debris floated near the island's shoreline. Among the human and insect corpses there appeared to be additional unidentified objects. Understood, Commander. Lilith immediately turned toward the coastline upon receiving the order. Jiang Yuan remained by the campfire, continuously monitoring the real-time feed transmitted through his wrist-mounted communicator. Passing through the mangrove forest, Lilith reached the shoreline. The golden beach was littered with human and insect casualties that had been washed ashore. 3 men and 1 woman among them. After a brief consideration, Jiang Yuan instructed Lilith to bury all 4 bodies where they lay to prevent scavengers from scattering the remains. As for their clothing, all 4 bodies had been charred to near unrecognizable state. In contrast, the insect corpses remained relatively intact. Once Lilith finished burying the 3 bodies, Jiang Yuan directed her to collect a large sea fish weighing over 20 kilograms along with substantial quantities of edible shellfish and crustaceans from the coastal area. He placed the catch on the campfire to roast. As a domestic management robot, Lilith was equipped with food analysis capabilities to verify the safety of the seafood before consumption. I didn't expect to find a treasure hidden here. However, the previous commander's taste was remarkably unconventional, filling Lilith's storage with so many martial arts films, mythological movies, and various reference materials. Bored and waiting for the seafood to cook, Jiang Yuan browsed through Lilith's storage via the communication device. This intelligent robot had originally belonged to the previous commander. It was stored in the warship's main cockpit until the Xian vessel descended into the nebula and crashed onto this living planet. It was only then that its programmed activation triggered. After the warship sank into the ocean, Lilith broke through the medical pod and rescued him from the depths, bringing him to this island. Whooshing Fist, Bagwazang, Taiji, Wulong 8 Trigram Staff. Essential training for boxing techniques. These concepts bear striking resemblance to those from my former world. Jiang Yuan casually scrolled through the files. Soon he encountered numerous traditional Chinese martial arts techniques he had heard of before his transmigration, raising serious doubts in his mind. Was he perhaps sent to the future, which would explain why both worlds shared such similar cultural products? Never mind. Worrying about it now serves no purpose. Even if I truly traveled to the future, what difference would it make? Stranded on this living planet, his only options were eating, sleeping, and dealing with beans. Jiang Yuan chuckled at his own absurdity before dismissing the speculation entirely. His finger swept to the folder labeled Film Television, randomly selecting a martial arts film reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He pressed the play button to pass the time. Unlike Lilith, his wrist-mounted communication device did not employ controllable nuclear fusion technology. However, the high-energy compact battery technology granted the coin-sized power cell a lifespan exceeding a decade. Moreover, as a domestic management robot, Lilith retained the capability to wirelessly recharge the communication device despite her slightly outdated version. Through Lilith's recent survey, I have identified a freshwater lake on the island which should provide us with a reliable water source. As for sustenance, the coastal waters teem with seafood resources, eliminating any immediate food concerns. The only threat requiring attention is the starry sky insect race that arrived alongside me. Their physical capabilities far surpass human limits. Jiang Yuan pondered his subsequent challenges while staring at the cinematic hologram floating before him like a painting of the void. After all, when he first transmigrated here, one insect had survived. This proved that not all creatures lacking warship protection perished while traversing the nebula's mysterious energy field. And the reproductive capacity of the starry sky insect race was truly terrifying. If even a single specimen survived within years, this living world could be overrun by an astonishing multitude of insects. As his thoughts drifted, the cinematic projection displayed the protagonist practicing the inch fist technique. Simultaneously, strange characters and imagery began appearing in Jiang Yuan's mind, and his body began moving unconsciously in response. Whoosh! His right hand shot forward. His fingers rapidly curled, forming a fist that struck the nearby stone. With a sharp cracking sound, the half-meter-high boulder split cleanly down the middle from that single punch, shattering into several fragments. What's happening? When did my fists become so strong? I even shattered the bluestone with one punch. Or could it be that I unintentionally cultivated something from those martial arts films? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. He stared at his right hand in disbelief. Although he had been injected with a gene enhancement potion which increased the density of his flesh, muscles, and bones to a certain extent. But to shatter stone with a fist without hurting the hand was still quite impossible. Moreover, this was a type of bluestone with relatively high density and hardness. Although not comparable to metal, it was still beyond the capabilities of a mortal body. So, is this the correct way to use this golden finger? Jiang Yuan's throat couldn't help but swallow. Originally, he had planned to settle down on this life-bearing planet and then find a way to use the golden finger for technological development. Utilizing his current hundredfold talent, he would study how to fire pottery, glass, cement, and metals, starting from scratch on the path of industrial technological development. Unexpectedly, his golden finger could even learn the martial arts from wuxia films by simply imitating the movements. In that case, I could change my approach and directly follow the path of national martial arts, ancient martial arts, or even immortal cultivation. The inch punch just now. At the moment of his punch, he could clearly feel a force within his body suddenly gathering rapidly toward his right hand. Obviously, his ability to strike the bluestone with his flesh and blood body was mostly related to this inexplicably emerging force. He was just unsure whether this force was the gene cultivated through the body in national martial arts or the nali generated through breathing techniques in ancient martial arts. Whatever it is, Jiang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. He began to organize all the materials and documents stored in Lilith's memory, finding a total of 1075A4 articles related to martial arts and mythology. There were 66223 articles on National Martial Arts, 34213 on Ancient Martial Arts, and only 11361 on Myths, Legends, and Immortal Cultivation. There don't seem to be many orthodox cultivation methods, less than 1/10 of the total. The rest are all biographies and miscellaneous notes. Jiang Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. In national martial arts, besides boxing techniques, there were many boxing essentials, all sorts of miscellaneous items added up to a staggering 66000 plus articles. In reality, the actual cultivation methods were not that many. Similarly, those he categorized under ancient martial arts and mythological immortal cultivation also included many casually compiled notes and journals. The actual cultivation methods were still not abundant. However, if I'm going to deduce, I might as well deduce the best. Isn't directly cultivating immortality more appealing? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. He opened the folder related to immortal cultivation and quickly found a cultivation method called Lian Qi Tun Na Shu, Qi breathing technique. The content was not very extensive. Presumably it wouldn't be too difficult to deduce. However, when he read through Lian Qi Tun Na Shu from beginning to end, he realized that it was like reading a celestial book. He could recognize the individual characters, but when they were combined he couldn't understand them at all. Could it be that my current talent is not high enough? That makes sense. Starting with immortal cultivation from the beginning, the starting point seems a bit too high. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and quickly understood the key. Taking a step too big can easily lead to trouble. For a recent example, take himself. In junior high school his grades were quite good. He considered himself a genius, and subjects like math, physics, and chemistry were never a challenge. But when he confidently took his cousin's high school math textbook to study ahead, he discovered that the content was like reading a celestial book. He couldn't understand it. Simply couldn't understand it. The gap between immortal cultivation and national martial arts was the same. At least until his talent was further enhanced, he probably shouldn't think about touching immortal cultivation. In that case, I'll start with national martial arts. The 100-fold talent allowed me to cultivate the inch punch from the movie, so it should have the same effect on the boxing techniques within national martial arts. Saying that, he set to work. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell on the screen again, but this time he opened the national martial arts folder that he had just skipped over. Since it was just an experiment, he didn't bother to select carefully. He casually opened an article called Monkey Fist and began reading it from beginning to end. At first the 100-fold talent was not triggered. It wasn't until he finished reading the last character of Monkey Fist that a similar feeling from before reappeared. It was as if countless characters were flashing in his mind. At the same time, the boxing technique patterns before his eyes seemed to come alive, transforming into entirely different movements and postures. Even the number increased as his talent continued to deduce. Gurgle. However, as the deduction continued, Jiang Yuan clearly felt a strong sense of hunger emerging from his body cells, accompanied by severe dizziness, as if he would faint at any moment. Without time to think, he quickly grabbed the roasted sea shrimp near the campfire and devoured them, whole shells and all. After receiving the energy replenishment, the characters and patterns that were about to disappear became clear again, and the subsequent deduction process emerged in his mind. However, the overall deduction speed slowed down considerably, completely incomparable to before. Finally, after consuming all the seafood, the characters and boxing techniques in his mind transformed into a new boxing method called manhwa Jiang Yuan, barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist. Jiang Yuan briefly scanned it. The 36 techniques of Monkey Fist had become 72, and it also included killing techniques from national martial arts capable of channeling internal force to unleash destructive power beyond the body's limits. Additionally, this boxing method detailed the 4 levels of national martial arts: Ming Jin and Jinhua Jin, and then Qi Blood Dan. Only after reaching Qi Blood Dan can one be considered to have reached the end of national martial arts. Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered. This was not empty talk from a novel. Since he could cultivate something like internal force from the movie's boxing techniques, it meant that manhwa Jiang Yuan was a genuine orthodox national martial art that could yield real results. At the same time as he continuously browsed through manhwa Jiang Yuan, in his mind he gained a somewhat vague understanding of the punch he had thrown earlier. Mobilizing bodily strength and briefly bursting forth internal forces, Ming Jin. This also proved that his current 100-fold talent could indeed deduce cultivation methods in national martial arts, just as he had thought. It just consumes a lot of bodily energy. If not for the abundant seafood Lilith brought back, I would have been completely drained just now. Jiang Yuan looked at the shrimp heads, shells, and fish bones on the ground. There was a dense pile of them. With his normal appetite, this would have been enough for at least 2 days. After all, he had planned to roast the large sea fish and keep it smoking over the campfire as a food reserve for later. But this time, using the 100-fold talent, he consumed it all in one go. Therefore, Jiang Yuan reached a conclusion in his mind. That is, before preparing enough food, he must absolutely not deduce any cultivation methods again to avoid causing irreversible damage to his body. Lilith, go to the seaside and gather some more seafood. I need more food in case of emergencies. After finishing perusing the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist in his mind, Jiang Yuan suppressed the urge to immediately practice this boxing technique, turning to Lilith beside him. According to the annotations in the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist, each time after practicing the boxing technique one must consume ample meat or potent medicine to prevent the body from becoming deficient and damaging its foundation. Based on Lilith's analysis, this unfamiliar life-bearing planet bore many similarities to Blue Star, so it was likely that herbs meeting the requirements existed. However, such herbs were beyond his current reach. In comparison, the various seafood readily available on the sandy beach were far easier to obtain. Yes, Commander. Lilith turned and left as instructed. Jiang Yuan put on his completely dried coat, then dug a pit in the sandy ground beside him to bury the shrimp shells and fish bones. He buried them to prevent their scent from attracting dangerous large creatures. As for intelligent races, through the images previously captured by the microsatellite, he had not seen any traces of civilization on this island. About half an hour later, Lilith, who had gone to the coastline, returned from that direction. She was dragging with some difficulty a metal box about a meter square, walking slowly through the mangroves. Jiang Yuan glanced at it. It was a supply crate specifically for storing energy modules for exoskeleton armor. Inside were several energy modules weighing 200 Jin each. Compared to robots like Lilith, exoskeleton armor required carrying a human inside and thus could not be equipped with a microfusion device. Moreover, exoskeleton armor consumed enormous power, and even micro-controlled fusion devices could not sustain combat against the star swarm. Losing interest, Jiang Yuan began to process the several Jin sea fish that Lilith had strung together with vines and brought back. When the fish were nearly almost completely roasted, he started practicing the boxing techniques recorded in the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist. He made his muscles contract and relax in rhythm with the movements, generating the so-called Jin force. The first stage of national martial arts Ming Jin Bright Force required using the qi and blood tempered from one's own body to gradually strengthen the muscles, bones and skin. Jiang Yuan soon felt a surge of heat as scorching as magma emerging within his body, flowing through his frame in tandem with the boxing techniques. Every movement seemed to contain a hidden force. I've already reached Ming Jin so quickly. I didn't realize that injecting Jin serums would bring such benefits. According to the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist, cultivating national martial arts was based on the body. The stronger the physique, the faster one could achieve Ming Jin. As the commander of the arc ship, Jiang Yuan had received 3 Jin serum injections, granting him a single arm strength of no less than 600 Jin. In the realm of Ming Jin, this was already equivalent to the minor achievement stage. However, as he continued to practice the boxing techniques, a powerful hunger he could not suppress soon resurged in his body. Jiang Yuan, unable to care about anything else, quickly strode to the campfire, picked up the roasted fish and began devouring them in large mouthfuls. After eating about the third fish, the hunger completely dissipated. This feeling. I think I could even tear apart a second stage bug with my bare hands. With the hunger gone, Jiang Yuan clenched his fingers and his punch rang out like a thunderclap echoing through the forest. 1,000 gold coins cannot buy a single sound. This seemed to be the so-called phenomenon of boxing that only appeared when one reached the peak of Ming Jin in national martial arts. However, to be safe, he decided to test whether his strength had indeed reached the peak of Ming Jin. Then Jiang Yuan's eyes swept to the side. He quickly walked 2 meters away and stopped near the accessories that held the energy modules. On it was a laser-engraved nameplate that read total mass 1,000 kilograms i.e. 1 ton. The peak of Ming Jin grants a single arm strength of 1,200 Jin and combined arm strength of 2,400 Jin. If I have truly reached the peak of Ming Jin, lifting this 2,000 Jin accessory box should be no problem. Jiang Yuan adjusted his breathing, placed his hands in the fixed grooves on the left and right sides of the metal box. These were specially reserved fixing slots for transporting supplies, and now they conveniently served as his grip points to lift the box. Lift. Jiang Yuan spread his legs to shoulder width, slightly bent his knees outward, straightened his back and suddenly erupted with tremendous force. The next second the 1-ton metal box was lifted purely by his physical strength from the sandy ground, rising at least half a meter above the surface. Success! Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. Moreover, he had not yet utilized his Jin force. If he added the Jin force, even if only for a brief burst, he could exert a terrifying amount of power. If used in combat against bugs, the Jin force would explode at the moment of the punch, lasting only an instant. Given his current state, he could probably deliver 10 to 20 Jin-infused attacks without much issue. First stage bugs. I could definitely take them down with one punch. But I wonder if a Jin-empowered punch could break through the defense of a second stage bug. If first stage bugs were like puppies, then enhanced humans using Jin serums could barely fight them one-on-one to a draw. But second-stage bugs were much larger than puppies, with both height and size doubled, and their exoskeletons became exceptionally hard. Comparable to green stone. An enhanced human without thermal weapons even after 3 gene serum injections would have almost no chance of winning. As for third-stage bugs, they were even more terrifying, standing over a story tall with exoskeletons as tough as iron plates and other metals. When using thermal weapons, armor-piercing rounds were necessary. For hand-to-hand combat, even enhanced humans wearing exoskeleton armor would struggle. What am I thinking? The exoskeleton of a second-stage bug is already comparable to ordinary metal. Unless I can tear this metal box apart with my bare hands, there's no way I can kill one with just physical strength and gene force. Jiang Yuan slapped his forehead. Overconfidence was never a good thing. According to the barbarian 8 mountain suppressing fist, even if he mastered in gene hidden force, he could at most deform a chest guard. Far from being able to tear metal apart with his hands. But he was not in a hurry. If he couldn't do it now, he could wait until his talent multiplier became higher and then deduce even stronger cultivation methods. Not to mention immortality. Even if he only reached the level of ancient martial arts and cultivated inner force, it would be enough to crush third-stage star swarm bugs. Let alone mere second-stage bugs. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. The fingertip-shattering blades and swords seen in martial arts films were just routine, right? Moreover, he felt that the cultivation method deduced through his talent seemed to be a little stronger than the original version described. The sky grew gradually dimmer. After night fell, 2 moons of nearly identical size rose from the eastern horizon. They hung toward the south and north as if 2 supreme deities overlooking the mortal world from the heavens. Crackling. The wood in the campfire sparks flew, blocked by stones near the fire pit. Jiang Yuan sat nearby, stacking stones to form a semicircular wall around a central space. As night fell, the temperature in this area began to drop noticeably. Although it had not yet fallen below freezing, a coat without thermal insulation would not suffice. Fortunately, Lilisai was helping. Additionally, after training in manhwa, Jiang Yuan, his strength reached 1200 gene. In just 2 or 3 hours he erected a windbreak wall taller than a man within this temporary camp. With the blazing campfire, the cold could hardly be felt. I have recorded all the moves and essentials of manhwa Jiang Yuan into Lilisai's storage, so even if the memory cells in my brain are replaced, I won't forget. Jiang Yuan checked the recorded Chuanfa through the communicator on his left hand, ensuring there were no errors. Although he had already mastered Mingjin, who could guarantee that these things would not fade with time and be forgotten by him. A cautious mind keeps a vessel for ages, hence he recorded it. But looking at manhwa Jiang Yuan stored in Lilisai's memory, a thought rose in his mind. Diary writing was a small hobby of Jiang Yuan, a habit formed since school days, a way to pass the time and to ease and release bad moods and stress. Coincidentally, he was on an unknown life-bearing planet. Apart from Lilisai the intelligent robot, there were only vast jungles and the boundless sea. Anyway, idle is idle. Perhaps in years to come humans could pass through that nebula to reach this planet and discover the diary Lilisai had seen him leave. And so he acted. As an action-oriented person, Jiang Yuan quickly used his wristband to create a diary entry and began inputting Cosmic Year 763. Deputy Commander Qin Zijin, dissatisfied with my punishment of the imprisoned lower soldier Zhou Anhua, damaged the base fortress's energy shield and alert systems, causing a large-scale invasion by the astral insect race inside the base. At the same time, she secretly abandoned her comrades and fled the ship, using orbital weapons to destroy the space node device to prevent the astral insects from seizing Blue Star coordinates as a pretext, detonating 2/3 of base 099. I felt my life was blessed. No, that cannot be right. It seems my situation has nothing to do with luck, since the soul's will has already changed hands. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, then deleted that line and rewrote, before the orbital weapons destroyed the base fortress, I escaped in the Suwenio battleship driven by the astral insects into a nebula region and fell onto a blue life-bearing planet I call Water Blue Planet. Having studied the ancient national arts after this life and death calamity, I understood the essence of the national arts to master chi and vitality, to reclaim a life rather than dying like others. Now the Suwanio battleship, except for me, has no life. Even the battleship itself was destroyed by the mysterious power within the nebula and fell into the sea of this life-bearing planet. Perhaps I should also write in manhwa Jiang Yuan there. If the people on Blue Star could discover this technique, they might be as astonished as archaeologists discovering that myths were not legends, that immortals truly existed. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. The national arts had already been mentioned and recorded in Lilisai's storage. He didn't mind restating them in this diary. After all, Blue Star in this world may be the future before his own crossing. If the people on Blue Star could reach here and discover this diary, they would treat it as the fortune he left for Blue Star. As for later ancient martial arts and cultivation, he did not yet possess them, so he could not include them. I, Jiang Yuan, the 32nd commander of Base Fortress 099, leave behind here the new era national art manhwa Jiang Yuan learned from Ho Quan. This fist technique is an internal ninja style. Once cultivated, it can achieve the 4 realms of Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin and Baodan. The fist method originally had 36 routes. I have perfected it to 72 through life and death, and the chi blood strength I cultivated should be somewhat higher than the original monkey fist. If I do not die, I will continue to deduce old era arts on water blue star to forge another path for our people, and I hope later generations use this method to make humanity more glorious. Jiang Yuan fully let himself go, speaking freely. In this diary he recorded Qin Zijin's numerous crimes as well as how he painstakingly deduced ancient national arts and the entire manhwa Jian. All of it is recorded there. However, he did not reveal his golden finger. If Blue Star people discover it in time, he has not yet deduced immortality cultivation to cross the cosmos from here. There might be trouble if that happens, but if one derives and understands an improved cultivation method from the old era national arts, the result could be entirely different. After all, a genius. It would surely be easier for people to accept than something like possession, and besides, his golden finger is talent. He's not lying, merely not counting the hundredfold blessing. Meanwhile, in a distant patch of the galaxy in the cold dark universe, a blue planet on the orbit of the third planet revolves around its central star. As the insect defense line base fell, Blue Star received the news at once. Yet before Blue Star could act, most wormhole devices within the defense line base self-destructed after losing control. What exactly happened? Why did the Great Wall defense line suddenly fall? Why hadn't we received any news before? Blue Star's leaders held an emergency meeting. An officer rose from his seat. According to our analysis and investigation, the first base to fall was base 099. They were the first to trigger the self-destruct procedure of orbital weapons. But before that we had received no information. It was as if base 099 had suddenly fallen to the insects. There was a moment of silence. The Great Wall defense line uses chain energy transmission. Once one base falls, the rest would suffer serious impacts. The most obvious consequence was a sharp drop in defensive power. After centuries of growth, the astral insects had evolved to the 6th stage, and the weakened defense bases could not withstand. Therefore, even if the remaining defense bases have not yet fallen to the insects, they will not endure for much longer. Humans, after years of development and research, already had plans to solve this kind of chained problem, but there was no time yet to retrofit the defense bases. The entire Great Wall defense line had fallen in large part. General Luo Yang. Immediately contact the bases that have not fallen and have them evacuate from the defense line at once. We must preserve our strength. Quickly establish a new defense line in other regions. The elder statesman in the meeting room spoke. Humanity could not bear such enormous losses. Although Blue Star had prepared for the collapse of the Great Wall when the news truly arrived today, the atmosphere remained heavy for everyone. I will contact them immediately. General Luo Yang rose quickly. He strode from the meeting room, delivering the elders' wishes, and ordered the remaining unfallen bases along the Great Wall to evacuate. Notify all defense base outposts. After securing the blocking of the Stardust insectoid swarm's invasion route, evacuate as swiftly as possible through the spatial node apparatus. Luo Yang returned to the military district command center. Delivering the directive issued by the Elder Council, the guard stationed beside him hastily disseminated the message according to orders, reaching even those defense bases already overrun by the Stardust insectoid swarm. The atmosphere throughout the command chamber was profoundly somber. This news meant that the Great Wall defense line had completely fallen, and the peace of Blue Star would soon be shattered once more by the insectoid horde. The Stardust insectoids formed their egg casings by clustering their bodies together, and these cocoons could drift freely through the void. Their velocity could be accelerated beyond the speed of light through specialized energy fields. Thus did the first Stardust insectoids appear before human eyes upon entering the Milky Way. They scattered across countless star systems like seeds sown by cosmic winds, consuming organic matter from planets to grow. The Stardust insectoids required time to mature. Otherwise, humanity could never have eradicated them entirely from the solar system's vicinity centuries ago, subsequently pushing outward into the surrounding regions of space. Following the trajectory of the insectoid egg casings, humanity established what came to be known as the Great Wall defense line hundreds of light years away. There existed a natural asteroid belt. At minimum 3 Stardust insectoid cocoons were intercepted and halted by this asteroid belt, prevented from approaching the solar system. Had they not been stopped, what humanity faced previously would not have been merely a handful of Stardust insectoids. The fortress bases constituting the Great Wall defense line were constructed at critical nodes within these asteroid belts, capable of channeling energy to the surrounding defense network. Additionally, when the defense network suffered damage or malfunctions, personnel stationed at the defense bases were required to perform maintenance and repairs. Previously, Qin Zijin had deactivated the energy barrier installation, severing power to these defense networks and thereby allowing the insectoids to breach the perimeter with ease. Compounded by the dual strikes from orbital weaponry, the personnel at base 099 never had a chance to respond before meeting their destruction. General Luo, of the 108 bases comprising the Great Wall defense line, only 32 have responded. The remaining 76 have all fallen. It took considerable time after the message was transmitted. Blue Star had only just received confirmations from those 32 bases. The intelligence was profoundly grim. Even though General Luo had prepared himself mentally for such devastating news, learning of it still weighed heavily upon him. Mere moments before he had received transmissions from 39 bases. Yet after attending but a single conference, an additional 7 defense installations had been lost. Fortunately, the Elder Council had already authorized a retreat, preserving remaining forces by evacuating the fortified defense bases to establish a new insectoid containment line. Had they hesitated further, how many additional bases would have fallen before them, the number remained unknown. Damn insects! Humanity shall never be extinguished by your kind. At Defense Base 098, numerous insects had already traversed the asteroid belt, penetrating the base's meteorite nodes and infiltrating its interior. Human warriors lay dead throughout. Neither exoskeletal armor nor thermal weaponry could halt the endless tide of stardust insectoids. Fortunately, the spatial node apparatus here had already been destroyed upon confirming the massive influx of stardust insectoids into the base. As long as signal relay stations remained operational, the spatial nodes could still re-establish connection through dual-directional docking, opening pathways for spatial jumps. Nevertheless, it was evident that Base 098 could not be held. Su Bingtian, serving as the commanding officer here, straightened his posture in the final moments and made the decisive choice to activate the orbital and superconducting weapons. The entire defense base was obliterated in the destruction. The terrifying explosions shattered the colossal meteors that had formed the base's fortifications, while the insects that had breached the facility were completely consumed by the blast. Countless fragments of meteorite shot outward in all directions from the epicenter at tremendous speed. Some of the insects that had been crossing through the void were struck by the debris. One death spawned masses of others. Similar scenarios continued unfolding across the remaining defense bases. The entire Great Wall defense line fell completely through this relentless sequence of explosions. Vast numbers of insects surged through the devastated defense installations, advancing rapidly toward Blue Star's position. Among them were stardust insectoids that had formed egg casings through the aggregation and molting of countless insect bodies. Living planets held an extraordinarily potent allure for the stardust insectoids, creatures that consumed organic matter hatched and matured. Fortunately, humanity demonstrated resolute decisiveness. From the moment the withdrawal order was issued, evacuation proceeded in an organized and systematic manner, while preparations were simultaneously made to demolish the base fortifications at any moment. 3 hours had elapsed, merely 3 hours passed. Among the remaining 32 defense bases, all who chose to evacuate had departed, while those who remained elected to fight alongside the insectoids until their final breath. They severed the spatial node apparatus and deployed orbital and superconducting weapons, taking countless insectoids down with them as they perished. On Blue Star's side, everyone within the Military District Command Center arose to their feet at that precise moment, offering tearful salutes toward the direction of the fallen Great Wall defense line. These individuals were all heroes. They sacrificed their lives to buy their fellow humans a chance at survival, and with their own bodies they obstructed the insectoids' most direct path to invading Blue Star. All signals were lost at this moment. The Great Wall defense line became a memory of the past. Only a single spacecraft remained, traveling through the void at light speed toward the region where Blue Star orbited. Spatial jump node lock achieved. Estimated charge time 3 years and 6 months. The electronic synthetic voice announced. Qin Zijin, who was operating the spacecraft, saw the alert displayed on the screen, and a look of relief immediately appeared on her face. Manhwa, the spacecraft has been programmed. By the time we emerge from the stasis pods, we should have already returned to the vicinity of the solar system. Qin Zijin turned to the man beside her with a sweet smile, pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek, then took his hand and walked toward the stasis pods together. Under the control of the spacecraft's intelligence system, they received the infusion of stasis nutrient fluid and entered slumber. It was not that she refused to depart through the spatial node, rather such installations constituted strategic resources under constant surveillance. If she had attempted to leave with Zhou Anhua through that route, her plan would have been exposed immediately. Consequently, after consulting with Zhou Anhua, Qin Zijin chose to depart via the spacecraft, then detonated timed explosives to sever the power transmission lines of the energy barrier defense installations. As for the orbital weapons, they had been activated remotely by the simulation robots she had positioned. Her plan had proven remarkably successful. Only when the orbital weapons were deployed did Jiang Yuan discover her actions upon receiving the alert notification. Unfortunately, by that point it was too late. With the insectoid swarm breaching the defense base, Jiang Yuan was stretched thin and unable to intervene. Beyond transmitting messages to confront her, he possessed no means to prevent the orbital weapons from being detonated. Jiang Yuan, since you value your reputation so dearly, I shall ensure your name becomes synonymous with infamy. You shall become a traitor to humanity, despised by millions. Before her consciousness sank into slumber, Qin Zijin harbored these thoughts filled with resentment. However, she remained unaware that while the orbital weapons had destroyed Base 099, they had also enabled the Xian Niao warship to escape successfully. Moreover, Jiang Yuan, the one she had targeted, not only survived but driven by boredom documented her crimes in a diary. These records were synchronized by Lilith and transmitted to the warship's black box. From there the data relayed through the black box's independent transmission system piercing through the nebula region. Using Base 099's still operational mainframe as a relay point, the information was transmitted back toward distant Blue Star. Next he needed to head toward the lake and ideally find a suitable location midway between the lake and the coastline to build a shelter. Several hours slipped away the blink of an eye. In the sky above Shuilan Star the two full moons had already vanished, leaving only two faint afterimages in the western horizon. Meanwhile a touch of pale white appeared in the east. A red sun gradually rose from the morning glow. After finishing his martial arts practice, Jiang Yuan had already finished eating the grilled fish and sharpened one end of a 2-meter-long branch into a pointed tip. Following the lake detected by yesterday's microsatellite probe, he made his way toward it. The coastline was not lacking in food. On the contrary, freshwater resources were extremely scarce and there were no plants like coconuts. If he stayed here without leaving, it would not be long before his body grew progressively weaker from dehydration. Having watched plenty of wilderness survival videos, he was very clear about one thing: without fresh water to replenish his body, a person could survive nearly half as long as compared to lacking food alone. Moreover, setting aside the rich seafood resources along the coast, with Lily the intelligent robot by his side, acquiring food was far easier than anything he had seen in those survival videos. After all, no matter how fast those animals were, could they possibly outrun Lily's beam pulses? Unfortunately, Lily's biological scanning function requires the use of a microsatellite to operate, and the microsatellite signal is rather outdated. Besides having short battery life, its mobility is also quite poor. If only we had this scanning function, acquiring prey would be far too convenient. Jiang Yuan departed from the temporary camp using the wooden spear in his hand to strike the grass and ground ahead as he walked, avoiding any hidden poisonous snakes and insects. This island had no civilization, so its danger level was naturally quite high. It was like the Amazon or Shenanjia before his transmigration. Without abundant survival experience, entering such a place was no different from seeking death. Fortunately, the entire journey had been eventful yet uneventful in the end. And through his observations he found that the creatures on this island shared many similarities with those on lands. There were rope-like venomous snakes and poisonous insects much like scorpions. Of course, besides these, Jiang Yuan also spotted wild boars of much larger size and monkeys with blue and red markings on their faces. Smack! Jiang Yuan raised his hand and slapped his own face. Two mosquitoes that hadn't yet had a chance to draw blood were instantly swatted to death. Alas, the wilderness survival knowledge in his mind came entirely from watching videos. He only knew the surface. Even if he knew the scent of certain plants could repel mosquitoes. Placed on this unfamiliar life-bearing planet, he had no idea where to begin. As for smearing mud on his skin to block mosquito bites, that method was equally impractical at present. Setting other matters aside, Jiang Yuan had walked all the way from the seaside without encountering a single puddle along the way. Even if he wanted to use this method, he simply couldn't. This plant does resemble bamboo quite closely. Lily recorded the coordinates of this location. The two continued walking forward for another 2 hours. In the jungle ahead, a patch of well-growing plants appeared, looking very similar to bamboo. Its leaves were simply larger. And the color of this plant was not green either. Instead, it was a golden yellow, like a golden passion fruit with traces of green mixed throughout. Understood, Commander. Lily strictly carried out Jiang Yuan's orders. Approximately 5 hours later, when the sun overhead had nearly reached its zenith through the gaps in that forest ahead, a lake reflecting the sky finally came into view. Blue sky and white clouds. Some birds were swimming in the lake. Lily analyzed the water source conditions. Not long after, Jiang Yuan brought Lily to the vicinity of the lake. He did not rashly put the water into his mouth to taste. Instead, he had Lily conduct the analysis. After all, this was not lands. Whether bacteria or viruses in the water or invisible parasitic eggs, anything could pose a fatal threat to him. Lily crouched by the water's edge, extended her finger to collect some samples and placed them into her mouth for analysis. Water pH 6.9, rich in various trace elements classified as freshwater. However, the water contains multiple types of bacteria and viruses as well as insect eggs from unknown organisms, requires purification or boiling before consumption. Quickly, the results from Lily's detection popped up on Jiang Yuan's wristwatch. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally came to rest at this moment. With the freshwater issue resolved, it also meant he could finally survive on this island with peace of mind. Otherwise, he would still have to find a way to construct a distillation device. Only by distilling freshwater from seawater would he have any chance of drinking clean water. Although he had discovered bamboo-like plants, and distilling freshwater would not be particularly difficult, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of his time. Lily, go collect some dry branches nearby and bring them back. Jiang Yuan set down the yellow bark bamboo, picked up a stone from the beach and began grinding and splitting it into section after section of bamboo tubes. In the absence of a proper container for boiling water, these hollow bamboo tubes, which posed no harm to the human body, became ready-made vessels for boiling water. Once Lily had gathered the firewood and returned building a bonfire on the ground, Jiang Yuan then poured the water into the bamboo tubes and placed them over the fire to boil. Of course, even after the water came to a boil, he did not rush to drink it. Instead, he remained cautious and had Lily test it once more. Only after confirming that all bacteria, viruses and insect eggs within had been destroyed by the high temperature did he finally feel completely at ease. Let's make do here for tonight, and tomorrow we'll start gathering wood and bamboo to build a shelter here. As the sun set in the west, Jiang Yuan sat beside the bonfire sipping the boiled water from the bamboo tube while turning a roasted bird propped up over the flames on two forked branches. As the fat rendered from the roasting fire, the bird gradually turned a beautiful golden hue. With his hundredfold talent enhancement, the roasted bird he was preparing this time was already noticeably superior to yesterday's grilled fish. However, just as Jiang Yuan was roasting the fragrant bird meat in the military command center on land, Luo Yang sat with bloodshot eyes staring blankly at the large screen before him. He did not know why he was still waiting here. It had been almost a full day since he received that final message. He could not possibly still receive information from the Great Wall defense line. But then an extremely abrupt sound suddenly jolted him awake. Beep beep beep. Luo Yang's gaze shifted involuntarily and a baselog from No. 099 immediately appeared on the screen. This was a special feature of the base's central intelligence. It periodically transmitted the latest baselogs back to lands. But once he clicked open this log, he could not help but rise from his chair, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? Are there still survivors at base 099? Luo Yang's body trembled continually. Logs transmitted base 099 central brain were two entries that had been synchronized Xian Niao after the base's destruction. But when he read the contents, a surge of anger rose in his chest. His fists tightened with a crackling sound and he slammed his fist onto the desk before him. You beasts! These two beasts! How dare they do this? Luo Yang's face twisted with anger. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he never expected that the fall of the Great Wall defense line would be caused by a woman venting her wrath on her lover. General Luo, what's the matter? The guard outside, hearing the commotion from the command room, hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped in to inquire. Luo Yang seemed not to hear it, all his eyes fixed on the screen at the chat records Jiang Yuan had excerpted from the communicator. General, is this information transmitted back from base 099? The guard who came in hesitated for a moment before his gaze fell on the screen, finding the reason for Luo Yang's fury. These two beasts! They would dare do such a thing for such a ridiculous reason. They risked the blood spilled by our ancestors and the hard-won Great Wall defense line. They even used the lives of countless compatriots to retaliate and vent. How could they dare? How could they? Luo Yang's anger boiled over, his eyes wide, nearly breathless, and he almost fainted from the fury. Fortunately, the guard acted quickly. He hurried to support him from the side. Thank heavens, base 099 was not completely wiped out. Otherwise this truth would be buried forever. Instead, Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua, these two beasts, would have the truth buried and be hailed as heroes who cut off Lan Xing's coordinates. Luo Yang's voice turned cold. His fists clacked as he spoke. If these two beasts were allowed to prevail, the souls they murdered would likely never rest for all eternity. Fortunately, someone boarded the Xian Niao battleship, escaped base 099 and wrote this diary to relay the truth back. Luo Yang restrained the anger in his heart and continued to read further into the diary, determined to understand everything. It was only when he reached the diary's last entry that the anger on his face was replaced by a trace of doubt. Across the nebula region, a life-bearing planet similar to Lan Xing, and the cultivation of Guoshu's vigor. Ming Yuan, are these true or false? Luo Yang's eyes fixed on the screen where Jiang Yuan wrote that he piloted the Xian Niao battleship and accidentally landed on a life-bearing planet. Meanwhile, by cultivating ancient Guoshu, he attained the legendary Qi blood strength between life and death. General, this I don't know either. Beyond the nebula we have no means to probe. As for Guoshu, such things are too mystic. If it truly can cultivate Qi strength logically, I should have heard of it. Ming Yuan, the guard, opened his mouth. But his meaning was clear. If Guoshu were truly that miraculous, Lan Xing would not be without someone who could master it. And as generals of the military district, they would surely have heard of it as well. Luo Yang nodded instinctively. This is indeed a problem, but the survivor from base 099 would have no reason to lie about it. Unless this man was lying from the start. Yet he recalled that there was another diary in the logs. Perhaps there was more to uncover. What Luo Yang didn't expect was that upon opening the second diary, its contents felt even more unreal, like a dream. It was as if someone suddenly told you that this world not only holds kung fu but has even produced a manuscript. The first third of the diary concerns improvements and performance of Guoshu. The rest contains the techniques and annotations of the ancient Guoshu. The stronger the physique, the faster one cultivates chi strength from this revised, newly improved Guoshu. Luo Yang found this hard to believe. But the diary also says so, especially the author used his own body injecting gene serums 3 times as an example of bodily changes after attaining chi blood strength. One arm strength reaches 1200 gene. After circulating chi in blood, one arm can throw a crate weighing a ton. Moreover, that's not the point. The point is that the diary says Ming Jin is only the beginner. Later stages include in Jin Hua Jin and Bao Dan, after which one could even tear apart insects with bare hands. This is utterly unfathomable. Ming Yuan go recruit some people and train according to these fist techniques. Luo Yang's expression was complex. As a general from Lanxing, he should not easily believe such things. However, this diary was again transmitted from base 099. If we deem it false without verification, doesn't that also suggest that the previous diary could have been a deliberate setup? Similarly, if the revised ancient Guoshu in this diary is true, it would also prove that what he read in the first diary was not fiction. I will arrange people right away. The guard saluted and hurried out of the command room. When he returned, behind him were more than a dozen newly selected humans following. Each, like Jiang Yuan, had been injected with gene serums 3 times, possessing a single arm strength of up to 600 gene. Your task is, according to what is written above, to cultivate this man Yuan Jin Yuquan to completion and prove the authenticity of what's written here. Luo Yang excerpted the fist techniques from the diary, bound them into volumes, and handed one to each soldier the guard had brought in. The crowd held the fists, looking at each other. A look of bewilderment filled their eyes, evidently puzzled by Luo Yang's move. Yet out of duty as soldiers they did not show any discontent. They stood tall and saluted. Until Luo Yang left the command room, they began to whisper. "General, what's going on? Why train in this kind of fist method? Aren't Guoshu and such things all fake?" "I'm not sure either, but from the general's tone just now it seems he isn't sure of the truth either, so he wants me to verify it through practical action. It seems the breach of the Great Wall defense line has forced the general to rethink, seeking ways to strengthen our combat power along other routes." Regarding the diary's contents, Luo Yang did not disclose. Even Ming Yuan the guard was given a gag order, at least until the man Yuan Jin Yuquan is proven. The 2 diaries' information must not be leaked. Not fearing 10,000 but fearing the unexpected. If someone is deliberately framing this, it would have extreme consequences for the hero who destroys the space node device. On the other hand, if Guoshu is proven true, Luo Yang would not spare any who betrayed humanity or harmed countless compatriots. Trapped on the water-bound planet, Jiang Yuan was utterly unaware of what was happening on Blue Star. At this moment he held a piece of completely roasted nameless bird meat, chewing it with a taste as bland as wax. After all, he currently possessed nothing of value, let alone any seasonings. This flavor. It's truly incomparable to the fish and shrimp from the sea. It seems that before gathering materials to build a shelter, I must go to the coastline to procure some sea salt. Swallowing the unpleasant bird meat, Jiang Yuan quickly made a decision in his mind. Salt is not only a seasoning but also an essential trace element for the body. A lack of salt would lead to weakness throughout the body. For both reason and necessity, he had to retrieve salt first. The only trouble was that he had no container to evaporate seawater, and the climate was either early spring or late autumn. He couldn't rely on the sun's exposure to obtain sea salt. Of course, this didn't stump him. Without a metal container, stone would suffice, as it was merely a vessel for heating. It would just conduct heat more slowly and waste more firewood. Right now time was his most abundant resource. At least before the symptoms of salt deficiency appeared, he was fully confident he could extract sea salt from the seawater. Lilith, keep watch over the campfire and don't let it go out, while also staying alert to the surroundings. After finishing the roasted bird, Jiang Yuan instructed Lilith beside him, then lay down on the ground near the fire to sleep. The orange flames danced continuously, casting his shadow against the stone wall beside him, flickering up and down without rhythm, just like the fire itself. Thus passed the night without incident. By the next morning, when a pale fish-belly hue appeared in the eastern sky, Jiang Yuan had already completed his practice of the brutal ape-suppressing mountain fist. He then consumed the bird meat that had been roasted the previous night and smoked near the fire, replenishing his body's expended energy. As the saying goes, train in the heat of summer and the cold of winter. Each day's arduous practice is indispensable. Like the slow grinding of water, it requires time to accumulate gradually. I wonder if it's the effect of the genetic potion or the blessing of my hundredfold talent. Just 3 days after cultivating my inner force, I feel as if I'm on the verge of another breakthrough. Jiang Yuan opened his status panel to take a look. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan 2499. Life level 3-dimensional. I Ming Gene. Peak abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Brutal Ape Suppressing Mountain Fist. Minor achievement: Talent hundredfold. Primary. Behind the life level, it still displayed the words Ming Gene Peak. This was a change he had inadvertently discovered yesterday when he opened the panel to check his own state. Otherwise he wouldn't have foolishly used that metal box on the day he first arrived to test his arm strength, thereby confirming whether he had reached the peak of Ming Jin. Then Jiang Yuan closed the status panel, picked up 2 clean bamboo tubes, filled them with water and strode quickly toward the coastline. Lilith accompanied him as before. With prior experience and the route map generated by Lilith, the two of them reached the seaside in just 3 hours. Crash! Waves laced with white foam driven by the salty sea breeze ceaselessly crashed onto the sandy shore. Jiang Yuan, holding the metal box that Lilith had retrieved 2 days earlier, stepped onto the shore. In the area where the seawater had receded he spotted a squid whose body alone was longer than an arm. Counting its tentacles covered in suckers, it was nearly as tall as a person. My luck is truly good arriving at the seaside and immediately finding a large squid. Today's lunch and dinner are settled. Jiang Yuan hurried over, first filled the hollow metal box with seawater, then picked up the squid. He tore off the head and tentacles with his bare hands, then pulled out the internal organs and tossed them back into the rolling waves. When he returned to the temporary camp with the metal box full of seawater and the processed squid, Lilith, whom he had instructed to gather firewood, had already collected a considerable amount and stacked it there. Lilith, place this metal box on those 3 stones, then light the firewood underneath. Jiang Yuan walked over, quickly handed the metal box he was holding to Lilith and threaded the squid onto a wooden spear. Thus a giant skewer of squid was quickly assembled. Lilith followed his instructions, placing the seawater-filled metal box properly and using a laser-like energy beam to ignite the branches beneath. Originally Jiang Yuan had come to the coastline intending to hollow out a stone to create a depression for evaporating seawater. Unexpectedly, the supply box retrieved 2 days earlier after removing the energy module revealed an inner soft lining that was integrally molded with no seams at the edges. Thus Jiang Yuan immediately decided to use this metal box to evaporate seawater and extract the salt. It's a pity that the vermilion bird warship crashed into the sea, otherwise I wouldn't be so troubled. Even obtaining sea salt would be such a hassle. According to the information provided by Lilith, the vermilion bird warship that carried him to this life-bearing planet sank directly into the ocean dozens of kilometers away from the island. Only a small part of the hull, when passing through the nebula region, was torn apart by the force field there and scattered near the island. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He placed the skewered squid on 2 forked branches and set it near the fire evaporating seawater for roasting. Lilith then went out again to collect dry branches from the nearby forest. After all, evaporating a full box of seawater required a quantity of firewood far beyond that needed for roasting fish. However, by the time the afternoon arrived, Jiang Yuan received a message from Lilith. Through the wristwatch on his left hand he synchronized with Lilith and discovered that she, while gathering firewood, had found another metal box. The shape and size resembled that of an energy module supply box. The only difference was that the nameplate on this metal box read unmanned probe and it weighed about 200 kilograms. A wild unmanned probe. This is far more useful than the energy module. At least having Lilith connect to it can compensate for her insufficient detection capabilities. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly and instructed Lilith to bring the box of unmanned probes back from the jungle. As a domestic intelligent robot, Lilith's detection abilities were definitely inferior to those of combat models. Therefore the discovery of this unmanned probe could largely make up for this deficiency in Lilith. At least with this complement, Lilith's perception would not be limited to her eyes alone. Through the unmanned probe she could also detect areas beyond her visual range. However, the range likely couldn't compare to that of an exoskeleton armor given the significant difference in transmitter power between the two. It hadn't been long. Lily C, just as before. With the box unmanned detector in her arms, she returned from the island's eastern side. However, the box's smart lock had been damaged in the fall, so Jiang Yuan could only open it manually. Inside lay 4 foldable unmanned detectors. The metal plate detector isn't heavy. When unfolded it forms a cross with the center housing the main body, capable of capturing both optical and acoustic waves. Fortunately 2 are usable, the other 2 we don't know what happened. Jiang Yuan tried to power them on. Only 2 could start normally. It broke free of the planet's gravity and rose into the air as if by its own accord. Yet since they weren't connected to any devices yet, the 2 unmanned detectors hovered quietly above the ground. At a height of a little over 1 meter. Lily C, connect 1 unmanned detector and see what the farthest control distance is. Jiang Yuan issued the command to Lily C. In the next moment one of the unmanned detectors, its red light that had been on, turned green and rapidly shot into the sky. In just a short while it completely disappeared from Jiang Yuan's view. The maximum distance is 10 kilometers. Beyond that the signal begins to become unstable. Lily C reports the test results. 10 kilometers. If it's only for surveillance this distance is more than enough. As for probing other regions, this distance is simply not enough. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. If the Suenio warship hadn't fallen into the sea, they might have used the Suenio warship to connect. It was probably several hundred to 1,000 kilometers away. This unmanned detector could also function normally. In time he could release it using the Suwaneo warship's crash site as the center, radiating outward to search for traces of the starry sky insect race. These lifeforms are incredibly tenacious. If even one survives in just a few years, this living planet could harbor hundreds of thousands, even millions of starry sky insect race. I hope no insects survive, for otherwise relying on me alone may not be enough to wipe them all out before they fully mature. Jiang Yuan gazed at the transmission from the unmanned detector, silently praying in his heart. The flying unmanned detector soon swept around a 10-kilometer radius. Aside from the planet's native lifeforms, Jiang Yuan found no trace of the starry sky insect race. For him this was undoubtedly bad news. Leave one as a backup, that way if one has a problem I still have another to use. If that is the case, even if the starry sky insect race is not extinct, as long as this detector remains we can capture their traces whenever they enter the detection area, greatly reducing the risk he faced. Meanwhile, over on Blue Star in the solar system, ever since Luo Yang received the logs and diaries transmitted from Base No. 099 Fortress. In the military district's general command room they assigned dedicated personnel to stand guard. Moreover, after careful consideration, Luo Yang also sought out a number of equipment experts attempting by the same method to use Base No. 099 as a relay to transmit messages to Shuilanxing. Still not workable. Although the Suwaneo warship's brain wasn't destroyed, the data transmission device may have suffered heavy damage, able to relay information from Shuilanxing unilaterally but unable to decrypt or restore our side's information. Professor Wang, in charge of this task, rubbed his somewhat dry eyes. Since receiving Luo Yang's commission, he and his team had thrown themselves into repairing the transmission channel. What happened was damage. It was the Suwaneo warship's long-range receiver. It can receive some nearby information or simple interstellar commands but cannot transmit complete messages. This left them powerless. They could not find any way to fix it. Software issues they could handle, but the hardware on the Suwaneo warship was damaged, unable to parse complex information. Like children, they could understand simple words but could not grasp more complex meanings. Of course. The Suwaneo warship's receiver is divided into 3 modules, one suitable for near-range transmission, one for interstellar long-range transmission. As for the remaining third, it is the remote control unit. For example, a vehicle's remote app control, but it requires the warship's commander or certain permissions from the military district. But we are not completely without gains through this remote controller. We've activated some of the Suwaneo warship's monitoring probes, learning about the ship's surroundings. Yes, at a depth of 1,300 meters underwater, this almost rivals some of Blue Star's seas. A few people nearby offered reassurance. This also puzzled several of them. Because Luo Yang had not informed Professor Wang of the specifics, they did not know that the Suwaneo warship had traversed the nebula and fallen onto a life-bearing planet somewhat similar to Blue Star. However, just as the two were finishing their words, not long after, another connection icon appeared in the interface that had been connected for remote monitoring. From the name, that should be an unmanned detector designed to be used with an exoskeleton armor. Could it be the survivor who lived? Professor Wang's associate, a young man, guessed. When they had previously connected to the Suwaneo warship, they had already confirmed via Jiang Yuan's wristband that there was another survivor. Only the lack of a means of communication had prevented them from checking on this person. But now things were different. If this newly appeared unmanned detector was activated by the survivor, then they only needed to connect, perhaps able to see the other side's exact footage directly through this unmanned detector. Connection successful. Given the current situation, continuous transmission mode must be enabled to continuously obtain all data transmitted by this device. Note: continuous transmission mode will consume a large amount of energy, reducing the Suwaneo warship's power duration from 300 years to 100 years. Enable. Accompanied by Professor Wang, he clicked the connection icon. In the next second, a string of prompts rapidly popped up on the screen. With hardly any hesitation, Professor Wang chose to confirm the activation. After all, this continuous transmission mode can be turned off at any time after being enabled, and there's no need to keep it on all the time. After a period of regular flickering, a dense primeval jungle quickly appeared on the large screen before them. In the middle of the image, 2 figures stood near a campfire, one of them marked by the ship's main brain as a blue flying combat robot. Only the man's image showed as green. Beside him was his identity information, named Jiang Yuan, number A099, identity commander of Base No. 099, gene optimization 3 times. Is that a life-bearing planet? Gazing at the dense jungle on the screen, everyone in the command room couldn't help but suck in their breath. After all, humanity had entered the interstellar era for centuries, and besides the starry sky insect race discovered by accident, no other lifeforms had ever been found. Especially not a life-bearing planet. Who would have expected that after the Great Wall defense line fell, survivors who escaped would unexpectedly discover a second life-bearing planet? What did this mean? It meant that humanity could develop a second home. Even if Planet Blue was destroyed by the starry sky insects, there would still be other planets for humanity to migrate to. Quickly! Report this news to General Luo at once. Professor Wang reacted first and hurriedly asked his assistant to deliver the message. An unknown life-bearing planet. For humanity, its value was no less than that of Planet Blue itself. Moreover, from what they had observed so far, this life-bearing planet seemed to still be in a very primitive era. If humanity could occupy it, they would no longer need to worry about certain resources. Even if the starry sky insects continued to press their advantage, humanity could further develop its technology using the planet's resources, gaining an opportunity to counterattack the insects. At the same time, in a military district training ground, Luo Yang, who was watching Jiang Yuan and the others practice the barbarian 8 mountain subduing fist, quickly received a transmission from Professor Wang. What? You've connected to the Xian warship and through an activated unmanned probe discovered an unknown life-bearing planet over there. Luo Yang's voice trembled. He understood more clearly than Professor Wang and the others what this news meant. Although the barbarian 8 mountain subduing fist had not yet been proven, if the crash site of the Xian warship indeed turned out to be an unknown life-bearing planet, it would mean that the contents of those 2 diaries were likely all true. The fall of the Great Wall defense line was caused by Qin Zijing and Zhou Anhua, and the legendary ancient martial arts had indeed been successfully improved. Ming Yuan, keep an eye on things here. I'll head to the interstellar command room. Feeling his heart pounding wildly in his chest, Luo Yang told his bodyguard Zhou Mingyuan and briskly walked toward the interstellar command room. He ran without regard for his dignity. By the time he arrived at the interstellar command room, Professor Wang and the others had already used the mainframe's intelligent algorithms to adjust the footage from the unmanned probe. They changed the view from directly overhead to a 45-degree oblique angle. This allowed them not only to see farther scenery but also to clearly observe Jiang Yuan and Lilith's faces in the frame at that moment. According to sampling analysis from the unmanned probe, the atmospheric composition of this life-bearing planet is extremely similar to Planet Blue's, except the oxygen content is 5% higher. Apart from that, there are some differences in flora and fauna. So far, the species we've discovered have similar counterparts on Planet Blue, though with certain variations. Setting those aside, since the commander of Base 099 can survive on this life-bearing planet without any protective equipment, it means we can survive there as well. Professor Wang and the others were excitedly analyzing the differences between the life-bearing planet and Planet Blue. However, Luo Yang paid no attention to them upon entering. His eyes were fixed on the screen, watching Jiang Yuan eating grilled squid. Setting aside the matters of ancient martial arts, the footage transmitted back by the unmanned probe was almost exactly as described in those 2 diaries. But the fall of the Great Wall defense line is a matter of great significance. I believe we cannot judge Qin Zijing and Zhou Anhua as the sole culprits simply because this life-bearing planet appears to be real. What if those 2 diaries are merely bait deliberately released by someone designed to lure Planet Blue into sending a fleet to this unknown life-bearing planet to help him escape? Luo Yang's mind raced with possibilities. After all, from the time he obtained the barbarian 8 mountain subduing fist, none of the dozen new human soldiers in the military district had succeeded in mastering it. Truth and falsehood were difficult to distinguish. Moreover, the fall of the Great Wall defense line was entangled in all of this. He had to respond with extreme caution, unable to afford the slightest mistake. However, compared to before, he now somewhat believed that both diaries were genuine. And with this unmanned probe, it might not even be necessary for Planet Blue to cultivate the barbarian 8 mountain subduing fist. They could verify its authenticity through Jiang Yuan himself. The method was quite simple, observed through the unmanned probe. If the barbarian 8 mountain subduing fist was real, then Jiang Yuan would practice it as well, and any miraculous phenomena would serve as confirmation. General, we believe we must secure this life-bearing planet, especially since its environment is highly suitable for humanity. Professor Wang and the others noticed Luo Yang staring at the screen. After waiting quietly for a while, they approached and shared the results of their earlier discussion. There is no rush. I will arrange the matter of the life-bearing planet. For now, we need to continue observing to see whether this person undergoes any extraordinary changes on this planet. Luo Yang pondered for a moment. He still did not reveal the matter of the ancient martial arts to Professor Wang and the others, only hinting at it tactfully. Changes to the physical body. After all, ancient martial arts had long been deemed false, incapable of achieving the miraculous feats depicted in the texts. After all, he was a general. He could not recklessly publicize this matter without evidence. Moreover, it was not an urgent matter. With the Great Wall defense line completely fallen, the fastest a warship from Planet Blue could cross the starry sky to reach the nebula-shrouded region would take over a month. And this was only by using the previously sealed unstable passage at considerable cost and with only a slim chance of success. If they relied on an interstellar warship performing directional positioning and then charging for a spatial jump, it might take several years before they could even arrive.
You are right, General. We may have been too hasty.
If this life-bearing planet's effects on the human body are subtle, they might not be detectable in the short term.
Professor Wang did not think much of it.
He simply assumed Luo Yang was considering things more meticulously, which is why they were asked to continue observing rather than immediately deploying an interstellar warship to the area where the Xin Yao warship had crashed. After all, if this life-bearing planet harbored some substance harmful to the human body, it would not be worth the enormous cost for Planet Blue to send an expedition.
Luo Yang knew Professor Wang had misunderstood.
However, he did not explain. Once he obtained the answers he sought, Professor Wang would likely deduce the reasons on his own. Of course, that was on the condition that everything in those two diaries was true, that the barbarian ape-mountain subduing fist could cultivate power, granting humanity the ability to tear apart starry sky insects with their bare hands. Far away on Shuilan Star, Jiang Yuan remained unaware that at this very moment a group of people were watching him from the distant Shanglan Star. It seems I'll have to find a way to filter the seawater first, otherwise the sea salt will have a faint bitter taste. The seawater simmering over the campfire had not yet completely evaporated, but some salt crystals had already condensed on the edges of the metal box.
Jiang Yuan scraped them off with a twig.
He sprinkled some on the roasted squid. That was why this batch of squid tasted both salty from the sea salt and had a bitterness from the undiluted impurities. Fortunately, he also knew how to remove that taste. The only trouble was that before purifying the sea salt he would first need to weave a special filter tool from bamboo or rattan. Fortunately, with my 100-fold talent boost, I quickly deduced the specific method for making a filter funnel in my mind.
After a moment of mental text flashing, Jiang Yuan quickly worked out the exact steps for weaving a funnel tool from bamboo or rattan. However, time was a bit tight now. Although the sea salt tasted slightly bitter, it could still be used for seasoning, and as long as he didn't chew slowly he wouldn't notice it much. Therefore, he planned to wait until the seawater over the campfire had completely evaporated into sea salt, then return to the vicinity of the freshwater lake. First, he would build a shelter there. The 4 essentials of wilderness survival: fire, water, food, and shelter. Water and food were easy to understand.
Fire could be used for warmth to deter wild animals and protect oneself at night, and also to cook food and boil water. As for shelter, it also served to protect him. Moreover, it could prevent rain from extinguishing the fire and soaking his clothes, which could lead to catching a cold or being unable to boil water and roast meat.
If that happened, he might even lose his life.
Based on the evaporation rate of the seawater, by the latest tomorrow morning it should be completely evaporated,
Jiang Yuan estimated.
According to Lilith's analysis and calculations, the rotation period of this life-bearing planet was approximately the same as Earth's, 24 hours. After that he would calibrate based on sunrise and sunset times, finally adjusting a unique time system for this area.
The sky was already growing dark. The watch showed 5:56 p.m. and it was not far from nightfall.
He had started boiling the seawater around 10 in the morning, spending a total of 8 hours.
The seawater in the metal box
still had about 2/3 left.
That meant it would take at least another 16 hours for the seawater in the metal box to evaporate completely. That would be around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
But this was certainly tough on Professor Wang and the others back on Earth, who were huddled in the interstellar command room watching the live broadcast. As long as Jiang Yuan stayed near the campfire, they stayed in the command room watching. This kid is clever. He actually knows to extract the salt his body needs by evaporating seawater.
In this regard, Professor Wang was quite approving.
Although resources on Earth had largely been depleted, they still knew these basic survival tips.
Moreover, they had ample patience.
After all, if they were the ones who had crashed on that unknown life-bearing planet, they would also do everything possible to obtain resources and survive. Especially since the Xin Yao warship had crashed into the sea, unable to receive any external information. In other words, it was completely cut off from the outside world and everything depended solely on oneself. However, due to the time difference, it was already night where Jiang Yuan was, while at the interstellar command room it was still afternoon. Therefore, Luo Yang, Professor Wang and the others had been watching for hours as he slept behind the windbreak wall. As for tending the fire for boiling the sea salt, he left it to Lilith the robot, who could also use the unmanned probe to monitor the surroundings. Not until the next morning, when a pale glow appeared in the eastern sky, was Jiang Yuan awakened by the alarm he had set on his watch.
Then, as in the previous days,
the first thing upon waking was to do some simple stretches, then take a stance and begin practicing the savage ape mountain suppressing fist.
At the same time,
Luo Yang in the command room, whose expression had been somewhat weary, instantly became highly focused. He had spent 2 days in the training ground, even personally attempting the modified national martial art called the savage ape mountain suppressing fist from that diary.
Therefore, the moment Jiang Yuan's body began to move, Luo Yang recognized it. He was practicing the fist.
But what disappointed Luo Yang was that Jiang Yuan in the footage, aside from smoother movements than his own, showed no other signs of the extraordinary. He still swung his fists the same way with no visible sign of having cultivated the so-called inner strength. General Luo, is there something strange about these movements? Professor Wang, with his keen observation, quickly noticed Luo Yang's unusual behavior. He first stared at the image of Jiang Yuan practicing the Savage Ape Mountain suppressing fist. After a long while he couldn't see any issue. Then he asked Luo Yang with some doubt. No, maybe I haven't rested well these past 2 days, so I was just distracted. Luo Yang shook his head. He did not reveal the Savage Ape Mountain suppressing fist. However, even so, among the researchers in Professor Wang's team, someone still recognized it. This should be an ancient national martial art. I saw something similar in some nostalgic films before, but the movements are a bit different. The speaker was very young, a disciple of Professor Wang's disciple, a fresh academic descendant. He was said to be extremely talented in the field of intelligent computing. Though only in his 20s, he was already nearly on par with his own teacher, Professor Wang's disciple. The others did not chime in. After all, ancient national martial arts were widely regarded as fraudulent. Even the most advanced intelligent computers could not verify their authenticity. Once. Twice. 3 times. This time Jiang Yuan practiced until halfway through the 3rd repetition before his body was hit by a strong sense of hunger along with soreness and fatigue in his muscles. He had pushed himself to the limit. Without a moment's hesitation he stopped and strode over to the campfire a few steps away, which had been kept burning all night. He picked up the sea fish that he had asked Lilith to catch from the coastline the previous evening. He stuffed it into his mouth in large bites, swallowing it hastily like a glutton to fill the gnawing hunger. At first Luo Yang didn't think much of it. But when Jiang Yuan devoured the entire large sea fish, which he thought could last at least 2 days in one go, and then following the stance method from the Savage Ape Mountain suppressing fist, guided his body to absorb the nutrients from the fish to replenish his deficits, Luo Yang belatedly realized that this was very likely the method described in the diaries fist technique, using meat to fill the body's depletion. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person consume so much fish in one meal? With a deep exhale, Jiang Yuan held his posture until the pangs of hunger subsided, then paused to assess his physical state. Though he had not yet taken the final step, crossing from Ming Jin explicit force into Wen Jin hidden force, he could feel his muscles growing fuller and more robust. A few more days of tempering, he reckoned, would suffice. Then, like water finding its course, he would master in Jin the force that strikes through an object as if piercing a mountain. My appetite is growing monstrously, he mused. No wonder the legends speak of martial arts masters devouring an entire ox in one meal. When I reach in Jin or even Hua Jin transforming force, I might consume 30 or 50 caddies of meat after a single session of practice. Jiang Yuan rubbed his belly, already half digested. As his body became more robust, his digestive power intensified even without employing the stance techniques. Much of the fish he had eaten was already absorbed. The seawater in the metal container, constantly evaporated by the campfire, had dwindled to about 1/5 of its original volume. In roughly 3 more hours it would be reduced to nothing but sea salt. While I still have time, I should head to the beach and gather more seafood to roast. That way, when I return to the freshwater lake, I'll have food to sustain me while I collect materials for the shelter. His thoughts were sharp and active. Quickly he devised a plan to utilize even the fragmented moments, avoiding waste. On this primordial planet, time was often money. Especially now, without a proper shelter, he could not guarantee safety from a sudden storm or harsh weather. Without hesitation he strode toward the coastline, gathering seafood and squid-like creatures from the crevices among the rocks. He also found a few sea fish, though they were notably smaller than those Lilith had caught earlier. Lacking a beam weapon, he had no means to hunt the larger fish visible near the shore. He toiled until the seawater in the metal container had completely evaporated, then gathered his harvest. Returning toward the freshwater lake, he emptied one of the bamboo tubes used for water, dried it over the fire, and filled it with the sea salt. The seafood he packed into the metal box and brought back to the vicinity of the lake. Next, I'll build the shelter and gather enough firewood to withstand any upcoming storms. By the time he returned to the lake, it was around 1 in the afternoon. He set down the metal box of seafood and together with Lilith headed into the jungle, selecting straight branches from the underbrush. The method was simple. Lilith would unleash a beam attack to cut a patch of bushes at ground level, then they picked out the ones of suitable thickness. As for twigs and leaves, they simply stripped them by hand. Both Jiang Yuan and Lilith, the latter being an intelligent robot, possessed ample strength for the task. In terms of raw power, Lilith even surpassed Jiang Yuan. When they had gathered enough wood, they collected some vines from nearby and laid them in a clearing. Come evening, they would peel the bark from the vines and twist them into ropes to bind the shelter's structure. On the Blue Star, Professor Wang and his team, following Luo Yang's instructions, recorded everything. Water Blue Star held great significance for humanity.
Since those on Blue Star could not reach the planet in the short term, their only option was to observe Jiang Yuan to confirm whether human survival on water Blue Star would pose any problems or effects. For the next 2 days Luo Yang visited daily. Apart from practicing the manhwa Jiang Yuan barbarian ape suppressing mountain fist in the morning, Jiang Yuan appeared perfectly normal, showing no signs of the extraordinary. Although his appetite after practicing the martial art was several times greater than at lunch or dinner, this was not definitive proof of the art's existence. We need more direct evidence. Luo Yang stared at the screen. By now Jiang Yuan had completed the main frame and roof of the shelter using wood and vine ropes. The roof was made of a bamboo-like plant. He split the yellow bamboo in half, removed the nodes and arranged the halves in alternating concave and convex rows, so that rainwater would flow along the grooves to either side, blocked entirely. For the walls, Jiang Yuan used logs as thick as a wrist, driving them into the ground with brute force, then bound 2 horizontal logs with vine ropes. But that was not all. To maintain a fire during rain, he built a fireplace inside the shelter using stones and wet mud, allowing the campfire to burn within, warming and illuminating the shelter. The smoke would escape through a hole at the back of the fireplace up a chimney he had prepared, so the interior would not fill with smoke. For windproofing and insulation, he plastered the wooden walls with a mixture of wet mud and weeds, coating the exterior. Even if the temperature dropped at night, the mud layer would prevent cold air from seeping in directly. Now I just need to dig a drainage ditch around the shelter. As for the bed, I'll make a frame with branches and vines, and when I hunt one of those elk-like creatures, I'll tan its hide to use as a blanket. Jiang Yuan surveyed his 2-day effort with satisfaction. After all, watching wilderness survival videos was entirely different from building a shelter oneself. Perhaps the completion of the shelter eased his anxious mind completely. On the morning after finishing the shelter, as he practiced the manhwa Jiang Yuan as usual, the force that could not linger in his body suddenly broke through a bottleneck. Even without the breathing technique that guided muscular power, the force did not dissipate. Instead, it circulated once through his body and settled directly in his heart. Only when he needed to use it would the force flow to his arms or legs. I've achieved in Jin. A flash of realization dawned on Jiang Yuan. To be certain, he summoned his attribute panel and swept his gaze over it. Character Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 24,109. Life level 3-dimensional, 1 in Jin initial. Abilities: Firearms Proficiency 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control 5, Basic Combat 5, manhwa Jiang Yuan Proficient. Talent 100-fold primary. Excellent. Truly deserving fold talent. In just a few days I have risen from an ordinary man to of dark chi. Jiang Yuan's buoyant. From this moment onward he could truly be regarded as having mastered Guoshu, reaching the beginner's level. After all, Ming Jin is but brute force. Even if he could briefly marshal chi within his body to strengthen his flesh and sinews, he could not achieve what dark chi can do: strike through mountains. Exactly. It is the mountain striking difference. The gap between dark chi and Ming Jin is that a dark chi martial artist can unleash a punch whose power remains hidden, erupting only after piercing the target. Take insects as an example. A Ming Jin fighter can only wound them after breaking their outer exoskeleton. Dark chi warriors do not need to. The energy can lie hidden, passing straight through the insect's exoskeleton, then erupting in its comparatively weak interior. That is precisely what is commonly called mountain striking. It seems as I thought that once my strength and cultivation improve, the number of times I practice manhwa Jiang Yuan daily will also rise. After checking the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan continued to practice the punches several more times. Unlike before the breakthrough, this time he pushed through to the 4th repetition in one go, and only then did his body feel utterly drained. Moreover, in terms of nourishment, today's intake was noticeably about a third more than in the days before. Has his appetite grown again? What is going on? From our analysis, there is nothing else wrong with this life-bearing planet. Why is his appetite always larger after a night's rest than at noon and in the evening? Professor Wang and the others looked puzzled, completely unclear why Jiang Yuan's morning appetite suddenly increased so much. However, soon someone found what seemed a plausible explanation. Could there be a parasite infecting him? So that would explain why he consumes so much food all at once in the morning. We cannot rule out this possibility. If there are a large number of parasites inside him after a night, he would indeed need to eat a great deal to satisfy the consumption. After all, this is the Blue Star. It also harbors parasites that can coexist with humans, not to mention this alien life-bearing planet. There may be parasites they do not know about, not impossible. Only Luo Yang has a guess that Jiang Yuan's sudden surge in appetite might be linked to a breakthrough in Guoshu. That is why the demand for food increased. Yet he cannot furnish any evidence linking Jiang Yuan's change to the Guoshu he practices. Meanwhile, after his hunger subsided, Jiang Yuan led Lily Sea toward the coast, intending to gather more seafood. Game in the jungle is scarce. The common prey are mainly birds. Even if caught with effort, they provide little meat and take a lot of time. The coast is far more convenient.
As long as luck isn't particularly bad, there is plenty of seafood there, enough to feed him for at least 2 days.
Ha! There are actually warship wrecks here. After 3 hours, Jiang Yuan reached near the coast and collected a good amount of seafood. But just as he planned to scoop up a few more pieces to fill the metal box and head back to the shelter, he found something not far from a scorched stone. This shape, if hammered flat, bound with a handle and ground to a sharp edge, could serve as a hunting knife. Jiang Yuan looked at it in his hand. He tossed it onto the sand behind him. Not that he looked down on it. After picking up this fragment, he found another scorched stone ahead. Another larger metal fragment appeared. Barefoot, he walked over and picked it up, discovering it to be a circular fragment 1/2 meter in diameter and 5 millimeters thick. Not sure where it fell from. This metal fragment isn't bad either. Bring it back and give it a light hammering and you can use it as an iron pot. Jiang Yuan grew increasingly satisfied the more he looked at them. After all, this is an uninhabited island. Finding 2 metal fragments is already a remarkable haul. Moreover, these 2 fragments, one for a hunting knife, the other for an iron pot, are exactly what he needs at the moment. What should I use to strike them, stones or my own fists? After collecting the second fragment, Jiang Yuan returned to the beach from the sea, pondering how to process the 2 metal fragments. His gaze lingered briefly on a nearby scorched stone, then quickly withdrew, discarding the idea of using stones from his mind. The metal fragment is 5 millimeters thick. While it wouldn't be the hardest metal plate aboard a cosmic warship, it is not something a mere scorched stone could move. Instead, his own fist. With dark chi now cultivated, even at the early stage of breakthrough, it should be able to move this metal fragment. Thus he placed the 50 centimeter diameter metal fragment on a massive scorched stone. He raised his fist and slammed it squarely toward the center. At the moment of the punch, the chi coiling in his heart surged rapidly along his right arm. What is this? Could this guy be planning to strike the round metal plate with his own fist? In the Blue Star's interstellar command room, Professor Wang and the others stared, utterly perplexed. Flesh against metal, a collision that should have shattered bone. Even if this circular fragment is merely a sealed plate welded inside a cosmic warship. Nor could a fist move it. Yet as soon as their thoughts settled, Jiang Yuan raised his fist and hammered it onto the metal fragment. A muffled thud rang out. The circular metal piece on the scorched stone was driven inward. Then punch after punch. The whole circular metal piece was quickly beaten into a shape resembling a cooking pot. Yet Jiang Yuan did not stop. He quickly reoriented the fragment to another angle and swung his fist again. To the remaining rough spots he hammered repeatedly until the curved bottom became more rounded. When the raised parts were no longer obvious, he finally stopped. When the protrusions were no longer prominent, he finally ceased. How is this possible? With his flesh and blood smashed, that round metal a deformed shape. The man beside Professor Wang fixed his eyes on the screen, staring at the fragment already been formed. Faces were etched with disbelief. Others wore baffled looks as well, utterly unable to believe what they had just seen. There were even some. Unable to restrain themselves, they speculated Jiang Yuan's arm might be a problem. Do you think? Could it be that his arm is faulty? A mechanical prosthetic limb with a simulation. Impossible. I checked all records on Commander Jiang Yuan. He's merely a newly evolved human who has had gene serums injected with no bodily augmentations involved. Professor Wang shook his head. Prosthetic modification is a major alteration, whether on Lanxing or along the Changcheng guard line. Such modifications would be documented. Because this touches on post-injury treatment, the different care plans needed, and the maintenance of mechanical prosthetics. From the data I retrieved, this person is definitely an unmodified new human. With fists as a hammer. Is this the power Guoshu possesses? With a single blow he had pounded the metal fragment into the shape of a pot. Compared to Professor Wang and the others, Luo Yang's face, beside shock and disbelief, showed more excitement and ardor. Those 2 diaries contain true accounts of Guoshu. Humans have obtained a path entirely different from technology, one that allows us to clash with Shinkong Changzu without external exoskeletal armor. If strength were the measure alone, the second form Changzu's exoskeleton hardness, factoring in its thickness, would probably be on par with this round metal fragment. That may be roughly the same as this round metal fragment. The next step is to collect more food to assist Guoshu cultivation and swiftly reach Baodan in the 4th realm. On Shuilan Xing. As Jiang Yuan gazed at the iron pot forged from the metal fragment in his hand, a certain feeling seemed to rise in his heart. If he could elevate Guoshu to the Baodan in the 4th realm, perhaps his talent would change. From this he extrapolated an ancient martial art beyond Guoshu. If only his speed were fast enough, perhaps he could resolve this ticking bomb before the Shinkong Changzu mature. Otherwise, as time drags on, the Shinkong Changzu will swell in scale and their forms will ascend to higher tiers. It may be that by then relying solely on Guoshu would be insufficient to wipe them all out.
Contemplating this, Jiang Yuan picked up the curled metal fragment and with the same method pounded it flat. Then he carried the metal box and the metal pot, turning back toward the shelter. Theoretically speaking, the bugs that followed the Xin Niao worship into the nebula region wouldn't survive for long. After all, though the Chanzu's exoskeletons are extremely hard, even the third stage can rival alloy, but even the Xin Niao worship's external armor couldn't completely withstand the pull of the nebula region.
Jiang Yuan walked on pondering.
The bugs chasing the Xin Niao worship, even if some had penetrated the nebula region, should not be in large numbers. The only thing to worry about is the few that managed to breach the Xin Niao worship. Because the Xin Niao worship's external armor defends against most of the mysterious force fields, these Chanzu have a high chance of arriving at Xuelanxing alive. Currently Lilisai can still connect to the warship, but aside from the main brain and the power module and a few detectors still usable, the rest of the functions have sustained serious damage. At least he cannot use Lilisai to probe how many bugs were alive on the warship when it crashed. Commander, a drone detected a herd of herbivorous creatures 200 meters ahead to the left. Suddenly Lilisai, who was walking in front of him, halted. He paused, setting down the metal box in his arms, then pointed to the right front toward a small hill and reported in. Jiang Yuan also halted at that moment. His fingers tapped quickly on the wristwatch on his left hand, and soon a picture captured by the drone appeared. It was a herd of herbivorous animals resembling moose. The horns atop their heads were peculiar. Not forked long horns, but two very straight short horns with small grooves carved inward. The creatures on this planet, though different from those on Lanxing, seem to have a broadly similar structure. Nothing but differences in details, for example the pair of short horns on the moose-like head, which are almost natural tripronged spines. He found those two short horns were triangular plus grooves that instantly reminded him of tripronged military spikes.
After a brief moment of thought,
he then took Lilisai and, following the right front hill, moved toward this herd of short-horned moose. With their weight, if he could hunt one, his meals for the next 3 or 4 days would be secured.
Apart from the morning, their appetite at other times is normal.
Lilisai, this time let me strike first if I fail to secure when you step in to assist.
As they drew closer to the hill, Jiang Yuan's movements grew more cautious.
When he spotted the herd of short-horned moose, he stopped and spoke to Lilisai, who followed not far behind.
Very well, Commander.
Lilisai complied strictly with his orders.
The next moment,
Jiang Yuan sprang toward the short-horned moose in a blink, leaping dozens of meters to reach a moose towering over 1.4 meters at the shoulder. Before the moose could react, his fist flashed out and struck its side. In the next moment the power surged.
Like a wrecking ball.
The short-horned moose, having taken Jiang Yuan's punch, could only utter a wail as its whole body collapsed to the ground. Only then did the other grazing moose realize Jiang Yuan's presence and fled in panic. Of course, the frightened ones were not only these short-horned moose but also Professor Wang and others on Lanxing. How could his speed be so fast? In the blink of an eye he had crossed tens of meters and appeared beside the deer-shaped creature. And how strong is the power of his punch! With a single punch he knocked this deer-shaped creature to the ground, and blood gushed from its mouth and nose, life drained away in an instant. They only saw Jiang Yuan's figure blur as he moved. He sprang out from behind the concealing bushes and quickly closed the distance with the deer-shaped creature.
An analysis by the main brain shows that Jiang Yuan's burst of speed just now had at least exceeded 20 meters per second. And that's not the point.
The important thing is that what looked like a light fist knocked a deer-shaped being weighing over 500 gene down, blood spilling from its mouth and nose, and it could only utter a single scream. Perhaps that's all there is to it. Even with modifications to mechanical prosthetics or wearing exoskeleton armor, the damage inflicted would likely be no greater. Gulp. Luo Yang swallowed hard, his throat working. Compared to the earlier blows of his fists hammering that round metal shard, the force now was even more direct. Whether it is the speed or the single punch that felled the stag-shaped beast, Jiang Yuan's human frame hides a terrifying power. Already capable of granting human speed and strength on a par with exoskeletal armor, and without the limits of such armor enabling greater mobility and more agile footwork.
Ming Yuan, how is your progress over there? Luo Yang exhaled several breaths, finally calming his own rapid breathing somewhat.
Then he hurriedly contacted the training ground and asked Zhou Mingyuan for more direct evidence to prove the authenticity of Man Yuan Jin Yuquan rather than relying on Jiang Yuan's guesses. After all, this matter concerns the gravest stakes.
He must be utterly sure.
Otherwise, once those 2 diaries are submitted, it could trigger trouble and upheaval. Especially for the Qin family. Qin Zijin is the Qin clan's new generation. If the diaries' contents are true, the rest of the Qin family would likely be implicated. Sir General, there has been no progress yet. Zhou Mingyuan's voice came through the communicator quickly, and the reply left him feeling rather disappointed. Yet that emotion lasted only for a moment and was completely swept away by the sight on the screen Jiang Yuan with one hand lifting that stag-shaped creature.
Since Jiang Yuan on Xuelanxing could master it, that would indicate others could too.
Otherwise, how could this extraordinary strength be explained? New humans injected with gene serums 3 times their one-arm strength tops at a little over 600 gene, though they can lift this elk weighing more than 500 gene. But they would not be able to achieve it with such ease. Not to mention the hammer-like metal shard earlier, whose speed exceeded 20 meters per second. These feats are not within the reach of a novice. What is missing now is simply a more direct piece of evidence that can prove Guoshu is real. The breach of the Great Wall defense line is too grave to be proven by just 2 diaries or by this probe footage spanning the distant stars. After all, these things can be forged as well.
I understand.
Have them continue training exactly as shown above. If anyone succeeds, inform me at once. Communication was cut, and on the other side on Shuilan Xing, Jiang Yuan carrying the dead short-horned elk trudged through the dense jungle back toward the shelter.
Phew.
I still underestimated how endurance would wane as the body kept burning through fatigue from moving heavy loads. Though his one-arm strength when honed to the Ming gene peak had already reached 1200 gene, he could lift a short-horned elk weighing over 500 gene.
Logically, it shouldn't be too strenuous. Yet after this journey his stamina was being drained. Fortunately, his chi and vitality offered some recovery. Having some restorative effect plus the several rests he took along the way, otherwise hauling back this elk would have drained him completely. Next, I must forge a hunting knife.
The saying goes that sharpening the blade does not delay the work, otherwise using stones to process this elk would take who knows how long. After a brief rest, Jiang Yuan picked up the long strip-shaped metal piece he had hammered by the seaside.
He prepared to fashion it into a hunting knife.
The method is simple. Jiang Yuan goes nearby to find a stone and grinds it into a sharp metal shard. Then he uses a piece of wood about 2 fingers wide split in the middle, wrapping bineskin rope around it to form a handle. A knife that doesn't look impressive but is fairly handy to use was crafted in this way, especially for chopping trees. A log as thick as his forearm under his 1000 gene strength can be split in just a couple of chops and the blade would not bend. Compared with wandering the wild with nothing at all, my start is already quite good. At least I have Lilith, an unmanned detector, and plenty of spiritual provisions. Jiang Yuan looked at the metal shard fixed in his hand with wood and vine rope and suddenly recalled the wilderness survival videos he had watched before. Some venture into the wild without any survival gear, others carry hunting knives, fire starters, tents and backpacks. Compared to those, his current start was already quite favorable. Although his wilderness survival knowledge comes only from videos watched in idle moments under the blessing of his 100-fold talent. Those videos can quickly become his experience. Take now for example, the elk hide in his hands with the help of the hunting knife was quickly peeled away to reveal a fairly intact hide. Even at first his technique was a bit rough, but after peeling not quite a third, the rest of the fur remained unscathed. And the scraps of meat clinging to the elk hide also dwindled rapidly. Phew, there are a few holes in the hide, but they're near the edge and won't affect tanning it into a fur blanket later on. Jiang Yuan laid the elk hide flat, then he used the hunting knife to quickly cut open the elk's belly and remove the innards that were difficult to handle.
Lilith, take these innards and the elk head and legs far away from the shelter.
After all, he could not conjure spices to remove the stench from the elk's innards. As for the elk meat, after cutting out some portions, he simmered them over the fire in clean water. The remaining pieces were roasted near the fire by skewering with branches, then hung near the chimney to smoke and preserve. Salt was scarce for him. If he wanted to salt preserve all the elk meat, the evaporated sea salt from before would only suffice for about half. But just as Jiang Yuan finished processing the elk and bound the elk hide to a rack made of branches. Within the Blue Star Military District training ground, Zhou Yuan practicing manhwa Jian Yuan with soldiers, his exposed skin turned a bright red as if boiled. The veins on his arms protruded like cords. In the next moment, as if seeking a release, he swung his fist at a nearby training sandbag and it burst against the steel pipe frame. The sand inside the bag exploded outward, scattering across the floor.
I did it. Did I really master it?
Zhou Yuan was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with incredulous disbelief, yet the evidence before him compelled him to accept that it was all real. Almost at the same time, Luo Yang in the Star Command Room received the transmission request he had initiated. As soon as he pressed the answer button, a highly excited voice came through the phone.
Report, General. I have mastered it. Report, General. I have mastered it. What? Luo Yang's thoughts rang like clap, a trace of astonishment and disbelief brow. Is it done?
In merely a few days, the guard I sent to verify the authenticity of Guoshu had mastered the revised ancient Guoshu.
Yes, General.
Following the method in manhwa Jian Yuan, I have successfully cultivated the vigor and I have reached the Ming gene pinnacle.
Moreover, the body's strength has gained a tremendous boost.
Tests show the single-arm power has reached 1200 gene, and if the inner energy is unleashed, the force could surge even more in a short time.
Zhou Yuan's voice could hardly hide his excitement.
As the first to master the power, he felt at this moment as if it were a dream, almost unreal.
But rationality told him otherwise. This is real. I will be there at once.
Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yang hurried toward the training ground. After leaving the interstellar command room, he ran forward heedless of his image. When he reached the training ground, Jiang Yuan, who had just spoken with him over the comm, was already surrounded by others at the center. People asked about his current bodily changes, about the experience of training Man Yuan Jin Yuquan, and how to determine that Ming Jin of Guoshu First Realm. I only feel my body now very light, as if a burden had suddenly been shed. I do not know how I train this vigor, just sense a warm flow moving within, then my skin grows hot as if to explode. After that I thought to vent somewhere, so I punched the sandbag, and to my surprise the sandbag exploded with a single punch. As for determining the inner strength of the first realm, it mainly depends on the energy traveling within the body. Does Man Yuan Jin Yuquan say Ming Jin can temporarily condense within the body to bolster the vigor of the physique? Zhou Mingyuan answered without hesitation, sharing his understanding with everyone. After Luo Yang heard these, he wholly believed that the 2 diary entries transmitted with the logs were genuine. He can blow up a sandbag with a single punch. It had happened before, but those were from the front or side. This time the whole sandbag was blasted apart. It was as if some force suddenly erupted above the sandbag, tearing the tough hide into fragments. That matched the diary's account exactly. Excellent indeed. Even if the Great Wall defense line has fallen, Blue Star still has such fine youths. He even said that if I do not die, I will on that unknown life-bearing planet continue to deduce ancient techniques of old times, forging a new path for my people. At this moment Luo Yang's face flushed. How could a hero of humanity fail to be stirred by such words? More importantly, this man has refined a new national art based on Guoshu that can greatly increase single-person combat power, delivering a leap in growth. If this art is promoted widely, humanity may in future face stage 3 or lower insects with bare fists and perhaps kill them. And that is not the key. The point is that this art may even change the problem of the low compatibility of gene medicines. If that is so, humanity could stand as an army of all soldiers like the insect race. General. The soldiers realized Luo Yang had arrived, stood erect, and saluted him. Zhou Mingyuan and I will go. You others continue training, strive to reach inner strength just like Zhou Mingyuan soon. Luo Yang was in high spirits. The fall of the Great Wall defense line unexpectedly opened a path entirely different from the one humanity has walked, though it is only the first step. But who can say what lies ahead? And so what? This Man Yuan Jin Yuquan, refined from Guoshu, could be cultivated all the way to the so-called golden core. Even now the Ming Jin of the first realm of Guoshu is so formidable that it grants humanity a single-arm strength exceeding 1,000 Jin. And what of the later inner strength, transformation strength, and golden core? How terrifying would they be? To instantly kill stage 3 insects, or perhaps stage 4. Yes. A dozen soldiers besides Zhou Mingyuan straightened their backs, their chests full of vigor. They knew the value of Man Yuan Jin Yuquan and what it meant for humanity. A brand new system. From this moment humanity may walk a road unlike science, a path apart from technology. Then Luo Yang and Zhou Mingyuan left the training ground together, racing to the general headquarters meeting room. With the evidence of Guoshu's truth in hand, he must report to the elders at once to decide the future path. In addition, there remains that unknown life-bearing planet. Publicly and privately, humanity must dispatch interstellar warships to protect it at once and not allow the insect race to seize it. On that life-bearing planet, as the diary might have described, the star-spanning insect race may still survive. General Luo, is what you say true? In the general headquarters meeting room, one of the 3 grand elders looked at the materials Luo Yang submitted, his face turning grim. All of it is true. And my guard Zhou Mingyuan, following Man Yuan Jin Yuquan, also cultivated Ming Jin and reached Guoshu First Realm. Luo Yang stood tall, presenting the verified truth of Guoshu for all to see in the room. Moreover, he had Zhou Mingyuan demonstrate Ming Jin in the meeting room, and with a single fist the marble table shattered. Excellent indeed. This is good news for Blue Star. I think your proposal must be implemented. Whether as the pioneer who first forged Guoshu or that unknown life-bearing planet. We must guarantee their safety. No matter what price we pay. We must guarantee their safety. The 3 elders exchanged glances, then solemnly shared their jointly made decision with those in the room. He is humanity's hero, even if he finds himself stranded on an unknown life-bearing planet with no other living people. All still long to contribute to their mother star and to the future of all humankind. Why not? There remains a life-bearing planet there full of resources capable of lifting humanity's technology to a higher level. Moreover, research into Guoshu must proceed in tandem with global effort. We shall walk this road. It may be the key to defeating the insect race. By strengthening human individuals with Guoshu and pairing with the heat weapons at humanity's disposal, the star-spanning insects will no longer stand invincible. Humankind shall never surrender or give up. It is this determination that has allowed humanity to push the insect race back hundreds of light years. A brief calm returned, a moment to breathe and rest. The relevant proposals were soon put into action, including dispatching spacecraft to the nebula region to clear the starry sky Zerg that had entered that life-bearing planet.
This was an exceedingly arduous mission.
With the base at the Great Wall defense line completely overrun by the starry sky Zerg, the spatial node device naturally became unusable. Even if they spared no expense to activate the backup space jump route, it would take at least a month to reach the region over 100 light-years away. Moreover, if the last coordinate point of the backup spatial route was captured by the Zerg before they arrived, the time would be extended several-fold. In addition, they first needed to go to base 099 and retrieve the flight route of the Xian Niao warship from there to determine the path to that life-bearing planet. As for capturing the signal of the warship's black box, that method was also unfeasible. It was merely a brief instantaneous jump communication with speed nearly equal to that of a spatial node device, enabling information transmission between two locations in a short time. But it was limited solely to information transmission. Professor Wang and the others at the command center on Lanxing repeatedly attempted to use base 099 as a relay to send information to the crashed Xian Niao warship.
They never received any reply from Jiang Yuan.
This indicated that the information transmission device at base 099 or the information receiving device on the Xian Niao warship had been destroyed during the Zerg invasion.
Only through the black box or the main brain device could information be transmitted unilaterally. Colonel Qin, your mission is of utmost importance. No matter what, you must establish a spatial node jump device on that life-bearing planet. A space fleet was about to depart. Luo Yang instructed the warship commander Qin Yunhai on the mission details. Rest assured, General. Even if I stake my life, I will complete the construction of the spatial node device.
Qin Yunhai straightened his back. After the previous meeting concluded, the fully verified manhwa fist spread throughout the entire military region. Both the new humans who had successfully injected gene serums and the ordinary soldiers who had failed to adapt to the gene serums and could not undergo physical enhancement all received the public version of this fist technique.
Qin Yunhai naturally had a copy as well.
It was precisely because of this that he understood the importance of this mission and what Jiang Yuan meant to humanity.
The improver of ancient martial arts from the old era and the pioneer of new era martial arts.
It was he who in the midst of life and death derived a brand new martial art from the ancient techniques, opening a new path for humanity during the arduous struggle against the Zerg.
Such a hero must not be allowed to encounter any problems, no matter the cost.
The only concern now was the possibility that some starry sky Zerg had followed the Xian Niao warship and fallen onto that life-bearing planet. If they could not arrive quickly through the backup passage, the Zerg might rapidly grow using the resources on that planet,
threatening the pioneer's life. We will succeed.
Even if we fail, there will be countless others to take over our unfinished work. The space fleet soon lifted off. Over 20 warships were equipped with Lanxing's most advanced high-tech weapons. Among them was the latest generation exoskeleton armor, which had just entered mass production. This armor used a special alloy effective against the corrosive liquids of 6th stage Zerg that targeted warships and base alloys. At the same time, the Interstellar Command Center of the main military region quickly established a new department dedicated to the study of ancient martial arts,
named Kunlun. Luo Yang was the director along with 2 soldiers who had cultivated Mingjin.
Shortly after the meeting ended, among the soldiers who had been exposed to the manhwa fist along with Zhou Mingyuan too successfully cultivated force.
Like Zhou Mingyuan, they skipped the early, middle and late stages of Mingjin, directly reaching the peak level. Their physical strength, neural reactions and destructive power far surpassed what any new human could achieve. Invitations were sent out from the main military region.
Those who received invitations and orders were all top-tier scientific researchers from various fields. Among them were experts and professors in ancient culture.
Professor Gu, what mission is this that even you have been summoned?
That afternoon at the temporary research base for ancient martial arts in the main military region, many invited experts, professors and leading scientists gathered.
I'm not sure.
The invitation I received only stated that this mission is of great importance concerning the future of Lanxing and even all of humanity. The old professor addressed as Professor Gu also looked puzzled, indicating he did not know the specifics. However, he had some guesses, especially given that the Great Wall defense line had just fallen and the base fortress on the asteroid belt had been captured by the Zerg. If his guess was correct, the main military region's invitation was likely related to building a second Great Wall defense line against the Starry Sky Zerg. According to the flight speed of the Starry Sky Zerg, after transforming large numbers of their bodies into egg-like shells, they would gradually enter a state exceeding the speed of light. At most, they might reach the solar system again within a few decades. Moreover, this was a counterattack by the Zerg likely more ferocious than the previous one, which explained the urgency of the main military region. What puzzled him was that among the invitees, besides military industry and infrastructure experts, there were also leading figures in biological research and ancient culture.
Could the main military region be planning to study the Starry Sky Zerg while building the new defense line? Why else would they invite biology experts? As for the ancient culture experts, Professor Gu couldn't figure it out.
Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to accept our military region's invitation to participate in this urgent mission.
On behalf of all ordinary citizens, I Luo Yang express our gratitude. Luo Yang, accompanied by guards, quickly walked into the lounge.
2 guards distributed files to everyone present. Professor Gu soon received one.
The file cover read Human Potential Development Project Plan. Just from the name,
it was easy to tell the focus of this urgent mission. It was not as he had initially thought, assisting the military region in building a second defense line base against the Starry Sky Zerg.
Instead, it was about human potential development.
However, when Professor Gu, driven by curiosity, opened the file to see the specific direction of the military region's human development, he was so shocked by the contents that he nearly questioned his own existence. The limits of human development through ancient martial arts.
Isn't this something from ancient fantasies?
Why is the military region researching this? Professor Gu gaped. The materials not only included the categorization of Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin and Baodan in ancient martial arts, but also a bound copy of an ancient martial arts fist technique. In addition, there was an experimental data report on Mingjin. When Mingjin in martial arts reaches its peak, a single arm can exert over 1200 Jin of force, and with force attached to the body one can split rocks and stone without harming the palm.
What the hell was this?
They said it was a matter of utmost urgency concerning the future of all humanity, and it turns out they're studying ancient martial arts.
Could such a fictitious thing really have any research value?
Do not doubt the veracity of the data at hand. This morning, military district individuals have already cultivated Mingjin and Mingjin, pinnacle of Guoshu's first realm. Luo Yang fixed the doubt on everyone's faces, cleared his throat once and spoke with unwavering confidence among the 3 who had cultivated Mingjin. Yet one of them was his own bodyguard. And to align more closely with Jiang Yuan's account, he had his nearby guards go to the camp and select a dozen or so recruits who had been injected with gene samples 3 times. These individuals' one-arm strength, the vast majority, hovered around 600 gene, and even with high adaptation rates none surpassed 650 gene. But once Zhou Mingyuan and the other 2 cultivated the so-called Ming gene, their bodily strength jumped to over 1200 gene on a single arm. Such a terrifying leap, truly more terrifying than the effects of gene drugs.
What? General Luo, are you serious?
3 people have already cultivated Ming gene and have reached the Ming gene pinnacle in Guoshu. A deep ancient voice rose sharply. With the aid of gene drugs he has lived beyond 100 years, yet his bodily functions resemble those of a 50 or 60-year-old.
And yet even so,
he too finds it hard to believe that anyone in this world could truly master ancient Guoshu. After all, prior to this, among his friends some had also pursued such research, but the results were utterly futile, the so-called internal versus external kung fu and so on. At most it made the body more flexible, but it could not reach the limits of the human body nor cultivate the legendary Ming gene. And before that there had been related studies including so-called ancient martial arts and mythological legends, without exception. There was simply no one capable of producing anything substantial from it.
This is natural.
The 3 I mentioned are behind me. Their current bodily strength on a single arm exceeds 1200 gene, and within them there is a special Ming gene that can temporarily boost muscle explosiveness and cellular resilience.
Luo Yang nodded toward Zhou Mingyuan behind him.
The latter stepped out from behind him, drew his right hand to his waist, and secretly guiding the Ming gene inside, quickly charged toward a nearby cement pillar set up as a demonstration prop and struck it.
Crack!
Zhou Mingyuan's fist met the pillar. In the next moment the pillar buckled like tofu and his fist carved a crater larger than his own hand. And cracks spread from that crater along the pillar's length, revealing some of the rebar inside.
How is this possible? This is not scientific. Seeing this, someone cried out in astonishment.
Even the ancient and all others crowded around the cement pillar, examining it closely. The more they watched, the more their hearts trembled.
This was completely overturning science.
This is utterly unimaginable. A cement pillar as hard as stone was punched by a fist to leave a notch roughly the size of a bowl, and cracks ran across the entire pillar.
Surely this isn't a modified metal prosthetic.
What kind of power is this, to smash a cement pillar and yet not injure oneself?
Inconceivable. This is utterly inconceivable.
If you consider the mechanics of the force under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to carve such a notch in a solid cement pillar without harming one's own hand. A group of experts and professors shed their earlier doubts. Their eyes toward Zhou Mingyuan now resembled those of people studying a rare specimen. They longed to study his physique in depth.
Guoshu Ming gene.
This power, one that should not exist, has been learned by the military district and even demonstrated openly before their eyes.
Does anyone still have any questions?
Luo Yang surveyed the changing expressions. It was clear that the experts invited by the military district for the Kunlun project now fully believed in the truth of Guoshu.
General Luo, may I ask how you came to practice this Guoshu? As far as I know, Guoshu has long been labeled as false by many.
Someone stepped out from the crowd and under the gaze of all voiced the question that lay in their hearts. Luo Yang. In fact, the idea of cultivating Guoshu was not something we devised in the text in your hands. manhwa Jian isn't traditional Guoshu in the true sense. It gained its miraculous ability to cultivate Ming Jin only after being altered by others. We are merely learning from others, standing on the shoulders of giants as we look forward.
Luo Yang's voice grew noticeably low.
He is a true hero, even if base 099 now has only him left. Even if he himself is stranded on a strange life-bearing planet, he has never ceased to contribute his strength to all humanity. He grasped this fist technique between life and death and immediately recorded it into the Xin Niao warship's black box, using the black box's data transmission to send it back to the mother star. Now our task is to stand on this hero's shoulders and continue researching the newly refined Guoshu he created to achieve breakthroughs in Guoshu and raise the individual combat power of all humanity.
Luo Yang's voice choked with emotion.
The identity dossier of Jiang Yuan, including his relationship with Qin Zijin, had been fully investigated not long after receiving those two diaries.
Having suffered betrayal by his fiancée, he was even framed deliberately by Zhou Anhua, the third party, becoming a stepping stone.
But in such a dire situation, Jiang Yuan not only comprehended a completely new Guoshu but also immediately sent it back to Blue Star in the form of a diary. And in the diary he stated that as long as he lives he will continue to study Guoshu to open a new path for humanity. The experts and professors present grew more unsettled the more they listened and more they felt an invisible power silently pressing upon them. To carve a new path for humanity. What a formidable spirit! The most difficult first step has already been taken by someone. All they need to do is follow in that person's footsteps and push ahead. That path will gradually be perfected. Soon all invited experts and professors under the military district's arrangements formally began researching Guoshu.
Among them were researchers studying Zhou Mingyuan and the other two, the ones who had cultivated Mingjin.
Using various advanced instruments they tried to explain the existence of Guoshu's Mingjin from a more scientific angle. Yet the more they studied the more alarmed they became. They found that the physiques of Zhou Mingyuan and the other two were more than twice as strong as those of the untrained new humans. Indeed, their bodies and bones, and when the Mingjin energy was mobilized, both bodily strength and cellular performance altered in ways that were hard to understand.
Ordinary new humans punching stones or cement pillars would suffer some injury to flesh, muscle and even bones, yet those who had cultivated Mingjin would not.
This power seems to protect human cells when colliding with hard objects. It reduces most of the rebound force. The final result is that rocks and cement pillars and the like are shattered by Guoshu practitioners while their fists merely redden a little. They do not suffer injuries so severe as to break bones.
This man.
Is he the pioneer who refined the national martial arts? With the initiation of Project Kunlun, the military district's interstellar command center was incorporated as part of this plan, serving to assist research into national martial arts.
After all, Jiang Yuan was the first person to refine ancient national martial arts into a new form and successfully cultivate gene power.
Naturally, he became an indispensable part of the entire Kunlun project. He really is quite young.
Moreover, the Forerunner's gene power seems even stronger than that of the three individuals we studied.
He actually managed to hammer a metal fragment 5 units thick into a wok by hand.
After watching the video provided by Luo Yang, many experts and professors participating in the Kunlun project couldn't help but exchange whispered remarks, especially Gulao.
Before watching this video again, he had already asked Zhou Mingyuan and the other two to attempt striking materials progressively harder, from stone and concrete to metal, testing the effects of unarmed direct strikes. The stone and concrete were manageable as they are relatively hard substances with little ductility, shattering almost instantly with a single punch. Metal was somewhat different. While possessing hardness, it also exhibited the ductility that stone and concrete lacked. After being struck by bare hands, the metal would at most deform slightly.
Unless thinner metal sheets were used, the deformation effect was hardly noticeable.
Even exhausting all three, Zhou Mingyuan included, could never achieve what was seen in this video. Hand-hammering a piece of metal scrap into the shape of a wok, then still possessing enough gene power to kill a deer-like creature and finally carrying it back to the shelter supported only by his arms.
I suspect
the Forerunner may have already reached the second realm of national martial arts, the hidden gene. Look here. When the Forerunner's fist collided with the deer-like creature, there was no obvious external impact reaction on its body.
Now observe this side. When the reindeer we retrieved for replay analysis was struck by Comrade Zhou Mingyuan's fist, severe compressive deformation appeared on its chest and abdomen.
Professor Wang synchronized the video of Jiang Yuan killing the short-horned reindeer with the subsequent video of Zhou Mingyuan attacking the reindeer, playing them together.
The difference between the two was enormous. Jiang Yuan's attack resembled an ordinary punch and appeared as though he hadn't exerted much force at all.
Yet such a strike to the short-horned reindeer's chest and abdomen, causing only slight compressive deformation to the fur, directly killed the deer-like creature, blood flowing from its nose and mouth. Now looking at the reindeer that Jiang Yuan had struck, its chest and abdomen were sunken inward and the corpse bore an extremely conspicuous fist-shaped dent. Truly incredible. Hidden gene in national martial arts can suppress force within, allowing it to penetrate the body before exploding inward, leaving no visible marks from the outside. If this kind of attack were used against the starry insectoids, wouldn't it be able to pierce through their exoskeletons and strike directly at their vulnerable internal organs?
Someone said this. Professor Wang nodded upon hearing it. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, none of us have yet mastered hidden gene, so we cannot conduct deeper research on it.
Even if this power known as hidden gene experiences some attenuation while passing through matter, as long as one's gene power is sufficiently profound, it should still be able to completely penetrate the exoskeleton of starry insectoids. Not long after Jiang Yuan achieved gene power, he soon learned the true reason Luo Yang had arranged for them to establish contact with the Xian Niao warship at the Interstellar Command Center. National martial arts, previously dismissed as false, had been refined by someone into a cultivable new form. And the person they had previously attempted to communicate with was precisely the pioneer who refined this national martial art. It's a pity there are no prior records. Otherwise we could use the process of the Forerunner refining the barbarian ape mountain subduing fist as a reference to advance our research on national martial arts. After watching all the videos, Gu Lao spoke with a trace of regret between his brows.
There's nothing we can do about that.
Previously no drone probe captured the footage. The only available source was the warship's own detection device aboard the Xian Niao.
If the Forerunner hadn't accidentally found the drone probe, we likely still wouldn't be able to achieve continuous transmission for live viewing. Professor Wang sighed.
How much he too wished to know the process of Jiang Yuan deducing the barbarian ape mountain subduing fist, but the Xian Niao warship had crashed directly into the deep sea.
That intelligent robot named Lilith was an earlier model. It did not possess the continuous transmission function of a drone probe.
Otherwise perhaps they could have attempted to search the mainframe for prior records and transmit them back to Earth. Everyone need not lose heart. Let us first take the monkey fist and the barbarian ape mountain subduing fist as references, then proceed with multipath research in groups. According to the diary transmitted back by Pioneer Jiang, he will continue researching national martial arts subsequently. At that time we can use other national martial arts to deduce the process of his refinement of the barbarian ape mountain subduing fist.
Luo Yang said this. As for now,
he hoped Jiang Yuan could develop quickly on Shuelan planet, at least establishing a foothold and becoming familiar with that environment so he could survive. Meanwhile, while Project Kunlun was proceeding in full swing among ordinary people on Earth, news of the Great Wall defense line's fall began spreading. No one knew where it had leaked from. In an instant panic spread and many became terrified, believing the end of the world was approaching.
The starry insectoids are coming. The Great Wall defense line has completely fallen. Within at most a few decades Earth will be fully invaded by the starry insectoids. Why is this happening? Wasn't everything fine before? Why did the Great Wall defense line fall? Where exactly went wrong?
The information came from the Western Federation. Some videos of the defense line's fall have even circulated. Massive numbers of insects swarming into the defense base, including 6th-stage insects capable of corroding the base and warship alloys.
It's over.
Just wait to die. This time the starry insectoids have returned and our resources on Earth have nearly been exhausted.
We simply lack the ability to stop so many insects.
On the Eastern Federation side, the three elder statesmen and top human leadership convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to boost morale once again.
The invasion of the starry insectoids had not yet arrived. If humanity fell into disarray at this moment, even if they developed more refined national martial arts based on the ancient techniques, the widespread panic would severely hinder further development.
After half an hour of emergency deliberation, the Eastern Federation ultimately devised a brilliant plan.
Release the deeds of Pioneer Jiang to the public.
Even open the live footage transmitted by that drone probe, creating a synchronized broadcast viewable across the globe. Since the fall of the Great Wall defense line was already certain, they would use this as a foundation to shine another ray of hope for all of humanity. I believe this plan is feasible and that life-bearing planet can also serve as a direction for our subsequent interstellar migration, helping us resolve the current crisis of the starry sky insectoid invasion.
Someone in the conference room spoke up first.
Upon hearing this, others also nodded, indicating they could utilize that life-bearing planet to alleviate the panic caused by the starry sky insectoid invasion.
However,
regarding Pioneer Jiang, I personally think we should keep it confidential for now, especially concerning the consumption of supplies.
Practicing national martial arts requires substantial energy.
Through our research at Kunlun, we have found that enhancement-type gene serums can provide considerable auxiliary benefits. However, given our current production capacity, once all soldiers in the military district achieve the Ming gene stage, the output of such gene serums would barely suffice. If we add a large number of ordinary civilians, the demand for enhancement gene serums would likely far outstrip supply.
Luo Yang cleared his throat.
He prepared documents based on the two diaries in which Jiang Yuan mentioned that a stronger physique leads to faster power cultivation, along with related files on attempting to use enhancement gene serums. He distributed them among the attendees in the conference room.
Isn't it said that meat can also work? Someone raised a question.
Luo Yang meat can indeed work, but the consumption is extremely massive. Take pioneer Jiang as an example. Before he broke through to the Anjin stage, each session of martial practice required at least 15 gene of meat. After breaking through to the Anjin stage, his consumption reached over 20 gene per session. Combined with his naturally higher daily metabolic needs, even supplying merely 1/10 of the human population would prove difficult.
Current food supplies on Earth are adequate. This sufficiency assumes a predominantly ordinary population with diverse food sources sharing the burden. If we pursue widespread martial cultivation for all, food production would likely become the first critical bottleneck. In that case, let us follow General Luo's proposal: allow ordinary citizens to discover martial arts organically without any guidance from us. After brief deliberation, the three senior advisors concurred with Luo Yang's suggestion. They agreed to this approach. As for matters following, any future discoveries, food-related issues might find more comprehensive resolution. After all, current meat production shortfalls do not preclude future improvements. As long as we resolve the immediate crisis first and then vigorously develop livestock farming, these problems will likely cease to be concerns. What they sought was merely gradual release. Like managing a flood when you know your dam cannot withstand complete failure, opening the gates entirely would devastate downstream areas. But if you release floodwaters, slowly keeping the water level within the dam's tolerance while simultaneously upgrading downstream infrastructure. This approach both buys time and minimizes downstream damage. Even if downstream improvements remain incomplete, by the end losses and impacts can be reduced to the greatest extent possible. Everyone remain calm.
Though the Great Wall defense line has fallen completely, we have discovered a life-bearing planet resembling Earth behind a nebula region. The reason is that when the space warship entered the nebula, it was affected by a mysterious force field, causing it to crash into the ocean. Information from that life-bearing planet can be transmitted back to our Earth through the crashed warship's main computer, but communication from our side cannot reach it. We have already dispatched a space fleet to navigate back to that life-bearing planet. Once we establish a spatial node, humanity will enter the era of interstellar migration.
Almost simultaneously,
across every household on Earth, televisions and communicators broadcast the same news report. It was a message from the Eastern Federation. Simultaneously, a live stream titled Second Earth Shuelan Star appeared on the Eastern Federation's official website homepage, revealing lush green forests at first glance. In the distance lay a cerulean sky and blue oceans reflecting white clouds. These scenes had been captured by unmanned drones when Jiang Yuan was gathering marine resources near the coastline. They were subsequently extracted by Professor Wang and others. After all, with the starry sky insectoid invasion, humanity on Earth was forced to frantically develop technology, leaving Earth devoid of such pristine landscapes today.
Incredible. Is this real?
Have we truly found a life-bearing planet? The imagery is breathtaking: emerald forests, sapphire skies and blue seas reflecting the clouds.
This is wonderful news.
Once the spatial node device is constructed, we can migrate to this life-bearing planet. By severing all spatial coordinates and leveraging the nebula's force field for protection, the starry sky insectoid problem can be resolved as well.
Fortune indeed favors humanity. Even if the Great Wall defense line falls completely, humanity can still turn adversity into triumph.
The seed of hope has been planted. Online sentiment shifted almost immediately upon the news and live stream's release, undergoing a dramatic transformation.
All manner of negative discourse vanished instantaneously.
People once again felt hopeful for the future, their enthusiasm surpassing even what had been before. Naturally, the online environment also grew considerably quieter around the same time. After all, most people flocked toward the live stream titled Second Earth Shuelan Star.
So beautiful.
Is this really Shuelan Star?
It is just as stunning as the photo outside.
Though this guy's luck is dreadful, he found a life-bearing planet only to crash his space warship into the ocean.
If he hadn't crashed, wouldn't we already be migrating?
You should be grateful, sir. Entire warship, he was the sole survivor. You talk easy from a position of safety.
Correct. He is our human hero.
If he hadn't survived to transmit news of this life-bearing planet back, we would likely be sitting idle waiting for another starry sky insectoid invasion.
Regarding Jiang Yuan's identity.
After deliberation among human leadership, they temporarily bestowed upon him the title of Fleet Commander, searching for a life-bearing planet. The purpose was to buy time, reducing the likelihood of ordinary people discovering national martial arts which could trigger the complete collapse of the dam. Jiang Yuan, however, remained entirely unaware of this. At this moment he was transferring all the roasted deer meat near the campfire into the shelter for safekeeping. He wished to prevent it from being left outside where carnivorous creatures might be attracted and ruin the meat he had so carefully prepared.
Tonight I can finally get a good night's sleep. With this shelter and fireplace the temperature will be at least several degrees warmer than outside. After organizing the deer meat, Jiang Yuan quickly moved the outdoor campfire inside as well. As the firewood burned in the fireplace, the room's temperature soon rose 3 to 4 degrees above the outside air. Even without additional heating measures, Jiang Yuan lay upon the simple bed woven from vine ropes and branches, feeling no particular chill. What a cozy feeling, although this guy is a bit miserable being the only survivor and unable to connect with us, but his little cabin gives off such a comfortable vibe. Yeah, especially that fireplace burning with logs, the flickering orange flames even though separated by the vast starry sky makes me feel warm. Don't panic everyone. As long as our blue star fleet arrives here and establishes a space node teleportation device, we can also go to this planet called Water Blue Star and enjoy such a life. Right, it's only a little over 3 years, isn't it? We have fought against the starry sky insect race for centuries, so we don't mind a few more years. In the shelter, Jiang Yuan quickly fell asleep while the live stream that had just started on Blue Star became increasingly lively. Apart from Blue Star, the first life planet discovered by humanity. Just this gimmick directly attracted many viewers staying in this livestream and unwilling to leave. Especially now that the Great Wall defense line has been breached, humanity is facing the urgent situation of another invasion by the starry sky insect race. This suddenly emerged life planet. Naturally, it became the hope of all humanity. The situation is even better than we expected. With the news of Water Blue Star being announced, not only were all previous problems resolved, but even the negative and pessimistic comments on the internet completely disappeared in a short time. In the military district's conference room, the top human officials looked at the latest report and couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. Everything was heading in a very good direction. That's good. Next, we need to comprehensively upgrade the breeding industry and also increase production capacity of enhancement-type gene agents in a targeted manner. Once the news of the national martial art leaks out, I'm afraid it will soon trigger a frenzy of nationwide cultivation of the national martial art. If this problem cannot be solved, it might cause new issues. Fortunately, Luo Yang already has some ideas on this. That is, while increasing the production capacity of enhancement-type gene agents, we must also stabilize the current price for sales. Thus we can both alleviate the issue of insufficient production and avoid the reputation of not granting ordinary citizens purchasing rights. As for meat food, the market determines the price. So it needs to be appropriately raised later to curb the situation where too many martial artists appear at once, causing the market to collapse instantly. But he didn't know. These problems were actually not problems. After all, everyone's talent and aptitude differ, and the time to cultivate inner force varies. Moreover, many people failed to adapt to gene agents. To reach a level like Jiang Yuan's, where he consumes a normal person's several days' worth of food in one meal, would probably take at least several years or even longer. It is not as they thought that simply publishing the improved national martial art technique would enable the entire population to cultivate inner force simultaneously. It's already 8 o'clock. Several hours passed in a flash. On Water Blue Star, Jiang Yuan woke up and glanced at the watch on his wrist. It was already 8:10 in the morning. The sky outside was completely bright. A fiery red sun hung in the eastern sky, clearly indicating that today would be a sunny day. It must be said, with the fireplace and the shelter last night was the most comfortable sleep he had in these past few days. He felt refreshed in body and mind. His energy was also full. Jiang Yuan got up from the bed, put on his shoes, took a few pieces of yesterday's roasted venison and went outside to rekindle a campfire to heat them up. Cultivating the national martial art is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Even the slightest slackness could cause days of effort to go to waste. Therefore, even though he woke up late today, Jiang Yuan had no intention of slacking off. He lit a campfire and heated up the roasted venison. After that, he went outside the shelter to a relatively spacious open area and began practicing the brutal 8-mountain suppressing fist. Ho! Is the streamer practicing ancient national martial arts? I didn't expect the hero who discovered this life planet to have such a down-to-earth hobby. I think it's fine. Not to mention other things. Actually, when I was a kid, after watching those kung fu movies, I also imagined being able to learn kung fu and become a warrior who could punch exoskeleton armor and kick bugs. You have to say the streamer's moves really look professional. Especially since he has injected gene agents 6 times. 6 times. Doesn't that mean his single arm strength exceeds 1,000 gene? No wonder I see him performing this set of punches with such vigor, even more impactful than those in kung fu movies. The viewers in the livestream, upon seeing Jiang Yuan practicing the brutal 8-mountain suppressing fist, couldn't help but discuss it in the bullet comments. However, because the official side made a few minor tweaks when releasing Jiang Yuan's information, this didn't cause any major uproar.
In particular, the fact that successfully injecting gene agents 6 times alone could allow Jiang Yuan to cultivate inner force was kept under wraps for quite a long time. After all, inner force is intangible. Even if Jiang Yuan is before killed a short-horned elk with one punch, people would only attribute it to the gene agents. Moreover, Luo Yang in a rather insane move equipped Jiang Yuan with a pair of newly developed mechanical prosthetic arms based on his previous actions, so even if Jiang Yuan punched a metal fragment again there would be no risk of exposure. Truly clever as hell. Jiang Yuan was completely unaware of this. After finishing his practice of the brutal 8-mountain suppressing fist, the venison he had placed near the campfire to heat was ready. He walked over quickly. Picking up one piece weighing 2 or 3 gene, he tore into it with big bites, quickly devouring it all. Then came the second piece. Third. Fourth. It wasn't until he had eaten 7 pieces in a row that his pace gradually slowed, no longer as ravenous as before. The unmanned surveillance drones used for alertness naturally captured this scene. This. It seems becoming a new human isn't all benefits. With this terrifying appetite, I'm afraid my salary might not be able to support myself. The comment above is right. Just now those large pieces of meat, each piece probably weighs about 3 gene. The streamer ate 8 pieces in total, weighing over 24 gene. That's enough for me to eat for at least 3 or 4 days. I'm a girl with a small appetite. If I eat sparingly, I could probably last over a week. Terrifying as such. So I should be glad that I failed to adapt to the gene agent, otherwise I'd have wasted money and might not even be able to support myself. 1. Watching Jiang Yuan's exaggerated appetite, many people were shocked and secretly thought they were lucky they hadn't successfully adapted to the gene agent. However, when the national martial art is later exposed, these people will regret it, lamenting why they didn't succeed in adapting, otherwise they could have taken many fewer detours. Next comes preparing provisions for the winter, and judging by the tree's condition the season seems to be autumn after summer. If the coming winter snows and he has not gathered enough food and firewood, even if he had mastered the strength within Guishu, it would be hard to endure the bitter depths of winter. Having dispelled the hunger in his body, Jiang Yuan pondered his next plan. Although he hadn't spent long on this life-bearing planet, from the shedding leaves of some trees it wasn't hard to tell the season he was in. If he wants to get through the coming winter more comfortably, he must gather as much food and firewood as possible. After all, once it snows, the ground may be covered by snow. Whether gathering food or firewood, the difficulty would rise several times, even tens of times compared to now. With this in mind, Jiang Yuan heated water in an iron pot made from scrap metal, left it to cool in the shelter, then picked up his hunting knife and headed toward the forest. There was roasted venison for now, so he focused on gathering firewood. And the method he used was brutal. Directly in the dense forest he used a scrap metal hunting knife to chop trees. There was still time before winter. From the current daytime temperature of about 10 degrees Celsius there remained at least 1 to 2 months before winter, leaving plenty of time for the trees to dry. Moreover, the trees Jiang Yuan chose were not particularly large. This efficiency is far easier than searching for dead trees in the jungle. The only trouble is that he needs to haul the felled trees to a sunlit place. Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, there is Lilisai, the intelligent robot, who can help him with many tasks such as this. In the forest, while Jiang Yuan chopped trees, Lilisai hauled the felled trunks to the open space near the shelter. Of course, the branches were removed. Compared with the thicker trunks, these branches were much thinner and dried faster. So he left them in the woods, and when they dried enough later he would return here to collect them. Fortunately, the main pack has Lilisai, the intelligent robot, otherwise if he were alone he would be exhausted beyond measure. Indeed, this is both chopping and hauling. Even if the main pack had undergone 6 injections of gene serum, it could not endure such labor. And it is unclear how cold the winter on this life-bearing planet will be. From the nearby trees it seems to be mid-autumn. This is unclear based on the current temperature and the trees. There is no way to derive anything definitive, and temperatures at different latitudes vary. There are many people in the live stream as well. They notice the leaves turning yellow on the trees. But as they say, the current conditions cannot reveal what the coming winter's temperature will be. Therefore they are very supportive of Jiang Yuan's drying operation. After all, preparedness pays off. Even if the winter that follows is not cold, these pre-cut and dried firewood can still be used for heating and cooking. What matters is that they did not prepare in advance. If winter snow covers the ground with a thick layer, it could become a deadly danger. To be safe, he must build a woodshed to place the wood so it won't get wet in rain. The shelter isn't spacious, even placing wood inside won't take long. Only by having a relatively large woodshed outside the shelter would there be enough winter firewood. This concerns his own life. This makes Jiang Yuan wary. It would be a pity if the Suwanio warship had not fallen into the sea, otherwise why would he go to such trouble? Even if the Suwanio warship's main energy source is damaged, its internal controllable nuclear fusion backup energy would be enough to power the ship's devices for decades or even centuries.
Not to mention winter.
Even facing the vacuum of outer space, the Suwanio warship can maintain an internal temperature, sparing him a lot of trouble.
There is no need to do things like now.
Whether it is the shelter or the firewood for warmth, everything must be prepared by him, otherwise one would simply gamble that this winter won't snow.
Lilisai.
Return to stoking a bonfire and fetch the venison from inside to warm near the flames.
Time quickly reached around 5 o'clock.
The sun had already sunk behind the western treetops and the forest's light had noticeably dimmed.
Very well, Commander.
Lilisai replied. With one hand dragging a felled trunk stripped of branches, she hurried back toward the shelter.
A busy day had passed.
Jiang Yuan was unsure how many trees he had chopped down. He only knew that when he returned to the shelter there was a tangle of wood piled here and there. The speed of gathering firewood was fast, but the pants were a bit worn and those branches were really sharp. A slight misstep could cause a cut. The fabric had been torn in several places by the branches, and even the skin underneath bore some bloody marks, especially on the right calf. Because a sharp chopped branch slashed him, a cut appeared. Fortunately it was only a few centimeters long. And the deepest part was in the middle, the ends only lightly scraped. It would be a narrow escape. He considered practicing another external martial art. The external training he saw in that film seemed to be remarkably effective. Perhaps after mastering it his own skin would be as tough as in the movie, immune to ordinary blades, not to mention the branches in the forest.
Jiang Yuan used a bamboo tube, scooped some water from the iron pot and drank.
Then he sat by the bonfire and ate the venison that Lilisai had warmed there. Similarly to before, he casually used his watch to pull a film from Lilisai's database to pass the time.
This was a film about iron shirt cultivation, in which a practitioner trains an iron shirt, not fearing fists, blows, or even knives. Although the effects looked poor, they gave Jiang Yuan a very good inspiration.
Internal martial arts like manhwa Yue Quan focus on the body's qi and vitality, yielding only modest boosts to physical strength.
But they do not contribute much. External styles such as Hanglian emphasize tempering the body and pay less attention to qi and vitality.
Even without driving qi into the body, having mastered external training would still provide solid defense, completely avoiding a day like today when the skin was torn by branches.
The skin was cut by branches.
Lilith searched the database for some external training methods related to body hardening.
With this thought,
Jiang Yuan turned his head directly and instructed Lilith, who was beside him, to search her database for content related to body hardening techniques.
On Blue Star.
Luo Yang, who had been closely monitoring the situation on Water Blue Star, instantly couldn't help but hold his breath, not daring to exhale even the faintest trace. Afraid that even the slightest carelessness would disturb Jiang Yuan, who was far away on Water Blue Star. A total of 32520 articles were found, of which 232 cultivation methods meet your requirements.
Lilith's voice quickly sounded.
At the same time, the wristwatch projection displayed on the screen before Jiang Yuan showed many filtered body hardening techniques. Among them were those specifically for training strength, as well as separate exercises for the lower limbs, upper limbs, or even claw techniques and head techniques. Of course, the most astonishing was the iron crotch technique. It was said that after mastering it one could have an invincible crotch, immune to punches and kicks and even capable of withstanding swords, spears and halberds. The only problem was that its training was too limited and did not meet Jiang Yuan's needs. As for the well-known golden bell cover, it was an ancient martial arts method that had transcended national techniques. It was not something he could touch at present. Better choose the iron shirt.
Later I'll practice a finger-type body hardening technique like eagle claw skill, so that my offensive capabilities can also be improved simultaneously.
Anyway, one method is cultivation and two methods are also cultivation.
Besides, internal boxing relies on the force cultivated within the body. Once the force is exhausted, an internal boxing master can no longer be formidable. On the contrary, external boxing focuses on tempering the body. Even if the force is nearly depleted with body hardening techniques, actual strength will not be greatly affected.
With that in mind, Jiang Yuan immediately stood up, walked into the shelter, took out more than a dozen pieces of venison, each about 3 jin, and placed them near the campfire to heat. Then he sat beside the campfire, carefully studying the iron shirt displayed on the wristwatch. After about a few breaths, characters began to appear in his mind, just as when he had previously deduced the barbaric ape-suppressing mountain fist. But compared to the original monkey fist from last time, this iron shirt appeared much simpler. Even though it was divided into pure external training and internal assisted training, its length was only 2/3 of the monkey fist.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Time flew by. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt an intense hunger pang in his body.
At the same time, the cultivation technique being deduced in his mind slowed down, as if stuttering, with characters appearing at varying speeds.
Jiang Yuan, who had anticipated this,
quickly grabbed a piece of heated roasted venison from near the campfire and stuffed it into his mouth like a gulp.
However, the speed had decreased considerably.
He could only rely on the instinct driven by hunger to absorb the energy from the venison in his stomach and then use it to deduce the iron shirt. Naturally, the efficiency was greatly compromised. Why not try the breathing technique from the barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist? Suddenly a thought popped into Jiang Yuan's mind. After all, the barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist inherently required dietary supplementation, and its breathing technique could accelerate the body's absorption of energy from food. It could just compensate for the problem of obtaining energy from food too slowly. With this idea in mind, Jiang Yuan gulped down several pieces of venison in one go, then began to absorb the nutrients and energy from the venison according to the breathing technique recorded in the barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist. Sure enough, the speed of the iron shirt being deduced in his mind significantly increased again, almost catching up to the previous evolution frequency. It works. Seeing such results, Jiang Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset and devoted himself fully to the deduction. When his body once again signaled hunger, he continued to devour the venison in large mouthfuls while multitasking. Repeating this cycle, when the dozen or so pieces of venison were almost gone, the body hardening technique iron shirt being deduced in his mind successfully transformed into an external cultivation method called 3 talents body hardening. Its content was divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower. Each volume corresponded to a realm. Moreover, its training method, like the iron shirt, was divided into pure external training and internal training, which could be practiced separately or simultaneously to complement each other. The first talent body can withstand punches and kicks after circulating chi. The skin becomes as hard as leather, and it also provides some enhancement to physical strength. The second talent body can withstand blades, spears and halberds after circulating chi. The skin becomes like refined steel, and punches and kicks can shock and injure others. The vital point is located at the body's critical spots. The third talent body can withstand the power of divine weapons. Even a famed sword that cuts through iron like mud can only break the skin but not injure the flesh. The vital points after further cultivation to perfection are reduced to only the eyes and mouth. Compared to the iron shirt, this evolved 3 talents body hardening showed a remarkable change. From being impervious to ordinary swords and knives to being able to withstand the power of divine weapons, the improvement was far from trivial. It would not be an overstatement to call it a qualitative leap. This defense. If I really cultivated to the great perfection of the 3 talents, I'm afraid that just by the strength of my body I could rival the 4th stage starry sky insect race right. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan himself was astonished. He had only intended to deduce an external technique that would allow him to move through the jungle without having his skin scratched by branches. Unexpectedly, what he finally evolved was such a powerful body hardening method. The 3rd stage starry sky insect race's exoskeleton could only compare to ordinary iron plates, so it certainly could not withstand a famed sword that cuts through iron. Therefore, mastering this 3 talents body hardening could potentially match the 4th stage insects. As for the truth, setting aside other matters, just from the force he had cultivated from the barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist, one could see that what he deduced was never just a showy but useless item. At least the force derived from the barbaric ape suppressing mountain fist and the description of hidden force in its essence were not exaggerated in the slightest. It said it could deform a chest guard, and it absolutely could not fail to dent metal fragments. Moreover, he who had just entered the initial stage of hidden force had already forged a metal iron pot with his bare fists. As for the cultivation method, better adopt the internal assisted method. According to the 3 talents body hardening, using blood and chi for auxiliary tempering, whether in terms of cultivation speed or the effect of the achieved talent body, is superior to pure physical beating with drug stimulation or even a combination of internal and external cultivation. Jiang Yuan briefly reviewed the content in his mind and quickly made a plan for subsequent cultivation based on the description. He would use force to stimulate the body, thereby enhancing the toughness of skin, flesh and bones, and achieving the goal of cultivating the 3 talents body hardening. After all, aside from having already cultivated hidden force, given the conditions on Water Blue Star, he could not find medicinal herbs in a short time to supplement the physical stimulation of blunt instrument beating needed to cultivate the desired body hardening chi. Moreover, according to the 3 talents body hardening, using force as an aid, his efficiency in cultivating this external method should be faster than pure external training or a combination of internal and external. The defensive effect after completion would also be stronger. What's wrong with Pioneer Jiang? Why did he suddenly eat so much venison? Wasn't it only when he practiced the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist that he would replenish a large amount of meat? Inside the Kunlun Research Institute, Professor Wang and Elder Gu along with others stared at the large screen showing Jiang Yuan devouring over a dozen pieces of roasted meat in one go. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Through their recent research and repeated viewing of the live broadcast footage transmitted by the unmanned probes, they had become quite familiar with Jiang Yuan's situation. They had already become very well acquainted with his habits. Only after practicing the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist every morning would Jiang Yuan need to consume a large amount of meat. But this time it was in the evening. Could it be related to Pioneer John's research on a new martial art? Or perhaps he has already mastered it. A young man in a white lab coat spoke, looking at the unclear truncated replay of the iron shirt technique that had been replayed. Because the wristwatch used holographic projection technology, the unmanned probes could not fully capture it, only seeing a very small portion of the content. It happened to be the original version of the iron shirt that Jiang Yuan was using as a basis for deduction.
Xiaozhou, why don't you give it a try?
Attempt to circulate your internal force according to the method described in this iron shirt and see the effect.
The crowd's thoughts suddenly became clear.
Only this explanation could justify why Jiang Yuan had suddenly consumed a large amount of meat.
Zhou Mingyuan cooperated and walked over.
His gaze fell on the iron shirt that had been retrieved from Blue Star based on its name, and he directly skipped the external training in medicinal aids.
He attempted to mobilize his internal force.
However, no, following this method I simply cannot activate my internal force, let alone stimulate the flesh, blood and bones for tempering. Zhou Mingyuan sat quietly for a while, then under the expectant eyes of the group he shared his experience of cultivation. Without being able to activate internal force he could not temper the body. Naturally, without being able to temper the body he could not cultivate this iron shirt technique.
Perhaps you are still not familiar with it.
Just like with the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist, didn't it take you all several days to successfully cultivate the internal force?
Professor Wang suddenly spoke up.
As someone who had known about the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist earlier than the others, a conjecture quickly formed in his mind. The others nodded in agreement.
Pioneer Jiang could succeed in one attempt because he is exceptionally talented.
After all, the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist was his improvement. And for us, even if we imitate exactly, it takes a lot of time to cultivate the internal force, which fully demonstrates the gap in talent between us. Zhou Mingyuan had no objection to this conjecture. Although he was the first person on Blue Star to cultivate internal force compared to Pioneer Jiang, he was still self-aware. Someone who could improve a new martial art was beyond his comparison.
As he recognized his own position, everyone including Zhou Mingyuan once again adjusted their mindset. They continued their research on this iron shirt technique.
Of course, other martial arts were also being studied simultaneously.
This iron shirt was used as a reference and case study, awaiting Jiang Yuan's cultivation insights to be written in his diary.
Then through the transmission device of the Xian Niao warship the data would be sent back to Blue Star. Perhaps they could extract key information on how to improve martial arts. Meanwhile, on water, Blue Star, Jiang Yuan, after deducing the 3 talents body tempering art, took some more venison and placed it near the campfire to heat up. Although the 3 talents body tempering art did not explicitly require meat replenishment, it consumed blood and energy. In the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist, body energy and internal force could be drawn from food and medicine.
Roughly speaking, wasn't this the same as needing meat replenishment?
Better safe than sorry, so I don't end up consuming too much internal force and feeling that terrible hunger without having the venison prepared in advance.
Although the venison was already cooked.
Eating too much cold venison would cause a significant drop in body temperature, which was not friendly to him as he had not yet reached the state of being impervious to heat and cold. However, his operation stunned the viewers in the live stream.
What's going on? Didn't the streamer just eat over a dozen pieces of venison?
Why is he taking out so much more and heating them near the fire?
Hasn't he had enough yet?
Really? He already ate so much earlier and now this much more. How big is the streamer's stomach? Plus, he doesn't look like someone who can eat that much. My guess is it's definitely a side effect of the 6 gene therapies. After all, we can't find a second person on Blue Star who has successfully undergone 6 gene therapies like him, so it's not strange that we don't know about this side effect.
The above makes sense.
Now I'm more and more grateful that I didn't get matched with gene therapy.
Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to support myself. Ahem. Brother, you're overthinking it.
I'm not looking down on you, but if you can't support yourself, you probably can't even afford the gene therapy fees. The barrage of comments rolled on. At this moment, Jiang Yuan, after securing the venison, began to perform some stance-like movements in the open space near the shelter. According to the 3 talents body tempering art, using internal force to stimulate the flesh, blood and bones required combining internal force with special movements similar to the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist.
Moreover, different movements stimulated different parts of the body.
However, the mighty ape suppressing mountain fist consumed physical energy, converting the nutrients and energy stored in the cells into blood and internal force for martial arts. On the other hand, the 3 talents body tempering art used the blood and internal force within the body to stimulate the skin, flesh and bones, tempering them to become tougher. Just like iron, after being hammered thousands of times, it can transform into harder steel. Hence the saying, steel comes from 100 refinements. However, as Jiang Yuan began to practice the 3 talents body tempering art, the viewers of the livestream became bewildered once again. Is the streamer starting to practice martial arts again?
Doesn't he know this stuff is all fake? No matter how much he practices, it's useless, just like doing exercise. Maybe the streamer just thinks like that. After all, moving is healthier. Get out of here, moving is healthier. The streamer has been cutting trees all day. Isn't that exercise enough? Isn't there a possibility that the streamer is just too bored so he's finding some other hobbies? And what if he actually succeeds? Do you believe that? Actually succeed. Would you rather believe that my ancestor was Qin Shi Huang or that the streamer can master this martial art? Isn't that nonsense? Of course I believe you. At least Qin Shi Huang really existed, but martial arts are completely fictional. As the power within his body was consumed, Jiang Yuan soon felt a tingly ant-crawling sensation spreading through his skin, flesh and bones. And as time passed, the sensation grew more pronounced, gradually sharpening into a tingling ache. No wonder they say practicing external martial arts requires greater perseverance than internal cultivation. Aside from everything else, the pain of qi and blood energy stimulating the body is truly unbearable for ordinary people. It was less like training and more than self-torture. He treated his body as iron being hammered repeatedly, forging and tempering it with qi and blood energy. Fortunately, his body also possessed the blessing of 100-fold talent. The improvement speed of his flesh, muscles and bones was much better than he expected, and with more precise control over his power. The pain during his forging was not unbearable. Since this pain is tolerable, I'll cultivate until my internal power is exhausted or my body shows signs of fatigue. Although cultivation resembles sailing against the current, it also requires balance between tension and relaxation. It cannot be pursued day and night without rest. Otherwise the results will be counterproductive, damaging one's foundation. Following the movements from the 3 talents external training method, Jiang Yuan practiced for about half an hour before feeling his internal power was completely depleted. However, as he paused, the effects of tempering his flesh and bones naturally faded, unlike the savage ape mountain suppressing fist, which depletes the body's cellular energy, triggering an insatiable hunger. Without replenishment, this would cause irreversible damage. So it seems the 3 talents external training method doesn't require food supplementation unless I wish to continue cultivating even after depleting my internal power. Jiang Yuan sensed his body's condition. Within him he could faintly feel that breath of external training qi. Without requiring deliberate guidance, this qi naturally flowed through his body, strengthening his physical frame. Though the improvements to his flesh and bones were modest, considering this was only his first time cultivating, achieving such results was already quite remarkable. This isn't bad, at least it doesn't significantly increase food consumption. The only trade-off is that internal power gets heavily depleted for 3 talents body cultivation. Taking the venison near the campfire, Jiang Yuan walked back toward the shelter and rehung it above the fireplace inside. He then went outside to grab a burning log, stuffed it into the fireplace to relight the fire, and lay down on his bed to rest. So the streamer just took out that venison and placed it near the campfire to warm it up, all for fun. Ugh. That's pretty boring. It seems the streamer has been on Water Blue Star so long without anyone to talk to that his mental state is starting to show. Exactly. Even though Lilith looks human, she's just an intelligent robot. She can't truly serve as an emotional anchor. That's probably why the streamer took up cultivation, since it's practically impossible to succeed at it anyway. Thankfully, it's only been a bit over 3 years. The other fleet should reach Water Blue Star soon, and by then this problem won't be an issue anymore. The unmanned drone hovered outside the shelter. As Jiang Yuan closed the wooden door and the window beside the fireplace, his figure instantly vanished from the livestream. Nevertheless, even in this situation, many viewers in the livestream couldn't bear to leave, staying instead to continue admiring the nightscape of Water Blue Star. 2 moons hung in the sky while stars glittered across the night. When Jiang Yuan awoke the next morning, the qi and blood he had depleted had recovered somewhat. What replaced it was a hunger more intense than before. It seems once the second realm of national martial arts is achieved, the qi and blood energy becomes an inherent force that passively restores even when completely depleted. Jiang Yuan didn't rush to eat the venison. Instead, like before, he headed to the open area outside to practice the savage ape mountain suppressing fist. As for warming the venison, Lilith, the life management intelligent robot, had already adapted to his habits and taken over this task automatically. But today, after finishing his practice of the savage ape mountain suppressing fist, he didn't rush into the jungle to gather firewood like he had the day before. Instead, after satisfying his hunger, he opened Lilith's storage device and continued writing in his diary. Although life may be dull and monotonous, having diary writing as a seasoning makes it feel rich and flavorful. As the saying goes, finding joy in adversity, such is the essence of it. Water Blue Star, Year 1, Day 13. It has been nearly half a month since I fell onto this living planet. My life here has gradually fallen into a routine. Using knowledge from survival videos, I built a shelter and found 2 metal fragments that broke off from the warship on the beach, which I fashioned into a hunting knife and an iron pot. The resources on this living planet are remarkably abundant. With the power I've cultivated, I easily hunted a creature resembling an elk. At least for now, food shouldn't be a concern. However, unsure whether this planet's winters bring severe storms, I can only prepare in advance.
Using tools crafted from those beach-found metal fragments I felled trees and dried the wood to make firewood. This is also why after my clothes and skin were torn by branches and recalling a martial arts film about external iron body training I'd watched, I impulsively decided to develop my own external training cultivation method. After much deliberation and considerable effort, I finally refined a cultivation technique dedicated to strengthening the physical body, the 3 talents external training method, based on the iron shirt technique stored in Lilith's data. This method has 3 levels, each corresponding to a stage of external training. The first stage hardens the flesh and skin to leather-like durability while enhancing physical strength. The second stage can withstand attacks from ordinary weapons. With the support of internal training chi, the skin becomes as resilient as armor, nearly impervious to damage. When striking others, the force can injure them as well. The vital points, the mouth, eyes, lower body and death acupoints, remain the key weaknesses. The third stage can even resist legendary weapons, matching the durability of exoskeleton armor. At this level, the lower body's vital points shift inward, leaving only the mouth and eyes as remaining vulnerabilities. I hope those who come after on Earth will discover this external training technique and return it to humanity's ancestral homeland, contributing their strength to the human race's struggle against the starry insectoid swarm in my place. Done. This life is hidden within a nebula that even probes cannot penetrate, and to be seen whether the blue star humans will ever locate it. If it weren't for him being pursued, star sky insect swarm clinging to the idea of perishing with the insects wouldn't have dared venture into the nebula region. An accidental descent onto this life-bearing planet. However, if humanity later pushes the battlefield again toward the Great Wall defense line, perhaps they could from the shattered Base 099 probe the Shenbird warship's detailed flight path. After Qin Zijin activated orbital weapons and raised the entire base, he had attempted to contact the base, only the central AI brain remained intact. Others either died under orbital weapons or were slain by the invading star sky insect swarm. Forget it. When I reach true immortal, I will tear this nebula region apart with unrivaled power. Thus, as long as the Blue Star people push the insect battlefield again toward the Great Wall defense line, they will directly discover the existence of this life-bearing planet. As for the Star Sky insect swarm, he thinks that if he can become a true immortal and has the ability to resolve the nebula's field, it would not be hard to prevent the insects from approaching Water Blue Star. The power of an immortal is not something a mere insect can withstand. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Institute on the Blue Star, everyone held their breath as Jiang Yuan began to write the diary. With the confirmation of Savage Ape subduing the Peak Fist, the matter of those 2 diaries was no longer a secret within the Kunlun Institute. Only because the transmission channel was different. Bound by Lilith's model being somewhat antiquated, the diary's synchronization to the Shenbird warship took noticeably longer than the live signals transmitted by the unmanned probes. The wait stretched on. Within the entire Kunlun Institute, regardless of field, everyone paused their work at this moment, gazing intently at the main brain screen in the interstellar command chamber. This was the only place able to receive transmissions from Base 099, so Luo Yang hurried here at once. Beep. Receiving log update information from Base 099. After a few minutes had passed, the main brain screen in the interstellar command chamber finally displayed a prompt that a log update had been received. Quick. Open it and take a look. Dozens of people crowded around. Luo Yang was so excited his voice trembled. As the first to receive the diary and the mastermind of the Kunlun project, he naturally understood its importance, and his anticipation was greater than that of others. With the screen's image jumping, soon a lengthy diary, thousands of words long, floated before everyone's eyes. The earlier content was somewhat plain, merely providing a simple overview of Water Blue Star's life and environment. The only thing that surprised everyone was Jiang Yuan's purpose in refining the statecraft. This time was merely to resolve the problem of his flesh being cut by jungle branches. Truly a genius idea. It's not something ordinary people can understand. But that is not the point. The focus is on the later process of refining iron cloth armor and the changes after refinement. From yesterday to now, everyone involved in the Kunlun project at the Institute has spent an entire night to have Jiang Yuan's diary written. They aim to use their methods and approaches to try to modify and optimize that iron cloth armor. Yet the result was, they spent an entire night without finding any direction, not even a hint. This is completely different from what we thought. Especially this revised 3 talents horizontal body training. At first glance it seems not much different from iron cloth armor, but in fact it is entirely different. Yes. Especially these accompanying motions and those drugs that stimulate the body. Aside from a few similarities, the others have been adjusted and revised. Rather than saying it's an improvement on the original, I would rather believe this is a reinvention. Indeed, we can't make heads or tails of it. Besides the cultivation methods and effects being broadly similar, the auxiliary motions and medicines have been adjusted. Without extensive experiments this would be impossible. But this 3 talents horizontal body training is too overbearing, isn't it? After achieving the 3rd talent's perfection, it can match flesh to external exoskeletal armor. Shocked, As the main brain screen displayed the contents of 3 talents horizontal body training, all participants were astonished.
This is not the effect iron cloth armor could achieve.
After a day and a night of study, they had become very familiar with the content of iron cloth armor. Especially the cultivator Jiang Yuan, who according to the moves and methods within iron cloth armor had trained for a day. Therefore he had the greatest say, and he was also acutely aware of how large the gap between the two was. If iron cloth armor makes one impervious to blades and spears, then 3 talents horizontal body training would yield a golden body, elevating human flesh's resilience to an unimaginable degree. How did Jiang Yuan manage it? He managed to modify iron cloth armor into this 3 talents horizontal body training in such a short time. As the crowd reads further, their emotions grow increasingly complex. Jiang Yuan's every move transmitted via the live feed from unmanned probes is laid bare for all to see. Besides reviewing iron cloth armor, once Jiang Yuan sits by the campfire in a daze, then inexplicably picks up roasted meat and eats while practicing some moves from the savage apes subduing the peak fist. After the meat is eaten, this 3 talents horizontal body training seems to have been successfully refined. Those watching the live broadcast in real time all understand that the moves Jiang Yuan practiced last night were no different from the diaries 3 talents horizontal body training. Could it have been during the large consumption of venison? Look here. Jiang Yuan said he spent a great deal of energy to refine this 3 talents horizontal body training. And according to previous observations, Jiang Yuan's food consumption peaked during the morning practice of the savage ape subduing the peak fist. Old Goose suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, pointing at a passage on the screen and speaking. The others, upon hearing this, seemed to be awakened from a dream, instantly grasping the key. Human brains and AI minds are the same. When performing heavy calculations and deductions, they require enormous energy. So the venison Jiang Yuan ate last night was likely used to sustain the brain's computations, enabling the refinement of this 3 talents horizontal body training, with Jiang Yuan and several others as test subjects. Therefore the Kunlun Institute had long known that certain moves within savage apes subduing the peak fist could accelerate the body's uptake of energy from food. However, how monstrous the computational load must be to consume so much food energy in such a short time. Yet how monstrous the computational load must be to consume so much food energy in such a short time. Compared to the energy consumed by human muscle cells, the brain's energy expenditure is far lower than that required for converting energy into kinetic motion. Thus the energy and nutrients derived from over a dozen pieces of venison could sustain the brain's consumption for a longer duration than that of muscle cells. Yet despite this disparity, Jiang Yuan still consumed over a dozen pieces of venison. This clearly illustrates the horrifying extent of the burden and consumption imposed on the human brain by refining the 3 talents tempering body technique. If that's the case, then wouldn't Pioneer John's brain in certain aspects be even more powerful than our most advanced intelligent computers? Someone couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. However, before his words could settle, another person beside him asserted with certainty, "Isn't that obvious? Without such talent, how could Pioneer Jiang have refined the ancient national martial arts? This knowledge has been passed down for so long, with many researchers studying it, yet only Pioneer Jiang succeeded. Why? It's because his talent far surpasses ordinary people." The others, upon hearing this, all nodded in agreement. Geniuses are rare, and he cannot even be described as a genius. Calling him a peerless prodigy would not be an overstatement. All right. Since Pioneer Jiang has transmitted the technique back, we should also begin researching this 3 talents tempering body technique. By comparing it with Iron Shirt and analyzing the details of its refinement, we can conduct lateral deductions. This will help us refine more national martial arts, diversifying the path of cultivation rather than relying solely on Pioneer Jiang. Luo Yang stepped forward at this moment. Since confirming the authenticity of the national martial arts, he, like the others in the military district, had begun cultivating the mountain-suppressing fist of the savage ape. However, his exposure to the technique was not particularly long, and since everyone's talent varies, he had not yet cultivated force. He could only be considered an ordinary person with greater physical strength. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his interest in the 3 talents tempering body technique. After all, once the 3 talents body was perfected, the human physique could reach a level comparable to exoskeleton armor. In other words, even without wearing exoskeleton armor, relying solely on the flesh and blood body, one could engage in fist-to-fist collisions with 4th-stage starry sky insectoids. Moreover, one could even ignore the saliva of 6th-stage starry sky insectoids, which could corrode starship alloys. This was simply an excellent means of dealing with the starry sky insectoids. Meanwhile, on Shuilan Star, Jiang Yuan, after finishing his diary, took his hunting knife and headed into the jungle to continue felling trees. Compared to food, these freshly cut trees required sufficient time for drying, otherwise once deep winter arrived, these logs might not be able to dry out. At that point, even if his national martial arts realm advanced further beyond the peak, he might still be unable to survive. As for other aspects such as thicker clothing, Jiang Yuan had already made plans in his mind. However, this was a step-by-step process. He could not rush to hunt too many animals at once just because he needed their fur. Although the current temperature reached over a dozen degrees Celsius at its highest during the day and only a few degrees at night if he hunted too much meat. It could also spoil and rot, prematurely depleting the limited food resources on this island. Therefore Jiang Yuan planned to hunt larger prey for their fur only after he had consumed most of this short-horned elk. After drying them he would use the methods of treating and tanning hides from wilderness survival videos to make them into soft furs. Thus he would have fur for making clothing. At night he could even use these tanned furs as blankets to keep warm. Of course, if winter here brought snow, especially heavy snow reaching half a meter or even over a meter deep, relying solely on this method would still be somewhat unsafe. He would need to use firewood to raise the temperature inside the shelter to ensure he would not freeze to death during the cold winter. According to the sayings in those martial arts films, to achieve the state of being impervious to cold and heat one would probably need to become a master of ancient martial arts. Ordinary inner fist techniques. At most they could slightly withstand not too severe cold weather. Jiang Yuan thought to himself while felling trees. However, with his current hundredfold talent he was not yet able to deduce ancient martial arts. He would have to wait until his national martial arts realm reached the Dan formation stage. Perhaps by then his talent would evolve to the point where he could deduce cultivation methods for ancient martial arts. And so, time quickly reached evening and Jiang Yuan dragged several stripped logs back to the shelter. Including those cut yesterday, the open space outside the shelter was already piled with many fresh logs. Although it seems quite a lot to last through the entire winter, I'm afraid I'll need to continue collecting more wood. Especially since I plan to hollow out a heated floor heating device under the shelter using firewood to maintain the temperature inside. Jiang Yuan took some firewood, stacked it on the open space outside the shelter and had Lilith light it. Then he took 3 pieces of venison each, about 3 jin from the house, and fixed them near the bonfire for heating. Only then did he have time to examine the wounds scratched by branches in the jungle today. Compared to yesterday, Jiang Yuan was significantly more careful today, so there were not many new wounds on his body. Moreover, yesterday's wounds had completely scabbed over. Except for some pain when pressed, they felt like they had been healing for 3 days. Even the deepest bloody hole had its scab turned completely black. Could this 3 talents tempering body also have the effect of accelerating wound healing? A glimmer of understanding surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. The cultivation method of the 3 talents tempering body uses force to stimulate the body cells, causing them to continuously undergo damage and repair. This constant cycle of damage and repair strengthens the cells. These wounds, perhaps stimulated by the force, simultaneously accelerated their division and healing. It was an unexpected bonus. I should have thought of it earlier. Those movies and TV shows often use internal energy or something to heal injuries, don't they? Even if force is not as potent as the internal energy cultivated by ancient martial arts, it should still achieve similar effects through different means, albeit with somewhat inferior results. Jiang Yuan was in a very good mood. The fact that force had such an effect would greatly aid his survival on this life planet. After all, in the wilderness, one's circumstances are beyond control. Sometimes accidents happen unexpectedly, and even with Lilith he could not guarantee he would never get injured. But now it seemed he need not worry. Force had a remarkably beneficial effect on promoting wound healing and repair. Better to be safe. Let me find a wound and test it again to confirm whether this is the effect of the force rather than a side effect of cultivating the 3 talents body forging. Jiang Yuan was extremely meticulous. Although the wounds on his own body had already demonstrated that the force accelerated the healing of injuries, he was still uncertain whether it merely required consuming the force or if it must be combined with the cultivation of the 3 talents body forging. Thus, during his cultivation of the 3 talents body forging, he deliberately reserved some force to heal the wound on his arm which he had just cut open today. This was while he was chopping trees. It was scratched by a thorn from a spiny plant. The wound did not appear too deep, but since there were no other wounds on this arm, it served as a perfect contrast. A tingling numbness soon emerged from the heart along with the blood and force enveloping the wound on his arm. In his perception, the force concentrated there seemed to be gradually consumed over time. The entire process lasted about an hour and a half. It only stopped when Jiang Yuan grew somewhat weary, entered the shelter and lay down on the bed to rest. The remaining venison should last me about 3 more days. I figure after chopping trees for another 3 days the dried firewood will be enough for 3 or 4 months. Generally the snowy winter season lasts about 3 to 4 months. Even in some areas it might extend to about 5 months, rarely exceeding 6. Even if it did reach 6 months, he could gather some more firewood on ordinary days, and the challenge of surviving the entire snow season wouldn't be too great. As for determining the latitude of this island through tree species, Jiang Yuan admitted he lacked such ability. After all, although the climate and some flora and fauna of the water blue star resembled those of Earth, they were still quite different. However, he could be certain that the latitude here was definitely not the tropics where winter temperatures are mild. The method was actually quite simple. He could roughly infer it by observing whether trees shed leaves in winter. In the tropics, temperatures are comfortable. Unlike subtropical and other regions, some trees here do not drop their leaves until spring arrives. Thus in a daze, Jiang Yuan soon fell into a deep sleep. Lilith stayed in the shelter. Since she employed microscale-controlled nuclear fusion technology, she did not need to hibernate or recharge. So she was entirely responsible for the fireplace. Through the temperature sensor on the wristband, it could be observed that the indoor temperature was at least 4 to 5 degrees higher than outside. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had collected some soft herbaceous plants in the jungle, dried them in the sun, and laid them on the bed in the shelter. Thus, even without a blanket, sleeping on it didn't feel too cold. Over the next 3 days, Jiang Yuan followed his plan, continuing to chop trees in the jungle and drying them in the clearing near the shelter. Only in the mornings and evenings did he take time to cultivate the barbarian ape-suppressing mountain fist and the 3 talents body forging. Although 3 days is not a long time, the blood and force within him had noticeably increased during this period. Even though his realm had not yet broken through to the middle stage of Anjin, the duration for which he could sustain the cultivation of the 3 talents body forging had significantly lengthened. Moreover, this was not even the greatest gain. Compared to the growth of blood and force and the extended cultivation time of the 3 talents body forging, what delighted him most was the healing effect of the force on wounds. Firstly, the wound he had scraped on the first day after the stimulation of the force during the cultivation of the 3 talents body forging over these days had healed completely except for the deepest hole. The dry scabs fell off, revealing new pink skin beneath. Secondly, the wound on his arm, slashed by a sharp tree thorn, had been injured a full day later than the already healed wound. Yet after additional stimulation with the force, it healed nearly half a day earlier than the wound from the first day. This afternoon, while handling the branches of the trees, he inadvertently peeled off the scab, revealing a fully healed wound. Other wounds from the same day not only could not be peeled off, but even when he tried to scratch the scabs, he still felt some pain. It seems my earlier speculation was correct. The rapid healing of the wound is not due to the 3 talents body forging, but to the force cultivated within myself. After examining the contrasting wounds on his body, Jiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. The more mysterious the force cultivated through martial arts, the more formidable the ancient martial arts or even immortal cultivation methods he would later deduce. After all, with such a remarkable start, the ancient martial arts and immortal cultivation methods, which were even stronger than martial arts, could not possibly be disappointing. By the way, does the gene potion also have the effect of accelerating wound healing? How come the wound on the streamer's arm is fully healed in just 3 days? Probably not. I also took the gene potion, but my wound healing time hasn't shortened. It's still about the same. Could it be related to the gene potion? After all, the streamer has taken it 6 times. Maybe quantity leads to quality, making his physique different from ours. The unmanned probe captured every move of Jiang Yuan. Thus they naturally saw the contrast between the wound on his arm and other areas. However, unlike Jiang Yuan, who was directly involved, they attributed this strange phenomenon to the gene potion he had taken. After all, taking the gene potion 6 times was extremely rare, and it was possible that it caused some peculiar changes in the body. Only the Kunlun Research Institute on the military side, as well as informed parties like Luo Yang, had different speculations about this accelerated recovery. Perhaps this is related to the force that Jiang Yuan has cultivated. After all, according to the division of martial arts realms, he has reached the 2nd realm of Anjin, which naturally makes him different from Zhou Mingyuan and others who have only achieved Mingjin. In scientific terms, this is essentially elevating one's own life level to a higher plane. The star space insects were the best example. The so-called 1st and 2nd stages were actually the progressive elevation of their life levels. According to their research, Zhou Mingyuan and others who had achieved Mingjin, relying solely on physical strength and the explosive power of Mingjin, displayed data that could rival the 1st stage star space insects in direct confrontation. And Jiang Yuan, who was in the 2nd realm of martial arts, might not be far behind the 2nd stage insects in terms of physical capability. Of course, this was merely their speculation. After all, there were no insects on Blue Star for them to conduct relevant experiments, nor had anyone achieved the 2nd realm of Anjin. Lilith used Probe Unit 2 to search for larger prey nearby. Time. The next morning. As was his custom, Jiang Yuan finished his fist practice, quelled the hunger in his body, and then spoke directly to Lilith. Yes, Commander. Lilith activated the 2nd probe unit, directing it to fly toward the nearby jungle, leaving the 1st probe to guard the surroundings. Though at present his physique was already exceptionally powerful, and with the inner force he had cultivated, even large carnivores like tigers and bears were no different from the short-horned elk to him. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, he always felt that the starspace insect race had not completely died out, and it was very likely that they had already developed on this life-bearing planet. With my current strength, dealing with 2nd stage bugs shouldn't be a problem as long as their numbers aren't too great. What he feared was that the bugs might not play by the rules. They could directly send out a massive swarm to encircle him. Of course this was the norm for the starspace insect race, like ants they would gather in vast numbers winning through sheer quantity. Commander, at a distance of 1,000 meters to the southwest I've discovered a creature similar to a bear.
Just as Jiang Yuan's mind was wandering, Lilith's voice suddenly echoed in his ear.
At the same time on the projection screen before him a dark brown creature appeared, its body even larger than that of a short-horned elk.
Both its limbs and its torso were notably stout and robust. Judging by its size,
its weight must exceed 1500 gene. Although it's not impossible to hunt, transporting it would be quite troublesome. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly and then abandoned the idea of hunting the dark brown bear, instructing Lilith to search for the trail of short-horned elk instead.
After all, hunting overly large prey might not be too difficult, but transporting it would be challenging.
Based on Lilith's previous performance, objects weighing less than 400 kilograms posed no significant problem for her.
As for heavier items, she could only drag them.
For instance, the energy module supply crate from before, Lilith could only drag it back and could not lift it off the ground.
Fortunately, his luck was good.
Moreover, herbivores often gathered near the freshwater lake, so Lilith quickly located traces of short-horned elk. However, the location was somewhat far from the shelter, about 3 kilometers or 3,000 meters. Jiang Yuan took his hunting knife and Lilith and followed the lakeshore, walking briskly in that direction. Along the way he ignored the wild pheasants, hares and other small creatures. After all, he practiced martial arts,
which consumed a very large amount of meat, far more than what these small animals could provide.
Instead of wasting time on them, it was better to go directly after the herd of short-horned elk that the probe unit had locked onto. The total area of the island should exceed 100 square kilometers, since the farthest limit Lilith reached when she flew the probe deep into the island was only a little more than half the distance.
Jiang Yuan walked and thought.
This island was neither too large nor too small, at least in the short term it could fully meet his survival and cultivation needs. As for other things such as medicinal herbs, Jiang Yuan had no intention of forcing the issue. After all, even setting aside the differences in herbs between Shuelan Star and Launching, the sheer vastness of the island made collecting herbs that could assist in cultivation
far from easy.
Unless the probe unit had the ability to scan for medicinal herbs, only then might he shift his focus to that.
But that was obviously impossible.
Since discovering the probe units, Jiang Yuan had naturally conducted a series of studies on their functions and capabilities. The final result was that the probe units did not possess such a function. At best, they were suitable for scanning biological life, assisting in hunting and monitoring the surroundings. About 2 hours later, Jiang Yuan finally followed the probe unit's guidance, traversing the jungle along the lakeshore, and arrived at the area where the short-horned elk were. The trees here were still very tall. Many low shrubs grew near the ground. 13 adult short-horned elk along with 4 half-grown calves were drinking by the lakeshore.
Crack!
Jiang Yuan lowered his stance, stepping lightly as he approached the short-horned elk. However, when his foot trod on a dry branch, it immediately produced a very faint sound. The next second, several of the short-horned elk drinking by the lake raised their heads, warily scanning their surroundings.
Wait, why doesn't the streamer let Lilith handle it? I remember that Lilith, this model of butler robot, is also equipped with beam weapons. Even if she's not a combat robot, she can at least kill the first stage bugs, right? Could it be that the streamer wants to do it himself?
If he scares these short-horned elk away, I wonder how he'll cry then.
Just him.
Although I admit that after injecting 6 doses of gene agents, his physical strength is terrifying. Trying to catch these deer-like creatures with his bare hands is probably still a bit difficult because these creatures are extremely alert.
The streamer just made a tiny sound and they still caught it. Many viewers of the livestream couldn't help feeling puzzled by Jiang Yuan's actions.
After all, Lilith was equipped with beam weapons. Using them to hunt these deer-like creatures would be child's play. But what they didn't know was the real reason Jiang Yuan was doing this: to increase his own combat experience.
Hardship leads to survival, ease leads to ruin. If I only focus on cultivating my realm without growing and accumulating practical combat experience, even with a 100-fold talent boost, when faced with an emergency I would probably be very passive and unable to unleash the power I should have.
Jiang Yuan held his breath, concealing his aura as much as possible. Sure enough, the short-horned elk that had been alarmed soon returned to their relaxed state of grazing and drinking. At that moment, Jiang Yuan's body moved again. Like a stallion freed from its reins, his strength surged into his feet, unleashing tremendous power, and in the blink of an eye he had reached the vicinity of the short-horned elk herd. The viewers watching the livestream only felt the shrubs and scenery around the frame suddenly shift at high speed, turning into a blur that was completely indistinct. Only Jiang Yuan's figure remained centered in the frame. Yet even so, his rapidly alternating feet seemed to leave after images as if even the screen could not display them properly. Then Jiang Yuan swung a punch, directly knocking over the short-horned elk closest to him, which weighed over 600 gene. At that moment his force was also discharged, penetrating through the skin and flesh, surging into the short-horned elk's body and exploding its heart into several pieces.
Not
This deer-like creature was killed by the streamer with a single punch. Even after 6 injections of gene agent, this deer-like creature couldn't have died so quickly. Could it be that he hit a vital spot? Like with humans, if you hit the back of the head or something, I dare say you'd lie down even faster than this deer-like creature. Makes sense. It seems that the left shoulder position of this deer-like creature might be its weakness. The audience in the livestream was stunned, blinking in disbelief. Only the people from the Kunlun Research Institute, since they had seen it before and knew that Jiang Yuan had cultivated the hidden force, were not particularly surprised. However, this was exactly the effect they wanted. Jiang Yuan ignored the short-horned elks that fled from the lakeshore and directly picked up the dead elk. Using the hunting knife he brought, he first stripped off the surface fur. This short-horned elk would have to be processed sooner or later, so he naturally wouldn't haul the entire short-horned elk back to the shelter like last time. After all, back then he didn't have a hunting knife. He had only roughly hammered that metal fragment into a flat shape without fixing a handle or sharpening the blade. Shwa! Jiang Yuan's hand speed was extremely fast. With the boost of 100-fold talent, just processing one short-horned elk gave him considerable experience and growth. Thus this short-horned elk was quickly and easily skinned. And on the fur surface, there was little leftover meat or fat and no holes were cut. Why is there so much blood in the abdominal cavity of this deer-like creature? And that mushy thing. Doesn't it look like a heart to me? Not like. It is the heart. What the heck is going on? Why is the heart of this deer-like creature so mangled? Could it have been exploded by the streamer's punch just now? Impossible, this is through the ribs. No matter how strong the streamer is, he couldn't have crushed the heart like this without damaging the ribs. Maybe this creature is just like that, when frightened its heart explodes by itself. That reminds me of an encyclopedia I saw earlier saying that before humanity entered the interstellar age there was a creature called the garden eel that would die of fright from excessive stress when frightened or exposed to strong light. Ah! There can be such cowardly creatures. Truly the world is full of wonders. The unmanned probe hovered above Jiang Yuan. However, the image formed on launching side was at a 45-degree side angle, just enough to see the heart of the short-horned elk. It was shattered into several pieces. Professor Wang and the others couldn't help but gasp. Pioneer Jiang has improved again. This time he only destroyed the heart. No wonder there was no blood flowing from the mouth and nose of this deer-like creature like last time. Yes, and the destructive power has increased. Last time it was just internal bleeding, but this time the heart was shattered. Compared to before, this time Jiang Yuan's punch seemed to have a more concentrated area of force burst, so it didn't damage the other organs. Thus, apart from being dead beyond dead, this short-horned elk had no blood flowing from its mouth or nose. Obviously it was only possible with more skillful use and control of the force. Not long after Jiang Yuan emptied the short-horned elk's internal organs, the head and hooves, which had little meat, were discarded on the ground. He only kept the meatier parts, wrapped them in the deer hide and then placed them on his shoulder. Following the direction he came from, he returned to the shelter. Lilisai followed behind him, using the unmanned probe overhead to constantly monitor the surroundings. However, the second unmanned probe was retrieved by Lilisai and held in her hand while Jiang Yuan processed the short-horned elk. After removing the organ's head and hooves, the short-horned elk still has nearly 400 gene of meat and bones. I think it will be no problem to eat for about a week. However, to obtain enough fur to make elk blankets and quilts, I'm afraid I'll need to hunt another such short-horned elk. Jiang Yuan walked while planning his next steps. The priority was still warmth. He didn't have to worry about firewood for now, but he still needed some items for warmth at night. The daytime temperature was still manageable. With his strong physique and the hidden force cultivated within, he didn't need to worry much in the short term. In short, with his current physique he could fully withstand the daytime temperature of over 10 degrees Celsius with just a spring-autumn jacket. Only at night. After the sun set, the temperature difference would be much larger than during the day. As the temperature continued to drop, perhaps before long the fireplace in the shelter alone would not be enough to meet his warmth needs. When I get back, I'll process the previous deer hide in the second step, and when the temperature drops lower later, I'll use it for warmth at night. Although that deer hide, since he was processing it for the first time, had some small holes cut into it that didn't prevent it from being made into a deer hide blanket. Moreover, the bed later would definitely need to be padded with fur, so it was better to just use the slightly damaged deer hide. Thus, with the dry grass spread on the bed, the few small holes in the deer hide wouldn't have much impact. And the intact fur obtained later could be used to make fur quilts or fur coats, saving some time and effort. After all, he was still feeling his way, not knowing what the winter of this life planet would be like. Thinking and walking like this, Jiang Yuan walked for about an hour. Since he had removed the organ's head and hooves, leaving only some meat and bones, it wasn't as tiring as carrying the whole animal last time. So he didn't stop to rest. However, as he passed through a patch of bushes, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a hint of red among the green grass and bushes. It looked extremely conspicuous.
Could it be that thing?
Jiang Yuan's heart rate involuntarily quickened and he shifted his direction towards it. When he walked over, he found it was a plant with red fruits on top, 5 leaves forming a cluster below and a total of 6 batches of leaf clusters. And when he brushed away the soil covering the top, he saw a section of small segments of reed bolls no less than 20 in number.
Jiang Yuan used the hunting knife
to continue carefully digging down. He found that below there was a rhizome over 20 centimeters long, densely packed with reed bolls, an astonishing number. Adding the short section he had just uncovered,
a conservative estimate was no less than 60 or 70. 103 reed bolls.
This is actually a century-old ginseng.
Jiang Yuan suppressed his excitement and carefully counted the reed bolls on the entire rhizome.
The final result was over 100. You see, in the first few years of growth, ginseng does not form reed bolls. Therefore, in the trade of ginseng hunters, a century-old ginseng is allowed to have a deviation of up to 10 years in the number of rhizome segments. It appears that this living planet not only shares fauna and flora similar to those of Blue Star, but even medicinal herbs like ginseng hold no significant difference. Jiang Yuan carefully used his hunting knife to dig away the soil around the ginseng, eventually obtaining a specimen with intact roots.
However, having never seen wild ginseng before his transmigration, Jiang Yuan could not discern any variation between the ginseng on this water Blue Star and that of Blue Star.
It's a pity I don't recognize other herbs. If they too were identical to those on Blue Star, I could brew medicinal decoctions to aid my cultivation.
Jiang Yuan felt a twinge of regret.
Had he perused medical texts, he would not have roamed the woods so many times only to identify a single ginseng. Whether it was the barbaric 8 mountain suppressing fist or the 3 talents iron body using medicinal herbs as supplements was the orthodox path, offering superior recovery and cultivation speed compared to mere meat.
Moreover, if decoctions are more effective than meat, then by the same logic they might prove more useful in deduction as well.
Setting aside other considerations, decoctions were akin to water. One could gulp down a large bowl quickly, unlike meat which required chewing. In addition, decoctions could be absorbed directly upon consumption, whereas meat required digestion before nutrients could be extracted, thus naturally slower. Of course, these were merely Jiang Yuan's conjectures. Only after gathering the herbs and brewing a pot could he test the outcome. After all, cultivation was a rigorous discipline. Without practice and verification, Jiang Yuan would not prematurely draw conclusions.
Lilith, hold this ginseng carefully, do not damage even a single root hair.
Jiang Yuan wrapped the century-old ginseng in a large leaf and handed it to Lilith with a solemn instruction. As depicted in those martial arts films,
the efficacy of century-old ginseng was extraordinary. Even a slender root hair seemed to possess potent medicinal properties.
Yes, Commander.
Lilith stored the ginseng with utmost care.
Jiang Yuan hoisted the venison again and made his way back through the jungle to the shelter. Due to the time spent digging for ginseng, it was already around 2 in the afternoon when they returned. He did not rush to study the materials related to traditional Chinese medicine. Instead, he first cut the venison into small pieces with his hunting knife and roasted them over the campfire. Jiang Yuan did not discard the bones with some meat attached, he roasted them over the fire as well. As for the deer hide, he first stretched today's piece and fixed it on a branch, then removed the previous one. He placed it into the hollowed-out storage box of a discarded probe under the shelter's eaves, adding lake water to let it soften by absorption. For the alkaline solution needed for tanning, Jiang Yuan chose without hesitation to burn dry grass into ash, soak it in water, and then use the clear liquid. Although its effect might be slightly inferior to lime water, the advantage lay in the simplicity of obtaining this alkaline solution. Just burn some ubiquitous weeds into ash. Unlike lime water, which required finding limestone or large amounts of shells and then calcining them at high temperatures, the difficulty of obtaining the two was simply incomparable.
Lilith searched the database for content related to Chinese medicinal herbs, preferably with accompanying images.
After finishing with the venison and the hide, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Yuan sat by the campfire where the venison was roasting, took a piece of cooked meat, sliced it with his hunting knife, and ate it with some salt water.
Yes, Commander. Countless streams of data scrolled in Lilith's eyes.
Soon the content related to Chinese medicinal herbs stored in her database was compiled and transmitted to the communication wristband. A total of 72433 articles were found, of which 39653 meet your requirements for Chinese medicinal herb content.
Jiang Yuan casually flipped through a few.
Some contained only a few herbs, and there were even duplicates, mere padding.
Lilith removed duplicates and compiled them into a single consolidated edition.
After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Yuan quickly devised an excellent method using Lilith to process and eliminate redundant content.
At the same time, all non-redundant content would be integrated into a single compendium.
This would make the herbs clear at a glance with both images and text, and no repetitive material.
Yes, Commander. Lilith began processing immediately.
A few minutes later a consolidated herbal text, free of duplicates and compiled from hundreds of articles and books, was ready. It was then transmitted to the wristband. Excellent, this is much more concise. I just need to browse in order and memorize the characteristics of these herbs.
Jiang Yuan flipped through the entries in sequence.
Because he had requested both images and text, Lilith's compiled herbal reference included a picture for each herb.
Among them was ginseng.
After careful observation and comparison he found that the ginseng on water blue star indeed differed from that on blue star. The differences were very subtle, only in the shape of the leaves, the small red fruit at the top of the stem and the fruit receptacle below. The ginseng root itself, including the stem scars and root hairs, had no significant distinctions.
Beyond that,
as he continued browsing the herbal texts he realized that he had encountered some extremely similar plants in the forest before, but he had not recognized them at that time. And because he had not examined them closely he could not be certain that those plants were the corresponding herbs.
It seems that next time I go out I need to collect some specimens for comparison.
Ideally I should gather all the herbs according to a prescription and brew a decoction for analysis.
Jiang Yuan murmured thoughtfully.
As he pored over the herbal compendium the sky gradually darkened into evening.
Lilith, as a housekeeping robot,
possessed testing and analysis functions that could determine whether the decoction contained any substances harmful to the human body.
He could even capture some animals
to let them test the medicinal broth. But before that he could first brew a ginseng and venison soup with the century-old ginseng to see if it was as miraculous as depicted in movies.
No sooner said than done.
Jiang Yuan picked up the century-old ginseng, plucked a few root hairs and tossed them directly into the metal pot on the fireplace. Then he added deer bones and meat to simmer. Soon a rich aroma wafted from the hut as the ginseng and venison soup came to a boil. The fragrance drifted further and further away. Tisk, the host, is being so extravagant, actually using a century-old ginseng to make soup. If this were on our blue star,
it could truly be considered priceless.
The commenter above knows it's about placing it on blue star.
The crux is that the host isn't currently on blue star.
As for whether that life-bearing planet even harbors civilization, that remains an open question.
There's no getting around it.
Who made the host starship crash? If it hadn't crashed we could easily probe the civilization level of this life-bearing planet.
But as for now,
we can only wait for subsequent starships to arrive.
The footage captured by the unmanned probe was extraordinarily clear, with even the rolling oil droplets in the meat broth visible in sharp detail. Jiang Yuan was unaware of any of this.
After letting the venison and ginseng soup simmer for a while he made his way to the makeshift bathroom beside the shelter.
Though no other souls had been discovered here yet, with the unmanned probe and Lily watching, Jiang Yuan couldn't possibly afford to be too unrestrained.
Moreover, according to his wristwatch readings, both Lily and the unmanned probe possessed memory patterns remarkably similar to the human brain. They would record everything they saw and heard. Should any humans stumble upon this place someday and discover the memory footage through the unmanned probe or Lily, wouldn't that be the height of embarrassment? From the very beginning Jiang Yuan had been meticulous about such matters, even before the bathroom had been constructed.
He would retreat into the dense thickets. The flavor is quite delightful, far richer than plain venison soup.
It seems even if this ginseng holds no medicinal value I can still gather some to use as a seasoning to enhance the broth's umami.
An hour later,
when the soup had reduced sufficiently, Jiang Yuan picked up the bamboo spoon and bowl carved from his hunting knife, ladling a portion to taste. Though the bitter tang of sea salt lingered, compared to the previous batch this venison ginseng soup possessed a distinctive aroma and savory depth. Beyond that his body grew pleasantly warm.
A golden current seemed to emanate from his stomach, spreading outward until it permeated every limb and bone.
However, the true test will come tonight after I complete my practice of the 3 talents horizontal body exercise. In days past, after finishing the 3 talents horizontal body exercise by dawn, he could only recover slightly less than half his chi and blood vigor. He would need to also complete the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist, using meat to replenish his body's energy and quell that gnawing hunger. Only then would his chi and blood vigor fully restore to its peak. As night deepened, Jiang Yuan expended his inner strength and finished today's session of the 3 talents horizontal body exercise.
He wondered if the ginseng was responsible.
From finishing practice to lying down in the shelter, barely half an hour had passed when he clearly sensed his internal strength had recovered a small measure. Compared to before, it was markedly faster. If my internal strength can recover beyond 50%, then the ginseng is indeed effective. At that point I'll try incorporating it into my practice of the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist. With this thought taking root, Jiang Yuan soon drifted into deep slumber within the shelter. When he awoke it was the following morning, and the chi and blood vigor that had been utterly depleted in his body had completely restored to its zenith.
Without question,
That century-old ginseng truly possessed wondrous properties capable of accelerating the recovery of one's own qi and blood vigor.
Moreover, Jiang Yuan felt remarkably vigorous and alert. Merely a single century-old ginseng.
And it yields such miraculous results. Then if I can decipher the formula for those 2 medicinal soups, would it accelerate the cultivation speed of both the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist and the 3 talents horizontal body exercise? A thrill of excitement stirred within Jiang Yuan's heart. Time was currency, particularly on this life-bearing planet where surviving star insects might yet lurk. The swifter his strength grew, the greater his chance of annihilating the star insects before they fully matured. Thereafter, acting on last night's idea, Jiang Yuan set a pot of venison and ginseng soup to simmer on the hearth while also skewering additional venison near the outdoor bonfire.
Dual preparation. Redundant security.
Even if the venison ginseng soup fell short of his expectations, the roasted meat heating by the bonfire could compensate.
When the venison ginseng soup neared completion,
Jiang Yuan finally commenced his practice of the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist. As his body moved through the rapid forms, he soon completed the first cycle and a fresh thread of qi and blood vigor welled within him,
merging toward his heart. Then the second cycle. The third. Soon he surpassed yesterday's limit, pressing onward to the 6th iteration.
Though his accumulated internal strength grew ever more profound and the dual tempering of the 3 talents horizontal body exercise rendered his physique increasingly formidable. Yet before today he had at most managed 5 cycles. He had never breached the threshold for the 6th. But last night's consumption of venison ginseng soup had elevated that ceiling once more. Moreover, he couldn't discern whether it was mere illusion. It seemed that during today's practice of the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist, the qi and blood vigor generated within him was substantially greater than before. Only when the 6th cycle concluded did Jiang Yuan feel that familiar hunger surging from every cell in his body, forcing him to halt his cultivation. The venison ginseng soup that had been simmering on the hearth had already been portioned into bamboo bowls by Lily, earlier set aside to cool. Jiang Yuan ceased his practice at this moment. The temperature of the venison ginseng soup proved just right. Several bowls of soup down and a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, flooding his entire frame with extraordinary speed. As for conversion efficiency, it was leagues beyond what ordinary venison could achieve. Jiang Yuan merely set down the bamboo bowl and practiced his breathing technique for a brief interval, yet the intense hunger was largely dissipated. By the time he had consumed nearly all the soup and meat, the hunger had dwindled to nothing, persisting even without continuing the breathing exercises, relying solely on his body's innate absorption. It could vanish completely within a short span. This efficacy is truly astonishing. No wonder they claim that medicinal soups yield the finest results, with substantial meat consumption as the secondary option and ordinary grains as the poorest choice.
Jiang Yuan exhaled a cloud of turbid breath.
By volume alone, the soup he consumed today amounted to at most half of what he had previously drunk. Yet it entirely banished his hunger. And that wasn't even the crucial point. The real significance lay in this session of the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist, which generated 3 times the qi and blood vigor compared to yesterday.
A single day's practice today equaled 3 days of arduous training before.
It became evident that herbs like the century-old ginseng were indeed extraordinary tonics for martial cultivators.
By extension,
the nourishing medicinal soup documented in the barbarian ape subdues mountain fist might also possess remarkable restorative properties capable of producing effects similar to the century-old ginseng.
As for the distinction, it likely lay in a lower requirement for the medicinal materials age.
It seemed that even without locating all the medicinal herbs required to brew the soup for internal martial arts cultivation, he could still rely on this century-old ginseng to accelerate his cultivation speed by approximately 3-fold.
Jiang Yuan was quite satisfied with this. A century-old ginseng was indeed rare, yet this was an uninhabited island devoid of civilization.
Since he had discovered one, it stood to reason he might find another. The sole uncertain variable lay in the age and quality of the ginseng.
Problems will resolve themselves in due course. There is no point in dwelling on this now.
Moreover, relying on this century-old ginseng, I might actually succeed in reaching the Huajin stage, or even the Baodan stage may not be impossible. During these 2 instances of stewing the ginseng soup, he had merely plucked a few root tendrils amounting to nothing more than a minor scratch. By such calculations, the century-old ginseng would at least 2 or 3 months.
Furthermore, perhaps his fortune would prove extraordinary.
If he could gather all the medicinal herbs needed to brew the soup on this desolate island, the consumption of the century-old ginseng would drop even lower.
Starting today, whenever I venture out, I must collect as many medicinal herbs as possible.
Through such gradual accumulation, who knows, I might one day assemble all the ingredients. This was a process requiring gradual progression, so after forming this plan, Jiang Yuan felt no rush to see results when venturing out to gather supplies and resources for survival. Picking some medicinal herbs along the way was merely a trivial task that would not consume much of his time. Therefore, after inspecting the deer hide soaking in the clear plant ash solution, Jiang Yuan grabbed his hunting knife and hastened toward the forest. Plant ash water lacked the alkalinity of lime water. Thus the deer hide needed to be soaked for a correspondingly longer period. However, the specific outcome depended entirely on how the hide appeared after soaking. It's a pity we cannot obtain Pioneer Jiang's physical data. Otherwise we could analyze whether that century-old ginseng truly benefits national martial arts cultivation based on his physiological changes. Blue Star. Inside the Kunlun Research Institute. Professor Wang gazed at the frozen image of that pot of deer meat and ginseng soup on the screen, unable to help but let out a faint sigh. A century-old ginseng for modern Blue Star had become nothing short of a legend. After all, Blue Star's various resources had been depleted by nearly half over hundreds of years of war against the Starfield bug swarm. Forests had suffered severe damage as well. Their area had shrunk to less than 10% of what it once was. Vast numbers of flora and fauna had perished alongside, including rare medicinal herbs such as wild ginseng. Even cultivated ginseng in terms of medicinal value and age certainly paled in comparison to that century-old specimen. After all, relevant ancient texts recorded. The older the ginseng, the greater its efficacy. Then we might as well contact Pioneer Jiang directly and simply ask for the answer rather than going through such trouble analyzing bodily changes. Ancient Qi's expectation was far more straightforward. However, whether it was his own thought or Professor Wang's earlier desire, both were utterly impossible dreams. But even so, Jiang Yuan, far away on Shui Blue Star, had already proven through his own actions that ginseng aided national martial arts cultivation. Because they had observed. Upon entering the jungle this time, Jiang Yuan was not merely collecting mushrooms and fungi but also digging up plants with medicinal properties. If ginseng and other herbs were ineffective, why would Pioneer Jiang spend time and energy gathering such medicinal plants? What a pity. Pioneer Jiang didn't transmit the prescription back earlier. Otherwise we could have begun human research by now. Indeed. Medicinal herbs that are hard to assemble on Shui Blue Star can be obtained very easily here. After all, certain medicines we use now contain numerous herb extracts. However, we cannot blame Pioneer Jiang. Before, he had not discovered the herbs listed in the prescription, so there was no way to improve or verify them. It was only natural that he did not transmit unverified materials back. The Institute members chattered among themselves. Ancient Qi's final remarks were merely stating the facts. Two entirely different life-bearing planets, before discovering ginseng and other herbs, who could have proven that an auxiliary national martial arts soup would be effective. Now Pioneer Jiang was collecting medicinal herbs entirely because he had accidentally discovered ginseng. After using it to stew a meat soup, he seemed to have gained certain insights, which is why he had started gathering herbs. Fortunately, the herbs used in this soup are all relatively common ones, and the variety and quantity of medicinal plants on this desolate island are remarkably abundant. Jiang Yuan wielded his hunting knife and soon unearthed a plant of astragalus. This was a root and stem type herb. If he had not seen reference images, he likely would have been completely unable to identify it. After all, processed astragalus was sliced into flat root pieces. The unprocessed astragalus in the jungle, however, was an entire plant. Even if he dug up the root, he might still fail to recognize it. Fortunately, Lilith's compiled herb documentation included the identifying features of the astragalus plant. Therefore, he was able to spot it instantly among the grasses in the jungle. Wait. Wasn't the host supposed to be collecting mushrooms and fungi? Why is he digging up these bizarre plants now? That doesn't seem like bizarre plants. I just scan and analyze them with my neural terminal, and it turns out the host is collecting medicinal herbs. Really? Why did the host suddenly start collecting medicinal herbs? Could it be related to that century-old ginseng? I think it has nothing to do with the century-old ginseng. This guy has simply gone a bit mad from martial arts training. He probably thinks he can brew auxiliary cultivation soups from these herbs. You know, you might actually be right. I find the analysis quite reasonable. After all, the host just stewed ginseng soup to assist his national martial arts practice and then immediately went out to collect these herbs. Good heavens! Could he really have achieved something? Otherwise, why would he be so obsessed? The live stream comments scrolled rapidly. Some imaginative viewers speculated here whether Jiang Yuan had truly cultivated something. But not long after these remarks appeared, the War Deception Bureau, temporarily assigned by official order, began to quietly exert its influence. What obsession! I'd call it possession. As for achieving something through cultivation, do you really think that's possible? If national martial arts could truly produce results, how could no one have discovered it until now? Why would only the host succeed? Exactly.
National martial arts is no different from gymnastics. It's fine for exercise, but if you really want to achieve something, I'd say injecting gene serums would be far more direct. Guess what the host was reading about regarding medicinal herbs? Clearly he's collecting these herbs to prepare medicinal supplies in advance. After all, he's currently on Shuei Blue Star, where medical conditions are nowhere near as developed as on our Blue Star. That was close. I almost blew my cover. Good thing I was sharp enough to have the Strategic Deception Bureau steer the conversation beforehand. Watching the live stream, Luo Yang let out a heavy sigh of relief after reading the barrage comments. Now was not the time to reveal the art of Chinese martial arts. Humanity was not yet ready for the nationwide cultivation of national techniques. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had only cultivated up to the dark force level, not yet reaching the levels of transforming force or the higher Dan condensation stage. Nor had his 3 talents body forging technique reached its ultimate perfection. If it had come to that point, even he might not have been able to conceal it. The ability to unleash force that could tear metal barehanded and a body as tough as an exoskeleton, these could not be explained by gene potions alone. Even 3 doses would not suffice. After all, gene potions only enhance strength with limited improvement to physical durability, far inferior to the force and body hardening techniques of Chinese martial arts. One was science. The other metaphysics. Their paths diverged entirely. At the Kunlun Research Institute, they had obtained some artificially cultivated ginseng to test the effects according to Jiang Yuan's method. The final results, however, were far from satisfactory. There was some effect, but very little. Perhaps it's because the ginseng is too young or the growing environment is different. After all, we can't get century-old ginseng, and not even wild ones are available. Professor Wang and his colleagues sighed in frustration. But they had no other choice. The current state of Blue Star's environment was such that wild ginseng had gone extinct. Even the artificially cultivated ones were at most a few years old. Even if they started a ginseng cultivation program now, it would be difficult to yield results in a short time. For now, we can only count on Pioneer Zhong to make progress with his herbal decoctions. Perhaps we can also combine multiple ingredients to create a decoction that aids the cultivation of national techniques. Gulao studied the final results obtained from testing the auxiliary decoction formulas recorded in the existing martial arts texts. The results were even less promising than those from the artificially cultivated ginseng. As for adjusting the dosages of various herbs or adding or removing other ingredients, that was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Our research here cannot be abandoned either. Pioneer John's collection of herbs is extremely difficult, he has to search for each one in the jungle. Professor Wang spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. A dual-pronged approach was the way to go. Perhaps they would be lucky enough before Pioneer Jiang gathered all the necessary herbs to improve upon one of the existing ancient martial arts decoction formulas to achieve decent results. They set to work immediately. At the Kunlun Research Institute, Professor Wang and Gulao quickly followed the plan they had discussed, leading the herbal team to focus on 2 approaches: adjusting the herb quantities in the decoction formulas and substituting other herbs. As for the decoction formulas based on the national technique boxing routines deduced by Jiang Yuan, which originated from the 2 ancient manuals Iron Shirt and Monkey Fist, the formulas they chose were also from these 2 texts. However, unlike Jiang Yuan, who collected herbs according to the deduced versions, the Kunlun Institute could only follow the original versions. After all, Jiang Yuan had not yet verified the formulas and the deduced content required him to input it himself. Therefore, in his previous 2 attempts, he had not written the deduced formulas into his diary. I didn't expect the herbs matching the barbarian 8 mountain suppressing fist to be so easy to collect. It only took me most of the day to gather them all. Jiang Yuan walked a bit further into the forest, and by chance in a patch of grass he found the last herb needed for the muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction. However, for the bone-strengthening body-forging decoction that assisted the 3 talents body forging technique, which required over 20 different herbs, he was still short by about a third. Hunting knife in hand, Jiang Yuan quickly approached the grass patch. Kneeling down, he parted the weeds and soon dug out the rhizome of the Simasifuga, placing it into the bamboo basket on his back. Like ginseng and astragalus, this herb also used its rhizome, and it required special processing before it could be used. After digging up a considerable amount of Simasifuga rhizomes, Jiang Yuan headed back toward his shelter. He separated the herbs and mushrooms in the basket. Then he went to the lake to fetch some water using a metal box. He first washed the dirt off the herbs and mushrooms. Then came the drying. Slicing, steaming, roasting, or stir-frying each herb required a different treatment. And the processing methods for some herbs varied slightly. It wasn't simply a matter of washing and drying them. Fortunately, Lilith's database contains the processing methods for various herbs. Otherwise, even if I collected all these herbs, I wouldn't be able to turn them into usable medicinal materials. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief.
Moreover, when he had previously looked up herb-related information, he had not triggered any deduction like he did with the martial arts. He figured that herb knowledge was too basic. Of course, it was also possible that his hundredfold talent was insufficient to deeply evolve and deduce such fundamental matters. It was not until dusk that Jiang Yuan finished processing all the herbs. The ones that needed drying were placed on bamboo sieves under the eaves, the ones that needed slicing were cut into thin pieces with the hunting knife. For the slightly more troublesome steaming, roasting and stir-frying, Jiang Yuan followed the corresponding steps for preliminary preparation, leaving the secondary processing for after the herbs were dried. Thus several days passed quickly. The first batch of collected herbs after Jiang Yuan's subsequent processing and treatment became medicinal materials that met the requirements for decoction. I'll use this 30-year-old ginseng first to test the effect of the formula. Before brewing the muscle-boosting, blood-boiling decoction, Jiang Yuan looked at the century-old ginseng he had dug earlier and the 30-year-old ginseng he had dug 2 days ago. After a moment's hesitation, he finally reached for the younger one. The effect of adding century-old ginseng would certainly be remarkable, but since he wanted to verify the formula's efficacy, he naturally couldn't use the century-old ginseng for this trial. He then placed the ginseng on a wooden cutting board and sliced it. After that, he added it along with the other herbs into the iron pot on the hearth following the proportions specified in the formula. He added lake water and began to boil. Before long, the herbal decoction in the iron pot came to a rolling boil, releasing a strong aroma of Chinese medicine. The color of the decoction deepened during the process. However, because he used an iron pot, the heat transfer was too high, causing the decoction to evaporate quickly as steam. A considerable amount evaporated. Thus, before it had even boiled for 2 hours, the decoction in the pot was almost gone, making it impossible to continue boiling. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to filter out the decoction early. He took a portion and gave it to Lilith for testing to ensure it was safe for consumption. After a moment, Lilith gave the result: "Commander, the decoction has passed inspection with no issues. You may consume it safely." Jiang Yuan felt completely relieved. He then picked up the bamboo tube, took a small sip of the cooled decoction and swallowed it. A moment later, a wave of warmth spread from his abdomen, seeming even richer and more potent than the deer meat stewed with a century-old ginseng. It is working. Jiang Yuan sensed the warmth coursing through his body and immediately recognized its effect. It was even more potent than a standalone century-old ginseng. Of course, this assessment was solely based on the intensity of the warmth. Whether it would yield similar results for his chi and blood strength would only become clear after he practiced the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan took another 2 mouthfuls of the muscle-building, blood-boiling decoction, then began cultivating the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist, using the martial art to assist in refining the medicinal broth. This was precisely what set it apart from merely supplementing the body with meat. Much like when he had previously consumed the deer meat and ginseng broth, drinking the medicinal decoction beforehand would allow him to perform more repetitions of the Jinyue fist. Otherwise, relying solely on his own reserves, his body would be completely drained in no time. Only then could he use the medicinal broth to restore himself, while this might accelerate recovery and boost the accumulated chi and blood strength within his body. Yet the results would ultimately differ. Even if each gap appeared negligible day after day, these small differences would compound, gradually widening the distance between outcomes. The viewers in the livestream watched as Jiang Yuan finished consuming the medicinal broth and began practicing the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist, unable to resist their commentary once again. Only Luo Yang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, secretly acknowledging that these netizens were exceptionally sharp. Even though they were merely making things up on the spot, their guesses aligned perfectly with reality. However, it wasn't long before his attention completely shifted to Jiang Yuan. As the director of Project Kunlun, Luo Yang understood all too well just how difficult it was to add even one additional round of fist sequences to the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist. Take his guard Zhou Mingyuan for instance. When Zhou first began training in the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist, he could barely manage 2 rounds before his body would ache and go numb. Then came the gnawing hunger. Even now, after so much time had passed, Zhou Mingyuan still couldn't complete a 3rd round when practicing the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist. His movements were gradually increasing in number. From this it was clear just how formidable a challenge it would be for Jiang Yuan to push through another full cycle and reach the 7th round of the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist. This couldn't be sustained through sheer willpower alone. It was as though the body had hit an absolute limit, one that pure determination could not override or transcend. Evidently, both the previous century-old ginseng and the decoction he had prepared this time possessed remarkable efficacy in cultivating the barbarian 8-mountain suppressing fist. The results were plainly visible to the naked eye, yet Luo Yang remained uncertain about the precise magnitude of their effects given how slow the research institute's progress had been. It was progressing so slowly it was nearly non-existent. At best, they had confirmed that ginseng yielded certain benefits, but the herbal decoctions produced from medicinal materials showed no discernible impact on Zhou Mingyuan and the others. Has it improved by another 3 times? On Blue Water Star, Jiang Yuan, having completed his training of the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist, hurried back to the shelter and downed the cooled medicinal broth in quick gulps. Thereafter the body's ravenous hunger vanished at an astonishing pace through the combined effect of the medicinal broth and breathing technique. And during this process, within his body greater sources of force continuously emerged and converged toward his heart. Measured purely by the increase in qi and blood, the total qi and blood gained that day exceeded 3 times that of the previous day. It should be noted that since unearthing that century-old ginseng, he had been using ginseng broth daily to aid his cultivation, which had already tripled his training efficiency compared to before. Layered atop the century-old ginseng broth, the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction had added yet another threefold enhancement. This meant his progress was equivalent to using meat to supplement cultivation would have yielded only a tenth of this result. Moreover, the crucial point was that the ginseng he had used this time was nearly 31 years old. Even accounting for the fact that the ginseng's nodes had been less distinct in its earlier years, it could not have exceeded 40 years of age. The younger the root, the more potent its effects. This was sufficient evidence that the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction derived alongside the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist possessed truly extraordinary efficacy in aiding cultivation. Thereafter, as was his custom, he opened his status panel. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan 24109. Life tier 3-dimensional. I. Hidden force. Mid-level abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Barbarian Ape Mountain Suppressing Fist. Moderate Success. 3-way Horizontal Body Tempering. Beginner Talent 100-fold Initial. His cultivation realm had unexpectedly advanced from early hidden force to mid-level hidden force overnight. This development far exceeded his expectations. I've already reached mid-level hidden force. I never anticipated that with the support of the century-old ginseng broth and muscle-building blood-boiling decoction my cultivation realm would advance so swiftly. Unfortunately, I still lacked the complete set of medicinal ingredients needed for the physique-strengthening bone-forging decoction. Had I possessed them, my cultivation of the 3-way horizontal body tempering might have accelerated multiple times over, matching the dramatic improvements seen with the inner school fist techniques. Jiang Yuan was quietly astounded. Yet upon reflection he recognized this was entirely consistent with his 100-fold talent multiplier. To have reached mid-level hidden force so rapidly was nothing short of remarkable. It was entirely reasonable. In fact, he considered it somewhat disappointing that it hadn't happened sooner. If he had utilized the medicinal decoctions earlier, he might have been on the verge of reaching late-level hidden force by now. My spirits are exceptionally high today. I must compose a diary entry to commemorate this occasion. Filled with elation, Jiang Yuan promptly connected his wristwatch to Lilith and quickly established a new diary entry numbered 003 in the designated folder. The entry would naturally focus on the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction he had tested today, which had produced remarkably effective results. Day 27 of the first year on Blue Water Star. Before I knew it, nearly a month has passed since I arrived here. Through diligent study in the comprehensive herb-related documentation I accessed from Lilith's database, I have finally mastered the art of processing raw herbs into medicinal ingredients. Building upon the herbal formulas from the Monkey Fist manual, I have developed an improved decoction specifically designed to enhance the cultivation of the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist, which I named the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction. The results prove astonishing. Even when using merely 30-year-old ginseng as the primary ingredient, the decoction delivers over 3 times the potency of a century-old specimen. When combined with the inherent threefold advantage of the century-old ginseng, the muscle-building and energy-enhancing effects of this decoction reach 10 times the efficiency of ordinary meat consumption. According to my conjecture, ginseng as the sovereign ingredient in this muscle-boosting and blood-boiling decoction directly determines the efficacy of the brew. Of course, the same principle applies to the ministerial ingredients, though their influence on the final effect is less pronounced compared to sovereign ingredients like ginseng. I hope that future generations of Blue Star will utilize this decoction wisely, cultivating national martial arts to the dark force or even higher levels. Jiang Yuan soon finished writing the entire diary, only including the prescription for the muscle-boosting and blood-boiling decoction in the final section. As for the age of the ginseng, it was merely his personal speculation. However, he believed it was likely accurate. The specifics would be left for the later generations of Blue Star to discover through Lilith. They could study it on their own. He had already left the prescription for the muscle-boosting and blood-boiling decoction. Such minor issues as the impact of ginseng's age on the decoction's effect could not possibly require him to detail everything, could they? It's a pity we can't fully see what the streamer wrote, otherwise I would definitely memorize it, and after we immigrate to Water, Blue Star shove it in his face and laugh at him. Yeah, the official people are too lackluster. At least they should fix the interaction function. Just watching like this. Although we can send bullet comments, the streamer can't see them, which feels somewhat lacking. The above goes too far. The official released this clearly to reassure us and not be affected by the starry sky zerg. Do you really think this is a live reality show? You know what? The official's method really works. If I could clearly see the prescription written on the light screen, I would want to brew it and try it myself. I'm no longer as concerned about the starry sky Zerg invasion. I think this is quite good too. At least this guy doesn't know we're watching him, otherwise he wouldn't be so unrestrained and we wouldn't get to see so many amusing antics. On this point many people agreed. If the bullet comments in the livestream could truly be seen by the person on Water Blue Star, he would probably not be so immersed in cultivation. Nor would he write diaries with strange content. Wouldn't the highlights and fun be cut by more than half? Fortunately, the version of the unmanned probe is somewhat outdated and cannot fully capture the content of the projected light screen. Otherwise, if someone actually had nothing better to do and replicated the decoction according to the Pioneer's steps, that would be a real problem. The director of the Strategic Deception Bureau, seeing the discussions in the bullet comments, felt a hint of relief in his heart. Although the military and some official enterprises were now making every effort to develop related industries, the time was simply too short. It was impossible to develop animal husbandry and herbal cultivation in such a short time. Moreover, the specific situation of herbal medicine, according to the Research Institute, there had been little progress. They could only confirm that ginseng and some other herbs were indeed effective for national martial arts cultivation. But the effect was not as expected. It was merely a supplement. It was slightly better than using meat alone, but it could not achieve the results demonstrated by Jiang Yuan. However, now it was different. The Pioneer had written the improved results of the medicinal herbs into Lilith's storage device in the form of a diary. It would not be long before this diary was transmitted across interstellar space. As long as they followed the types and amounts of herbs listed, the Research Institute would soon obtain the most ideal data. It was not that he blindly believed in Jiang Yuan, but that the man who had improved ancient national martial arts and successfully cultivated the dark force could also optimize and improve the prescription to achieve better effects. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Perhaps Pioneer Jiang was born for national martial arts. At the same time, at the Kunlun Research Institute, Luoyang Professor Wang Gulao and others gathered before the large screen in the interstellar command room, waiting for the diary that Jiang Yuan had written to be transmitted back by the information transmission device of the Xianyao battleship. General, there's an issue with Colonel Qin's side. In the backup space jump node route, the last space node was discovered by the Starry Sky Zerg and self-destructed. Now they can only use the battleship's own jump device for a large-scale jump to reach the vicinity of the Great Wall defense line and then proceed to base 099 via interstellar cruise. Before the diary was transmitted, Colonel Qin, leading the entire fleet of starships to base 099, relayed some unfavorable news. The space channel formed by the backup space nodes was extremely unstable, causing them to lose nearly half of their battleships. Subsequently, when preparing for the final node jump, they discovered that the space node device they were on could not connect to the last coordinate position. If they used the starship's jump device, although the distance had been reduced to 10 light-years, requiring only 2 to 3 months to charge, the jump destination would not accurately reach the Great Wall defense line. They would still need to fly the battleship there, which would consume additional time. Fortunately, we announced earlier that the interstellar fleet would take at least 3 years to reach the coordinates of Water Blue Star. Luo Yang felt a secret relief upon hearing this. He had made this decision earlier precisely because he had considered this issue. After all, that backup space node device had been abandoned for over a century and the space channel formed by the outdated equipment was extremely unstable. Using it to jump to the Great Wall defense line was no easier than an ultra-long distance charge jump, and it could even lead to the total annihilation of the entire fleet. However, adopting this route also had its benefits. It could save a considerable amount of time. As it stood now, even though Colonel Qin had not completed the final coordinate jump via this route, the time to reach the Great Wall defense line was reduced from 3 years to 3 to 5 months. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the main computer of the interstellar command room received the information log transmitted from Water Blue Star. Almost everyone in the entire Kunlun Research Institute put down their work and stared fixedly at the large screen. Luo Yang, filled with excitement and anticipation, found the diary entry Jiang Yuan had written in the information log and displayed it before everyone's eyes. Immediately, everyone in the institute looked at the improved prescription recorded in the diary. Then, at that moment, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. How is this possible? A decoction brewed with medicinal herbs can have an effect 10 times greater than meat. There was no doubt, no suspicion. Everyone was simply shocked that the decoction from this improved prescription could produce such astonishing results. A ginseng of over 30 years, it was hardly surprising that this prescription could yield such effects, given that ginseng has always been beneficial for the cultivation of martial arts. After a long moment, Professor Wang finally snapped out of the shock induced by the medicinal decoction. But no sooner had he spoken than old Gu, standing beside him, pointed to the passage in the diary about the century-old ginseng and said, a century-old ginseng, when used without any other herbs, only provides 3 times the effect of meat. Thus the efficacy of ginseng alone would surely pale in comparison to this muscle-building, blood-boiling decoction. Moreover, look here. Pioneer Jiang also stated that the older the ginseng used as the sovereign herb, the stronger the effect.
Conversely, younger ginseng merely diminishes the potency, not renders it useless. Luo Yang nodded in agreement and added, according to what pioneer Jiang wrote in his diary, the difference between century-old ginseng and 30-year-old ginseng, both in terms of their effect when used as ingredients and when not, is indeed substantial. We could also utilize this prescription incorporating lower-aged ginseng into the decoction to enhance its effectiveness in assisting martial arts cultivation. I second that. I see no issue either.
After all, with the standard answer already provided, there was no need to waste further time groping in the dark,
studying the previous prescriptions.
Whether it was a horse or a mule, just brew the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction according to the diary's formula and conduct practical experiments to immediately know the results. Moreover, with the foundation laid by the first two diary entries, this one recording the auxiliary medicinal decoction should also be reliable.
Subsequently, the entire Kunlun Research Institute sprang back into action once more. After all, research demands rigor.
To ensure the prescription was flawless, they brewed several batches of the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction and had Jiang Yuan and several other individuals who had cultivated internal force use them. It is worth noting that with the public release of the barbaric ape mountain suppressing fist within the military district, the number of new era cultivators who had cultivated internal force had surged from single digits to double digits. And as time passed, the number of such individuals continued to increase daily. Moreover, this was due to the short time frame. Many had not yet reached the critical moment of cultivating internal force, otherwise the number could have multiplied several or even dozens of times. Soon several batches of decoction were fully prepared. First, Jiang Yuan, surrounded by numerous researchers, drank some of the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction before beginning his cultivation.
The entire process was similar to when Jiang Yuan had used the decoction.
The first round, the second round, it did not take long for Jiang Yuan to complete the 72 stance techniques of the barbaric ape mountain suppressing fist twice. He then proceeded into the third round. Everyone, including Luo Yang, held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yuan. After all, Jiang Yuan's limit had previously been 2 rounds. As for the third round of the mountain suppressing fist, he could only persist up to the 12th stance before being unable to continue. According to Jiang Yuan's performance, with the aid of the decoction, the maximum number of fist technique repetitions should increase.
Hence their palpable tension.
The primary reason was nothing other than the environmental differences between the two worlds and the disparity in medicinal herbages. Therefore, they could not be certain whether the prescription Jiang Yuan had improved on the water blue planet would be applicable to the herbs on this blue planet.
However, as Jiang Yuan's third round of fist technique exceeded the 12th stance, Luo Yang and the others realized that their earlier concerns were entirely unfounded.
Although they could only use ginseng of a few years in the decoction, for Jiang Yuan, who was merely at the Ming Jin stage, the decoction still produced remarkably good effects. The 24th stance, the 36th stance, then the 48th.
The 60th. And finally the 72nd stance.
With the assistance of the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction brewed from a few-year-old ginseng, Jiang Yuan completed the third round of the mountain suppressing fist in one go. Only when he reached the 16th stance of the fourth round did he feel his body reach its limit.
Forced to stop, he picked up the remaining decoction and gulped it down.
Immediately a warmth surged forth, and as he refined it using the method recorded in the barbaric ape mountain suppressing fist, the sensation of hunger rapidly dissipated. The effect was not far behind that of Jin potions. Indeed, the Kunlun Research Institute, based on the theory Jiang Yuan had provided, that stronger constitutions lead to faster cultivation of internal force, naturally diverted part of their research focus to Jin potions. Specifically, the theory of supplementing the body with meat-based foods was essentially the same as using energy potions derived from genetic research to provide the body with necessary nutrients and energy.
Ming Yuan, how do you feel? Does the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction significantly aid your cultivation?
The moment Jiang Yuan eliminated the hunger, Luo Yang, Professor Wang and several others rushed over and surrounded him.
I feel excellent right now.
When I first drank the decoction, I could distinctly sense a warmth spreading from my stomach to every part of my body. Later, while practicing the fist technique, I crossed the previous limit of the third round without even noticing it. Moreover, after finishing the fist technique, the decoction's effect on recuperating the body was not far behind that of Jin potions.
Jiang Yuan answered truthfully. However, his answer shocked everyone in the institute. The effect is that good.
Almost comparable to Jin potions. Professor Wang's voice trembled slightly. He was well aware of the vast gap between the Jin potions Jiang Yuan mentioned in this muscle-building blood-boiling decoction. One was an expensive technological creation, the other was merely a combination of various herbs, none of great age, prepared through different proportions and types. In terms of value alone, dozens of doses of the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction could not compare to a single Jin potion.
Indeed, that is the case. Of course, this is just my personal feeling.
The specific results will need to be confirmed through instruments, Jiang Yuan said, scratching the back of his head.
He was then arranged to undergo a series of various tests. The final test results did not differ significantly from his own perception.
The improvement brought by the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction was indeed only slightly inferior to the changes induced by the costly gene potions. Who would have thought that the ancient prescription improved by pioneer Jiang could be so potent? And this is only with low-aged ginseng. If we could get ginseng of 10 or even 20 years, would the effect of this decoction surpass the gene energy potions we developed through alternative paths? Professor Wang and the others stared at the test report in their hands, utterly astonished. The entire Kunlun Research Institute, assembled with numerous top scientists, could not match the achievements of pioneer Jiang alone. Evidently, even in the field of technology, their area of expertise, they were unable to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yuan. Truly humbling for them. The effect of this muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction is indeed remarkable. Even though I only consumed a piece of venison weighing approximately 3 gene this morning, I managed to sustain myself until noon with ease. In that case, as long as I have sufficient medicinal herbs to supplement the cultivation of the savage ape mountain suppressing fist, my consumption of meat could decrease by several fold. Blue Star. Jiang Yuan had been digging for medicinal herbs outside for half the day. By the time he returned to the shelter, his stomach felt only normally hungry with no unusual sensation despite having eaten so little venison. He then roasted a piece of venison and eating as he walked headed back into the jungle. Having confirmed the efficacy of the decoction, he instructed Lilith, his housekeeper robot, to transform into a herbal gathering robot. It was undeniable that compared to manual harvesting, Lilith's high-tech sensors gave her a distinct advantage in locating medicinal herbs. In merely the first half of this morning, with Lilith's assistance, he had already harvested as many herbs as he normally would over an entire previous day. Now that my hidden force cultivation has reached the middle stage, I finally no longer need to skimp and ration my force in intermittent bursts as before. Judging solely from the total volume of hidden force, the chi and blood residing within Jiang Yuan's heart were at least 10 times what they had been when he first entered the hidden force stage. Although he had previously exceeded this limit during each training session, the chi and blood force would gradually decline once cultivation ceased. In other words, the cultivation realm is like a container, while chi and blood force is the water it holds. Only when the container grows larger can it retain more water. The same principle applies to consumption. Even without actively refining meat, his body would continuously generate chi and blood force. It replenishes slowly. However, when the force reaches fullness, any chi and blood produced by the body dissipates rather than lingering within the heart. Using the muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction to aid cultivation accelerates the expansion of this container, effectively causing a fundamental shift in his strength. At its core, it ultimately relies on the body. No wonder this decoction is called the muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction. It must derive its name from this principle. Jiang Yuan continued digging for herbs in the jungle, deep in thought. As he pondered, the sky gradually darkened, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. Compared to the morning's harvest, neither he nor Lilith had gathered significantly more. However, Jiang Yuan did discover another ginseng root exceeding 70 years of age. Among all medicinal herbs, ginseng was distinctly rarer. Even on this desolate island devoid of any traces of civilization, mature specimens were far from abundant, especially those of considerable age. Fortunately, the quantity of ginseng required for medicinal use need not be large. Even the previous 30-year-old ginseng root had been sufficient for at least 5 uses. With today's find added to the previous century-old ginseng, he now possessed 5 ginseng roots in total. Conservatively, they could sustain him for nearly a month. The island was vast, and the areas he had explored amounted to less than 1,000th of its total expanse. Even if not every region produced ginseng, he was confident that the total population of ginseng on this island would certainly not fall below 3 figures. Next, I need to focus on searching for herbs that supplement the cultivation of the 3 realms horizontal refinement body. Although through the stimulation of hidden force I can already clearly feel that my skin has become much more resilient than before. But to reach the state of the 3 realms body impervious to the cleaving force of divine weapons, I do not know how long it will take. Jiang Yuan tallied today's harvest. Through several days of collection, the herbs required for the bone-strengthening soup to supplement the 3 realms horizontal refinement body had been mostly gathered. Only 2 remained to be found. One of them was called Sangju, described in the Divine Farmer's Materia Medica and referred to by ancient people as the essence of the mountains. It typically grows on dry mountain slopes or near rocky hillsides, favoring arid environments. In recent days, Jiang Yuan had been gathering herbs exclusively within the jungle. The dense canopy-shaded environment was too dark and damp, so the absence of Sangju was not surprising. Jiang Yuan sorted all the herbs as he had on previous days, categorizing them not only by type but also by size and quality. Especially those requiring steaming, stir-frying or pan-frying. If not separated by size, the processing would yield uneven results due to the differing sizes of the herbs. Take steaming as an example. Smaller pieces require less time, while larger ones need considerably longer to steam through. The same principle applies to stir-frying and pan-frying. Not to mention skin like leather and flesh like rubber. I haven't even fully cultivated the breath of chi within my body yet. The distance to achieving the first realm body is even greater. However, even so, through these past days of hidden force stimulation, my skin is far superior to what it was before. After washing and sun-drying the herbs, Jiang Yuan heated some water and cleansed the dirt and grime from his body. As his cultivation of the three realms' horizontal refinement body deepened day by day, the scratches and cuts sustained from brushing against the jungle grew increasingly fewer. Minor scrapes left only faint white marks. Only thicker, sharper branches could split his skin, leaving shallow superficial wounds. Combined with his daily practice of the three realms body, any wounds would heal at an exceptionally rapid pace under the restorative power of hidden force. Jiang Yuan put his clothes back on. As a master who had cultivated hidden force, his control over his own body was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. At the very least, the increase in his physical intensity made his pores far less prone to sweating, so his clothes had gone nearly a month unwashed. The inside was considerably cleaner than the outside. After all, the outside constantly rubbed against jungle trees and combined with his daily herb digging, the mud and filth on his clothes far exceeded the moisture his pores expelled. Jiang Yuan then resumed cultivating the three realms horizontal refinement body, using his own hidden force to stimulate his skin, flesh and sinews, continuously strengthening the external breath of a martial artist and enhancing his skin, flesh and bones. Even with the hundredfold talent granted by his golden finger, that could be applied to his body. His progress in cultivating the three realms horizontal refinement body still lagged behind that of internal martial arts. This demonstrated just how difficult external martial arts were to cultivate. It seems that not only the savage ape mountain suppressing fist but also the three realms horizontal refinement body, our cultivation lags far behind that of pioneer Jiang. Blue Star. At the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and the others watching Jiang Yuan cultivate the three realms horizontal refinement body observed the arm skin exposed above his clothing. There was only an extremely shallow scratch. They were involuntarily stunned. This was the very mark they had personally witnessed Jiang Yuan sustaining when digging herbs, a cut from a thorny plant. The force exerted was so great that it had snapped the sharp thorns of the plant itself. Under normal circumstances, this would have at least produced a gaping bleeding wound, not such a trivial scar. Yet precisely because of this, Luo Yang and the others were even more certain. Jiang Yuan's cultivation of the three realms horizontal refinement body had reached a level entirely unattainable on Blue Star. At the very least, Zhou Mingyuan's flesh and skin toughness had only increased by roughly 10%, far short of the extraordinary transformation Jiang Yuan displayed. On the other side, after repeated studies at the Kunlun Research Institute confirmed the efficacy of the muscle-building boiling blood decoction, it was immediately adopted as a cultivation elixir. It was named Pioneer No. 1. Preparations began for large-scale decoction. As for the various herbs such as ginseng and other medicinal plants, even those not used in the decoction, the military district also started advanced preparations. After all, what is not needed now may be needed later. Some herbal plantations that had been on the verge of bankruptcy due to the increasing maturity of technological pharmaceutical production and the gradual elimination of traditional methods, unexpectedly welcomed their spring. After all, technological production directly synthesized basic compounds. Initially it still required herbs as raw materials, but later it even fused molecular formulas directly. Thus more and more medicinal materials were gradually phased out. They became worthless scraps, tasteless yet regrettable to discard, piled up in the warehouses of various herbal plantations, left untouched for a long time. However, after the Kunlun Research Institute discovered through studies that certain components in the muscle-building boiling blood decoction could not be fused through technological pharmaceutical methods, and could only be processed using the most primitive methods, long-term decoction after traditional preparation, to aid in the cultivation of martial arts, the directive to vigorously develop herbal plantations was soon issued from the cabinet. I never thought, truly never thought, that my herbal plantation, nearly bankrupt, would one day be officially taken over by the government. The owner of a herbal plantation, looking at the document issued by the cabinet, was trembling with excitement. Transitioning from private to official ownership. Even the previously discarded medicinal materials eliminated due to the growing maturity of technological production were uniformly hauled away by the military district. Real gold and silver, turning waste into treasure. Similar events were occurring in various places across Blue Star, though everything was conducted in secrecy. All the herbal plantations that had been taken over were issued a gag order. No one was allowed to leak the news of the official takeover. Lilith pulled up the island map previously collected by the microsatellite and dispatched the No. 2 unmanned probe to draw a more detailed map. Time soon arrived the next morning. Jiang Yuan, while boiling the decoction in an iron pot, turned to Lilith, who was watching the fire, and said, "The microsatellite had a limited battery life and could only be used to draw a rough map on the fly. To obtain more detailed information,
It was necessary to deploy the unmanned probe. For a more thorough scan. Very well, Commander. Lilith followed his instructions, walked over to the shelter where the No. 2 unmanned probe was located. Manually activated the physical switch. And then connected to it, allowing it to fly out steadily. This time the direction Jiang Yuan intended to explore was the area that had appeared to be several large mountains in the previous microsatellite scan. Given the island's diameter, these mountains were located at least 1/3 of the island's depth from the shelter. Based on Lilith's previous tests, the probe's maximum range is 10 kilometers. Reaching the location of those mountains should pose no major problem. Outside the shelter, Jiang Yuan practiced the barbarian ape subduing mountain fist while pondering in his mind. Moreover, given his physical condition, even if the area of the Great Mountains was at the probe's extreme range, he could make the round trip within a day. After all, 10 kilometers was only 1,000 meters. Even if the jungle terrain was relatively complex, it would take at most half a day to cover. A round trip of 20 kilometers would take a full day. However, I need to prepare sufficient food and water so that I won't waste too much time on processing them. After finishing the barbarian ape subduing mountain fist, Jiang Yuan drank the muscle-building boiling blood decoction from the iron pot and began preparing the necessities for the day's journey. First, food and water. According to the images transmitted back by the unmanned probe, the route to the Great Mountains passed through a dense vegetation area that was not particularly easy to traverse. Therefore, he would need to spend more time on the journey. Of course, the time spent returning would be shorter than going, since on the way there he needed to clear a path with his hunting knife. But on the way back he would not. He would simply follow the path he had made and retrace his steps. Lilith determined an optimal route that minimizes shrub areas and is also the shortest distance to the destination. Jiang Yuan picked up the bamboo basket containing venison and a bamboo water flask from the ground, handed it to Lilith and said. A moment later, an extremely precise route was filtered out by Lilith and transmitted to the wristband on his wrist. The dense shrub areas were all avoided by Lilith. Moreover, the overall direction of the route was aimed at the shortest path with no unnecessary detours. The only troublesome part was that not far from the mountains there was a river about 20 meters wide flowing out from the foot of the mountains, blocking the path forward. If he went around it, he would have to walk at least 2 more kilometers. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yuan finally confirmed the route that ignored the river through his wristband. Isn't it just a small river? And the water flows so slowly, how could it possibly stump a master at the mid-stage of the dark force? Having confirmed the route, Jiang Yuan took Lilith and strode swiftly into the forest in the direction plotted on the wristband. As for the branches and shrubs blocking his path, unless they formed a large thicket, he simply swung his hunting knife and cleared them away. Only when faced with extensive and extremely dense shrub areas would Jiang Yuan follow the wristband's guidance and go around them, thereby saving time and energy. Lilith followed behind him. Whenever Jiang Yuan discovered an area rich in herbs or mushrooms, he instructed her to record it, to be collected later. After all, their current goal was to head toward the Great Mountains in the center of the island to find the herb needed for the body-strengthening bone-forging decoction, Atractylodes. The sooner used, the sooner enjoyed. Just like the muscle-building boiling blood decoction, its effects on the barbarian ape subduing mountain fist were best known to those who used it. About 3 hours later, Jiang Yuan had traversed a large stretch of forest and arrived near the river that the unmanned probe had detected. The river was over 20 meters wide, and the water depth exceeded 3 meters. To cross from this side to the mountains opposite, he would either have to wade through the water or follow the riverbank and go around from another direction. But Jiang Yuan chose neither method. After standing by the river for a while, he turned and headed toward a bamboo grove growing near the riverbank on the right. The streamer must be planning to make a bamboo raft like in those wilderness survival videos to drift across the river. Wait, you actually watched wilderness survival videos? Do you have to be that serious? I have no choice. If I don't watch wilderness survival videos, I'm afraid I'll look too ignorant. Exactly. For example, earlier when the streamer used water soaked with plant ash to treat that animal hide, before I watched those videos I had no idea what he was doing. The live stream's comments kept scrolling. But just as everyone thought Jiang Yuan was about to collect some bamboo to build a raft across the river, he only cut down a single bamboo stalk over 15 centimeters in diameter and more than 15 meters long. Then turned back and came to the riverbank. He stood there for a moment, looking nothing like someone about to build a raft. What? We were supposed to make a bamboo raft, but the streamer only cut down one bamboo. What's the meaning of this? Don't tell me this is the bamboo raft you guys were talking about. Is it possible that the streamer has only cut the first one and soon? Right away, he will go back to the bamboo grove and continue cutting the second, third, fourth. For real. But why does it seem like he has no intention of going back to the bamboo grove to cut more bamboos? Then Jiang Yuan.
When Jiang Yuan returned to the riverbank with the bamboo he had cut, the audience in the livestream couldn't help but wonder. They had agreed to make a bamboo raft, yet he only cut down one bamboo.
As for going back to cut a second one, that was clearly impossible.
Because Jiang Yuan, after returning to the riverbank, placed the bamboo on the ground and then picked up his hunting knife to clear the nearby weeds.
No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like he was making a bamboo raft.
And that wasn't even the point. The point was that after clearing the weeds, Jiang Yuan ran back and forth several times experimentally. It gave the impression that Jiang Yuan intended to use the bamboo pole as a pole vault support, leveraging the momentum of his run to cross the river. A 10-meter run-up combined with the explosive force of my internal energy
should be enough to accelerate me to a speed sufficient to cross the river.
Jiang Yuan picked up the bamboo pole, returned to the starting position of his run, and took the backpack that Lilith was carrying onto his own back.
Due to time constraints, making a bamboo raft was out of the question. After all, his purpose here was to find the herb Atractylode Tsangju for brewing the body-strengthening and bone-forging decoction.
Therefore the time saved in crossing the river could naturally be spent searching for herbs.
As for Lilith, stay here and operate the drone detector to keep watch for me.
Jiang Yuan had no intention of taking her alone. After all, he had only cultivated dark force on Jin, not true chi, so he couldn't achieve the feats of aerial walking seen in martial arts films.
Moreover, the lightness skills in those films, not all of them could achieve such aerial walking. For instance, in the well-known Legend of the Condor Heroes, the famous Iron Palm water drifter could only walk on the water surface. True masters capable of aerial walking were extremely rare. However, according to the description in the manhwa, Jinyue Quan Barbarian 8 Mountain Suppressing Fist, once one Squishu cultivation reached the Hua Jin Transformation Force Stage 1, could release force through the feet to walk on water. He thought that if he could deduce ancient martial arts, perhaps aerial walking might not be impossible.
Yes, Commander.
Lilith still strictly followed Jiang Yuan's orders, standing quietly to the side operating the drone detector, always keeping close to Jiang Yuan.
At this moment Jiang Yuan had adjusted his state to its peak. The instant his eyes opened, the bamboo pole in his hand was thrown toward the river 10 meters away.
His body followed immediately after. Snap! The bamboo pole landed on the river surface.
At the same time, Jiang Yuan's figure, with internal force flowing through his right foot, stomped onto a stone near the riverbank.
Crack!
A terrifying force erupted. Instantly the stone beneath his foot emitted a crisp sound, spreading several conspicuous cracks. His body then leaped toward the river. Together with the bamboo pole that had fallen onto the water, he advanced several meters before descending toward the river surface.
In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan's feet precisely landed on the bamboo pole, while two streams of force surged from his feet, transmitted through the pole to the water surface.
The next moment the force of his body's descent was mostly neutralized by this dark force.
Only a small amount remained acting on the pole and the river. But the weakened descending force only caused the soles of Jiang Yuan's shoes to touch some river water. The bamboo pole did not sink any further.
Instead, driven by the parallel inertial impact and the friction of his soles, the pole was carried forward like an arrow released from a bowstring.
It slid rapidly toward the opposite bank.
On the calm river surface, only 2 ripples remained, spreading from where the pole had cut through the water.
Whoosh! In about one breath, the front of the bamboo pole reached the opposite bank. Jiang Yuan's feet quickly alternated, stepping on the pole and landing on the grass. The entire process was seamless and happened in a flash. It was only at this moment that the livestream audience snapped back to reality. Holy crap! What the hell did I just see?
The streamer directly stepped on the bamboo pole and slid across the river like that. I was just thinking, was he going to cross the river by pole vault?
Right, that's what I thought too.
After all, the river is only about 20 meters wide and the bamboo pole is 15 meters long, so theoretically a pole vault could work. Now you guys' pole vault idea is even more ridiculous. Even if the streamer had injected 6 doses of gene serum, he couldn't pole vault over a 20-meter wide river.
Amazing balance. If it were me, I'd probably fall into the water the next second after stepping on the bamboo pole. Hold on, don't you think this is a bit unbelievable?
The streamer is a big guy, at least 100 gene. He crossed the river on the bamboo pole, but just now he jumped from the riverbank onto the pole.
Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed that.
Given the streamer's weight and the gravitational potential energy from the jump, the force on the bamboo pole would be huge.
I
think I saw the stone under his foot crack when he jumped.
Suddenly, the entire live stream's bullet comments exploded. Especially with the following comments, everyone realized that Jiang Yuan's action of crossing the river on the bamboo pole seemed somewhat unscientific. Then many people started to review the replay. The more they watched, the more eerie it seemed, even inexplicable by common sense.
Oh my god.
Newton's coffin lid can't be held down. The gravitational potential energy seemed to have disappeared. When the streamer fell, the bamboo pole only sank a little, as if it wasn't bearing the impact of a 100-gene object falling from midair. And that stone, how powerful was the streamer's jump? To actually crack that stone. Could it be that the streamer has really mastered something? I seriously suspect the streamer knows Kung Fu. That whole series of moves was no worse than the ones in martial arts movies. Yes. The moves the streamer practices every morning and evening must be the internal martial arts mentioned in movies. That's why he's so against the laws of physics. Such voices grew louder. After all, what Jiang Yuan had shown today had somewhat exceeded their understanding, and even science could hardly explain it. At the same time, Luo Yang, who had been watching the livestream, felt his heart leap into his throat when he saw these comments. In his heart, a thought of doom surfaced. The situation had completely spiraled beyond his control. The truth that Guishu was real was about to be exposed. Old Zhao, find a way to fix this quickly. We're not ready to reveal the existence of national martial arts yet. No matter what, you must suppress this. Luo Yang contacted Zhao Feng of the Strategic Deception Bureau. He was now burning with anxiety, fearing that the truth of national martial arts being real would be exposed, triggering a chain of reactions. First and foremost was the issue of resources for auxiliary martial arts cultivation. It might not be apparent in the short term, but judging by the situation of martial arts training in the military district, once nationwide cultivation of martial arts began, before long the number of people who had cultivated inner force would likely explode. Especially those who had received gene injections. The first batch of a dozen people who practiced the barbaric eight fist of mountain suppression had all mastered inner force a few days ago. Meanwhile, the second batch in the military district, those who had received 3 gene injections, were also gradually mastering inner force. And as time passed, I can only say I'll try my best. The power that Pioneer Jiang displayed this time has already surpassed what science can explain. Zhao Feng was also utterly helpless. He had witnessed the scene earlier too. Jiang Yuan stepping on a bamboo pole to cross the river wasn't a major issue in itself. In fact, in ancient arts there were similar techniques. But the troublesome part was the crushed stone and the fact that when he jumped from the riverbank onto the bamboo pole, the pole sank only to a depth inconsistent with Jiang Yuan's weight. Do your best. Every day we can delay gives us more time to prepare. Luo Yang also knew that this matter could not be forced. After all, the public were not fools, they simply lacked evidence to prove that national martial arts were real. For now he could only leave this matter to the Strategic Deception Bureau under Zhao Feng's command. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan hadn't revealed too much this time. Although it was somewhat beyond common sense, it wasn't entirely inexplicable by science. Thus, after Luo Yang ended the communication, Zhao Feng quickly discussed with the members of the Strategic Deception Bureau and came up with a feasible method using borrowed force to counterforce. Conveniently, there were also videos of single bamboo drifting on the internet. It was said to be an intangible cultural heritage from before the interstellar era. As for the crushed stone and the bamboo pole not sinking much, they could have relevant experts speak out using scientific explanations to cover it up. They had already thought of the reasoning. The reason the stone was crushed was that the stone was thin, hollow in the middle, and lacked a point of force. Moreover, Jiang Yuan is a super-enhanced human who had received 6 gene injections, possessed strength far beyond ordinary new humans. Thus, when he suddenly exerted force, he crushed the hollow stone beneath him, which had no support. The bamboo pole's minimal sinking was even easier to handle. They could have those experts publish online that due to the inertia of the body combined with the reverse force generated by the bamboo pole moving on the water's surface, the result was that the bamboo pole sank only slightly. For real. So those seemingly unreasonable moves by the streamer are actually perfectly reasonable. We didn't go to school much, don't fool us. Exactly, but I also checked those experts' explanations. They seemed quite logical, especially the water skipping method they mentioned. I just went to the river to try it and any flat stone could skip on the water several times. Damn. So we were happy for nothing. I even saved the streamer's previous training videos and planned to practice seriously, but now you're telling us to believe in science. Wait bro, are you serious? I was just casually joking because the streamer's moves were ridiculous. If I knew you were so easy to fool, I would have pretended to be Qin Shi Huang and asked you to send me money. In the interstellar live stream room, the water army of the Strategic Deception Bureau was also synchronously exerting influence, mixing truth and falsehood among the real audience. Their method was to first agree and then refute, a gentle approach that left no discernible flaws. Even the credibility they displayed was quite good. Combined with the officially arranged experts and professors, the crisis of the breached dam was soon perilously resolved. Thank goodness Pioneer Jiang hasn't cultivated transforming force yet. Otherwise, if he had crossed the river directly by relying on force without the bamboo pole, even if I had thrown away my old face, I couldn't have completed this mission. In the Kunlun Research Institute.
Professor Gu, watching the interstellar livestream where the comments had returned to normal, couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. As a participant in the Kunlun project, he and the other experts and professors were well aware of the crisis this exposure would bring to Blue Star. Once a large number of people began to cultivate, a shortage of cultivation resources would soon occur. Only by first developing related aquaculture and agriculture could the burden of nationwide cultivation be met, preventing the collapse of the existing economic system. That being said, our mitigation plan may not hold for long. After all, based on Pioneer Jiang's cultivation speed, within a few months at most he might break through from hidden force to transforming force. And don't forget, Pioneer Jiang is also concurrently cultivating the 3 talents body tempering. Even if he only masters the first talent, his skin will become as tough as leather, hard to cut by branches or thorns. Professor Wang dropped another bombshell. Everyone then remembered that the 3 talents body tempering technique Jiang Yuan was cultivating, once mastered, was no less formidable than transforming force. If Pioneer Jiang developed the urge to test his physical strength, he could disrupt all their plans in an instant. Everyone, don't panic. Colonel Qin is already charging for the jump. It should take only a few months to reach the nebula region. Once they arrive, they can attempt to cross the nebula and land on that life-bearing planet to establish contact with Pioneer Jiang. And even in the worst case, if Pioneer Jiang masters transforming force or that external cultivation technique before then, we still have considerable time to develop and optimize the supply of cultivation resources. Luo Yang stepped forward to reassure everyone. According to the information he obtained during his last contact with Qin Yunhai, if they were lucky enough, they might reach the 099th defense line base in just over 3 months. Thus finding the route through the nebula used by the Xian Niao battleship. With the fleet led by Qin Yunhai, they should be able to cross the nebula and land on that life-bearing planet. Once that step was accomplished, the other problems would no longer be problems. At the very least, the issue of being unable to contact Jiang Yuan could be resolved through the subsequent landing of the Shuelan Star battleship. Whether national martial arts were exposed or not wasn't that entirely within their control. And what they had to do now was, before Qin Yunhai led the fleet to the nebula region near the 099th defense line base, strictly keep the truth that national martial arts were real under wraps, not letting it leak out. They would make more and more thorough preparations to delay the flood of martial arts and the ensuing chain reactions until they could contact Jiang Yuan. The leaves are serrated, shaped either as double-pointed ellipses or resembling tridents with a texture akin to leather. It seems atractylodes can indeed be found in this mountainous area. On Shuelan Star, Jiang Yuan dragged the bamboo pole from the water onto the shore, then followed the mountain forest toward the great peaks. The jungle here was noticeably less dense than near the shelter, so the ground received more sunlight and most areas were relatively dry. Soon near the rocky slope he spotted a plant resembling atractylodes. From its characteristics, it was undoubtedly atractylodes, and there were quite a number of them. Jiang Yuan casually glanced around and spotted at least a dozen. Moreover, as the rocky slope extended forward, more atractylodes grew among the grass further ahead. Like ginseng and astragalus, the medicinal part of atractylodes is the root requiring digging to obtain. Fortunately, the hunting knife could serve as a digging tool. Moreover, atractylodes only requires the rhizome, unlike ginseng where the root hairs are also valuable, so digging was relatively easy. Since atractylodes is a perennial herb, Jiang Yuan skipped the smaller specimens while digging, focusing on the older ones. Even so, by noon he had successfully filled half a basket. Well, I have to say the streamer is really persistent. He worked so hard to come all this way, and I thought he was going to do something important, but it's the same as before, nothing but herbs, still digging herbs. No, you should say it like this: the streamer is either digging herbs or on his way to dig herbs. By the way, can't we contact the streamer from Lon Star? How do I feel like he's deliberately putting on a show for us? Look, what normal person spends the whole day either practicing those strange moves or collecting herbs everywhere? You know what, you're right. The comment above makes me think it's possible. Look at this guy, he's on an unknown life planet surrounded by nothing but jungle, yet whether he's bathing or doing anything else he always avoids the unmanned probes. It's obvious he knows someone is watching. Holy crap. So that's it. No wonder he has so many strange moves. The authorities must have given him orders to distract the public from the psychological pressure of the star insects. Then the authorities really went out of their way coming up with such an ingenious operation. Zhao Feng, who was following the interstellar livestream, was utterly bewildered. He thought to himself that he must be a fake official, otherwise how could he not know that this was deliberately arranged by the authorities? However, the authorities will take the blame for this. It's actually a pretty good excuse. Even if Pioneer Jiang really has achieved transformative force or mastered the 3 talents hardening body art as General Luo feared, we can explain it away with this excuse. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng recorded his idea and sent it via personal terminal to Luo Yang at the Kunlun Research Institute. Brilliant.
After reading Zhao Feng's idea, Luo Yang slammed his hand heavily on the desk, startling Professor Wang Old Gu and the others who were conducting experiments. "General, what has made you so delighted?" Professor Wang and the others all turned their gaze to Luo Yang, curiosity and confusion evident on their faces. "Nothing much. Director Zhao from the Strategic Deception Bureau just sent me one of his ideas. He said we could reveal that the content of Pioneer Zhang's livestream was deliberately arranged by us after secretly contacting him in order to alleviate the public's psychological pressure." Luo Yang briefly shared Zhao Feng's idea with the people in the institute. The next second, Professor Wang and the others' eyes lit up immediately. "I think this method is feasible. Although it's not true for the stable development of humanity, it's acceptable for the authorities to take the blame." "I agree. After all, we have spent too many resources fighting the star insects and all our development has been skewed toward that. Now that we want the entire population to embark on the cultivation path pioneered by Pioneer Jiang, we need enough time to make changes. Since the star insects invaded Lonstar's technology has mostly been developed for war, while livestock farming and various agricultural industries essential for daily life have been severely neglected. Even if they are now paying attention to these areas, it cannot be fully changed in just a few months. After all, the output of animal husbandry and agriculture is not like weapons, exoskeleton armor or interstellar warships in the war direction. As long as materials are available, production lines can run at full capacity. But animal husbandry and agriculture require time, even though current technology has mastered special cultivation methods to accelerate the growth of plants and animals. They still cannot compare to industrial products. Luo Yang also submitted this proposal to the Cabinet Council, and after brief deliberation it was approved. The three elders also understood that although Pioneer Jiang had discovered the life planet called Shui Lonstar and pioneered the path of new national martial arts cultivation, humanity needed time to develop and also had to resist the impending star insects. Therefore, long before Luo Yan launched the Kunlun project, the top human leaders had already formulated a very complete future development direction. Creating a military force of new national martial arts cultivators to reduce humanity's overexploitation of Lonstar and to conserve resources here as much as possible for the subsequent interstellar migration to build a new home on Shui Lonstar. To avoid irreversible impact on Shui Lonstar. After all, resources are finite and diminish with use. In addition, these early cultivators would also search for the presence of star insects on Shui Lonstar before humanity migrated to Lonstar. After all, they had discovered in Lilith's database that she had killed a dying star insect near the coastline. Clearly some star insects had also managed to reach Shui Lonstar alive. This was one of the reasons why the top human leaders on Lonstar urgently dispatched Jiang Yuan to lead the space fleet to Shui Lonstar. Moreover, ordinary people would also participate in the universal cultivation plan after interstellar migration, continuing to use Lonstar as the battlefield for the subsequent conflict between humanity and the star insects. In theory, after several decades, humanity should have possessed the power to fight the star insects on their own. Therefore, soon the official authorities publicly acknowledged that Jiang Yuan's cultivation of national martial arts herb collection and herbal decoctions in the interstellar livestream were a means to guide the public to relax their nerves. With the announcement of this news, the viewers and netizens who had casually made such guesses in the interstellar livestream all wore expressions of self-congratulatory cleverness. Only Zhao Feng of the Strategic Deception Bureau breathed a heavy sigh of relief. At least we don't have to worry about Pioneer Jiang accidentally revealing something like before. With this excuse, as long as nothing too outrageous happened, he could cover it up with the script, making it no big deal to hold out until Qin Yunhai arrived at base 099. It should not be too difficult. Meanwhile, on the deserted island of Shui Lonstar, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yuan had also filled both of the baskets he had brought. He returned to the vicinity of the river and, using the same method as in the morning, ran and stepped on a bamboo pole to cross back to the previous riverbank. Li Lizi had been waiting here. She remained exactly as she was when Jiang Yuan left in the morning, standing in the same spot without the slightest change. "Let's go, Li Lizi." Jiang Yuan pulled the bamboo pole back onto the bank, waved to Li Lizi beside him, and then headed back toward the shelter along the path he had come. Because when he came in the morning he had roughly cleared the shrubs and branches along the way with his hunting knife, so returning now was noticeably easier. Just following the path he had cleared in the morning, he could easily return to the shelter. The sun moved slowly across the sky, and around 4:30 in the afternoon Jiang Yuan arrived near the shelter. Outside the hut, the deer hide from the earlier hunt had reached the stage for further processing. It felt stiff like a piece of cardboard. However, I should first make the clay pot for decocting the medicinal soup. Otherwise, using an iron pot will cause the water to evaporate too quickly, ending the process prematurely each time. Jiang Yuan put down the basket on his back. He poured out the herbs and sorted them by quality. Among them, sanju was the most abundant, followed by other herbs including the one needed for brewing the body-strengthening and bone-forging soup. After spending about an hour, Jiang Yuan washed the herbs clean and placed them on several bamboo mats woven from bamboo strips outside the shelter.
The mats were raised off the ground with stones and the gaps between the bamboo strips allowed the herbs on the contact side to breathe effectively. Thus the drying effect was much faster than placing them directly on stones. With the remaining time, Jiang Yuan took a section of bamboo halved with his hunting knife and went to the lakeshore. To make a clay medicine pot he needed some mud that had been consistently moist for a long time. Only such mud would be sufficiently fine, producing a smooth surface on the fired pottery and a denser internal structure. However, due to time constraints, Jiang Yuan had only just dug up the surface soil at the lakeshore when the sky around the shelter grew completely dark. So he did not continue. Returning to the shelter, he cooked a pot of venison and ginseng soup, then began practicing the 3 talents body hardening art, channeling the internal force within his body to stimulate his cells. The viewers in the live stream were already accustomed to this. Moreover, the officials had just publicly admitted today that it was all just a script. The streamer was not truly obsessed with martial arts cultivation. As 2 moons appeared in the sky, the night grew deeper. Meanwhile, on another island separated from Jiang Yuan's deserted island by a stretch of sea among the remains of some starry sky insectoids, there was a cave leading deep underground. The cave was enormous, at least 3 meters in diameter, and twisted and turned without an end in sight. At that moment a wolf-like creature approached the cave entrance, sniffed inside, and then followed the cave deeper inward. Crack! A faint sound came from the depths of the cave. The surface of a pitch-black egg-shaped object resembling a giant egg instantly developed a noticeable crack, which then rapidly spread until it covered the entire giant egg. Then from inside the giant egg an extremely sharp claw covered in foul-smelling slime extended out. The wolf-like creature that had just arrived was instantly captured by the claw, and its body instinctively began to struggle wildly. However, the creature inside the giant egg was clearly stronger. Even though it had just hatched, it pulled the wolf-like creature into the giant egg with ease. Then came the sound of chewing. After the sound completely faded, a creature covered in black exoskeleton like an enlarged insect broke free from the giant egg's confines. If Jiang Yuan were here, he would surely recognize that this was the starry sky insectoid that had warred with humanity for centuries. And it was a successfully transformed queen insectoid. The moon set and the sun rose. The jungle's night turned vibrant again under the sun's rays. The dense jungle, apart from deciduous plants, had trees with lush green leaves. According to the time needed for processing the herbs, I think it's enough for me to fire a batch of pottery. Of course I must succeed on the first try. After finishing the practice of the mighty 8 mountain suppressing fist, Jiang Yuan took out all the herbs and medicinal materials that he had stored inside the shelter last night and placed them outside to continue drying. After finishing the practice of the mighty 8 mountain suppressing fist, Jiang Yuan took out all the herbs and medicinal materials that he had stored inside the shelter last night and placed them outside to continue drying. Limited by the environment and conditions here, he could only use this method to extend the preservation time of the medicinal materials. As for the herbs brought back yesterday, because they had high moisture content, he had not taken them into the shelter last night. Fortunately, the weather has been relatively stable lately. Apart from a few overcast days, it hasn't rained at all. After drying the herbs, Jiang Yuan went to the lakeshore to the pit where he had used a bamboo tool to dig away the surface soil yesterday. Compared to the surface soil, the mud beneath the pit had significantly higher moisture content. It felt very fine to the touch, and even its color was much lighter than the upper layer. Jiang Yuan took a bamboo piece, scooped out a large lump of mud from the bottom of the pit and placed it near the lakeshore to pound and grind with a stone. The purpose of this was naturally to crush the large particles in the mud, thereby improving the quality of the pottery. After all, firing pottery requires precise control of heat. The temperature and time needed to fully sinter large particles differ from those for fine mud, which could cause the pottery clay to crack during firing. Of course, he didn't know this before. He only learned it after finding some content related to pottery firing in Lizi's database and briefly browsing through it a few days ago. This 100-fold talent is truly remarkable. I never expected that even though this is my first time making pottery clay, I could master the skill at such an astonishing speed. After finishing the mud processing, Jiang Yuan began to try making clay pieces. At first he felt a bit clumsy and the pieces he made were not very good looking, but when he made a few more, both his proficiency and his making technique and experience had improved at an incredibly terrifying rate. The most obvious was the huge leap in the quality of the pottery clay pieces he made, so great that he could hardly believe it. If the first piece looked pitted and irregular in shape, the second was already noticeably rounder with no major issues except a less smooth surface. And by the third piece all problems were eliminated. It even looked almost no different from pieces made with the aid of a potter's wheel. This streamer really has something. Without using any tools he can mold mud into such exquisite utensils. No kidding, the first one he made was ugly, but the second and third completely transformed in quality. I guess the streamer must have tried this before, otherwise there's no way he could master the skill and do it so well in such a short time. People above, is it that hard to admit someone else's talent? And what era is this? Do you really think people still need to play with mud by hand to make pottery? The unmanned probe captured all of this. Thus the viewers in the interstellar livestream naturally witnessed Jiang Yuan's rate of progress. No wonder Jiang the Pioneer could improve the national martial arts. With such learning and adaptive ability, I dare say none of us present could achieve it.
At the Kunlun Research Institute, Professor Wang and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva.
As the saying goes, the expert sees the craft while the layman sees the show. As researchers of national martial arts, they naturally understood what Jiang Yuan's display signified. Extraordinary talent as well as awe-inspiring physical adaptability and learning ability. In the words of those kung fu movies, Jiang Yuan is very likely the 1 in a 10,000 rare martial arts prodigy. Old Wang, do you even hear what you're saying? Who gave you the courage to compare yourself with Jiang the Pioneer? I for one have the self-awareness that I can't even compare to a fraction of his ability. Elder Gu frankly admitted his inferiority. The others nodded in agreement. After all of them combined had not managed to improve a single martial arts manual. This gap, just how vast it is. Clearly it's no longer a gap that can be bridged by mere numbers. Its essence is entirely a difference in quality. If compared to academic stages, perhaps they are at most elementary school students, while Jiang Yuan is likely at the university or even doctoral level. I'll just make some more bowls and dishes. Containers made from bamboo tubes are a bit inconvenient to use, especially since they wear out after a few uses and I have to make new ones again. On Water Blue Planet, Jiang Yuan made a dozen or so clay pots for medicine in one go, placing them under the eaves on the north side of the shelter to dry in the shade. Here there is no direct sunlight, so there's no need to worry about the clay drying too quickly, causing uneven moisture evaporation and cracking. Without further ado, he walked to the pit near the lake shore, dug out some clay and began making bowls and dishes. As for the kiln for firing pottery, Jiang Yuan planned to find a place to build one with stones and clay after finishing this batch of dishes. Moreover, before that he needed to go to the coast. When he first arrived, Jiang Yuan had picked up some seafood on the beach and found there were rocks that met his requirements. These could be used in building the kiln. According to his design and improvements, the kiln for firing pottery needed to have some long narrow supports inside that could withstand high temperatures and a certain weight. The most ideal material would naturally be metal fragments like those from a hunting knife. However, the mysterious bird warship had crashed into the sea, and even if some fragments were scattered, it wasn't something he could just obtain as he wished. Therefore he chose to use stone. After all, stones of high hardness like cokestone have melting points around over 1,000 degrees, which is more than sufficient for firing pottery. Thus in the afternoon, Jiang Yuan and Lilith went to the coast. They brought back several long narrow rocks and some seafood washed ashore by the waves. During the rest of the afternoon and the next day, Jiang Yuan worked on building the kiln. First he dug a large pit in the ground to serve as the kiln's insulation layer. After all, temperature is the most critical factor in firing pottery. If the kiln's main body is built above ground, the internal temperature would be highly susceptible to external influences. It would drop severely, causing the pottery inside to cool too quickly and crack. This should be about right. Once I seal the top and bottom openings, the temperature inside the kiln won't drop rapidly. He worked until the afternoon of the next day, finally completing the kiln for firing pottery. The interior was smoothly plastered with stones and clay from the lake shore. In the middle he added long strips of cokestone, leaving a 2-finger-wide gap between each pair. This way the flames and heat from the firewood at the bottom of the kiln could pass through these gaps into the firing chamber. He would fire the dried clay into hard pottery. However, the clay needed time to dry. After completing the kiln, Jiang Yuan only did a simple test run. When the firewood burned, the flames quickly passed through the firing chamber, surging out from the hole at the top, pulling long orange-red tongues of fire. Moreover, the temperature inside could be maintained for a long time. Jiang Yuan even tried roasting a wild rabbit in this kiln, and the result was much better than cooking it directly over a campfire. The rabbit was golden in color and the meat, marinated with wild berries, was tender and juicy. The only shortcoming was the lack of seasoning. As he began using decoctions to aid his cultivation, his consumption of meat decreased to a normal level. Therefore, on Blue Star they also classified the subsequent cultivation resources into 3 different stages. The most expensive were naturally the gene potions. Due to their high cost, their effects were somewhat better than those of decoctions made from low-year medicinal herbs. Thus their selling price would be higher. In the middle were the decoctions, however limited by the time required for planting. Even though their cost was much lower than gene potions, their price would only be 1/3 less. Then came the cheapest meat. This was a necessity for the people needed regardless of cultivation, so its price was the lowest. Moreover, the scale of breeding could be easily increased. It was simpler than expanding herbal planting. Time quickly passed, and a week later the pottery clay placed outside the shelter had completely dried in the shade. Jiang Yuan first preheated the kiln, then placed the pottery clay to be fired inside. After the clay absorbed some of the kiln's heat, he lit the firewood again, raising the temperature throughout the kiln.
He fired from morning until afternoon. The pottery clay inside the kiln had now turned completely glowing red. Jiang Yuan then picked up 2 lumps of wet clay and sealed the vent at the top and the firewood hole at the bottom of the kiln. He let the temperature inside the kiln drop slowly. The viewers in the interstellar livestream were successfully intrigued and even opened a betting pool online on whether it would succeed. Even Zhao Feng secretly bought a bet on success. Winning or losing didn't matter, participation was the key. Moreover, he had confidence that this man's pottery would definitely succeed. After all, who was this man? He was the peerless genius who improved the national martial arts repeatedly proven impossible to cultivate. Firing pottery. That would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? The temperature should have dropped considerably by now, but the only way to know for sure is to open it. The next morning, Jiang Yuan, unable to spare even a moment for practicing the brutal 8-mountain suppressing fist, rushed to the kiln eagerly and reached out to wipe the seal at the top. The mud clods, still damp yesterday, had become completely dry under the high temperature inside the kiln. And when he touched them, there was still some residual warmth lingering. Jiang Yuan fetched his hunting knife, inserted it along the ground into the dry earthen lump, and then leveraged the blade to pry it up. As the kiln was opened, a very noticeable wave of heat rushed out from within, revealing the interior of the kiln where several pottery pieces had already cooled. Jiang Yuan quickly cleared away the remaining clods of earth. The medicine pot and bowls on the upper layer, perhaps because they were too close to the top, had lost heat too quickly. As a result, they had developed fine cracks. In fact, even without applying much force, the medicine pot and bowls on top split into several pieces. However, the ones in the middle were fine, showing neither the cracks of the upper layer nor the deformation of the lower layer. It seems the lower layer was too hot, causing the earthenware on that level to soften as if melting, resulting in shape deformation. Jiang Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the success rate was only 1/3, that was already sufficient for him. After all, given the conditions here, even if only one piece in a kiln full of earthenware turned out successfully, he would still consider it a success. Is the rejection rate that high? The streamer put in over a dozen clay pieces and only 4 or 5 survived. What more do you expect upstairs? Don't you see where the streamer is and what method he's using? A success rate of nearly 1/3 is already pretty impressive. How did it succeed? I bet on the streamer failing, and I was hoping to win enough to add a sausage to my meal. What's that add a sausage meme? Curious. From before the interstellar era, the full phrase is have a full bowl of noodles and add a sausage to show you're really rich, and then there's also a pack of spicy strips. You know, that description is actually quite fitting. In the interstellar era, a sausage costs just 1 or 2 credits, and our bet here is 2 star coins. Then I guess I can add a sausage. Zhao Feng, watching the live chat in the interstellar stream, couldn't help but gleefully claim his prize, 4 star coins. After deducting the 2 star coin stake, it was just enough for a sausage. Meanwhile, on the water blue planet, Jiang Yuan, having retrieved the intact pottery, began to brew a medicinal decoction using the medicine pot. First was the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction. He added the herbs and 2/3 of a pot of water. After simmering for 2 hours, there was still plenty of broth left. The effect is indeed different. Although the improvement isn't particularly large, it accumulates day by day. Having drunk some muscle-building blood-boiling decoction as a foundation, Jiang Yuan then began to practice the brutal 8-mountain suppressing fist. When his body reached its limit, he continued to drink the decoction to recover. In terms of overall effect, the decoction brewed in the medicine pot improved efficacy by roughly a small half, about 5%. Not much perhaps, but over 10 or 20 days. That would amount to the difference between half a dose and a full dose. Next is the body-strengthening bone-tempering decoction. The attractaloids will be fully processed today, so I can add it to the brew for the strengthening decoction. After refining the muscle-building blood-boiling decoction, Jiang Yuan turned his gaze to the sliced attractaloids that had undergone preliminary processing nearby. From what he had learned about medicinal herbs, there are many methods for processing attractaloids, the most common being bran-fried attractaloids. This requires heating wheat bran in a pan until it smokes, then adding the sliced attractaloids and quickly stir-frying until it turns deep yellow. The second method is water soaking. This involves soaking the herb in rice-washed water for 1 to 3 days, then removing it and drying it over a gentle flame. The third is honey frying. This requires mixing the sliced attractaloids with refined honey, then stir-frying in a pan over a gentle flame until the herb no longer sticks to the fingers. As for the fourth method, the one Jiang Yuan planned to use was plain fried attractaloids. It requires no auxiliary ingredients. Simply put the sliced attractaloids into an iron pan and stir-fry over a gentle flame until the surface turns slightly yellow. Then pour it out and let it cool naturally. This method was very simple to handle, and Jiang Yuan had plenty of experience.
He quickly finished stir-frying the sun-dried atractylode slices over a gentle flame. Once the temperature had completely dropped, he mixed them with other herbs, placed them in the medicine pot, added water, and began to simmer.
At the same time, at the Kunlun Research Institute,
several owners of medicinal herb plantations who had only recently been absorbed into the organization were invited here by a letter of appointment. As individuals who had been in constant contact with medicinal herbs and were extremely familiar with them.
Their emergency recruitment into the Kunlun project was a decision made by Luo Yang after consultation with many high-level officials.
As the saying goes, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Especially in this situation, where time was of the essence. If they could identify herbs and thereby obtain another herbal formula that assisted in the cultivation of the 3 talents horizontal training art, they could speed up research and then push it into mass production. Of course, Luo Yang and the upper echelons of humanity also hoped that these personnel familiar with medicinal herbs could contribute to the study of herbal medicine and provide assistance to the Kunlun project. Humanity could not place all its hopes on the shoulders of Pioneer Jiang alone. Such a burden was far too heavy. Welcome, esteemed consultants in herbal medicine, for accepting the invitation of our Kunlun to participate in this plan that could change the future of humanity. However, due to the confidentiality of this project, you must first sign a non-disclosure agreement before I can formally brief you on the specific details of the plan.
As Lu Changgang stepped down from the aircraft,
Luo Yang, the project leader, had his guard hand him a confidentiality agreement.
Lu Changgang subconsciously flipped through it. Then, he was utterly stunned by the contents.
Joining the Kunlun project to participate in herbal research to develop cultivation elixirs that could aid in the practice of national martial arts, and to refrain from revealing any information related to this project until the Kunlun project reached the stage of universal cultivation. Violators
would be convicted of betraying all of humanity.
So we've been taken over by the authorities along with the plantations. He had thought it was a temporary invitation, but it turned out to be a long-term project with such stringent requirements.
As for the task content, it left him somewhat bewildered. General Luo,
is what the confidentiality agreement says true? Wasn't national martial arts something made up?
Someone asked the question.
Lu Changgang followed the voice and saw that the person was also a plantation owner like himself. And they had met a few times before. It was not fabricated.
Luo Yang looked at the crowd.
The fundamental reason why national martial arts cannot be practiced today is that after being passed down from the pre-interstellar era, our human bodies have undergone some kind of change. Therefore, we need to adapt ancient national martial arts to our current physical changes.
I believe you have all seen the broadcasts from the second life-sustaining planet. That was not something we deliberately arranged.
In fact, the very reason for establishing the Kunlun project was the 2 improved national martial arts that Pioneer Jiang cultivated.
What? Was that live stream actually real? The herb garden owners present all couldn't help but gasp in shock, staring wide-eyed at Luo Yang, whose expression was utterly serious.
At this moment they seemed to finally grasp why the authorities had taken over their herb plantations and invited them here. Even the details that seemed somewhat unreasonable in that livestream now made perfect sense.
Then, Mr. Jiang
Yuan injected 6 doses of gene serum. Is that related to this national martial art as well?
Lu Changgang suddenly realized.
As of now, the maximum number of gene serum injections on Blue Star was only 4. He had never heard of 5, and Jiang Yuan's sudden appearance with 6 made him highly suspicious.
It can be said yes or no.
Strictly speaking, Pioneer Jiang only received 3 gene serum injections. The reason we publicly claimed he had 6 injections is entirely because he cultivated the force within the national martial arts, elevating his power to match that of 6 gene serum injections. After everyone signed the confidentiality agreement, Luo Yang naturally concealed nothing and directly revealed the whole story.
Lu Changgang and the others were even more astounded.
Cultivating the force within national martial arts could achieve a level comparable to 6 gene serum injections. This was utterly inconceivable. After all, humanity had spent a long time creating stable gene serums that could directionally enhance muscular strength without any side effects. Each successful injection only increased arm strength by 200 gene. Yet the ancient national martial arts passed down from before the interstellar age, if one could cultivate the force described within them, could directly bestow power equivalent to 1200 gene. How terrifying was that? Since everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement and agreed to participate in this research task, please follow me to the institute, all you herbal consultants. Now is precisely when we need your help.
Luo Yang greeted the group and turned to walk toward the institute. The second decoction Jiang Yuan was brewing was the second research direction for the Kunlun Institute's herbal department. Besides that,
the Kunlun Institute had also collected other prescriptions that required simultaneous research and improvement.
based on the earlier diary entry,
which recorded the muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction. The decoction's effect on the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist far surpassed that of meat. By the same logic, the three talents body tempering should be similar.
Lu Changgang's primary task was to analyze the herbs Jiang Yuan had collected and used, replicating them as much as possible before the second decoction formula was transmitted back. Since Blue Star had no way to contact Water Blue Star, no one could guarantee that after Jiang Yuan improved the decoction assisting the three talents body tempering, he would continue writing it in his diary. Therefore, after consulting with the higher-ups, Luo Yang devised a backup plan allowing Lu Changgang and the others to assist in prescription research, while also using images transmitted back by unmanned probes to replicate the corresponding decoctions in advance. Thus, even if Jiang Yuan didn't include the decoction formula in his diary to transmit back to Blue Star could still decode it through this method. This effectively added an extra layer of insurance. Jiang Yuan remained completely unaware of this. Otherwise, he would surely have said it was unnecessary, as this was one of his few forms of entertainment in the current environment. Writing a diary to fantasize about later discoveries on Blue Star seemed somewhat chinibu, but it was remarkably effective in strengthening his own conviction and spiritual sustenance. At least Jiang Yuan could feel that after each diary entry he was filled with a richer anticipation for what was to come. This helped divert his attention, preventing him from developing psychological issues. Soon the strengthening decoction simmering in the pot on the hearth in the interstellar livestream was ready to be taken off. Jiang Yuan used a bamboo slice heated over the fire to form a U-shaped clip, easily lifting the scalding pot and pouring out the decoction. In terms of color, the strengthening sinew and bone decoction was the same deep brown as the previous muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction, and the scent was also very similar. However, their effects were entirely different. After pouring a little and letting it cool slightly, Jiang Yuan took a small sip. The warmth spreading from his stomach was replaced by a tingling, numbing sensation. This numbness quickly spread throughout his entire body, including his internal sinews and bones as well as the outer skin and flesh. It seems the strengthening sinew and bone decoction lives up to its name, targeting the body's sinews, bones and skin. I wonder how many times more effective it will be when combined with the three talents body tempering. With the previous muscle-boosting blood-boiling decoction paving the way, Jiang Yuan had full confidence in this new decoction's effects. He quickly stepped outside and began circulating his qi and blood to temper his body according to the three talents body tempering method. The initially mild numbness, with the addition of qi and blood, soon became more pronounced between his sinews, bones and skin, gradually transitioning into pain. Especially the skin exposed outside his clothes quickly turned a light red like a shrimp being heated in a pot, then deepening to a more vivid shrimp red. Wow! The streamer isn't actually cultivating something real, is he? Otherwise, why did his skin suddenly turn red like that? Is it possible that the streamer didn't cultivate something but instead messed up by taking random medicine? All medicine has side effects. And he's been taking huge amounts every day. Setting aside everything else, with all those ginsengs he's eaten, even a body with 6 gene serum injections can't handle such abuse. In the interstellar live stream, the audience and netizens were all exclaiming in the comments as they watched Jiang Yuan's transformation. Even in the Kunlun Institute, Luo Yang and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of tension and worry. However, this process didn't last long. After Jiang Yuan performed the movements from the three talents body tempering, that guide force to temper the body several times, the red on his skin quickly faded. In its place, a newly cultivated cross-training qi emerged within Jiang Yuan's body, a sign that he had formally completed the first layer of the three talents body tempering and condensed the one talent body. Its function was somewhat similar to force when not in use. It gathered in the chest without dispersing. Once activated, the skin all over his body instantly became extremely tough. Much like how force suddenly increased explosive power when applied to the body, this cross-training qi enhanced the resilience of the skin, flesh, sinews and bones and provided a certain degree of resistance against sharp weapons. The effects body and bone refining soup are quite good. It has directly spared of arduous training, and its supplementary effect scenes than Ji. Jiang Yuan felt the changes within himself. Very quickly he estimated that this body strengthening and bone refining soup would assist his cultivation of Sankai-shin. A single day could equal at least 5 or 6 days of previous arduous training. Put simply, the deer meat and ginseng for Hangli and Gongfu cultivation yield an increase of less than twofold, far from being as effective as using them to cultivate power. I wonder what changes will appear on my panel's realm once the Sankai-shin cultivation succeeds, he thought. Jiang Yuan hastily opened his attribute panel. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan: 24,109. Life level: 3-dimensional, I dark chi mid Hanglian 1 layer initial. Abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Man Yuan Jin Yu Quan Xiao Chang Sankai Hanglian Shin Xiao Chang. Talent: 100-fold Beginner. Upon mastering Sankai Hanglian Shin, lifespan remains unchanged at the end of the life level. There appears the label Hanglian 1 layer initial.
Besides that, at the back of the abilities, the realm of Sankai Hanglianshan has risen from beginner to small success. I wonder what three-dimensional I means and why I have cultivated the dark chi of Gurshu, yet this has not changed.
After viewing the attribute panel, Jiang Yuan felt a trace of confusion.
Clearly this is another kind of measurement unit, but compared to Gurshu it seems to differ in some ways.
I cannot understand. Jiang Yuan decided not to think about it further.
Today he completed a one-tier body of Sankai Hanglianshan, which put his mood in a very good state even if he does not circulate the Hanglian chi in his chest.
The branches in the jungle would not inflict him any obvious harm. As for trying.
Jiang Yuan glanced at the hunting knife in the shelter and the thought was crushed before it arose.
After all, he was just curious, not stupid.
Even though the one-tier body had just been formed, even if he refined it to the complete stage, it would surely not withstand a blade as sharp as a hunting knife. To be fearless before weapons like a hunting knife, you must at least cultivate the 3 talents shin to the second layer height. Jiang Yuan stretched out and pinched the skin on his arm. The thickness seemed not to have increased much, but it became tauter and the nail scraping against it felt like touching leather. As the Hanglian chi moved through his chest, this tautness of flesh and the leather-like sensation would deepen further on this foundation. Now is the time to improve the current salt-making method, or else as the temperature continues to drop later, filtering seawater will become very difficult. Although gathering herbs is important, there is no rush. After all, the device needed for seawater filtration isn't very time-consuming to make it, most half a day should suffice. As for the remaining charcoal burning, it can be done during the gaps in herb collection. Let's do it. With some time before nightfall, Jiang Yuan grabbed the hunting knife and headed toward the bamboo forest. The principle of the seawater filtration device is simply to remove the particulate impurities from seawater using charcoal, dry grass and some mud. As for the portion dissolved in seawater, he had no better method. After all, that involves chemical processing. The operation would be too cumbersome and demanding. Thus Jiang Yuan chose this method, simply removing the particulates from seawater. After all, the sand grains in seawater or some extremely tiny microorganisms would remain during the seawater's evaporation process and would end up in sea salt, perhaps even producing a bitter taste under high heat. Logically, even if this life-bearing planet has civilization, it cannot reach the blue star of his past life. Therefore, after such filtration, there wouldn't be many residual substances in the seawater. Jiang Yuan walked toward the bamboo forest, thinking to himself. As for Lilith, he left her at the shelter with a tool made from flat stones and wood. While digging later to burn charcoal, he used mud to cover the surface of the wood pile. He learned this from wilderness survival videos. Just place the collected firewood on the ground and cover the surface with mud. Ventilation holes were left around and above. When the wood burns from the middle of the pile through the reserved hole, and the flames can be seen from the surrounding vents. Then seal these holes again and wait overnight. He would obtain charcoal that burns just right. Therefore, the only companion when he went out was the unmanned detector responsible for guard duty, flying about 20 to 30 meters above his head. Warning! 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 Within 100 meters, 13 medium to large creatures detected. Commander, please exercise caution for your safety. Suddenly, as Jiang Yuan walked, a vibration came from his left wrist. When he looked at it, he quickly scanned through the drone above him and spotted something in the jungle to his right. 13 wolf-shaped beasts, larger than dogs but much smaller than tigers. These beasts' skulls were thicker than ordinary wolves. Their limbs looked sturdier, with shoulder heights around 1 meter. Taken at a glance, these wolves resembled the dire wolves Jiang Yuan had seen in documentaries before crossing over, and who knows what these dire wolves are. Perhaps they took him for prey. While Jiang Yuan watched through the drone, the pack quickly closed in toward him. Damn it! These fellows were still across the lakeshore. I didn't expect to meet them here today. Jiang Yuan muttered in alarm. He turned and headed back toward the shelter at once. 13 sturdy dire wolves filled him with instinctive fear. After all, although he had cultivated dark chi and achieved some progress in Hanglian Kung Fu, he had no experience dealing with so many targets at once. Caution is the key to survival. He would not choose to clash head-on with them. Yet Jiang Yuan underestimated these dire wolves' speed and endurance as they tailed him relentlessly, the distance slowly shrinking. Okay. So you want to play like this? Jiang Yuan shouted as he fled, suddenly unleashing a burst of power beneath his feet, his body racing toward a tree ahead. He quickly climbed up. Just now, when he turned toward the shelter, he remotely summoned Lilith via his wristwatch. Given the distance between here and the shelter, if he can hold on for about 10 minutes, Lilith will be able to rush over from the shelter. Since the wolves are pursuing so hard, he doesn't mind letting them show their value on this occasion. Turn it into his own combat experience. He believes that with Lilith's aid, dealing with these a dozen or so wolves should not pose a major problem. If worse comes to worst, Lilith still has a beam weapon. Otherwise, Lilith still has a beam weapon. The hell? Are those dogs? Their running speed is frightfully fast and their stamina is remarkably impressive. What the hell do you mean, dogs? These creatures must be wolves. According to my search on the Intelligent Brain Encyclopedia, they closely resemble the wolves from Earth's ancient era, merely with a more robust physique. Aren't those dire wolves? Don't believe me? Search it on the Intelligent Brain Encyclopedia yourself. The dire wolves in the records may not be an exact match, but honestly you can hardly tell any difference. It truly is. But there are way too many of them. Dozens of them chasing the streamer. Even with 6 injections of gene serum, it's impossible to handle that many simultaneously. Before the words had barely settled, the viewers in the livestream finally snapped out of their daze and began discussing frantically in the comments. Though they had never tasted pork, they had certainly seen pigs run. Especially since the launch of this interstellar livestream, many had begun paying attention to wilderness survival videos. And through those videos they had come to understand the true terror of wolf packs, not merely their offensive power, but far more their overwhelming numbers. And their patience and endurance. Moreover, wolves were extremely cunning creatures. Jiang Yuan's sole advantage lay in his brute strength. His single-arm strength reached 1200 gene, and he could deliver a single punch capable of killing an elk weighing over 600 gene. Yet even so, faced with such a vast number of dire wolves, his advantage would be heavily restrained, unable to be fully expressed. Furthermore, this was a harsh and treacherous jungle. Once bitten by these dire wolves, wounds would likely deteriorate rapidly, ultimately leading to corruption that would never heal. It could even prove fatal. Fortunately, Pioneer Jiang acted decisively and climbed straight into a tree. As long as Lilith arrives, these dire wolves won't be a problem. At the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and the others could only hold their breath with anxiety. Thankfully, before the wolf pack could fully surround him, Jiang Yuan had successfully scaled a tree, buying himself ample time. According to what they had learned from wilderness survival videos, wolves simply cannot climb trees. All they can do is wait beneath, forcing their prey to eventually succumb while trapped. After all, trapped in a tree meant neither water nor food. Survival would inevitably require descending. But Jiang Yuan was different. He could simply wait for Lilith's rescue. Although Lilith was merely a butler-class robot, her equipped beam weapon possessed power capable of threatening Phase 2 bugs. Therefore, dealing with these dire wolves should pose absolutely no issue. With Lilith's metallic frame, even if she stood still and let these dire wolves attack her, she wouldn't sustain a single scratch. By then, as long as Lilith can hold back a portion of the dire wolves, I can use the remainder to hone my combat experience. Previously, although I had hunted short-horned elk, that was only ever against a single target and under conditions of complete surprise. It was nothing like this situation. He was the one being targeted this time. To deal with the starbug race that might exist on this life-bearing planet, this was a step he absolutely had to take. Otherwise, even if he truly deduced the ancient martial arts, without corresponding combat experience and accumulation, dealing with hordes of starbugs would require possessing overwhelming superiority in raw power alone. Not long afterward, Lilith finally arrived nearby. And those dozen or so dire wolves surrounding Jiang Yuan beneath the tree all but turned their gaze toward her the instant she appeared. And among them, 6 dire wolves immediately took action, rapidly sprinting toward Lilith's location. This is the moment. Jiang Yuan leaped down from the tree, his fist surging with condensing force, and struck a dire wolf beneath the tree the moment he landed. The next instant, that dire wolf's body collapsed to the ground, completely motionless, becoming nothing more than a corpse slowly cooling in temperature. Roar! The remaining dire wolves quickly reacted, swiftly lunging toward Jiang Yuan. He could still dodge the two in front using his eyes and reflexes, but the dire wolves approaching from behind left him somewhat overwhelmed. He felt a gust of wind close in from behind, and then his neck was firmly clamped by a dire wolf, tightening like an iron vice. No wonder traditional martial arts often say that 2 fists cannot overcome 4 hands, and erratic blows can fell even the master. Judging by this, that saying is not entirely baseless. Jiang Yuan seized the dire wolf's neck behind him with his opposite hand, and a surge of internal force pulsed from his fingertips. The next moment, a crisp sound of bones shattering rang out. The crushing grip around his neck relaxed at that very moment. The 100+ gene dire wolf corpse was then effortlessly swung forward by him and casually thrown in another dire wolf lunging toward him. The two collided with tremendous force. The latter, along with the corpse Jiang Yuan had hurled, were sent flying backward, crashing into the withered branches and fallen leaves upon the ground, struggling to rise for quite some time. Holy shit! Is the streamer really that fierce? Took down 3 dire wolves in the blink of an eye. Indeed, rather ferocious. Especially that second dire wolf. Its neck was directly crushed by the streamer's opposite hand and then used as a weapon to instantly send another dire wolf flying. Absolutely terrifying. The other dire wolves have been cowed by the streamer. And if I'm not seeing things, there seems to be fear flashing in their eyes.
The 4 dire wolves that had originally been preparing to approach were directly stunned by this display. For the moment they only dared to circle near Jiang Yuan, not daring to charge as they had before. They couldn't even break my defense. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yuan found the time to touch his neck. Aside from a slight tenderness from the bite, he could not find a single wound. The Hanglian technique he had only just cultivated today proved remarkably formidable in terms of defense, unable even to be breached by wild wolves. It must be understood. Wild wolves live in the wild. To adapt to such an environment, their bite force was naturally far stronger than that of domesticated dogs. In that case, then I have nothing to fear. If the dire wolves couldn't even breach his defense, Jiang Yuan's worries naturally dissolved. After all, what he feared was merely the risk of wound infection after being bitten. Setting that aside, even without employing his internal force, relying solely on his raw physical strength, he could easily kill several of them. However, I also cannot rely entirely on my physical defense. The reflexes and combat experience I need to hone cannot be neglected because of this. After all, his enemies might include the starbug race. Compared to these dire wolves that could only tear and bite, the starbug's methods of attack were significantly more vicious. Especially their blade-like limbs, capable of denting even exoskeleton armor. If he relied solely on defense to withstand them head-on when facing the starbugs, he would likely suffer a devastating disadvantage. In the beginning, Jiang Yuan would still be bitten by these dire wolves from time to time. However, as time elapsed, his reflexes and practical combat experience, under the amplification of his hundredfold talent, grew at an extremely terrifying speed. Even the 3 dire wolves that had been surrounding Lilith joined his battlefield, but in the end they could not even touch him once. This utterly shocked the viewers and netizens watching the live broadcast in the interstellar livestream room once more. Even before this, the speculations about Chinese martial arts, which the Strategic Deception Bureau had barely managed to suppress, sprang up like mushrooms after rain once again. Oh my god. Is the streamer even human? Just now he was still being bitten by these dire wolves, but how much time has passed? He can dodge them all now. That's not the main point, is it? Isn't it that the streamer didn't even break skin after being bitten by the wild wolf? I seriously suspect the streamer has really cultivated something, otherwise how could flesh and blood resist a wolf's bite? You gotta admit, this really defies common sense. Logically, after being bitten so many times, the streamer should have at least some injuries, right? But apart from some tears in his clothes, I really can't see where he was hurt. I'm starting to suspect that the streamer's body isn't made of flesh and blood, but more like a steel body of an intelligent robot. Almost everyone's gaze and attention were fixed on Jiang Yuan, on the places where the dire wolves had torn his clothes. Besides a few shallow bite marks. Not even a scratch, let alone any wounds. Even compared to Lilith, who had a steel body, it seemed hardly any different. Almost done. 7 dire wolves attacking simultaneously can't even bite me once now. Even if I continue, it probably won't have much effect. Jiang Yuan easily dodged the dire wolves' attacks. At this moment he felt that his evasion and practical combat experience had reached a plateau-like stage. At least in the short term there would be no further progress. Therefore he no longer held back, channeling the internal force within his body to his hands and swiftly striking at the 2 dire wolves pouncing toward him. He smashed them. With 2 loud smacks, the bodies of the 2 dire wolves flew backward in opposite directions, just like the first one before. They fell to the ground and instantly lost all signs of life. The larger pack leader sensed something wrong and with a howl summoned the remaining dire wolves, charging at him from all directions. Shwa! Shwa shwa! Jiang Yuan's feet shifted and moved his body, becoming extremely agile, almost perfectly dodging the dire wolves' attacks. What terrifying neural reaction speed! And every dodge is perfectly timed. Is this the strength of a martial artist who has cultivated dark force? At the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and the others couldn't help but open their mouths wide after seeing this. Although Jiang Yuan's dodging movements looked very simple, to truly execute them would require assistance from an artificial intelligence brain. For example, exoskeleton armor when used in combat is assisted by an AI brain to quickly make corresponding reactions. Controlled solely by the human brain, both reaction speed and computational ability would be severely limited. As for the new humans, although injecting gene potions enhances the strength of muscle cells, the improvement to neural reactions is negligible. Therefore the only thing that could give Jiang Pioneer such reaction speed is Chinese martial arts. To have reactions nearly as fast as an AI brain with a flesh and blood body, this is an evolution of human genes and even life itself. Awu. On the water blue planet, 2 more dire wolves were pounded to death by Jiang Yuan's fists. The pack leader no longer continued the hunt after letting out a howl. It immediately turned around to flee. However, Jiang Yuan was clearly faster. With force surging through his feet, his body caught up in the blink of an eye to the two dire wolves behind the pack leader, and his hands simultaneously grabbed the wolves' necks. Then came the sound of two bones breaking. The dire wolves that had been fleeing rapidly had their heads droop to the ground, and their fast-moving limbs instantly lost power. Their entire bodies crashed to the ground. As for the pack leader, Jiang Yuan naturally did not let it go. After dealing with the two dire wolves, his figure continued forward without pause, unleashing his maximum speed. In an instant he closed a large gap. Unlike the previous escape, he did not need to conserve strength now. So while the pack leader was fast, his burst speed was even faster. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yuan had completely caught up to the pack leader, which was several meters ahead. He extended his right hand at the right moment. The fleeing pack leader's hind leg seemed to voluntarily offer itself and was caught in his right hand. Shwa! Jiang Yuan stomped his right foot forward, leaving a visible scratch on the ground, forcibly halting his body and the pack leader in his hand. Then he quickly twisted his body and swung his right hand backward. The pack leader in his grip flipped 180 degrees and slammed heavily onto the ground behind him. The entire movement was seamless. From the moment the pack leader howled to Jiang Yuan, crushing the necks of two dire wolves, to grabbing the pack leader and slamming it down. The total time taken was only a few breaths. However, the remaining two dire wolves that had been surrounding Lilith were still some distance away. Besides, he had expended a lot of internal force in his earlier burst. Therefore he didn't pursue them to the death. He let the two dire wolves flee with their tails between their legs, disappearing into the depths of the distant forest. At the same time. Holy crap! So freaking cool. The streamer's final reverse throw was absolutely epic. The largest pack leader was killed on the spot. And those two dire wolves just now, I only saw the streamer reach out his hand and they were dead in an instant. Kung Fu. This is definitely Kung Fu. I don't believe that a new human who only injected gene potions could so easily beat down an entire pack of dire wolves. Exactly. Especially the streamer's skin is so damn tough, even the dire wolves with biting force stronger than dogs can't break through. Don't tell me this is staged. I don't believe the Blue Star officials could make the dire wolves on Water Blue Planet cooperate with the streamer in acting. And whose staged play would actually kill the actors. In the entire interstellar livestream room, everyone was completely in an uproar at this moment. Without wearing exoskeleton armor and without letting Lilith help, he alone with his two fists knocked down the entire dire wolf pack. Such an achievement was simply unbelievable. Besides, with that terrifying physical strength, which no human's flesh and blood could withstand a dire wolf's bite without being injured. Ahem. Everyone please stop guessing wildly. If the streamer truly cultivated something, why have I never seen it before? I also feel that the streamer's remarkable abilities have nothing to do with those exercises he practices. It's quite possible his body has been modified and is not an ordinary flesh and blood physique. I think it's fine. He single-handedly subdued an entire wolf pack. Surely you don't believe the 6 gene injections the streamer received were merely decorative? I agree. Those were 6 gene injections granting arm strength exceeding 1200 gene. It would be unreasonable for him not to overwhelm an entire fearsome wolf pack. The members of the War Preparation Bureau swiftly mobilized. This incident had arisen with extreme urgency, leaving them scarcely any time to react. Fortunately, they were well trained and soon began deploying rhetorical strategies and manipulating public opinion to dampen the suspicions spreading among viewers and netizens. However, what caught them off guard was that there were far too many inconsistencies, and they were glaringly obvious. Therefore, as they attempted to deploy these talking points to steer public opinion, the viewers in the interstellar livestream also rose up in defiance, shooting their responses through bullet comments and treating them as misguided individuals, attempting to persuade them through words. No way, seriously. Even at a time like this, there are still people who refuse to believe it. Didn't you see how the fearsome wolf only left white marks on the streamer's skin after biting him without even breaking the surface? Exactly. This clearly defies science. As for your claims of modification, the official documents clearly state the streamer is a pure human, having only received gene injections with no cybernetic modifications whatsoever. Precisely. Considering all of this, the streamer must have genuinely achieved something through cultivation. It would be impossible for ordinary flesh and blood to render those fearsome wolves completely ineffective. Such comments were countless, directly overwhelming the War Preparation Bureau's team, leaving them nearly unable to hold their ground. After all, they genuinely couldn't find any justification to refute the explanation of why Jiang Yuan remained unharmed after being torn at by fearsome wolves. If we had known this would happen, we should have added a note about mechanical limb modification to Pioneer Jiang's file. That way, when he wasn't harmed by the fearsome wolves, we could simply blame the mechanical prosthetics. In the War Preparation Bureau's office, Zhao Feng was filled with profound regret at this moment. regretting not having suggested modifying Pioneer Jiang's file information just a little bit more in the earlier proposal.
This way they wouldn't be in this predicament.
Completely unable to find any rebuttal. Shocking. 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 The legendary ancient martial art is truly real. Pictures and evidence confirm it. Practitioners of ancient martial arts possess physiques rivaling intelligent robots. The fearsome wolf pack in Planet No. 2 cannot even breach their defenses. Humanity's strongest being. Without exception. Overwhelming an entire pack of heavy fearsome wolves with flesh and blood alone. This may well be the future direction of human development. Meanwhile, news related to this matter spread rapidly across the internet, disseminating at an astonishing speed. Many who had seen these reports also joined the discussion. Good heavens! What in the world is going on? How can a person's body be so terrifying? Surviving bites from medium to large creatures completely unscathed. Terrifying indeed. Is this a distortion of humanity or a malfunction in the intelligent robot system? Forcing humans to fight against wild beasts. Damn it. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought that person was an intelligent robot. Who would have guessed the fragile and adorable girl over there was the real one? So mysticism truly exists. But ordinary people like us simply cannot access it, and by now the official website of the Interstellar livestream was flooded with netizens demanding the authorities clarify the authenticity of these reports. Regardless of truth or falsehood. An explanation had to be given. This left Zhao Feng deeply troubled, his hair nearly pulled out in frustration, yet still unable to find any solution to suppress the matter. Director, we have lost control of this situation. Even the Interstellar livestream's official website has been overwhelmed by countless netizens, all demanding the authorities provide a definitive statement. Many members of the War Preparation Bureau had also completely given up at this moment, no longer struggling. Whenever they posted anything online, attempting to steer public opinion, numerous people would immediately confront them directly, bringing up how Pioneer Jiang remained unharmed after being torn by fearsome wolves. Yet they simply had no words to refute this. The fact that flesh and blood cannot withstand the tearing of fearsome wolves was indisputable, unless they could somehow return to before releasing Pioneer Jiang's information into Pioneer Jiang's information file, adding descriptions related to prosthetics and cybernetic enhancements. It didn't need to be precise, simply attaching relevant descriptions would easily resolve this crisis. But that was clearly impossible. The information already published, if modified now, would significantly weaken its credibility. Moreover, it might even be labeled as an attempt to cover up. At that point, not only would the current problem remain unsolved, but it would also attract even more attention, prematurely detonating the torrent they wished to quell. You continue to manage public opinion. I will notify General Luo about the specific situation and see if he has any better solutions. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Feng ultimately chose to report the online situation to Luo Yang. After all, their War Preparation Bureau's direct superior was the Kunlun Research Institute. Furthermore, regarding matters of ancient martial arts, consulting the Kunlun Research Institute would yield more accurate information. Shortly thereafter, located within the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang, who was conducting research on the body strengthening and bone tempering decoction, received a communication request from Zhao Feng. What? You're saying the public opinion online is completely beyond your control? The vast majority now believe Pioneer Jiang truly cultivated something. Luo Yang's voice immediately rose sharply. Due to successfully replicating the first version of the body strengthening and bone tempering decoction, the department responsible for herb research had summoned him to witness the experimental results. Unexpectedly, in just this brief half hour, the public opinion which the War Preparation Bureau had been managing reasonably well had undergone a tremendous reversal in such a short time. General Luo, I wonder how far the national cultivation program has progressed. Perhaps we should go public with this matter now. Pioneer Jiang's cultivation of the Three Realms body tempering art has elevated his flesh and blood to a level immune to fearsome wolf bites. Regarding this, we simply cannot find any justification to refute it. And Zhao Feng asked tentatively over the communication. He could no longer manipulate the narrative. Even racking his brain, he could not conceive of any method to counter the argument. This. After hearing his words, General Luo fell into brief silence. Clearly, this situation had indeed reached a point where it was nearly impossible to keep concealed. Besides revealing the truth that ancient martial arts were real, it seemed entirely impossible to find a second solution. There's no rush for that. I need to convene an urgent meeting first. You continue to steer public opinion and keep the guoshu concealed. Luo Yang fell silent for a moment.
Then he swiftly gathered all the researchers involved in the entire Kunlun Research Institute. As for the progress of the nationwide cultivation plan, it had only reached 10%. To completely avert the crisis triggered by the impending flood breaking through the dike, at least 50% of the progress must be achieved. Because only at that point the livestock industry for meat production could be put into normal use, alleviating the shortage of cultivation elixirs. Furthermore, combined with the temporary suspension of genetic potion injections, the enhancement of physical constitution could establish a causal relationship with the cultivation of the inner force within Guoshu. This would greatly mitigate the uncontrollable factors brought about by the premature unveiling of the era of nationwide cultivation.
I know what to do.
Zhao Feng, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, understood his next course of action upon hearing Luo Yang's words. He would continue executing the plan as previously arranged until instructions from above to disclose the Guoshu were issued. Only then could he relent and reveal it. After the communication ended, Luo Yan urgently convened a meeting. Fortunately, with many hands making light work and the Kunlun Research Institute possessing the most up-to-date and comprehensive research data. By the conclusion of the meeting, Luo Yang, who had previously worn a grave expression, visibly relaxed, his agitation and weariness notably diminished.
Meanwhile, at the Zhanhu Bureau, Zhao Feng soon received instructions from Luo Yang along with a dossier.
Excellent. I never expected the Research Institute to have made such progress in this area.
This is exactly what we need to resolve the current predicament.
Zhao Feng flipped through the documents in his hand and a palpable sigh of relief escaped him. However, he dared not waste any time. He promptly convened an internal meeting of the Zhanhu Bureau to relay Luo Yang's instructions. In an instant, the restless atmosphere within the Zhanhu Bureau subsided. Everyone began preparing, waiting only for the Kunlun Research Institute to execute their plan before offering their cooperation. Not long after, a new pinned announcement appeared on the official website of the Interstellar livestream, the content of which was remarkably simple. It merely provided a brief explanation and guidance regarding the incident where Jiang Yuan, despite being bitten by a dire wolf, managed to prevent it from penetrating his flesh and blood.
However, that was not the main point.
The key was that at the end of the announcement, the Kunlun Research Institute had provided a link which could be used to jump to a related QA livestream room. As previously arranged, Zhao Feng led the team from the Zhanhu Bureau into that livestream room. Several researchers from the Kunlun Research Institute were seen calibrating various instruments on the livestream, accompanied by the first person on Blue Star to cultivate inner force, Jiang Yuan. Wasn't this supposed to explain how the streamer from Blue Star could ignore the dire wolf's bite?
Why does it look like they're about to conduct an experiment? Not sure. I came from that link too.
But since the authorities said so, they should give us an explanation, right? According to the announcement, the streamer's ability to ignore the dire wolf's bite has nothing to do with the cultivation of those strange movements we guessed. Who cares if it's related or not? I just want to know how to become like that streamer, capable of ignoring a dire wolf's bite with bare flesh.
Exactly.
How it happened isn't important, what matters is how we can achieve the same. The barrage of comments in the live stream room scrolled incessantly. However, since the Kunlun Research Institute had not yet made a move, Zhao Feng and the others remained dormant, lurking in the livestream room and waiting for the opportune moment. Soon the clock struck 1 in the afternoon as stated in the announcement. Zhou Mingyuan walked straight to the front of the livestream and greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I am the lead researcher Zhou Mingyuan. I presume you are all gathered here out of curiosity about how Commander Jiang Yuan, without undergoing mechanical cybernetic modification, could ignore the bite of a dire wolf.
I've also seen your previous speculations.
Many of you believe that Commander Jiang Yuan achieved this because of the strange movements he practices.
Actually, I want to say that you must trust science.
Whether it's Guoshu ancient martial arts or cultivation, none of them are real. The reason Commander Jiang Yuan could withstand the dire wolf's attack with his bare flesh is entirely due to his 6 injections of genetic potion, which caused a qualitative change through the accumulation of quantitative variations.
Really?
Is it true that this situation was caused by genetic potion injections? Are you sure you're not joking?
Exactly.
I've been injected with genetic potion 3 times, but I haven't experienced anything like this.
Get out of here, you up there. Can't you understand human speech?
He said it was after 6 injections, a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation. You've only had 3, so you're irrelevant.
Your experience is utterly worthless, okay?
But can 6 injections of genetic potion really cause such a change? And as for 6 injections, I've never heard of anyone around me being able to successfully adapt to that many. The barrage of comments in the live stream room continued to scroll. Zhou Mingyuan, however, remained completely unperturbed. After observing the scrolling comments for a moment, he continued, the more injections of genetic potion one receives, the higher the difficulty of adaptation. According to the data I have, the number of people on Blue Star who have successfully received 6 injections of genetic potion does not exceed 100.
Moreover, a large portion of those 100 have been recruited by the authorities, so it's understandable that you're not aware of them. As for the qualitative change triggered by quantitative accumulation, I actually have a say in this because I am one of those who have successfully received 6 injections of genetic potion. With that, Jiang Yuan walked to the back. Then, under the watchful eyes of the livestream audience, he used the pre-calibrated equipment to begin his own demonstration. He lifted a 600-kilogram weight with one arm. His neural response speed surpassed human limits. The toughness and tearing threshold of his skin and flesh were about 20% higher than that of ordinary new humans who had only received 3 injections of genetic potion. Once these results were presented, coupled with the pre-arranged Zhanhu Bureau, the initial skeptical voices rapidly faded away. In their place emerged the understanding that after 6 injections of genetic potion, the human body would undergo a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation, continuously strengthening the skin, flesh, muscles, and bones. As for why Jiang Yuan's physique could not compare to Jiang Yuan's, he also provided an explanation that left no room for criticism. The qualitative change from quantitative accumulation in genetic potions is a gradual process requiring a relatively long period to strengthen the body. Commander Jiang Yuan received his 6 injections of genetic potion earlier than I did, so naturally his physique is beyond what I can achieve at present. However, as time goes on, my physique will gradually strengthen. One day I will also reach the level he has demonstrated, capable of ignoring the attacks and bites of dire wolves. So there was another theory behind this. That is precisely why senior brother Jiang Yuan's physique is so formidable. It stems entirely from the subsequent modifications following gene serum administration. I always wondered how martial arts passed down since before the interstellar era could remain concealed if truly cultivable. If they could genuinely be mastered, how could they only surface now? The difficulty is truly extraordinary. 6 injections of gene serum are required. With billions of people populating our blue star, yet only a little over 100 having successfully completed the injections, the odds must be less than 1 in tens of millions. Isn't that merely stating the obvious? The initial compatibility rate for the gene serum was already below 70%, and it would continuously diminish with each successive injection. For 6 doses, a success rate of even 1 in 1,000 would be considered quite favorable. Soon, with the assistance of the Zhanhu Bureau, public opinion that had previously leaned toward validating traditional martial arts shifted entirely. Almost everyone came to believe what Jiang Yuan had stated. After all, his physical resilience and neural reaction speed were noticeably superior to those who had received 3 injections of gene serum. One claim was baseless while the other was plainly evident. Thus this potential crisis was effortlessly neutralized through the Kunlun Institute's ingenious approach. We have finally managed to suppress this matter. Otherwise it would have triggered unprecedented turmoil across the entire blue star. Zhao Feng exhaled deeply in relief. As the 2 cultivation methods spread throughout the military district, more practitioners were able to develop their gene force. According to the Kunlun Institute's calculations, anyone who had received 3 doses of gene serum would need at most 1 month to formally cultivate gene force and reach the peak level of manifest force. As for those with 2 or 1 injections, the timeline would be slower, though concrete data remained unavailable. The Kunlun Institute was equally uncertain about how long those with 2 or single injections would require to develop gene force, or what cultivation stages they could ultimately achieve. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had single-handedly defeated the entire pack of dire wolves, then processed the carcasses on site to harvest their pelts. As for the wolf meat, he only retained a minimal portion. This was not because he found it unpalatable, but rather the climate was not yet severely cold and the supply of previously evaporated sea salt was running low. Preserving all the meat would clearly be insufficient. Therefore Jiang Yuan only took the wolf pelts and the leg meat from a single dire wolf. Nevertheless, his harvest was still substantial enough to provide for at least a month without worrying about food. With these wolf pelts I won't need to worry about lacking warm clothing even if heavy snow seals the mountains. Returning to his shelter, Jiang Yuan stretched all the wolf pelts with branches and arranged them around the house to dry. As for the 2 deer pelts from before, he had already tanned the second one several days prior, placing it inside the shelter as a deer pelt blanket to sleep beneath. With an additional pelt layered underneath, his sleep qualities seemed to have improved somewhat. Over the following 2 days, Jiang Yuan followed his original plan, preparing the cut bamboo with his hunting knife and weaving it into funnel-shaped sieves. He then stacked the gathered firewood in the clearing outside the shelter, covering it with wet mud to carbonize. Once everything was prepared, he made his way to the coastline and spent another 2 days filtering seawater to evaporate into sea salt. The bitter taste has diminished considerably, almost undetectable. Compared to the unfiltered seawater from before, the sea salt produced this time was noticeably whiter. Furthermore, whether used for grilling or added to stewed meat broth, this snowflake sea salt tasted far superior to the previous batch. To this end, Jiang Yuan used this method to produce more sea salt, storing it in pottery jars fired from clay. Actually, these were merely surplus medicinal cauldrons.
Jiang Yuan had previously worried about the low success rate of firing them, so he prepared numerous clay molds only to find the failure rate was a mere 2/3. After firing all the molds, he obtained 6 or 7 cauldrons. Setting aside one for decoction and another for cooking soup, he used the rest to store the snowflake sea salt. However, as time passed, the temperature around the shelter began to gradually decline, particularly at night. It had dropped to barely 2 or 3 degrees. Without the fireplace inside the shelter and the 2 deer pelts he had previously tanned, Jiang Yuan likely would not have been able to sleep at night. The nighttime temperatures were simply too harsh. Fortunately, daytime highs remained around 15 degrees, though slightly lower than before. But the decline was not as steep as it had been at night. I should renovate the shelter beforehand to avoid being caught off guard if temperatures continue dropping. It would be too late to wait. After some thought, Jiang Yuan went into the forest, cut down some shrubs and built a new room directly in front of the shelter. The new room was roughly the same size as the original shelter, but without a bed it felt considerably more spacious. He also dismantled the fireplace from the inner room and constructed a new one in the newly built outer space, digging downward to create the foundation. Since this fireplace was positioned against the wall shared between both rooms, the smoke and heat from burning wood would flow beneath the floor. Jiang Yuan excavated the space and covered it with flat stone slabs, creating a passage that ran through the inner room. This raised the temperature in the inner chamber. Meanwhile, time slipped away quietly and swiftly, and before long it had been 2 months since his transmigration. The temperature grew increasingly cold, especially at night when it dropped below freezing. Even at the warmest point during the day it barely reached 7 or 8 degrees. On overcast days, daytime temperatures would fall even lower, hovering around just 2 or 3 degrees. One day Jiang Yuan followed his usual routine. After drinking some muscle-enhancing blood-boiling soup, he began cultivating the feral ape mountain-suppressing fist, then refined the remaining medicinal broth to restore his drained body. But as he habitually opened his status panel, he noticed his cultivation realm behind the vitality tier had advanced another minor stage beyond the previous hidden force mid-stage. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan: 24109. Vitality tier: 3-dimensional. Hidden force. Late stage external training. First layer. Early stage abilities: firearms mastery 6, exoskeleton armor operation V, basic combat V, feral ape mountain suppressing fist. Minor achievement 3 realms. Hard body. Minor achievement talent 100-fold. Elementary. He had finally reached the late stage of dark force. With just one more step forward, he would attain the peak of dark force and drawing closer to the essence transformation stage in the martial arts realm, where a feather cannot alight and a leaf remains untainted. Jiang Yuan's mind churned with emotion. After cultivating to the late stage of dark force, the power circulating within his body had become much denser than before. Even if he encountered the Fear Wolves pack from before, he was fully confident he could kill them all in an extremely short span of time. After all, bolstered by his formidable power. Even though he still needed to accumulate combat experience, he would never again find himself running out of power before eliminating all the Fear Wolves, as had happened last time. However, compared to his practice of the barbarian ape mountain suppressing fist, his cultivation of the 3 talents horizontal refinement body was somewhat slower in progress. After all, horizontal refining techniques were inherently more arduous. They required channeling cultivated power to temper one's own muscle cells, unlike internal martial arts, which only needed the cultivation of power itself. Thus, horizontal refining techniques. Despite the considerable time that had passed since his last breakthrough, Jiang Yuan had yet to advance to the mid-stage of the first level of horizontal refinement. Nevertheless, even so, Jiang Yuan's physique had increased considerably beyond its previous foundation. At the same time, the Kunlun Research Institute on Planet Blue had also achieved a major breakthrough on top of their prior accomplishments. It was not because they had developed a new martial art, nor had they concocted any precious cultivation elixir like muscle-enriching blood-boiling decoction or strength-enhancing bone-tempering soup. Rather, it was that among the first batch of people who had successfully cultivated power, someone had managed to step into the dark force realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. As expected of our national martial arts, dark force, the destructive power it can unleash is truly formidable. Having merely initially broken through, one could already pierce through 2-centimeter steel plates and shatter objects behind them. Luo Yang couldn't help but exclaim 3 consecutive excellence. It was evident how excited he was at this moment. Dark force. This was the national martial arts realm he had long yearned for, and now someone on Planet Blue had finally reached it. And this wasn't even the main point. What truly mattered was that the destructive power of dark force exceeded his expectations. Although the enhancement in physical strength had only increased by less than 100 gene over their previous baseline, their explosive power and destructive capability had seen a significant boost. Striking metal plates barehanded was now merely routine operation. Moreover, according to their simulations, Jiang Yuan, who had attained dark force, already possessed the capability to kill a second-stage starfall insect in bare hands. Of course, this was merely a simulation and inference based on the body size and structure of second-stage starfall insects. The specific situation Since they lacked actual starfall insects as experimental subjects this time, they could not produce the most accurate results.
However, Luo Yang was not in a hurry.
As long as Qin Yunhai arrived at the Great Wall defense line and rebuilt stable spatial node devices, then Planet Blue could dispatch troops to garrison there,
capturing starfall insects
to serve as experimental subjects for Zhou Mingyuan.
By that time it would naturally pose no difficulty.
The only thing that gave him some discontent was that the Kunlun Research Institute under his charge, despite having been established for so long, had not yet achieved any significant results. Even their prematurely replicated strength-enhancing bone-tempering soup fell short of Jiang Yuan's subsequent transmissions by nearly a third in terms of efficacy.
The medicinal herbs were identical,
only differing in dosage. Yet the decoctions brewed from them could differ in effectiveness by more than 30%.
As for the 3 talents horizontal refinement body,
perhaps due to the relatively short time they had possessed the strength-enhancing bone-tempering soup, or perhaps due to differences in medicinal materials, Zhou Mingyuan had not achieved any remarkably obvious breakthroughs. He could only say he led the others slightly. Those who cultivated the 3 talents horizontal refinement body alongside him.
The wolf pelts have been almost entirely tanned. Next is to fashion needles and thread, divide these wolf pelts and then sew them into leather garments. Because the temperature had continued to drop in the days following,
those wolf pelts had only completed soaking, removing grease and corrupted flesh, secondary sun-drying and tanning processes until a few days prior.
However, to fully utilize them,
they still needed to be stitched together with needle and thread. After careful deliberation, Jiang Yuan decided to craft needles from fish bones and use plant fibers as sewing thread. Although he had not discovered plants similar to sisal in this world, Jiang Yuan had instead extracted some plant fibers with good resilience from the vine bark he had previously used to make rope.
After days of sun-drying, these plant fibers had completely dried out.
As long as he soaked them in water to soften them again and remove the excess outer layers, these vine fibers could be used to sew wolf pelts. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan took his hunting knife and a wooden spear, brought along Lilith and the unmanned drone, and headed toward the coastline. Compared to the freshwater lake,
the coastline offered a higher probability of obtaining large fish.
And he did not need to do much, simply walking around the beach along the coast might yield a large fish.
Furthermore, the material for making needles did not necessarily have to be limited to fish bones.
For instance, above the heads of sea shrimp there were sometimes rather sharp thorn-like projections that after removal and polishing could also serve as needles. However, whether bone needles from fish or these shrimp head needles, both were extremely prone to breakage. Therefore, before use he needed to pierce small holes along the intended stitching locations on the wolf pelts with the tip of his hunting knife. This would reduce the likelihood of the bone needles snapping. Jiang Yuan was walking through the jungle when the sky suddenly began to drift snowflakes. The weather today was already gloomy, the overcast sky completely blocking out sunlight, and unexpectedly it began snowing at this moment. Fortunately, he had tanned quite a number of wolf pelts beforehand. So even before the temperature dropped, he had used his hunting knife to cut off a large portion of one wolf pelt and fashioned it into a makeshift wolf pelt coat to wear. Though snow had begun falling now, he was not yet at the point of feeling overly cold. As for Lilith, being a smart robot, she continued to wear her sleek black suit as before. The two continued walking toward the coastline. By the time they returned, the ground in the jungle had already been covered with a layer of white snow that was not particularly thick.
Woo-woo! Suddenly, from the jungle to the right front, Jiang Yuan's ears caught what seemed to be a whimpering sound emitted by some creature, the noise not particularly loud, resembling that of a young animal's cries. Looking at his wristwatch display, the unmanned drone had not detected any large creatures. Only a small object about 20 centimeters in size was emitting a relatively weak heat signature near the shrubbery to the right front. Originally, Jiang Yuan had no intention of paying attention to it. However, as he happened to pass by that nearby area, that small creature seemed to hear the sound he made and quite boldly crawled toward him. Ashen black fur. Its 2 ears were still drooping down. At first glance it looked like a puppy, but it actually had some fierce wolf characteristics. Even as a cub, one could already see that its 4 limbs were remarkably sturdy. It was just that this little creature's body was painfully emaciated, as if suffering from malnutrition, and it walked with a swaying gait, as if it might collapse to the ground at any moment. This little thing actually came toward me. Maybe I should pick it up and raise it as a dog. Jiang Yuan followed the thin crust of snow on the ground, gazing at the dire wolf cub ahead. It was soft and fluffy, almost like a tiny puppy. He happened to be alone as well. If he could raise this little one to maturity, it might make a fine companion. After all, they would surely pursue cultivation. Then, by evolving to a stronger aptitude, he could tailor a suitable cultivation method for this little one, perhaps even forge a world-shattering fiend. The thought alone sent his blood boiling with excitement. With that in mind, Jiang Yuan strode toward the dire wolf cub.
Judging by its size, this cub must have been born not long ago, at most 20 days old. Surely this isn't a coincidence, it must be one of the 2 escaped dire wolves that bore a cub. He remembered. Among the 2 wolves that had fled earlier, there was one with a noticeably larger belly, clearly carrying a cub. Only in this way would this dire wolf cub appear here alone. After all, within a dire wolf pack, if there are enough adults, the cub would not be able to wander out by itself. Only if other adult dire wolves died would the mother dire wolf who bore the cub come out to hunt, otherwise she would not leave the den. As for being pursued by the mother dire wolf, Jiang Yuan wasn't worried in the slightest. He had nearly wiped out the entire dire wolf pack, and even if that mother wolf showed up, it would cost him only a bit more effort. What a cute little puppy. It looks so adorably fluffy, I'd love to keep one. Besides, are you sure this isn't a wolf cub? The main pack is on Shui Lonstar, where there is no trace of civilization. How could there be a domesticated dog? That makes sense, this should be a little wolf cub. I'm curious how it could have ventured out at such a young age. Normally something this small would be watched over by its mother. Yet soon as Jiang Yuan drew closer to the dire wolf cub, the question was answered on screen. Tracking the dire wolf cub, the footprints left on the ground extended farther away. But in the snow-covered grasses, an adult dire wolf lay on the ground, its fur also dusted with a thin layer of snow. Motionless. Clearly it had died some time ago. It seems that after the mother wolf fled, she soon bore this little one, but due to lack of food she had to go out to hunt and eventually died here. Jiang Yuan concluded at a glance. He had guessed the whole thing is for the other dire wolf. It is likely the same, probably dead or badly wounded. Otherwise belonging to the same pack, that other dire wolf would not have abandoned its companion. Whimper. The dire wolf cub whined from its nose. Jiang Yuan crouched and picked it up. Its fluffy body was soft and small, yet gave a warm, comforting feel. Perhaps startled by Jiang Yuan's sudden movement, the cub out of instinct opened its mouth and bit toward Jiang Yuan's wrist. Unlike humans, canids such as dire wolves begin to grow their front incisors and 4 very sharp canines by about 2 weeks after birth. Yet even so, the cub's little milk teeth could not bite through Jiang Yuan's skin. Instead, they were gently clenched in his hand. He hurried back toward the shelter. The onlookers, having seen Zhou Mingyuan's earlier demonstration, were not surprised by Jiang Yuan ignoring the cub's bites. After all, 6 injections of gene-modifying agents. This is far beyond what they can achieve at will. Wealth and one's own compatibility are the decisive factors. And as time passed, the dire wolf cub seemed to have grown accustomed to being clutched in Jiang Yuan's hand, and the biting ceased after a moment. Instead, it stared with its soft, fluffy eyes, curiously surveying the surroundings. After about an hour, Jiang Yuan finally walked through the snow-covered forest back to the shelter. The shelter's roof, like the forest floor, was blanketed in a thick layer of snow several centimeters deep. As for the logs cut earlier, 2 weeks earlier, he had used the wood and some bamboo scraps to build 2 sheds leaning against the shelter. Thus even when it rained, the firewood would remain dry. Jiang Yuan opened the shelter's door and laid the fish and shellfish he had salvaged from the coast in the outer chamber. Then he picked up more firewood and lit the underground hearth connected to the inner room. Next he carried the dire wolf cub along, making a small nest for it with dry grass and wolf fur, placing it near the entrance to the underground passage. As the fire in the hearth burned, the area quickly grew warm. And as time passed, the shelter's inner rooms gradually warmed. But this little one kept whimpering from its nose like a tiny puppy. Jiang Yuan guessed it must be hungry. He took up a hunting knife and cut off the head and tail of the big fish he brought back, placing them in an iron pot to simmer into a milky white fish soup. As for wolf meat, well, this little one is of the same clan, there might be relatives here too. Jiang Yuan gave up boiling wolf meat soup and instead used the heads and tails of sea fish to make the soup. Since you arrived to me on the white snow, from now on your name shall be Tashua. The fish soup was soon ready. Jiang Yuan used a crude sun-dried clay plate, letting it cool briefly before placing it before the cub. At first the little thing couldn't drink. It still could not drink, yet Jiang Yuan prepared some fish soup and pressed it near its mouth, forcing it to lick the taste. Only then did it gradually learn how to drink the fish soup. With the soup simmered to perfection, the meat from the fish head and bones was also fished into the broth. Let this little one drink it together. Fortunately the wolf mother fed it for a while, otherwise if this were a newborn cub with my current conditions I might not be able to raise it. If it's a newborn puppy, artificial feeding would require things like formula. Relying on fish soup and meat broth alone wouldn't suffice. I'm afraid there would be no way to raise it. Even setting aside other issues in terms of nutrition, fish soup and meat broth cannot compare to formula. And as time passed, the emptiness in Jiang Yuan's heart seemed to be filled by the cub's soft, adorable appearance. No longer like before, there remained an indescribable loneliness lingering in his heart that no matter what could not be dispelled. Slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these days Jiang Yuan fashioned a wolfskin coat by stitching with needles carved from fish bones and the sharp spines of shrimp heads. Lined with fur on both the inside and outside, it fits snugly and provides excellent warmth and wind protection.
The pants are the same.
The double-layer wolf fur provides superb warmth even as temperatures drop further. Jiang Yuan need not worry about staying warm when venturing outside.
Yet within the shelter where the hearth burns ceaselessly, wearing this wolfskin garment can feel suffocating.
Heat from the floor rose, keeping the inner chamber at around 10 degrees Celsius. It could rise higher if needed. Yet that would consume more firewood. Therefore Jiang Yuan chose a middle ground, a temperature that would not feel too cold while avoiding excessive wood consumption. It's a good thing I had collected plenty of medicinal herbs beforehand, otherwise judging by the local climate the whole jungle would be snowbound.
Even if the herbs aren't killed by the cold, they'll be buried under the snow, and harvesting them will require more effort than before.
Even just clearing the ground of snow would take a lot of time, and there's no guarantee that herbs lie beneath the snow. Having drunk the medicated broth poured from the cauldron, Jiang Yuan stepped outside the shelter into the snow and began practicing manhwa and Jian. Although that prior snowfall did not last long, it had already piled up to more than 10 centimeters on the ground, and with the recent weather there was no melting. Unlike those earlier clear days, the snow showed no signs of melting, continuing to blanket the treetops and the ground, a vast white expanse spreading far. As Jiang Yuan moved through the poses, mist rose above his head. No matter how many times one looks on the scene, feels utterly mystical, as if it were the inner energy manifestation seen in wuxia films. Some might say the white vapors rising from the crown of his head signal mastery of inner energy, yet perhaps it is merely sweat seeping from his pores during exertion intensified by winter.
Caught a gullible one. Haven't you noticed?
They are merely blustering, and with online freedom of speech I say he has attained cultivation. Earlier, because the weather had turned cold, such anomalies had already sparked various discussions here. However, compared with the earlier fearsome wolves that couldn't breach his guard, Jiang Yuan's head-top smoke was mere child's play. The Zhanhu Bureau's people had not yet moved. There were already all sorts of armchair experts dissecting exactly how this scene formed, leaving no room to refute.
Soon afterward, Jiang Yuan finished 10 repetitions of the fist technique.
He paused, then quickly returned to the shelter and poured out the remaining broth from the medicated cauldron. As for the dregs, Jiang Yuan as usual left the cauldron on the ground and planned to pour the medicated dregs into the outer jungle after refining the medicine's potency. However, just as he was refining the muscle-building boiling blood soup, the fearsome wolf cub, who had spent most of its time in the inner room and hardly ever came out, pried open the wooden door with its paw and crept out to peek around. Its small nose sniffed around the room, then inched toward the corner where Jiang Yuan had placed the medicated cauldron.
Clang!
The cub, its body so small, could only balance on its hind legs, its two forepaws resting on the cauldron. But since the pot was light, the two forepaws had just touched it when the cauldron toppled, crashing to the ground and breaking into several pieces. The medicinal dregs inside spilled onto the ground.
Jiang Yuan awakened, saw the cub lying on the broken cauldron fragments, happily licking the dregs and the remaining broth. Not. Can these bitter dregs be so irresistible to lick? Jiang Yuan was utterly astonished.
The muscle-building boiling blood soup broth carries a bitter taste that he swallows in one gulp each time, yet even so the bitterness lingers long after. That bitter aftertaste lingers for a long time, and this little thing greedily licks all the dregs. Only after finishing the dregs does it leave some for the meat broth. Truly a strange habit. The only thing that leaves him speechless is that this little creature has even broken a cauldron. The temperature has now fallen below freezing, not to mention whether the adobe bricks will dry. The firing itself remains a challenge.
First, the outside temperature is far too low. Heating the kiln would be exceedingly difficult, and after firing, the rapid cooling inside the kiln would cause the temperature to drop too quickly due to the large temperature difference. In other words, until next spring, when the temperature returns to warmth, whatever he fires, whether the medicinal cauldrons or other wares, will be ruined one by one. Though the reason this little creature lingers over the dregs remains unclear, Jiang Yuan does not have many cauldrons to spare for it to wreck us in the days to come. After boiling the medicine, Jiang Yuan would pour the dregs into a clay plate. This way, even if the fearsome wolf cub takes an interest, there is no worry of it wrecking his cauldrons again. After several more days of observation, Jiang Yuan found that the cub truly loves licking the dregs. Whether it's the muscle-building boiling blood soup or the strengthening bone soup, it licks all the dregs every time. The level of obsession is such that even if a bowl of meat broth is placed nearby, the little guy will immediately choose the dregs first. Only after licking the dregs will it leave some for the meat broth. Fortunately, at other times it behaves normally, otherwise I might suspect something has possessed it. Watching the little thing lick the dregs, Jiang Yuan couldn't help thinking to himself. It's not that he loves to overthink, but no matter how you look at it, the dregs shouldn't attract a little dire wolf in this way. Of course, it's possible the little creature has some peculiar illness such as pica. Fortunately, the little dire wolf only licks the dregs and doesn't harm the dregs themselves, so Jiang Yuan doesn't bother. Yet he uses its fondness for licking the dregs to train the wolf to understand some of his commands. With the wolf's genuine fondness for the dregs, a highly feasible and excellent plan forms in Jiang Yuan's mind. Wolves have keen sense of smell. Perhaps I can use this to have the little one help locate herbs. Even if it isn't good at digging, I also have Lilisai, the intelligent housekeeping robot. Its effectiveness and speed will surely outpace mine.
In the following period the temperature outside the shelter continued to drop, gradually sliding lower. Before long the highest daytime temperature had reached -5 or 6 degrees Celsius. At night the temperature even plummeted to -20 degrees. Fortunately Jiang Yuan had made ample preparations. He had stored plenty of firewood and food before the temperature dropped below zero. Especially the medicinal herbs for cultivation. Inside the shelter there were several wooden shelves fixed together filled with various kinds of processed medicinal materials. Given his current rate of consumption, even after a few more months there should still be some herbs left. This was because he had harvested and processed them according to the proportion of each herb in the decoction. Therefore the more a particular herb was consumed the more he had gathered beforehand. Thus even though the daytime temperature had now dropped below zero, Jiang Yuan was living quite comfortably inside the shelter. The only trouble was that the space required for his martial arts practice could not be satisfied within the confines of the shelter, so no matter how cold it was outside he had to come out. Fortunately, whether he was practicing the Misty Ape suppressing mountain fist or the 3 talents iron body, Jiang Yuan's body temperature could rise extremely quickly. Thus he did not feel too cold from it. I never thought that some of those ancient wilderness survival videos actually had some effective methods allowing the indoor temperature to reach over 10 degrees Celsius even when it was nearly -20 outside. That's true. Look at this little guy Takshu. Except for answering the call of nature, he stays curled up inside that house all the time. Unfortunately the unmanned probe can't get in, so we can only rely on Jiang Yuan's wristwatch to know the temperature inside that room. You have to admit, although the temperature on Waterblue Planet is very low, the snow scenery is truly beautiful along with the vast stretches of forest. It's like a fairyland from my dreams. The unmanned probe flew above the shelter. Even though Jiang Yuan rarely came out of the house, the probe was still not retrieved, remaining outside to monitor the surroundings. The wilderness was dangerous in spring, summer and autumn. In winter it was even more perilous. Although some large carnivores might hibernate, no one could guarantee that there were no non-hibernating species on this island. Moreover, the winter environment was harsher. The scent of cooking meat from his daily meals in the shelter could easily attract ravenous beasts. For instance, the previous pack of dire wolves, although he was not afraid due to his martial arts, the shelter could not withstand such trouble. Once the shelter was destroyed, then he would be forced to face the cold directly. This morning, as usual, after finishing his practice of the Misty Ape suppressing mountain fist, Jiang Yuan saw Takshu, who had been in the inner room, eagerly rush out to lick the remaining herbal dregs from the pottery plate. Compared to a little over a month ago when it was first brought back, this little creature had grown significantly. Its shoulder height had reached nearly 60 centimeters. It looked like it could match a medium-sized dog. This little thing. It's grown so big. Is it because dire wolves naturally grow this fast, or is it because of those herbal dregs? Jiang Yuan hadn't paid much attention before, since the little dire wolf spent most of its time sleeping after licking the dregs. So he didn't think much of it. Unexpectedly today he only took a slight notice and discovered that the little dire wolf's size had already reached at least subadult level. After all, adult dire wolves except for the strongest leader had shoulder heights of only 70 to 80 centimeters. As long as it made a little more effort, it might surpass them at any time. It must be because of the dregs. Even if dire wolves grow fast, they couldn't reach the size in just over 30 days. Putting aside other matters, if this little dire wolf's growth rate were truly that terrifying, then when he first encountered it, it wouldn't have been so tiny. Moreover, the teeth that had grown in its mouth were clearly those of a month-old wolf pup. Also, in the first few days after bringing it back before it had contact with the dregs, its size had hardly changed. Thus it was evident that the little dire wolf's size change was most likely related to the dregs it licked daily. So am I inadvertently cultivating a wolf king? This little dire wolf is just over 2 months old and its size already rivals a subadult. When it fully matures, who knows how big it will be? Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced like lightning. When he was young he had heard the village elders say that mountain beasts that ate rare herbs could undergo mutations in size. They would grow exceptionally large. The so-called mountain lord and boar god were said to have come about this way. Now it seemed these tales had some credibility, not entirely unfounded fabrications. It's a pity Takshu is not a bird, otherwise if I could cultivate a giant bird, even if I failed to deduce advanced ancient martial arts or cultivation techniques, I could still fly in the sky. This thought intrigued him greatly. Especially since he was trapped on a deserted island where neither resources nor environment could compare to a real continental landmass. Moreover, he also needed to determine whether there were traces of the starry sky insect race on this living planet, so leaving this deserted island was imperative. Before today, Jiang Yuan had only 2 ideas in mind. One was to build a large raft or wooden boat and sail across the ocean to the land detected by Lilith. The second was a bit more troublesome, requiring the collection of more animal skins and some materials with excellent combustion properties, then making a hot air balloon. Both methods could cross the ocean and the operation was not particularly difficult, at least he was confident in making them. But the first method was extremely slow and a slight carelessness could result in being capsized by waves. The second method, however, was somewhat difficult to control, and if he didn't carry enough fuel he would only fall from the sky into the sea. Now a third idea arose in Jiang Yuan's mind, to cultivate a large bird that could carry him across the sea to the land on the other side. According to the normal lifting ratio of eagles, I would need to cultivate a creature with a standing height of at least 1 meter. So it seems that old Master Jin's novels weren't lying. The size of that divine eagle could easily carry 2 people. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had some knowledge in this area. For example, the prehistoric Argentavis had a standing height of 1.5 to 2 meters and a body weight of 65 to 100 kilograms. According to scientists, reconstruction of prey remains near its nest. This giant could lift prey up to 1.5 times its own weight in flight. This matched perfectly with the divine eagle in old Master Jin's novel, which could easily carry 2 people into the air. However, why is this herbal decoction ineffective on the human body? Or is it that after absorbing it I consumed it on strengthening my muscle cells? A question arose in Jiang Yuan's mind. The herbal residue that the young direwolf licked was no different from what he used during cultivation. Yet the little creature's size was skyrocketing. He himself, however, showed no change. It must be related to the cultivation technique he practiced, which consumes certain substances from the decoction to strengthen his flesh, skin and bones. It's better this way. Otherwise I would have worried about accidentally turning myself into a giant several meters tall. I don't have a fear of small stature. After speculating roughly, Jiang Yuan didn't delve further as he had no desire to become a giant. In the following days, Jiang Yuan monitored the young direwolf's physical condition every day. It must be said that the little creature's growth rate was indeed astonishing, increasing its shoulder height by over a centimeter each day on average. This was simply an impossible growth rate for any living being. Moreover, the strength of the young direwolf's flesh, skin and bones stimulated by the herbal residue had reached a level comparable to that of adult direwolves. This made Jiang Yuan even more certain that the terrifying growth rate of the young direwolf was absolutely related to the herbal residue it licked daily. After all, even if the species could evolve to reach a subadult state in an extremely short time, their physical strength could not possibly reach the adult standard while still subadult. Otherwise the young direwolf's current state would be incomparable to those direwolves he had killed. This is not a bad piece of news. Creatures nurtured with herbal residue have a stronger physique than other individuals of the same species. Thus my giant bird plan will have a higher success rate, especially regarding load-bearing capacity, which will be far superior to other individuals. This was crucial for Jiang Yuan. The stronger the load-bearing capacity of the giant bird he cultivated, the safer it would be for him to cross the sea later. The only difficulty was that the current season was winter. Almost no birds remained on the island. Even though he had a plan in mind, it could not be implemented at this time. Moreover, ordinary birds won't do. I must find a larger species with strong load-bearing capacity. If possible, it would be best to find an eagle's fledgling. Eagles have powerful talons, good flight speed and endurance. They would be perfect as a flying mount to cross the sea to the opposite shore. Previously, when Lilith launched a microsatellite to scan the vicinity, he had noticed that eagle-like creatures had appeared in the sky. But it was quite far from the shelter. Moreover, it was now deep winter and this eagle-like creature might have already flown from this island to other places. Rustling. On another island some distance away from Jiang Yuan, amidst the endless white snow, a hole leading underground was emitting warm air. The original forests and shrubs nearby had disappeared as if flattened. Several giant insects 2 meters in size and covered with black exoskeletons were collecting various plants in the snow. The stellar insects had a very broad diet. Any substance containing organic matter could be consumed as food. However, compared to animals, the energy contained in plants was significantly lower. Thus the primary target of the stellar insects was usually hunting animals with higher energy content, followed by plants and other organic matter. In addition, the stellar insects also had the ability to consume metals. Starting from the 3rd stage, they could strengthen their exoskeleton by swallowing various metals. But it was winter and this was an island. Therefore the stellar insects had to settle for second best, focusing on the ubiquitous plants. Squeak! Squeak! In the snow a stellar insect emitted several sharp and urgent sounds, and the other nearby insects immediately turned around. They crawled towards the underground entrance. Soon the insects arrived in the cave, where there were dozens of them. These were the first stage insects bred by the motherworm that had been transformed during this period. Although their combat strength was not particularly strong, they were still top predators on this life planet. At least on this deserted island, the larger creatures had already become nutrients and energy for the motherworm to cultivate insect soldiers. Soon the first insect to return came to the deepest part of the cave. The mother worm, which had previously been comparable to the second stage, had now reached the third stage after this period of growth. However, unlike ordinary insects, the mother worm's stage could not be determined solely by size. The stellar insects that entered the deep cave spat out the energy-rich substances they had ingested and refined. This was a form of regurgitation to nourish the mother worm, saving time in transporting food and allowing direct absorption for incubating stellar insect eggs. Jiang Yuan remained completely unaware of this. The position of this island was far beyond the detection range of the microsatellite. But even if he knew, it would be useless. Not to mention the distance between the two islands, the sea separating them was not something he could cross at present. Whoosh! Inhale. Outside the shelter, Jiang Yuan stood in the white snow, continuously practicing the 72 forms of the savage ape subdues peak's fist to expand the limit of his strength. It had been over a month since his breakthrough to the peak of dark force. The accumulated force within his body had already more than doubled from before. Roar! Poof! Suddenly, as he finished practicing the savage ape subdues peak's fist for the 13th time within his chest and abdomen, it was as if an ancient beast had awakened. Two sounds like beast roars emerged successively. Jiang Yuan, who had been immersed in his practice, was startled awake with a trace of surprise on his brow. 3 parts confusion, 4 parts incredulity. This. Could it be the natural phenomenon that arises after cultivating dark force to its peak? Tiger, leopard, thunder sound, tiger roar, dragon chant, various descriptions abounded. But regardless, they all depicted the sounds emitted from the body when internal martial arts reached a certain realm. Or they could be considered a kind of phenomenon. Pondering this, Jiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. Then he clenched his fists, gave a slight shake, and the next moment a series of crackling sounds like falling beans or thunderous roars once again emitted from within his body. This was another phenomenon in Chinese martial arts, the harmonious resonance of bones and sinews. Whoa! What's going on with the streamer's body? How can it produce such crackling sounds? Could it be that he's actually achieved something through his training? That shouldn't be possible. It's probably just the normal crisp sounds of joints popping. However, the noise that came from his chest and abdomen earlier felt rather peculiar, like the roar of some living creature. A tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. I've seen in martial arts movies and novels that when one's kung fu reaches a certain realm, the body manifests extraordinary phenomena. Really? Are you sure it's not just the streamer's stomach growling from hunger? In the interstellar live stream, many viewers and netizens clearly heard the sounds emanating from Jiang Yuan's body. However, due to the guidance of the Strategic Deception Bureau, most people did not associate it with kung fu as they might have before. Only a few individuals harbored doubts. Among them, the most active was a young girl merely 15 or 16 years old whose family was quite wealthy. As a result, she had received gene agent injections early on. Her compatibility with the agents was also quite good. She had undergone 3 injections successfully, failing only on the 4th. Moreover, this girl had a particular fondness for martial arts films that had been passed down from before the interstellar era. Thus she had already begun to believe in the existence of kung fu when Jiang Yuan first displayed his peculiarities, and she even started practicing the movements herself. Yet after all this time she seemed to have made no progress. This must be the tiger's roar, dragon's chant, and sinew bone resonance described in martial arts novels. But I still haven't been able to deduce the correct breathing technique that matches the fist method. Su Xiaoxiao stared at Jiang Yuan's figure on the live stream screen, her eyes gleaming with excitement. However, she soon let out an involuntary sigh. According to the martial arts films and novels she had read, there were descriptions of cultivation methods paired with fist techniques. Learning the fist forms was only the first step. One also needed the corresponding breathing technique for the fist method to achieve its true effects. Thus every day she tried to observe Jiang Yuan's practice of the fierce ape mountain suppressing fist, imitating the rhythm of his chest and abdomen as he breathed. But even so, she had made little significant progress. Her muscular strength remained stuck at just over 600 gene with almost no noticeable improvement. The only benefit seemed to be that practicing those movements made her body more flexible and allowed her to execute certain actions more precisely. As for the herbal decoctions, Su Xiaoxiao naturally did not overlook them. The method she adopted was similar to that of the Kunlun Research Institute, identifying the medicinal ingredients through the live stream. Then, based on the amount of herbs Jiang Yuan used, she estimated the proportions and prepared a full batch of decoction. Throughout this process she periodically tested the decoction to ensure it contained no harmful toxins, guaranteeing safety and certainty. I wonder when I'll be able to produce the tiger's roar and dragon's chant from my body like brother Jiang Yuan does. Su Xiaoxiao was filled with envy. This was a phenomenon exclusive to grandmasters, surely capable of smashing rocks and breaking stones with bare hands. Especially earlier when the dire wolves surrounded them, her idol had single-handedly taken down the entire pack with his palms. This was definitely kung fu.
Regarding Su Xiaoxiao's situation, the Kunlun Research Institute was naturally aware as she was considered an extremely dangerous individual. It was highly possible that she could disrupt the phased implementation plan for humanity's universal cultivation, causing the truth of traditional martial arts to explode across Blue Star, leading to a shortage of cultivation resources. Therefore, the Kunlun Research Institute had arranged targeted monitoring. Once they detected any excessive actions from her, they would intervene immediately to prevent further premature leakage of information. For this reason, Su Xiaoxiao's persistent practice along with her purchase of various herbs and decoctions was also under the surveillance of the Kunlun Research Institute. Fortunately, the scene of pioneer Jiang Yuan smashing out that iron pot with his bare hands has not been exposed on Blue Star, otherwise it would have caused even more people to imitate and follow suit. Luo Yang felt immensely relieved. The replicated bone-strengthening decoction, though notably less effective than the one Jiang Yuan recorded in his diary, still provided a significant boost to cultivation. Therefore, if this little girl named Su Xiaoxiao wasn't too lacking in talent, it might not be long before she could successfully cultivate internal force just like Zhou Mingyuan and the others. Of course, her speed would definitely be incomparable to Zhou Mingyuan's, as they had the complete Fierce 8 Mountain Suppressing Fist, while Su Xiaoxiao could only learn from the livestream. The content related to the breathing technique, like the decoction, could only be learned about 70 or 80%, not fully mastered, so the effect would naturally be inferior to that of Zhou Mingyuan and his group. But even so, the possibility of Su Xiaoxiao succeeding could not be ruled out. Meanwhile, on Water Blue Star, hundreds of light years away, Jiang Yuan had successfully refined all the medicinal power, restoring his body to its peak condition. He then opened his attribute panel to take a look. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan: 24109. Life level: 3-dimensional. Hidden force: peak. Body hardening layer 1. Mid-stage abilities: gun proficiency 6. Exoskeleton armor control V. Basic combat V. Fierce 8 Mountain Suppressing Fist. Small success 3. Talents: body tempering. Small success talent 100-fold. Primary. As he had speculated, his life level had successfully broken through to the peak of hidden force. Just one more step and he would achieve transformative force. Explicit force is gravity. Hidden force is from the outside to the inside, then transformative force on the basis of outside to inside tempers the internal organs themselves. Refining flesh, refining bones, refining the internal organs, this is the true portrayal of the realm of traditional martial arts. This is also why experts who have cultivated hidden force have significantly enhanced their resilience to blows. The fundamental reason is that the bones within the body have been tempered by hidden force. Although it is only passive tempering, the improvement is still incomparable to that of the explicit force stage. As for the 3 talents body tempering, it had broken through to the mid-stage 10 days ago. With the assistance of decoctions and internal force, the cultivation effect was indeed faster than the physical training and medicinal combination recorded in the secret manual. Now the focus is to charge toward transformative force with all my might. Unlike the previous mid, late and peak stages, although the transition from hidden force to transformative force also requires accumulation, it is more about the comprehension of force application. As long as I can master the force to the finest detail, breaking through to transformative force will be a piece of cake. Jiang Yuan was filled with confidence. After all, he was blessed with the 100-fold talent. Whether in insight or physical learning ability, he was unmatched by ordinary people, and even so-called geniuses could not rival him. Therefore, for the next period, Jiang Yuan devoted himself entirely to mastering the control of Jin. To achieve a level of meticulous precision was naturally not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It required him to continuously circulate and utilize his Jin. Only in this way could he gradually comprehend, amidst the consumption and growth of Jin, how to transform an Jin into Hua Jin. Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry. After all, the deserted island was still in the snow-covered winter and he had nothing else to do on ordinary days. Circulating Jin, once the loss has dropped from 50% before to 1.5% now. I believe it won't be long before I can achieve less than 10%. The Jin circulated within his body. Only after the loss dropped below 10% could he attempt to guide the Jin from his flesh and blood into his internal organs. Only then could the body achieve what is called the opening of all meridians. Of course, the 100 meridians here refers to the Jin flowing along the blood, traveling throughout the body, including the internal organs. Real meridians in Dantian are things that only ancient martial arts would touch upon. However, Jiang Yuan's progress was swift and the development on Sholangsing was not slow either. In particular, the military district had popularized cultivation elixirs, enabling many soldiers who had cultivated Ming Jin to successively reach the early stage of Anjin. However, the number of people who successfully cultivated Jin and entered the ranks of Ming Jin also grew rapidly in this process. Even as early as half a month ago, it had already directly exceeded 1,000. Even for those like Zhou Mingyuan who had successfully cultivated Anjin from external to internal, the total number exceeded 50. Only the progress of 3 methods of hardening body was slow. No one had cultivated a single stage of the body. Zhou Mingyuan, who was the fastest, had only condensed half a mouthful of hardening qi. It would still require a considerable amount of time for tempering and accumulation before possibly catching up to Jiang Yuan's previous level. However, even so, such gains made Luo Yang and others feel quite gratified.
According to various tests they conducted, it had been confirmed that Guoshu experts like Jiang Yuan who had successfully cultivated Anjin could completely penetrate the metal plates of exoskeleton armor and inflict fatal injuries on the driver inside. This was enough to show how terrifying the potential of Guoshu martial artists was. To this end, Luo Yang, together with numerous researchers at the Kunlun Research Institute, formally named the 4 levels of Jin force for Guoshu martial artists.
For example, Mingjin corresponds to warrior Wuxia.
Anjin corresponds to martial master Wuxia. Huajin corresponds to grandmaster Zongshi. And the Baodan martial artist is called martial saint Wuxing, implying that a cultivator who has reached the Baodan realm possesses individual power completely beyond ordinary people.
As for the 3 methods of hardening body, Luo Yang and others also made relevant divisions and integrated them into these 4 cultivation realms.
However, different from internal martial arts practitioners, the 3 stages of the 3 methods of hardening body correspond to martial master, grandmaster and martial saint respectively. This is the so-called achieving sainthood through the physical body. After all, according to what Jiang Yuan wrote in his diary, after cultivating the 3 methods of hardening body to great perfection, the physical body would be impervious to the slashing of divine weapons. This was already comparable to exoskeleton armor. Moreover, after a hardening practitioner completed the 3 stages of the body, a hardening chi similar to Jin could also be generated within their body. Not only could it enhance their defense, but it could also exert destructive power and bonuses similar to Jin. Therefore, the 3 methods of hardening body, whose first stage could already be like Anjin, was classified under the general term of martial master. And Zhou Mingyuan was the cultivator who obtained the warrior and martial master certification number 001. As for Jiang Yuan, he had the even higher certification number 000. After all, everyone who had come into contact with cultivation knew that Jiang Yuan was undoubtedly the foremost among Guoshu practitioners, and his realm and strength could absolutely crush Zhou Mingyuan. At the same time, in a certain city on launching, Su Xiaoxiao, after drinking some herbal medicine as usual, began to follow Jiang Yuan's movements in the interstellar livestream and practiced the mighty ape-suppressing mountain fist. If judged solely by the movements, Su Xiaoxiao's every posture could be said to be extremely standard, almost comparable to the projection of Jiang Yuan's figure by the smart housekeeper. Although she, unlike the military district, had obtained cultivation secrets through the diaries, Su Xiaoxiao had her own method.
Using the smart housekeeper,
she adjusted her movements and even her breathing rhythm. Coupled with her own talent, she was able to practice the moves of mighty ape-suppressing mountain fist so convincingly.
However, today, what's going on? Why do these movements feel different from usual when I practice?
Su Xiaoxiao could clearly feel that her hands and feet, even her entire body, seemed to have a strange sensation today. It was as if with the changes in the fist technique movements,
her body was becoming increasingly tired and heavy.
Yet before today she had never felt such a change in her body.
Could it be?
Have I already mastered the cultivation techniques of these fist movements? That's why my body suddenly feels so fatigued.
A thought involuntarily emerged in Su Xiaoxiao's mind.
And with the emergence of this thought, her emotions and the blood throughout her body uncontrollably surged with excitement. Her heart was even more filled with motivation.
It must be.
Otherwise, after practicing those fist movements for so long, there's no reason why I only feel this way today.
Ah! I said it, my idol. No. Master, how could he be so powerful? It must be related to these movements.
This made Su Xiaoxiao extremely excited. The mighty ape-suppressing mountain fist she was practicing became even more forceful, and she persevered while enduring the fatigue from her body. Suddenly she felt as if a warm current had appeared in her body, and as the postures of her body kept changing, it flowed through her body toward her arm. And as the subsequent movements changed continuously, the warm current accumulated more and more.
It was not until Su Xiaoxiao's fist punched the sandbag in the room that the warm current completely subsided.
However, the sandbag hit by her delicate fist flew directly backward the next moment, and even the iron chain fixed to the roof was forcibly deformed by a tremendous force.
The material of the sandbag was even burst apart by the punch. Inner strength. This must be inner strength.
Su Xiaoxiao looked at the sandbag she had sent flying with a punch, somewhat incredulous, her flushed face brimming with excitement and agitation.
As expected, those movements were the secret fist techniques.
Even the authorities were unaware of them. That's why when everyone doubted earlier, the authorities came forward to debunk the rumors. But now she had mastered it.
With herself as a living example, even if the authorities were unwilling to believe, they would certainly no longer think that Kung Fu was fake.
Su Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with thoughts. Then she extracted the footage of her just practiced fist techniques and the burst sandbag from the smart brain storage.
She added text and posted it online. Who says Kung Fu is all fake? With video there is truth.
Through unremitting efforts, I have successfully cultivated inner strength capable of exploding a sandbag with one punch by following the interstellar livestream.
Time passed quickly. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao posted the video, it quickly stirred up a huge uproar on the network of launching. What the heck? Is it real or fake? Can those actions in the interstellar livestream really cultivate inner strength like in martial arts movies? You know what you really have to say, this little girl's strength is terrifying. She actually burst the sandbag with one punch. And even snapped the chain holding it. Is there a possibility that this little girl also had 6 gene enhancement injections and is just messing with us? In the video, Su Xiaoxiao posted her movements were very simple and crisp. With one punch she sent the sandbag hanging in the room flying. After the sandbag burst, sand grains splattered across the nearby floor. This was sufficient proof. The authenticity of the sandbag. There was no deception whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Strategic Deception Bureau quickly received news and learned of the video Su Xiaoxiao had exposed online. I never expected someone to learn the barbarian 8 mountain suppressing fist improved by Pioneer Jiang just from the interstellar livestream. Upon learning this, Zhao Feng was also extremely astonished. It wasn't that he couldn't accept it. Rather, compared to those in the know, ordinary people had not yet been exposed to the barbarian 8 mountain suppressing fist released by the military. In other words, for those unaware, to cultivate force besides following the movements of Pioneer Jiang in the interstellar livestream, they also needed to persist for at least a month. After all, only a few in the military had initially cultivated force within a month. We must act immediately. We cannot let the nationwide cultivation plan be fully exposed at this stage. We need to buy more time. But despite his shock, Zhao Feng quickly took action. He led the Strategic Deception Bureau to steer public opinion, preventing the impact from spiraling out of control. This little girl must have had 6 gene enhancement injections, giving her an arm strength of over 600 kilograms so she could punch through the sandbag. I think so too, but luckily I'm smart enough not to be fooled by her. So envious. 6 gene enhancement injections. I only had 4 and couldn't adapt any further. I wish I could have 6 too. Enough said, I'll bow down first. Especially since this girl looks only 15 or 16, being able to have 6 injections means her family background is certainly not simple. The water army of the Strategic Deception Bureau quickly flooded in, and the trend sparked by Su Xiaoxiao was mostly extinguished. After all, the authorities had made preparations beforehand. They categorized all those who had cultivated force into the ranks of those who had received 6 gene enhancement injections. After all, those who could quickly cultivate force in the early stages of the nationwide cultivation plan's promotion had at least received 3 gene enhancement injections. Thus, after successfully cultivating force, their physique would undergo a qualitative change, directly reaching the peak of Ming Gene at 600 kilograms. You have to believe me. Everything I said is the truth. The movements from the great Jiang Yuan are truly an ancient cultivation method. It took me nearly a month to follow these movements and cultivate a power similar to inner strength. If you don't believe me, I can release the full video. Earlier I was following Jiang Yuan's fist techniques, and then suddenly I felt a warmth emerge in my body. Seeing that many didn't believe her, Su Xiaoxiao grew anxious. She quickly posted several more updates in her circle. One of them was a video covering her decocting medicine training and then punching the sandbag flying. Regarding gene enhancement, Su Xiaoxiao also logged into her citizen account and captured information about her gene enhancement injections. Name: Su Xiaoxiao. Age 16. Gene enhanced 3 times. Arm strength 316 kilograms. The data looked very simple, but the content was undeniable and absolutely had evidential value. Thus, with these 2 bombshells dropped, the public opinion that had just calmed down surged once more on the internet. What? Only 3 gene enhancement injections? This is too unscientific. Could inner strength and true chi really be real? Otherwise, how could she punch the sandbag flying with only a little over 300 kilograms of arm strength? And even snap the chain holding it? Picture and truth. And there's a full unedited video. Maybe ancient martial arts or the like are real, just never known to the public. Right. Otherwise, there's no explanation for how this little girl could have such terrifying power to burst a sandbag with only 3 gene enhancement injections. Generally speaking, the sand inside a sandbag is loose. Even with the outer bag containing it, the sand still has strong force dissipation, and it's not something that can be burst with just over 300 kilograms of arm strength. Moreover, the sandbag was fixed with iron chains. Even if the arm strength of over 300 kilograms is amplified by the punch, it would at most be around 500 to 600 kilograms. To achieve this with that alone is also extremely difficult. Because of this, the public opinion that the Strategic Deception Bureau had barely managed to steer back once again shifted to a very unfavorable situation. If not effectively controlled, it wouldn't be long before the nationwide cultivation plan, still unprepared, would be passively exposed ahead of time. Cholet.
Immediately contact the gene department to modify Su Xiaoxiao's gene enhancement information.
Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's post, Zhao Feng's expression turned extremely grim. He quickly instructed his assistant Xiao Lei
to contact the gene department. This was the first time, so he had not anticipated that Su Xiaoxiao would reveal her gene enhancement information online. By the time he saw the post, it was clearly too late.
Deleting the post was certainly not an option.
Everyone knew that if there were nothing suspicious, the authorities would not act in such a way.
Thus deleting the post would be tantamount to an admission.
However, even if they contacted the gene department now and modified Su Xiaoxiao's gene enhancement information, it would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, and would not have much effect. To fully suppress this matter, he needed to obtain support from higher-ups. With this thought, Zhao Feng quickly dialed the emergency number Luo Yang had left for him to contact and report in an emergency.
General.
Director Zhao of the Strategic Deception Bureau has sent an urgent communication request.
At the Kunlun Research Institute. A guard quickly entered and trotted to the experimental area where Luo Yang was participating in the research.
He swiftly handed the emergency communication device into his hands.
General. The situation online is grim.
An ordinary person who has cultivated inner force is propagating information about national martial arts. Moreover, she has published her genetic information along with a video of her breakthrough where she released the accumulated inner force upon achieving the state.
Zhao Feng briefly explained the situation.
Luo Yang frowned deeply, never expecting that despite their utmost caution someone had already mastered inner force during the early stages of the nationwide cultivation plan. And from the data Zhao Feng transmitted, the individual was a girl of 15 or 16. Previously, due to her purchase of numerous medicinal herbs and materials, she had already been flagged by the official intelligence department. However, since the two cultivation methods had not been leaked, the authorities merely kept her under routine surveillance.
They never imagined she could actually cultivate inner force. I understand. I'll arrange for someone to handle it according to your proposal.
Just continue with the preliminary guidance work on your end. Luo Yang finished reading the document Zhao Feng sent.
He quickly agreed. Zhao Feng's intention was straightforward: recruit this person immediately. Bring her into the martial artist department for management.
Just like the previous medicinal herb plantations, she would be directly absorbed by the authorities. All those in the know would sign confidentiality agreements to prevent any information leakage. However, for a genius like Su Xiaoxiao, who cultivated inner force from the interstellar livestream's incomplete methods lacking the breathing technique apart from the confidentiality agreement,
she also needed to undergo practitioner certification.
Furthermore, she had to be informed of the subsequent plans to prevent information leaks that could prematurely expose the nationwide cultivation initiative. Not long after, the martial artist department within the military district quickly dispatched an officer with the relevant documents to Su Xiaoxiao's residence. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was still passionately arguing online, urging everyone to believe her that the movements from the interstellar livestream could indeed cultivate the legendary inner energy.
Until her doorbell rang, pressed by the officer from the martial artist department. Hello, are you Ms. Su Xiaoxiao?
The door opened from inside and the man standing at the threshold stood ramrod straight, asking her politely. She had successfully cultivated inner force and without any official resources, relying solely on her own exploration.
Such a genius could not be underestimated.
Especially the officer sent here, having only received a single gene serum injection, he had yet to achieve inner force himself.
I am Su Xiaoxiao. Who are you? And what business do you have with me?
Su Xiaoxiao looked puzzled.
She didn't remember knowing this person, nor had she ordered anything online. Hello, Ms. Su Xiaoxiao. I am a staff member of the martial artist department. Since you have successfully cultivated inner force, you are eligible to undergo practitioner level testing in unified management within our department.
The man outside stated his purpose directly. The next moment, Su Xiaoxiao was stunned.
What? Martial artist department. And I meet the requirements for some level test.
This barrage of information exploded like thunderclaps in her ears, leaving her mind a blank canvas.
After all,
barely an hour had passed since she cultivated inner force, yet the martial artist department had already come knocking at her door.
Yes, Ms. Su Xiaoxiao.
Now you need to accompany me to the martial artist department for your practitioner level certification.
Additionally, you will need to sign the unified management and public security regulations for martial artists.
The man continued. And so with a dazed mind, Su Xiaoxiao left her home and followed the man to the newly established martial artist department. After a series of tests, Su Xiaoxiao ultimately obtained the certification of a Ming Gene Explicit Force Peak martial artist. She also gained access to the martial artist forum, the ability to check her own information and knowledge of the safety regulations she must abide by.
So, I'm now a Mingjin martial artist.
Staring at the martial artist badge in her hand, Su Xiaoxiao felt as if she were dreaming. Half an hour ago she had been passionately arguing with netizens proving that martial arts were not a legend but a tangible reality. And now she had already joined the martial artist department. Moreover, according to her certification serial number, there were at least over 3,000 Mingjin experts ahead of her. The founder of the new national martial arts, Senior Jiang Yuan, is actually the founding father. Fueled by excitement, Su Xiaoxiao logged into the official martial artist forum using the URL provided during certification. The first thing that caught her eye was the identity and information about Jiang Yuan. Rank in Jin, implicit force martial master. Title, founder of the new national martial arts. Moreover, the two martial arts techniques and medicinal decoctions he had refined formed the very foundation of the entire martial cultivation world. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but open her mouth in astonishment. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had originally thought that the boxing method Jiang Yuan practiced was a cultivation technique passed down from the pre-interstellar era. But it turned out he had modified it himself. She and all the martial artists with certification numbers before hers were cultivating based on the methods he had improved. Furthermore, the authorities had specially established the Kunlun Research Institute and were vigorously developing aquaculture and agriculture, preparing to usher in a grand era of nationwide cultivation. The reason this information was still under wraps was purely because the foundational aspects were not yet in place. If the news about national martial arts were to be exposed now, it could lead to resource shortages, ultimately creating a severely unfavorable cultivation environment. So I almost sabotaged the official plan. A trace of lingering fear emerged in Su Xiaoxiao's heart. Having spent considerable money on medicinal herbs, she naturally understood the immense demand for such resources once the nationwide cultivation plan commenced. Especially since the compatibility rate of gene serums was low. Those seeking to enhance their individual strength would undoubtedly pin their hopes on national martial arts. Fortunately, the authorities reacted promptly, found her and brought her to the martial artist department. Otherwise the entire world might have descended into chaos today. Beep beep beep. Just then Su Xiaoxiao received a message from the martial artist department instructing her to cooperate with the Strategic Deception Bureau to steer online discussions back on track, thereby delaying the exposure of the nationwide cultivation plan as much as possible. After reading the message, Su Xiaoxiao promptly issued a public apology online as instructed and deleted her Moments posts. She also took the modified information from the genetics department, screenshotted it, reposted it on her Moments and captioned it as her real genetic enhancement data. The once turbulent and undercurrent-ridden online public opinion finally calmed down again with her cooperation. Only a very few people familiar with Su Xiaoxiao found it a bit odd. However, when they messaged her to inquire, Su Xiaoxiao brushed them off with the excuse that the authorities were secretly testing a new gene serum. Thus she successfully averted the crisis of the plan being prematurely exposed, which could have caused a dam breach disaster. Meanwhile, on the water blue planet, Jiang Yuan continued to stay in the shelter as before, only emerging to fetch firewood or frozen meat. As thick snow carpeted the ground outside, Jiang Yuan directly used an unmanned probe to track the traces of short-horned elk, hunting 2 of them in one go and freezing them outside. Thus whenever he needed food he could simply go outside, scrape away the snow and retrieve the frozen chunks of meat to bring into the house. It would take only one night. The temperature inside the room would soften the frozen meat. It was far more convenient than before. At least there was no need to cure these meat chunks with sea salt, nor any worry of them spoiling or going bad. Woof! Ta Shui ran over, affectionately rubbing its nearly fully grown body gently against Jiang Yuan's pant leg. This little creature's intelligence seemed to grow sharper with time. The most direct sign was that Ta Shui could understand what he meant. This was not the result of deliberate training, it was entirely through daily interaction that Ta Shui had come to comprehend his words and gestures on its own. What the hell could those herbal dregs actually have the effect of boosting intelligence? Jiang Yuan was somewhat skeptical. But soon he dismissed this conjecture. Logically, with his current mere 100-fold talent, he could not deduce something so extraordinary. After all, even ancient martial arts that were merely superior to national techniques required at least the next level of talent to be deduced. Let alone a formula akin to the spiritual enlightenment elixirs of the immortal cultivation dimension capable of awakening animal intelligence. Perhaps the truly effective thing is the herbs used to brew the decoction, since this is a life-bearing planet devoid of civilization and the herbs here are far superior in age and quality to those on Blue Star. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin. Soon he grasped the key to this matter. Even the changes in Ta Shui's body might be related to this. In both this world and before his transmigration, there were many legends of creatures consuming so-called spiritual herbs, leading to an increase in size or intelligence. These so-called spiritual herbs, Jiang Yuan speculated, were mostly aged herbs with extremely potent medicinal effects. It's a pity that now the snow covers the entire island and the large bird from before is nowhere to be seen.
Otherwise I could have used this winter to cultivate a mount capable of crossing the sea.
Jiang Yuan stroked Ta Shui with one hand while sighing inwardly. Though the deserted island beneath his feet was not small, it was still limited by area and environment, and its resources certainly could not compare to those of a broader continent. Moreover, there was the lurking threat of the starry sky Zerg.
Without exploring the vicinity, Jiang Yuan could not shake a sense of unease.
Fortunately, Lilith's database contained many movies and novels to read, which kept him from getting too bored. Additionally, with daily practice of the barbaric 8-mountain suppressing fist and the 3 talents body forging, time passed imperceptibly and swiftly. As for other national techniques, Jiang Yuan when bored had deduced another 2: the Crimson Sun Iron Sandpalm and the armor-breaking Eagle Claw technique. Their original versions were the Iron Sandpalm and the Eagle Claw technique, and both martial arts, whether before or after deduction, belonged to external techniques. However, like the 3 talents body forging, these 2 techniques could be accelerated through the use of force. Thus, in just over half a month, Jiang Yuan had already entered the threshold of these 2 techniques and reached the minor accomplishment stage, gaining the power to shatter stone tablets with bare hands. And this was without applying force. As for the barbaric 8-mountain suppressing fist, the process of training the internal organs was also proceeding smoothly. The loss of blood and energy had successfully decreased to within 10%. All that remained was to continuously mobilize blood and energy into the organs, complete a cycle, and return it to the heart.
Now only the most difficult part, the kidneys, remains unsuccessful.
Compared to the other 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the kidneys are located on the left and right sides of the lower back, requiring a simultaneous cycle in both kidneys to succeed. Jiang Yuan practiced the barbaric 8-mountain suppressing fist. The force with the continuous changes of his body roamed through all parts, finally guided by him into the internal organs. Except for the kidneys, all other organs had completed their cycles. Thus the path was unimpeded, only encountering a sense of restriction when the force reached the kidneys. However, as time passed, this sense of restriction gradually eased. Jiang Yuan speculated that the dark force was a power born from completing a cycle of the force generated by the body within the blood vessels. And the transformative force was another power further purified by mobilizing the dark force internally to circulate through the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This was like a grinding mill. The dark force was the initial coarse grinding, while the transformative force was the further fine grinding. Though the final product was still force, their degrees of refinement were entirely different. Consequently, when coursing through the blood vessels, the effects they could achieve and even their flow speed differed.
This time, I must succeed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Yuan's forehead.
Compared to other organs, guiding the force into the kidneys was noticeably more energy-consuming. He had been stuck at this step for several days already. Unlike the other organs, which had taken at most 2 or 3 days for the reduced loss force to complete the visceral cycle. Take the lungs for example. After the force completed the visceral cycle, he could clearly feel that his lungs seemed to come fully alive. Every breath felt incredibly light. Even when he took a full breath, he could easily hold it for over 15 minutes, even reaching more than 20 minutes. Absolutely incredible. Besides that, there was the stomach. After completing the force cycle, the speed at which he refined the herbal decoction also increased. In short, the benefits were numerous and endless.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time quickly passed, nearly 20 minutes gone as he struggled with the force against the kidneys.
During this period, the sweat on his forehead grew more profuse, and even the inner shirt beneath his fur clothing was slightly dampened.
Finally, Jiang Yuan felt the resistance blocking the force suddenly vanish.
The force that had been pent up in the kidneys successfully took the final step. Completing the cycle of all 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the first strand of finely polished transformative force was born within his body. This force was extremely refined, and during its circulation through the body's blood vessels, it was almost imperceptible any loss. It was also very easy to mobilize. As long as it was part of his body, even the most dangerous brain, he could guide the force to flow slowly into it. In other words, as long as Jiang Yuan wished, every part of his body could now burst forth with a force, and this force could even break through the skin's barrier, truly achieving detachment from the body existing briefly in other substances. Jiang Yuan summoned the attribute panel and glanced at of dark his realm it had indeed transformed into. Even his lifespan had, on top of the previous baseline, grown by 20 years. The characters behind the 3-dimensional boundary also changed from a single vertical stroke into 2, as if he had gained some advancement upon breaking through Hua Jin. Could it be that only after attaining Hua Jin can life tier undergo a leap? Jiang Yuan found this hard to understand. Yet the dimensional tier did not seem particularly important to him. After all, his progress now relied mainly on the cultivation method. Therefore, even if this value never changed, Jiang Yuan would not mind too much. Then he swept the ground with his foot, clearing a patch of snow, and his gaze settled on a stone stained with snow. This stone was not large, only the size of a thumb.
While the audience in Xingji Jibujian watched with curiosity about what he would do, they saw him suddenly lift his right foot and kick the stone. Whoosh! In the next moment the stone sped away, flying about 30 meters before suddenly exploding in the air, its fragments scattering on the nearby snow. Can it only endure for 3 or 2 breaths? Jiang Yuan furrowed his brow in calm contemplation. According to the record in manhwa, Jiang Yuan, after attaining Huajin, he would be able to hide his own strength within objects. Not like dark qi, Huajin must remain in a steady transferring process. When the energy reaches its limit or the limit of transferring the object, the energy will erupt in the next moment. And Huajin requires even greater stability, able to hide within objects and persist for a time without erupting. Perhaps I have only just begun cultivating Huajin and the strength within me is not yet thick enough, hence it only persisted for 3 or 2 breaths. After a moment Jiang Yuan pondered the cause. Just as when he had first cultivated dark qi, the energy within could not compare with the later stages or the peak. Thus, as long as he continued to accumulate energy within his body, the effects Huajin could achieve would continue to grow from this foundation. With that in mind, Jiang Yuan fixed his eyes on another small stone on the ground, then lifted his foot and kicked it away again. Yet unlike before, this stone's target lay within 30 meters, so before the energy could unleash its force it collided with a tree about 30 paces away. A dull thud sounded and a fragment remained lodged in the trunk like a gem set into wood, with at least half of it exposed above the surface rather than sunk into the tree. It must have penetrated about a centimeter into the trunk, equivalent to 3/10 of an inch. The damage cannot compare to a direct punch, but the difference is clear since a stone thrown is an explosive release across distance. To achieve such an effect was no easy feat. Moreover, he was only in the early Huajin stage. It was natural that the power's eruption wouldn't be very strong. This much makes me look like a wuxia master, but to truly make petals and leaves fly away and still harm people, one would at least need to reach the pinnacle of Huajin or cultivate internal energy from ancient martial arts. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin. National arts cannot compare to ancient martial arts, but even among ancient arts there are strong and weak realms. Not all can supersede national arts. Thus the Huajin in national arts can accomplish moves similar to plucking flowers and leaves in ancient martial arts, and with that he turned and walked into the shelter. Thus Huajin within national arts could perform maneuvers akin to plucking flowers and leaves in ancient martial arts, and with that he turned and walked into the shelter. Outside the temperature had stabilized at around -20 degrees. Even as he circulated his energy his blood would boil. Nor could the thin spring autumn coat endure it for long. Prolonged exposure required him to return to the shelter and don a double-layer wolfskin coat to bolster warmth. What a pity there isn't snow. I could test a Huajin phenomenon. One feather cannot fall, a leaf cannot touch the body. At this moment he had mastered Huajin. Moreover, through Huajin the stone kicked against the trunk had bored a hole that could anchor the stone in place. He had begun to discern Huajin's nature. The so-called feather cannot fall, leaf cannot touch the body stems from the fact that after attaining Huajin the more delicate energy can seep through the skin. Even if feathers or leaves drifted down, the exuding energy would push them away from the body. Thus the phenomenon of a feather not falling and a leaf not touching the body comes into being. If we regard this aspect alone, the energy cultivated through national arts bears some uncanny parallels with internal qi, internal power, or inner breath. At least ancient martial masters can do this as well. Even in rain they can rely on their cultivated internal power to completely shield their bodies from the rain, not even worry about their clothes getting wet. Inside the shelter Jiang Yuan stayed watching a wuxia film he had just pulled up, which happened to feature ancient martial masters who cultivated internal power, able to keep their clothes dry in rainy weather without an umbrella. Whoosh! Meanwhile, beyond the water blue star's nebula region a ripple appeared in the cosmic void, and soon a Suwania warship emerged from a yawning shadowy channel. Then a second, then a third. But the hulls of these spacecraft bore varying degrees of damage, and there were many wrecks accompanying them. Report fleet status. The voice of Commander Qin Yunhai rang out in the command chamber, and beside him were a few accompanying guards. And there were several ship controllers. Return to the commander. 30% of the ship's energy remains, and only 5 ships have successfully crossed space. The rest are stranded in the starry void before the jump. The AI's voice echoed within the ships. The fleet numbered more than 20 warships, and merely crossing the earlier backup jump channel had cost nearly 10 ships. Coupled with this jump failure, the ships that had successfully reached near the Great Wall defense line now amounted to only about a third of the original. Such losses were not light. Yet even so their losses proved worthwhile, for they had spent only a few months. They had successfully reached the vicinity of the Great Wall defense line, and signal feedback from the ships indicated that their direct flight distance to the 099 base fortress was less than 3 days. Once they reach the 099 base fortress, they will access the base's central brain to learn the Suwania warship's flight trajectory and determine Jiang Xiansu's coordinates in heading into the nebula region. Once they reach the 099 base fortress, they will be able to access the base's central brain to learn the Suwania warship's flight trajectory and locate Jiang Xiansu's coordinates in bearing into the nebula region. Send the jump success signal to Blue Star. In half a day continue onward to Fortress Base 099 and complete our mission. Qin Yunhai issued the order.
Soon the warship's mainbrain compiled the message, gathered the faint energy from their surrounding cosmos and activated the hyperrange transmitter to send it out.
The entire process lasted approximately half a day.
The message reached Blue Star. At this moment Jiang Yuan once again issued orders directing the fleet to proceed toward Fortress Base 099. It took roughly 3 days of flight before the fleet's warships arrived at Base 099. Through the scanning equipment of the warships, the transmitted images clearly revealed the devastated state of the entire base. More than 2/3 of the entire fortress base had been completely destroyed. Rubble and debris littered everywhere, along with the wreckage of cosmic warships and exoskeleton armors. Furthermore, the ground of the fortress base was riddled with corroded craters, making the already damaged facility appear even more desolate and ruined.
Aboard the cosmic warship, everyone fell silent.
They all understood precisely what those craters meant.
The starfield insect swarm, which uses organic matter as breeding nutrients, would treat human bodies and even spilled blood as nourishment. Therefore, craters like these
were all traces left behind after the starfield insects located dried blood and excavated it along with the concrete ground beneath. One could not help but wonder if the insects had already looted everything useful from this fortress base. The insect detection radar aboard the cosmic warship had not detected any traces of the starfield insect swarm in the ruins of Fortress Base 099.
Issue my command.
Clear all insects from the fortress and proceed to the central chamber housing the mainbrain to assess its condition.
Jiang Yuan's fierce eyes grew slightly reddened and his voice trembled as he issued the subsequent orders.
This was the purpose of their journey.
Repair the mainbrain's functionality at Base 099 so that Blue Star could re-establish contact with Jiang Yuan on the Lost Water Blue Star.
Then construct a stable spatial transmission channel. Once the person was rescued, they would activate the spatial gateway immediately.
Bring Jiang Yuan back to Blue Star.
As for anything else, none of it mattered compared to these two missions. 10 exoskeleton squads have detached from the warship and are proceeding to the base ruins to eliminate the insect threat.
Zone 1 has been cleared of insects. Zone 3 has been cleared of insects. Zone 6 has been cleared of insects. As time passed, the insects scattered throughout Base 099 were swiftly eradicated by the exoskeleton armored troops.
Among them, the most formidable was a 5th-stage insect whose body towered higher than a 2-story building. Fortunately, this time the exoskeleton units included numerous newly developed 6th-generation armors capable of engaging even 6th-stage insects.
First squad has reached the main brain area and successfully connected, disabling the access restriction locks. Another transmission arrived.
Only then did Jiang Yuan and the warship's guards don their exoskeleton armors and move swiftly toward the main brain area.
Since Fortress Base 099 had been destroyed,
the gravity on the massive meteorite where the base was built had dropped to an extremely weak level. Even wearing heavy exoskeleton armor, normal movement across the meteorite's surface was nearly impossible. They could only propel themselves using the thrusters integrated into their exoskeleton suits.
Shaolin, can the mainbrain's communication module be repaired?
Jiang Yuan descended deep underground. This location lay at least 100 meters beneath the entire Base 099, accessible only by a single elevator. It also housed the base's intelligent mainbrain and backup energy reserves.
Reporting, Commander.
After thorough inspection, we have found that the base's communication module was not damaged. It can still establish normal contact with the homeworld and receive information transmitted from Blue Star. The engineer named Shaolin reported their findings to Jiang Yuan. Clearly this was not particularly good news. If the communication module at Base 099 was functioning without any issues, then the root cause preventing them from contacting Jiang Yuan had to lie with the Xianyao warship at the source. Only if the Xianyao warship itself had sustained damage to its communication systems would the signal originate solely from there, be received by Base 099 located outside the nebula region and relayed back to the receivers on Blue Star. But it could not receive messages from Blue Star. In short, they could receive Jiang Yuan's transmitted information through the mainbrain on the Xianyao warship, but Jiang Yuan could not receive their messages in return. In that case, let us directly initiate the rescue protocol. Jiang Yuan stood motionless in the underground chamber for a long time, then took a deep breath and spoke to the guard beside him. Soon 2 soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor, completely obscuring their features, stepped forward from the ranks. They had been selected well in advance. They operated in pairs. This mission carried extraordinary difficulty with a mortality rate exceeding 99%. Nevertheless, they had to attempt it regardless. They absolutely had to traverse the nebula region, enter the isolated water Blue Star, and find a way to extract the mission target from within.
The cosmic warship's engines erupted with streaks of blue particles.
The 2 soldiers carrying out the mission soon piloted the warship along the route recorded in the Base 099 mainbrain. They headed toward the nebula region. Meanwhile, the soldiers remaining at the fortress base began constructing a spatial node device in the underground chamber to establish a connection with Blue Star. As long as the mission soldiers brought Jiang Yuan back from Water Blue Star, the device would activate immediately, completing the spatial jump-in transmission, after which they would manually destroy it. This was to prevent the insects from using the spatial node device to detect Blue Star's exact coordinates. However, this mission was destined to fail. Once the cosmic warship entered the nebula region, its electronic systems began malfunctioning. Despite their thorough preparations, by the time the warship emerged from the nebula region, it had become nothing more than a shattered wreck. Indeed, the extent of the damage was far worse than the ship Jiang Yuan had piloted previously. After all, back then the Starfield insect swarm had wrapped themselves around the Xian warship of their own accord to survive, effectively creating a living biological shield around the entire vessel. This had allowed some of the insects that had infiltrated the Xian warship to survive by chance. Yet even so, everyone aboard the warship perished during the transit through the nebula region. Signal completely lost. The first mission to traverse the nebula has failed. As the mission warship's signal vanished, Qin Yunhai was forced to somberly announce that the first rescue attempt under the backup plan had failed. Worse still, the warship's signal was entirely lost. Neither of the two soldiers could respond to base communications. The only thing that remained was the remotely operated drone protected at the warship center, which shortly after entering the nebula region transmitted a corrupted message before going completely silent. Meanwhile, on Shuelan Star within the nebula region, Jiang Yuan, stationed outside the shelter, suddenly noticed a meteor shower streaking across the sky, trailing long tails as it plummeted toward the planet. Among them was one particularly massive fragment. Even from a great distance he could discern that this meteor bore traces and characteristics unlike anything formed by natural means. Lilith, lock onto that meteor shower in the sky and capture images, zoom to maximum. Jiang Yuan quickly instructed, urging the Lilith beside him to deploy microsatellites for reconnaissance, image capture and magnification processing. If his guess was correct, these objects resembling a meteor shower were likely debris carried in by an external cosmic warship after piercing through the nebula region. And that largest meteorite might very well be a cosmic warship or spacecraft itself. Affirmed, Commander. Lilith responded with remarkable speed, rapidly deploying microsatellites to attempt capturing imagery of the enormous meteorite drawing nearer in the sky. After roughly a few breaths, a damaged warship image projected from his wristwatch, materializing before his eyes. It was a warship similar in design to the Xian vessel, its surface shrouded in the luminous flames generated by atmospheric friction. However, the main body of the ship sustained relatively minor damage. Roughly 1/10 appeared compromised. During its descent toward the blue planet, the energy barriers on the warship's surface remained operational, deflecting meteorite fragments and metallic debris from the vessel alike. Did someone detect Shuelan Star within the nebula region by tracing the Xian signal, or was this vessel like me, fleeing from the starworm swarm and crashing into this area? Jiang Yuan's mind immediately raced with possibilities. His Xian warship had suffered penetration to its external high-strength armor by the starworms while traversing the nebula region. The energy barrier systems had also sustained certain damage. Had the starworms, upon sensing the force fields of the nebula region, not swarmed across the warship's surface in such numbers, treating the entire vessel as an additional protective shell to shield the worms inside, the Xian would have likely disintegrated, completely unable to safely deliver his inhabited body to this life-bearing planet. Perhaps those aboard this warship could survive within the mysterious force fields of the nebula region, especially since the damage to this vessel does not appear particularly severe. Based on the imagery captured by the microsatellites, Jiang Yuan made a rather bold inference regarding the survival status of anyone inside the warship. At the same time, this was also what he desperately hoped for. Being stranded alone on this life-bearing planet filled him with profound loneliness, with not a single soul to converse with. Therefore, having reached this conclusion, Jiang Yuan asked Lilith to calculate the approximate trajectory and landing zone of the cosmic warship, estimating how far it lay from his position. Only after obtaining precise coordinates would he have the opportunity to trace the warship's descent path, locate the wreckage and search for any survivors aboard. Commander, judging by the warship's flight trajectory, its final impact site may align with the crash location of our Xian vessel. Lilith's optical sensors displayed streams of data, and she swiftly presented the calculation results via his wristwatch. According to the projections, the warship that had breached the nebula region would likely crash in the waters near this island. Its trajectory overlapped almost entirely with that of the Xian warship. Could this truly be a cosmic warship? Were we not told that the journey from our universe to the blue planet would take 3 years? How is it possible that a spacecraft has already successfully landed here after only a few months? Could this be some kind of surprise orchestrated by the authorities, a 3-year estimate that was merely extremely conservative? Such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. Otherwise, where would this spacecraft have come from? It hardly could have arrived from extraterrestrials. Come now, encountering aliens is hardly that easy. If it were so simple, we would not be struggling so desperately against the starworm swarm. Unmanned probes also captured imagery from the sky. However, unlike the microsatellites deployed by Lilith, their long-range capture devices resembled conventional cameras. Consequently, the images appeared somewhat blurry, lacking the clarity of close-range optical capture. That said, the blurriness was merely relative. After all, cameras from the interstellar era were incomparable to those from before it. Thus, even after zooming in, though the clarity did not match Lilith's microsatellites, it was still evident that this was a cosmic warship. Even at the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and his colleagues could not help but feel their hearts race with excitement. A warship had traversed the nebula region, and judging by its condition, the damage was not severe. The energy shields were still functioning normally. It seems Qin Yunhai's efforts have succeeded. As long as we can establish spatial node devices on Shuelan Star, a stable spatial transmission corridor between our blue planet and Shuelan Star can be opened. Due to the immense distance, information transmission was noticeably delayed. When Luo Yang viewed the footage through the interstellar live broadcast, he was still unaware of the warship's complete signal loss. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the guard responsible for interstellar communications arrived with news of the warship losing contact. Moreover, the warship's main brain had been destroyed, yielding absolutely no signal response. The damage was even more extensive than that suffered by the Xian Niao warship that Jiang Yuan had previously piloted. How could it have lost contact? Judging from the interstellar broadcast footage, this warship should be in sound condition. Could it have encountered some form of signal interference while traversing the nebula region? Luo Yang found it difficult to believe. After all, based on the imagery captured by unmanned probes through the interstellar broadcast, that warship appeared to be in even better condition than the Xianyao. There was no plausible reason for signal loss or complete communication failure. The specifics remain unclear. Colonel Qin's team continues attempting to re-establish contact, but they have already completed rebuilding the spatial node device. Once sufficient energy accumulates, the spatial jump channel can be activated. The guard continued reporting. Meanwhile, in the interstellar live broadcast, the unmanned probes captured footage of the cosmic warship accompanied by countless meteorites hurtling rapidly toward the surface of Shuelan Star. From the angle captured by the unmanned probes, both the warship and the meteor shower appeared to be drawing closer to Jiang Yuan's location. The distance grew ever shorter. The warship loomed ever larger, until it vanished completely beyond the coastline, descending into the snow-covered forest above. Only a handful of meteorites or fragments of the cosmic warship punched through the dense canopy, reaching the area near the shelter. Or perhaps even further, triggering a series of impact sounds across the landscape. Lilisai marked the fragments fell. Jiang Yuan ordered, glancing at that vanished into the sky and the wreckage of the space battles. Though these things are valuable, their worth cannot compare to that space battleship. Yet they are fragments torn from the vessel or meteorites from within that nebula. Whichever they are, each holds some use for him. For instance, gathering the metal fragments to forge other weapons or to craft tools to aid his survival. Secondly, the nebula region harbors mysterious force fields. Perhaps he can glean something from these meteor fragments that fell with the battleship and learn the characteristics of the nebula's force fields. Just in case within such meteorites there may lie some special energies precisely meeting the absorption requirements of his Shojin techniques, he could even use these stones as spirit stones or celestial crystals. And if that proves insufficient, there is Shojin's art of forging. He could try crafting these meteor fragments into ritual instruments or spirit implements. In short, the meteors drifting in the nebula region did not feel ordinary to Jiang Yuan. Perhaps they would serve some purpose for him. Very well, Commander, Lilisai replied. I have marked the fall sites of all nearby meteorites and merged them into the island map we already had. Lilisai quickly followed his orders, marking the positions of those meteorite fragments and the space battleship wreckage on the island map displayed in the wristwatch. However, because of the distance, Lilisai marked only region boundaries, and within that region she looked for a reference point where a fragment had fallen. She marked it conspicuously. Jiang Yuan casually pointed to a few features, tall trees and rocks that looked quite massive. There were also winding streams and barren stony stretches. After surveying, Jiang Yuan was quite satisfied, and then he turned his gaze to the coastline where the microsatellite had captured the battleship plunging into the sea. The location was still some distance from the coastline. Yet thanks to the battleship's energy shield, the impact of its plunge hadn't been severe. Even riding the sideways force of the fall, the battleship stayed afloat and drifted toward the island for a considerable distance. When the microsatellite had fallen and been recovered by Lilisai, the battleship had already drawn near the island. Ultimately, it ran aground in the nearshore. This certainly saved me a lot of time. I won't have to follow the ship's exact fall direction to locate it from afar now. Jiang Yuan's heart rose with joy. He promptly strapped a hunting knife forged from metal fragments and together with Lilisai set off toward the coastline. Is the Zhubao heading toward the spaceship? I truly hope it's a spaceship from Lanxing so we can hurry to Shui Lanxing and live a wilderness life with Zhubao today. I also hope, by the blessing of the Tathagata Guanyin and God Jesus, that it will indeed be a spaceship from Lanxing. Not
What kind of garbled stuff is this? 4 divine names, and 2 different faiths. Cut it out.
Now isn't the time to worry about that regardless of which pantheon, as long as the spaceship belongs to Lan Xing, that's enough.
In the interstellar livestream room, many viewers and netizens couldn't help but pray devoutly at this moment.
As inhabitants of the interstellar age, their willingness to bow in prayer to celestial beings, much like in the dramas, highlights how earnestly they desire the spaceship to belong to Lan Xing.
It must be Lan Xing. It must be Lan Xing.
Su Xiaoxiu, like the others, clasped her fingers before her chest and prayed with utmost seriousness. Compared to other viewers in the livestream, what she longs for is to go to Shui Lan Xing to personally meet her idol, the pioneer who laid the very foundation of Lan Xing's cultivation. Kunlun Research Institute and people like Qin Yunhai at Base 099 now hold their breath as they watch the footage transmitted by the unmanned probes. The signal from the space battleship vanished, but that did not mean the crew aboard nor the short-range transmitters were malfunctioning. As long as these devices remain intact, the rescue mission still has a chance. Even should information pertaining to the nation's martial arts be exposed, we could rely on resources from Shui Lan Xing. To minimize the impact of the dam break scenario as much as possible, once I enter the Qi refinement stage, my control of Qi becomes ever more skilled and its consumption falls markedly from before. Jiang Yuan walked across the snow. Unlike Lilisai nearby, he deliberately guided his Qi, pouring it into his own feet. Thus, as he moved, his footprints remained shallow in the snow, unlike Lilisai's where they were more evident. Wherever she passed, footprints over 10 centimeters deep remained clearly etched, captured by the drones trailing behind them. Naturally, this scene was captured and streamed to the Lan Xing interstellar livestream, stirring curiosity among viewers. Strange, why are Jiang Yuan's footprints so shallow where he walked while Lilisai's are so conspicuous? Indeed, could Zhu Bao have truly mastered some extraordinary technique such as the likeness arts from wuxia cinema, leaving only faint footprints?
Nonsense, what likeness skill are you talking about?
That is purely a matter of weight. After all, Lilisai is an intelligent robot and an older model whose alloy density far exceeds that of human bones.
Indeed, we've spent so long making a fuss while the real reason has nothing to do with any likeness technique.
Only Su Xiaoxiu senses that things are not as simple as they appear, especially those accounts that steer public opinion. They all look very familiar, the same ones she used last time to obscure the truth.
It seems those accounts had noticed too.
Soon Jiang Yuan pushed through the snow-covered jungle and arrived near the coast. Even the beaches and reefs were blanketed with a thick layer of snow, save for the sections close to the seawater. Whoosh! A biting wind cut through the air as the sea rose in waves splashing against the shore's rocks. Jiang Yuan's gaze swept across the wave-beaten coastline and settled on the sea about 1,000 meters from the shore. There a colossal space battleship lay. Its metallic hull gleamed coldly, more than half submerged with only about a third of its surface exposed. The shore lies about 1,000 meters away, but this is not summer. Swimming straight there would not do.
We must fashion.
Jiang Yuan estimated that he quickly his hunting knife and turned back toward the thickets, chopping trees and gathering vines to craft a raft. Although the climate has fallen to around -20 degrees, the sea surface has not frozen yet. Only a few shallow pools along the coast have seawater frozen into ice blocks. Time was short. With Lilisai's help, Jiang Yuan managed to collect enough wood and vines and return to the coast.
Carrying the wood, Jiang Yuan's effort to lift his feet from the snow failed and the method naturally lost its effect.
Consequently, near the woods and the shore, a string of depressions formed by footprints appeared. Lilisai, peel the bark from these vines with the hunting knife. I will need them to make rope.
Jiang Yuan tossed the hunting knife to Lilisai. Merely using the vines would not suffice. The stem's toughness is markedly inferior to the surface fibers.
And in the sea, the waves pounding the raft would unleash immense force. Therefore Jiang Yuan chose to twist the vine skins into rope and fix them to the wood.
The treated vine skins not only have greater toughness but also higher load-bearing capacity. At least the waves can't easily snap them.
2 meters wide by 6 meters long, and then lay a layer of bamboo on top to seal seawater seeping between the logs. Jiang Yuan lined up the logs one by one, placing 3 beneath and 3 above, and fixed them crosswise with thick logs. The rest is to reinforce with ropes made from vine skins, wrapping around each pair of logs twice. When the raft was fully assembled, he then went to the bamboo grove, cut some bamboo and laid them across the 3 cross-fixed logs. This would also serve as a barrier. Seawater seeping through the gaps between the logs could raise his position somewhat on the raft, preventing his clothes from getting soaked when the waves rise. Lilisai, come here and help me push this raft into the sea. Jiang Yuan tried pushing the raft. The 7-log raft weighed more than he could move. Moreover, part of the logs had sunk into the beach sand, making the pushing very laborious. Very well, Commander. Lilisai swiftly stepped in, coordinating with Jiang Yuan to move the raft from the shore into the sea. The method is simple. Lilisai in front lifts the raft off the sand while Jiang Yuan behind pushes forward with effort. Thus the raft will not sink into the sand. The harder he pushed, the more resistance he faced. Besides pushing from behind, Jiang Yuan did not need to worry about seawater washing onto the shore and soaking his shoes. No good, the Nebula region space battleship still hasn't replied to our communications and we cannot even detect any signal from them. Meanwhile at base 099 engineer Xiao Lei under Qin Yunhai had been busy for a long time yet still could not repair contact with the space battleship. There was not even confirmation that the other side received a signal. In other words, the communications equipment on that space battleship may be more severely damaged than the Xian Niao battleship that previously fell onto Shuilan Xing. It seems we can only monitor Jiang Xianqi's livestream to learn about the space battleship's condition. If Lu Qian and their crew survived, perhaps we can use this to learn the coordinates for linking their space node device. Space node device differs from space jump. Because it uses a space node device, it operates in a point-to-point connection mode, therefore we need to know the exact coordinates of the other party's space node device. Thus once they initiate the connection, Lu Qian and the others can verify it on Shuilan Xing and complete the docking of the node device. Kunlun Institute side Luo Yang upon learning this also had the same thought as Qin Yunhai. He even laid aside his current work. Directly in the interstellar livestream room watching Jiang Yuan push the raft into the sea, they would bring Lilisai along. The two of them each held a paddle fashioned from wood with flattened bamboo slats and rope and paddled toward the space battleship. Their speed was not fast, the waves and wind relentlessly battered the raft toward the coastline, slowing its progress. Fortunately he had prepared in advance by laying an extra layer of bamboo on the raft, thus even large waves slamming against the wood did not spread much seawater onto the bamboo. Only a few splashes of seawater landed on his wolfskin coat. Has the space battleship's cockpit glass already shattered? It seems the space battleship sustained a violent impact during its descent, Jiang Yuan observed from afar toward the sea surface. A partial view of the space battleship showed the cockpit area's outer glass riddled with cracks, with some panes even shattered. Besides, the hull itself remained largely intact with only a few dents from the impacts. Additionally, the right hull and wings had violently collided with something, missing a large chunk of the airframe. Lilisai, did you detect any signal from this battleship? Jiang Yuan asked as he rode. This was not the first time he asked since the space battleship fell from the sky. Jiang Yuan had already asked Lilisai once. Although Lilisai's frame and configuration are older models, she still has a capable detection system that can detect signals inside the space battleship and attempt to connect. Commander, Lilisai has not detected any signal. Lilisai's movements paused for a moment before she spoke. At base 099 Qin Yunhai did not find this surprising. Indeed, even with their newest communications devices they could not detect any signal source, let alone Lilisai, this aging smart butler robot. Could the battleship's energy system be damaged? This would explain why the entire space battleship, including the main brain, has fallen into a total paralysis. Jiang Yuan frowned. This is certainly not good news for him. At least the battleship's energy system is not damaged. Perhaps he could use the ship's scanning device to check whether any starry insect race survive in this region. With a swift stride, Jiang Yuan leaped directly from the raft onto the armored deck of the spaceship, having traversed the nebula region. Consequently, the entire steel deck surface suffered varying degrees of damage, particularly the top layer of paint that rivaled alloy in strength, which had been completely stripped away by the force field of the nebula region, revealing the underlying alloy steel plates. Jiang Yuan pulled the raft closer to the spaceship using the rattan rope attached to it and secured it to a circular metal detection device, lest the turbulent waves push it away, leaving him unable to depart later. Then Jiang Yuan finally turned his gaze to the nearby glass riddled with cracks, while the pitch-black warship interior offered no light. Yet he was absolutely certain that this was the cockpit of the entire spaceship. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Jiang Yuan quickly approached the interstellar glass, first tapping it with his hand, only to find that even the glass covered in cracks was still extremely sturdy and not easily broken. However, this did not trouble him. After all, cracks had already appeared on the glass, although it remained relatively hard as long as he targeted these weak fissures. He believed he could break it open with ease. Shwa! Jiang Yuan raised his right hand. The internal force within his body, synchronized with his heartbeat, quickly surged along his arm toward the glass. The next second his fist slammed fiercely into the glass, and at that moment the force penetrated the cracks, instantly shattering it with irresistible momentum. Thus the entire piece of cracked interstellar glass turned into shards scattered across the spaceship's control room. It was at this moment that Jiang Yuan fully saw the interior of the control room, discovering 2 figures seated in the pilot's seats. However, due to the damage to the ship's energy system, the light inside the control room was extremely dim, making it difficult to see the condition of these two just now. Li Lizi, activate the lighting mode. Jiang Yuan directly addressed Li Lizi. Then within the dim control room a beam of light akin to a flashlight flickered on, except its illumination was superior and its range much broader. At this same moment Jiang Yuan fully discerned the condition of the 2 individuals in the control room. They were clad in alloy exoskeleton armor, its surface seamless with hardly any gaps, and the overall appearance was sleek and not bulky. Among exoskeleton armors, this was a relatively advanced model. However, the energy particles unique to the exoskeleton armor were extinguished upon activation, clearly in the same state as the spaceship. Their energy had also been damaged. Gotcha. Jiang Yuan stepped through the broken glass, jumping into the spaceship's control room and quickly approached the two seated figures. Li Lizi followed closely behind, arriving beside the two. Can you hear me? Jiang Yuan waved his hand in front of their visors, asking if they could hear his voice. No matter the model of exoskeleton armor, a mechanical observation port was reserved at the eye level. Its purpose was to allow the operator inside to see outside through this mechanical port when the visual devices were damaged. However, no matter how Jiang Yuan questioned, the people inside the two exoskeleton armors gave no response, as if the armor separated everything inside from outside. Li Lizi, can you detect if they still have vital signs? After trying for a while, Jiang Yuan turned his gaze to Li Lizi beside him. Reporting to Commander, the exoskeleton armor has interference effects. My outdated detector cannot penetrate it. Li Lizi replied. It seems I have to use a more straightforward method to confirm whether the two inside these exoskeleton armors still have vital signs. Jiang Yuan frowned almost imperceptibly. Then, under the puzzled and curious gaze of numerous viewers in the interstellar livestream, he raised his hands and moved them toward the helmet of the exoskeleton armor. An imperceptible force quickly surged into his palm, then to his fingertips. Compared to the 3 talents refined body, the armor-breaking eagle claw art, deduced later under the enhancement of the Huajin level force, already possessed the power to tear steel plates apart. Sela. A harsh metallic scraping sound echoed through the control room. The originally intact exoskeleton armor helmet was actually forcibly pried off a large chunk by his curved fingers, revealing the intricate electronic components and devices inside. WTF? What's going on? Jiang Yuan, the big shot, actually tore off the armor plate from the exoskeleton with his bare hands. With his bare hands. Is this even humanly possible? Inhuman. Absolutely inhuman. Tearing metal plates barehanded, even movies wouldn't dare to show this. Kung Fu. It's definitely Kung Fu. And it's the hand technique that Jiang Yuan practiced later. What the? Didn't they say this was just a scripted killing game? How did it suddenly become real? Or is it actually that the connection between the two metal pieces of this exoskeleton armor isn't that strong? Impossible. This is the latest generation of exoskeleton armor, with all aspects optimized to the limit. Even the starry space bugs would find it hard to damage it, let alone bare hands of flesh and blood. In the interstellar livestream, the barrage of comments instantly became like a boiling pot of oil, with many people exclaiming. Even though there were people from the Strategic Deception Bureau trying to steer public opinion, it still didn't have much effect. After all, the toughness of the exoskeleton armor far exceeded the limits of new humans. Even with arm strength of 1,000 Jiang Yuan couldn't possibly damage it. Thus, in the face of this ironclad fact, no matter how much the Strategic Deception Bureau talked, few people believed their statements and explanations anymore. Shua. Pa da. At the same time, Jiang Yuan casually tossed the torn-off metal plate to the ground, producing a crisp metallic clatter. Then he continued to tear the exoskeleton armor with his hands. Not long after, the outer armor plates of the first exoskeleton, along with the helmet and internal devices, were all forcibly torn open by Jiang Yuan, revealing the operator inside. A corpse. That's right, this person was already dead. There was no color on the face. Even the body temperature had completely dropped to 0, becoming as cold as the exoskeleton armor without a trace of warmth. However, to be absolutely certain, Jiang Yuan still followed the same procedure and dismantled the second exoskeleton armor. But the goddess of fortune did not favor him. Inside the second exoskeleton armor was still just a corpse devoid of any warmth or color. At Base 099 and the Kunlun Research Institute, through his actions, they ultimately confirmed the failure of the Water Blue Planet landing plan. And Luo Yang also sensed that from today onward the sustained release plan for the era of universal cultivation would completely fail, unable to be concealed any longer. This. Could it be that Pioneer Jiang has already reached the Huajin realm? Otherwise, how could he tear apart the metal plates of the exoskeleton armor with his bare hands? At the Kunlun Research Institute, everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As experts in scientific research, they knew very well how formidable the exoskeleton armor was. Even with an impact drill and a cutting machine, it would take some effort to open it. Yet before this man, he merely used his bare hands to forcibly tear apart the alloy armor. Truly terrifying. As for the Enjin realm, Zhou Mingyuan had long tested its limits when he first entered this level. At most, it was like what Jiang Yuan had done earlier. Relying on his own hands, he could only hammer metal sheets into shape but could never tear them apart. It's not just a matter of cultivation realm, I'm afraid it also has to do with that eagle claw art that Pioneer Jiang practices. As the strongest person on Blue Star, Zhou Mingyuan could see things that these experts and professors could not. Especially since he also practiced the eagle claw art. From Jiang Yuan's movements just now one could see that the technique he used contained the power application skills of the eagle claw art. Good. This is absolutely earth-shattering news. Using a flesh-and-blood body to directly tear apart exoskeleton armor, this might even allow one to kill 4th-stage starspace bugs with bare hands.
Who says not?
The 4th-stage starspace bugs rely solely on their hard exoskeletons to clash with our exoskeleton armor. Now we can also use our flesh and blood to directly tear apart their exoskeletons, and we have weapons to enhance our power. If so, then the bow-down realm of the national martial arts would be comparable to the 5th stage or even 6th stage bugs of the starspace bugs. These words were spoken. Many people couldn't help but gasp. There was no other reason, because the 6th stage starspace bugs were the strongest bugs yet to appear, with body sizes exceeding 20 meters. Moreover, their mouthparts could spit out a special acidic substance that could corrode metal but would not damage biological cells. Humanity had only found a substance that could resist the corrosion of this acid for a short time and used it to create the latest generation of exoskeleton armor. But if humans themselves possessed extreme strength, then naturally they would not need to rely on exoskeleton armor. They could kill starspace bugs with their own power.
Frenzy.
Everyone in the entire Kunlun Research Institute became incredibly frenzied at this moment. Especially those like Zhou Mingyuan, who had cultivated to the Engine realm, as if they could already see themselves killing bugs on the way, plunging into the swarm of starspace bugs like monsters.
Truly worthy of being an idol.
This eagle claw art has reached a level beyond human.
Even exoskeleton armor can be easily torn apart. Su Xiaoxiao's entire face was flushed with excitement.
As a kung fu fan, she was naturally delighted to see Jiang Yuan exhibit even greater power. Because this meant that she too could reach such a level through cultivation.
However,
a trace of worry also surfaced in her heart. The fact that kung fu was real could no longer be hidden, and it had been less than half a year since the official one-year plan began.
A frenzy of nationwide cultivation was about to erupt.
Even if the authorities tried to conceal it, they could no longer turn public opinion around.
Xiaoxiao, honestly, did you already know?
Otherwise, why would you be so quiet?
Not posting anything on the internet. I remember you are a complete kung fu fanatic.
Su Xiaoxiao's friend called her directly via video call and hit the nail on the head, looking as if she had already seen through everything.
This matter. I can't answer you, otherwise I'd be making a mistake.
Su Xiaoxiao looked helpless. However, her explanation almost amounted to an affirmation, since she didn't directly deny it. She even used the excuse of making a mistake to fob her off. Good. I was wondering why you changed your face so quickly. Turns out you were warned by the authorities. Su Xiaoxiao's friend also became excited at this moment, since this was equivalent to getting a confirmed answer.
At the same time,
the official website of the Interstellar live stream room was once again flooded with a large number of people posting various comments in the comments section and forums, hoping the authorities would give a reasonable explanation. Of course, the previous excuses were definitely not acceptable. Even before the authorities could refute, many netizens had already given their explanations. However, these explanations were all listed by them as evasive statements to prevent the authorities from fobbing them off. Moreover, the netizens who posted these statements also exposed them, using the livestream footage of Jiang Yuan in the room to directly refute any claims. In short, there was one point: Jiang Yuan's feat of tearing apart exoskeleton armor with his bare hands was simply not something that a person who had injected gene serum 6 times could achieve.
Not even mechanical prosthetics could do it.
For this reason, some cyborgs who had modified parts of their bodies for various reasons and had mechanical prosthetics came forward online to share their experiences. They did this to prove that the upper limit of mechanical prosthetics could not reach the level of tearing apart exoskeleton armor with bare hands like Jiang Yuan. Of course, they could also do it, but it required other methods, such as adding a cutter or a laser ablation device to the mechanical prosthetic. Simple physical tearing was not enough.
At the Kunlun Research Institute, an emergency meeting was held over this matter.
The central topic was how to calm this situation down. But after a half-hour discussion, there was simply no way to steer public opinion back as before.
Moreover, this time many people
had stopped believing the statements of the Bureau of Strategic Deception. They even exposed them from previous statements, guessing that the earlier remarks were also deliberately manipulated.
Since that's the case, we might as well admit it openly.
Although we haven't made full preparations yet, cultivating national martial arts is also a gradual process. Especially for those who haven't injected the gene serum, their physiques will take much longer and be more difficult to cultivate strength compared to the enhanced new humans. This can also buy us a lot of time, enough to further weaken the impact of nationwide cultivation. At the front of the meeting room, the cabinet elders finally made a decision after deliberation. The others, upon hearing this, also felt that this was already the best solution. After all, kung fu could no longer be concealed. Even if they tried to forcibly steer public opinion, it would ultimately lead to the exposure of the nationwide cultivation plan, or even trigger some undesirable situations. It would be better to admit it openly and then publish the previously drafted regulations and rules. Using the differences in individual cultivation progress to create a time gap, they would continue to expand and develop cultivation resources. Beep beep beep. Not long after the relevant documents were issued, Su Xiaoxiao, the first and only martial artist not stationed in the military district, also received the same notification on her martial artist backend. The content was extremely straightforward: the implementation of the nationwide cultivation plan and the annulment of the previous classified documents. In other words, she was no longer required to keep any information related to national martial arts confidential as she had been before. Home, you've always wanted to know why I deleted my moments and clarified my previous statements. They're right. Now I can tell you. I joined the official martial artist department, successfully certified as a martial artist, and came under the management of the department, which forbade me from disclosing anything related to cultivation. Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to contact her best friend, recounting the previous situation exactly as it had happened. Then why are you telling me now? Or are you trying to drag me into this? Su Xiaoxiao's friend was initially ecstatic, but then suddenly caught on and asked with a tingling scalp. What are you thinking? Could something like this actually drag you into it? Putting aside other concerns, even if there were punishment, it would likely fall on me. At most you'd just have to sign a confidentiality agreement and be silenced. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Then, what's going on? The girl on the other end was bewildered. Su Xiaoxiao, because just now on my martial artist backend I received a message from the martial artist department saying that the confidentiality agreement is no longer in effect and all information related to cultivation can now be made public. At the same time, the official website of the Interstellar livestream also featured a pinned announcement. Its content was similar to what Su Xiaoxiao had received, except it wasn't about confidentiality but the nationwide cultivation plan. This instantly caused a massive uproar on the internet. Whoa! A nationwide cultivation plan. And there's a dedicated martial artists department. Has our motherland been hiding things from us again? Is it like before the interstellar era when they singed the backsides of aliens on the far side of the planet? How could it be singed alien backsides? It's clearly singed the backsides of martial arts masters. Otherwise, why launch a nationwide cultivation plan instead of more advanced technology? Are you still arguing? I've already visited the official martial artists department website and seen the certified martial artists there. Damn. Bro, you're way too fast. You got to the official martial artists department website in no time. Subsequently, a swarm of people rushed to the newly opened martial artist website. On the other side, the experts and professors who had previously guided public opinion also promptly updated their statuses with content all related to national martial arts. This included the 4 major realms of national martial arts and the corresponding power each realm could attain. Hey! I remember last time you weren't saying this. You told us to believe in science. And now you're already a dark force martial master. Yeah. And who would have thought? The great Jiang Yuan is actually a grandmaster of the 3rd realm. And he's also trained in the external arts and the Zhou-related external techniques. See? I said there was something wrong with that interstellar livestream, but you didn't believe me. Now don't you feel your face stinging? Enough said. From today on, nothing can shake my determination to practice martial arts. I will become a transforming force grandmaster just like Jiang Yuan. Get out of here. Your dream is too modest. I'm aiming for at least a Dan-holding martial saint. As for cultivation methods, with the full opening of the martial artist department, the official website also unlocked downloads and online viewing. Additionally, there were related cultivation notes. These were written by Zhou Mingyuan and others, even by everyone in the military district who had cultivated force. After all, many hands make light work and 1,000 people have 1,000 interpretations and insights. Therefore, the officials made all of this public, aiming to help more people avoid detours. Of course, the officials also had some self-interest. In this way, those who later cultivated force would write out their cultivation experiences and share them within the martial artist department, achieving true mutual benefit. After all, the officials didn't know if there were other geniuses like Su Xiaoxiao among the populace who could complete a fragmented breathing technique on their own. If there were, they could use this as a foundation to attract more geniuses and prodigies, accelerating and enriching the number of cultivation techniques. Currently, all the cultivation techniques in the martial artist department were deduced by Jiang Yuan and transmitted back via the Xuanwu warship. Otherwise, not a single martial artist would have appeared on Blue Star. No, perhaps that's not entirely accurate. After all, Su Xiaoxiao, without ever seeing the diary, managed to piece together the missing parts of the incomplete cultivation method from the interstellar livestream bit by bit. From that day onward, everyone on the eastern continent of Blue Star began cultivating the mountain-suppressing ape fist, deduced by Jiang Yuan. Regarding Jiang Yuan's ordeal, after final deliberation, the officials publicly pinned the first 2 diary entries on the homepage of the martial artist website. Everyone who entered the martial artist website could see the diary entries transmitted back by Jiang Yuan, learning what he had experienced at the 099th defense line base and why the Great Wall defense line had fallen. Qin Zijin's family, including Zhou Anhua's family, all suffered various forms of discrimination. People threw rotten eggs, poured feces, sent funeral wreaths, and even ambushed them with sacks and beat them with sticks. Of course, this also drew the attention of the authorities. The Qin family was completely marginalized. Even if they could cultivate national martial arts, they would henceforth only struggle at the bottom. With no hope of advancement, the old patriarch of the Qin family couldn't take it and died on the spot. Before his death, he declared that Qin Zijin was to be expelled from the Qin family. She was not a Qin in life, and in death she would not be allowed into the ancestral graves. Who would have thought? The fall of the Great Wall defense line was due to such an absurd reason. Exactly. The Qin family is the sinner of our Blue Star. Because of such a ridiculous reason, they sacrificed so many of our compatriots. And even wasted the painstaking efforts of our ancestors. What's even more hateful is that the 2 culprits who caused this are still alive. Now they're gathering energy to jump back to Blue Star, trying to package themselves as heroes. Let them eat shit. Even the heavens can't stand it. They let Pioneer Jiang survive by luck. And he even recorded everything through his diary and transmitted it back. Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua were forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Even the major events of the interstellar era recorded their crimes. This included the expulsion of the 2 by their respective families. However, since the 2 had not yet returned to Blue Star, the record still lacked the official trial and sentencing. Jiang Yuan was completely unaware. He had just finished inspecting the second exoskeletal armor and was proceeding to areas from the control room. Yet the instruments and devices throughout the starship lay damaged to varying extents, and the electronic components were no longer usable. Even with energy provided by Li Si, the ship's instruments could not be activated. It was as if the motherboard and circuitry inside had all been destroyed. Is the nebula region's force field really that formidable? It has wrecked all the instruments and internal electronics on this spaceship. Jiang Yuan frowned. This was hardly good news for him, for he had come to borrow this starship to carry its detectors and other equipment, only to meet such a result. It seems Li Si and the unmanned probes were preserved intact, most likely because of the Shinkong Changzhou. Jiang Yuan quickly deduced the reason. From Li Si's databank, he learned that the Xianyao Zhanjian had been invaded by the Shinkong Changzhou before it fell to Shuelan Star. Moreover, in the nebula region, the Shinkong Changzhou had once heavily covered the surface of the starship. Perhaps the Xianyao Zhanjian's electronic components were not completely damaged, and this was not a small part of the reason. After all, the Shinkong Changzhou covering the Xianyao Zhanjian's surface could act as a meat shield, effectively mitigating the nebula field's impact. Of course, it is also possible that when the Xianyao Zhanjian plunged into the nebula region, the force field was weaker at that moment, thus the ship's electronic components were not damaged. Otherwise, he might not have any suitable body to inhabit when he crossed into this world, for none of the other corpses were intact. At most, one could tell it was humanoid. It seems I can only search the starship for something usable, otherwise all this effort would be in vain. Jiang Yuan's gaze. Inside the spaceship, he swept through the interior. The alloy doors blocking his path were torn apart by the force he poured into his fists. Of course. He was not guarding against the creatures on Shuelan Star, but against the Shinkong Changzhou that might still survive. After all, based on his earlier guess, the Shinkong Changzhou certainly hadn't died out completely. There would still be survivors. Compared to beasts like terror wolves, the Shinkong Changzhou were evidently far more ferocious. Even first-stage insects among them could potentially wipe out an entire terror wolf pack. Indeed, their exoskeletal armor was extremely sturdy, and their chest-front limbs were razor-sharp. At close range, they could deal devastating blows. That kind of attack could pierce even the comparatively weak exoskeletal armor, and the speed was astonishing, somewhat like mantis shrimp in seawater. The unmanned detector also followed Jiang Yuan's movements, entering the spaceship and recording everything. Li Si moved ahead, lighting the way with her lamp. Yet within the entire starship, the spaces that could be searched were extremely limited, and there wasn't much of value. Jiang Yuan along the metal corridor moved for about a few dozen meters and arrived at the entrance to an elevator. Beside it stood an artificial emergency passage. Opening it would lead to the ship's lower levels. But the whole passage was flooded with seawater, so Jiang Yuan could only stop there and could not go deeper. Thus Jiang Yuan realigned his orientation, retracing the corridor he had just come from, and then he set to work in the starship's control room. He did not touch the 2 exoskeletal armors. Instead, he set his sights on other metal plates, tearing them off with the eagle claw technique, intending to take them back in fashion into useful tools. For instance, a spear. And a metal shield. Until he had refined the Sankai Hanglianshin to the second stage, the metal shield would still be quite necessary. Of course what he must guard against were not the creatures on Shuelan Star but the Shinkong Chongzu that might still survive. After all, according to his earlier guess, the Shinkong Chongzu certainly hadn't all died out, some survivors would remain. Compared to beasts like terror wolves, the Shinkong Chongzu were evidently far more ferocious. Even first-stage insects among them could potentially overpower an entire terror wolf pack. After all, their exoskeletal armor was extremely sturdy and their chest-front limbs were among the sharpest parts of their bodies. In close quarters they could pierce through. That kind of attack could pierce even previously weaker exoskeletal armor. Such assaults were as swift as mantis shrimp in seawater. Moreover, the chest-front limbs are the hardest parts of the Shinkong Chongzu's body, thus even a human soldier wearing exoskeletal armor would not dare to withstand their close-range assault. And they would not dare to endure the insect's attack at close range. Of course. As the exoskeletal armor and the Shinkong Chongzu iterated in tandem with technology advancing, the hardness of alloys humans could forge also rose. Take for example the armor plate on the chest. Even when Jiang Yuan exerted his full strength, it could only deform slightly and could not tear it apart. Likewise, the spacecraft's external armor plate, its thickness and strength, perhaps Jiang Yuan could not even make it deform. This isn't a total loss. At least I managed to obtain a metal box and some metal sheets of decent hardness. After working for about half an hour, Jiang Yuan finally dismantled everything in the starship's control room that caught his eye. And he placed everything into a metal cargo box. The instruments inside were damaged, utterly reduced to scrap, so he dumped them out. Only an empty metal box remained, serving as a container for the items he had removed. Clatter. The sea breeze still blew. Even more imposing than before, the wind swelled the sea waves into more pronounced swells. Jiang Yuan had just moved the goods onto the wooden raft, untied the securing rope, and the surging waves carried the raft quickly away from the starship toward the nearby island. Fortunately, my raft is large enough, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to bring it back to the island with so little to carry. Jiang Yuan and Lili Si rowed the raft together. Because a metal box sat on it, the raft sat noticeably deeper in the water than before. The raft was nearly submerging the wood beneath it, thus no matter how careful Jiang Yuan was, his pants, shoes and even his clothes were drenched by the seawater. Luckily his inner strength was formidable, his vitality and blood blazing like a forge, so he did not feel much cold. Even the seawater seeping into his skin-tight clothing was evaporated by this heat. At a glance it seemed as if his whole body were steaming with heat. Truly a wondrous sight. Damn! Senior brother Jiang Yuan is actually emitting steam. This must be the Jingli cultivated within a martial artist's body. Exactly. I told you back then that the heat rising from senior brother Jiang Yuan's head was Neishi or something, and you didn't believe me. Now nobody has anything to say, right? There is. Senior brother Jiang Yuan is clearly cultivating Jingli, which is fundamentally different from Neishi. That's right. Jingli belongs to traditional martial arts while Neishi comes from ancient martial traditions. They are entirely distinct and cannot be conflated. Naturally, the bullet comments in the interstellar live stream room also began to discuss this scene with great intensity. As for Jiang Yuan's clothes being soaked by seawater, everyone seemed completely unconcerned. The reason is simple. Ever since the martial artists department opened their martial arts website to the public, it has been filled with educational content about martial cultivators. Once one has cultivated Jingli, their overall resistance to various conditions naturally increases. Particularly for martial artists who have developed on Jin, even in sub-zero temperatures they can maintain warmth through the circulation of their Jingli. Although this approach depletes Jingli, it allows one to endure for several times longer than ordinary people. And Jiang Yuan had already reached the level of Hua Jin. His methods for resisting cold would naturally be superior to those of an on-Jin martial artist, allowing him to maintain warmth for even longer. Lilith, let's first get the raft onto the beach. Before long. With Jiang Yuan and Lilith rowing, the raft returned to the coast where they had originally set out. Jiang Yuan quickly jumped off, called out to Lilith, and moved ahead to pull the raft toward the beach. Lilith pushed from behind. In this way, even if the rear half of the raft remained submerged in seawater, it would not wet Jiang Yuan's clothes. Until the raft was dragged to within 30 or 40 meters from the beach, Jiang Yuan secured the rope tied to the raft around the trunk of a coconut tree. Picking up the box containing metal fragments, he headed back toward the shelter. Throughout the entire process, his Jingli continued to circulate within his body, so the garments that directly touched his skin had already been dried by his warm body. Should I try injecting Jingli directly into the clothes, using Jingli to expel the moisture? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Yuan's mind. Although he had never attempted such a thing, who hasn't seen pigs run? One need not have eaten pork to know how pigs move. Many wuxia films featured scenes like this, using Neishi to evaporate the moisture from wet garments. Although Jingli and Neishi have some differences, they share many common ground. It should be possible for Jingli to achieve similar effects. Moreover, upon reaching Huajin, Jiang Yuan had increasingly felt that his internal Jin was gradually becoming more similar to the Neishi of ancient martial arts. However, the effects were still quite different. Almost the moment he infused his gene into the garments, a thick mist appeared across his entire surface. It was visibly floating out from his clothes. And the seawater-soaked portions quickly returned to a dry state. As if the previously damp clothes had been nothing but an illusion.
Awesome! Senior brother Jiang Yuan's clothes dried in an instant.
This must be the senior brother's true strength.
A human body dryer. The clothes were just wet a moment ago and now they're completely dry. It seems senior brother Jiang Yuan was hiding his strength all along. Absolutely love it.
With this technique I won't need a towel for bathing anymore, let alone a dryer. I just need to infuse Jingli into my clothes and they'll be completely dry within a few breaths.
You know what, I feel like senior brother Jiang Yuan's reformed traditional martial arts perfectly satisfy my fantasies and aspirations for wuxia kung fu.
Having witnessed this display, the bullet comments in the interstellar live stream room once again erupted into chaos. Even the people at the Kunlun Research Institute couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection, acknowledging that their thinking had been too narrow. They had not imagined that Jingli could be used in such a manner. Of course, more importantly, they simply did not dare to think along these lines. After all, what Jiang Yuan had reformed was traditional martial arts, not the orthodox ancient martial arts of wuxia films. Therefore, they had never considered that Man Yuan Jin Yuquan, after cultivating internal Jin and reaching Huajin, could achieve effects nearly identical to ancient martial nashi.
Unfortunately, no one survived and the electronic components on the spaceship were completely destroyed.
There's no way to probe whether there are starry sky insect clans nearby. Returning to the shelter, Jiang Yuan casually placed the metal box outside.
With snow depth exceeding half a meter, everything was extremely inconvenient and the consumption of internal Jingli was tremendous.
After all, he needed to continuously circulate his Jingli to maintain stronger cold resistance. Therefore, in the days that followed, Jiang Yuan rarely ventured far from home, mostly practicing several martial arts techniques outside the shelter. Among them, Man Yuan Jin Yuquan advanced the fastest, followed by Pajiaing Zhaogong and Shi Yang Tai Sha Zhang. The last was San Kai Han Lianshan. After all, San Kai Han Lianshan cultivated the entire body, unlike the previous two arts that focused solely on the hands. Furthermore, through deep cultivation, Jiang Yuan discovered that Pajiaing Zhaogong and Qi Yang Tai Sha Zhang actually had complementary effects. After all, whether Pajiaing Zhaogong or Qi Yang Tai Sha Zhang, both were aimed at enhancing the palms. However, one was an external hard technique while the other was a dual cultivation palm method that moved from outside to inside. It was not until over 3 months after the first heavy snow that the temperature on Shuelan planet gradually began to warm up. But with the rising temperature, the snow covering the jungle and ground began to melt. And immediately following that was the snow melt phase. The melting snow needed to absorb heat to turn into water, which meant the temperature during snowmelt was even colder than during the snowfall itself. Moreover, this type of cold was extraordinary, penetrating deep into the marrow with formidable force. This feeling rivals the magical attacks from the southern territories. Jiang Yuan circulated his Jingli, finally feeling the biting cold wave dissipate by more than half, no longer piercing through his bones as before. This condition persisted for about half a month. Only then did the snow covering the ground fully melt under the spring sunshine, revealing the frozen soil beneath. During this process, some cold-resistant plants had already sprouted new leaves from within the snow. The moment the snow finished melting, they had already begun to grow wildly. Almost every day brought enormous changes, and within a short time the exposed frozen soil was completely covered, presenting a lush, vibrant landscape brimming with life. It was at this moment that Jiang Yuan's internal gene cultivation and Hanglian Kung Fu realm both achieved a brand new breakthrough, advancing to late-stage Huajin and the second level of San Kai Han Lianshan respectively.
Finally, I've cultivated the second talent body. Jiang Yuan opened his attribute panel and glanced at it.
Behind his life level, the realm of the body tempering had indeed advanced to the early stage of the second layer. The stream of tempering chi within his body had also undergone some noticeable changes. Just like the internal force he had cultivated when the three talents body tempering advanced to the second layer, the stream of tempering chi underwent a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. His skin, flesh, and even his sinews and bones had all been strengthened. However, this change was a gradual, subtle transformation, and as the tempering chi continued to grow, this change would likewise increase. Of course, if he now circulated the tempering chi, his skin and flesh would instantly become like metal, impervious to ordinary blades and avoiding the lacerations he had suffered before. If measured by the dire wolves, Jiang Yuan felt terrifyingly strong at this moment. Even standing still and letting those dire wolves bite him, they would absolutely not leave a single mark. Let alone what happened last time when the dire wolves failed to break his skin, but their astonishing bite force crushed his subcutaneous tissue, causing bleeding. Afterward, bruises appeared. Even with internal force to soothe them, it took several days for the blood stasis to fully dissipate. But now it was different. His skin and flesh had been greatly strengthened. Unless the opponent attacked with hidden force, they couldn't even break through his defense.
Of course the three talents body also had its limit. As long as that limit was not exceeded he need not worry about ordinary physical attacks. Even my cold resistance seems to have improved. It seems that even without practicing ancient martial arts I might be able to reach a state of being impervious to heat and cold. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. According to previous experience the heat in his body would subside soon after he finished training. Although it was already early spring the morning temperature was still not particularly high, at most around 1 or 2 degrees. Having taken off his fur coat his body still felt a chill. But today was different, the cold was noticeably less than before, as if the temperature had suddenly risen by several degrees. Meanwhile his strength had increased considerably from before. Although he hadn't verified it he could be certain that his arm strength had likely broken through the threshold of 1,500 gene. Next I'll test the strength of my physical body. Jiang Yuan made up his mind. He directly took off his coat, picked up the hunting knife made from a metal fragment and circulating his tempering chi slashed it toward his own arm. After all it was his first attempt, he dared not use too much force. SSSHHH. The blade of the hunting knife collided with the skin of his arm. There was neither pain nor a metallic clang. It was like cutting into dried leather. The sound was very dull. But after the blade dragged across the skin on Jiang Yuan's arm remained intact without any scratches or white marks. It seems the second talent body indeed as described has the effect of resisting ordinary blades. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Yuan's face. Moreover, from his earlier attempt he discovered that the principle of the three talents body tempering actually relied on that stream of tempering chi in his chest. It was the key to the entire three talents body tempering. Just like in those novels and films, once his technique was broken and the tempering chi leaked out his defense would drop significantly. Swish. With the first attempt as a foundation Jiang Yuan now swung faster and the force he poured into the hunting knife also increased. Yet the final result was not much different from before. The only difference was that his right hand holding the knife could clearly feel a rebound force transmitted from the blade. This was the directional reaction force rebounding when the tempering chi burst forth. Scientifically speaking, the tempering chi permeated the skin all over his body, allowing it to completely rebound the force exerted upon it. Thus it created the so-called invulnerability to ordinary blades. In reality his physical body was probably only 2 or 3 layers stronger than when he had the first talent body tempering. He could not truly withstand blades with his mere flesh and blood. I suppose the body tempering techniques in ancient martial arts are similar, it's just that the quality of internal breath is higher than internal force, thus producing better effects. Jiang Yuan mused in his mind. Perhaps he would even need to cultivate immortality. Those things like golden body or war body were also not unrelated to this principle. Of course. Thinking about this now was useless. His talent had not yet been elevated to a higher level, he couldn't even deduce ancient martial arts, let alone the more difficult cultivation techniques of immortality. Afterward Jiang Yuan began to collect living supplies on the desert island, intending to make tools from wood and metal fragments. He wanted to build a ship capable of long voyages. He wished to leave this island and explore other lands and islands, especially near the crash site of the Xian warship. He must explore the nearby land in the shortest possible time to avoid missing the optimal timing to exterminate the space zerg. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. The horror of the space zerg lay in their terrifying reproductive ability and their relentless speed of optimization and evolution. Once the space zerg developed, even if he deduced ancient martial arts, he would likely find it difficult to confront a swarm of too many space zerg head-on. Unless he could cultivate immortal arts. But he feared the space zerg would not give him that time. That was why Jiang Yuan was so eager to search the nearby area as quickly as possible and confirm that no space zerg existed on this planet. Otherwise, the earlier he discovered them, the more advantageous it would be for him. Apart from anything else, even though his strength was not very great now, he still had Lilith the robot. Even if she wasn't a combat type, killing a mother worm that had not yet fully matured should not be too difficult. As long as the mother worm that spawned the eggs died, Jiang Yuan would be able to buy himself quite some time. It's a pity I haven't found any eagle-like creatures nearby, otherwise if I could tame one like Takshu I could attach Lilith's microsatellite to it and use it to survey the land in the nearby sea area. Compared to building a ship and landing on one island or landmass after another, this method was undoubtedly easier and far more efficient. But unfortunately, since the onset of winter on the island, eagle-like creatures had almost vanished and even other long-distance flying birds had disappeared. Just wait and see. Maybe when the temperature rises a bit more some birds will fly over here. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. In the following days Jiang Yuan was busy collecting wood, placing it near the shelter to dry, planning to later build a boat. As the temperature gradually warmed, the vitality of the jungle rapidly revived. During this time he also gathered some regrown medicinal herbs. I really didn't expect that the dire wolf Jiang Yuan adopted earlier could actually help him find herbs, and its efficiency was simply incredible. Who would argue?
Especially Taksha's sense of smell is extremely sharp, able to detect herbs buried in the soil. With Lilith's help, Jiang Yuan's efficiency in collecting herbs has more than doubled compared to before.
By the way, am I the only one who thinks Taksha has grown too big?
It looks even more robust than the previous dire wolf leader.
You think there's a possibility that it's because Taksha ate a lot of herbal residue?
After all, that was a decoction that could assist in practicing wushu. The bullet comments in the Interstellar livestream scrolled continuously. By now, after growing through the winter, Taksha had reached a shoulder height of over 1.3 meters from a distance, looking like a nearly full-grown colt. This had not even reached its growth limit. But as the netizens in the bullet comments said, Taksha's sense of smell was extremely acute, able to detect the scent of herbs in the jungle.
It could even easily distinguish roots buried in the soil.
Therefore Jiang Yuan sent it out with Lilith, one responsible for using its nose to find herbs in the jungle, the other responsible for digging and carrying. Of course, delicate tasks like processing the herbs could only be done by Jiang Yuan himself. After all, each herb had a different processing time and required different levels of heat which Lilith could not master. Jiang Yuan also had to rely on his experience to handle each batch of herbs according to their condition, with most requiring his on-the-spot judgment. Meanwhile, at Base Fortress 099, the spatial node device deep underground had finally accumulated enough energy after several months of successful assembly by Qin Yunhai and his team. Together with the Kunlun Research Institute, they established a stable spatial passage. The military on Blue Star immediately used this passage to dispatch a considerable number of troops to the base fortress. After all, this was the closest place to Shuelan Star. They needed to study the nebula force field and find a way for spaceships to safely pass through this nebula region.
Even many people from the Kunlun Research Institute had arrived at Base Fortress 099.
The areas damaged by the space-based weapons with the successful connection of the passage began to be rapidly rebuilt through the concerted efforts of everyone. Most of the materials were obtained from this meteorite region. However, the energy devices were transported from Blue Star, and even the main power system of the base fortress was operational again after half a month of repairs. The meteorites in the nebula region contain a mysterious force field that causes tremendous damage to both biological and non-biological particles. If we want to safely cross the nebula region, we need to find a substance that can isolate this force field. Moreover, according to our research, biological cells have a stronger resistance to this force field than non-biological particles.
Inside the Research Institute at Base Fortress 099,
Professor Wang quickly analyzed the situation of the nebula region through a meteorite and roughly figured out the main destructive direction of the force field in that area.
First, it was for electronic components, things that generate magnetic fields when operating. Almost as soon as they entered the force field, they would be damaged, and even the high-strength alloys used in spaceships could not withstand it. This force field could easily penetrate metal, specifically targeting magnetic fields.
Then biological cells would also gradually lose activity and become inactivated under the power of this force field. In other words, it erases the vitality of organisms at the cellular level. So, if our bodies are strong enough to a certain degree, can we withstand the damage caused by crossing the force field?
Old Gu said thoughtfully. Professor Wang nodded. In theory, that's correct.
But I need to test it to know for sure. Moreover, based on previous circumstances, it seems that reaching such physical strength is not easy.
After his research, ordinary human cells could only last slightly less than a second longer than electronic components.
Therefore, to last long enough even to traverse the nebula force field, the strength of biological cells would need to reach an unknown level.
Regardless, at least we have a direction.
And don't forget, Pioneer Jiang created a technique that can cultivate physical strength. When practiced to the extreme, it can even withstand the slashing of swords and blades.
Luo Yang said this.
Previously, when Jiang Yuan had cultivated the 3 talents body tempering art to the second layer, he directly slashed his own arm hard with a hunting knife. That force, if it were an ordinary person or even a new human or martial artists like Zhou Mingyuan who had cultivated hidden force,
they would not be able to withstand it. But even so, Jiang Yuan's arm only left a white mark without any skin laceration.
It was as if he had not used a sharp hunting knife but a tree branch.
I think General Luo is right.
Perhaps when we cultivate the 3 talents body tempering art to the second layer, we will have the capital to cross the nebula region.
Others couldn't help nodding in agreement.
After all, reaching the second layer of the 3 talents body could already be comparable to metal, and it was not impossible to withstand the damage of the nebula force field. After all, the force field of the nebula region could only destroy electronic components, not metal itself. Perhaps the nebula force field,
its damage capability was limited.
It was just that electronic components and living cells were too fragile, so it could easily destroy them.
In that case, let's first conduct some experiments in this direction to see the results.
If that's the case, then we might have a way to overcome the mysterious force field of the nebula region and successfully land on Shuelan Star.
Professor Wang was a man of action.
He immediately summoned Jiang Yuan and others and also found some new humans who had not yet cultivated inner force. He used their cells to compare with the cells of martial artists and martial masters to see if there were any unexpected effects against the destructive power of the nebula region's mysterious force field. And the facts were as they had guessed. Indeed, the higher the strength of biological cells, the longer they could withstand the nebula force field. Among them, the cells of new humans were stronger than those of ordinary people. Martial artists were stronger than new humans. But the strongest was Jiang Yuan because his Guoshu realm was the highest and his body tempering skill was the deepest. His cells could last for about several breaths under the influence of the nebula force field. Of course, the research within the Kunlun Institute was certainly not limited to the nebula force field but also encompassed the starry sky insect race. Professor Wang also used their biological cells. He discovered that the biological cells of these insects could endure longer than those of the new humans, even reaching the cells of second-stage insects. They were already comparable to Jiang Yuan. As for the third and fourth stage insects, the duration their biological cells could persist was several times longer than that of a few breaths. Furthermore, the efficiency of the starry sky insect race's exoskeleton in filtering the nebula force field was higher than that of metal and other substances. Obviously, this was not good news. It seems that there might very well be living starry sky insect race on Shuelan. After all, their survival ability in the nebula region is significantly stronger than ours. After his research, Professor Wang finally reached such a conclusion. After all, the cellular strength of the starry sky insect race was significantly greater than that of martial artists who had just cultivated their inner force. Therefore, it was entirely possible that some starry sky insect race had survived. Let's just hope that the surviving starry sky insect race are not of a very high life form, otherwise the time left for Pioneer Jiang would be short. Gu Lao couldn't help but sigh. The higher the life form of the starry sky insect race, the stronger the mother insect transformed from them would naturally be. For Jiang Yuan, this was naturally not good news. That's hard to say. After all, the higher the life form of the insects, the greater the likelihood they could cross the nebula force field. Moreover, based on the information transmitted back from the Xian Niao warship, many insects were covering the ship's surface, forming a defensive barrier composed of living cells. Therefore, I believe that quite a few insects successfully landed on Shuelan under the protection of this defensive barrier, and even Pioneer Jiang. Perhaps for this reason his life force was not extinguished by the nebula force field. Professor Wang continued speaking. This was like an unsolvable puzzle. If the starry sky insect race did not form the life cell barrier, even Jiang Yuan would likely have died during the process of crossing the nebula force field. After all, according to their research, merely cultivating inner force was not enough to withstand the nebula force field for an extended period. Now is not the time to discuss this. We should continue to find ways to counter the nebula force field and develop a solution to withstand it. Regardless, we must master the method to cross the nebula force field before the starry sky insect race on Shuelan fully matures. Only then can we resolve the crisis that might threaten Pioneer Jiang. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod. Then they all began to busy themselves again, conducting more in-depth research on the nebula force field and biological materials. Meanwhile, the Kunlun Institute also captured some live insects. They used them as sandbags for Jiang Yuan and others to test the destructive power and limits of martial artists' strength. They finally reached a conclusion. Cultivators who had reached the second stage i.e. the Dark Force Martial Master level could easily penetrate the exoskeleton of first and second form insects, damaging their life core. Only for insects of the third form and above, the Dark Force would be weakened by the denser exoskeleton when passing through it, unable to inflict fatal damage on the insect's life core. Of course, the more profound the Dark Force cultivation, the higher the density of matter the force could penetrate and the greater the distance. In other words, if Jiang Yuan and others could cultivate their inner force to a more profound level, they might even be able to kill third form insects. After all, during the testing, Jiang Yuan's inner force could already penetrate the exoskeleton of third form insects. It just wasn't enough to destroy the life core. This was obviously much stronger than other Dark Force martial masters. Meanwhile, on Shuelan, Jiang Yuan was also continuously preparing for shipbuilding, placing the wood under the sun to dry. Then before it rained, he would put them back under the shelter to prevent the dried wood from getting wet. Given the current conditions, it's impossible to build a large ship. The only way is to hollow out the trunk of a large tree and then splice it with other pieces of wood to increase the buoyancy of the wooden boat. Jiang Yuan kept pondering the shipbuilding plan. After multiple revisions, he finally came up with a relatively reliable and labor-saving method. That is to hollow out the middle of the tree, then seal the opening with other pieces of wood and fill the gaps with resin secreted by the trees. In this way, wood of the same size would provide greater buoyancy. Then he would use more hollow logs, binding them all together in the manner of building a raft. Thus he could obtain a raft with sufficient buoyancy. As for the propulsion method, Jiang Yuan planned to use both wind power and manpower. Wind power was very easy to understand. By fixing a sail on the raft he could harness the wind for navigation when it blew. The drawback was that when there was no wind or when the wind was blowing in the opposite direction the raft could not move in the sea. Therefore Jiang Yuan thought of adding a manpower-driven method so that even when there was no wind or the wind was unfavorable the raft could still continue moving on the sea surface. However, this would require him to spend more time and effort adding a manual rowing mechanism to the raft. If you want to cross the ocean even if the distance is not extremely far, it's not something that can be done with oars. The sky outside gradually darkened. Jiang Yuan also returned to the shelter. By the light of the burning fireplace he used a twig to modify the design of the raft's manpower drive on the ground. After repeated revisions he finally settled on two methods. The first was to use a structure similar to a water wheel, creating a device that could allow Takshu to enter and run inside to rotate the rowing mechanism. The second was similar to a bicycle pedal, using foot pedaling to achieve rotation, driving a propeller to push the water and generate thrust. Both methods were quite good, but one was a bit hard on the wolf and the other was a bit hard on the person. Maybe I can do both. After all, whether I use only the first method or the second one, power system would be wasted. Jiang Yuan glanced at Takshu and Lilith not far away. Especially Lilith. The driving battery she used wouldn't have its endurance significantly reduced by adding this little bit of mobility. Moreover, using both drive methods simultaneously would significantly increase the raft's speed. And it could also reduce the burden on either side so that the heavy task of propelling the raft wouldn't fall entirely on Takshu or Lilith. Additionally, when there was wind the sail could be used to drive the raft. The combined speed of the three would definitely be 11-13. With a plan in mind, Jiang Yuan proceeded to hollow out the dried timber and seal the openings with the resin he had gathered. There was no worry about seawater seeping in. He then carried these hollowed logs one by one to the coastline where he assembled them into a raft using plant fibers. Since the purpose was to cross the sea, the entire raft needed to be significantly larger than the previous one he had built. Furthermore, unsure of how long he would drift at sea, Jiang Yuan constructed a simple shelter on the raft using bamboo. The walls and roof could shield him from wind and rain, though they offered little protection. After all, drifting at sea meant he did not need to worry about encountering large carnivorous creatures as he might on land. As for threats in the sea, worrying would change nothing. Setting that aside, if the raft sustained heavy damage, no matter how sturdily he built the shelter, it would still be destroyed. Next, I need to craft two kinds of propulsion devices. As long as Takshu runs inside them, the raft will move forward. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon the rear of the raft. The running device he intended to build was very simple in design, resembling a water wheel in shape, only slightly larger in diameter. The internal diameter reached 4 meters. With additional bamboo paddles attached to the exterior, the water wheel's overall size became even more substantial. However, since the timber used for the raft had a diameter of about half a meter and was covered with a waterproof layer, what actually protruded above the raft was only a bit over 3 meters, which was well within acceptable limits. As for the foot pedal propulsion device, Jiang Yuan chose to drive it using metal gears. For this purpose he made a special trip to that spacecraft. He dismantled numerous gears from it and finally crafted two devices capable of transmitting rotational motion through foot pedals. Brilliant! Only Master Jiang Yuan would dismantle a spacecraft just to collect metal gears for building a wooden boat. Tell me about it. This could only be done by Master Jiang Yuan. None of us could ever extract metal gears from a spacecraft. You know what, these two devices actually look very practical. Especially that oversized circular water wheel, it only consumes a dozen or so pounds of meat after running all day. Then why don't you mention the pedal-powered one? Not to mention that Master Jiang Yuan himself doesn't consume much meat. For Lilith, the energy consumption is almost negligible since her power system requires only marginally more energy to operate this device than usual. Inside the interstellar livestream, numerous viewers and netizens were actively discussing in the comments section. Everyone was well aware that Jiang Yuan was building this raft to leave the island beneath his feet, travel to other lands for exploration and discover whether any civilization existed on this living planet. Now only the sail remains, the ultimate artifact that will save considerable effort. As days passed, after completing the water wheel and the pedal-powered propulsion device, Jiang Yuan began collecting materials to craft the sail. Compared to the previous two devices, the sail was undoubtedly simpler, yet also more troublesome and time-consuming. It required a mast along with ropes and canvas. Only with sufficiently durable canvas could it capture and withstand the wind's force propelling the raft connected to the mast across the sea surface. Nevertheless, obtaining canvas that was both lightweight and adequately sized demanded far more time and materials than the previous two devices combined. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Jiang Yuan decided to weave ropes to form the canvas skeleton, then fill the gaps with a resin that resembled rubber once dried. This was something he had accidentally discovered while gathering resin to make hollow floating logs. He never expected it would prove perfect for crafting canvas. Even so, Jiang Yuan still spent considerable time successfully transforming plant fibers into a large mesh net. He then applied that rubber-like tree sap evenly across the fine mesh net. Once the tree sap had completely dried, he successfully produced a piece of canvas capable of catching the wind. Next came hanging and securing it. To maximize the canvas's wind-catching area, he needed to attach horizontal wooden poles both above and below as supports. Moreover, the horizontal poles at both the top and bottom needed to be rotatable. This way, when the wind direction shifted, he could adjust the poles to maintain the raft's stable forward course. I've finally finished the raft. Next, I need to gather supplies for the voyage and prepare to cross this vast sea. Looking at the completed raft, a strong sense of confidence surged within Jiang Yuan. Having handcrafted a vessel capable of crossing the ocean and utilizing 3 different propulsion methods. In his past life within the wilderness survival community, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier survival expert. Over the following days, Jiang Yuan collected food and water, preparing for the upcoming ocean crossing. First came the firewood. Uncertain of how long he would need to drift at sea, firewood became an indispensable resource. After all, only with sufficient timber could he ensure he had fire for cooking food. Then there was boiled water. By preparing it in advance, he would not have to worry about being unable to drink safe freshwater if he ran out of firewood. On his final night on the deserted island, Jiang Yuan did not spend it in his shelter. Instead, he stayed near the coastline in a makeshift shelter he had rebuilt. As dawn gradually broke, Jiang Yuan brewed medicine as he always did, then began practicing the barbarian 8-mountain suppression fist. Yet as his movements flowed, something kept changing. The qi and blood circulating within his internal organs and muscles seemed to break through a membrane, gradually seeping into his bone marrow. During this process, Jiang Yuan's skin surface gradually expelled a layer of foul-smelling impurities. Jiang Yuan, deep in meditation, sensed this abnormality in his body. A realization emerged in his mind, washing the tendons and marrow. This was the hallmark of the 4th realm of martial arts, refining gene to penetrate the marrow, and represented that a martial artist's cultivation was approaching its ultimate limit. Purging impurities from the inside out. And as this anomaly manifested, the qi and blood in Jiang Yuan's heart gradually condensed into a sphere. Like a pure internal pellet composed entirely of qi, blood, and gene li. Bao Dan. I have finally to the realm. Jiang Yuan's breathing as well. This is the long-awaited realm, the pinnacle of Gui cultivation threshold and training. There was almost no hesitation. The hunger in his body could not deter him. Jiang Yuan willed it, and his attribute panel unfolded, his gaze darting toward the far end. That long-cherished talent. After advancing Guishu to the Bao Dan realm, he finally welcomed a metamorphosis rising from 100-fold. In a single surge, the multiplier leaped to 10,000-fold. Even his maximum lifespan increased from 129 years to 159 years, a full 30 years. In addition, Man Yuan Jin Yuquan was brought to perfect completion. His mind filled with a wealth of understanding and practical experience of mastering Man Yuan Jin Yuquan. The talent has jumped 100-fold. If I push ancient martial arts to their utmost, will my talent rise by another 100-fold? 1,000,000-fold. Jiang Yuan's breath quickened, yet his body had grown famished to its limit. With no time to spare, Jiang Yuan seized the pre-prepared medicinal broth, gulped it down, and refined it swiftly to sustain his undertaking. Eliminating the hunger brought by the breakthrough, he steadied himself for what lay ahead. Could he have already broken through to the 4th realm of Guishu? He wondered. According to the warrior department's realm descriptions, a martial saint possesses power rivaling the 5th stage of the starry sky insect race, and perhaps the 6th. Too strong. There is now among us a human who can contend with a 6th stage insect purely with his body. Truly worthy of Jiang Yuan. He had just learned to muster strength and earned the Warriors Department's warrior certification, yet he had already refined to the extreme. In the interstellar livestream, the barrage exploded instantly. Even the researchers at the Kunlun Institute, those involved in study, couldn't help but wear looks of excitement and exhilaration. After all, Jiang Yuan stands as the first in Guishu cultivation. If he could push the Guishu realm to Bao Dan, it would show that others could do the same and prove the diary's words were not false. In Man Yuan Jin Yuquan, although the book depicts Guishu realms, none have actually been realized, thus they're theoretical, not comparable to Ming Jin and Jin or Hua Jin. Only now does Bao Dan count as a formal cultivation realm in Guishu. Truly my idol. You have reached the martial saint realm so quickly. At the Su family villa, Su Xiaoxiao's face was full of excitement, as if she herself had broken through to the Bao Dan realm rather than Jiang Yuan. Soon Su Xiaoxiao's social feed carried a post: "Congratulations to Jiang Shen for entering Bao Dan martial saint realm, raising humanity's cultivation ceiling once again." More comments and likes followed swiftly, all praising phrases in unison. Jiang Yuan was utterly unaware of this. After completely erasing the hunger from his body, he turned his attention to deducing ancient martial techniques. By sifting through the archives and studying carefully, he quickly identified a cultivation method, Taoist Xian Tian Gong. Not only powerful, it is a dual cultivation method that targets both innate energy and life, bearing some hints of the celestial path. Jiang Yuan studied it in detail, then began to attempt according to the content, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a 5-star heaven-facing posture. He used breathing and intention to sense the movement of the so-called Jin Qi. Of course, without leveraging his talent to perform the deduction, he could not truly feel Jin Qi. This method merely triggered the 10,000-fold talent's inference. Time passed second by second. Jiang Yuan gradually entered the state. In his mind appeared a small idol-like figure sitting cross-legged. Countless characters radiating golden light flew out from his body. Then word by word they arranged themselves into a brand new cultivation method. Within the little figure's body, golden lines appeared and a golden flame burned beneath the navel. That place seemed to be the Dantian. Goo goo goo. But before this technique could be fully deduced, Jiang Yuan clearly felt another intense hunger surge through his body. Causing him to pause the deduction, he picked up the second prepared broth, swallowed it, and refined it into energy to continue aiding the deduction. 1, 2, 3 times. Compared with the earlier Guoshu cultivation method, this ancient martial practice was markedly more difficult, having boiled the broth 3 times. He completed the entire Xian Tian Gong deduction, forming a new ancient martial cultivation method named Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong. Its content underwent numerous changes, including the cultivation method and the realms, with significant differences from the original Xian Tian Gong. If Jiang Yuan did not know that this Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong was derived from the original Xian Tian Gong, one might think they were 2 entirely different methods. This is clearly 2 utterly different arts. Transform Qi blood and strength. Cultivate Han Yuan 1 Qi. Forge Wuji Xian Tian. Strike at the gates of life. Jiang Yuan's mind recited the verses of Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong along with related contents. Its perfection was not inferior to that of the earlier Man Yuan Jin Yu Quan from entry to ultimate consummation. Moreover, it also contains supporting elixirs and pills for cultivation. Yes, pills indeed. The supplements described in Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong are not the soups used in Guoshu. Instead, they became powders and pills. In their preparation steps and difficulty, they are noticeably more demanding. As these pieces of information flowed forth, Jiang Yuan instinctively began to practice breathing and cultivation according to the words above. His body, which had felt nothing before, began to respond. The Qi blood Dan, already solidified, now carried some Qi and strength as it wandered 3 inches below the navel, transforming into a stronger power. At this moment, Jiang Yuan recalled the inner Qi described in Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong, an energy similar to strength. Yet another distinct power system. Jiang Yuan continuously operated according to the internal energy cultivation method recorded in the Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong, transforming the Qi and blood force within his body into internal energy in his Dantian. The entire process lasted about 15 minutes. Only then did he feel a sense of fatigue spreading through his body, unable to continue converting internal energy. It seems just like with practicing national martial arts, this ancient martial art technique is not without its limits. One must gradually convert the Qi and blood force into internal energy. Jiang Yuan stopped his cultivation. He began to pack up and push the raft into the sea. After adjusting the direction, he threw Takshu into the water wheel treadmill, letting it drive the raft by running. However, the resistance of the water was immense. Takshu could not run at all inside the water wheel treadmill, only walking within it. Even so, the raft moved away from the beach at a visible speed. At this time, Jiang Yuan had Lilith sit on the driving seat and pedal the footrests together with him. The small water wheels connected to the gears and footrests also began to rotate, providing additional power for the raft's forward movement. As for the sail, since the wind direction on the sea was opposite to the raft's direction of travel, it could not be unfurled to gain leverage. The ancient martial realm differs somewhat from national martial arts. As soon as one cultivates a sliver of internal energy, they can be called a third-rate martial artist. Subsequently, they are distinguished by the number of meridians they have opened, leading to second-rate, first-rate, and superb. Beyond that, there are also the distinctions of Hotian and Xiantian. While driving the raft, Jiang Yuan reviewed the content related to realms recorded in the Han Yuan Wuji Xian Tian Gong. Ancient martial arts focus on opening the meridians within the body. Once one cultivates internal energy, they become a third-rate martial artist, and after opening 3 meridians they automatically advance to the next realm. For example, second-rate with 3 open meridians, first-rate with 6, and superb with 9. Then comes the Hotian expert with 12 meridians. Moreover, Hotian is also known as minor Zhou-Tian, and the only difference from Xian-Tian experts is the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once these 8 meridians are opened, the ancient martial artist's body forms a major Zhou-Tian, achieving a state of endless and continuous true Qi within the body. It is worth mentioning that true Qi and internal energy represent the watershed between Hotian martial artists and those below Hotian. Only Hotian martial artists who have opened the 12 regular meridians and formed a minor Zhou-Tian circulation can convert their internal energy into true Qi. In other words, ancient martial artists have 5 realms: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, superb, Hotian, and finally Santian. Jiang Yuan quickly sorted out the ancient martial artist realms and made a horizontal comparison between ancient martial arts and national martial arts. According to his speculation, the third-rate realm of ancient martial artists in terms of the lethality of internal energy was probably not inferior to that of a Hua Jin expert. In particular, the power gap among ancient martial artists was definitely much larger than that among national martial arts practitioners. After all, a third-rate ancient martial artist needed to open 3 regular meridians, and each regular meridian required a considerable accumulation of internal energy. Moreover, the quality of internal energy for ancient martial artists was inherently stronger than the force of national martial arts practitioners. Once the quantity of internal energy increased, the strength of ancient martial artists would naturally rise accordingly. I wonder how many major meridians I can open after converting all the qi and blood force in my body into ancient martial internal energy.
Jiang Yuan stroked his chin. However, this was a matter of steady grinding, not something that could be accomplished overnight. After all, he could only train for about 15 minutes each day. To completely convert the qi and blood force in his body into internal energy would definitely take a long time. Moreover, since the qi and blood force recovered daily, it was not impossible to have an endless supply. During the following period, Jiang Yuan immersed himself in cultivating the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong, converting the qi and blood force in his body into internal energy. As the internal energy in his dantian continued to increase, the first major meridian connecting to the dantian was opened during this process. The process was very easy, almost like a natural progression. However, the raft's forward speed was not fast. Even after several days, he still had not seen the land across the sea. Of course, this was also largely due to the fact that when he rested at night, the waves carried the raft back a certain distance. After all, he moved forward during the day and was pushed back by the waves at night. With this back and forth, it was already quite good that the raft had not returned to the island where he started. Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry. He had brought enough water and food, so even if he floated on the sea for a month, it would not have much impact on him. The only troublesome thing was that meat food could not be stored for long. Therefore, he needed to have Lilith dive to the seabed each time to catch seafood. Then he mixed it with dried mushrooms and some wood ear fungus on the raft to supplement the nutrients his body needed. As for the medicinal powders and pills that assisted ancient martial arts cultivation, Jiang Yuan did not have the opportunity to make them for the time being. After all, the resources on the raft were limited and he could not make them just because he wanted to. And so, about 20 days later, Jiang Yuan finally saw another landmass through the sea surface ahead. It looked very large, far exceeding the island he had left behind. And that was not the point. The point was that he had successfully reached the second-rate level of ancient martial arts by cultivating the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong, having opened the third major meridian in his body. The amount of internal energy was more than 10 times greater than before. If we only consider destructive power, the second-rate level of ancient martial arts is probably much stronger than the Baodan realm of national martial arts. The only difference is that internal energy is limited by the meridians and cannot spread freely throughout the body like force, nor can it be controlled at the micro level. Jiang Yuan felt the changes in himself and made a more detailed comparison between internal energy and force from various aspects. Finally, he came to such a conclusion. Then, with a thought, he opened his status panel. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan: 24,159. Life level: 3-dimensional, Baodan early stage, horizontal training layer 2 mid-stage, second-rate early stage. Abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Barbaric Ape, Mountain Suppressing Fist Perfection 3, Talents Horizontal Training, Body Grade Accomplishment, Red Sun, Iron Sand Palm Perfection, Armor Breaking, Eagle Claw Technique Perfection, Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong Entry. Talent 10,000 times Intermediate. The ancient martial realm after the life level as recorded in the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong had advanced from third-rate to second-rate. However, the realm of the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong itself remained at the entry stage, not yet elevated to the higher minor accomplishment level. Land. We've finally spotted land. I never expected it would take this long just to reach the outskirts. Haven't you ever heard the saying, mountains may appear close but the journey breaks your legs? Yes. It looks remarkably close, yet the actual journey consumes considerable time. After all, the naked eye can perceive distant horizons, let alone the visual capture systems mounted on unmanned probes. But we've finally arrived. Now it's time for our esteemed Jiang Yuan to showcase his prowess, soaring freely across this vast land like a bird in the sky and swimming unrestricted like a fish in the ocean. The interstellar broadcast feed also displayed that expansive lush landmass. From the sea level perspective, the unmanned probe revealed no boundaries, stretching endlessly in both directions. The coastline merged with the ocean surface, vanishing into the blind spots created by the curvature. This clearly demonstrated just how vast this landmass truly was.
Takshu Lilith, from here on we push forward at full speed, we must reach the opposite shore as quickly as possible.
After reviewing the status panel, Jiang Yuan turned to address Lilith and Takshu.
After sensing the wind direction for a moment, he unfurled the stored canvas, adjusting its angle to catch the breeze and propel them toward land.
Compared to manual rowing, the sail proved far more effective.
Combined with the propulsion from Takshu and Lilith, the raft's speed increased noticeably.
Within just half a day, Jiang Yuan could clearly feel the distant shore drawing nearer. Perhaps they'd reach it before nightfall.
Of course. Provided the wind held steady, allowing the sails to carry them swiftly in that direction. In reality, this was precisely what transpired. Though the direction shifted occasionally, the overall trajectory remained true toward the landmass, never once veering backward.
Thus, before darkness fully descended,
Jiang Yuan and Lilith arrived aboard their raft near the continent's coastline. It was an expansive beach strewn with golden sand, and numerous marine creatures had been washed ashore by the tide. He merely stepped off the raft. He easily collected several stranded sea hares, creatures resembling squid but notably smaller, with the largest measuring only 2 fingers wide.
Yet their taste was exceptionally fine.
Jiang Yuan was quite fond of them. Naturally, he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. After securing the raft on the beach, he quickly gathered quite a haul nearby.
Lilith gathered some timber from the nearby jungle. "We'll rest here for now," Jiang Yuan instructed her. Time was something he had in abundance, unlike most other necessities.
Rather than venturing inland immediately, he chose to make camp along the coast and assess what resources the surrounding area offered.
"Understood, Commander."
Lilith nodded and immediately grabbed her basket and hunting knife, striding briskly toward the jungle. This was one of the specialized tools Jiang Yuan had crafted for her from leftover metal fragments. After all, she frequently needed to venture out alone, whether to gather timber, mushrooms, wild vegetables, or collect and dig up medicinal herbs. This was precisely why Jiang Yuan had used metal scraps to create these tools specifically for her. The set included a hunting knife and a specialized digging hoe.
Not long after,
Jiang Yuan had gathered quite a collection of sea hares along with some sea shrimp and crabs. However, he had carefully selected only the larger specimens, those brimming with roe and rich flesh. Once Lilith returned with the firewood,
Jiang Yuan immediately placed the sea hares, shrimp and crabs into a metal pot with water to stew.
Long before setting foot on this land, he'd had Lilith deploy microsatellites to scan and survey the surrounding area, and generated a rough map. Thanks to this, he had no trouble locating a freshwater river flowing from deep within the jungle down to the coast.
He then instructed Takshu to fetch some water from that river.
Gurgle, gurgle. The water in the pot soon came to a boil, and as steam rose, a rich seafood aroma spread through the area.
Jiang Yuan waited a moment,
then picked up 2 makeshift chopsticks carved from branches and lifted a sea hare directly from the pot, blowing gently on it before eating. He then popped it straight into his mouth. "We'll stay in the raft's bamboo shelter tonight, gather wood later to build a proper hut, then explore the surrounding areas."
Jiang Yuan sat near the bonfire.
The sky had completely darkened, the moon bright but few stars twinkling.
Fortunately, rain wasn't expected tonight.
Takshu rested nearby, warming himself by the fire, apparently in a deep sleep.
Yet whenever any sound echoed nearby, its head would snap up instantly, alertly scanning the surroundings.
"Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well write in my diary about the Hunyuan Wuji Xiantian art. I haven't kept one in ages anyway."
Jiang Yuan was struck by inspiration.
He simply connected to Lilith's database through his wristwatch and created a new diary entry.
Previously, while drifting on the sea,
he had been busy operating the pedals throughout the day. At night he needed proper rest, so there had been no time to write in his diary. "In August of the first year of the Blue Star calendar, I successfully left the deserted island where I had landed and reached another vast landmass. Its expanse was so immense that from the raft one couldn't see its boundaries at all. Today I successfully cultivated my ancient martial arts technique to the second-rate realm, opening the 3rd major meridian in my body. Through comparing the practice of ancient martial arts with national martial arts, I discovered that ancient martial arts are significantly more powerful. Even at the lowest 3rd-rate level, they can encompass the brightness, darkness and transformation techniques of national martial arts.
Only the 4th realm of national martial arts, the embryonic core, can match the 2nd-rate realm of ancient martial arts.
As for the 1st-rate, ultra 1st-rate, postnatal and prenatal realms above the 2nd-rate in ancient martial arts, though I haven't reached them myself, I seem to already catch glimpses of their essence through my understanding of the 3rd and 2nd-rate levels." Later, Jiang Yuan also documented the contents of the Hunyuan Wuji Xiantian art along with the process of deducing it in another diary entry. This included the amplification effect that national martial arts realms had on ancient martial arts cultivation when he first specialized in it. This was somewhat similar to injecting gene serums. A national martial arts practitioner could rapidly convert the qi and blood energy cultivated within their body into inner qi, compared to ordinary people practicing ancient martial arts directly. It was significantly easier. And considerably faster as well. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to advance from the third-rate to the second-rate realm in such a short time without the aid of pharmaceuticals. Ancient martial arts. What does that mean? Shouldn't it be called national martial arts? At the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and the others couldn't help but feel a trace of confusion upon receiving the diary information transmitted from the Suwanio worship. Compared to national martial arts, they had truly never encountered ancient martial arts. They were only familiar with internal energy as depicted in wuxia films, and the concept of ancient martial arts that Jiang Yuan spoke of was entirely new to them.
Ha! Dantian. Inner breath. Meridians. Aren't these all elements of internal cultivation from wuxia films?
Or does the ancient martial arts that Pioneer Jiang referred to actually correspond to the martial arts' internal energy we already know? Professor Wang gained his first glimpse into the nature of ancient martial arts after finishing the entry about the Hunyuan Wuji Xiantian Gong from the second diary. That much is unclear, but judging from these records the two appear to share considerable similarities, and such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Moreover, judging from what Pioneer Jiang depicted in his diary, national martial arts and ancient martial arts are vastly different, yet they complement each other perfectly. After reaching a certain level in national martial arts, pursuing the far more powerful ancient martial arts could actually accelerate one's cultivation progress. Regarding this point, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, these two diary entries had clearly documented the gap between national martial arts and ancient martial arts. Even a lowest-tier third-rate ancient martial artist possessed power far exceeding that of a Mingjin practitioner. In fact, a third-rate ancient martial artist who had pierced through 2 meridians could already match a grandmaster of the third realm, Huajin, from national martial arts. Furthermore, ancient martial arts had even higher ranked second-rate, first-rate, super first-rate, as well as postnatal and pre-heaven martial artists. These realms absolutely surpassed the Baodian martial saint of national martial arts. If that's the case, then Pioneer Jiang has already transcended the Baodian martial saint realm and touched upon an even higher level, otherwise he wouldn't have written so confidently in his diary. Professor Wang's eyes flashed with brilliant light. This was simply monumental news for the entire Blue Star. It could potentially elevate humanity's overall life ceiling by several times. A second-rate ancient martial artist has opened at least 3 major internal meridians possessing destructive power that exceeds the Baodian martial saint, only falling short in inner breath control.
Luo Yang murmured solemnly.
The Baodian martial saint in national martial arts could already tear apart a spaceship with bare hands. Just how powerful could an ancient martial arts expert be?
Although the parts Jiang Yuan had dismantled before were merely from less reinforced sections of the spaceship, this alone was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of a Baodian martial saint.
After all, when Jiang Yuan dismantled those components, he seemed to have only been at the Huajin Grandmaster level, not yet truly breaking through to the Baodian realm.
Now naturally he would be far more formidable. Pioneer Jiang has truly unlocked a new world for humanity, improving upon national martial arts to create the ancient martial arts cultivation method. If he hadn't succeeded, I wouldn't even dare to imagine going down this path. Isn't that right?
That's the internal energy cultivation method from wuxia novels. At advanced levels it can even produce sword intent that traverses the skies and temporarily free one from gravity, achieving flight through empty air.
This is like a wuxia drama coming to life.
But I wonder how difficult this technique is to practice. Does it have special requirements for aptitude and constitution?
Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
Neither the Hunyuan Wuji Xiantian Gong nor the diaries left by Jiang Yuan mentioned anything about cultivation aptitude or physical constitution. However, from wuxia films and novels, fragments of information suggested that both aptitude and bone structure were indeed prerequisites. Thinking too much about it now is useless. The highest cultivation realm on the entire Blue Star is only the second realm of Anjin in national martial arts, still far from the Huajin stage, let alone the Baodian required to transition to ancient martial arts.
Besides, didn't Pioneer Jiang say that national martial arts provides a bonus to ancient martial arts cultivation?
In other words, those who can cultivate national martial arts should naturally be able to practice ancient martial arts techniques as well.
Professor Wang's mind raced.
The others agreed. Just like adapting the gene serum, as long as one successfully injected even a single dose, cultivating the gene power in national martial arts was merely a matter of time. At present, over 95% of those who successfully cultivated gene power belonged to the new humans who had received the gene serum injection. Ordinary humans accounted for only 5%. Therefore, they believed that what Jiang Yuan wrote about national martial arts benefiting ancient martial arts cultivation was not baseless. It must be as reliable as the bonus the gene serum provided to national martial arts. In that case, should we revise our existing realm classification system? After all, national martial arts practitioners already use titles like Grandmaster and Martial Saint. Wouldn't the subsequent ancient martial arts realms essentially equate to martial god?
Gu Lao's gaze swept across the group. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang and Professor Wang also found it reasonable.
After all, the title martial saint applied to the fourth realm Baodian of national martial arts seemed somewhat mismatched. Then what do you suggest? Should we assign the martial saint title to ancient martial artists? Someone asked curiously. Gu Lao shook his head. My suggestion is to classify national martial arts directly under the amateur tier, then expand the ancient martial arts realm into a professional tier. And then further divide both amateur and professional tiers into grandmaster, martial saint and martial god levels. Just then a very young researcher timidly raised his hand and continued Gu Lao's words. Why don't we adopt the classification system from pre-interstellar era novels? Divide the professional tier into martial disciple, great martial disciple, grandmaster and supreme grandmaster. Then followed by martial saint. I think this approach works. Martial disciple corresponds to third-rate. But the first three realms of national martial arts can also match third-rate martial artists, and the fourth realm rivals second-rate ancient martial artists. Everyone buzzed with discussion. After hours of heated debate and consultation, they finally settled on the realm classification for martial artists. The four realms of national martial arts were categorized under apprentice realm, further divided into amateur, professional, expert and mortal shedding stages. However, the fourth realm, Baodian, was set apart on its own because reaching this realm allowed practitioners to transition to ancient martial arts. It was therefore designated as the martial artist tier. Following the ancient martial arts cultivation realms, it was further divided into 6 stages: martial disciple, great martial disciple, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster, martial saint and martial god. Including the earlier apprentice stage, there were 10 stages in total: amateur, professional, expert, mortal shedding, martial disciple, great martial disciple, grandmaster, supreme grandmaster, postnatal martial saint and pre-heaven martial god. The relevant realm classifications were approved within a very short time frame and directly posted on the official website of the Martial Affairs Department for prominent public announcement. Simultaneously, the cultivation leaderboard information was promptly updated to reflect these changes. It fully aligned with the newly established realm system. In an instant, the Martial Arts Department's official website was like struck by a level 12 typhoon, sending waves of excitement surging through countless netizens. What's going on? Weren't there only 4 cultivation realms before? How come I woke up from sleep and suddenly there are 10? National martial arts has 4 realms corresponding to the apprentice stage. How powerful must the subsequent realms be? And what does second-rate grand martial artist, which rivals the condensed core stage, mean? Could it be that I'm regressing the more I practice? Exactly. The authorities won't even release a proper explanation, leaving me completely baffled. Wait a moment, could this revision stem from another major breakthrough in cultivation achieved by Jiang Yuan or the authorities? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This was absolutely explosive news. 6 new realms had been introduced overnight, and even merely the first 2 already matched the entirety of the national martial arts 4 stages. This meant that the subsequent research achievements had an upper limit at least several times higher than national martial arts. Perhaps responding to the overwhelming feedback from netizens, the Martial Arts Department spent the next half hour gradually rolling out information about the origins of ancient martial artists, including detailed realm classifications and explanations. During this period, sharp-eyed netizens discovered realm changes for figures like Jiang Yuan through the public information on the martial arts website. Among them, Zhou Yuan's martial rank had shifted directly from martial artist to professional grade, corresponding to the hidden force, the second realm of national martial arts. Only Jiang Yuan's martial rank remained far ahead, surpassing Zhou Yuan by a wide margin under the newly established classification system as a grand martial artist. Holy crap! Jiang Yuan is actually a grand martial artist. This is a brand new realm classification. Does this mean the fundamental reason behind this martial arts revolution still traces back to Jiang Yuan far away on Blue Star? Bloody hell! When national martial arts cultivation reaches the condensed core stage and the other cultivation path achieves the same level, I think I finally understand why martial artists and grand martial artists rank higher than national martial arts practitioners. I get it now too. Possessing national martial arts cultivation plus power from another cultivation method would naturally make one stronger than someone who only practices national martial arts. Everyone check it out. The official martial arts announcement just dropped. It explains everything about this transformation. A massive crowd swarmed toward it. In that moment, they flooded into the newly released announcement. Then everyone finally understood why the authorities had suddenly dismantled the previous realm classification system, restructuring it into 10 stages because the subsequent cultivation path diverged significantly from the former national martial arts approach. The sole connection between the two systems was that the condensed blood energy and force from national martial arts practitioners could be transformed into inner breath through ancient martial cultivation methods. Afterward, they would circulate through the body's major meridians, thereby expanding dantian capacity, accelerating internal energy cultivation and enhancing personal strength. Speaking purely of destructive power, this later cultivation approach at the martial artist stage could only match national martial arts. But practitioners reaching this realm could also employ national martial arts techniques combined with ancient martial power. It made complete sense for them to rank above mere national martial arts practitioners.
Wait. I haven't even become a martial artist yet. How did I just drop to amateur? Upon hearing this news, Su Xiaoxiao's entire face scrunched up like a bitter melon devoid of any joy whatsoever. She had originally planned to train hard and advance from martial artist title to martial master as quickly as possible, but after this reform, she couldn't even dream of reaching martial master. She was now tens of thousands of miles away from even her original martial artist rank. The road ahead was long and arduous. But after a brief moment of frustration, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, for the restructured martial realms revealed a path stretching farther and higher than ever before. Setting everything else aside, according to the official martial arts information, the fourth stage of national martial arts wasn't the absolute peak, there were even higher cultivation levels ahead. Just like in those kung fu films where national martial arts evolved into the inner energy described in wuxia novels. Does this mean that if I cultivate to the subsequent realms I can also harm others from a distance like in wuxia films? Even walk on air.
Flight has always been a deep-seated obsession for humanity, which is why gliders, aircraft, and even interstellar spacecraft and warships were invented. Now if she could cultivate to the martial artist or grand martial artist stage, she might be able to fly unaided, breaking free from gravity's constraints entirely. Even if she couldn't achieve flight quite like an airplane, that alone was enough to stir her excitement. The same scene played out among others as well, with quite a few people applying on the official website to have the ancient martial cultivation methods disclosed ahead of schedule. However, the authorities declined these requests, instead releasing another announcement explaining how to obtain the subsequent cultivation methods. Practitioners must first master national martial arts to the fourth tier before accessing the later cultivation techniques through official channels. As for the reasoning, the authorities conveniently posted Jiang Yuan's diary entries for everyone to examine. It was written very clearly here. Only upon reaching the condensed core stage would transitioning to ancient martial cultivation methods yield optimal results, otherwise even if successful it would easily cause physical depletion. Regarding this point, Jiang Yuan had derived it through days of personal cultivation experience without any exaggeration. The reason was quite straightforward. When cultivating the Hanyuan Wuji Xiantian art, one must draw on one's own essence and qi, transforming them into inner power that returns to the Dantian's energy sea. A national martial arts practitioner at the condensed core stage has already condensed essence and qi into blood qi force in advance, while their physical condition has reached a considerably high level. Thus even full cultivation of the Hanyuan Wuji Xiantian art wouldn't harm their body. But if national martial arts cultivation isn't sufficient, then during cultivation of the Hanyuan Wuji Xiantian art one would have to draw upon their own essence and qi to compensate, gradually affecting themselves without realizing it, unless sufficient medicinal support was available. However, Jiang Yuan himself hadn't even attempted it yet. Naturally, he hadn't included those two formulas for medicinal powder and pills in his diary either. Therefore, those relying solely on themselves to cultivate with national martial arts realms too low simply couldn't withstand the demands of the internal cultivation technique. Of course, Jiang Yuan hadn't thought about it so deeply either. He simply hadn't tried it himself, so subconsciously set aside the preparation methods for the medicinal powder and pills. Unexpectedly, after switching to the Hanyuan Wuji Xiantian art, my national martial arts cultivation hasn't fallen behind at all. Between consumption and recovery, an even faster cultivation effect has actually emerged. How much faster would my cultivation progress be if I used the two auxiliary medicinal herbs recorded in the primordial chaos innate art? Jiang Yuan was extremely curious. However, this was not something that could be rushed, for he had only just arrived on this land and needed to build a shelter first. Of course, with Ta Shui and Lily C by his side, collecting enough medicinal ingredients for the decoctions would merely require some time. After all, Ta Shui possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, easily locating the herbs in the jungle. Therefore, in the following days, Jiang Yuan dispatched Ta Shui and Lily C to gather the medicinal plants he needed. Only those herbs that had not yet been picked required his personal intervention. He would find a specimen in the jungle, then hand it to Ta Shui to memorize the scent. This would facilitate later searches in the jungle based on the aroma. Time passed serenely and unhurriedly for half a month. Jiang Yuan officially decided to set up a shelter near the coastline for a temporary stay, planning to explore deeper later. After all, he still had unfinished business. That was to radiate outward from the crash site of the Vermilion bird warship, searching for any surviving starspace Zerg. During these 2 weeks, Jiang Yuan successfully processed all the herbs collected by Ta Shui and Lily C into usable medicinal materials. Moreover, the shelter was built more spacious than the previous one, with 2 rooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a dedicated firewood room that could store plenty of logs. Having experienced a winter, Jiang Yuan knew well that it snowed here and the snowfall lasted a considerable time. Therefore, he intended to gather as much firewood as possible during the summer for winter use. Additionally, he built a kiln nearby. dedicated to firing pottery including ceramic floor tiles and lime mixed with plant ash and stone sand. The lime was made from seashells which were calcined at high temperatures in the kiln to produce the needed lime. With this lime plus plant ash and crushed stone sand he effortlessly constructed the shelter, even using fired tiles for the roof. No need to worry about bamboo which would rot or crack under prolonged sun exposure. The floor, paved with a mixture of plant ash, lime cement and ceramic tiles, became extremely smooth. Furthermore, the entire underground area including the living room had interconnected flues to raise the temperature, fully preparing for winter. As for food preservation, Jiang Yuan used stone cement and some wood to dig a large cellar next to the house. Thus even in summer the cellar's temperature remained lower than outside, prolonging the storage time of food. When winter came he could also collect ice and store it there. By the following summer, he could place hunted meat inside, achieving a refrigerator-like effect. Although it couldn't keep meat fresh for long, 3 to 5 days was no problem. First try the effect of the medicinal powder, then the more troublesome pills. That day, Jiang Yuan placed the processed herbs into an iron pan and roasted them over low heat until all were crisp. He then took out the herbs, let them cool in a dry container and crushed them into fine powder. When needed he would simply swallow the powder. But this is too choking. As soon as it enters the mouth it sticks everywhere and can't be swallowed at all. Jiang Yuan helplessly drank some water, finally managing to swallow all the powder. However, the powder's effect was indeed remarkable. During cultivation it quickly replenished the body's consumption. Although the duration of cultivation did not increase, the amount of inner breath he condensed was more than 3 times that of before. In other words, using the medicinal powder for cultivation meant 1 day equaled 3 days of previous effort. What a loss! If I had prepared these herbs on that island before setting out, would my current realm have already touched the first-class level? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think. Although as his realm rose the difficulty and time required to break through subsequent levels would increase. One must not forget that he now possessed a 10,000-fold talent. Even if his original talent was worse than a pig's, the amplification was immense. Thus he was absolutely confident that he could have pushed his realm to first class, that is, opening the 6 major meridians, in the time wasted earlier. But it was too late for regrets. There was no medicine for regret, and time would not flow backward. I wonder how effective the pills are. According to the primordial chaos innate art, the powder's effect is inferior to the pills. Curiosity flickered in Jiang Yuan's mind. However, he had already completed his cultivation for the day, and even if he made the pills now he couldn't test their effect until tomorrow. The earliest he could try the second auxiliary medicine was the next day. Woof! Toshua seemed to smell the powder and scampered over as soon as Jiang Yuan finished his cultivation. It wagged its tail furiously, faster than a helicopter rotor, while its eyes fixed on the crushed powder beside Jiang Yuan. Do you want this? Jiang Yuan quickly understood the creature's intention, pointing at the powder in the container. The moment his words fell, Toshua nodded happily and bounced on the spot. Alright, since you want it, I'll give you some. But fair warning, it doesn't taste very good. In response, Toshua fetched its ceramic dog bowl from the next room, and once Jiang Yuan poured the powder into it, immediately lowered its head and began to lick. And Toshua was not greedy. Each time it used its tongue to pick up a tiny bit of powder and then smacked its lips repeatedly. Only after swallowing did it repeat the action. It looked as if it were savoring a delicacy, not stopping until it finished every bit. It then trotted to the corner of the room, curled up in its dog bed, and fell asleep. Jiang Yuan paid it no heed. He directly picked up the other medicinal herbs and began crafting a more intricate pill according to the method prescribed in the formula. This pill required decoction. After boiling all the herbs until they were thoroughly softened, he then pounded them into a paste and reduced the liquid to a concentrate. The mixture was turned into a dough-like consistency. The entire process was extremely time-consuming and demanded great experience. Any slight mistake would render all previous efforts futile. After all, making this pill required completely evaporating the excess moisture from the decoction. Only then could the herbal paste be formed and subsequently rolled into pills by hand. Thus Jiang Yuan spent most of the day near the fireplace before finally finishing the first batch of herbal paste. It looked pitch black. And after being pounded, the paste was exceedingly fine, resembling a black dough that could be shaped at will. It's a pity I can't smelt metal, otherwise I could make a tool to speed up the pill forming process. Jiang Yuan sat in the room dividing the paste into marble-sized portions with his bare hands, then rolling each into a pill shape. Unlike the herbal powder, this decocted pill was not only pitch black but also had a noticeably oily sheen on its surface. Moreover, the pill could be placed in a cool, ventilated area to dry into a solid granule. It no longer deformed with slight pressure as it did when freshly made. As for the pill's effect, the next morning Jiang Yuan swallowed one to test it. He found that the amount of inner breath cultivated using the pill was at least 3 times greater than the previous day. In other words, using the pill to aid cultivation was nearly 10 times more effective than using no herbal assistance at all. And like the herbal powder, the pills could be made in larger batches. There was no need to brew them fresh before each cultivation session as with the decoction, lest the potency decline. In that case, I'll use the pills for cultivation from now on. I believe it won't be long before I can easily open all 12 major meridians and reach the acquired realm of the minor circulation. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yuan discarded the remaining herbal powder, using it as feed for Tachu. It was a reward for the herbs Tachu had helped find. Next, I need to find a suitable young bird and raise it the same way I did Tachu, turning it into a special mutated creature capable of carrying me through the air. At the same time, I must deduce some light body techniques and other ancient martial arts to gain more capabilities. After refining the pills, Jiang Yuan began to ponder other matters. He took his hunting knife and Lilith made a round through the nearby forest and used the unmanned aerial probe. Successfully, he spotted a giant eagle's nest atop a large tree. Inside were 3 chicks, not very large, having just been born not long ago. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly, then channeled his inner breath and climbed up swiftly like an ape. A height of 10 to 20 zhang. Felt like flat ground to him. He reached the nest with ease, reached in to grab a chick that looked relatively robust, and then quickly descended along the same route. As for the giant eagle guarding the nest, Jiang Yuan used a soft blended force with his palm to easily push it aside more than 10 meters, causing no hindrance to him. And when the eagle flapped its wings and swooped at him, he used the same method to gently push it away. Since he had taken its offspring, Jiang Yuan did not kill it. He merely took the chick and quickly returned to the shelter, feeding it with the same decoction he had used for Tachu. From now on, I'll call you Hurricane. You must not disappoint my expectations. The aerial overlord was crucial to his ability to detect the Zerg early and eliminate the threat to the blue planet. Chirp, chirp. Little Hurricane seemed to understand his words, opening its tiny beak to emit 2 very immature sounds. What's going on? Did Jiang Yuan go all that way just to bring back a chick? Is he getting addicted to raising pets? Not impossible. Look how well he's raised Tachu. Every day it eats and sleeps, and it's grown much bigger than those dire wolves. You've got a point. Raising a giant bird as a pet is such a cool idea. Just imagine a giant bird hovering overhead and a huge dire wolf following behind. Ha! Isn't that like having a hawk on the left and a hound on the right? Except his isn't a dog and the fur isn't yellow. The interstellar livestream comments scrolled by. At this moment, Jiang Yuan started a new diary entry on his wristband and began writing. The content was about the herbal formulas. Having personally tested both the powder and the pill, he knew they were excellent for cultivation. If someone came here later and found the intelligent robot he had left behind, they would surely cultivate according to the diary. With the aid of these 2 formulas, it wouldn't be long before humanity could forge a path in martial arts entirely different from technology. Through my research on ancient martial arts, I have derived 2 formulas suitable for cultivation from some incomplete recipes. The first is the Qi circulating powder, which enhances blood Qi and improves the flow of inner breath, achieving the effect of 1 day's practice equaling 3. The second is the breathing pill, a more complex pill to make, but its effect surpasses that of the powder. 1 day's practice equals 10, and it requires only 1 pill per session. The 2 formulas, together with the descriptions, Jiang Yuan wrote a full diary entry. After finishing, he began selecting ancient martial arts techniques from the database. For example, walking on grass and cloud ladder. Additionally, there were palm techniques, fist techniques, and some sword techniques. Compared to national martial arts, the methods associated with inner breath were far more numerous. And once inner breath was cultivated, ancient martial arts could fulfill all fantasies related to wuxia. For instance, the so-called sword Qi, or stepping through the air, which national martial arts could never achieve. After brief consideration, Jiang Yuan settled on the cloud ladder. This light body technique, once mastered, was said to allow one to leap several zhang into the air. If he further evolved it with his talent, the effect might be multiplied, even undergoing a transformation. As for other skills, Jiang Yuan tentatively chose a sword technique. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. With a weapon as an aid, it was always better than fighting barehanded. After spending nearly half a day, Jiang Yuan finally deduced these 2 techniques. The first, lightness steps, evolved into carefree wandering, while the sword technique transformed from wind-supporting sword into spring breeze and drizzle sword. The effects of both techniques were magnified several-fold compared to their predecessors. In particular, carefree wandering, when mastered to the minor accomplishment stage, could temporarily break free from gravitational constraints, allowing one to tread upon the void as if walking on air. If cultivated to the major accomplishment stage, one could even ride the wind and fly briefly. The perfect realm was even more remarkable. It could almost be considered a flight technique in its own right. The only drawback was that whether at the major accomplishment or perfect realm, one needed to attain the true Qi realm, what is commonly known as the realm beyond Hotian. After all, only by reaching this realm could the amount of true chi within the body sustain the consumption of this technique, preventing it from being completely drained in a short period. As for Spring Breeze and Drizzle Sword, it was divided into 4 stages: sword form, sword aura, sword chi, and sword momentum. Although it had not yet reached the level of sword intent, once one grasped the so-called sword momentum, it was equivalent to having 1 foot in the domain of sword intent. Isn't this equivalent to a half-step high martial world? While it may not compare to a world like Feng, it's certainly far superior to ordinary martial arts worlds. After reviewing the contents of the 2 cultivation methods, Jiang Yuan had a rough judgment in his mind. However, for the time being this was more than sufficient for him. Moreover, considering the background and power level of the Feng world, it could even be considered a cultivation world. After all, there were beings within it capable of slaying dragons and extinguishing phoenixes. Besides that, there were extraordinary items like the blood of the dragon turtle and the fire qilin, which were beyond comparison with other martial arts worlds. In the following days, Jiang Yuan devoted his attention to these 2 martial arts. The cultivation of Spring Breeze and Drizzle Sword was extremely simple, especially the first stage of sword form. He achieved entry-level mastery in just over half a day. He even trained the sword techniques to the point of perfection, able to execute any move effortlessly without conscious thought. On the other hand, carefree wandering was somewhat more challenging. It required understanding the internal circulation of true chi to reduce one's body weight, achieving the lightness of a swallow. Nevertheless, the general principle was similar to the previous force technique. The main idea was to channel internal energy through the feet and release it into the ground, using it as a foundation to support the body, enabling one to stand on blades of grass or the surface of water. Holy crap! As expected of a martial master level expert, Jiang Yuan can actually stand on the water and walk on it as if it were solid ground. Damn! Is ancient martial arts this powerful? It can completely negate the planet's gravity, and he stands on the water without even wetting his shoes. I'm in awe. It's like martial arts has come to life. I used to only see this in TV shows, but now it's real. Enough said. I'm going to train hard in national martial arts and strive to reach the same level as Jiang Yuan, walking on water like it's flat ground. Do you think Jiang Yuan has watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes? There's a very skilled martial artist there nicknamed Iron Palm Water Wanderer. You're right. Jiang Yuan also masters a palm technique similar to Iron Sand Palm, and now he can float on water without gravity. He's practically the Iron Palm Water Wanderer himself. In the Interstellar live stream, viewers watched Jiang Yuan standing on the water, rising and falling with the waves, and couldn't help but marvel. This skill. This ability. It's like watching a martial arts movie. Even if it were a fictional martial arts film, he would definitely be considered a top-tier master. I wonder how much more destructive internal force is compared to national martial arts force. Judging by the lightness effect, internal force is at least several times stronger. At the Kunlun Research Institute, Professor Wang watched the scene on the screen and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. They had also attempted the floating on water experiment with Zhou Mingyuan in the lab, but the results were not very satisfactory. He could only float on the water for a dozen breaths. Once the time passed, Zhou Mingyuan would sink directly into the water, unable to maintain his position. Moreover, to float on the water he had to rely on tools. He couldn't stand directly like Jiang Yuan. At the very least, he needed a piece of wood. Or a bamboo pole. Meanwhile, on Shuilan Star, Jiang Yuan picked up a branch about the length of an arm and began practicing the moves from Spring Breeze and Drizzle Sword. After mastering the sword forms, he started transitioning to the sword aura stage. Although it was merely about condensing an invisible sharpness on the blade, in practice it was very tricky. It was not simply about attaching one's internal breath to the sword in hand. One needed a certain level of understanding and insight, as well as precise control over the internal breath, allowing the breath and the sword to become completely one. Only then could an invisible sharp aura form on the surface of the sword. Move after move, Jiang Yuan's figure continued to float on the sea surface. Only when his internal breath was nearly depleted did he pause and swiftly fly back toward the coastline. With a light tap of his toes, he covered the distance in just a few leaps, landing on the beach without a single drop of seawater on his clothes. Even his shoes were completely dry. Day after day, nearly 2 months had passed since Jiang Yuan refined the pills. With the aid of the pills, his cultivation level had reached the super first-class standard. He had opened 9 of the 12 major meridians within his body, leaving only 3 more to reach the Hotian realm. And that was not the main point. The key was that his 2 ancient martial arts, Carefree Wandering and Spring Breeze and Drizzle Sword, had both advanced to another level. Especially Spring Breeze and Drizzle Sword. Without the restriction of true chi, Jiang Yuan managed to cultivate it to major accomplishment in these 2 months. He could now casually unleash a sword chi without needing a sword in hand. If measured by the sword cultivation standards of martial arts worlds, he had at least reached the realm of winning without a sword. With a single thought a sword chi would condense at his fingertips, capable of terrifying penetration within 100 paces.
Moreover, Jiang Yuan had a feeling that once his realm crossed into Hotian and he opened all 12 major meridians,
the power of the sword chi would increase even further. As for carefree wandering, he had only cultivated it to the minor accomplishment stage, allowing him to temporarily break free from gravity. He could achieve short-range void walking but could not yet ride the wind or freely soar into the air at will.
However, that day should not be far off.
I have already opened 9 major meridians.
Once I complete the minor circulation, I can achieve small-scale void walking, Jiang Yuan thought to himself.
A piercing eagle cry sounded sharp and clear.
Silhouette descended the sky, its wings beating to cushion the impact. It finally Jiang Yuan.
After 2 months of care, the eaglet he had brought back had grown considerably.
Though it could not yet rival its parents, it was larger than many gulls.
Its wings were full and powerful, allowing it to soar freely, its flight speed swift.
And that was not the point. Like Ta Shui Jufeng, nourished with medicinal broth, also grew at an astonishing pace, and its spiritual aptitude was high.
It could understand Jiang Yuan's words and grasp his meaning. Yet the time was still too short. Jufeng's body had not fully grown, so it could not yet lift him off the ground.
However, Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry.
After all, he had already mastered Xiaoyaoyu. With further progression in his cultivation, he could transmute his inner breath into true qi.
Moreover, it possessed a remarkably fast recovery.
Thus, even if Jufeng had not fully matured, he could use Xiaoyaoyu to let Jufeng bear him aloft in the sky.
After all, true qi can counter the planet's gravity.
Jiang Yuan could control the magnitude of the borrowed power, keeping it within what Jufeng could endure, enabling Jufeng to transform from a pet into a mount. Meanwhile, on Lanxing there arrived some good news. Zhou Mingyuan's realm finally breached Huajin. That is, he had reached the expert level, drawing closer to Gu Wu.
Among unofficial circles, many amateurs had begun to cultivate strength. Their numbers even exceeded those of official personnel.
Yet their realms were not high. Most hovered in the early to mid stages of Mingjin, with only a few newcomers having received 3 gene therapy injections. In a very short time he had raised his realm to the pinnacle of Mingjin, reaching a level where single-arm strength reached 1200 gene. Thus nearly 2 more months passed. On this day, while Jiang Yuan trained in Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong, he finally pierced the last barrier, preventing him from entering the postnatal realm. 12 major meridians in his body connected, forming a small circulation. Once the inner breath completes a full cycle, there it ascends to true qi, far stronger in quality than inner breath.
Moreover, after forming the small circulation, he seemed able to draw heaven and earth vitality through breathing, even without large-scale pills to replenish, to gradually grow true qi.
And when true qi is consumed, he could also breathe to refine some heaven and earth vitality for replenishment, though the effect was not as strong as reaching the great circulation stage.
With a thought, Jiang Yuan, after the breakthrough, habitually opened the attribute panel to take a look.
Moreover, his lifespan ceiling rose again, successfully reaching 199 years, just 1 step away from 200. And Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong has finally reached great completion. Next is Xiaoyaoyu with postnatal true qi to drive it. I believe it won't be long before I cross this final step.
Jiang Yuan's heart burned with fervor.
But before refining Xiaoyaoyu, he condensed sword qi with his fingers to test. He found that the range and power of his attacks had at least doubled from before. In other words, the sword qi he condensed could travel at least 200 steps from his body, and its penetrating power had also increased.
Beyond that, now I can finally begin training the defense-oriented Longhu Golden Bell Shield.
I hadn't expected this ancient martial defense technique, after being tested by 10,000-fold talent, to raise its cultivation requirements to the postnatal stage. And fortunately, the 3 talents horizontal training body can also apply inner energy, otherwise there would have been a gap in practicing the horizontal training defense method. But once I master Longhu Golden Bell Shield plus the earlier 3 talents horizontal training body, my defense should rise greatly beyond its current level.
Jiang Yuan pondered in his heart.
Not long after he had deduced Chunfeng Shiyu's sword in Xiaoyaoyu, he found a way to use talent to deduce the Golden Bell Shield. The Longhu Golden Bell Shield that he obtained required starting from mastering inner breath to entry via true qi.
Yet the effect received an epic enhancement. Only at the initial entry a tangible Golden Bell aura could form on the surface, a lightened shield. Its defensive power was astonishing. It could withstand attacks from peers. As the Longhu Golden Bell Shield's realm rose, the Golden Bell aura became clearer and more distinct. It is said that at the extreme the shield could merge with the body, granting the whole person a defense not inferior to the shield itself. He would persist toward that in the days to come. Jiang Yuan began cultivating the Longhu Golden Bell Shield, and as he started the second horizontal training technique, the progress of the earlier 3 talents horizontal training body seemed to receive a bonus. Each day's refining achieved what once took many days. Thus, once he completed the first level of Longhu Golden Bell Shield, when the technique circulated to condense the Golden Bell Shadow, the 3 talents horizontal training body finally reached its 3rd layer.
The flesh could directly resist divine weapons, and even Xiaoyaoyu Jiang Yuan finally reached the great completion realm, able to hover within a small area. By aligning the true qi within his body to follow Xiaoyaoyu's movement, his body became extraordinarily agile, even a breeze could lift him. He could easily be lifted off the ground, and while in the air he could adjust direction and flying speed by increasing true qi consumption. The only flaw is that only the small circulation has been completed. Simply breathing to absorb heaven and earth vitality cannot sustain Xiaoyaoyu for long. Of course, this refers to full power operation. If other aids are used, such as Jufeng as a lever, the consumption could be greatly reduced. Keeping it at a balance of income and expenditure, there is no need to worry that true qi would be consumed too quickly, shortening the time Xiaoyaoyu can be employed. Finally, I've mastered the Xiaoyaoyu to its great perfection, but I wonder how long I can sustain it, having just broken through to the Hotian realm. Jiang Yuan's eyes blazed with golden light. Simultaneously, the true qi within his body surged swiftly from his dantian, circulating according to the pathways of the Xiaoyaoyu, effectively erasing the gravitational pull of the planet. Then, with the lightest touch of his toes on the ground, his entire body rose like a feather, drifting up from the earth with ethereal grace, soaring upward to nearly 20 meters in height. And as the ascending momentum faded, his body did not plummet rapidly. Instead, it floated gently, carried by the forest breeze, drifting steadily in another direction. Holy crap! This completely defies the laws of physics. It's like being in zero-gravity space. And who says it isn't? Jiang Yuan, the Grandmaster, just floated up, and even after losing the upward force he remains suspended in the air, moving with the currents of the wind. And could this be the lightness skill from those martial arts films? But that's not right either. I've seen those films and none of them were this graceful and effortless. And upstairs you can't be so sure. Don't forget, there are many different levels in martial arts films, like low tier, mid tier, and high tier. And yes, I was about to say that. In high tier, those skills are truly astonishing. Defying gravity is just basic. The Interstellar livestream's bullet comments scrolled endlessly. Almost everyone's gaze was captivated by Jiang Yuan's ethereal figure on the screen. Putting everything else aside, this move Jiang Yuan just revealed was even more startling than walking on water. After all, water still provides some buoyancy. But air's buoyancy, that would require his mass to be lighter than air itself. Thus, achieving this is almost scientifically impossible. Of course, they had no doubt that Jiang Yuan could accomplish it, for he was the only human on Blue Star to have cultivated ancient martial arts. Possessing such extraordinary means was only natural. This feeling is truly wonderful. And the consumption of true qi is not particularly high. Although I cannot yet match recovery with expenditure, given my current true qi reserves, I believe I can sustain it for a considerable time. Jiang Yuan, while circulating the Xiaoyaoyu, sensed the rate of true qi depletion, and the result was even better than he had anticipated. Of course, this was not the full activation of the Xiaoyaoyu. It merely passively altered the gravity he experienced. Fully activating the Xiaoyaoyu would allow free flight in the void, changing direction at will. Then with a thought he began to fully activate the Xiaoyaoyu, halting his wind-driven movement and turning back against the breeze. He landed back at the spot where he had soared upward. Comparing the true qi consumption of the two modes, the full activation consumed more than 10 times the passive mode. However, this is enough for me. I only need to reduce the gravity on my body, and I can use the hurricane to move through the air. As long as I don't stray too far from here, I believe my true qi reserves will allow me to explore the nearby seas and islands. Jiang Yuan stroked his chin. Of course, this was just his speculation. He would need to test it to confirm. Thus he directly called the hurricane back. Through their time together, he had developed a tacit understanding with it. A simple whistle would bring it flying back from afar. Scree! Soon after the whistle sounded, a piercing eagle cry echoed from the sky, and in the distance the hurricane's silhouette returned. Seeing the hurricane, Jiang Yuan as before circulated his true qi and soared upward to a height of several dozen meters. He still did not fully activate the Xiaoyaoyu. He merely expended a small amount of true qi, channeling it into his feet to gain a greater propulsive force than before. During this process the hurricane approached. Only then did Jiang Yuan fully activate his true qi, executing the Xiaoyaoyu to change direction. He landed lightly on the hurricane's back. Hurricane, take me for a spin around the area. Jiang Yuan's voice came from behind the hurricane. The slightly puzzled hurricane immediately understood and let out an eagle cry. As if in response, it quickly flapped its wings and flew toward the distant forest. Meanwhile, the unmanned probes following Jiang Yuan kept locked on him, trailing not far behind the hurricane. Holy crap! Jiang Yuan, the Grandmaster, is already flying in the sky. Granted, he's using the hurricane's power, but this speed and altitude are completely incomparable to before. So fast and so high. At a glance, it's at least several hundred meters above the ground. And it seems the hurricane is completely at ease, as if it's not carrying anyone.
And could it be related to Jiang Yuan's cultivation level?
After all, he just floated up from the ground and could ride the wind. His entire body was as light as a snowflake or a feather, so it's only natural that the hurricane could carry him.
You've got a point.
This flying speed is almost comparable to a low-grade aircraft, and the key is that the energy consumption is low. Of course it's low, probably just a few caddies of meat per 100 kilometers.
But I'm not sure if Jiang Yuan himself has any other costs.
As the hurricane flew higher, Jiang Yuan felt as if he were immersed in a painting woven of blue sky and white clouds.
Below lay an endless ocean. Only in the far distance could tiny islands be seen.
The sea surface sparkled with shimmering light, and with the surging wind and waves, patches of dazzling reflections appeared.
Jiang Yuan stood on the hurricane's back, his body as if glued to it.
No matter how the hurricane changed direction, slowed or sped up, it had no effect on him.
10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour.
Time passed imperceptibly, and after nearly half a day, Jiang Yuan sensed that the true qi in his dantian had been depleted by about 2/3. He had already returned to the previous island, then circled back to the sky above the shelter he had built.
So it seems for exploration alone I can proceed now.
The only trouble is the depletion of true qi. Even if I discover traces of the starry sky insect race, I won't be able to face them at full strength. For a conservative estimate, I still need to open more of the 8 extraordinary meridians to enhance my true qi recovery rate.
Jiang Yuan thought to himself.
However, though his current realm and true qi quantity still fell short of this requirement, he could first scout the situation. If he could discover the star void insects, then as he later advanced his cultivation, he could directly charge over and slay them rather than floundering aimlessly like a headless fly reduced to a mere blanket search. Thus, on the following morning, after completing his daily cultivation, Jiang Yuan directly took the unmanned detector and had the hurricane carry him. He flew toward the sea area where the Xian Niao warship had crashed, using that point as the center to radiate outward while deploying the unmanned detector to scan specifically for star void insects. As long as any insects existed near the surface, the unmanned detector could discover their traces. Thus, once he cultivated to a higher realm and possessed sufficient strength, he could directly go there to eradicate them.
No star void insect life signals detected in the vicinity.
The unmanned detector followed near Jiang Yuan, and through the connection and control of his wristband it conducted a detailed scan of the areas they passed.
He did not pay much attention to the sea area.
All the most crucial locations were focused on land. After all, based on current data, star void insects almost exclusively lived on land and rarely appeared in water. And even if they did appear in water, it was only a coincidence. They would not develop underwater.
The first day passed quickly.
Jiang Yuan had surveyed 2 small islands which harbored a number of creatures. Yet he found no trace of the star void insects. Finally, he returned to the shelter, intending to continue expanding the search range the next day. It must be said that the area covered by this sea region contained many scattered islands, each of considerable size. Therefore, fully exploring them would require no small amount of time, especially since the star void insects had fallen from above the atmosphere. They might well have scattered to other more distant places. Meanwhile, at base 099 they had successfully captured 2 star void insects of the 3rd and 4th stages and sent them back to Lonstar. It was not that the humans on Lonstar intended to conduct more in-depth research on the star void insects. Their purpose was very simple: to use the insect as a trial target, letting Zhou Mingyuan fight it one-on-one. After all, Zhou Mingyuan had already cultivated transformation force, standing at the pinnacle of Lonstar's current power. To ascertain his true strength, he needed to be measured against the star void insects. Of course, the military district had also made ample preparations, deploying advanced weapons around the battlefield along with numerous elites in exoskeleton armor. Once it became apparent that Zhou Mingyuan was no match for that star void insect, the elites in exoskeleton armor and the weapons set up near the battlefield would activate immediately. They would kill the star void insect.
Mingyuan, if you can't hold on, you must give up immediately. After all, we are still feeling our way forward. No matter what, you must not come to any harm.
Luo Yang spoke to Zhou Mingyuan with great seriousness before the trial began. Although this was not the first one-on-one trial between humans and star void insects, it was the first time that Zhou Mingyuan fought with purely physical strength, carrying no weapons or defensive armor. As for the earlier period at Hidden Force, Zhou Mingyuan had tried using star void insects to test whether he could break through their defenses. The second stage was very easy, the third stage was considerably more difficult. It required specific weak points or increased internal force to penetrate most of the exoskeleton. Therefore, this time the military district captured 2 kinds of star void insects. They let Zhou Mingyuan start with the 3rd stage insect to see if he could kill it with his self-cultivated power in a one-on-one fight. At the same time, they could also gauge his upper limit, whether he could defeat a 4th stage insect.
Rest assured, General, I know what to do. I will never be reckless.
Zhou Mingyuan replied with utmost seriousness.
Then he walked into the battlefield.
The iron door that had imprisoned the insect rumbled open at that moment. The first to appear was a third-stage star void insect. Its body was towering, bringing a tremendous visual impact to Jiang Yuan. Fortunately, he was a battle-hardened veteran. Furthermore, having cultivated Chinese martial arts, he circulated a surge of internal force within his body, quickly calming his mind. He effortlessly dodged the insect's attacks. Then, seizing the opportunity, he shot forward like an arrow released from the bowstring, piercing through the insect's flailing limbs to reach near its thorax. Immediately after, Jiang Yuan struck out with his palm. Instantly, a very distinct scorched mark appeared on the insect's chest armor. During this process, Jiang Yuan's hand glowed and emitted heat. Like a red-hot branding iron, it forcibly pressed a clear palm print into the chest armor. At the same time, his internal force surged into the insect's body, swiftly extinguishing its life force. The massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The entire process was extremely fast, taking less than a minute from start to finish. The battle concluded very swiftly. Afterward, an engineering vehicle drove in to remove the corpse of the star void insect. After consulting Jiang Yuan's opinion, they released the fourth-stage star void insect. Although this battle was more difficult and took longer, Jiang Yuan ultimately persevered and killed the fourth-stage insect. Subsequent dissection and research revealed that the interiors of both star void insects had been scorched by a force of intense heat. The general shape and outline were exactly the same as the palm print stamped on the chest armor. It was only that during its inward penetration, affected by the internal cellular tissue, it had spread in a radial pattern. This thrilled Luo Yang and the others. To destroy a fourth-stage star void insect with mere flesh and blood, and to kill it. If humanity could possess an army of such formidable warriors, the threat of the star void insect invasion would be greatly reduced. At least in terms of technology. Humanity had already reached a bottleneck. The path of martial arts, however, had only just begun, leaving ample time for development. Perhaps by the time the star void insects descend upon the Milky Way again, the majority of humanity's cultivators will have already entered the ancient martial realm. Or even possess formidable power. Star void insect life signal detected in the vicinity. The signal source is moving rapidly ahead. Signal intensity first stage. On the other side. Jiang Yuan on Shuilan Star, while surveying an island of similar size to the one he had crashed onto, was suddenly alerted by the unmanned detector's piercing alarm. On his wristband, several rapidly moving red dots were marked. Jiang Yuan immediately ordered the hurricane to fly in the direction indicated by the wristband. Soon he saw in the forest below 3 insects, each over 2 meters in length, their bodies covered in exoskeleton, pursuing a huge long-haired elephant. Bugs. Bugs. How could there be bugs on this living planet? Wasn't Jiang Yuan, the big shot, supposed to be an external scout searching for resources in the vast cosmos? When did you get that old news? Jiang Yuan is no scout. He didn't go to any other region. He is the commander of Base 099 Defense Line. Previously he was framed and strayed into Waterblue Star. It is believed that these star space bugs followed the spaceship into this living planet at that time. Exactly. Exactly. The authorities issued a notice at that time, and even the Qin and Zhou families who caused all this were affected. However, the 2 persons involved are still in the cosmos, continuing their energy accumulation, and have not returned to our blue star. Otherwise they too would have been court-martialed. Holy crap. Isn't this living planet doomed? No. This is a living planet we discovered with great difficulty. Don't let these star space bugs destroy it again. In the Interstellar Live studio. Many people couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts in their throats, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen. At that moment the bugs had already quickly encircled the woolly mammoth. They leaped high, piercing the woolly mammoth's skin with sharp claws, then launched further attacks with their forelegs. The woolly mammoth let out a scream. However, its speed did not diminish at all. Instead, it actively charged toward a nearby large tree. It was as if it had made up its mind to die together. The next moment, the starspace bug that had climbed onto the woolly mammoth's back slammed its side violently into the tree, and immediately the sound of wood cracking was heard. That starspace bug also suffered some damage from the impact. Even though its exoskeleton was as hard as stone, the woolly mammoth's desperate blow caused visible cracks in the exoskeleton. Some dark green liquid seeped from the broken exoskeleton. At that moment the other 2 starspace bugs, as if seizing the opportunity, leaped onto the woolly mammoth from both sides. With their sharp forelegs they easily pierced its skin. This time the woolly mammoth only managed to let out a scream before its massive body crashed to the ground. Jiang Yuan still stood on Jufeng's back, neither hurrying to descend from the sky nor unleashing his comprehended sword chi. Instead he circled above, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on the ground. After completing the hunt, the 2 starspace bugs began to dismember the woolly mammoth's corpse and then transport it deeper into the island, leaving only the severely injured starspace bug and the carcass of the woolly mammoth that had not yet been moved. And so, Jiang Yuan followed behind the 2 starspace bugs. After nearly half a day he finally saw them. Fortunately, in a region with very dense vegetation, they crawled down into a huge hole in the ground, going deeper, and from within could be heard the occasional sounds of bugs. Detection complete. There are a total of 4233 life reactions from starspace bugs, and their energy reactions can be divided into 4 different levels. Jiang Yuan tapped a few times on his wristwatch, and soon the unmanned detector that had followed him completed the count of starspace bugs in that cave. It also divided the life intensity of these bugs into 4 levels. And based on his memory, Jiang Yuan could easily identify the 4 levels of starspace bugs. These were the so-called 4 different stages. I never expected that the starspace bugs that descended on this living planet have already succeeded in nurturing 4th stage bugs in just over half a year. Jiang Yuan's gaze was very deep. This was not good news for him. Moreover, the number of starspace bugs was extremely large. Even though he had cultivated to the Hotian realm, killing these bugs would be very difficult. Not to mention other factors. Even if these bugs were no match for him, just with their sheer numbers they would exhaust all the vitality in his body. Unless he could take a step further, breaking through from the Hotian realm to the Xiantian realm, fully opening the 8 extraordinary meridians within his body to form the so-called grand circulation. Only then could he absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth through his pores, quickly replenishing his true qi consumption. The reason why Xiantian warriors have an inexhaustible supply of true qi is precisely this characteristic. If he were to rashly go and eliminate the bugs now, he might kill some, but his true qi would be quickly depleted. And without the aid of true qi, it would be a weakening of Jiang Yuan's combat power. After all, no matter how strong his physical body was, he had only cultivated the 3 talents hardening body and the dragon tiger golden bell, which had not yet reached the indestructible golden body. Moreover, whether it was the 3 talents hardening body or the dragon tiger golden bell, even when cultivated to perfection, they had a limit. They could not maintain such terrifying defense indefinitely. Putting aside other things, take the 3 talents hardening body for example. Once the hardening chi in his chest was exhausted, his defense would drop significantly. By that time, bugs of a higher life level might be able to break through his defense, severely injuring or even killing him. Therefore, no matter what, Jiang Yuan could not risk entering the starspace bug's mother nest to eliminate the countless bugs before he had absolute certainty. Let me first record the coordinates of this place. After I break through to the next realm, I will come back here and kill all these bugs. The starspace bugs could not be left. Otherwise, once they fully developed, even if he deduced the immortal cultivation technique before he reached a certain level, he might be overwhelmed by the bugs. After all, immortal cultivators were still human, just with slightly greater power. Then, after recording the coordinates here, Jiang Yuan had Jufeng carry him away from this place, heading back to the shelter. However, he did not notice that just as Jufeng turned to leave, several starspace bugs that had just returned emerged one after another, heading toward the area where the woolly mammoth had died. One of the starspace bugs spotted Jiang Yuan's figure. And since starspace bugs have racial memory and inheritance, it immediately recognized his identity, simultaneously triggering a stress response from the mother bug deep underground. Because humans were the mortal enemies of the starspace bugs. At least in the mother bug's memory, humans had killed many starspace bugs and had always been blocking the path of the starspace bugs. Therefore, the moment it discovered Jiang Yuan, the mother bug became vigilant. Soon the few bugs that had left brought the woolly mammoth's corpse back to the mother nest deep in the cave before dark. However, the number of bugs that returned seemed to be a few less than those that had left. It was as if they had encountered some danger on the way, which caused the reduction. Indeed, there are surviving starspace insects. And their numbers reach into the thousands. Among them, the 4th stage has already emerged. At the Kunlun Research Institute, Luo Yang and the others gazed at the information retrieved by the unmanned probe regarding the starspace insects. All of them could not help but swallow hard. Although they had already anticipated that some individuals of the starspace insects might have survived upon seeing it today, they still could not suppress the tremor in their hearts. For this was not good news. If handled carelessly, it could even lead to the destruction of Water Blue Star. And this was not the main point. The key was that Jiang Yuan was residing on that life-bearing planet. If the starspace insects developed too rapidly, it could very well affect Jiang Yuan. Setting aside issues of strength, the mere consumption of resources by these insects could impact Jiang Yuan's subsequent cultivation. After all, whether it was national martial arts or ancient martial arts, both required a substantial amount of medicinal herbs. Once the starspace insects ravaged Water Blue Star, it would inevitably hinder the growth of those herbs, thereby directly slowing Jiang Yuan's cultivation speed. However, although the evolution speed of these insects has accelerated, Pioneer Jiang's progress is not slow either. According to our experiments and research, the transformation realm of national martial arts can kill 4th stage insects. Given Pioneer Jiang's realm and strength, he could likely easily annihilate even 5th stage or even 6th stage insects. Gu Lao spoke thus. But as soon as his words fell, Professor Wang could not help but sigh. While that is true, do not forget the hive assault of the starspace insects.
Even if Pioneer Jiang could kill 6th-stage insects, he would absolutely be unable to face an entire hive. Luo Yang, if he cannot fight, can he not escape?
Do not forget that Pioneer Jiang has already mastered the likeness skill from martial arts novels. Escaping from an insect swarm should not pose a major problem.
The others in the research institute could not help but nod in agreement upon hearing this.
At the very least, the star space insects were not adept at flight. Only in the cosmos could they use special methods to alter their direction and speed.
They could not move freely in areas with strong gravity.
Of course, the eggshells of the star space insects possessed kinetic energy surpassing that of cosmic warships, allowing them to escape a planet's gravity. But this required consuming a large number of insects, and it also took time to evolve.
I think Pioneer Jiang intends to wait until his strength reaches a higher level before attempting to eliminate these star space insects.
We don't need to worry about this for now.
Although the reproduction rate of the star space insects is extremely fast, it will take at least several years to destroy an entire life-bearing planet. By then perhaps Pioneer Jiang will have already cultivated ancient martial arts to the 10th stage.
Luo Yang said. It was not that he was overly confident.
Rather, Jiang Yuan's cultivation speed was truly monstrous.
Not only did he improve national martial arts and ancient martial arts, but he also cultivated them to at least the superior realm.
Since Jiang Yuan did not specify his current realm in his diary, Luo Yang and the others could only speculate. The superior realm
was already the highest they dared to guess. After all, the further one progressed, the slower the cultivation speed became, as evidenced by Jiang Yuan and the others. The time required to break through increased with each stage. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan would not have only recently broken through to the transformation realm, while the others had not even touched the threshold of transformation. Yes, previously when Pioneer Jiang reached our designated martial saint realm, it took him less than half a year. I believe that even if ancient martial arts takes longer, it absolutely cannot require several years.
Professor Wang nodded.
Perhaps others could not achieve it, but as the first to improve national martial arts and ancient martial arts, Jiang Yuan would have no difficulty reaching the highest 10th stage. Without such monstrous talent, how could he have improved national martial arts and ancient martial arts? After all, merely copying a model is far less difficult than creating something from nothing and reconnecting the path of martial arts.
The gap between the two was at least dozens of times or even hundreds of times. Jiang Yuan, however, was completely unaware of this.
He stood on the back of hurricanes, swiftly moving over the surface of the sea. In the distance, a pod of whales occasionally spouted mist above the sea surface. By the time he returned to the vicinity of the shelter, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Ta Shui and Lilith, whom he had assigned to gather medicinal herbs, had not yet returned. They were still searching and digging for herbs in the jungle. Only when a new variety of medicinal herb was needed would Jiang Yuan venture into the jungle himself, find some samples and present them to Ta Shui.
I wonder if there are any other star space insects in other regions. Logically, if 2 survived, there would be 3 or even 4 or 5. When he first crossed over, the severely injured star space insect had nearly given him a huge fright. Even now,
he could still recall the insect's hideous appearance. That was why he firmly believed that besides that one star space insect, there might be other insects surviving in other areas. And he was quite certain that if that star space insect had not been killed by Lilith, it would likely have evolved into a mother insect within a short time and built an underground hive.
Tomorrow, I'll check the nearby areas.
Even if the probability is low, I cannot allow these insects even the slightest chance to cause more severe damage to this life-bearing planet. Jiang Yuan was also well aware that star space insects were the parasites of life-bearing planets. They plundered the resources he needed, and in a devastating manner at that. At least the resources devoured by the star space insects could never be restored. Because the star space insects would send all resources back to the mother insect to nurture insect soldiers, and only a very few dead insects would be decomposed. The exoskeletons on their bodies could remain intact for an extremely long time. By the time these exoskeletons decomposed, the entire planet would likely have been completely destroyed by the insects. Moreover, the star space insects would also recycle corpses, leaving no chance for the exoskeletons to decompose. This was one of the more repulsive aspects of the star space insects. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan used his wristwatch to pull up a map, planned his subsequent route, and marked the island where the star space insects were discovered in red. Other islands that had been thoroughly searched but found no star space insects were marked in green, indicating safety. Afterward, in the shelter, he took out some medicinal herbs, placed them in a clay pot to boil, then removed the dregs and mashed them. He then simmered them over low heat without flames, until the moisture completely evaporated, leaving only a sticky herbal paste, which he then rolled into small pills.
He placed them on bamboo mats for drying.
When the pills had lost most of their moisture, he would collect them and store them in specially fired clay bottles meant for holding pills. The ensuing days passed swiftly. Jiang Yuan spent several days meticulously scouring the entire area surrounding the crash site of the Xin Niao battleship. In the end, he found no traces of other insects. This greatly relieved him. Thereafter he devoted all his time and effort to cultivation, tirelessly practicing the Hunyuan Woji Xian Tiangong every day, as well as the Xiaoyaoyu and the Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword. Of course he also did not neglect the Dragon Tiger Golden Bell Shield, continuously using true chi to strengthen his body, gradually advancing his realm to the second and third stages, even reaching the fourth stage, causing the Phantom Golden Bell condensed on his body surface to become increasingly solid with intricate patterns emerging on its surface. They looked like one character after another. Meanwhile, his true chi cultivation realm continuously broke through during this process, starting from opening the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, gradually opening the second, then the third. And in this process Jiang Yuan discovered that wherever he had unblocked an extraordinary meridian, the surrounding skin possessed the ability to absorb heavenly and earthly energy from the outside world. In other words, besides breathing, he could also gradually absorb heavenly and earthly energy through his skin to restore the true chi he had consumed. However, the effect was not very good, only half the efficiency of his breathing and exhalation. But as more and more extraordinary meridians were opened, this absorption effect gradually stacked and amplified, becoming several times stronger than breathing and exhalation. So it seems that the martial innate realm described in those novels, where the chi refining stage of cultivators are not entirely without foundation. Jiang Yuan felt the heavenly and earthly energy absorbed from his extraordinary meridians, and such a thought suddenly arose in his mind. This is akin to national martial arts and ancient martial arts. Even the lowest third-rate realm can correspond to the 3 levels of Ming Jin and Jin and Hua Jin in national martial arts. In that case, once I have cultivated my realm to the innate stage, can I then begin to deduce and develop a cultivation method for immortality? Let's see if I can grasp some immortal techniques and then attempt to eradicate those starry sky insect race. Jiang Yuan pondered thoughtfully, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, for now he had only opened 4 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, still far from the acquired perfection of 6 extraordinary meridians. As for the conception and governor meridians, this already touched the threshold of the innate. For instance, after opening the conception meridian, an acquired martial artist could be called a half-step innate, since only the governor meridian separated the two. Moreover, according to the Hunyuan Woji Xian Tiangong, among the 8 extraordinary meridians, the conception and governor meridians are the 2 most important channels. Even the combined effect of the 6 previous extraordinary meridians cannot match a single conception or governor meridian. And when both conception and governor meridians are combined, their effect can even surpass the sum of the 12 regular meridians and the 6 extraordinary meridians together. As for cultivation after the innate realm, it is about accumulating innate true chi within the body. So acquired true chi and innate true chi are both true chi, yet they still have some differences. Just like the chasm between internal energy and true chi. During this cultivation process, Jiang Yuan's Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword was the first to reach perfection, successfully attaining the sword momentum that surpassed sword chi. After all, this technique only required realm and comprehension, it did not need innate true chi as support. Shua! In the dense forest, Jiang Yuan stood near a tree, and without any visible movement from him, the sky suddenly seemed to change, continuously drifting down raindrops. These raindrops, though appearing very gentle as they fell, actually possessed terrifying penetrating power. They directly pierced the tree in front of him, riddling it with countless dense holes like a sieve. Moreover, these holes looked extremely smooth, as if pierced by something very sharp, leaving not a single wood chip behind. Whoa! What did I just see? Not only is it suddenly raining, but the trees near Big Brother Jiang Yuan have appeared with incredibly dense holes. Damn! My trypophobia is acting up. And from the replay just now, it's clear that these holes were definitely pierced by those raindrops. So what's going on? Don't tell me this rain is corrosive acid rain. Look, Big Brother Jiang Yuan is standing in the rain and he's fine. Could it be sword chi? I've seen in those martial arts movies that martial masters who have mastered sword chi can kill without a trace, right? Nonsense, with so many tiny holes, how could they be made by sword chi? Besides, even if that were possible, are you sure Big Brother Jiang Yuan could sustain such consumption? The barrage in the Starry Sky live stream room scrolled endlessly. Many people were stunned by the scene, unable to believe that the holes in the tree trunk were actually made by raindrops. The barrage in the Starry Sky live stream room scrolled endlessly. Many people were stunned by the scene, unable to believe that the holes in the tree trunk were actually made by raindrops. Yet the truth was indeed so. After repeated replays and comparisons, they could be very certain that these holes were made by the rainwater. It was simply like magic. Is this the sword momentum of the Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword technique? Its power seems quite good, but the consumption of true chi and spirit is somewhat large. Before I achieve the innate realm, I can't afford to use it many times. Jiang Yuan looked at the destruction he had caused. He felt a slight surprise in his heart. Putting aside everything else, the coverage range of the Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword momentum was a full 100 meters. And its destructive power was also extremely strong, capable of indiscriminately piercing tangible objects. Of course, the specific target was controlled by his will. For example, even though he stood within the entire range of the sword momentum, he was not harmed by the rain transformed from the sword momentum, including his own clothes. They also showed no damage.
Afterwards, nearly 2 more months passed and Jiang Yuan's realm once again experienced a tremendous breakthrough.
His cultivation realm shot up like a rocket, directly opening the 5th and 6th extraordinary meridians and even the conception and governor meridians during this period of cultivation. As naturally as drinking water, he broke through, reaching the innate realm recorded in the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong, forming a complete grand circulation within his body. The pores all over his body seemed to open at this moment. By circulating the Hunyuan Wuji Xian Tiangong, he could actively and rapidly capture the roaming heavenly and earthly energy from the outside. The Xiaoyaoyu, which had not seen a breakthrough for a long time, also successfully stepped into its highest realm of sky-soaring flight after his realm reached the innate. Even without relying on any external force, he could freely fly and hover in the low-altitude region within several hundred meters. Compared to the great completion stage, it was stronger by more than a little. Especially with the recovery speed of the grand circulation, the consumption of the Xiaoyaoyu could be nearly offset.
Character Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 24,249.
Life level 3-dimensional, 3, holding the Pearl Peak horizontal training 3rd layer peak innate early stage. Abilities: gun proficiency 6, exoskeleton armor control V, basic combat V, barbaric 8, mountain suppressing fist mastery 3, talents horizontal training body mastery red sun iron sand palm mastery armor breaking eagle claw technique mastery chaos primordial innate technique mastery spring breeze and drizzle sword mastery carefree wander mastery 12 gates dragon tiger golden bell shield minor achievement.
Talent million times intermediate. With a single thought, Jiang Yuan opened his own attribute panel.
He saw that behind the life level, the ancient martial realm had successfully broken through to the early innate stage, and apart from the 12 gates dragon tiger golden bell shield, all other techniques had also been cultivated to perfection today. And this was not the main point. The key was that his talent had once again been elevated from the previous 10,000 times to 1,000,000 times.
An increase of 100-fold in one go. Just as I thought. As long as I cultivate the ancient martial realm to the innate stage, my talent can undergo another transformation.
In that case, I can also begin to deduce the immortal cultivation techniques.
A trace of unconcealable joy appeared on Jiang Yuan's face.
This had been his long-cherished hope and his enduring goal. How much effort and sweat had he poured in for this day? Without any hesitation, Jiang Yuan immediately connected to Lilith's storage device through his communication wristband and began to select the immortal cultivation techniques needed for deduction from within. Compared to traditional martial arts and ancient martial arts, there were not many immortal cultivation techniques here. Therefore, it only took a short while for Jiang Yuan to pick out a breathing and qi nurturing technique. The content appeared limited and was accompanied by diagrams for reference, so memorizing it was not very difficult. The more troublesome part was the deduction process. Based on previous experience, when he deduced ancient martial arts techniques, the energy he consumed was higher than that of traditional martial arts. Therefore, he needed to make some preparations before he could attempt to use his talent to deduce this carefully selected immortal cultivation technique. First, refine a few batches of pills. Although the primordial energy of heaven and earth can restore bodily energy, the effect is still not as direct as consuming pills.
Jiang Yuan planned in his mind.
Then he began to decoct the medicinal herbs, mashed them, evaporated the excess moisture, and formed them into one pill after another. After finishing all this, he focused all his mind and energy on deducing the immortal cultivation technique.
Golden characters, one after another, like symbols imbued with mystical power, continuously scattered and recombined in his mind.
And in the figures seated, cross-legged golden lines appeared within his body. These were the pathways for the circulation of true qi, as well as the manner and rhythm of his breathing. However, at the beginning these things were not complete. Only through continuous deduction by his talent could he gradually reach a level suitable for cultivation.
Time flowed ceaselessly during this process.
Jiang Yuan could clearly feel that the true qi within his body was being consumed at an extremely rapid pace. But because he had reached the innate realm, both his breathing and the pores all over his body could absorb a considerable amount of primordial energy from heaven and earth into his system. Through the circulation and cycling of true qi, he replenished his own consumption. It was for this reason that his need for pills and food was not as urgent as before. It was not until the entire immortal cultivation technique had been deduced to about 2/3 that he felt a sensation of hunger in his body, requiring him to consume pills to restore his strength and accelerate the slowing deduction progress.
1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Unknowingly, half a day passed and the deduction in Jiang Yuan's mind finally reached its final stage.
The scattered characters once again combined together, ultimately forming a brand new cultivation technique, the Preqin Qi Refining Compendium. The 6 characters shone with golden light. And carried with some sort of peculiar power.
Wait. Just a qi refining technique. Isn't that a bit too underwhelming? After reading the 6 golden characters that appeared in his mind, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After all, according to his speculation, the innate realm of ancient martial arts was already equivalent to the chi refining stage of immortal cultivation. Yet after all this effort, the immortal cultivation technique he had deduced turned out to be only for the chi refining stage. This left him somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, upon careful examination, he discovered that this technique was not as simple as its name implied. The first stage was not limited to the chi refining chapter. It also encompassed the subsequent stages of foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, all laid out in great detail. Foundation establishment was further divided into 2 substages: chi transforming into mist and chi transforming into liquid. The subsequent golden core stage also included the solidification of true chi, the formation of a golden core embryo within the dantian, and then when it became a perfectly round, flawless inner core, it could be refined into a golden core using spirit as fire and the primordial energy of heaven and earth as fuel. As for the final nascent soul stage, it likewise included the substages of gestation, core shattering, and the nascent soul after core shattering, 3 in total. So this pre-chi refining compendium is not merely about chi refining, it also contains methods that can be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Yuan's heart pounded wildly. This could definitely be considered a very good technique. As depicted in some immortal cultivation novels, the nascent soul stage cultivated through this pre-chi refining compendium could be called an earth immortal. It granted a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Additionally, foundation establishment granted 300 years, core formation added another 200, reaching a total lifespan of 500 years. Apart from all this, the pre-chi refining compendium also recorded several supporting spells and divine abilities, including the 5 elements spells, flying escape techniques, and great divine abilities such as the Dharma body of heaven and earth. I didn't expect it to be so complete with so many spells and divine abilities. Even without deducing other techniques, this is enough for me to cultivate all the way to the nascent soul earth immortal stage. Joy surged on Jiang Yuan's face. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate according to the pre-chi refining compendium. As he had guessed earlier, the chi refining stage of the immortal cultivation realm indeed encompassed the innate stage of the ancient martial realm. However, the previous Hotian and the fourth-rate realms were also included here, just as the Ming Jin and Jin and Hua Jin of traditional martial arts could only be compared to the third rate of ancient martial arts. And as he circulated the pre-chi refining compendium, the true chi cultivated within his body was rapidly transforming into immortal magical power. The quality had increased considerably, but correspondingly the quantity of true chi had decreased. It would take some time for him to make up for the losses incurred during the compression of magical power. Magical power is several times stronger than true chi. No wonder they say martial artists can't compete with immortal cultivators. Even innate true chi was inferior to magical power, let alone the Hotian true chi and internal energy that came before. The gap was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon, far more than a mere difference of 1 star. Though sword techniques channeled through magical power are far more potent than those fueled by true chi, their consumption is equally greater. It would be wisest to recover my true chi fully before setting out to eradicate those insects. Jiang Yuan attempted to refine and absorb the true chi within his body, testing the differences between magical power and true chi. His conclusion was clear: magical power was indeed stronger in combat. This difference became evident when both were consumed in equal measure. The sword aura generated by true chi was noticeably inferior in destructive power compared to that wielded through magical power. Magical power, after all, is derived from compressed true chi. In other words, an equivalent amount of true chi is far more taxing to expend and requires a considerably longer recovery period than magical power. When martial techniques are driven by magical power, the duration they can be sustained is naturally far shorter than when powered by true chi. The starvoid insects were not formidable enough to warrant converting true chi into magical power just to ensure their destruction. Therefore, using true chi to eliminate those insects was by far the safest approach. Setting other factors aside, true chi surpassed magical power in both recovery efficiency and endurance, by a considerable margin. Furthermore, he could utilize pills to assist in recovering his internal true chi, freeing him from any fear of being overwhelmed by swarms of insects. Then, Jiang Yuan began refining every medicinal herb he had collected into pills designed to supplement true chi cultivation. In this way, when battling the starvoid insect clan, he could rely on these pills to restore his true chi and would no longer be hamstrung, unable to fully deploy his techniques. As for the immortal cultivation methods, Jiang Yuan had temporarily sealed them away. He intended to begin his cultivation again only after completely wiping out the starvoid insect clan. As long as the starvoid insects remained a threat, a sense of unease would linger in his heart, preventing him from wholeheartedly dedicating himself to cultivation. Thus another week slipped by. While refining pills, he cultivated the primordial infinite natural art at the shelter, continuing to advance his ancient martial arts realm. Even though he had broken through to the innate realm, that was merely the initial stage.
Ahead of him lay the intermediate stage, the late stage, and the peak realm of perfection. Even if he could not achieve a qualitative breakthrough, he could continuously accumulate true qi within his body, granting himself greater endurance. This would give him a definite advantage when eliminating the starvoid insects later. As for Lilith and Takshu, Jiang Yuan continued sending them into the jungle to gather various medicinal herbs. Once the starvoid insects were completely eradicated, this time he would begin cultivating the comprehensive guide to qi refining, transforming his ancient martial true qi into immortal cultivation power. Although the pills used by cultivators were undoubtedly of far superior quality and efficacy compared to those used in ancient martial arts, these pills still held irreplaceable value. At least until he mastered alchemy, they remained indispensable resources for his cultivation. It's a pity no metal ore was found here, and I am not very familiar with smelting. Otherwise I could have forged an alloy longsword to reduce true qi consumption. During this period Jiang Yuan had not been idle either. He had attempted to channel true qi into his hunting blade to perform the spring breeze drizzle sword technique. In terms of true qi consumption, while it was somewhat less than using a tree branch, the hunting blade's curved shape and forearm length meant that when executing the spring breeze drizzle sword, the results were hardly satisfactory. After much contemplation, Jiang Yuan eventually ventured into the jungle and found a type of tree with exceptionally hard wood. Using his hunting blade combined with true qi, he shaped it into a wooden sword 3 feet 6 inches long. Aside from its lightweight and minimal killing power, without true qi infusion, everything else about it was quite satisfactory. At least when wielding the spring breeze drizzle sword, every movement and form could be executed with precision, and the sword aura it generated was devastatingly powerful. This should suffice. Now it's time to adjust my condition and head to Bug Island to eliminate those insects. Jiang Yuan restrained his inner restlessness and remained at the shelter for several more days until his spirit energy and vitality were all elevated to their peak condition. Only then did he pack up everything, activate the carefree wanderer technique, and step onto Hurricane's back, swiftly flying toward Bug Island. His wooden sword strapped to his back, his figure bathed in the dawn's rosy light, he resembled an immortal from a celestial painting. An ethereal otherworldly presence radiated from every inch of him. Splash! Below, the ocean churned relentlessly. Massive waves rose one after another as if colossal beasts were rolling through the depths. After this period of growth, Hurricane had become significantly larger. Its spread wings spanned well over 2 meters. The drone continued following Jiang Yuan at a steady distance, capturing the scene before them with perfect clarity, and transmitted it all back to Blue Star. Is Lord Jiang Yuan planning to strike against the starvoid insects? But why hasn't he brought Lilith alone? After all, she possesses considerable combat strength. Also, wouldn't metal weapons be far more practical than this wooden sword? Or does this wooden sword have some extraordinary significance? You don't understand anything. Haven't you seen a pig run even if you haven't eaten pork? Aren't there martial arts tales that say grass, trees, bamboo and stone can all serve as swords? So, has Lord Jiang Yuan cultivated the sword Dao to a terrifying level? Just like the several realms described in that divine eagle tale, the divine weapon, the heavy sword, the wooden sword, in the state of no sword being superior to having a sword. But then again, Lord Jiang Yuan looks incredibly handsome today. He's surrounded by an indescribable aura from head to toe. The bullet comments in the interstellar livestream scrolled continuously. With Jiang Yuan's departure, almost everyone immediately discerned his intentions. And across the entire Blue Star, regardless of whether in the eastern or western regions, everyone put down their work that day. One by one they gathered in the livestream room, watching Jiang Yuan's expedition against the starvoid insects on Water Blue Star. This concerned the future and destiny of all humanity. After all, Water Blue Star lay within the nebula region where human starships and weapons simply could not be deployed. Therefore, to subdue the starvoid insects on Water Blue Star, they would have to rely solely on Jiang Yuan himself. If this expedition failed, the entire Water Blue Star could gradually be completely swallowed by the starvoid insects, turning it entirely into a dead planet. Humanity would also lose a pioneering leader and a rising star in the exploration of the martial path. Starvoid insect signal detected, counting 1314. The unmanned probe rescanned the underground insect nest once more. This time it obtained completely new data, revealing dozens more than before. It was evident how rapidly the starvoid insects were developing. If left unchecked, it would not take long for the number of these insects to reach an astonishing level. Even with Jiang Yuan having reached the innate realm, he still could not sustain such enormous consumption. So many more bugs have appeared. Fortunately, I discovered them early. Otherwise, I would never have imagined the stellar bug race could multiply to such an extent. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. He then rapidly patrolled the entire island, marking the bugs collecting resources outside as his primary targets. Although lone bugs posed no immediate threat, they did possess the potential to transform into mother bugs. Once he overwhelmed the entire bug nest, the scattered bug soldiers would likely receive information transmitted from the nest. They would then flee to other locations and transform into mother bugs to establish new colonies. To prevent this, Jiang Yuan decided to eliminate all nearby bugs before advancing on the nest itself. Soon, guided by the unmanned drones, he discovered a scattered squad of bug soldiers hunting other creatures on the island.
Jiang Yuan directly activated the carefree wander technique.
Descending gracefully from the sky, he unleashed sword chi before his feet even touched the ground, killing the bugs instantly.
The entire process was extraordinarily swift.
The bugs hadn't even registered what was happening before their lifeless bodies crashed heavily onto the ground. Jiang Yuan then rose upon the wind again, returned to Hurricane's back, and continued exploring other areas. The livestream viewers were utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. They never imagined that Jiang Yuan, having cultivated ancient martial arts, possessed such terrifying power, killing the bugs without even allowing them to detect his presence.
666.
As expected of Lord Jiang Yuan, the one who improved national martial arts and ancient martial arts, he killed 4 bugs in the blink of an eye. In other words, 40 bugs wouldn't even be enough for him to slaughter.
The entire bug nest only has around 4,000 bugs. They stand no chance against Lord Jiang Yuan.
I dare say those bugs didn't even have time to transmit information. From the moment of attack until the bugs' bodies died, it took less than a fraction of a second. Bullet comments scrolled furiously.
Meanwhile, after roughly half a day, Jiang Yuan had eliminated every scattered bug.
By the time he returned to the bug nest, the mother bug huddled deep within had not yet sensed anything amiss. After all, the mother bug did not maintain constant contact with the scattered soldiers. It only responded after receiving information from them. This gave Jiang Yuan the opportunity to eliminate them one by one without allowing any bugs a chance to flee and develop. Squeak! However, as Jiang Yuan descended from the sky, the bugs inside the burrow seemed to sense something immediately.
Half of their bodies emerged from the burrow, and in the very next instant they let out a deafening screech.
The previously tranquil underground bug tunnels suddenly erupted with an astonishing number of massive bugs.
Almost all of them possessed exoskeletons of deep coloration, some dark brown, others dark black.
Their sizes ranged from 2 to 5 meters. Their evolutionary states varied according to their physique, yet they bore little difference from the bugs Jiang Yuan remembered from different stages. It was as if the bugs that had invaded Blue Planet had completely followed the template of the stellar bug race in their evolution. As I suspected, the stellar bug race possesses an inherited gene library allowing them to produce highly evolved species in an extremely short period. Only when faced with a completely different environment do they need to readapt, which slows the overall evolutionary pace of the stellar bug race. Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened. He directly drew the wooden sword from his back and swiftly swung it at the bugs pouring out of the tunnel.
The next moment, an invisible arc of sword chi shot forward.
It swept across those few bugs with ease, splitting their massive bodies into 2 halves and extinguishing all traces of life. However, the bugs emerging from the underground tunnel grew increasingly rapid. They showed no trace of fear whatsoever. Even as Jiang Yuan slaughtered countless more, they surged forward as though they cared nothing for their lives. In merely dozens of breaths, the area between Jiang Yuan and the tunnel was already piled high with a dense mountain of bug corpses towering over 20 meters. But this was not the critical issue. The real problem was that as the corpse pile grew thicker, Jiang Yuan's sword chi was blocked by the relentless cascade of bodies, making it impossible to pierce through the entire mound. This allowed bugs to rapidly emerge from the tunnel and completely surround Jiang Yuan. It was at this moment that rain suddenly fell from the sky. Dense raindrops resembling sharp swords easily pierced through the bugs on the ground. Even 4th-stage bugs with exoskeletons comparable to alloy could not resist the piercing rain.
Sword formation transforming into rain.
Jiang Yuan's true energy surged continuously within his body, and the rain fell persistently overhead, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around him. No matter how many bugs crawled from the tunnel, any that came into contact with these raindrops, regardless of their evolutionary stage, had their exoskeletons pierced through, leaving countless tiny holes throughout their corpses. Before long, the ground was thoroughly soaked with dark green bug blood. As the sword rain continued unabated, the bug count reported by the unmanned drones dropped at an alarming rate. At this moment, the total number of bugs had fallen to merely over 9,000. More than 2,000 had perished at the hands of Jiang Yuan's sword formation transforming into rain. However, the consumption was enormous. Even though Jiang Yuan had reached the innate stage and could absorb heavenly and earthly primordial energy from the air to replenish himself, his true energy reserves were still dropping at a rapid pace. Fortunately, he had prepared numerous pills that could be refined through his breathing technique to restore his true energy, greatly extending the endurance of his sword rain.
Wow! Lord Jiang Yuan's technique is too fierce.
He killed so many bugs so effortlessly. And he didn't even need to move from where he stood.
Truly terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
From the moment he arrived at this bug tunnel until now barely over 10 minutes have passed, and yet more than 2,000 bugs have already died at his hands. Although we already knew Lord Jiang Yuan possessed a sword rain technique, we never imagined it would be this devastating. Not even 4th stage bugs can resist it. Their exoskeletons were pierced through so easily by the rain. Lord Jiang Yuan, watch closely. What comes next will be even more magnificent. As time passed, the starry sky bugs in the underground cavern no longer surged out recklessly as before. Instead, they lurked in hiding deep underground. Only through unmanned probes could their vital signs underground be detected. There are still over 1,500 left. It seems that to kill these bugs we must go deep into the underground cavern. Although the coverage area of the sword momentum transformed into rain was vast, it could even completely block the entire underground cavern, preventing the bugs inside from escaping. However, the penetrating power of the sword rain was very limited, reaching at most a few meters underground before the sword momentum contained within dissipated. Thus it lost its lethal power. Therefore, with the starry sky bugs hiding deep underground, the sword rain formed by Jiang Yuan's sword momentum posed no significant threat to them. What's more, the longer the delay, the more likely the underground bugs would dig another tunnel to escape. Therefore, after a moment's deliberation, Jiang Yuan waved his hand toward the mountain of bug corpses, instantly sending them flying in all directions, revealing the entrance to the underground cavern that had been covered by corpses. By now the entire ground was soaked with the bugs' dark green blood, making it feel somewhat damp to walk on. However, Jiang Yuan had cultivated innate true qi and also mastered the carefree wandering, a technique akin to flight. He effortlessly leaped over the area soaked with dark green blood, landing cleanly without a single stain. Squeak! As soon as he approached the cavern, the starry sky bugs hiding underground immediately detected him as an intruder through their biological radar. They emitted sharp shrieks from their mouthparts. Some first-stage bugs surged toward him frantically as before, their sharp forelegs swinging like 2 daggers. But before they could get close, Jiang Yuan directly condensed 2 sword energies which shot toward the bugs swiftly. With a few plopping sounds, they easily pierced through their bodies. Their vitality was instantly extinguished the moment the sword energy entered their bodies. That's so cool. Senior Jiang Yuan's strength is far greater than our mecha warriors. We didn't even see how he made his move and those bugs were already dead. I bet Senior Jiang Yuan used his inner energy. After all, he's a master of ancient martial arts. It's possible that his sword technique has reached the realm of sword qi. Possible. In those martial arts movies from before the interstellar era, weren't there many who cultivated sword qi? That's like a walking energy cannon. Its lethality is also terrifying. According to you, then, hasn't Senior Jiang Yuan already reached the 4th realm where there is no sword but victory over the sword? The audience in the interstellar livestream following the unmanned probe into the cavern naturally witnessed that scene without missing a single detail. In their eyes, Jiang Yuan simply stood in midair and then drifted into the underground cavern. Then he alarmed the bugs deep inside, which surged out toward the entrance frantically and then inexplicably fell to the ground. Only on the exoskeleton of their bodies was left a not very obvious penetrating wound from which some dark green liquid oozed out. Squeak! The bugs deep underground, as if startled, all quickly retreated backward. Without further ado, he raised his hand and, using the force operation method of the Crimson Sun Iron Sand Palm, drove it with his innate true qi on the bug corpses, blocking his path. Instantly his hands turned a fiery red. As he pushed this palm forward, the temperature in the air instantly soared to over 1,000 degrees and a terrifying red flame engulfed the bug corpses. For a moment, crackling explosions echoed through the cavern. Meanwhile, near Jiang Yuan's body surface, a faint golden energy emerged, outlining the shape of a giant bell. It had some very intricate patterns. Moreover, the flames in the cavern were completely blocked when they approached it, unable to transmit any heat inside. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. After about a dozen breaths, the bug corpses shrouded in flames were completely reduced to ashes. The high temperature in the cavern also rapidly dropped at this moment. Jiang Yuan, standing in midair, then continued deeper into the cavern. The light grew dimmer, but it had no effect on him. Because after cultivating innate true qi, as long as Jiang Yuan infused his eyes with innate true qi, he could see the pitch-black cavern environment very clearly. He had discovered this by accident earlier. Even on a moonless night, after infusing his eyes with innate true qi, he could see the night environment as if it were daytime. It was as if the innate true qi had transformed his eyes into an infrared night vision camera. Squeak! The depths of the underground cavern. The mother bug of the starry sky bugs was now frantically fleeing, while some bugs that had reached the 4th stage of life were constantly digging new escape tunnels. However, although their speed was fast, it was completely incomparable to Jiang Yuan's. After all, he only needed to kill the bugs to continue moving deeper. It's a pity that the sword momentum transformed into rain is greatly restricted here. Otherwise, why would I go to such trouble to delve deep into the cavern? My various techniques are also severely limited. Jiang Yuan continuously condensed sword energy, killing the bugs that surged toward him. The dark green bug blood soon soaked the nearby tunnels again. Gradually the number of starry sky bugs in the entire underground cavern dropped to only a few hundred, and it continued to decrease at an astonishing rate. The mother bug seemed to have sensed the threat of death. Throughout the cavern from time to time one could hear the terrified and panicked shrieks of some bugs. Finally, after killing some fourth-stage bugs, Jiang Yuan came face to face with the mother bug that had birthed this nest. Its body had grown enormous, even a fourth-stage bug placed before it would appear only half its size. Of course the mother bug's appearance was also extremely ugly, even to the point of being bloated. Especially its abdomen, which was as large and swollen as a queen ant's, as if formed by a massive accumulation of fat. Shwa! Without any hesitation, Jiang Yuan bypassed the bug corpses and swung a sword energy toward the mother bug, cleaving its body from back to front into two halves. At the same time, countless sword energies condensed around his body. In the blink of an eye, the remaining few dozen starry sky bugs, regardless of whether they were second stage, third stage, or fourth stage, were all pierced through their bodies by invisible sword energies. Their vitality was extinguished. They became one after another not yet completely cold corpses. Thus, the entire starry sky bug nest was slaughtered through by Jiang Yuan alone. To ensure absolute certainty, Jiang Yuan utilized his wristband to operate an unmanned probe, conducting a secondary scan of the surrounding area. The final result was soon relayed by the unmanned probe. Scan complete. No star space insect signals detected within the detection range. We won. A true master indeed. To so effortlessly annihilate an entire insect nest. Who says otherwise? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never believe that humanity without any high-tech weaponry could single-handedly cleanse an entire insect nest. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that when the star space insects next arrive, humanity can stand toe-to-toe with them? What do you mean by stand toe-to-toe? Jiang Yuan is clearly dominating single-handedly. Didn't you see that those insects couldn't even touch his clothes? In the interstellar livestream, everyone was boiling with excitement. Even the researchers at the Kunlun Institute had never imagined that Jiang Yuan could so easily cut through the entire insect nest. If Blue Star could possess a special forces squad comparable to Pioneer Jiang, wouldn't we be able to grind the star space insects into the ground? Indeed. It seems to me that Pioneer Jiang hasn't even exerted his full strength, especially that strange rain. If it had occurred near the surface, I dare say those insects would have died even faster. It's a pity that Pioneer Jiang doesn't keep a diary. We have no idea what kind of technique that offensive rain truly is. Regarding this, everyone at the Kunlun Institute was extremely curious. They had even scoured numerous ancient texts and watched countless martial arts films, yet they still could not fathom the nature of that rain. Regardless, at least the crisis on Shuelan Star has been resolved. Even if we cannot conquer the nebula region in the short term, we no longer need to worry about the star space insects overrunning and destroying Shuelan Star. Luo Yang's previously tense heart finally settled completely at this moment. Earlier he had been constantly worried that star space insects had fallen onto Shuelan Star and were rapidly multiplying. Now Jiang Yuan, relying solely on his own strength, had cut through the entire nest, leaving not a single insect alive. The concerns he had before naturally ceased to exist, and humanity could now confidently advance into the era of martial arts. General Luo speaks the truth. The threat of the insects has been completely eliminated. We no longer have to bear the immense pressure we once did. As long as we follow Pioneer Jiang step by step and develop our martial arts, even if the star space insects return, they will no longer have a significant impact on us. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyuan and other martial artists saw things differently from the researchers. They yearned more for the ability to slay insects like butchering dogs, to defy gravity and walk in the void, and for that devastating wide-ranging rain of peculiar power. Even the fourth-stage insects with their alloy-like exoskeletons could not withstand it. To think that a human relying solely on their own power could possess the strength to annihilate an entire insect nest. Is this the true power that everyone can attain through the ancient martial arts cultivation method refined by Pioneer Jiang? Su Xiaoxiao's face was filled with shock and longing. In her mind she even conjured images of herself wielding such power, slaughtering through the insect nest. However, I've only trained to the hidden force stage, and there's still a gap to the transforming force stage. I wonder when I'll be able to complete the transition from national martial arts to ancient martial arts cultivation. Su Xiaoxiao soon felt a wave of discouragement. Not for any other reason, though she was the first martial arts prodigy outside the official circles to cultivate internal force and even reach the hidden force stage. Due to the time gap, she was not the foremost martial artist on Blue Star. Setting aside Zhou Mingyuan as time passed, the number of transforming force experts on Blue Star had increased from 1 to over 20. Fortunately, no civilian martial artist had yet reached the transforming force stage, otherwise she would truly feel disheartened. No. I cannot give in to discouragement. I cultivated internal force on my own. As long as I train diligently, I will eventually catch up with the seniors in the official circles. Even if I cannot catch up to my idol, I will follow closely behind him, even if I can only see his back from afar. Su Xiaoxiao quickly adjusted her mindset, constantly cheering herself on. The gloom that had enveloped her heart dissipated as her resolve strengthened and her spirits brightened once more. Only the Qin family could not find any joy in this moment. All of this should have been connected to the Qin family, yet because of the sinner Qin Zijin they had severed their bond with the martial arts pioneer. They had become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Star, forever nailed to the pillar of shame. If Qin Zijin had not committed those mistakes, the Qin family could have shared glory and hardship with Jiang Yuan and even risen to greater heights. But now, let alone rising higher, they had been completely uprooted with no hope of recovery. After all, with Qin Zijin's precedent, everyone feared that anyone from the Qin family might commit similarly absurd acts. What kind of sin has my family committed to spawn such a sinner? Old Master Qin, overwhelmed by rage and grief, rolled his eyes and fainted straight away. Had he not been rushed to the hospital in time, he might have perished. Meanwhile, on Shuilan Star, Jiang Yuan began to collect his spoils. First were the corpses of the fourth stage insects. He swung his sword aura at their forelegs, managing to sever them, but not as easily as with other exoskeletal parts. This indicated that the forelegs had high density and excellent texture. They were worth collecting, they might prove useful later. After all, even if one had never eaten pork, one had seen a pig run. In many cultivation novels, beast parts were used as materials for refining artifacts. Perhaps after he began practicing the Pre-Qin Qi refining compendium, he could forge these insect forelegs into flying swords or something similar. However, as he sliced off a foreleg from an insect corpse with his sword aura, the aura inadvertently cleaved the entire corpse open. From within fell a purple crystal about the size of an egg. The moment the crystal appeared, Jiang Yuan distinctly sensed a force akin to primordial qi, emanating from it with a concentration several times higher than the ambient primordial qi in the air. Could this be something like a beast's inner core? Jiang Yuan gazed at the purple crystal in his hand, a thought surfacing in his mind that left him feeling somewhat disoriented. After all, the starry sky Zerg and spirit beasts were worlds apart. The two were vastly different, practically not even creatures of the same dimension. If the starry sky Zerg were a product of science fiction, then spirit beasts were a product of mythology. Their evolutionary paths were fundamentally incompatible. However, judging from this purple crystal, it seemed that once the starry sky Zerg evolved to a certain level, they too could develop energy crystals similar to a beast's inner core, though the energy contained within was exceedingly scarce. It was in no way comparable to a beast's inner core. After all, according to the standard classification of a Xianxia world, a spirit beast capable of cultivating an inner core would undoubtedly have surpassed the qi refining realm. It was far beyond what he could match. Yet these fourth-stage starry sky Zerg were as weak and helpless as children before him, utterly incapable of putting up any resistance. Otherwise, how could such a massive number of fourth-stage bugs have been slaughtered so easily by her? Based on energy concentration, the substance within this purple crystal, which resembles the primordial qi of heaven and earth, should be about 10 times denser than the outside world. I wonder how long it can sustain my cultivation. Jiang Yuan carefully sensed the energy within the crystal. According to the Pre-Qin compendium of qi refining, cultivators at the qi refining stage could use spirit stones to accelerate the condensation of their own mana. The concentration of primordial qi within a spirit stone was at least 10 times that of the outside world. And this was only the lowest grade. There were also intermediate and high-grade spirit stones, and beyond that, celestial spirit crystals. The amount of primordial qi contained within them was immeasurably greater than that of low-grade spirit stones. With this thought, Jiang Yuan immediately set to work, repeatedly using his sword qi to break open the exoskeletons of the nearby bug corpses, digging out the purple crystals from within. As he had expected, no such crystals were found in the bodies of bugs below the fourth stage. However, the crystal from the mother insect's body was somewhat different from those of the fourth stage bugs. Not only was it as large as a fist, but its color also showed a slight variation. It appeared to be a deeper shade of purple. Unlike the ones he had collected earlier, which were very pale, as if a few faint traces of purple had been dyed into a perfectly transparent crystal. Crimson Sun Iron Palm. From deep within the cave to the entrance, Jiang Yuan released a palm imprint condensed from his mana toward the bug corpses inside the cavern. Visible flames erupted the moment the crimson palm print touched the bug corpses, blazing into a towering inferno. And in just a few breaths, the bug corpses, whether from the first stage or the fourth, were instantly reduced to ashes with hardly any remnants left behind. Of course, the harder front legs of all the fourth stage bugs had been harvested by Jiang Yuan in advance and piled up on the forest floor outside. When the flames from the cave finally died out, the bug corpses inside were completely erased from this world. Whoa! What the hell? Did Jiang Yuan the Grandmaster just push his hand forward and those bug bodies were completely burned to ash? Yeah. And there was a red handprint. It was just like special effects from a martial arts movie.
It looked incredibly cool. So what level has Jiang Yuan the Grandmaster actually reached? He can release a palm print from a distance. Has he attained the transcendent level? I'm kneeling. I was a bit skeptical before that Jiang Yuan had improved the subsequent cultivation method of ancient martial arts, but now I know I was wrong. Not only has he improved it, but he has also cultivated to that level himself. The Interstellar live stream's bullet comments scrolled endlessly. Many were stunned by the crimson palm from earlier. It was a fully loaded special effect unleashing a terrifying killing move with a mere gesture, and in terms of sheer coolness, it was even more breathtaking than the rain that had killed over 2,000 bugs earlier. But Jiang Yuan did not pause. He continued harvesting the crystals and front legs from the fourth stage bugs among the corpses. He placed all these items nearby. After all, the flames of the Crimson Sun Iron Palm driven by mana were significantly hotter than those condensed from true chi before. As for the bug legs that could be severed by sword chi, they could not withstand such flames. As for the purple crystals, Jiang Yuan was uncertain as he dared not test them recklessly. If the crystals could not withstand the flames, he would have needlessly lost a cultivation resource akin to a spirit stone. That was correct. Jiang Yuan had already classified these purple crystals as resources that could aid his cultivation. However, the exact effect would only be known after he returned and cultivated using them. Crimson Sun Iron Palm. Time passed, and after another half-hour Jiang Yuan had finished clearing and scavenging the bug corpses on the surface. Every fourth stage bug had its body split open by his sword chi to extract the purple crystals. Countless disgusting dark green fluids oozed from the corpses, tainting the air with a foul odor. Fortunately, the flames condensed by the Crimson Sun Iron Palm quickly evaporated the dark green slime stuck to the ground from the corpses. Thus the unpleasant odor was also burned away completely, leaving only black ash on the ground and traces of high-temperature scorching. There are over 200 purple crystals. Even if each is only the size of an egg, 200 of them still add up to a considerable amount. Jiang Yuan looked at the pile of purple crystals. He pondered for a moment, then went to gather some vines and creepers nearby, quickly weaving a simple backpack to load all the purple crystals into. Compared to the bug legs, Jiang Yuan valued the purple crystals more. Therefore he left all the bug legs behind, not bothering to take them away for now. After all, these things were extremely hard and no animal could damage them even if left here. At most, some bugs would eat the meat inside the legs, which had no effect on the exoskeleton he needed. Phew! A sharp distant whistle escaped his lips, and the hurricane soaring in the sky immediately began to approach Jiang Yuan at the sound. Then Jiang Yuan channeled his true chi, leaping upward like a bird taking flight, and soon reached the canopy of the forest. He landed lightly on the hurricane's back. Even with the backpack containing over 200 purple crystals, it barely affected the hurricane at all. Soon they vanished from above the insect island, heading back to the mainland where he had built his shelter. Only the ashes scattered by the wind and the lifeless insect nest cave remained behind. Welcome back, Commander. Jufeng flapped its wings and traversed the vast ocean, swiftly carrying Jiang Yuan above the sanctuary. As it folded its wings, Jiang Yuan leaped from Jufeng's back, using carefree soaring to negate gravity and land steadily at the entrance of the sanctuary. Lilith, who had just returned with Takshu after collecting herbs, received the information from the unmanned probe and rushed back from the jungle, welcoming Jiang Yuan's safe return. Lilith, prepare some meat to feed Jufeng and also bring me some food and water. Jiang Yuan put down the purple crystal he had brought back and issued the command to Lilith. Then he picked up a piece of crystal, sat cross-legged outside the sanctuary, and began to circulate the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium, channeling the true Qi within his body. Gradually he transformed it into the unique mana of a cultivator. During this process, the purple crystal in his hand emitted a substantial amount of energy. As the true Qi within his body was converted, it merged into the newborn mana, rapidly filling his Qi Si. Indeed, as the true Qi transformed into mana, Jiang Yuan's Dantian also changed into a Qi Si. This allowed him to accommodate more mana while becoming more robust than before. It seems this purple crystal not only increases my mana but also reduces the strain on my body, thus preventing any damage to my foundation. He had not taken any pills this time. Therefore he should have experienced hunger or excessive depletion of energy, yet there were no such reactions or issues. With the addition of the purple crystal, he discovered that the upper limit of his mana conversion had also increased significantly. It was as if this purple crystal, while being absorbed by the body to convert into mana, also reduced the fatigue that occurred during the circulation of the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium. Thus it extended the duration of circulation. At this rate, it will probably take only a few days to convert all my innate true Qi into the unique mana of a cultivator. Not until the energy within the entire crystal was exhausted did Jiang Yuan feel he had reached a limit. In his Dantian Qi Si, the total amount of innate true Qi had been reduced to about 4/5. If this pace continued, it would take at most 4 more days for him to completely transform from a martial artist into a cultivator. The total mana would increase by at least 4 times from today's level. However, unlike innate stage martial artists, cultivators focus on the total amount of true qi. Only when the entire qi sea is fully filled can he reach the perfection of the qi refining stage and begin to break through to the next level foundation establishment. This involves the transformation of mana from gaseous to misty and then from misty into droplets, ultimately condensing into a true sea of mana. Therefore, in the following days, Jiang Yuan stayed at the sanctuary doing little else besides transporting insect legs from the insect island. From over 200 fourth stage insects he harvested more than 400 insect legs. Since these legs were sizable, Jiang Yuan was busy until the evening of the fourth day, finally transporting all the legs back from the insect island. They were piled outside the sanctuary. At first glance they looked like a massive heap of black tree trunks. However, under the sunlight the surface of these star insect legs reflected a metallic luster. When struck together they produced a crisp metallic sound. Even if Jiang Yuan used his hunting knife to chop them, as long as he didn't infuse them with true qi or mana, the legs remained unharmed. After collision not even a faint mark would be left. Finally, I have converted all the innate true qi into cultivator mana. After consuming another purple crystal, Jiang Yuan completed the final transition from innate true qi to cultivator mana. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Character Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 24,249. Life level 3-dimensional 3 Dan holding peak body tempering layer 3 peak Qi refining layer 1 early. Abilities: firearms proficiency 6 exoskeleton armor control V basic combat V mighty ape suppressing mountain fist perfection 3 talents body tempering perfection crimson sun iron palm perfection armor breaking eagle claw perfection primordial chaos supreme technique perfection spring breeze and gentle rain sword perfection carefree soaring perfection 12 gates dragon tiger golden bell minor achievement preaching Qi refining compendium beginner. Talent millionfold intermediate. The cultivation realm, which had not been displayed before, had finally transformed into the words Qi refining layer 1 early stage. However, the martial realm had disappeared. After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan understood the reason. After all, he had converted the innate true qi within his body into cultivator mana, effectively trading his martial realm for the current cultivation realm. But unlike the transition from national martial arts to martial arts, the Qi refining layer 1 early stage directly encompassed the entirety of both national martial arts and martial arts realms. Of course, this might be related to the fact that his martial realm was only at the initial stage when he switched to the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium. Perhaps if he had fully accumulated innate true qi in his dantian to reach the great perfection, then after switching to the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium, his realm could have jumped directly from Qi refining layer 1 early stage to the perfection level. I never expected the gap between martial arts and cultivation to be so vast. I thought the innate realm could compare to the Qi refining stage, but it turns out it only corresponds to Qi refining layer 1. Jiang Yuan rubbed his chin. A glimmer of understanding emerged in his heart. At the same time, a wave of regret surged within him. He should not have killed all the insects, as it would likely prevent him from obtaining energy crystals in the future. Having watched Xianxia dramas and read cultivation novels, he was well aware of the importance of these energy crystals for cultivation. Aiding cultivation was just the beginning. These crystals could also be used to set up formations or create puppets. Both formations and puppets required energy to operate, and the purple crystals were perfect energy stones. Although inferior to spirit stones in a world where spirit stones might not exist, these crystals would definitely be considered extremely scarce and valuable. However, with the completion of the conversion from true qi to mana, Jiang Yuan's mind finally relaxed. The diary he had been too busy to write during the recent cleansing of the star insects was now brought back to his agenda. Staying inside the sanctuary, his fingers quickly slid across his wristband. Soon he created a diary document and began typing content recording his cultivation progress, including the discovery of the star insect underground nest, as well as the process and results of his deduction of the cultivation technique. He poured everything into the record. After months of cultivating ancient martial arts, I have already reached the Xiantian realm, having opened all 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians and ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts. However, I discovered that the path ahead was not severed. After delving into the records within Lilith's database regarding the classics of immortal cultivation and Dao seeking, I successfully deduced the path beyond martial arts. I call it Qi refining. This technique is derived from a pre-Qin method of refining Qi, so I named it the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium. Its cultivation stages are divided into 4 realms: Qi refining foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The first layer of Qi refining encompasses the entirety of national martial arts and ancient martial arts. Even with my realm at the early Xiantian stage, after switching to cultivate the pre-Qin Qi refining compendium, I only reached the early stage of the first layer of Qi refining. However, spiritual power differs from true Qi. It allows the national martial arts and ancient martial arts I practice to become far more formidable than before. For instance, the Crimson Sun Iron Palm can directly condense a palm imprint radiating scorching heat, capable of easily incinerating 4th stage starry sky insects into ashes.
Yet spiritual power requires converting true chi, so after switching to the pre-chi chi refining compendium, my ancient martial arts realm completely vanished, replaced by the chi refining realm. Additionally, I have already located the starry sky insects that fell onto Shueixing Star along with the Xuanwu battleship. Using my cultivated Xiantian true chi, I have successfully annihilated the entire starry sky insect swarm. Moreover, within the bodies of the 4th stage starry sky insects I discovered purple crystals that can aid cultivation. Their effects rival those of great medicines, rapidly converting true chi into spiritual power while also replenishing the body's consumption and deficiencies. Unfortunately, I have already exterminated all the insects on this planet, leaving me unable to continue research on the starry sky insects. I hope that future human compatriots who come to Shueixing Star upon discovering the diary I left behind will continue to study the starry sky insects and transform them from cosmic pests into cultivation resources. Base 099 Fortress. As the diary was synchronized and transmitted outward by the Xuanwu battleship, the Kunlun Research Institute received the message. Everyone put down their work and gathered in the base's information transmission center to examine the newly synchronized diary. The contents were extensive. They recorded all the information from Jiang Yuan's discovery of the starry sky insects to his later deduction of the immortal cultivation technique and the complete eradication of the insect swarm. This left everyone utterly stunned. They all looked at each other, seeing shock and incredulity in one another's eyes. Immortal cultivation technique. Pioneer Jiang not only reached the Xiantian realm in ancient martial arts but also forged an even more extraordinary path on this foundation. Professor Wang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even his voice trembled slightly following his agitated body. Immortal cultivation. This was a myth. It was completely incomparable to the previous national martial arts and ancient martial arts. If the earlier national martial arts and ancient martial arts had already given humanity the ability to face the starry sky insects head-on, then the subsequent path of immortal cultivation and chi refining would surely create an unparalleled, overwhelming advantage. Even if the starry sky insects were allowed to develop for thousands of years, they would never reach the level of immortal cultivation and chi refining. Because the gap between immortal cultivation and ancient martial arts was simply too vast. Even the first layer of chi refining already encompassed all of the previous national martial arts and ancient martial arts. And the entire chi refining realm had a full 10 layers of difference. Behind it lay the 3 major realms of Foundation Establishment, Golden Core and Nascent Soul. No wonder Pioneer Jiang possessed such divine power. He single-handedly completely cleansed the entire nest of the starry sky insects. Indeed. This is the legendary Xiantian realm. Although it hasn't reached immortal cultivation, that power can already be compared to the high martial arts and martial arts dramas. Even if there is a gap, it's not huge. So that reign controlled by Pioneer Jiang was actually condensed from sword intent. No wonder it possessed such terrifying might. And that dreadful crimson handprint. It was actually driven by immortal cultivation spiritual power. Could it even be considered a spell or a divine ability? Throughout the entire Kunlun Research Institute, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. At this moment they finally fully realized the gap between themselves and Jiang Yuan, this extraordinary prodigy. The two were not even on the same dimension. Leaving aside other factors, the mere disparity in cultivation realms was enough to make it impossible for them to catch up, forcing them to look up in awe, unable to reach. After all, on this blue star the highest realm was Jiang Yuan, who had only reached the Huajin stage, not even meeting the threshold to cultivate ancient martial arts. Let alone this synchronized immortal cultivation technique. General Luo. Perhaps we should abandon the research on the nebula force field. Give up on the improvement of other classics. Gu Lao hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have made a decision and spoke to Luo Yang, who was in charge of the entire Kunlun project. Gu Lao, do you know what you're saying? How can we abandon the research on the nebula region? That is the pioneer driving our entire human cultivation plan. Luo Yang's voice suddenly rose. Others in the lab couldn't help but look at Gu Lao, their faces showing confusion and doubt. Upon hearing this, Gu Lao couldn't help but heave a heavy sigh. I don't want to either, but judging from our current progress, even if Pioneer Jiang on Shueixing Star with the power of the immortal cultivation technique could travel through the nebula region, we might not be able to solve the immediate problems. Besides, we've been studying those classics for so long. In reality, aside from standing on the shoulders of giants and replicating the medicinal soups and pills from Pioneer Jiang's diary, what have we actually gained? Instead of expending energy on this, we should focus entirely on development. At least then we might harvest more cultivation resources. Having said this, Gu Lao's words quieted down. He knew this was somewhat difficult to utter and everyone was reluctant to admit it so bluntly, but what he said was the truth. Rather than waste time, it was better to put it where it should be used. Sigh. What Gu Lao says is not without reason. We haven't made any gains during this time. We've been entirely relying on Pioneer Zhang's grace. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to produce a single result.
Professor Wang sighed.
Although he too was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that Gu Lao spoke the truth. They were indeed wasting time. The real gains and results all came from the diary synchronized from Shueixing Star. The entire blue star with its talents from all fields was not even 1/100th, no, not even a 10,000th, of that man.
Truly a vast disparity. At last Luo Yang heeded the ancient proposal, convened meetings deciding to alter the direction of their earlier plan.
Their focus was completely shifted, all attention fixed on drug research, for this was one of the few areas in which they were comparatively skilled. As for refinement and study of cultivation manuals, Luo Yang could only admit that they lacked the talent, utterly unable to compare with Jiang Yuan. The gap between the two was as wide as heaven and earth. Meanwhile, on the official website of the Wuxia department a new ranking and section were opened, and this ranking contained only one person.
That was Jiang Yuan, who had switched to Xianqin Lianqi Zongdong with his realm labeled as the first stage of Lianqi.
As for the second revision of martial arts realm delineations, the Wuxia department did not continue to change it, continuing to use the method of the second revision. After all, Xianxia cultivation and martial cultivation belonged to completely different realms. And from the intelligence they had obtained, even if they revised it again, they could not merge ancient martial arts with Xianxia methods. Thus they simply listed them separately, using Xianxia's initial realm to denote the first realm. Foundation establishment would be the second realm, Golden Core the third realm, and Nascent Soul the fourth realm. Thus the two realms could be easily distinguished.
What?
The Xianxia first realm.
Is Zhang Xianqi already this formidable, having even forged a path into Xianxia?
Even he has reached the so-called first realm.
666.
Truly a pioneer who restarted the era of cultivation from national arts to ancient martial arts and from ancient martial to Xianxia. This is a model for our generation.
Don't tell me you didn't feel it too.
I had that sense before, especially the methods Zhang Xianqi demonstrated when quelling the insect swarm. They did not look like anything you would expect in ordinary wuxia films.
Indeed, only in rare Haiwu worlds like Fengyun could such methods be achieved by Zhang Xianqi. The online world exploded in an instant.
Entering the Xianxia section, they examined the realm divisions described there. And one look was enough to scare them. Many did not expect that in this newly opened section the described Xianxia realms far outpaced the ancient martial arts by a wide margin. It could even be said to be the starting point of Xianxia. It had already surpassed the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. After all, to begin Xianxia Qi cultivation one must first train ancient martial arts to the innate realm. Otherwise one could not cultivate the so-called mana. This is incredible indeed. After the innate realm of ancient martial arts there exists a path to Xianxia.
How high must an idol's talent be to discover such a path from those ancient texts?
Su Xiaoxiao was utterly thrilled. So she has just managed to reach the transformed Qi stage. She has not yet achieved the ability to pivot to ancient martial arts, but this does not hinder her excitement. After all, given her gifts, reaching the innate realm of ancient martial arts would be only a matter of time. Thus she believed that one day she would switch to Xianqin Lianqi Zonggang and become a first realm Xianxia Qi cultivator. Especially after the Qi refinement stage, there are still the three realms: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Moreover, from certain novels and Xianxia dramas she learned that beyond Nascent Soul there are many other realms, even celestial realms, that surpass the limits of this world.
Immortality. Eternal life.
When that time comes, not to mention the starry sky insect clan, the vast universe itself would be within reach. And the Qin family, upon learning this news, were green with regret, cursing Qin Ziqin for bringing about today's situation. Especially Qin's father. He deeply regrets having given birth to this daughter. So blind and short-sighted that he not only lost a valuable son-in-law but also dragged the entire Qin family into the affair.
All support was withdrawn.
The Qin family's cultivation talents were also rather average. Only 3 individuals had been injected with Qin serums twice, and they now barely touched the threshold of dark Qi.
Moreover, due to Qin Ziqin's involvement, the Qin family's access to cultivation resources was strictly controlled, leaving them below ordinary people. The Qin family elder, upon hearing the news, suffered another fit of anger and was rushed to the emergency room, and after hours of disturbance he re-emerged lying in an ICU treatment pod in a deep coma.
Nevertheless, it drew little attention from others. After all, besides the Qin family, a deputy commander, those 2 diary entries had long since become a thing of the past.
And they bore the family name of human criminals.
Jiang Yuan, unaware of these, was at this moment attempting to deduce a formation, hoping to reproduce the Juling array gathering spirit array described in the novel. After all, this thing can gather spiritual energy, accelerating the rate at which one transforms mana. I wonder if I can deduce the Juling array. I hope my talent can fill in the missing parts of this array according to my needs.
Jiang Yuan had no confidence.
Because in Li Lix's data library there was no Juling array or other formations. Everything would have to be deduced by him.
Therefore Jiang Yuan lay on the ground and like following a model sketched out with an electronic circuit diagram a pattern he did not even know what it was. Then he began to stare earnestly trying to trigger his 1,000,000-fold talent for deduction. Time passed by second after second. His eyes grew a little sore from staring, but in his mind no golden characters or lines appeared, as if this deduction had failed. Nevertheless, just as Jiang Yuan was about to give up, the patterns and lines he had sketched on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive. Turning to gold rising from the ground, they surged swiftly into his mind. Arcane characters floated in the sea of consciousness, their golden light glittering while the long lines reassembled. Gradually in his mind they formed a shape wholly different from the ground diagram. If anything resembled it, the only thing would be that the lines constructing this figure were the golden rays just broken free from the ground. Aside from that, there was no further relation between the two. Perhaps because of his cultivation of mana, his body did not suffer the previous hunger while deducing the array. Yet it drained a great deal of mana from his chi. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, before he knew it, half an hour had passed. The characters and lines in Jiang Yuan's mind finished rearranging, forming a circular double-sided disc. One side bears a circular diagram with golden lines and mysterious characters, the other side is composed of pure characters forming a peculiar circular loop. Near these circular loops several slender golden threads extended, connecting with the diagram on the other side, forming a complete circuit. In Jiang Yuan's mind, as the deduction finished, information about this diagram surfaced: Lingxi gathering origin array, Lingxi Ju Yuanjin. It can be activated by energy-imbued stones gathering the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a 10 li radius, accelerating a cultivator's cultivation speed. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Moreover, after embarking on the path of cultivation, the cost of deducing techniques had also decreased. At least he could now supply the deduction costs with his own mana. Jiang Yuan reviewed the information that flooded into his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Clearly his talent's effect was even better than he had anticipated, capable of achieving something from nothing. After all, the array he was attempting to deduce this time was merely based on circuit diagrams, and he wasn't even certain if his reference was complete. To his surprise, by harnessing his talent and focusing his mind to attempt the deduction, he had actually succeeded in recreating the spirit-gathering array. Does this mean I can use this method to deduce any array? Jiang Yuan thought excitedly. After all, in the cultivation novels and films he had watched, the uses of arrays were not limited to gathering spiritual energy, they could also be used to slay enemies and trap opponents. If it was indeed as he thought, even if his cultivation realm had not yet reached a higher level, he could compensate through arrays. After all, arrays were equivalent to tools. Much like circuits, they could be combined freely by an electrician to achieve unexpected results. No rush. I should first construct the spirit stream gathering array, observe its specific effects, and then consider other matters. I also need some time to recover my mana. Jiang Yuan took several deep breaths, quickly calming his excited emotions in a short span of time. As he had said, although this deduction had not caused his body to feel hunger, it had consumed nearly half of his mana. Even if he continued to deduce arrays, he would first need to replenish the consumed mana. Otherwise, before long, the mana in his Qi and Dantian would be depleted, forcing him to consume his own nutritional energy as before, risking physical depletion. So he casually picked up an unsplit log from the firewood shed of the shelter and gathered his 2 fingers to unleash a blade of sword Qi. Following the array he had just deduced, he first cut the piece of wood into a disc slightly larger than his palm. The sword Qi generated by mana was considerably more powerful than innate true Qi, making the task of working through this wood extraordinarily effortless. Jiang Yuan hadn't even exerted much effort. Large chunks of wood chips fell from the log in his hands, forming a circular wooden disc. One side curved outward slightly while the other appeared perfectly flat, very similar to a finely carved ghost stone. The only difference was that it was considerably larger in size. Next comes carving the array patterns, laying out the energy pathways to maintain the array, and setting the channels to inlay and secure the energy stones. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly. His fingertips gathered another blade of sword Qi and he swiftly carved intricate characters onto the wood. Then came the energy pathways that sustained the array's operation. The two interwove with each other, forming the main structure of the entire array. His talent was truly terrifying. Even though he had never encountered carving before supported by a 1,000,000-fold talent boost. On just his first attempt he had already completely mastered the carving technique. And he faithfully replicated the array deduced in his mind onto the wooden disc with flawless precision. Every line flowed naturally and the depth and width were almost identical. At least to the naked eye there was no discernible difference. However, this was only the first step in setting up the array. Whether he could successfully complete the array depended on placing an energy-containing stone upon this array disc. Jiang Yuan only had purple crystals in his possession. Therefore, after completing the carving of the array disc, he retrieved a purple crystal and embedded it into the central groove of the disc. Surrounding it was a ring of characters.
These were the unique inscriptions of the array whose primary function was to guide the energy from the energy stone, allowing it to flow rapidly along the pathways traced on the perimeter and circulate throughout the entire array disk,
enabling the array's power to be activated.
Of course, this was merely the second step. To complete the array setup, he still needed the final step, the incantation guidance, to ensure the energy from the stone flowed out correctly.
Only then could the effects of the array disk be released, unfolding the so-called array zone. What is this thing?
And why did Pioneer Jiang embed that purple crystal he found inside the Zerg corpse onto it?
Not clear. Judging by its appearance, this thing looks like a large-sized chess piece, but with intricate patterns carved on the surface, it actually looks quite beautiful.
By the way, what is Pioneer Jiang doing with his hands? Those strange movements and gestures, don't they remind me of sign language used by the deaf and dumb?
Inside the interstellar live stream room, the viewers and netizens present here couldn't help but feel puzzled, somewhat curious about what Jiang Yuan was actually doing.
However, those bullet comments had not even floated away for long when Jiang Yuan had already finished forming the incantation to activate the array, and he poured a stream of mana into the array disk from a distance,
instantly activating the entire array disk.
The purple crystal embedded in the disk gradually began to glow with a violet light flowing outward toward the nearby inscribed characters like water spilling from an overflowing vessel. Following those energy pathways, it quickly filled the entire array disk. And this was not the main point. The real key was that the moment the patterns on the disk were filled, an invisible phantom light appeared. With the entire array disk as the center, it spread rapidly outward, instantly enveloping a radius of more than 10 meters. The ground also began to display patterns similar to the inscriptions and pathways on the array disk. However, these characters and paths were all condensed from light and shadow. Not long after covering the 10-meter radius area, they seemed to sink into the ground as if vanishing.
They disappeared in an instant. Yet Jiang Yuan, positioned within the array zone, could still clearly sense the presence of the array and the gathering spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
Here it was as if there existed some indescribable gravitational force rapidly attracting the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy from the surrounding area, pulling it into the array with great speed.
This is rather extraordinary.
Jiang Yuan silently observed for a while and discovered that throughout the entire array zone the concentration of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy increased equally.
The concentration would not be greater simply because one was closer to the array disk at the center.
Moreover, he also discovered that the central array disk could not be moved. Once the activated array disk was disturbed, the spirit stream gathering array he had just set up would instantly be disrupted, losing its energy gathering effect.
Only after reapplying the incantation to drive it again would the array's effects and functions be reactivated.
After that, he waited patiently. When the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energy ceased flowing into the array, he then felt the difference between inside and outside the array. The difference was nearly tenfold.
The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so thick it appeared almost mist-like, with a faint haze reminiscent of drizzling rain. Truly incredibly mystical. Whoa! This thing couldn't be the legendary formation, could it?
Although I don't know what specific effect it has, those golden light and shadows just now spread out from the wooden disc in the center and then vanished into the ground.
You know, I really think this should be a formation too.
Especially those hand gestures of Pioneer Jiang were very likely the incantations to activate the formation.
Damn.
I almost forgot that Pioneer Jiang is already cultivating immortality, so it's no problem for him to set up a formation.
Instead, I've been completely clueless, foolishly guessing what this thing is. Enough said. I'll kneel in admiration first.
In this life I admire no one but Pioneer Jiang.
Until this moment.
The audience in the interstellar livestream room finally reacted, belatedly realizing what kind of thing this man had just carved.
A formation.
Anyone who has read Cultivation novels or watched films knows of its existence. Moreover, this thing possesses unparalleled power, not only capable of trapping people in illusions but also inflicting harm upon them.
Or trapping them inside, unable to escape.
It is said that formations of high grade can completely isolate the inside from the outside, creating an independent world.
Truly godlike means. I really didn't expect.
Pioneer Jiang has improved the formation so quickly, but I wonder what effect this formation has.
Professor Wang's face was full of amazement and curiosity.
Although they had shifted their research focus to improving pill production, this did not hinder his curiosity about formations. After all, this thing is also a special means for cultivators.
Even some of the formations can assist practitioners in their cultivation.
Of course.
There are also formations for killing and defending against enemies.
It is simply another cultivation method apart from refining mana and mastering spells and divine abilities.
That is unclear. After all, we know nothing about formations.
But following the previous pattern, Pioneer Jiang should soon record it in his diary for us future humans to discover.
Old Gu shook his head.
In his view, those mysterious characters and paths were merely patterns with little distinction, utterly failing to reveal any special significance to him.
However,
The purple crystals discovered inside the bugs can actually be used for setting up formations.
Should we also collect them?
Long before this, humanity had already discovered that within the starry space bugs, those at the 4th stage and above contained crystal-like gems inside their bodies.
Moreover, they contained a certain energy.
However, after prolonged research they found that this energy could not be extracted, and the stones even possessed a kind of pollution. It could cause long-term contact organisms to have their minds affected thereby receiving some of the will of the starry bugs. No major effects were observed, but it could cause neural weakness in organisms and eventually the individual's mind would go mad.
From then on, humanity ceased large-scale research on these crystals.
Although some related experiments were still ongoing, the scale was very limited and over the years no significant breakthroughs had been made. At least the problem of mental contamination was never solved from beginning to end. The method of extracting energy was never truly mastered by humanity.
Until today.
Do you think it's possible that pioneer Jiang, using these formation patterns, has mastered the method of extracting energy from the bug crystals? After all, according to cultivation novels and films, setting up a formation requires consuming the energy within spirit stones. And since pioneer Jiang chose to use bug crystals and successfully activated the formation, doesn't that mean he has already mastered the method of utilizing the energy of bug crystals?
Professor Wang made a bold guess.
When the others heard this, they couldn't help nodding their heads.
After all, the answer was quite obvious.
Putting aside other things, that bug crystal indeed emitted light, and the purple radiance flowed along the patterns throughout the entire formation body. If they said that the activation of this formation had nothing to do with that bug crystal, they would never believe it. Alright, let's continue studying how to increase the production of chi blood pills.
As for the formation, we'll wait until Pioneer Jiang writes it into his diary. Luo Yang was also very interested.
But at the same time he clearly knew that this was not something they could meddle with and study just because they were interested. At least before obtaining detailed information on the formation, it was absolutely impossible for them to figure it out in a short time, even by copying it mechanically.
Even just those incantations, Luo Yang could not determine how to cast them.
After all, on present-day Blue Star there wasn't even a single ancient martial artist who had cultivated internal energy, let alone a cultivator's mana.
I think General Luo is right.
It's too early for us to focus on this now. After all, we don't even have a single cultivator. Moreover, the formation to be set up, besides those mysterious characters and patterns and the starry bug crystals, is probably also related to the unique mana of cultivators.
Even at the very least, it would require postnatal or even prenatal true chi to possibly activate the formation.
Old Gu nodded in strong agreement. As for the following words, he did not say them on a whim but had his own unique insights and opinions. After all, in the previous diary, that man had clearly explained that although mana is somewhat similar in nature to true chi, the difference in quality between the two is very significant. At least several times the difference. Therefore he guessed that to activate the formation one would need at least postnatal or even prenatal true chi.
Jiang Yuan was completely unaware of this.
At this moment he was sitting cross-legged inside the spirit gathering array, attempting to circulate the preaching chi refining compendium to refine the natural spiritual energy within the formation area.
Time passed minute by minute.
The entire formation was like a funnel, steadily capturing the natural spiritual energy from a large area, perfectly converging it into the 10-meter radius around the array plate.
At present his speed of refining mana was far from reaching the upper limit of the Spirit Creek gathering array.
At least after completing today's cultivation he did not feel any significant change in the concentration of natural spiritual energy within the gathering array. It was still the same as before, about 10 times the concentration of natural spiritual energy outside.
Obviously.
However, much natural spiritual energy he absorbed, the Spirit Creek gathering array guided an equal amount from the surrounding area into the array. Only by maintaining this could the array ensure that the concentration of natural spiritual energy within it after he finished today's cultivation remained exactly the same as before he started. The effect of this formation is quite good, but to rapidly advance one's cultivation realm, pills would likely be necessary as an auxiliary.
After completing today's cultivation session,
Jiang Yuan began to contemplate his plans for the later stages. According to the descriptions in those novels and television dramas, besides spirit stones and formations, cultivators could also use pills as aids during their cultivation. However, the pills used by cultivators were vastly different from the medicinal pills consumed by ancient martial artists. At the very least, the methods of producing pills and medicinal pills differed completely, as did the ingredients contained within and their effects. I should first work out the method for refining pills and then consider subsequent issues based on the corresponding alchemy techniques. He put aside his thoughts and got straight to work. Jiang Yuan quickly found a recipe for making medicinal pills in Lilith's database, and using it as a foundation he began to deduce the art of pill refining. Compared to the patterns he had randomly sketched out and the progress made while deducing formations, the results from this medicinal pill recipe were considerably better.
Within just a brief moment, countless shimmering golden characters emerged in his mind, continuously rearranging themselves. forming the pill refining technique he needed.
Time ticked away as Jiang Yuan lost track of how long he had been working, though his spiritual energy within the Qi and Dantian had been depleted by over 60%. This was even more taxing than deducing the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation. Did I just achieve a golden success? It even came with the formulas for 2 different pills along with extremely detailed instructions on pill refining and the fire control mantras needed during the process. But the pill furnace is rather troublesome. Apart from that metal pot, all I have are clay pots made of pottery which won't work for refining pills at all.
Jiang Yuan flipped through the Xuanhua Danlian Shuzi that he had just deduced in his mind.
The manual meticulously recorded the fire control mantras for pill refining, the methods for extracting essence from medicinal herbs, and the hand seals needed when the pills finally formed.
It also made clear that a pill furnace was essential for the refinement process.
Therefore, if he wanted to refine pills himself, he would first need to gather materials and forge a pill furnace.
But the same problem arose again.
Given the conditions on Shuelan Star, he had no way to smelt metals, let alone construct a pill furnace. Moreover, even if he could smelt metals, he still would not be able to create this particular pill furnace. He had never actually cooked pork, but had certainly seen it done. The pill furnace was far from an ordinary cauldron and possessed extraordinary properties. Even if it could not reach the level of a magical artifact or spiritual tool, it certainly could not be mocked as a common implement.
I should recover my spiritual energy first.
Perhaps through forging I can use my millionfold talent to deduce the method for refining a pill furnace.
Such thoughts crossed Jiang Yuan's mind.
He then sat cross-legged within the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation, allowing his body to naturally absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, converting it into spiritual energy within his Qi and Dantian.
Time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, the next morning had arrived and Jiang Yuan's spiritual energy, exhausted from yesterday's pill refining deductions, had fully recovered.
It was enough to support his deduction of the pill furnace manufacturing method. Just as with the pill refinement technique the day before, after finding a method for smelting metals, Jiang Yuan began to evolve from this foundation.
Countless golden characters rapidly combined in his mind, soon constructing a pill refining technique titled Leihua Zhuqi.
The contents were remarkably complex, not only detailing how to arrange formations and harness earth fire to refine impurities and forge artifacts, but also including thunder-gathering mantras. By borrowing the power of heavenly thunder, artifacts could achieve a qualitative leap. Of course, beyond that there were the indispensable inscriptions for artifact refining carved onto objects. They could transform the mundane into something possessing the divine power only magical artifacts could wield.
So that is how it is.
Artifact refining is essentially similar to constructing formations. It is merely a matter of modifying and optimizing the formation's inscriptions and circuits so they perfectly align with the artifact form and function.
After reviewing the Leihua Zhuqi,
Jiang Yuan felt as though a profound understanding had suddenly opened before him, instantly grasping the relationship between formations and artifact refining. He had even improved upon it to create the Earth-Fire Grand Formation and the Thunder-Gathering Formation.
Of course, these 2 formations required corresponding mantras to activate.
They could not simply be placed and activated like the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation to continuously gather heavenly and earthly primordial energy. Therefore, the Earth-Fire Grand Formation and Thunder-Gathering Formation were less like formations and more like devices that needed to be controlled with mantras to unleash their power.
Of course, if he wanted to improve them, Jiang Yuan could easily do so.
However, his current focus was not on that, it was on refining the pill furnace. First, I need to craft the formation discs for the Earth-Fire Grand Formation and Thunder-Gathering Formation, then use these 2 arrays to refine the impurities from the artifact smelting materials and finally forge the pill furnace.
Just like yesterday. He sat cross-legged within the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation. This time, however, he did not fully immerse himself in recovering his spiritual energy.
Instead, he picked up a piece of wood and, using sword intent, began carving a formation disc. As wood chips flew continuously, the first Earth-Fire Grand Formation disc quickly took shape in his hands. The characters and circuits on it were significantly more complex than those of the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation, and the grooves for embedding crystals had increased to 2. This showed that the energy consumption of this formation was considerably greater than that of the Lingxi Zhuyuan formation. Let me first test the effect of this formation to see if there are any issues, then continue crafting the Thunder-Gathering Formation. Jiang Yuan stood up from the ground, brushed off the wood chips from his clothes, and then took out 2 purple crystals. He embedded them into the Earth-Fire Grand Formation disc. Then he recalled the mantra for activating the Earth-Fire Grand Formation from his mind, and his hands quickly began to form the hand seals. As a stream of spiritual energy converged toward his hands, the formation disc he had placed on the ground was instantly activated, continuously releasing a fiery red glow.
And that was not all.
As the glow flowed from the purple crystals, filling all the characters and circuits on the formation disc, an array light and shadow covering a radius of 50 meters
sank into the ground.
Then the soil on the ground, as if the moisture contained within it had been evaporated by terrifying high temperatures, showed cracked traces. And the luxuriant weeds and trees also began to wither visibly, then burst into flames with a bang.
turning into charcoal. And at this very moment the soil and stones on the ground just like rubber began to soften at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant they transformed into a state like lava. And occasionally streams of fire serpents would leap out from the melted ground only to dive back into the scorching magma. It was truly astonishing. Damn! What is this situation? How did the trees in this area suddenly burst into flames? Even the ground has turned into molten lava. Array! It must be because of that array just now. But this is too incredible, right? In just a few breaths it can change the environment of the area covered by the array. Terrible temperature. Such a terrifying temperature. According to the information collected by the unmanned probe, this damn thing has reached over 2000 degrees. Truly worthy of cultivation. Just casually setting up an array can possess the power to alter heaven and earth. And it's driven by the crystals from the bugs' bodies. In an instant, the entire interstellar livestream barrage after witnessing the power unleashed by the Earthfire Grand Array couldn't help but boil over. Such visual impact could only be seen in movies and TV dramas before, but now it has not only become reality. Even they themselves. Perhaps they could also master it in the near future. The Kunlun Research Institute was naturally extremely excited. Although earlier when Jiang Yuan set up the spirit stream gathering array they had already guessed that Jiang Yuan had mastered the method of using bug crystals. Now it seems they had somewhat underestimated this method of conversion through array arrangement. Such a terrifying high temperature. And such a fast conversion method. It seems that the array improved by Pioneer Jiang has reached a very high level in developing bug crystals. Professor Wang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Even when they previously conducted research on bug crystals they had not detected that they contained much energy. At most it was comparable to a battery of a few hundred degrees. But now, he could be very certain. The energy released from the bug crystals was definitely not as low as they had previously detected. Otherwise it would be impossible to burn all the trees in the ground within a radius of several tens of meters into molten lava. Relying solely on 2 bug crystals comparable to a few hundred degrees of electricity could never achieve such an effect. This power is not bad. Next I need to make the array plate for the thunder summoning array and then I can start trying to refine alchemy materials and forge a furnace for pill refining. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the effect of the Earthfire Grand Array. Then he cut off the supply of magical power. Instantly the array light that had been activated quickly retracted back into the array plate. The Earth's core fire that had emerged because of the Earthfire Grand Array at the moment the array plate lost its magical support once again shrank back deep into the ground. The scorching lava then gradually dimmed. As the temperature continuously dissipated it quickly solidified into rock with a pitted surface. Jiang Yuan paid no attention. He returned to the spirit stream gathering array and while recovering his expended magical power he continued carving the array plate for the thunder summoning array. After the previous attempt, he had initially grasped the knack of artifact refining. That is, when using earth fire to refine materials he needed to continuously supply magical power to maintain the operation of the entire array. However, because of the bug crystals combined with the array inscriptions they could draw upon the nearby heaven and earth chi. This made his magical power consumption rate not too fast, otherwise with his current realm of chi refining level 1 he would never be able to sustain the consumption of prolonged artifact refining. Time continued to pass. By the time he withdrew the sword energy from his fingertips the second array plate of the thunder summoning array had finally been successfully carved by him. Compared to the Earthfire Grand Array plate he had just made, this thunder summoning array plate had one more groove for embedding bug crystals reaching a total of 3. Jiang Yuan wasted no words. He quickly took out 3 purple crystals, embedded them in the array plate and began to form the thunder summoning hand seal to activate the array. Boom rumble. As the array was activated blue light soon enveloped the entire array plate. Moreover, in the clear sky as if influenced by some mysterious force the sound of rolling thunder gradually echoed. When the light of the thunder summoning array dispersed and merged into the ground where the array was set the rolling thunder that had only been heard in the sky finally seemed to have finished brewing, carrying an unparalleled might. Heavily it struck down toward the area covered by the array. However, because there were relatively tall trees growing in this area the moment the thunderbolt descended it was attracted by the large tree. It struck the tree directly. Then the entire tree burst into flames with a bang. Moreover, Jiang Yuan could clearly sense that if he wished these thunderbolts falling from the sky could land wherever he wanted. For example now. His gaze fell on a stone on the ground. Soon a thunderbolt fell from the sky, crossed the array's boundary and struck the stone directly, scorching the spot where it hit into a nearly molten state. The power is good and these thunderbolts can be controlled by me. The only drawback is that the consumption of magical power is higher than the previous Earthfire Grand Array. Jiang Yuan continued to experiment for a while. He then stopped. He summarized the effect and consumption of this thunder summoning array. Judging from the array's performance overall, he was very satisfied. After all, the thunder summoning array only takes up a very small amount of time and artifact refining, and it doesn't need to last as long as the Earthfire Grand Array. As long as the refined artifact completes its qualitative transformation. Damn. This. Jiang Yuan the big shot has even mastered the power of thunder. Terrifying beyond measure. Truly terrifying beyond measure. If it were me, wouldn't I be completely fearless of those bugs? If just from the visual impact the effect of this thunder is not as good as the lava just now. But it is very obedient and the kill range can be precisely controlled. Used in the war against the starry skybugs, it can definitely be called a great weapon. The interstellar livestream barrage exploded again. Almost everyone was extremely envious of this. This is the power to control thunder. Just a raise of the hand and a lightning bolt strikes down, even able to burn stone nearly completely melted. And Jiang Yuan, after testing the thunder summoning array, put away the 2 array plates. He returned to the spirit stream gathering array and quickly recovered his magical power. Now that he had finished making both array plates, he only needed to wait until his magical power was fully recovered, then he could start using the Earthfire Grand Array to refine the artifact materials. Then use a special shaping hand seal to create the main body of the pill furnace. Complete the initial casting. Although the consumption of maintaining the Earthfire Grand Array is not very large, to be safe I'd better start after fully recovering my magical power. Initial casting is not difficult. The hard part is that after completing the refinement of the materials, he needs to shape the furnace in one go. If he stops midway, it is very likely to cause a drop in final quality. Just like the saying, with the first surge it goes, the second falters, the third exhausts. As for the materials to forge the alchemy furnace, Jiang Yuan, after brief deliberation, swiftly settled on 2 options. One was to dismantle parts from the starship. After all, the alloy of the starship was a supermetal capable of withstanding the forces of gravity, escape, and atmospheric friction. It was surely suitable for forging an alchemy furnace. There should be no major issues. Secondly, the legs of the starry insects, though they were biological exoskeletons, also contained a substantial amount of metallic substances. Judging by the standards of the cultivation world, this stuff was at least akin to the materials from beast remains. Hence, using them to forge the furnace should also pose no problem. No sooner said than done. Jiang Yuan brought the Earthfire Array and the thunder-triggering array formation plates, then rode a gale wind toward the starship using sword chi to cut off some external metal plates. He carried them along, flying toward the insect island not far away. There were still many insect legs to process, so he planned to preliminarily smelt the forging materials there. To remove excess impurities, purify the entire forging material, then attempt to shape and cast it engraving formation inscriptions onto the furnace to complete the preliminary rough forging. Truly a cultivator. For us, the incredibly hard starship was like tofu before Jiang Yuan. With a casual sweep of his hand, those external metal plates turned into chunks. You said it. Even the latest generation exoskeleton armor with its powerful individual weapons couldn't achieve such an effect. At most it could barely punch a hole in the starship. By the way, what is Jiang Yuan doing over here? Is he collecting these metal plates to build something? Who knows? But since he went to all this trouble cutting metal plates with sword chi and hauling them to the insect island, I wouldn't believe it if he said it was useless. The interstellar livestream chat kept scrolling. In the feed, Jiang Yuan was seen carrying a metal plate over 10 centimeters thick and 4 square meters in size, executing the carefree wander. He swiftly flew toward the insect island. His speed was remarkable, matching even the gale wind. But when he was still some distance from the island, Jiang Yuan hurled the metal plate in his hand, sending it flying across nearly a kilometer of sea to land on the island's ground. The heavy metal plate, like a missile, crashed into the ground, cutting through all the trees in its path and embedding itself deeply into the earth. Only a small portion remained exposed. Then Jiang Yuan swiftly flew onto the island, extracted the plate from the ground and carried it to the wormhole near where he had killed the starry insects earlier. He formed hand seals, activating the Earthfire Array. As the trees within the array's area burned, the soil and rocks soon visibly turned into molten lava. Next, refine the materials, smelt away the impurities and elevate their quality. Jiang Yuan channeled his spiritual power with one hand. Maintaining the array's operation, he used his other hand to manipulate the metal plate with spiritual power, levitating it into the array area. The entire plate, taller than a person, hovered and revolved within the array as if influenced by some magnetic force. What's going on? Why is Jiang Yuan activating an array here? And why is he putting that piece of metal into it? Wait. Could he be trying to forge some magical artifact or treasure? I remember reading in pre-space age texts that cultivators could forge magical artifacts and treasures.
Are you talking about flying swords?
You know what? You might be right.
Flying swords look awesome. Riding one through the sky, it gives me chills just thinking about it. And now Jiang Yuan is about to make it happen.
Damn. Then shouldn't we train even harder?
Strive to reach the same realm as Jiang Yuan and forge a flying sword of our own.
TCH.
Do you even need a flying sword to fly through the sky?
Look at Jiang Yuan, he doesn't use anything yet, he can still fly even carrying a massive metal plate.
True, but a flying sword is good for more than that. They say it can take a head from 1,000 li away, maximum range and lethality.
1,000 li. That's basically an intercontinental missile. The chat messages kept flying by.
The metal plate suspended in the array began to melt at an astonishing speed, quickly turning into a liquid-like metallic solution.
Its color was dyed crimson by the molten lava below.
And as time passed, the volume of the metallic solution gradually shrank. Blue smoke rose from above while black powder fell from below.
Not enough. There are still many impurities in the metal.
We need to reach a point where no black powder falls and no blue smoke rises. Jiang Yuan observed the state of the metallic solution, continuously pouring spiritual power into the array to sustain the earth-fire energy and refine the solution.
Time trickled away in this process. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. The sun moved to the western coastline, threatening to sink completely.
Yet the metallic solution in the earth-fire array still churned, emitting blue smoke and black powder, nowhere near the state of being completely free of impurities.
Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry.
He continued to maintain the earth-fire array's operation.
It seems refining the impurities from forging materials takes more time than I thought. Good thing I brought the Spirit Creek Gathering Array formation plate as well.
Jiang Yuan felt the spiritual power in his body. Having consumed nearly 2/10 of his spiritual power, he quickly sent out 2 streams of energy to sustain the earth-fire array and ensure the metallic solution wouldn't fall.
Then he swiftly activated the Spirit Creek Gathering Array, using its power to accelerate the accumulation of ambient spiritual energy and thus replenish his own. With the assistance of the Spirit Creek Gathering Array, he could clearly feel his spiritual power gradually recovering, even with the continuous consumption of the array. After a full night, the spiritual power he had spent in his dantian was restored to its peak state of 10/10. At this moment, the metallic solution suspended in the earth-fire array seemed to have been refined to the extreme. The blue smoke and black powder emitted were nearly imperceptible. But to be safe, Jiang Yuan continued for a while longer. Then he began to form hand seals, guiding the metallic solution in the array to take the shape of the alchemy furnace he had long envisioned. And on its surface and interior he imprinted special alchemy arrays. What the heck? Isn't Jiang Yuan supposed to be forging a flying sword? Why does it look nothing like one? Instead, it looks like some kind of cauldron.
3 legs, 2 ears, a round belly. It really does look like a round 3-legged cauldron. But what is Jiang Yuan up to by making this thing?
Don't tell me it's for burning incense and worshipping Buddha. Get lost, what are you all thinking?
Does this cauldron have no other use besides burning incense and worshipping Buddha? Or have you forgotten that cultivators can also refine pills?
Right, that's exactly what I was about to say. Cultivation and pill refinement, that's the proper way for a cultivator.
So the moment I saw this cauldron, that's what came to mind, but my mouth just didn't catch up.
As the alchemy furnace took its initial shape, the audience in the interstellar live stream room quickly deduced Jiang Yuan's intention based on its form and outline.
They roughly guessed Jiang Yuan's purpose in alchemy furnace. This is a common trope in cultivation films and TV dramas, just like how traditional martial artists decoct medicinal soups and pills, a method to assist one's own cultivation.
However, a cultivator's pill refinement is somewhat different. It requires the use of an alchemy furnace. That must be it.
Whether it was traditional martial arts or ancient martial arts, pioneer Jiang has always produced corresponding cultivation medicines. There's no way the cultivation method would lack such things. Professor Wang also agreed wholeheartedly. Leaving aside other factors, the effect of cultivation with or without medicine is completely different.
He couldn't believe Jiang Yuan would give that up.
After all, the medicinal herbs on Shuelan Star were extremely abundant and their efficacy should be excellent.
No matter who it was. They wouldn't just sit idly by such a treasure trove. Then doesn't that mean we can't study it at all?
After all, refining pills requires an alchemy furnace and forging such a furnace requires arrays.
Our current strongest practitioner has only barely touched the threshold of Dan formation, not truly taken that step.
As for using true chi to activate arrays, who knows when that will be possible?
Old Gu couldn't help but sigh.
Pills were good, but for now they were beyond their reach. At least until a Hotian martial artist appears on Blue Star, there would be no way to activate arrays and forge an alchemy furnace for pill refinement.
Besides that, there might be other limitations. For instance, controlling the array to smelt metal and letting it automatically take shape within the array into a three-legged two-eared alchemy furnace. Relying solely on ancient martial arts methods might not be enough to achieve this. Alright, let's just focus on the tasks at hand. As for cultivation and pill refinement, we'll wait until we actually have a cultivator. General Luo spoke. Only then did the others refocus and continue their own tasks. Meanwhile, back to Jiang Yuan's side. As the alchemy furnace's rough blank took shape, he withdrew the Earthfire Grand Array and set up a lightning summoning array instead, using hand seals to draw heavenly thunder down onto the furnace. Crack! Thunder rumbled. Suddenly a blue lightning bolt tore through the morning sky and struck the alchemy furnace within the array. Blue arcs flickered, discharging through the three legs of the furnace into the ground. Then a second bolt quickly fell. A third. The alchemy furnace, which had appeared ordinary, now had its surface runes and arrays begin to emit a faint radiant light. The color was very pale, only slightly white. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan quickly identified the furnace's quality, a low-grade magic artifact. After that, no matter how he summoned thunder, the radiance on the furnace showed no further change. Its potential was now completely exhausted. Not bad, I suppose. Although it's only a low-grade artifact, this is my first time forging one. Reaching the level of a basic artifact is acceptable. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and the finished alchemy furnace was taken out of the array, hovering before him. It felt extremely heavy. Although the furnace was only the size of a basketball, its weight was not much less than the previous metal sheet. Clearly, after being tempered by the Earthfire Grand Array, the density of the metal material had increased, thus compressing its volume. However, Jiang Yuan did not stop in a hurry. Instead, he withdrew the lightning summoning array and set up the Earthfire Grand Array again. With a wave, he took out the insect front legs he had collected last time. The front legs of the insects he had killed. He threw them into the array for tempering. The front legs quickly melted under the high heat, releasing large amounts of green smoke and black powder, their volume shrinking visibly at a rapid pace. I didn't expect such a huge consumption. After throwing in over 100 front legs of the stellar insect race, I only managed to achieve the same volume as the previous metal. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but frown. He had never expected that after being smelted by the Earthfire Grand Array, the front legs of the stellar insect race would lose over 2/3 of their mass. Only a small portion of the material remained melted into something resembling metallic liquid. But at least it was a success, they hadn't been completely reduced to ashes. Otherwise, collecting these front legs would have been a pure waste of his time. Similar to the previous metal sheet, Jiang Yuan spent over 10 hours tempering these stellar insect front legs. Only then were the impurities mostly removed. Then, using hand seals, he shaped it into a three-legged two-eared cauldron. The overall shape was the same as the previous one, with no significant difference. However, as the Earthfire Grand Array was turned off, the red-hot furnace quickly cooled down, turning into a black color similar to the front legs. And under the sunlight, this furnace emitted a very distinct metallic sheen. The subsequent steps were also no different. He withdrew the Earthfire Grand Array, replaced it with the lightning summoning array, and formed hand seals to draw down thunderbolts to strike the furnace. This stimulated the furnace's potential. Crack! Blue arcs flickered on the surface of the black furnace. Similarly, upon the third lightning bolt, the black furnace emitted a faint white radiance. However, unlike the previous metal furnace, this black furnace under the subsequent lightning strike saw its faint radiance grow increasingly distinct, even condensing into a wandering shadow that became more and more pronounced. The magic light has taken shape. Is this a high-grade magic artifact? Seeing this, Jiang Yuan's heart couldn't help but pound several times. The radiance swirling around the alchemy furnace's surface is actually called magic light, signifying the unique radiance of a magic artifact. A low-grade artifact only has magic light. A mid-grade artifact has a wandering shadow. A high-grade artifact has a fully formed shadow appearing almost tangible with stronger artifact properties. Since it was forged from over 100 front legs of the stellar insect race, let's call it the 100 insect alchemy furnace. Jiang Yuan was in high spirits. A high-grade magic artifact. He had only forged artifacts twice, yet he had already created one of such quality, truly blessed by heaven and endowed with extraordinary talent. With so many insect legs remaining, should I seize this opportunity and attempt to refine a flying sword? Jiang Yuan casually waved his hand. He then retrieved the newly refined 100 insect cauldron, and it felt noticeably lighter in his palm compared to the one forged from metal fragments. However, the interior was indeed brimming with a rich aura of a magical artifact. After pondering for a moment, he decided to take this opportunity to refine a flying sword using the remaining insect legs. He set down the cauldron in his hand and cast the nearby insect legs into the Earthfire formation array, once more maintaining the array's operation with his spiritual energy to temper out the impurities within them.
Only after all impurities were cleared did he attempt to form hand seals using his spiritual energy as guidance to directly sketch the shape and outline of a flying sword within the array.
The entire process was remarkably smooth.
One could even say it was exceedingly familiar. Counting this attempt, it was already his third time refining a magical artifact, so his proficiency was entirely unsurprising.
And so,
the insect legs after being refined quickly transformed into a sword that resembled flowing lava.
However, as the flying sword took shape, Jiang Yuan withdrew his spiritual energy from the array and the lava-like sword rapidly turned black.
Its surface shimmered with a metallic luster. And along with it were intricate formation patterns that seemed formed by nature itself.
The chat erupted instantly.
A flying sword. Jiang Yuan really can refine flying swords. It seems as long as we cultivate diligently and reach Jiang Yuan's level, we too can become sword immortals capable of riding swords through the skies. You wouldn't believe it, but honestly, this flying sword looks incredibly impressive. Even though it appears black, it gleams with metallic luster under the sunlight. And those mysterious patterns, they give it an indescribable elegance.
I wonder what cultivation realm Jiang Yuan is currently at. Judging from the official information, he seems to have only just entered the realm of cultivation. That remains unclear.
I feel the official side is lagging behind. We'll need to wait for synchronization to know for certain. The livestream chat quickly shifted its topic to the flying sword. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had already packed away the Earthfire array disc and reignited the thunder summoning formation. Drawing lightning from the sky, it struck the flying sword with tremendous force.
1 bolt.
2 bolts. 3 bolts. Soon the radiant aura representing a magical artifact spread across the dark sword, growing more intense with each successive strike of lightning. The sword's quality gradually improved, rapidly condensing into a phantom of spiritual light. Then, much like the 100-insect cauldron before it ultimately solidified into an almost tangible radiance, ascending to the quality of an upper-grade magical artifact.
However, Jiang Yuan still did not cease his efforts. He continued to summon lightning to further temper the flying sword, hoping to see if its quality could rise even higher.
But in the end his efforts proved fruitless. It seems the insect legs from the Starry Sky insect clan can at most support refining an upper-grade artifact.
There is no possibility of reaching top-grade or even quasi-spiritual tier. Jiang Yuan felt slightly disappointed.
Nevertheless, a magical artifact was already quite excellent for him. After all, his current cultivation realm was merely the first layer of chi refinement, with a great distance yet to the next major breakthrough. He still had ample time to collect suitable materials for refining artifacts, repeatedly attempting to forge artifacts above upper grade and perhaps even a true spirit tool.
Hurricane, let's head back.
Jiang Yuan deactivated the thunder summoning formation, simultaneously shrinking the 2 cauldrons, and then activated the flying sword beneath his feet to depart from the ground.
Compared to practicing the carefree immortal wander technique
with a flying sword, his flight speed and altitude as well as spiritual energy consumption all saw tremendous improvement. This was the advantage of magical artifacts. They could conserve far more spiritual energy without reducing speed. Or when spiritual energy expenditure remained equal, they could greatly enhance one's flight speed. The same principle applied to other spells and techniques.
Moreover, different magical artifacts possessed different effects.
His flying sword, besides conserving energy and increasing speed, could also be wielded to slay distant targets. But this depended on one's own cultivation realm. If one were merely at the first layer of chi refinement, they could probably control it within 100 meters at most, far from the legendary feat of snatching a life from 1,000 miles away. Furthermore, the sword intent was also significantly enhanced. The general effect mirrored sword riding. Under equal spiritual energy consumption, the sword chi delivered by this flying sword could easily surpass that of an ordinary longsword.
Otherwise, it simply saved a tremendous amount of spiritual energy.
Whoosh! It was not long before Jiang Yuan, treading upon his flying sword, returned to the shelter. At this hour it was still morning, so Texas and Lilith, whom he had left behind, were still out gathering medicinal herbs as usual.
They would not return until near noon. As for Jiang Yuan,
after returning near the shelter, he directly retrieved the flying sword from beneath his feet and stood suspended in midair, drawing a sword strike toward the sea.
In an instant,
the sea surface was instantly torn apart by an invisible blade of sword chi, carving a trench approximately 1 meter wide, and as the sword chi moved farther away, the width of this chasm continued to expand. Then after the sword chi passed, the waters closed back together. The seawater on the beach side was also affected by this sword chi, instantly surging into towering waves, hammering violently against the beach and reef rocks.
That overwhelming might, like the end of days itself, instantly swallowing the coastal jungle.
However, this situation did not last long. Once the sword chi's momentum completely dissipated, the waves gradually calmed. As expected of an upper-grade magical artifact, It has enhanced the power of my sword chi by at least 10 times.
Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. He knew very clearly what strength his unassisted condensed sword chi possessed.
Although the sword chi condensed from spiritual energy surpassed innate true chi by several times over, it absolutely could not achieve such an effect as the flying sword. If during his extermination of the Starry Sky insect clan he had possessed a flying sword like this in hand, his speed of killing those insects would certainly have been far greater than last time. Whoosh! Jiang Yuan suddenly raised his hand and drew a sword strike toward the sky above.
The next moment, the cloud layer roughly thousands of meters above the ground was directly torn apart into two halves, the entire gap appearing extraordinarily neat, leaving everyone in the interstellar livestream utterly stunned. Good heavens! What am I witnessing? Jiang Yuan just cleaved the entire sky open with a single sword strike. Indeed.
Even though those were merely clouds near the ground, that is still beyond normal capability. It's exactly like what they describe in those Xinxia dramas, one sword to open the gates of heaven.
666. Cultivators are truly magnificent.
He actually cleaved the sky with one strike.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd swear I was watching a fantasy drama.
I'm already looking forward to the day a century from now when the Starry Sky insect clan returns to Blue Star.
How formidable will humanity be by then? Starry Sky insect clan monsters. Humanity as a species is an even more terrifying kind of monster. So powerful.
Could this truly be the full extent of the idol's strength? When he annihilated those insects before, was that merely the tip of the iceberg?
Su Xiaoxiao watched with eyes sparkling, her mind already drifting to fantasies of wielding a majestic flying sword and cleaving through the clouds overhead with a single stroke.
It must be related to that flying sword. After all, not much time has passed since the eradication of those insects.
Even with Zhang Xianxu's extraordinary talent, such a dramatic transformation couldn't have occurred overnight. The Kunlun Research Institute.
Professor Wang gazed at the livestream footage where Jiang Yuan's sword had severed the clouds, unable to contain himself as he began his analysis. The others, upon hearing this,
nodded in agreement.
While their research capabilities were limited, they had extensively pored over various ancient texts, myths and legends, as well as novels and film adaptations. They had read such material time and again. Therefore they naturally understood what kind of assistance and effects the so-called flying swords could bring to cultivators. For instance, higher-grade spirit artifacts and immortal treasures. Even in the hands of ordinary people they could wield power not inferior to that of cultivators.
These things inherently possessed enormous bonuses for cultivators.
I truly hope a cultivator emerges on our side soon so we can study those formations and magical artifacts. Rather than the current situation where we can only watch helplessly through unmanned probes with no way to conduct hands-on research.
Gu Lao sighed mournfully.
He was thoroughly envious of this, but unfortunately Zhou Yuan, the #1 person on Blue Star, had not yet reached the Foundation establishment realm. How could he speak of further cultivation? Especially since before reaching the cultivation stage there was the ancient martial arts realm standing as an obstacle. Based on the progress of martial arts cultivation, it would likely take over a decade to reach the innate realm. Don't even think about it. Indeed, the road ahead was long and the burden heavy. Meanwhile, after Jiang Yuan had slashed through the clouds with his sword, he sheathed it and descended to the vicinity of the shelter. He took out his 2 alchemy furnaces and infused them with spiritual energy, rapidly expanding them from palm-sized to nearly basketball-sized. Meanwhile, following the recipe's instructions, he gathered pre-processed medicinal herbs and added them to the furnaces in a specific sequence. Since different herbs required varying refining durations and heat control, he needed to process them in batches rather than simply tossing everything in at once like when preparing soups or pills.
Earthfire Grand Formation activate. After preparing the herbs, Jiang Yuan positioned the formation around both alchemy furnaces, confining it within a 2-meter radius. Each furnace claimed a 1-meter area. Soon the earthfire summoned by the formation melted the ground soil and stones into scalding magma. However, due to the presence of the alchemy furnaces, the earthfire's power was absorbed and channeled through the 3 legs into the vessels, transforming into milder heating energy. Gradually the medicinal potency within the furnaces would be refined and purified. Yet this process, like artifact refinement, required patient endurance rather than immediate success. Jiang Yuan remained unfazed. With 3 prior refining experiences under his belt, his composure was rock solid as he patiently maintained the formation's operation. Following the heat guidance documented in the alchemy manual, he carefully refined the medicinal potency over time. As evening approached, Lilith and Tachu, who had been gathering herbs outside, had also finished their afternoon work. They returned to the shelter just as the 100-insect alchemy furnace successfully completed its refinement process, reaching the precise stage where pills could be formed. A faint medicinal fragrance slowly escaped through the specially designed ventilation holes on top of the 100-insect furnace, wafting outward.
The refining speed of high-grade magical tools is indeed considerably faster than low-grade ones, but whether the medicinal potency and pill quantity would see any improvement remains to be seen. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell upon the 100-insect furnace. He quickly performed hand seals, condensing the refined medicinal energy within into pill after pill. As this process continued, the once subtle medicinal fragrance in the air gradually intensified. This drew Tachu, who already harbored a fondness for licking herb residues, and Huffwind, accustomed to such scents. Both creatures couldn't resist converging toward him. Especially Tachu, crouching beside Jiang Yuan, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. However, Jiang Yuan paid no mind to them and directly collected the refined pills into a prepared medicine box. After all, pills possessed concentrated primordial chi of heaven and earth along with highly refined medicinal potency. If stored carelessly, this energy would dissipate within a short time, thereby weakening the pill's effectiveness. This batch produced 10 pills in total. According to the manual's quality classification, pill grades are divided into white, yellow, orange, red, green, cyan, blue and purple, each distinguished by the number of chi rings. My pills display white chi, marking them as first-rate grade, the lowest tier, but with 6 distinct chi rings they sit at the absolute peak of middle-grade quality despite not reaching upper-class status. Jiang Yuan examined his refined pills. All 10 displayed 6 chi rings and one even showed a faint 7th ring emerging. Of course, 2 pills showed weaker chi manifestation that lacked stability, barely qualifying as 6-ring quality. He then turned his attention to the second furnace, which was of inferior quality, meaning the refining time would be considerably longer. Not until night fully fell past 9 o'clock did anything begin to transpire. Only then did Jiang Yuan catch a faint medicinal fragrance drifting from the inferior furnace. And even after he performed hand seals to condense the refined medicinal energy into pills, the scent remained unremarkable. However, compared to the previous batch, of considering only the initial fragrance, the aromatic intensity after pill formation had indeed increased several-fold. Whoosh! Jiang Yuan swept his right hand, lifting the lid of the inferior furnace to extract 9 finished pills. Their color matched the previous batch closely, but the chi rings visible on their surfaces were noticeably fewer. After careful examination, Jiang Yuan discovered the best pill from this second batch only reached 3 chi rings, with perhaps a faint 4-ring shadow occasionally flickering into view. The remaining pills mostly possessed 3 chi rings, with a few hovering between 2 and 3. This clearly demonstrated how crucial the furnace quality was, not only for the quantity and grade of pills produced but also for the refinement duration itself. The quality of the alchemy furnace profoundly affected the number and grade of pills as well as the time required for refinement. It appears that even with medicinal herbs of identical quality, the pills refined differ when the quality of the alchemy furnace differs. Jiang Yuan casually tossed 2 pills to Shuehua and Jufeng beside him before putting away the alchemy furnace and the formation plate. He then stepped into the spirit-gathering formation himself. Taking out a 6G pill, he swallowed it and began attempting to circulate the Preaching Chi refining compendium to cultivate. Almost the moment he began circulating, the pill he had swallowed rapidly dissolved, becoming a warm current that flowed ceaselessly through his entire body. Eventually merging with the true chi surging in through his pores, it swiftly transformed into immortal cultivation mana and returned to the Dantian Sea. The total increase in mana was markedly higher than when he did not use pills, and even his body's fatigue level seemed far lower than before. However, even so, he could at most refine 2 pills at a time. If he continued swallowing more, the medicinal effect would be greatly diminished and even his mana would show no fluctuation. Thus Jiang Yuan was not overly greedy. After refining a 3rd pill and confirming his cultivation limit, he stopped entirely and did not continue. The total mana growth has reached more than 10 times the previous level. Although this is also related to the extended cultivation time, it still allows me to raise my cultivation base as quickly as possible. Jiang Yuan was extremely satisfied with this. Subsequently, he used the refined pills to supplement his daily cultivation, accelerating both his mana and realm progression. At the same time, he wrote all the relevant information about the pills along with the methods of artifact refinement into his diary. However, the alchemy manual and the Thunderfire artifact refining method were placed in a separate diary entry. Through cultivation-themed films and television dramas, I discovered that cultivators can use pills to practice. Thus, after several days of research, I finally developed a method of alchemy which I named the Mystic Fire Alchemy Manual. It contains the pill formulas as well as the fire control timing and hand seals required for refining pills. It also covers the pill forming techniques and methods for discerning pill quality and medicinal properties. As for the alchemy furnace needed for pill refinement, I also successfully improved a formation based on the artifact refining methods seen in the films and dramas, one capable of drawing upon earthly fire and heavenly thunder powered by the energy crystals of the starry sky Zerg. By smelting the 4 legs of the 4th stage bugs and refining them into furnace materials, I successfully forged a high-grade alchemy furnace. In contrast, the furnace refined from the outer cosmic metal removed from the spaceship only achieved lower grade quality, and its effectiveness in pill refinement was far inferior to the other one. As for the quality and effects of the pills, I have also personally tested them. They can increase my mana condensation speed by at least tenfold. The 2 diary entries were quickly completed in his hands. They were simultaneously transmitted by the Xuanwu warship connected to Lilith to base 099 beyond the nebula region. They're here. The diaries on alchemy and artifact refinement have finally been synchronized by the Xuanwu warship. Everyone was thrilled. Abandoning their respective tasks, they all gathered before the large screen waiting for Luo Yang to open the diary entries that would go down in history. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yang managed to steady his trembling hand slightly, then opened the first of the 2 diary entries. Its contents described alchemy and artifact refinement, with alchemy including formations, medicinal herbs, pill formulas, and medicinal effects. The artifact refining portion likewise included formations, refining materials, and the special array patterns required to forge magical instruments. Naturally, it also contained descriptions related to flying swords. No wonder the cultivators in those films and dramas all love refining magical instruments and pills, their effects really are that formidable. After finishing the diary, everyone was unable to hold back their exclamations of astonishment. In particular, martial arts masters like Jiang Yuan, who had already cultivated the realm of national martial arts to the transformation gene stage. Their longing for immortality was far greater than that of the others. However, they were also well aware that no amount of urgency could help, as they were still a great distance away from immortality cultivation. But this did not stop them from dreaming. Cultivation, artifact refinement, alchemy. Unbelievable. Our Qin family has missed such a great opportunity. If that unfilial daughter had not done such a disgraceful thing back then, why would we have ended up like this? The members of the Qin family lamented endlessly, filled with both regret over the missed opportunity and boundless hatred toward Qin Zijin. Unfortunately, given the distance from the Great Wall defense line to Blue Star, it would likely take that sinner Qin Zijin at least 2 more years to return. After all, merely charging the spaceship would consume a full 3 years. Moreover, even after completing the space jump, the spaceship would still require some travel time before reaching Blue Star. Afterward, time passed quickly amid the Qin family's resentment and regret. Jiang Yuan's cultivation realm. With the aid of the pills, soon reached the 6th layer of qi refining, standing only a step away from the 7th layer, the late stage of qi refining. However, there was one very unfortunate piece of news: the Zerg crystals he had collected earlier had been almost completely consumed through usage and attrition during this period. If he wished to continue using the Spirit Stream Spirit Gathering Array and the Earthfire Grand Formation to refine pills, he would need to find crystals capable of releasing energy, otherwise everything would have to rely on his own mana. Although his current realm had reached the 6th layer of qi refining, successfully refining a single batch of pills while sustaining the consumption of the Earthfire Grand Formation would drain fully 98% of his mana. I should never have killed all those Starry Sky Zerg. If only I had kept them captive instead, I surely wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy crystals. At this, Jiang Yuan felt somewhat regretful. But under the circumstances at the time, it had seemed like his best option. After all, had he not discovered the use of the purple crystals, he would not now be regretting having slaughtered all those bugs. Perhaps I could try flying away from Aqua Blue Star's atmosphere and heading to the nebula region to see what's going on there. Maybe that region's mysterious force field exists because the place itself possesses some unique qualities. A thought surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. With his current power at the 6th layer of qi refining, even if he could not survive in a vacuum for extended periods, he likely had no major problems within a short time. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 12-gate Dragon Tiger Golden Bell shield to the perfused realm beyond great completion. The entire Golden Bell had completely merged into his body, forming a bell-like pattern. As long as he infused mana into it, his body would transform entirely into a formidable golden body comparable to the bell itself, impervious even to earthly fire for a short period. Aside from that, since his innate realm days, he had fully opened up the meridians within his body, forming a grand circulation inner cycle. Going several hours without breathing was also completely no problem. However, though his physical body had reached a level capable of withstanding the heat generated by friction with the atmosphere, his clothes were far from being able to do the same. If he wished to use an unmanned probe to record his heroic ascent through the atmosphere in his bare flesh, he would first need to forge a set of Dharma robes. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. Such a momentous occasion could not be left unrecorded. He had to store it in Lilith's memory module, for those who would later come to Shuelan planet and discover Lilith to admire. Thus, without further ado, Jiang Yuan leaped onto his flying sword into the sky and began searching the vicinity for materials suitable for crafting Dharma robes. Unlike refining magical artifacts, the creation of Dharma robes required different materials, relying more on artifact patterns derived from formations to achieve the transformation of the robes. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan's talent had reached a millionfold amplification. None of this posed a problem for him. Soon he gathered some beast hides from the jungle, intending to use them as the carriers for the artifact patterns. However, despite his considerable talent, these beast hides were too ordinary to fully contain the power of the artifact patterns. They were prone to damage with even the slightest mistake. This led Jiang Yuan to attempt many times, yet he still could not inscribe a single artifact pattern completely onto the bark.
Must I give up? No. This is such a meaningful moment. How can I not record it?
Jiang Yuan soon reaffirmed his resolve.
He rallied himself once more.
But this time he changed his approach, no longer fixated on crafting Dharma robes. Instead he took a different path, forging a defensive magical artifact. With a barrier formed by the artifact he could protect his clothes. After all, one who has never eaten pork can still have seen a pig run. The barrier released by a defensive artifact could envelop an entire region, let alone his ordinary garments. As for the materials to forge the defensive artifact, Jiang Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. He chose the leftover starry sky insect forelimbs from his previous crafting of the alchemy furnace and flying sword. Setting aside their other properties, the mere enhancement they provided to the artifact's quality was more than sufficient for him to use them in forging this piece. Thus Jiang Yuan summoned his flying sword and headed toward the insect island, using his own spiritual energy as fuel to sustain the earthfire formation. After a full day's effort, he managed to refine several dozen starry sky insect forelimbs into pure forging materials free of impurities. Then, following the shape he had envisioned in his mind, he used hand seals to draw the materials together, forming a palm-sized chest mirror adorned with intricate artifact patterns.
Among them were also some formation inscriptions.
However, after completing this step, the spiritual energy in his dantian was nearly depleted. Thus he did not rush to activate the thunder-triggering formation. Instead, he swallowed a pill and began restoring his own spiritual energy. Only when the energy in his dantian had recovered to near perfection did he proceed to the next step, the thunder refinement. The general process was similar to that of the 100-insect cauldron and the incubus flying sword. After 9 bolts of lightning had descended, the entire chest mirror coalesced into a nearly tangible radiance of an artifact.
Thereafter, no matter how many lightning bolts struck, the artifact's brilliance did not increase by a single iota.
In other words, the chest mirror, like the cauldron and flying sword, was only of superior grade artifact quality.
However, this should be enough. After all, even with full spiritual energy, the flying sword and alchemy furnace could sustain continuous operation for an entire day.
That amount of time was more than sufficient for him to leave the atmosphere, travel through the cosmos and return.
With this thought settled, Jiang Yuan tossed the chest mirror into the earthfire formation, activated it with his spiritual energy, and tested its resistance to flames. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The chest mirror easily withstood the scorching heat of the earthfire drawn by the formation. This greatly relieved his mind. Next, I need to restore my spiritual energy, then bring enough pills. After that, I can begin my plan to journey to the nebular region. Excitement flickered in Jiang Yuan's eyes.
Then he summoned his flying sword and flew back toward the shelter where he would restore his spiritual energy. Of course, once the energy in his dantian was restored, his first order of business was to refine a furnace of pills. Then he continued to replenish his spiritual energy. It was not until the 3rd day after forging the chest mirror that Jiang Yuan had made all necessary preparations. On the morning of the 4th day, as the sun rose, he stepped onto his flying sword and shot swiftly toward the sky. His speed was immense. In the blink of an eye, the land below became minuscule and trees were even smaller than blades of grass. The shelter he had built appeared even tinier than a grain of rice. The unmanned probe, having locked onto him, followed closely behind as Jiang Yuan flew toward the atmosphere on his sword.
What's happening?
Why is Senior Jiang Yuan flying so high? And he's not stopping. Could he be planning to see where the atmosphere of this life-bearing planet ends?
Really? That would mean going up hundreds of thousands of meters. And that's not even the limit, maybe even millions of meters. What's so shocking about that?
Senior Jiang Yuan is a cultivator after all.
It's perfectly reasonable for him to reach near the atmosphere.
Who knows, he might even be able to go into outer space.
Absolutely. Once cultivators reach a certain level, they can achieve anedia and stop eating. So the environment of outer space should pose no problem for a powerful cultivator.
The viewers in the interstellar livestream, upon seeing Jiang Yuan ascend to such a height for the first time, couldn't help but speculate in the comments about what he was planning to do.
The temperature is dropping rapidly and the oxygen is becoming thinner.
Fortunately, I can use the greater circulation to slow down my body's consumption and dependence on oxygen.
At least in the short term, I won't have any issues.
Feeling the changes in the surrounding air, Jiang Yuan quickly realized that he was likely not far from the atmosphere. Moreover, as he ascended higher above the surface of Shuelan planet, the gravitational pull he felt gradually diminished. Then the flying sword carried him upward for a while longer. A vast expanse of interstellar space dominated by black appeared before him without any obstruction.
A few planets revolved around a large luminous orb.
In the far distance there were regions that looked like dust densely blocking and cutting off the outside nebulae. Jiang Yuan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to that side. After he completely left the atmosphere there was no air at all and the temperature plummeted below 0 degrees Celsius. However, his own body temperature did not dissipate much. After all, without air there was no medium, and without a medium the heat from his body would not be lost significantly. Daringly he steadied himself on his flying sword and surged beyond the atmosphere. Could it be that Jiang Yuan has already attained the realm of an immortal? By the sheer strength of his body he towers above the atmosphere, and even in the vacuum of space nothing can touch him. This fully fulfills all my fantasies of cultivation. Indeed, when I used to watch those Xinxia films I often wondered why cultivators were so formidable, why they could not break free from Earth's gravity and roam the vast void of space. Now Master Jiang has shown us in action that cultivators can indeed achieve it. In the interstellar livestream, the entire barrage of comments instantly boiled into a frenzy. Everyone stared intently at the figure on the screen treading the flying sword in midair, though the background was the endless darkness. But under the glow of that star his silhouette still stood out. Especially in the nebula region where countless fragments of meteorites floated under the star's glare, they formed a glowing nebula. The black backdrop now carried a glow of fluorescent colors. Fortunately, although the vacuum's pressure on the body is reduced to almost nothing, my body's strength has long surpassed that of ordinary steel. To resist such internal and external pressure differentials there is no need for any movement, simply rely on one's own bodily strength. Jiang Yuan sensed his body's condition. Then he shifted the internal power using his mana to control the flying sword beneath him, heading away from Xuelanxing. He chose a straight line distance fairly close to the nebula region. Though it did not look far, everything in space seems magnified tens of thousands of times. Thus even when the distance looks near in actual flight one cannot tell how long it will take to reach. Of course Jiang Yuan was only making a preliminary attempt. He did not expect that with his current realm he could cross this distance and truly reach near the nebula. Moreover, the meteor fragments he sought were not exclusive to the nebula region. From his earlier observations he found scattered fragments floating on an orbit far from Xuelanxing. Some were even drawn by Xuelanxing's gravity into orbit around the planet, while many were captured by its moon circling nearby. Jiang Yuan's purpose was these meteor fragments. He flew toward the nebula region simply to test how fast he could go when his true chi had consumed half. As for how far he could fly, the fact proved his earlier guess was not wrong. With his current realm and speed, crossing from Xuelanxing to the nebula region is within reach. It's basically a pipe dream, because after consuming nearly half of the mana in his chi he had only moved a short distance away from Xuelanxing. In truth, there remained countless such small steps. At least Jiang Yuan is sure that even if he used up all the pills he carries he would not reach. Indeed, crossing the cosmos is not easy, at least until I reach a higher realm or master stronger flying techniques. Don't even think of crossing the cosmos with your flesh alone. Jiang Yuan estimates that such a distance would take him a long time before he could succeed. As for why spaceships after passing through the nebula region one can reach Xuelanxing in a short time, this is largely due to the ship's speed. After all, spaceships can travel at half the speed of light. At light speed the distance from a star to Xuelanxing would take about 10 minutes, and at half speed 20 minutes. Even if the nebula region lies farther from Xuelanxing it would still take no more than a few hours. Not only can he fly through the vacuum with his corporeal body, but he can do so without relying on oxygen. This defies the basic laws of physics. This is a path entirely unlike science, but it is also humanity's opportunity to rise, perhaps even more terrifying than the Shinkong Changzhu. Who says otherwise? The Shinkong Changzhu can shed eggshells and fly through the cosmic void. Even their exoskeletons and organs enable survival in vacuum, but after cultivating humans can do the same, though at a slower pace. The eggshell form of the Shinkong Changzhu requires vast numbers of insects as fuel to push the shell into lightspeed. Moreover, the eggshell state can only travel in a straight line. It cannot alter course mid-flight. Once it collides with a planet it will halt to reproduce. Thus the eggs produced by the Shinkong Changzhu are released on a large scale. They traverse interplanetary gaps, invading the blue stars of the solar system by this probabilistic method. In addition, the Shinkong Changzhu can continue to evolve. What end states they could reach remains unknowable. Soon Jiang Yuan completed his course correction and headed toward the meteor fragment nearest to him. That fragment hovered quietly in the vacuum. He circled Xuelanxing at a slow pace because its speed wasn't fast, it looked as if it were stationary. As Jiang Yuan drew near he realized that this seemingly insignificant meteor was actually larger in volume than he had estimated. At least near that meteor he was not much bigger than an ant. There is indeed a special fluctuation of power within it, but it is not as gentle as the insect clan's crystals. Instead it is filled with a brutal sense of destruction. Jiang Yuan silently felt it for a moment, then he pressed the tip of his index and middle fingers together and unleashed a sword energy to slash the meteor. A small chunk separated from the top. A meteor fragment about the height of a person was pushed toward Xuelanxing. And after taking a pill he activated the Xianqin Lianqi Zonggang to restore the mana in his Dantian's Qi. Then he turned back toward Shuilan Xing after consuming several pills to completely restore his mana. The meteor fragment he pushed along had nearly reached Shuilan Xing's atmosphere, and then under gravity it accelerated rapidly toward the surface. Thus the meteor fragment had almost reached Shuilan Xing's atmosphere. Under the pull of gravity it sped toward the ground and crashed. As the meteorite entered the atmosphere, the friction between it and the air soon generated heat, and this reaction intensified rapidly. Gradually the surface of the meteorite began to glow red, even showing signs of melting, and a long fiery tail trailed behind it. Jiang Yuan had long prepared for this. As he saw the heat reaction on the meteorite's surface, he quickly redirected his internal magical energy, using his magical power to activate the heart-protecting mirror. With a hum, the moment the energy surged into the mirror, it seemed to respond to a summons floating directly before him. Countless golden rays emerged, spreading swiftly, and in the blink of an eye they enveloped Jiang Yuan, completely outlining a phantom resembling a suit of armor. Wow! Is this not Jiang Yuan activating some special effect? That golden armor phantom looks incredibly cool. A protective golden light. Or the unique power of that metal piece. It must be the metal piece. Didn't you see it fly out first, then the golden light spread? What metal piece? That's clearly a magical artifact. Have you forgotten the official information released earlier? Yes. The alchemy furnace is a magical artifact. The flying sword is a magical artifact, so this metal piece must be one too. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. With the appearance of the golden armor phantom, Jiang Yuan officially entered the atmosphere. His flight speed was extremely fast, and he did not slow down as he approached the atmosphere. After all, the friction heating of the meteorite in the atmosphere was entirely due to its excessive speed. In theory, reducing this speed would prevent the reaction. But Jiang Yuan needed to catch up to the meteorite. He absolutely could not let it fall into the sea. Thus he maintained such extreme speed, deliberately not resisting the gravitational pull of the earth as he neared the atmosphere. Instead, he even used the flying sword to increase his pursuit speed. He intended to reach the surface before the meteorite struck the ground, then use his magical power to intercept the meteorite. Golden flames appeared. The atmosphere soon generated a unique fire with the golden armor phantom, just like the meteorite earlier. A long tail trailed behind Jiang Yuan, yet the golden armor phantom blocked all the heat, keeping it at bay about a foot away from his body. No heat could approach him at all. This scene was captured by many in the Interstellar livestream, who set it as their chat background or desktop wallpaper. So handsome. So majestic. Su Xiaoxiao was exhilarated. Even though she had watched many xianxia dramas with numerous special effects, compared to this scene, all of them seemed like inferior trash. Putting aside everything else, the sheer visual impact was enough to be awe-inspiring, especially with the real background supporting it. A feeling that no xianxia drama could ever give her. Damn that Qin Zijin. If it weren't for this rebellious daughter, wouldn't the Qin family have gained a cultivator's son-in-law? Qin's father felt as if a huge stone were pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, compared to the previous Qin family patriarch, he was still in good health, so he didn't choke and die on the spot. But even so, Qin's father felt extremely uncomfortable. A feeling welling up from the depths of his heart, a sensation entirely different from physical torment. The other members of the Qin family remained silent, but each of their eyes flickered with intense hatred and regret. With a swish, Jiang Yuan passed through the atmosphere, his flying sword continuously propelling him forward, quickly catching up to the meteorite ahead. Magical energy surged between his hands, rapidly enveloping the meteorite. The meteorite, which had been plummeting at high speed, instantly seemed to hit the brakes, slowing down visibly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Yuan's internal magical energy was also draining quickly. The meteorite carried immense kinetic energy, and he was stopping it with pure magical power without any spells or techniques. It was like a brute force collision, naturally consuming a great deal. Fortunately, he was now at the 6th layer of Qi, refining even just a step away from the 7th. Thus, when about 10% of the magical energy in his Qi was consumed, the meteorite's immense kinetic energy had been mostly neutralized. As it neared the ground, the meteorite had lost its terrifying momentum. Even if it still struck the earth, it merely sank into the soil under its own weight without forming any crater. To leave Water Blue Star, I would likely need to reach at least the nascent soul realm or master some powerful escape technique or teleportation array. Otherwise, relying solely on my flight speed at my current cultivation level, it would be impossible to reach the nebula region in a short time. Jiang Yuan halted the flying sword. Although cultivators at the foundation establishment level could abstain from food entirely, their internal magical energy was still limited. And this did not mean they could completely do without oxygen. In other words, even at the nascent soul realm, the body still required oxygen to function normally. However, after reaching nascent soul, the internal magical energy was much denser, allowing the body to sustain itself for longer periods. At least until the magical energy was completely exhausted, the body would not need other energy or oxygen supplementation.
Beyond that, the speed of a nascent soul cultivator was not something he could match now.
Even without mastering escape techniques or divine abilities, a nascent soul cultivator could easily surpass a golden core cultivator in speed.
Let alone him at his current stage. Then Jiang Yuan used his power to lift the meteorite from the ground and continued flying back toward the shelter on his sword.
It was already afternoon, showing how far he had flown after leaving the atmosphere toward the nebula region.
Unlike ordinary stones or even metal pieces, this meteorite had a very high density. Although it appeared only about man height and elongated, its actual weight was at least 10 tons, 10 times that of ordinary stone or metal. Without his abundant magical energy, it would have been nearly impossible to sustain such levitation for long. Welcome back, Commander.
Before long, Jiang Yuan returned to the shelter with the meteorite. Lilith detected his signal and immediately set down the medicinal herb she was processing, walking quickly toward him. Storm and Treading Snow did the same. However, the two creatures' gazes were fixed on the meteorite beside him, which had not yet been set down.
They felt curiosity and a hint of puzzlement.
Jiang Yuan paid no mind to the snow and the gusts and immediately began studying the meteorite. Setting its weight aside, he could clearly this meteorite contained a terrifying power far greater than the crystals within the starry insect clan. It was vastly more powerful. Yet this force was savage, not as gentle as the crystals within the starry insect clan, merely a trace entering his body. It caused damage to his meridians, and only after this thread of power was worn away by his own mana would the destructive effects be wiped out.
Hence Jiang Yuan dared not unleash it again.
Absorbing it into his body was the only option while he considered other avenues. For the body was his own. If his internal meridians were damaged, he would be affected, even reduced to a lifeless husk. Acting on impulse, Jiang Yuan took out a piece of wood, arced a blade of sword energy with his finger, following the runes of the Lingxi Gathering Origin Array, and began inscribing the second Gathering Origin Array.
He attempted to transform this brutal power into heaven and earth chi that he could wield.
After all, a formation's operation required a power source, either energy crystals or a cultivator's mana. Even heaven and earth chi would work too, but it required a power source to guide it, much like starting a car requires a battery to assist ignition for fuels such as gasoline or diesel.
Converted into power to drive the mechanism. Though the example differs from a formation's operation, the underlying principle is essentially the same.
About half an hour later, a circular array disc appeared in Jiang Yuan's hand, its surface bearing a slot for an energy crystal. This time, however, he did not insert an insect clan crystal, but instead directed sword energy to strike the meteorite and cut off a piece.
Ding!
A crisp metallic clash sounded. The sword energy forged from his mana did not split the meteorite, leaving only a shallow notch about an inch long. It clearly showed how hard the meteorite was. But it could not deter him. After all, in the cosmic void he had cut a piece from it.
However, using mana alone would not suffice.
He then summoned the flying sword, channeled sword energy through it, and slashed at a corner of the meteorite. Even so, he still did not grasp the flying sword with his hand. Yet the sword energy conjured by the sword gathering at his fingertips easily cut off a piece of the meteorite. After a brief rest, he obtained a dozen or so meteorite blocks roughly the same size as the insect clan crystals. Swish! Jiang Yuan waved his right hand, embedding one meteorite block into the newly carved disc, then performed the hand seals to empower the array.
Hum!
A surge of purple-gray energy rose and quickly swelled from the disc, spreading along the rune patterns on the disc. Then the same colored light from the formation projected onto the ground and vanished into the earth. It was at this moment that plants within the array, along with tangible things like soil and stones, were all cloaked by an invisible force. Visible damage began to appear. As if starting at the surface, it forcibly shattered cellular structures, scattering them into the air.
This is... Jiang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply.
This scene clearly exceeded the Gathering Origin Array's effects, even altering its original trait from a supportive formation that gathered heaven and earth chi. It transformed into an offensive formation saturated with destructive power. Moreover, judging by the damage to tangible objects, it resembled the mysterious force field in the nebula region.
Yet its might seemed stronger.
In just a few breaths, the flora and trees within the formation were crushed into molecules. As for the nebula region, this force was clearly more restrained.
Even if the starry insect clan entered it, their deaths would not be as absurd as those plants being reduced to molecules.
Besides, within the nebula region, even when affected by the mystic force field, the starry insect clan would not exhibit such obvious molecularization, only their vitality would vanish. And some molecular structures grew brittle.
Could it be because I unleashed this power? Is that why I could wield such a terrifying destructive effect? Jiang Yuan watched the formation quietly.
He found that all matter had turned into molecules, swirling in fog-like clusters, drifting within the array, gathering and dispersing.
And this is not the point.
The crucial thing is that as time passed, the wooden disc serving as the vessel, even with rune protection, was increasingly eroded. It could not fully bear the power either. It was gradually eroded with patches of corrosion and molecularization appearing bit by bit. But unlike the flora and trees, the disk endured longer and did not break as quickly. Perhaps I can try this method to study the nebula region's mysterious force field, preparing for my departure in advance.
Jiang Yuan's thoughts flashed.
He had assumed the nebula region's force field would allow him to leave the water blue star and race through the vacuum, but after today he found things not as simple as he imagined. At least the nebula field's power isn't as simple as he thought. Leaving won't be so easy after all.
The nebula field's power is such that even a high-grade instrument like a formation disk cannot withstand it.
To ensure nothing goes wrong, he resolves to study the nebula field's properties before formally entering the nebula region. To ensure he could withstand it, he acted. Jiang Yuan casually pulled a low-grade alchemy furnace from near the shelter and hurled it into the gradually dissolving array. Once inside the array's zone, an invisible force continually acted on the furnace. The furnace's protective runes activated, unleashing the power befitting a magical instrument.
But even so, the furnace could not fully resist it. After several minutes, the furnace's runes began to dim.
The furnace's hardened body also suffered from the corrupting force. Soon it began to crumble, with fog-like corrosive molecules spreading over it and leaving it ragged.
As time passed, the furnace grew more dilapidated until it was completely erased. The last glow of the magical instrument faded into ordinary iron.
Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan found that the remaining metal from the furnace possessed a bit more strength than the outer steel plates of a spaceship. After all, this metal had been tempered by the Earthfire Grand Array, a material refined in every aspect.
Damn, am I seeing things?
Isn't that formation exactly the same as the one Senior Jiang Yuan set up to aid cultivation before?
How did it suddenly turn into a killing formation with such destructive power? Indeed. Could it be because of the meteorite fragments?
The formation patterns are identical. The only difference is that the previous formation used insectoid crystals while this one uses meteorite fragments.
Holy crap! Does that mean even Senior Jiang Yuan, a cultivator, can't handle the nebula region surrounding Shuelan star?
Otherwise, how could an alchemy furnace of that quality have been reduced to a mere piece of scrap metal in such a short time?
Terrifying. Truly terrifying.
No wonder the last spaceship completely lost contact after entering the nebula region, and the authorities dared not attempt any rescue.
Everyone suddenly understood.
With the public announcement of the nationwide cultivation plan, matters concerning Shuelan Star and Jiang Yuan were no longer secrets. However, many were curious. Since Jiang Yuan could pilot a warship through the nebula region to reach Shuelan Star, surely humans should be able to do the same. But after the failed crossing last time, the authorities made no further moves.
This left many puzzled and intrigued. Only today did they belatedly realize that the nebula region was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. At the very least, with humanity's current technology, the cost of safely traversing that region might be unbearable.
I never imagined the meteorites in the nebula region contained such terrifying energy.
When unleashed by the formation, even the magical artifact refined by Pioneer Jiang could not withstand it. After watching Jiang Yuan's test, Luo Yang's heart was equally unsettled.
Even more than the ignorant commoners, he understood the gravity of what this meant.
Indeed.
Our previous research probably didn't unlock even 1% or even 1,000th of the energy contained in these meteorites. Professor Wang nodded in agreement. According to their studies, the force field energy of the meteorite fragments from the nebula region had never exhibited such destructive power. However, one thing they could confirm after leaving the nebula region: the energy field of these meteorites seemed to have subsided considerably, not fully manifesting its true extent. After all, although they had not sent humans and subsequently they had conducted hundreds of unmanned probes,
the results showed
that the energy field within the nebula region appeared to change, constantly fluctuating unpredictably between strong and weak.
At its peak, it could easily destroy their probes. When weak, it could only damage electronic components without directly harming metallic substances or biological cells.
Thus, their earlier conclusion was that to cross the nebula region one must find a pattern and attempt the crossing when the force field was weakest. But such a pattern was extremely difficult to discern, or perhaps it had no pattern at all. Because based on the final data transmitted from the black boxes of the Xianyao warship and the second spaceship that crashed into Shuelan Star, the Xianyao warship, though subjected to a stronger force field impact, endured it for a relatively short duration. Thus, while the exterior suffered heavy damage, the internal electronic components were not completely destroyed. The second spaceship, however, was different. Its main structure was relatively intact, but all electronic components were damaged beyond functionality. Of course, this could also be related to the stellar insectoids. After all, biological cells inherently possess greater resistance to stellar force fields than metals and electronic components. Perhaps the reason the Xianyao warship retained some functionality was entirely due to the protective coverage of the stellar insectoids. They successfully escorted a few insects that had invaded the Xianyao warship into Shuelan Star, while also ensuring the warship's main system remained operational. Of course that man might have survived the crossing of the nebula region for this very reason, unlike the other crew members who perished. Meanwhile on Shuelan Star, the formation disk that Jiang Yuan had carved to channel the meteorite's power finally couldn't withstand the strain and completely disintegrated. The area that had once been covered with vegetation was now reduced to a fine layer of dust after the formation shattered entirely. It seems that to harness such power a mere magical artifact-level formation disk is insufficient to withstand the channeled energy.
Jiang Yuan felt no regret whatsoever.
After all, he could produce as many such formation disks as he wanted. It would only cost him some time. But this very destructive energy paradoxically could not damage the meteorite fragments themselves, as if they maintained a delicate balance.
What if I directly use this meteorite fragment as material to forge a formation disk?
After all, the Thunderfire forging method doesn't forbid using energy-infused materials as a base for formation disks. Jiang Yuan's mind was agile. He quickly conceived a method to make the formation permanent. Use the meteorite fragment itself as the formation disk. That way, no matter how powerful the destructive energy, it couldn't possibly grind the meteorite carrier, which was in balance with it, into dust, could it? Without further ado, Jiang Yuan infused his spiritual power into the flying sword, using it as a catalyst to condense a strand of sword energy at his fingertip. Then he cut a piece from the meteorite, carved it into a circular formation disk, and etched the energy-guiding formation patterns with the sword energy.
The entire process took half an hour.
Even with prior experience, it took him twice as long as when he had used wood. Next, I need to guide the energy within the meteorite to release it using spiritual power.
Jiang Yuan looked at the completed formation disk.
Then his hands quickly formed hand seals, channeling spiritual power to draw the energy from the meteorite into the patterns on the disk's surface. A gray energy mixed with purple soon enveloped the entire formation disk. At that moment, the disk emitted a low humming sound. Simultaneously, the energy within the meteorite seemed to be agitated, rapidly becoming unstable.
Jiang Yuan sensed danger.
His body reacted faster than his mind. He instantly used spiritual power to seize the formation disk and hurled it toward the distant sea.
Whoosh, boom.
The disk flew a great distance, and upon hitting the water it suddenly released a terrifying wave of energy. The sea surface was torn apart by the dreadful force. A mushroom cloud-like explosion rapidly spread outward in all directions. Within just a few breaths it reached the coastline, devastating a vast stretch of trees and vegetation on land.
Its power was comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb. Wow! Isn't that a formation disk?
How could it cause such a massive explosion?
The power. It's almost comparable to our electromagnetic cannon.
Absolutely. Who would have thought that the formation disk crafted by Jiang Yuan would turn into a cultivator's bomb of such devastating power? It directly lifted a vast expanse of the sea. It's fortunate that Jiang Yuan reacted swiftly. Had he not, that thing would have exploded nearby and he himself might have suffered the consequences.
Wait.
Isn't it said that the dangers of cultivation mostly come from other cultivators or from secret realm beasts and chi deviation? How could there be the risk of being blown to death by one's own formation disk? I suspect the explosion this time is mostly related to that meteorite. The energy contained within it must have been too violent, causing a surge of energy when the formation was activated, leading to this explosion. In the interstellar live stream room, many were stunned by this explosion. The power of this blast, however, was not particularly impressive on the scale of Blue Star. Blue Star's technology had even mastered the star-destroying cannon. Even a larger planet like Mars could be destroyed in a single shot, let alone something that only blew up seawater. However, this man had achieved such results in less than a year since he embarked on the path of cultivation. This was enough to reveal the terrifying potential of cultivation. Perhaps in the future he might truly be able to do as those immortal hero films depict, shielding the sky with one hand, holding the sun and moon, and plucking the stars. With a loud crash, soon the aftermath of the formation disk's explosion swept toward the coastline like a hurricane, destroying large swaths of trees with its shockwave. Only in the area where Jiang Yuan stood, because he activated that heart-protecting mirror, a golden light barrier was erected, blocking the explosion's aftermath outside. However, even with this superior-grade magic artifact, the destructive force within the explosion's aftermath could not be completely blocked. It forcibly tore through the golden light barrier.
It rent one crack after another. And that was not the key point. The key point was that with the appearance of those cracks, the destructive power, as if seeping through every gap, rapidly passed through the barrier to the rear. It struck some trees and even the shelter Jiang Yuan had built, causing cracks and even signs of erosion. However, because it was only the aftermath, the destructive force did not last long, so it failed to completely destroy the shelter. It only caused some superficial damage that looked severe but was only skin deep. But this was not the end. Although the golden light barrier blocked most of the explosion's aftermath, behind it there were still towering waves thrown up by the blast. Like a towering wall, they surged rapidly toward the coastline. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan did not panic.
He immediately increased his mana input to reinforce the light barrier formed by the heart-protecting mirror. It was completely repaired. Then the waves crashed heavily against the light barrier and were split into two halves. One half roared past on the left, the other rolled swiftly away on the right, causing no significant damage to the vicinity of the shelter. Fortunately, the destructive power contained in the meteorite fragments explosion was only 1/1000th of that at the center. Otherwise, even with my heart-protecting mirror, I could not have blocked it. Jiang Yuan couldn't help feeling a chill of fear. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the power of that formation disk's explosion would have been impossible to survive unscathed, even though he had mastered the 12-level Golden Bell shield. He would definitely not have escaped unscathed. After all, the power was truly terrifying, and it even contained an extremely dreadful destructive force that defied common sense. Otherwise, if it were just an ordinary explosion with his superior great protective magic artifact and the perfected 12-level Dragon Tiger Golden Bell shield, it would not have been able to breach his defense. However, after this incident, he realized that the mysterious force field in the nebula region was something he could not touch at the moment, at least not until he had absolute ability to protect his life. Once he triggered the dreadful destructive force in the mysterious force field, he would only be left with death and the dissolution of his Tao, with no other possibility. Fortunately, this was a life-bearing planet abundant in materials and resources. Even if he did not leave for a long time, it would not have any impact. The only thing that bothered him was that the starry sky insect race had been wiped out by him, otherwise he wouldn't have been so eager to explore the nebula region. Perhaps I can change my approach and try to find spirit stone veins or something similar on this life-bearing planet. Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced. He soon came up with a way to solve the current predicament. After all, with or without spirit stones to assist his cultivation, speed and efficiency were completely different, not to mention that it also related to alchemy and artifact refining. However, there's no need to rush. I've just expended a lot of mana, I must first recover this mana. Jiang Yuan collected his thoughts. Then he sensed his physical condition and found that the mana in his Qi and Dantian was less than 30% after the recent consumption. Therefore, his first priority was to recover the expended mana. He took out a 6G pill, tossed it into his mouth, and began to circulate the Pre-Qin Qi refining compendium to refine the pill's medicinal power into mana. 1 pill. 2 pills. 3 pills. By the time the third pill was half consumed, he felt that the mana in his Qi and Dantian had recovered to nearly full. Of course, it was only the perfection of the 6th level of Qi refining, not the 10th, filling the entire Qi and Dantian. Shriek! Soon after Jiang Yuan recovered his mana and was about to clean up the damage caused by the waves, a loud eagle cry came from the direction of the sea. The sound was piercing and urgent. This was the alarm call from the hurricane. Usually it would only give such a warning to Jiang Yuan when it discovered some large creature or something particularly unusual. Therefore, without any hesitation, Jiang Yuan summoned his flying sword and soared into the air, flying toward the sea area where the hurricane was densely packed. Jiang Yuan flew high in the sky, overlooking the entire sea surface. Apart from the seawater surging with the wind and waves, he also saw many sea fish and other creatures floating belly up in the water as if dead. Apparently, the previous explosion had killed many creatures in this area, causing their bodies to float to the surface. However, this was not the main point. As Jiang Yuan approached, he finally discovered what had caused the hurricane to emit its warning cry. A creature covered entirely in black exoskeleton, looking completely different from the insects on the previous insect island, was quietly floating on the water surface. Surging with the wind and waves, it constantly rose and sank. What is that? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the starry sky insect clan, its entire body sheathed in black exoskeleton. Could it possibly be the starry sky insect clan? Only they have evolved and adapted into aquatic beings according to their environment. You know what, you might actually be onto something. That creature truly resembles a fish armored in heavy plate, save that its insect limbs have not yet degenerated. It likely possesses amphibious habits, thriving in both water and on land. Good heavens! Does that mean this boundless ocean already harbors a vast population of starry sky insect clan? Then did Jiang Yuan's earlier slaughter go entirely for naught? The viewers in the interstellar livestream following Jiang Yuan alongside the unmanned probe also spotted the insect corpses drifting in the water upon reaching this sea area. It was a colossal creature measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Its entire body shared the streamlined form of swimming fish, perfectly suited for navigating through water. Moreover, its exoskeleton had also diverged somewhat from that of terrestrial insects. Extending segment by segment from the head backward, it could effectively accelerate swimming speed in water and reduce the resistance of seawater against their movement. Additionally, on the abdomen of the insect corpse, 2 pairs of remarkably sturdy insect legs were still preserved. Only the rear pair of legs had transformed into flat fin-like structures. And upon its back emerged an additional row of adjustable dorsal fins. However, since this creature dwelled not on land, its life stage could not be determined merely by observing its height.
Excellent. Excellent.
I never expected the Starry Sky insect clan to still linger within these seas.
This wonderfully resolves my most pressing dilemma.
Even if the spirit stones upon Blue Star lack contained energy, I can still establish formations and utilize them to augment the primordial chi of heaven and earth. The crystals within the Starry Sky insect clan's bodies. For Jiang Yuan, they were nearly indistinguishable from spirit stones. Even their practical effects were identical. The sole distinction lay in their quality, which likely could not match the potency of true spirit stones.
Nevertheless,
since the Starry Sky insect clan comprised several distinct stages, it stood to reason that insects in the 5th and 6th stages should also harbor such crystals within their bodies, potentially containing even greater energy. This was precisely why, upon eliminating the Starry Sky insect clan on Bug Island and discovering that the purple crystals bore effects comparable to spirit stones, Jiang Yuan had felt an overwhelming sense of regret.
After all,
though the Starry Sky insect clan possessed terrifying destructive power against living planets, one could not deny that these creatures held their own unique qualities. Setting distant concerns aside, the mere fact that crystals akin to spirit stones could be harvested from their bodies was sufficient proof of their considerable value.
However,
simply allowing these insects to wreak havoc unchecked would be untenable, for fear not a few years hence would the entirety of Blue Star be reduced to a lifeless wasteland. Perhaps I could endeavor to deduce a grand formation capable of isolating the entire Bug Island, or a vast stretch of sea permitting the Starry Sky insect clan to propagate within while preventing ecological devastation beyond its bounds.
Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced like lightning. Soon a remarkably viable strategy took shape within his mind.
The reason the Starry Sky insect clan's destructive power proved so formidable was precisely because no restrictions confined them, allowing relentless cycles of reproduction, resource consumption, and further proliferation.
Cycle after cycle.
Yet should he seal the Starry Sky insect clan within a bounded region, the resources therein would inevitably grow scarce.
This would greatly suppress their exponential growth. And as for himself, should he replicate within that region a formation capable of gathering the primordial chi of heaven and earth, periodically feeding them pills much as he nourished Zhu Feng and Ta Shui, then the Starry Sky insect clan would likely undergo qualitative evolution.
Rather than pursuing endless territorial expansion along their prior quantity-first evolutionary trajectory, only a select few would ascend to higher stages.
Very well.
Since I have already discovered insects within the seawater, I shall deduce a water-repelling incantation and subsequently descend into the ocean to subdue the mother insects dwelling within.
As for the remaining insects, Jiang Yuan intended to eliminate them outright.
After all, given his current cultivation level, orchestrating a formation sufficient to contain countless bugs was entirely beyond his present capabilities. Moreover, concerning the quantity of crystals, even estimating by his previous harvest on Bug Island, he could scarcely expect more than a few hundred.
Deploying a modest isolation formation might prove unproblematic.
But should he wish to isolate the entirety of Bug Island, those few hundred insectoid crystals would be woefully insufficient. Reversing the direction of his flying sword beneath his feet, Jiang Yuan soon returned to the shelter. Utilizing the watch on his wrist, he connected to Lilith's database and perused its archives for materials pertaining to water-repelling techniques. Leveraging his millionfold talent amplification, he commenced deducing the water-repelling incantation. As before, myriad golden characters and sigils swirled within his mind, reassembling themselves into a coherent spell.
Soon,
a technique entitled the Jiang Yuan water repelling art manifested before his inner vision. The entirety of the Jiang Yuan water repelling art was not particularly voluminous, comprising merely a few hundred characters. Yet beyond its textual contents, it also incorporated distinctive hand seals and water-repelling talismanic runes. This Jiang Yuan water repelling art proves quite splendid. Beyond merely performing the incantation, I may now trace water-repelling talismans using my magical power to achieve equivalent effects.
Jiang Yuan was exceedingly pleased. He immediately commenced cultivation.
His hands moved through the hand seals with remarkable speed, and an invisible translucent barrier enveloped his entire physique. As he approached the seashore, the relentless surging waters seemed repelled by an imperceptible barrier, unable to encroach upon him within a span of 3 feet.
Holy moly! What am I witnessing? That seawater is actively parting before Master Jiang Yuan. Could that be the hand seal he just performed? I recall water-repelling techniques from Xianxia dramas. Could what Master Jiang Yuan just employed be precisely that? Magnificent! Behold!
Master Jiang Yuan stands nearly at man height within the water, yet those waves still retreat far from him, not even daring to brush against his garments.
Absolutely dashing. Irresistibly cool. Master Jiang Yuan truly is no ordinary master.
Various incantations come naturally to him.
Far removed from our circumstances. We haven't even encountered anyone cultivating ancient martial arts thus far.
The unmanned probe continued trailing behind him. However, as a precautionary measure, Jiang Yuan traced a water-repelling talisman using his magical power and affixed it directly onto the probe's main console. After all, he was about to venture into uncharted depths, uncertain of how profound they might be. Should the probe's precision prove inadequate, the terrifying pressure of the seawater could breach its internal circuitry, thereby destroying the unmanned probe altogether. Soon, Jiang Yuan vanished beneath the ocean's surface, with the unmanned probe following swiftly into the depths. Thanks to the protective water-repelling talisman, when the probe neared the seawater, the ocean was held at bay a foot away. It never made contact with the probe's hull. Soon Jiang Yuan sank entirely into the seawater. The transparent water, repelled by the water avoidance technique, formed a clear barrier around his body. Since the technique directly diverted the seawater, the buoyancy of the water became negligible for Jiang Yuan, allowing him to walk close to the seabed without interruption. I wonder if I can superimpose the effect of carefree wander while performing the water avoidance technique. A thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind. He then channeled his inner energy, beginning to circulate it along the pathways of the carefree wander technique. The next moment, Jiang Yuan could distinctly feel his body moving freely through the seawater as if traversing through empty space. He was completely unaffected by the water. The same applied to the drone detector, which was propelled by 4 rotors. The water-excluded area was as thin as air, posing no hindrance to its flight. It remained locked onto Jiang Yuan, maintaining a distance of 1 to 2 zhang, still penetrating the seawater. As the drone followed Jiang Yuan deeper into the water, the underwater world gradually unfolded before everyone's eyes. However, because the meteorite fragments had just caused a devastating explosion, the seawater was filled with turbid sand and living creatures were exceedingly scarce. After all, the farther they moved from the beach, the closer they approached the explosion zone. Jiang Yuan, unhurried, continued moving underwater with carefree wander, observing the underwater world like a leisurely sightseer. The shockwave from the meteorite explosion had stunned or killed most marine life. Even if some fish swam by, they had come from other areas. Since the corpses of the star sky insect tribe appeared in this region, it means their nest cannot be far from this sea area. Otherwise, the insects would have no reason to travel this far. After all, the sea boasts abundant biological resources, enough to sustain the star sky insect tribe's development, at least in the short term, without needing to expand too far. Their development relies heavily on a vast supply of biological resources. Therefore, how to capture these resources and transport them quickly back to the nest became the primary concern for the star sky insects. This was precisely why Jiang Yuan dared to assert that the nest of the star sky insects adapted to underwater life would not be far from this area. However, due to the difference in density between water and air, using the drone to search for traces of the star sky insects in the nearby waters would be severely limited in range. At least after activating it, Jiang Yuan discovered that the drone's detection radius had been compressed to merely 1 kilometer. It's a pity I haven't yet formed the golden core. If I had condensed divine sense, searching for the star sky insects in this seawater would be incredibly simple. The compendium of Preqin Shi refining recorded some content related to divine sense. A cultivator could only generate divine sense within the sea of consciousness after forming the golden core, enabling them to explore the essence of the world beyond themselves. Even in the early stages, the range of divine sense was very limited. Only by reaching the middle or late golden core stage could it possibly surpass the detection range of the drone. Of course, the gap between the two remains significant. The drone could detect life signals but could not render everything within its range completely visible, unlike divine sense. Even an ant or a grain of sand could be easily locked onto and sensed by divine sense. Not long after, Jiang Yuan soon arrived at the center of the explosion zone. Here the seawater appeared even more turbid and a massive crater had formed on the seabed. The hard reefs had been blasted into fragments and the remains of creatures were completely pulverized, with not a single intact corpse visible. Jiang Yuan did not linger. He continued through this area, moving toward the farther sea. Earlier, when the hurricane had spotted the insect corpses on the surface, he had also come here to observe carefully. It was evident that the star sky insect corpses extended beyond this region located in the middle zone between the center and the outer ring. Because the destructive force unleashed at the center of the explosion was too terrifying, it had directly obliterated all creatures and their remains in that area, reducing everything to shreds. From the surface, the entire center of the explosion appeared devoid of any biological remains, like a forbidden zone without corpses. Search concluded. The detector did not locate any life signals from the star sky insects in the vicinity. From the underwater direction. After seeing the corpse of the star sky insect, Jiang Yuan used his wristwatch to control the drone and conducted a biological signal search of the nearby waters. The result was the same as before: no reaction from the star sky insects. Instead, some fish had already begun approaching the area after the explosion. Through the feedback from the drone, Jiang Yuan could easily see on the biological map of his wristwatch that some large underwater creatures were drawing near. Jiang Yuan was not surprised by this. Apart from everything else, before leaving the islands earlier he had already glimpsed some massive creatures on the surface. Now, because the explosion had shattered many creatures, a large amount of blood had dissolved into the seawater. It was only natural that this would attract some large marine life.
Jiang Yuan did not avoid them and continued moving forward in the same direction toward the farther sea.
Whenever his own biological signal, represented by an inverted green triangle, appeared near the edge of the biological map, he would activate the drone again, searching the nearby waters for biological signals to ensure he had not missed any spot. Splash! As Jiang Yuan gradually moved away from the explosion center, the seawater around him became clearer, revealing various creatures swimming in the water. Some fish, due to Jiang Yuan's swift movement, accidentally slipped out of the water and into the vacuum zone created by the water avoidance technique where there was no seawater. Then, affected by gravity, they quickly fell back into the water below, producing a sound of something dropping into the sea. Large creatures such as sharks occasionally swam past Jiang Yuan, preying on the fish in the water. Only intelligent creatures like orcas would curiously gather around him or catch some fish from the seawater
and offer them to Jiang Yuan, expressing both friendliness and concern lest he starve without food.
Of course, curiosity played a greater role. Orcas are remarkably intelligent.
Jiang Yuan would also take out some low-grade pills, flick them into the water as a gesture of goodwill, feeding them as gifts. Good heavens! It has to be Jiang Yuan. He actually uses precious pills to feed fish. But this big fish is smart too, even knowing how to give things to Jiang Yuan. How can this thing resemble an orca on Earth? Even the friendliness towards humans is not too different. I was just about to say the same thing. I even feel that the creatures on Shuelan planet seem very similar to those on Earth, with a similarity of at least 90%. Hey. Let go of those orcas, let me do it. Isn't this just catching sea fish that come to us? If Jiang Yuan is willing, I can do the same. The live broadcast comments on the Interstellar channel scrolled quickly, and many people looked at the orca being fed pills by Jiang Yuan in the picture with envy. He couldn't help but feel envious. Looks like finding these water bugs is even harder than I thought. After all, the ocean area is much larger than land, and the exploration range of unmanned probes has been reduced even more. Jiang Yuan explored quite a few areas in succession.
But the unmanned probe still couldn't detect life signals of the starry sky insects in the nearby seas, as if there were no bugs in the seawater at all.
That was completely impossible. After all, the corpse of the starry sky insect was undeniable, and if there was one, there would definitely be a second one. Even hundreds or thousands of them. Otherwise the starry sky insects wouldn't be called starry sky insects.
When humanity previously fought against the starry sky insects, it was also not so troublesome, and it took hundreds of years to completely exterminate them.
Moreover,
if not for those bugs in the starry sky, without life planets as supplies, humanity might have lost this war long ago. At least on Shuelan planet.
From the development speed of the starry sky insects we can see.
When they were in the life planet, whether it was the development speed or the growth speed, it reached a height that bugs in the starry sky area could only dream of.
Oh right.
These orcas have been living in the seawater all along.
Maybe they've seen starry sky insects underwater. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan looked in the distance.
Those orcas that had just caught some more sea fish. A somewhat crazy idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Just like the videos he had just watched, many netizens said their cats were lost, and then they used food to bribe the stray cats in the community
to ask stray cats to help find them. Then, their own cats would miraculously return.
Maybe if he asked these orcas, he could also get information related to the starry sky insects from them.
Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan directly activated Xiaoyaoyu,
quickly moving towards the bug corpses floating on the sea surface near the explosion area.
And those orcas, as if protecting him, followed him at a distance and occasionally making some sounds. Splash! It wasn't long.
Jiang Yuan successfully arrived near the bug corpse, his figure emerging directly above the sea surface, supported by Xiaoyaoyu.
Have you ever seen this kind of creature? If you can lead me to find their traces, I can give you more of these pills.
Several orcas also surfaced from the water,
surrounding Jiang Yuan in the middle, like stars honoring the moon.
Although they couldn't understand what Jiang Yuan was saying, as Jiang Yuan took out the pills and pointed with his finger to the bug corpses floating on the water nearby.
These smart guys still somewhat understood his intention. Wait. Is Jiang Yuan asking locals for directions because he can't find them himself? What kind of local people? These are clearly orcas. But it's thanks to Jiang Yuan who could think of this. Cross-species communication is not that easy, let alone orcas being too smart, not human at all. This is not necessarily so. I just intentionally checked the database of biological information.
It says the IQ of orcas is very high, equivalent to humans in their teens. Hand-gesture communication shouldn't be particularly difficult. That's true, but this kind of cross-species communication is still too unbelievable for some people. On the Interstellar live broadcast channel, many people after seeing this scene couldn't help but shake their heads in amazement. After all, Jiang Yuan had unmanned probes and he himself was a real cultivator, yet he needed the help of underwater elves, the orcas. Click. Click. At the same time, the orcas made a sound similar to things lightly colliding, and then, as if they had reached an agreement, they collectively swam quickly underwater. And even when they found Jiang Yuan didn't follow, they surfaced again from underwater, tilting their heads towards the underwater direction with their heads, signaling him to follow. Only then did Jiang Yuan activate his magical power and use Xiaoyaoyu to move underwater, following behind those orcas. You could see the orcas were very purposeful, directly leading him underwater towards another sea area he had never explored before. However, compared to his Xiaoyaoyu, the swimming speed of orcas was noticeably slower, so Jiang Yuan could only lazily follow behind, occasionally activating the unmanned probe to scan nearby new sea areas, checking for life reactions of starry sky insects. Like this, Jiang Yuan approximately scanned 40 to 50 times. That is to say, about 40 to 50 kilometers away from the meteorite explosion area, the unmanned probe finally detected the life fluctuations of starry sky insects. A starry sky insect life signal is detected within a 1 kilometer radius. The signal source is moving rapidly ahead. Signal strength second phase. Very soon, a brand new map was generated. At the same time, the direction the orcas led him was exactly towards that moving bug. As expected, these orcas staying underwater must have encountered those starry sky insects. Jiang Yuan's lips curved upward. 40 to 50 kilometers distance if he explored bit by bit like before, who knows how long it would take to reach here. After all, this was not just a simple straight line. He was using the meteorite explosion area as the center, expanding outward like a fan. So the area and region to be explored were many times larger than the actual straight line distance. Jiang Yuan continued forward. Finally, at the edge of the biological map generated by the unmanned probe, he discovered that phase 2 starry sky insect. That guy's body was noticeably larger than the starry sky insect corpse on the sea surface earlier, which was killed by the shockwave generated by the meteorite explosion. 2 sharp 1,000-legged limbs, and 2 pairs of non-degenerated insect legs, still clutching a white shark over 5 meters long. Almost the same size as this bug. However, its body's cross-sectional area was even larger, and at the same time the surface of the body had an exoskeleton protection. That's why it could do so easily. It had captured a white shark. Blast it. Worms. They really are worms. I didn't expect these whale-like beings to truly understand Master Jiang Yuan's intent, helping him worms traces in the depths of the sea. Such clever creatures. They can actually understand Master Jiang Yuan's hand signs. It seems the information in those records wasn't unfounded. These killer whales may truly reach the intelligence of a teenage human. Based on the unmanned probe's readings, this worm is still tens of kilometers away from the blast zone, and it's remarkable that not a single worm has appeared in the meantime. Could there be a possibility that those worms simply didn't head in that direction, and that's why Master Jiang Yuan didn't notice on this journey? The Interstellar livestream feed follows Jiang Yuan to the sea, where he discovers the worm that captured a great white shark. In the depths, that worm is like a sea demon, appearing more ferocious and terrifying than anything on land. Jiang Yuan did not hurry to act. Instead, he drew out a few pills and distributed them to the orcas, guiding the way. After all, these low-grade pills were refined specifically for Ji Feng and Ta Shui, and their purpose was to study whether he could breed so-called demon beasts. As for the materials, he isn't worried at all. Ta Shui and Lilisai have already gathered many ingredients, and with this newly discovered Shinkong Changzu, he would have ample supplies. Extracting their energy crystals would allow him to easily refine a large batch of pills. The orcas hummed with excitement. They were also remarkably orderly, not clamoring for the pills. Each would take one and then make way. All right, you lot, go play on your own. Staying by my side may invite danger. Jiang Yuan finished feeding the orcas with the pills. He spoke to these great beasts, for they were the ones who helped him locate the Shinkong Changzu, and he would not let them come to harm. With the Shinkong Changzu's hunting prowess, dealing with these orcas should be no problem. Of course, the condition is that the Shinkong Changzu must be able to catch up to these clever fellows. Nevertheless, no matter how Jiang Yuan spoke, the orcas seemed not to understand, sticking to him like bodyguards and protecting him. Jiang Yuan was also at a loss. But having finally found the Shinkong Changzu's trail, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Thus Jiang Yuan could only follow from afar, seeking the Shinkong Changzu's underwater nest. He watched as the Shinkong Changzu swam about 20 to 30 kilometers, then emerged from a reef-strewn region. It entered deeper into the caverns nearby, and as it drew closer the Shinkong Chongzu increased in number, preying on a variety of large marine life. Only a few smaller creatures remained unmarked by the Shinkong Chongzu. Probe finished. Within the surveyed area, Shinkong Chongzu life signs total 7896 with energy signatures classified into 4 distinct levels. Jiang Yuan approached with practiced quiet. Then not far from the mouth he activated the unmanned probe scanning function and quickly obtained a precise count of the worm population. But Jiang Yuan wasn't in a rush. He waited in the surrounding area, determined not to let any worm hide in the sea and later coalesce into the queen worm. Truly the richer sea and the worms that fell onto Shui Lonstar have driven their numbers toward almost 10,000 within the ocean. Jiang Yuan waited patiently. As time passed, all worms that emerged from the nest were carefully eliminated, leaving only the returning worms to enter the nest. To avoid scaring the nest, 2 days passed with unmanned probes not detecting anything for a long while, yet some worms continued to approach the nest. Only the foragers remain out there. By now it should be enough if we push straight from this opening into the nest and deal with all worms except the queen. The entire nest will be wrecked. Jiang Yuan's thoughts returned. He unleashed magic to drive his flying sword and rapidly advanced toward the nest. As for the few orcas, having witnessed Jiang Yuan slaughter the Shinkong Chongzu as easily as chopping melons, the orcas realized clearly the seemingly small one possesses formidable strength. The young life the orcas are guarding actually harbors immense power. Even when faced with those beings that can chase them, they can crush them in a one-sided fashion. Yet compared with the adult orcas, there remains a half-grown one, as if a dream-filled child watching Jiang Yuan from afar with longing. Ha! The little orca looked at Jiang Yuan, then swam toward the Shinkong Chongzu's cavern, its curiosity and worry rising. This creature, unlike the others in the ocean, different in appearance from the rest, dared to approach the black demon's lair. It hesitated at last from afar. Only when it saw that no life emerged from the cave did it muster the courage to draw nearer the wormhole. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had already penetrated deep into the wormhole. All Shinkong Chongzu along the way were slain by the sword energy unleashed from his flying sword. And regardless of which stage the worms were in, he did not need a second strike. Any worm that touched the sword energy was instantly purged of its life. They became corpses that could not die again, and Jiang Yuan would not spare a glance. His primary goal was to wipe out these worms. Secondly, he would capture the queen worm alive from within the nest to trap her as his own spirit stone generator. And finally, only then would the 4th stage worms whose life levels reached the 4th stage and bore purple crystals within their bodies appear. Jiang Yuan would not only seek the purple crystals, he would also collect the worms' forelimbs as his refining materials. Compared with the metal plates scavenged from spaceships, the Shinkong Chongzu's forelimbs are superb forging materials, at least starting at the level of a high-grade artifact. The artifacts forged from those parts would stand 2 tiers higher than those refined from the spaceship's metal scraps. As time passed, Jiang Yuan did not know how many worms he had slain. All he knew was that the seawater within the nest had become inky green with the worms' blood, and corpses floated everywhere. It looked like an underwater hell, sending shivers through everyone in the interstellar livestream. As expected of the great Jiang Yuan. Although this is not the first time seeing it, it still leaves one in awe. Who says otherwise? To single-handedly slaughter through the entire bug nest, even though the strongest bug in this nest is only at the 4th stage. That's still thousands of bugs. If it were us without an armored regiment, I'm afraid we wouldn't even dream of slaughtering through this nest. Yeah, and I have a feeling that might not even be Jiang Yuan's full strength. After all, on Shuelan planet the highest life level bugs are only at the 4th stage, so Jiang Yuan can only slaughter through a level 4 nest, not level V or level 6. The barrage in the interstellar livestream kept scrolling. Jiang Yuan continued to advance deeper into the nest, and after killing another large batch of bugs he finally succeeded in meeting the ruler of this nest. A bug even larger than the mother bug on the bug island. It seems that in a while this mother bug's life level might successfully step into the 5th stage, allowing this nest to upgrade to level V. Jiang Yuan was quite satisfied with this. After all, his main purpose here was this mother bug that had birthed the entire nest. The other bugs were merely incidental to him. Therefore Jiang Yuan accelerated the speed of his sword aura, and in just a dozen breaths he had killed all the other bugs except the mother bug. He slaughtered them all. Then Jiang Yuan took out a 6G pill, tossed it into his mouth to restore his magical power, while simultaneously shaping his power into a giant hand to trap the mother bug. At the same time he waved his right hand, and the flying sword in his hand instantly burst forth with a shocking sword aura, shredding everything blocking the way above, successfully opening a passage straight to the sea surface. Then carrying the mother bug he flew rapidly upward through this passage and used an unmanned probe to determine direction. He flew back toward the sanctuary. Now his primary task was to bring the mother bug back to the vicinity of the sanctuary and deduce a formation that could trap it. As for the crystals, he had casually collected some during his earlier slaughter of the star bugs, specifically to set up the trapping formation when capturing the mother bug. Meanwhile, shortly after Jiang Yuan left with the mother bug, the little killer whale that had followed him into the nest also arrived at the depths of the cave, carefully avoiding the bug corpses. Suppressing the nausea brought by the dark green bug blood, it continued moving deeper into the nest. However, when it reached the deepest part aside from the even larger bug corpses floating in the seawater, it found no trace of that small yet powerful figure. This made the little killer whale very distressed, thinking that Jiang Yuan had been killed by the bugs and not even his corpse remained. For this reason, the little killer whale let out a mournful cry, causing its pod to hastily swim through the passage opened by Jiang Yuan and quickly reach the deepest part of the nest. Only after discovering that the little killer whale was safe did the pod relax. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan had already left the sea area far behind and could see the sanctuary he built in the distance. The unmanned probe followed closely. The mother bug's massive body, like a pitch-black boulder, was being pulled through the sky by Jiang Yuan's magical power. Until they arrived at the sanctuary, he set it down from the air. Lilith, keep an eye on this mother bug. I need to deduce something now. Lilith, who had been digging herbs in the wild, returned to the sanctuary with Takshu after receiving an advance notice from Jiang Yuan through his wristwatch. After all, deducing the formation required a great deal of magical power and energy, so he couldn't afford any carelessness lest the mother bug take the opportunity to escape from under his nose. As it turned out, his worry was indeed justified. For the moment he began deducing the trapping formation, the mother bug, despite its enormous size and lack of actual combat power, somewhat awkwardly waved its insect legs, trying to sneak away toward the ocean. Then Lilith, as Jiang Yuan had instructed, notified him to recapture the mother bug. This repeated about 3 times before Jiang Yuan finally completed the deduction. A miraculous trapping formation improved based on electronic circuits. This formation was named the Qin Yu Fan Tian formation. It could completely isolate a space, and as long as the one who set it up didn't open the restrictions, the entire formation space would be completely separated from the outside world. Neither air nor seawater would have any flow or interaction. However, compared to the previous Earth-Fire formation and Lightning Summoning formation, this Qin Yu Fan Tian formation required more crystals. Moreover, it was a modular formation. One could add individual formation plates according to needs to expand the area covered by the formation. The maximum distance between 2 formation plates is only 1 kilometer, and to form an independent space at least 3 plates are required. This is like a figure. 2 points can only form a line, 3 points connected create a complete plane figure. Of course, if one wants to enlarge the area covered by the formation, relay plates can be used. First, set up a square Qin Yu Fan Tian formation. After all, just 1 extra plate can more than double the area. Jiang Yuan thought so. Then he began carving the formation plates, setting up a 1 million square meter area in the sea near the sanctuary. When all 4 plates were activated by Jiang Yuan, faint golden light lines appeared connecting them, and then formation patterns emerged, completely isolating that sea area. After the formation was formed, Jiang Yuan used his magical power to throw the captured mother bug into this isolated space. As for the effect of the formation, Jiang Yuan personally tested it. Whether underground or in the sky, a formation light screen completely separated it. Only a special incantation could open the light screen barrier, allowing tangible objects to pass through. Otherwise, even air would be blocked, unable to enter or leave the formation. Now let's see if the pills I refined have any effect on these bugs and whether they can improve the quality of the crystals formed inside them. Jiang Yuan looked at the mother bug he had placed in the Qin Yu Fan Tian formation. He casually took a 3-chi pill from the pill box and flicked it toward the mother bug. Like other creatures, the star bugs were also extremely eager for the pills. Almost the moment the pill fell into the seawater, the mother bug immediately approached that area. Then it opened its giant mouth and swallowed the pill along with the surrounding seawater. Is Jiang Yuan planning to domesticate the Zerg Mother Queen? However, his formation is truly remarkable. It can even withstand the sword chi unleashed by a flying sword. Who would have thought that if we could coat the surface of our spaceship with such a defensive formation, we could completely ignore the attacks of the starry Zerg? Perhaps not only the starry Zerg but even the nebula region could be ventured into. No. That's not necessarily true. Look at the array plate Jiang Yuan created earlier. When it exploded in the sea, it tore through the golden light barrier, and that wasn't even at the center of the battlefield. The barrage of comments in the interstellar livestream scrolled by. Many people discerned his intentions and plans from Jiang Yuan's actions. But more were astonished at how formidable the formation's defensive power was, capable of repelling even the sword chi from a flying sword. Mind you, the sword chi condensed from a flying sword could cleave through meteorites in the nebula region. Roughly speaking, this formation might also possess a considerable resistance against the mysterious force field of the nebula region. However, the golden light barrier formed by the heart-protecting mirror could not fully withstand the aftermath of the meteorite fragment's explosion. Thus many believed that this formation might not be able to neutralize the mysterious force field of the nebula region. At best, it could hold for a while. Once a certain limit was reached, the formation would also suffer damage and collapse. Meanwhile, after feeding the Zerg mother, Queen Jiang Yuan planned to fly to the sea area where he had previously discovered the bug-like creatures to scavenge the corpses of the 4th stage bugs there. After all, he needed the 4 legs of those bugs and the purple crystals inside them. However, there were many bug corpses there, and even the number of 4th stage ones far exceeded that of the bug island. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yuan came up with an excellent solution to refine a spatial equipment and store all the 4 legs and purple crystals of those bugs into it. Thus he wouldn't have to worry about having too many materials and needing multiple trips to retrieve them all. With a general direction in mind, Jiang Yuan opened Lilith's database and began searching for anything related to spatial concepts. However, to his disappointment, Lilith's database contained no content related to spatial concepts. Must I resort to randomly sketching things on the ground and then try to trigger the millionfold talent for deduction as before? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Yet apart from this method, he couldn't think of a better approach. So Jiang Yuan directly formed a sword with his fingers and swiftly traced on the ground with sword chi, soon creating a pattern that even he could not recognize. Afterward, Jiang Yuan focused his mind, staring intently at the pattern on the ground, continuously thinking about spatial array patterns and the like. But as time passed, no golden characters appeared in his mind. It seemed that these things were insufficient to trigger the millionfold talent to deduce the spatial array patterns he needed. It seems I was too presumptuous. As they say, time is unreachable, space is supreme. These 2 types of rules or laws are simply beyond my current reach. Of course, he continued, it's also possible that what I've come up with is insufficient to trigger the millionfold talent, since this is essentially starting from scratch. Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced. He quickly grasped the key point. But he had no solution, as Lilith's database lacked relevant references. If he had to find anything related to spatial concepts, it would only be the 2 spaceships and the battlecruiser. However, the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser's hull was severely damaged and the space jump device might not be intact. The other spaceship, though less damaged in hull, had its power system destroyed. Moreover, its circuit boards and wiring had suffered various damages, making it uncertain whether they could trigger the deduction. Nevertheless, I have to try anyway. What if it succeeds? At least then I might have a chance to create spatial equipment instead of spending who knows how much time just gathering those refining materials. Thinking this, Jiang Yuan immediately stepped onto his flying sword and flew toward the sea area where the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser had crashed. The other spaceship was near the island he had previously stayed on. Although it wasn't far from here, the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser was closer. So Jiang Yuan decided to try his luck there first. If he could find an opportunity to trigger the millionfold talent deduction there, he wouldn't need to go to the other spaceship. Shwa! Jiang Yuan moved with incredible speed, instantly leaving the shelter. Fortunately, the unmanned probe was also fast, trailing steadily at a distance of 10 zhang without being left too far behind. After a few minutes, the man and his sword arrived above the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser. He then performed a water-repelling incantation and together with the flying sword descended into the vast ocean. The transparent seawater was kept at bay and the unmanned probe as well. Before entering the water, Jiang Yuan raised his hand and traced a water-repelling rune with his magical power, imprinting it onto the probe. As long as the magical power was not exhausted, the water-repelling rune would protect the probe, preventing seawater from approaching within 1 chi. Combined with the probe's own algorithms and obstacle avoidance functions, even if some sea creatures actively approached or attacked it, the probe could evade them on its own. Gurgle gurgle, underwater bubbles rose from the seabed. As the bubbles neared the surface, the decreasing pressure caused them to grow larger. A bubble the size of a ping-pong ball at first could expand to the size of a basketball near the surface. Then it would break the surface and merge into the air above the sea. After entering the water, Jiang Yuan soon caught sight of the submerged Vermilion Bird battlecruiser through the azure seawater. Its overall volume appeared much larger than the other spaceship, but many parts were damaged, revealing dark corridors and some exposed wires in the seawater. Additionally, Jiang Yuan noticed some dead human bodies on the seabed nearby. They lay in exoskeleton armor, resting in the cold seawater like a cluster of silent iron men. Shwa! Jiang Yuan approached the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser, formed a sword with his fingers and drove sword chi to carve a large hole in the ship's steel plate. Gurgle gurgle. As air rushed out from within the hull, a stream of bubbles surged toward the surface. After the bubbles dissipated, Jiang Yuan entered the Vermilion Bird battlecruiser's body through the large hole. The environment inside was pitch black. It was as if the energy system had been completely destroyed, leaving no light source to provide illumination. Fortunately, the unmanned probe had this very capability. After entering the huge cavern, Jiang Yuan summoned the unmanned probe to his side and activated its illumination mode. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from the unmanned probe, pierced through the seawater and flew deep into the pitch-black passage ahead. Because seawater had a refractive effect, the entire passage became much brighter and clearer than before, revealing even its finest details. Then Jiang Yuan followed this passage toward the space jump device of the Xianyo warship. One after another, because the warship
had come under attack. The metal doors had been sealed shut, and before him they were like tofu broken apart with devastating ease. After spending several dozen minutes, Jiang Yuan successfully reached the place where the space jump device was located, following the memory route in his mind. A similarly heavy metal door sealed the entire space jump chamber with only a narrow gap between its two panels. Jiang Yuan did not say a word. He raised his right hand, brought his index and middle fingers together, and split the metal door open with effortless ease. However, behind the door there was no space jump device as he had hoped, only a huge torn gap. Even the entire space jump chamber had been torn away by nearly 2/3. What remained were only a few metal walls and the floor. Not even a trace of the space jump device could be seen. It seems it was torn apart by the mysterious force field of the nebula region. Otherwise, given the strength of the Xian warship, it would have been impossible for the space jump chamber to be damaged during the crash. Jiang Yuan carefully scanned the area with his gaze, then flew out from there toward the outside of the Xian warship. Since the space jump device here had been destroyed to the point of being completely untraceable, there was naturally no need for him to continue staying here. He decisively activated the carefree wander technique, floated upward toward the sea surface, and once he had left the water he urged his flying sword onward and flew toward another spaceship. What is big shot Jiang Yuan looking for? He cut his way through the warship as easily as slicing melons and greens, passing through one sealed metal door after another. Judging by the position the place big shot Jiang Yuan finally reached seems to be the space jump device area. Could it be that he wants to repair the space jump device and then use it to leave the nebula region? Impossible. Not to mention how difficult that thing is to repair. Even the distortion effect of the mysterious force field alone would be enough to destroy the space passage. Right. We tried using unmanned aircraft to perform a space jump through the mysterious force field of the nebula region, but in the end they all failed. That force field can distort space, making a space jump utterly impossible. On this point the people of the Kunlun Research Institute possessed absolute authority to speak. Here at Base 099 they had used every conceivable method and still failed to cross the nebula region. The only gain was proof that biological cells had greater resistance to the mysterious force field than metal and circuits. Therefore, even if Jiang Yuan found the space jump device and repaired it, he still would not be able to establish a space passage from within. By the same logic, even if the earlier spaceship had successfully crossed the nebula region and constructed the space node device, the final result would still have ended in failure. It was impossible to build a stable space passage. Whoosh! In a flash, Jiang Yuan crossed dozens of kilometers and arrived at the crash site of the spaceship. He directly entered through the glass he had smashed earlier and followed the passages inside in search of the space jump chamber. Compared with the Xian warship, this spaceship was clearly far more intact. Thus he soon found the space jump chamber, and with sword she cut through the metal supports that secured it, violently dismantling the entire space jump device. This object was extremely large, looking like a colossal hunk of metal. However, its structure was far more complex, and it contained countless electronic components as well as a special space ripper. Jiang Yuan carried it out and was about to leave from there. But as soon as he tore open the metal panel above his head, he discovered that in the adjacent compartment above lay a number of containers marked as space node devices. Obviously this spaceship had carried a space node device. Could it be that this living planet had already been discovered by humans long ago, but because they could not cross the nebula region they sent a spaceship carrying a space node device in an attempt to get in? In that instant many thoughts passed through Jiang Yuan's mind. After all, from the moment he had arrived on this living planet until now he had not found any traces of other humans or civilizations besides these two vessels, the spaceship and the warship. And this spaceship just happened to be carrying a space node device as it broke into the nebula region, which appeared to have nothing in it. If it had not known that there was a living planet inside the spaceship, logically should not have come this way. Nor was it likely that it had been chased here by the space insect race. If there had been space insects, some corpses would also have been found near the spaceship. Therefore, weighing all these factors, he should be the only intelligent creature on Shuelan star. Moreover, it was only through transmigration that he had possessed the dead Jiang Yuan, otherwise this body would have rotted away long ago. Only the robot Lilith remained alive. Let me first take this space jump device out, then come back and move the space node device out. I refuse to believe I cannot deduce the spatial array patterns from the structure of these two devices. With this thought, Jiang Yuan stepped onto his flying sword and returned to the first island, placing the space jump device far away from the beach. Then he turned around and went back to the spaceship. From the shipping containers he took out the space node device components and assembled them piece by piece. In the end it was assembled into an enormous metal ring. However, because the energy module had been damaged and the electronic components inside had also disintegrated, this space node device possessed nothing but an imposing exterior. But that was entirely enough for Jiang Yuan. He only needed to reference its structure and observe the electronic components and circuits inside, and there was a certain chance it would trigger the millionfold talent deduction, allowing him to deduce the spatial array patterns he needed.
And indeed exactly as he had thought after he used sword chi to pry open the metal casings of the Space Note device and the Space Jump device, golden characters gradually surfaced in his mind. One after another they arranged and combined, evolving into the spatial array patterns he needed. Moreover, the millionfold talent further divided these array patterns into 4 categories. The first was artifact refining array patterns, the second was a special incantation for unleashing divine powers, and after that were runes that could be written into talismans. The last category was formations capable of long-distance teleportation, spatial compression and spatial folding. Not bad, not bad. I've actually obtained 4 types of spatial laws directly, including spatial talismans and formations. But I can't use them yet, I need to acquire the corresponding materials first. It's not as simple as artifact refining. After examining the newly deduced space encyclopedia in his mind, Jiang Yuan's mood instantly brightened. He quickly focused all his attention on refining spatial artifacts, studying the contents and precautions on the first page. First, the materials. They had to possess certain special properties, meaning they were not ordinary materials. Jiang Yuan wasn't too worried about this as those 4th-stage bugs, since they could produce purple crystals within their bodies. Their forelimbs were likely to possess extraordinary qualities as well. Jiang Yuan had a deep understanding of this. After all, when he had previously refined the alchemy furnace, the quality of the bug forelimbs was far superior to ordinary metal. By the same reasoning, the forelimbs of the starry skybugs were definitely far more extraordinary than the metal plates of spaceships. However, the inscriptions on this spatial artifact look incredibly complex, directly more difficult than the alchemy furnace and flying sword by a significant margin. Jiang Yuan's attention shifted to the inscriptions of the spatial artifact. He clearly felt that this item was several times more difficult than other artifacts with just the preliminary structure, requiring 3 to 4 additional layers. Fortunately, I have the blessing of a millionfold talent, otherwise mastering the refining of this spatial artifact in a short time would be impossible. After careful observation, Jiang Yuan quickly dissected all the overlapping layers of inscriptions, understanding their constituent elements. However, to safely master it, he needed to try his hand at it. Well then, I'll use these metal plates to practice, consider it recycling. Jiang Yuan's gaze fell on the metal sheets beside him. These were all dismantled from the space device. Rather than leaving them here to be corroded by wind and rain, it was better to recycle them, remove impurities and use them for practice. Without further ado, Jiang Yuan took out the formation plate of the Earthfire array. He quickly formed hand seals to activate the entire formation, then used the formation's power for smelting. The process was roughly the same as when he had refined the alchemy furnace. However, this time the amount of metal material was not large, so the time spent was not long. After only half an hour, the smelting was nearly complete. Now, Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened. He formed hand seals again, guiding the smelted metal solution into the shape of a ring. Then, using his spiritual power, he inscribed spatial inscriptions in the air, quickly imprinting them onto the still red-hot ring within the array, transforming it into a rudimentary artifact with spatial inscriptions. First layer. Second layer. Third layer. Jiang Yuan inscribed a total of 4 layers of formations, and his speed gradually shifted from clumsy to proficient. And when the 4th layer of formation inscriptions was imprinted onto the ring, a very obscure fluctuation spread out from the band. At that moment, Jiang Yuan withdrew the Earthfire array and activated the lightning summoning array for tempering. Crack! Thunder surged in the sky, and the next instant a blue lightning bolt struck down, hitting the ring directly. Then a second, a third, until the 5th bolt had struck. Jiang Yuan stopped. Because by the 3rd lightning strike, this spatial artifact had already reached its limit and could no longer be tempered through lightning to achieve a higher quality. A nascent aura emerges. It seems these ordinary metals can only refine lower-grade artifacts. Jiang Yuan put away the formations and retrieved the tempered space ring from the void into his palm. A nascent spiritual light appeared on it, not as pronounced as that of a high-grade artifact. Apart from that, the space ring felt different from other artifacts, as if its aura was more obscure and concealed. As for the spatial size, Jiang Yuan poured his spiritual power into the ring for a simple inspection and found it to be a cube of 1 meter on each side, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. The space was very small. If used solely for storing purple crystals, the ring would suffice, but for storing the forelimbs of starry skybugs, the space was completely inadequate. Indeed, I need to use the forelimbs of the starry skybugs. Fortunately, there are still some on Bug Island, and it's not far from here, otherwise I would have to go to the deep sea first to collect some starry skybug forelimbs. After his inspection, Jiang Yuan immediately activated his flying sword and sped toward Bug Island. There, the forelimbs of the starry skybugs he had slain were more than enough to refine several high-grade space rings. Moreover, since the internal space of a space ring is relatively small, I can refine a bracelet instead, proportionally enlarging the artifact's internal space. While flying on his sword, Jiang Yuan thought about this. After all, the spatial size of a spatial artifact depends not only on its quality but also on the inscriptions imprinted on it. Thus enlarging the artifact's volume is equivalent to increasing the spatial artifact's capacity. Soon, Jiang Yuan crossed a vast expanse of sea and arrived at Bug Island where he had previously hunted starry sky bugs. He found the bug forelimbs piled near the bug nest. However, due to the long passage of time, the muscles within these piled forelimbs had long been hollowed out by other creatures. Now only empty shells resembling metal remained. Of course, this had no effect on Jiang Yuan. After all, what he needed was the outer bone of these forelimbs. The muscles and other tissues, even if not eaten, would be completely incinerated into green smoke or black powdery ash by the earth fire array when he placed the bug forelimbs inside for smelting. Earth fire array activate. Jiang Yuan arrived near the bug nest, retrieved the flying sword from under his feet and descended gracefully from the sky. At the same time, the formation plate he had taken out fell to the ground and he activated it with hand seals, drawing forth abundant earth fire energy. The ground's soil and stone melted quickly, turning into a sea of lava-like flames. At that moment, Jiang Yuan seized more than a dozen starry sky bug forelimbs and threw them into the earth fire array. He channeled the earth fire energy to envelop the bug forelimbs, refining away impurities and dross, leaving only the most essential parts. As time passed, the bug forelimbs turned into liquid, floating above the earth fire like living things, occasionally rippling as if some creature were struggling within. The impurities contained within were refined by the earth fire into green smoke and black powder that drifted downward, before being swallowed by the rolling lava. At the same time, the skies over Insect Island gradually dimmed, few stars glittering faintly overhead, not a trace of the moon to be seen. Only at this moment did the forelimbs of the insects within the earth fire formation finally refine away all impurities, condensing into a single mass. The liquid material continued to churn. Time to begin shaping. Jiang Yuan suddenly shifted his hand seals, rapidly guiding the solution within the formation to take on the form of a bracelet. However, there seemed to be rather too much material. The resulting bracelet appeared quite thick, bearing little resemblance to a spatial artifact. It looked more like an offensive Vajra bracelet. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly, then extracted a portion of the solution from the bracelet, dividing it evenly into 2 equal parts. He then shaped both portions into rings slightly thicker than a little finger but with a circumference marginally smaller than a fist. While the solution remained uncooled, he swiftly inscribed over 12 runes into each. Each inscription contained 4 distinct layers of structure. Even with a millionfold talent, he found the initial casting quite taxing. But when inscribing the second bracelet, Jiang Yuan clearly felt more at ease and his pace only quickened. The spatial dimension has been constructed, though only further examination will reveal its specifics. The rune inscriptions were complete. Jiang Yuan could sense some spatial fluctuations, but without channeling spiritual energy to investigate, he could not determine the exact properties of the spatial artifact. How large was the internal space precisely? He did not hurry. Quickly dismantling the earth fire formation, he repositioned the thunder gathering formation to simultaneously purify both spatial bracelets. One bolt of thunder after another struck down. Soon the purification of both spatial artifacts was completed beneath the dark night sky. Only then did Jiang Yuan retrieve the bracelets into his hands. He infused spiritual energy within and examined the interior space. As he had suspected, the external dimensions of a spatial artifact did correlate with its internal capacity. At the very least, the 2 spatial bracelets in his hands held a volumetric capacity hundreds of times greater than that ring. Of course, this also reflected the gap between a superior grade and an inferior grade artifact. Length, width and height are each approximately 36 meters. Even a single spatial bracelet would suffice to store all the star insect forelimbs. Jiang Yuan's spirits soared. He immediately slipped both spatial bracelets onto his right hand. And the next moment, the once overly loose bracelets seemed to adapt autonomously, the diameter contracting slightly, though they still appeared larger than his wrist. Yet they were now a normal bracelet size, free of any awkwardness. Coupled with the inscriptions upon them that occasionally shimmered with luminous light, the 2 bracelets instantly took on an extraordinary aura. Retrieve. He cut off the spiritual energy supply to the thunder-gathering formation. The formation disc instantly reverted to an ordinary wooden disc, which Jiang Yuan snatched from the air into his palm. Then his spiritual energy surged, activating the collecting function of the spatial bracelet. The thunder-gathering formation disc suddenly grew blurred and instantly vanished from his hand. Within the spatial bracelet, Jiang Yuan clearly sensed something new had appeared. If not the thunder-gathering formation, then what? No added weight at all. By all means, this spatial artifact is quite the wonderful treasure. Jiang Yuan carefully examined the sensation. After the thunder-gathering formation disc was stored within the spatial bracelet, the bracelet's own weight remained entirely unchanged. That is to say, even if he filled the entire space of the bracelet, it would never grow any heavier. What the hell? What just happened? Where did that formation plate suddenly disappear to? It was right there in Master Jiang's hands just now. You're right. It felt like it vanished into thin air. I've replayed it several times, even used slow motion, but I still can't figure out where that formation plate went. Don't tell me it has something to do with those two bracelets Master Jiang just refined. I've seen in cultivation dramas that there exist spatial artifacts, self-contained inner dimensions used for storage and retrieval. Holy crap. Seriously. Master Jiang only studied a spatial device for a bit and has already mastered the principles of spatial manipulation. And he even forged a spatial artifact like those from Xianxia dramas. Terrifying. Master Jiang Yuan's talent is truly fearsome. He has so effortlessly grasped the power of space. Within the interstellar livestream, viewers witnessing this scene could not help but gape. Though with universal cultivation thoroughly promoted across Blue Star, many had begun seeking out related dramatic productions. They were aware of the existence of spatial artifacts. But those were merely fictional works far removed from reality. Moreover, if their deductions were correct, this man had not previously known how to refine spatial artifacts. He had only dismantled a spatial jump device from a spacecraft. And that set of spatial node devices. From these he had deduced the method for refining spatial artifacts. This was evident from the timeline and sequence of events. Spatial artifacts. Does this mean Pioneer Jiang might also be able to derive a spatial teleportation formation from the spatial jump device or spatial node devices? I recall those cultivation novels and dramas featuring spatial formations for cross-distance transmission. Professor Wang stood with his mouth agape. This spatial jump device had been created through the collective effort of all humanity, consuming countless years of labor. And yet this man, having merely observed and studied it as a foundation, had successfully integrated it with cultivation artifact refinement to forge a spatial artifact. And seemingly without consuming significant energy. Relying solely on the artifact itself or his own spiritual energy, he could effortlessly store items within it. It appears we have yet to resolve the mysterious force field issue in the nebula region. Perhaps Pioneer Jiang has already succeeded in emerging from that sealed nebula on his own. Elder Gu could not help but swallow hard. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in unison, agreeing that such a scenario was indeed quite plausible. Meanwhile, after successfully storing the thunder-gathering formation disk, Jiang Yuan also collected the earth-fire formation disk, then approached the pile of star insect forelimbs. Using his own spiritual energy as a medium, he absorbed all the forelimbs into the spatial bracelet. The entire process was remarkably smooth and the drain on his internal spiritual energy was minimal. Based on Jiang Yuan's estimation, even filling both spatial bracelets to capacity would likely consume no more than 30% of his spiritual energy. Of course, storing items required the expenditure of spiritual energy. And retrieving them naturally demanded the same. And the amount consumed was roughly equivalent either way. Next he would descend to the seabed, gather the forelimbs and crystalline cores of the stellar Zerg and store them all within his spatial bracelet. After collecting the Zerg forelimbs left on the insect island, Jiang Yuan immediately stepped onto his flying sword and headed towards the underwater nest. His speed was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye he had already traversed a great distance. The unmanned probe trailed behind him. After a few minutes he halted above a sea region littered with Zerg corpses. After being soaked for some time, the Zerg he had slain underwater had floated to the surface, varying in size and stage. Yet the number was only around 1 or 2,000, not the entirety of the nest. After all, even if he had torn a hole in the nest sky, only a few Zerg would drift through the breach to the surface. The majority of the Zerg remained within the nest's cavern. Thus he cast a water-repelling incantation and plunged into the azure sea, sinking toward the underwater nest. The unmanned probe, likewise marked with a water-repelling rune by Jiang Yuan, repelled the seawater to a distance of 1 chi upon entry. Sword momentum as rain. After reaching the depths, Jiang Yuan summoned the sword momentum as rain to pulverize the Zerg corpses completely. The purple crystals he needed and the sturdy forelimbs were thus exposed. Then his mana surged as he swiftly collected the remaining materials into the spatial bracelet on his wrist. His speed was remarkable. In just over 10 minutes he had scoured the entire underground nest, gathering all useful items into the storage bracelet. However, just as he was about to leave, the smallest of the killer whales that had guided him earlier, like a child discovering candy, swam rapidly toward him. It approached swiftly, emitting joyful sounds. This little one is quite clever. Jiang Yuan sensed the joy in its calls and paused his departure, hovering in the seawater above the nest. The young killer whale circled him happily as if trying to convey something. Though Jiang Yuan did not understand, he took out a 3-chi pill and flicked it into the little whale's mouth. It did not resist his touch, in fact it seemed to enjoy it greatly. It's a pity I haven't cultivated divine sense yet, or I could converse directly with this little one. Still, once it transforms into a demonic beast, that might also be possible.
Jiang Yuan patted the young whale's head, then executed the carefree wander technique ascending from the waters. Although the cultivation method was deduced by him considering the realms of immortal arts, the demonic beasts in films and dramas might indeed become real. For if he fed them pills, other creatures could gradually condense something akin to mana within their bodies. By then, with a little guidance, he could devise cultivation techniques for these beings, and perhaps demonic beasts would be born from his hands. The young killer whale, noticing Jiang Yuan's departure, quickly followed him upward. But its speed was too slow. By the time it surfaced, Jiang Yuan was already flying toward the shelter on his sword. Only a silhouette could be seen moving rapidly in that direction. With so many refining materials now, I won't lack resources for crafting in the future. More importantly, I've captured a brood mother. I can attempt to cultivate 4th stage and above Zerg to obtain purple crystals for cultivation and array operations. Jiang Yuan soon returned to the vicinity of the shelter. The mother Zerg trapped in the Qian Yuan partition heaven array had already used its forelimbs to dig a massive tunnel in the ground. But with the array in place, Jiang Yuan was not worried it could escape. The Qian Yuan partition heaven array sealed not only the sky but also the ground beneath. Thus, even if the brood mother burrowed underground, it could not break free from the array confined to the enclosed space. Jiang Yuan, riding his flying sword, hovered above the array area. He took out a 3-chi pill and tossed it into the seawater. In no time, the hidden brood mother emerged following the scent and devoured the pill in one gulp. It then retreated back into its tunnel and lay dormant. Now that I'm mostly done, I should write a couple of diary entries recording my recent feats. Especially since humans seem to have discovered this place. Perhaps one day they will pilot spacecraft, successfully penetrate the nebula region, and land on this life-bearing planet. The humans of this world wield terrifying technology. It is possible that in the future they will find a way to cross the nebula. When that time comes, the diaries he left behind would become exceedingly interesting. With this thought, Jiang Yuan eagerly connected his wristband to Lilith's database and created a new diary document. He began writing rapidly. After recent research and cultivation, I have successfully elevated my realm to the 6th layer of Qi, refining just a step away from the 7th. I can now pierce the atmosphere with my physical strength alone and survive in outer space without oxygen as long as my mana is not depleted. However, I discovered that the meteorites in the nebula region contain a peculiar energy extremely violent in nature, surpassing even my immortal mana. If the energy within those meteorites were to fully erupt, even I would be shattered into pieces if caught in close proximity. It was this discovery that led me to accidentally blast out an underwater branch of the stellar Zerg from the deep sea. They must have fallen into the ocean upon entering the atmosphere, and through environmental adaptation evolved into a new species capable of surviving in the deep sea. Since I had previously eliminated all the Zerg on the island, leaving myself without a source of Zerg crystals, I expended some effort this time to capture the brood mother from this nest. Using a special array, I have penned it in a fixed sea area. I feed it low-grade pills daily, allowing it to breed high-quality Zerg for me to harvest crystals and materials, thereby accelerating my cultivation and growth. However, after exterminating the insect nest underwater this time, the quantity of insect materials available for refining artifacts has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. If I were to transport them myself, I wouldn't know how much time it would take, so I thought of the space rings seen in movies and TV dramas. Thus, after pondering and researching for a long time, I finally thought of the Xin Niao warship and the spaceship that had suddenly landed on Shuelan Star, and I went directly to dismantle their space devices. By studying their circuit boards and construction methods, I successfully deduced the refining principles of space devices, and after several attempts I successfully refined a space ring and 2 space bracelets. Jiang Yuan eloquently narrated in his diary. He detailed the internal spatial volume of the space ring and that he had placed it on Lilith's hand. It was a gift left for later human generations. As for the method of using the space ring, Jiang Yuan also explained it within. Apart from possessing spiritual energy oneself, one could also activate it through blood recognition to associate with the space ring. However, this method of association had a drawback: it consumed one's own mental energy. After all, the space ring had its own energy. If it were completely depleted, the internal space within the ring would also collapse and become an ordinary object. In addition, Jiang Yuan specifically stated that after one's own mental energy was consumed, it could be restored through rest and sleep. And as long as one did not forcibly use it multiple times, there would be no adverse effects on oneself. The only thing to note was that after excessive mental energy consumption, the brain would become somewhat drowsy and thinking would slow down. Later, when the mental energy was fully restored, this problem would be easily resolved. Then there were some things like formations and artifact refining, including conjectures about the spatial differences among space runes, rings and bracelets. After all, he had only refined them twice. Therefore, he could not be certain, aside from the differences in internal spatial volume and the quality of storage artifacts between space bracelets and space rings, whether it was also related to their own physical size. Jiang Yuan did not intend to delve deeper into this, and for now the 2 space bracelets in his possession were completely sufficient for his current stage.
It did not take long. He then finished writing this diary entry. Because the content was quite extensive, he wrote a total of 3 entries. As for other things related to space, Jiang Yuan did not include them in the diary. After all, he had only attempted the space ring so far, and as for space-based jump erase talisman and divine abilities and so on, he had not personally tried them. If he were to write about them directly, the effect would be negligible. Then he clicked the save button. Soon these diary entries were stored in Lilith's database. Almost simultaneously, the intelligent mainframe on the Xianyao warship took these additional diary materials
and synchronized them into the mainframe.
Then, according to the system's preset, they were transmitted out and sent to base 099 outside the Xingyun region. It truly is a space artifact. Moreover, it was deduced from the 2 space jump devices and space node devices on the spaceship.
Pioneer Jiang's talent has truly reached a terrifyingly incredible level.
As the 3 diary entries were opened one after another, everyone in the Kunlun Research Institute finally witnessed the entire process of this space artifact from its initial conception to its complete creation. And how large the space contained within was. It seems that the starry sky insects are not entirely useless, at least in assisting cultivation they play an indispensable role. After old Gu finished reading the diary, his gaze could not help but grow fervent, especially when he saw the forelegs of the starry sky insects.
When refining space artifacts,
they enhanced the internal spatial capacity. Although this was also related to the physical size of the space artifacts themselves, it was undeniable. The quality of the 2 different types of space artifacts was entirely due to the different materials used during refining, resulting in varying effects. According to Pioneer Jiang, the internal spatial volume of a space artifact is related to its physical size. Does that mean the spatial volume of a bracelet is inherently 10 to 14 times larger than that of a ring?
Professor Wang said so.
He had merely compared the physical sizes of the space ring and the 2 space bracelets through the intelligent computer and drawn a conclusion. Then let's take the median value of 12 times as the standard. The internal space side length is 36 times larger than that of the ring. If we remove this 12-fold volume amplification, then the materials dropped by the starry sky insects are 3 times stronger than ordinary metals.
Everyone was very convinced by his conjecture.
After all, Jiang Yuan had very clearly pointed out in these diary entries the internal spatial volumes of the space ring and space bracelet. Among them, the space ring had only 1 cubic meter, while the space bracelet exceeded 4,000 cubic meters. The volume increase was directly calculated in tens of thousands of times.
It's a pity
we cannot get in touch with Pioneer Jiang, otherwise we might be able to overcome the mysterious force field of the Xingyun region in a very short time.
Luo Yang felt somewhat regretful.
After all, although they had a vast amount of data here, the quality of the researchers could not compare to Jiang Yuan. On Jiang Yuan's side, due to the lack of data, there was still much room for improvement in his deduction progress.
There's no helping it. Moreover, in terms of speed, Pioneer Jiang's growth rate is actually very fast.
After all, we don't even have a martial artist at the pill formation stage, while Pioneer Jiang has already reached the 6th layer of qi refining.
Old Gu said so. Not far away, Zhou Mingyuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably twice.
Then his face involuntarily showed a slightly bitter expression. After all, he had tried his best. However, the gap from Hua Jin to pill formation still remained like an insurmountable chasm, firmly blocking him outside the threshold of ancient martial arts.
Mingyuan, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Pioneer Jiang is a trailblazer who has opened up the entire cultivation path from national martial arts to ancient martial arts and then to immortal cultivation. We just need to cultivate step by step. I believe that even entering the immortal cultivation realm is not difficult, it just requires spending a bit more time. Professor Wang seemed to see what Zhou Mingyuan was thinking. So he walked over, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him not to be too anxious or put too much pressure on himself.
I understand, Professor Wang.
Zhou Mingyuan took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mindset and tried his best to relax.
Don't be influenced by Jiang Yuan.
But to his surprise, it seemed that with the change in his mindset, the chasm that had been blocking him unexpectedly began to collapse at this moment. The blood and qi that had been scattered in his heart naturally converged. Then they gradually gathered into a ball, forming a blood and qi inner pill. That is the so-called blood and qi pill formation, stepping into the final stage of the 4 realms of national martial arts.
Zhou Mingyuan's breath hitched. I broke through. Stepped into the 4th realm of national martial arts, embracing the Dan. He could not help but quicken his breathing.
The Dan realm, this was the state he had long yearned for but never touched yet. Unexpectedly today it was accomplished as naturally as water flowing. Professor Wang, who had just been comforting him, could not help raising his voice, his face a mixture of shock and elation.
What?
You have achieved the Dan realm. At the same moment, the entire Kunlun Research Institute fell into such silence that a pin drop could be heard.
All eyes converged on Zhou Mingyuan, burning with intense focus.
as if beholding a precious treasure.
Excellent. 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 Our blue star will finally have its own ancient martial artist. General Luo Yang could not help exclaiming loudly, his expression mirroring everyone else's excitement, elation and irrepressible fervor.
Although it was not him, this was still the most crucial step in human history. After all, aside from that man, this was the first blue star native about to transcend from national martial arts to the realm of ancient martial arts. He was also the representative of ordinary people. Quick! Follow the ancient martial cultivation method and try to transform the chi and blood force of national martial arts into the inner breath of ancient martial artists. Old Gu urged eagerly. Everyone else also set down their work and gathered around Zhou Mingyuan, ready to witness the most important moment in human history. Zhou Mingyuan wasted no words. After quickly adjusting his mindset, he began to cultivate according to the ancient martial technique he had obtained from the diary, the Hunyuan Wuji Shin Dian Gong. As time passed, the first strand of inner breath gradually coalesced within his body and automatically sank into the dantian 3 inches below the navel. However, he could not persist for long. He felt his body had reached its limit, unable to continue converting the chi and blood force from his heart into inner breath stored in the dantian.
Zhou Mingyuan did not force it.
Because in the earlier diary written by Jiang Yuan there was a description of the transition from national martial arts to ancient martial arts.
This was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required long-term tempering and refinement, transforming one's chi and blood force into inner breath and then using the inner breath and the dantian
to burst through the blocked meridians in the body. This process was precisely the cultivation of an ancient martial artist.
Ming, how do you feel?
Has your body changed?
Do you feel how much stronger you've become?
What is the difference between inner breath and the force of national martial arts? Now can you, using the inner breath of an ancient martial artist, kill a 4th stage space insect with one punch? Seeing Zhou Mingyuan stop, everyone could not help crowding around, chattering and beginning to ask about his feelings.
Fortunately, Luo Yan was still calm. He directly told everyone to stop. What are you all doing? This is a research institute, not a market. Noisy and disorderly, what a way to behave.
If you have questions, list them first and we'll answer and verify them one by one.
Otherwise this chaos will only waste everyone's time.
After that, everyone quieted down and, following Luo Yang's suggestion, began to write down the questions they wanted to ask in a notebook.
Then, following this notebook, they proceeded to ask and discuss one by one. First, how much more destructive was inner breath compared to force? Through Zhou Mingyuan's personal demonstration, it was discovered that inner breath, whether in destructive power or penetrating power, could reach several times that of force. Not to mention 4th stage insects, even the exoskeleton of a 5th stage insect could be directly penetrated under Zhou Mingyuan's full burst,
causing irreversible damage to its interior. However, the consumption was enormous. A single punch exhausted the inner breath that Zhou Mingyuan had painstakingly gathered. It was completely consumed. But precisely because of this, Zhou Mingyuan discovered another issue: the inner breath that flows into the dantian has an upper limit. Even after being fully depleted, it would gradually recover over time without requiring him to deliberately convert chi and blood force to replenish the consumed inner breath. Next was the difference between inner breath and chi and blood force. In his own feeling, Zhou Mingyuan found that there was not much difference between the two, only a difference in quality. Essentially, they were still the same thing. It was merely the difference in energy density that led to the disparity in destructive and penetrating power.
The actual effects were indeed similar.
At the same time as Zhou Mingyuan completed the transition from national martial arts to ancient martial artist, his information on the martial artist official website also changed.
Name: Zhou Mingyuan. Age 24. Certification level: Martial Master, Ancient Martial.
Identity: Military District Researcher.
Genetic potion injected 3 times. Wow.
This instantly caused a huge sensation and response. After all, this was the first person to successfully step into the realm of ancient martial arts aside from Jiang Yuan, the pioneer who created the new martial path.
He was also the representative among ordinary people.
As for Jiang Yuan as the trailblazer of the cultivation path, naturally no one compared themselves to the pioneer who pioneered this path. But Zhou Mingyuan was different. Everyone was standing on the shoulders of giants gazing at this martial path. Since Zhou Mingyuan could succeed, it meant that others could also achieve ancient martial arts like him. Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat disgruntled.
I really didn't expect.
The first person to convert to ancient martial arts is still this guy named Zhou Mingyuan. After all, her talent was clearly evident. Even without the diary as a supplement, she had successfully cultivated the force of national martial arts through her own comprehension and understanding. However, she was not discouraged. After all, this fellow named Zhou Mingyuan had the advantage of timing and opportunity. He not only started practicing earlier than her. The resources he could use were also completely beyond her comparison. Being able to catch up with him and remain at the same realm for so long already proved her own talent. Moreover, perhaps it would not be long before she too could take the final step, drawing closer to the shadow of that man. Thinking of this, the reluctance in Su Xiaoxiao's heart was quickly replaced by a streak of determination, and it was because of this shift in mindset. The bottleneck that had been holding her back, just like Jiang Yuan before, was instantly shattered by her long-accumulated force. Rich qi and blood power rapidly gathered, and soon in the acupoint of her heart it condensed into a seemingly tangible qi and blood inner elixir. Sensing the changes in her body, Su Xiaoxiao could not help but get excited. Then at the first opportunity she applied for the qualification to convert to ancient martial arts on the official website of the Martial Artists Department. Of course this required verification. It was not that after submitting the materials the official side would directly provide the subsequent cultivation method, to prevent anyone from exploiting loopholes and ruining themselves through reckless practice. The entire process did not last long. After the official application was submitted, the authorities even arranged for a vehicle to pick up and drop off Su Xiaoxiao, escorting her to a specialized testing venue. Her realm was confirmed. She had truly broken through to the fourth realm of national martial arts. As for the primordial chaos boundless innate art, it could only be cultivated within the martial artist department and could not be taken away from there. Su Xiaoxiao had no objections to this. She stayed in the martial artist department for a period of time, mastering the primordial chaos boundless innate art to a satisfactory degree before leaving cheerfully. Meanwhile, her information on the ranking list underwent some changes. Name: Su Xiaoxiao. Age: 16. Certification level: Martial Master, Ancient Martial Arts. Identity: Commoner. Gene potion injected 3 times. Then, many who followed the ranking list were astounded once again. In just 3 days the newcomer Su Xiaoxiao had already caught up with Jiang Yuan, who had broken through a few days earlier. Clearly she was a prodigy. This directly spurred more people to cultivate, frantically aspiring to become the next cultivator to successfully step into the martial master realm. On the other side, Jiang Yuan was almost entirely immersed in cultivation. After all, he now possessed a mother insect capable of continuously producing insect crystals, while Ta Shui and Lilith gathered herbs. Naturally, he could devote most of his time and energy to cultivation. Thus time flowed on, and before he knew it, a month had passed. In the original primordial origin sky dividing array, where there was only one starry sky insect, their numbers had increased steadily during this period, reaching nearly 100. However, low-stage insects were still plentiful, while high-stage ones remained scarce. But perhaps it was because Jiang Yuan had secretly fed the mother insect some low-grade pills which increased the probability of birthing high-stage insects. In the offspring bred by the mother insect within the primordial origin sky dividing array, the number of fourth-stage insects was significantly higher than before when they were in the sea. The proportion had increased by nearly 1/3. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yuan humanely eliminated the low-stage insects directly from the primordial origin sky dividing array. After all, what he needed were insect crystals, not to keep these insects as pets. Leaving low-stage insects in the array would only waste the pills he fed them. However, Jiang Yuan kept a small number to see if they could be transformed with the help of the pills and condense energy-containing insect crystals within their bodies. The number of herbs we gather is decreasing day by day, and the time Ta Shui and Lilith spend out each day is gradually increasing and extending. It seems I need to figure out a way to create a spiritual field of my own so I can grow herbs without having to search everywhere. As time passed, Jiang Yuan naturally noticed the changes in the time Ta Shui and Lilith spent out each day, as well as the decreasing quantity of herbs they brought back. Clearly the nearby herbs were almost all picked clean by them. And because Jiang Yuan was raising starry sky insects to cultivate insect crystals, his consumption of pills naturally increased. The result of supply falling short of demand would likely be a prolonged formation time for the insect crystals. This was not good news for him. Therefore, after careful deliberation, Jiang Yuan decided to attempt cultivating a spiritual field. Fortunately, he had long mastered the spirit stream gathering array, which could concentrate the world's primordial energy, increase the energy density in a certain area, and allow plants in that area to undergo transformation. Perhaps then even the weeds in that area would be rich in primordial energy and could be used to refine miscellaneous pills for nurturing the insects. Without further ado, Jiang Yuan first carved some array discs, then took out some insect crystals from his spatial bracelet and embedded them. He then activated the array discs, jointly arranging a massive spirit stream gathering array that drew the surrounding primordial energy together, turning the area into a place of abundant energy ideal for cultivating herbs and spiritual plants. As for how to improve the soil, Jiang Yuan was somewhat at a loss. After all, his golden finger was merely a talent for deducing the essence of knowledge, but it could not directly alter the soil. Fortunately, he eventually thought of a solution. He scattered the previously discarded dregs from the alchemy furnace onto the soil of this area. Although they were merely residues left over from pill refining, they still contained a certain amount of primordial energy and spirituality.
Once mixed into the soil, the dregs would improve and elevate the soil, granting it greater fertility than ordinary earth. To this end, Jiang Yuan specifically designated a separate area to test the growth of herbs in the soil mixed with dregs. As a comparison, another area was left with ordinary soil. While attempting to deduce a technique to irrigate the area, he unexpectedly discovered that the spirit rain technique he derived. The rain clouds it formed and the rainwater that fell from them contained a certain amount of primordial energy which greatly promoted plant growth. This not only saved him time on irrigation but also accelerated the growth of herbs and improved their final quality and efficacy. And just as he had imagined, even the ordinary weeds in this area after being irrigated by the spirit rain technique would also contain a trace of primordial energy. After being refined in the alchemy furnace, they could yield the 3 chi pill which previously required medicinal herbs. Thus, he resolved the bottleneck of needing herbs to refine pills. Otherwise, nurturing those starry sky insects would have consumed an unknown amount of herbs, whereas now he only needed some weeds. Moreover, when he refined pills before, he had been completely suppressing the medicinal power of the herbs, not utilizing them to the fullest. The quality of pills refined from the same herbs using a low-grade furnace versus a high-grade furnace differed by nearly twofold. He could have obtained many more high-quality pills, but the bodies of Ta Shui Ju Feng and the starry sky insects could not digest them, causing a massive accumulation of medicinal power within them. Thus Jiang Yuan had no choice but to waste herbs and refine low-grade pills. This completely solves the problem of wasting herbs and also addresses the issue of excessive herb consumption. Jiang Yuan was in excellent spirits. Especially the low-grade miscellaneous pills made from the weeds harvested in the spiritual field area. They had no drawbacks for nurturing the starry sky insects. On the contrary, they saved him a lot of herbs. Moreover, even Ta Shui and Ju Feng could consume these miscellaneous pills to increase and enhance their spiritual nature. Consequently, the consumption of herbs plummeted to 1/5 of the previous level or even lower. In the following days, everything fell into place. Aside from harvesting the starry sky zergs at regular intervals, Jiang Yuan took no additional actions. After all, only the 4th stage bugs could produce purple crystals. However, thanks to the feeding of elixirs, the purple crystals produced by these bugs were indeed far superior to those from unfed bugs. Whether used to assist cultivation or to set up formations, their efficacy and effects were incomparable to those of the previous spirit stones. Moreover, the life form of the mother bug had also broken through its current limitations during this process, advancing to the 5th stage. Furthermore, the 5th stage bugs it spawned were even larger in size than ordinary 5th stage ones, especially their crystals and forelegs. Their energy and hardness were several times that of 4th stage bugs. The only trouble was that the proportion of 5th stage bugs was significantly lower than that of 4th stage ones. They were an extremely scarce resource. At the same time, Jiang Yuan's cultivation level was skyrocketing. From the recently broken through Qi refining layer 7, he surged all the way to Qi refining grand perfection. That is Qi refining layer 10. The spiritual power in his Qi Si Dantian filled the entire space, and there were even faint signs of vaporization. Once a trace of vaporization emerged, he would officially step into the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, only cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm could possess vaporized spiritual power. This process was almost identical to the Qi refining stage, filling the entire Qi Si Dantian space with vaporized spiritual power. Only then could the first step be considered complete. However, to reach the Foundation Establishment upper stage, one needed to further condense and compress the vaporized spiritual power. This would naturally cause it to liquefy, thus elevating from the Foundation Establishment lower stage to the upper stage, granting the qualification to condense the embryonic form of a golden core. This was akin to the 3 states of water, gas, liquid, and solid after freezing. The spirit field's area has become increasingly vast, but the quality of the herbs planted inside doesn't seem particularly high. During this period, Jiang Yuan successively deduced the spirit herb planting method, which included an analysis of herb quality. Among them, ordinary herbs, no matter how high their age, were merely rare flowers and grasses, not reaching the level of spirit herbs. Only those that, like elixirs, could glimmer with a special radiance under moonlight or possessed obvious spirituality could truly be considered spirit herbs. As of now, in the spirit field, Jiang Yuan had tinkered with the best few herbs, had only just condensed a complete gleam of radiance. The rest merely had a similar mist swirling around them, at best counted as half-step spirit herbs. But even so, the elixirs refined from these herbs were far more effective than the previous ones. On launching, the number of practitioners who had switched from national arts to ancient martial arts was gradually increasing, just like the warriors who first cultivated inner strength. From the initial single digit, it gradually increased to double digits, and now to as many as 3 digits. As for Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiu, who were the first to break through to this realm, they had already achieved significant improvements based on their previous realms. They successively reached the Grandmaster realm. For humanity, this was undoubtedly a very good piece of news. Because according to the in-depth research of the Kunlun Institute, ancient martial arts practitioners at the Grandmaster realm could easily kill 6th stage bugs.
However, the number they could face must not be too large, otherwise even Grandmaster-level warriors would fall in battles against the bugs due to insufficient stamina. Moreover, after subsequent research, Grandmaster-level warriors had comprehensively surpassed exoskeleton armor, with the only shortcoming being the gap in weapon power. Because with the advancement of technology, the standard weapons equipped on exoskeleton armor had greater destructive power in single-target attacks than Grandmaster-level warriors. Of course, the drawbacks were also obvious. In terms of both speed and neural reaction, warriors were significantly superior to exoskeleton armor. Time is still long. We have plenty of time to build an army of ancient martial artists. After all, it would take the starry sky Zergs at least 100 years to set foot in the solar system again. And we have only spent a little over a year, yet we have already produced 2 Grandmaster-level warriors and hundreds of Martial Master-level ancient martial artists. Humanity was filled with confidence in the future. Some even hoped that time would pass faster so that they could wipe away their shame by driving those bugs again beyond the Great Wall defense line. As for completely killing the bugs, the humans on launching no longer considered that, because bugs above the 4th stage could produce crystals useful for cultivation. Even the bugs' forelegs could be used to refine cultivators' artifacts. Therefore, rather than completely annihilating the starry sky Zergs, it would be better to just farm them all like that man did, treating them as living spirit stone mines. Moreover, as long as the starry sky Zergs did not harm launching, what happened in other regions did not matter much to humanity. As for the crystals inside the bugs, humanity conducted research again, but due to the absence of cultivators, the progress remained stuck without any movement. Time passed like this. And about half a month passed. This day Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged in the spirit stream gathering formation as usual, relying on the elixirs he had taken and the bug spirit stones. He activated the pre-Qin Qi refining general outline. The spiritual power in his body had reached a limit, but to take the final step and cause the spiritual power to vaporize still required an unknown amount of time. After all, this was a major hurdle. Just as when pressure reaches a critical point, further compression requires much greater force. Jiang Yuan was exactly in this situation, neither up nor down. Even though he continuously refined spiritual power through cultivation, he could not ultimately break this balance. It only caused the balance to tilt slightly. Crack! The energy inside 2 bug crystals was drained by him, and cracks appeared on their surfaces, spreading at an extremely fast speed. Ultimately, the 2 bug spirit stones instantly turned to powder. However, in that very instant, the balance that had only tilted slightly seemed to be completely shattered. It instantly tilted toward breaking through the realm. A wisp of mist that had been flickering in and out of existence suddenly fully formed, then turned into a tiny fog cluster. Although it seemed small in volume, it no longer, as before, failed to maintain its vaporized state for long, only to revert to formlessness the moment it appeared. Spiritual power vaporization. Foundation establishment lower stage is achieved. Jiang Yuan's eyes snapped open as if 2 beams of substantial light burst forth from them. The momentum appeared truly terrifying. Once foundation establishment is achieved, the quality of spiritual power will undergo a transformation, multiplying several times on the basis of the principle. After all, from the intangible state to the misty form, there is a several-fold difference between the two. If one could go further and condense the mist into liquid, the strength of the spiritual power would be even higher. Of course, there is still a long way to go before the spiritual power liquefies. It was not something he could daydream about now. Jiang Yuan did not waste much time on this either. When he felt his body had reached its limit, he stopped and did not continue cultivating. However, the spiritual rain technique he had previously deduced and mastered seemed to have significantly increased in effect after his breakthrough to foundation establishment. Especially the vital energy contained in the spiritual rain, which directly reached several times its previous level. Moreover, according to his experiments, he discovered that the spiritual rain technique applied at the foundation establishment stage could directly enhance the growth rate of plants. Especially for ordinary plants. After one application of the spiritual rain technique, seeds that had not yet sprouted instantly put forth tender shoots, while those already germinated grew and stretched upward at a visible speed. In this way, I'm afraid it won't be long before all the medicinal herbs in my spiritual field transform into spiritual herbs. Jiang Yuan thought so. And the facts were exactly as he imagined. With this application of the spiritual rain technique, soon many of those medicinal herbs that were half-step spiritual herbs showed obvious changes. The originally not very dense spiritual mist became thicker at a visible speed. If he applied it a few more times, these medicinal herbs would probably complete their final transformation and become the few spiritual herbs in the spiritual field. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. If he continuously applied the spiritual rain technique, not to mention whether his current misty spiritual power could support the casting of such a quality spell. Even after watering too much, these medicinal herbs still could not fully absorb it. Besides wasting spiritual power, it might even cause these spiritual herbs to soak in water, leading to root rot due to inability to breathe. Therefore in the following days Jiang Yuan still as usual only applied the foundation establishment level spiritual rain technique once a day, allowing these medicinal herbs to achieve a perfect absorption state. Then from the third day among these medicinal herbs there gradually appeared spiritual herbs that had completed their transformation. A glimmer of light representing spirituality lingered around the leaves, not flickering in and out like mist. It was not very stable. And as the number of spiritual herbs increased, Jiang Yuan was finally able to pick these medicinal herbs and put them into the alchemy furnace to try to refine pills. Of course he only used the sovereign herb. The other auxiliary minister herbs were merely ordinary medicinal herbs, at most surrounded by some mist clusters. But even so the quality of the pills he refined had improved compared to before. Although the number of pills remained 10 per furnace, the pill aura swirling around the surface had increased to 12 strands. It reached the top grade among supreme pills. As for the medicinal effect, needless to say one pill was equivalent to several 6G pills. Even the pills he had previously refined using half-step spiritual herbs as the sovereign herb from the spiritual field were completely incomparable. There was at least a threefold difference in potency. The gap between spiritual herbs and non-spiritual herbs is enormous. Thus my cultivation speed will increase considerably from before, and even the time to reach the upper stage of foundation establishment or even the golden core stage can be shortened several times. Jiang Yuan picked about 2/3 of the remaining spiritual herbs, put them into the alchemy furnace to refine into pills, and then stored them in his spatial bracelet. When needed he would take them out. This way he wouldn't have to refine a new batch every 10 days. After refining the pills, the dregs poured out from the alchemy furnace were also all sprinkled by Jiang Yuan into the spiritual field. He believed that with these dregs, as a soil activator and improver, the quality of the spiritual field would soon improve as well. In this way, the quality of the spiritual herbs cultivated would also increase, then refine higher quality pills, obtain better dregs, and continue to improve the spiritual field. It could be considered a highly virtuous cycle. The following days passed in Jiang Yuan's daily cultivation. The misty spiritual power in his Qi and Dantian also increased rapidly in this process. 10%, 20%, 30%. With the aid of high-quality pills he soon reached the level of filling 70% of his Qi and Dantian. Although he had not yet condensed divine sense and could not see inside his Qi and Dantian like internal vision, he could judge the amount of misty spiritual power based on the fullness of spiritual power. According to the current speed, in about 2 more months I should be able to successfully break through to the upper stage of foundation establishment. At that time, when the spiritual power liquefies, my Qi and Dantian will truly be considered the foundation of a cultivator. The spiritual power would be vast like an ocean. A casual strike would probably produce much greater power than now. After all, misty spiritual power is several times stronger than before. Misting and liquefied spiritual power should be the same. GG. At that moment the sound of an orca came from the direction of the coastline. This was the smallest one of the group of orcas Jiang Yuan had encountered earlier when searching for traces of the starry sky insect clan in the deep sea. Out of admiration and worship, this little fellow followed the direction Jiang Yuan left and later found his way to the coastline, coming over every so often. And Jiang Yuan, when this little thing came, fed it some miscellaneous pills he had refined later. After this period of digestion and absorption, although the number of pills the orca swallowed could not compare with Tachu and Jufeng, its intelligence seemed to become increasingly profound. And even its size had grown considerably, almost rivaling the adult orcas. In fact, it was at most a subadult, still some distance from true adulthood. This guy feels smarter than Tachu and Jufeng. No wonder people online say that orcas' intelligence can reach the level of a teenage child. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. Then, as before, he took out the box containing pills from his spatial bracelet, picked up a miscellaneous pill and flicked it with his finger. He sent it toward the area where the little orca was. And that little fellow was very quick, slightly lifting its head, then suddenly opening its mouth and swallowing the pill. Perhaps because he had broken through to the lower stage of foundation establishment, the little orca gave him a very different feeling this time, like a scorching hot furnace. The blood and Qi power within its body was exceptionally vigorous. Even Tachu, not far away, and Jufeng, who flew over from the sky and circled above his head, were the same. Perhaps the advancement in cultivation has made my 5 senses more acute, allowing me to perceive the vigorous blood and Qi within them. Jiang Yuan thought thoughtfully. Then he quickly understood the key to this. Alas, he murmured. There is no dedicated cultivation method. If they reach a level on par with cultivators quickly, they still idea how long that will take. Jiang Yuan quickly averted his. Judging by Hu Jing and Ta Shui's Qi and blood, they could at most match Hua Jin, leaving a considerable gap to the Baodan required to advance into Gu Wu. Of course, this owes much to the pills he fed them and to their own constitutions, for Ta Shui and Hu Jing are among the finest among beasts. Especially Ta Shui. It has taken the most pills. Consequently, the enhancements it gains are naturally the strongest. Even if its physique isn't as large as Hu Jing's, the supplements from these pills have already boosted its qi and blood.
Only Ji Feng remains behind.
It has taken fewer pills than Ta Shui and its own capacity is somewhat lower than Ta Shui's. Thus compared with Ta Shui and Hu Jing, its qi and blood are significantly inferior. If Ta Shui and Hu Jing's qi and blood could rival a peak Huajin Guishu cultivator, then Ji Feng's would at most reach a half-step toward completion.
More time and pills are required. It might even catch up.
Next I should again deduce a piece that can match Hanglian Gongfa to the Xianqin Lianqi Zonggang, since the previous Long Hu Jin Zhongzhao has already reached perfection. The golden bell has completely solidified into a tangible form, even able to merge with the body, causing gold patterns to surface on the skin, achieving a state akin to a perfected golden body. Jiang Yuan no longer paid attention to Hu Jing and Ta Shui. Instead he focused on himself as the golden patterns surfaced on his body when he activated the Long Hu Jin Zhongzhao. With the power of foundation establishment in effect, the golden body formed by the Long Hu Jin Zhongzhao possessed formidable defense, even if it could not rival the protective light of the Hu Xian Jing.
Not far off either. In keeping with the maxim that more techniques never hurts, Jiang Yuan resolved to study another Jinshin technique at the cultivation level, so that even if his mana is exhausted, the Jinshin could sustain his combat output. After all, in many duels among cultivators, the contest isn't only about spells and magical artifacts, it's also about each one's endurance. Yet a Jinshin technique could offset the drain on his mana, remedying the flaw of a cultivator's power waning.
Although on Shuilan Xing for now he is the sole cultivator. Yet one must fear the worst rather than rely on luck. After all, in the universe even star-spanning insect races have arisen, and who knows what even more terrifying species may exist. As the most likely to ascend, he naturally must think things through comprehensively, so that when danger comes he won't be left with no means to resist. This is what to be vigilant in times of peace means. After all, he has traversed time encountering strange and wondrous beings is not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, after returning to the shelter, Jiang Yuan went to Lilith's data archives to seek related Jinshin cultivation methods. Eventually, from various films and dramas, he found the Buddha's Zhonglu Jinshin. Beyond that, there were only a few similar things in some novels. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then resolved to piece these things together and attempt to trigger his millionfold innate talent to run simulations.
However, due to the lack of any physical object and the extreme incompleteness, the simulation would still be tremendously difficult, even with Jiang Yuan's talent multiplier at a millionfold. It still felt exceedingly difficult, progress painfully slow. Yet Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry. He simply proceeded methodically, draining mana as he slowly worked through these cobbled-together pieces. Time slipped by slowly in the course of it all, and before he knew it, an entire day had passed. By then the mana within Jiang Yuan's body had nearly run dry since half a day earlier, and the remaining half-day would rely on pills for assistance. One pill lasts about an hour.
Fortunately, he had produced a large supply of pills beforehand, otherwise after this half-day there wouldn't be many left in a batch. Meanwhile, in the interstellar livestream, numerous spectators and netizens watched Jiang Yuan stand in the shelter staring at his watch for an entire day.
They couldn't help but be astonished. What is going on?
Lord Jiang Yuan, what exactly is he deducing this time? It has consumed so much time and is not finished.
It must be something extraordinary.
Look at the previous simulations, they lasted at most a few hours, never as long as today.
Could it be a cultivation method after Yuaning?
Otherwise, how could it take so long?
I wonder what realm Lord Jiang Yuan has reached now. Could it be the Golden Core?
Or has he already reached Yuaning? That would explain why he's begun deducing the subsequent methods.
Many believed it highly possible.
That man's talent is terrifying. Yao Yao's lead over the others is hardly surprising. After all the techniques were refined by this man. That aligns with his own expectations, and time in such tense and excited circumstances passed by for several more hours.
Time crept forward until the small hours of the morning. The slow thoughts in Jiang Yuan's mind finally coalesced into a brand new Hanglian Jinshin Fa, a cross-training golden body method on par with Xianqin Lianqi Zonggang.
Zhoudong Derishan 9 Yang Great Sun Body, a cultivation method that draws in solar essence used to temper one's own Jinshin. It comprises 9 distinct levels, and each stage completed will coalesce a silhouette of the sun behind the body. For example, after completing the first level, the cultivator's back would bear the silhouette of a sun. The body would become incredibly hot and hard. The first layer is the rising sun, the second the 2 suns in the sky, the third 3 yang opens prosperity. Jiang Yuan's consciousness fully flooded his mind. From the millionfold innate talent the golden body cultivation method crystallized, he was astonished to discover that this Jinshin method's quality surpassed even the Xianqin Lianqi Zonggang.
At its apex it could directly contend with cultivators above Yuaning.
That is why the deduction was so arduous, costing so much time and energy. Luckily Jiang Yuan mused, the upper limit of this technique is only one major realm above Yuaning, otherwise with my talent I might not have been able to deduce it completely. Jiang Yuan felt a quiet relief.
Although higher cultivation levels would be preferable, his current limit remains Yuaning.
Beyond this realm he would naturally feel extremely strained if not for the many pills he had prepared in advance. This deduction would likely have fallen apart. It would have collapsed midway and completion would have been impossible. After briefly examining the cultivation technique, Jiang Yuan directly rested in the shelter. After all, deducing a technique consumed not only mana but also took a toll on both body and mind, leaving them weary. Thus, after lying down on the bed, it wasn't long before he fell into a deep slumber, remaining asleep until the next morning. Only then did Jiang Yuan feel that the depletion from deducing the technique had been fully replenished. He first stretched, then prepared a simple breakfast before stepping outside the shelter. He sat cross-legged in a spot bathed in sunlight. Following the method recorded in the 9 Sun solar body, he continuously absorbed and exhaled the solar essence contained within the sunlight through his skin. It was an extremely scorching power. Even though Jiang Yuan's current cultivation had reached the foundation establishment lower stage, this force was still formidable to him. Fortunately, the 9 Sun solar body contained methods to repair damage from solar essence burns. Thus he didn't dwell on it too much, instead devoting himself entirely to channeling the solar essence to strengthen and temper his physical body. However, perhaps due to his cultivation of the external hardening techniques, Jiang Yuan could clearly sense that the solar essence after entering his body did not cause any significant damage. At most he felt a sensation of heat and tingling pain. After the solar essence washed over, this feeling gradually subsided and then quickly disappeared. It was as if his body's cells had not been burned by the solar essence at all. It seems that cultivating the external hardening techniques step by step can also avoid the damage caused by directly practicing high-level techniques when tempering the body. A gleam of understanding emerged in Jiang Yuan's mind. Then he continued to immerse himself in cultivation, and only when the body's fatigue reached its limit did he stop and cease. After all, the progress of external hardening techniques was inherently much slower than other aspects. It was not merely about mastering the technique but also required enhancing cellular strength, which could not be accomplished overnight. On the other hand, he found mastering magical techniques and divine abilities quite effortless. As long as there were no cultivation level requirements, he could fully grasp them in an extremely short time and unleash their complete power. In contrast, whether it was his cultivation realm or physical body strength constrained by the body and the concentration of heaven-earth chi, he could not improve too rapidly within a short period. Otherwise, with the millionfold talent his body also possessed, he would likely have already formed a golden core or even condensed a nascent soul and begun deducing even more profound cultivation methods. How could he be stuck like now, limited by the low concentration of heaven-earth chi, with the speed of accumulating mana in his body becoming slower as his realm increased? After all, what he needed to do now was to completely fill the entire space of his Qi Dantian with atomized mana. Even when he reached the foundation establishment upper stage, he would still need to liquefy all the mana, and then relying on the pressure generated by the Qi Dantian caused the liquefied mana to, like a physical reaction of high-pressure condensation, condense into the so-called golden core embryo. In this way he would be considered to have entered the golden core stage. However, this was only the beginning. He needed to continuously accumulate mana to make the condensed golden core embryo more rounded. Only then could he proceed to refine the golden core and cause it to undergo a qualitative transformation. Although cultivating the golden body art was not so demanding to raise the strength of body cells to a sufficiently high level, it also required considerable time. Like forging steel through repeated tempering, only after undergoing repeated refinement and hammering could the cells become tough enough to step into a higher level of the golden body art. According to the 9 Sun solar body, once I cultivate this golden body art to the level of manifesting 9 suns, I can directly ignore the true solar fire. Even if I enter the shallow layers of a star with my physical body, there will be no problem. In Jiang Yuan's mind, an image had already emerged of himself descending deep into a star, walking on it with his bare flesh. Of course, as for the deeper interior of the star, the 9 Sun solar body did not mention it, and Jiang Yuan was not sure whether the perfected golden body art could withstand the extreme heat inside the sun. After all, the temperature difference between the sun's surface and its shallow layers, let alone the deep interior, was enormous. It was said that the interior of the solar system's star reached a maximum temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius. Such heat, it seemed, could only be endured by true immortals, not even by those above the nascent soul stage. Afterward, Jiang Yuan began his daily cultivation. He was not in a hurry to write this cultivation method into his diary. After all, he hadn't even completed the first chapter himself, so he devoted most of his energy and time to cultivation. Therefore, no matter how anxious the people on Shui Lan Star were, they still remained unaware of what kind of technique Jiang Yuan had deduced after spending so much time and effort. Time quickly passed during this process. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a coin year had passed since Jiang Yuan had transmigrated to this world. And his cultivation realm, which had just entered the foundation establishment lower stage, had now reached the point of filling 30% of the atomized mana. It's still because the heaven-earth chi is too scarce, otherwise my cultivation progress wouldn't be this slow. Jiang Yuan felt somewhat helpless. With his current strength and cultivation level, he had no way to traverse the nebula region, so naturally he could not go search for other places with richer heaven-earth chi. Unless he reached the golden core stage or perhaps the nascent soul realm, only then might it be possible to resist the mysterious force field of the nebula region and cross it to leave this place.
No rush. What I lack least now is time. It's just that the speed of cultivation is a bit slower.
But for my current progress, the upper limit behind will certainly not catch up. It's just that constrained by insufficient heaven-earth chi, I cannot fully unleash my own talent.
With a thought, Jiang Yuan summoned his attribute panel. Character Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 25,319. Life level 3D3, holding pill peak, external hardening layer 3 peak and 8 peak, foundation establishment lower stage layer 3.
Abilities: Firearms Proficiency 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Barbarian 8, Mountain Suppressing Fist perfected 3, Talents Hardening Body perfected, Red Sun Iron Sand Palm perfected, Armor Breaking Eagle Claw Art perfected, Primordial Chaos Wuji Innate Art perfected, Spring Breeze Drizzle Sword perfected, Carefree Wander perfected 12 levels, Dragon Tiger Golden Bell Shield perfected, Preaching Chi Refining Compendium Minor Mastery, Mysterious Fire Alchemy Notes perfected, Thunder Fire Artifact Forging perfected, Encyclopedia of Space Minor Mastery 9, Sun Solar Body Beginner.
Talent Millionfold Intermediate. Since he entered the Foundation Establishment realm,
his own lifespan limit had already broken through the 300 barrier, reaching 319 years.
And as his cultivation realm continued to improve,
the lifespan limit would also rise accordingly, reaching an even more prolonged state. Therefore he was not worried that his slow cultivation progress on Shui Lonstar would eventually cause him to be trapped and die of old age here. In the days that followed, Jiang Yuan's existence became profoundly fulfilling.
Every day was spent either in cultivation or on the path to cultivation.
Yet his realm advanced swiftly, especially as the quality of the elixirs improved. The efficacy of the spiritual fields also gradually increased. The elixirs, which had originally emitted only white spiritual energy, finally underwent a transformation when the quality of the spiritual herbs evolved into medium-grade spiritual medicine, shifting from white to a deep rich yellow. Thus Jiang Yuan succeeded in obtaining yellow-grade elixirs. Their effects were self-evident. Consuming one was equivalent to several of the previous ones, and consequently the accumulation of his spiritual power surged to new heights. In just over a month he had already reached the 4th layer of the Foundation Establishment lower stage. At this rate it would likely take at most half a year before he could begin to assault the upper stage of Foundation Establishment. The mist-like spiritual power compressed through the pressure of the Qi and Dantian directly transformed from a gaseous state into a liquid state. On the other hand, the progress of the Nine Suns' great solar body was hindered by the rate of cellular strengthening in his body, and he had not yet managed to enhance all his cells to the point where he could condense the phantom of the great sun. As for the starry sky insect race, the mother insect grew larger and larger, and the blood energy within it became increasingly abundant. It had long surpassed the Dan formation stage of national martial arts. However, Jiang Yuan paid no heed. He only needed the crystals within the insects and thus had no intention of interfering with their subsequent growth direction. As for Takshu and Hujing, Jiang Yuan discovered that their blood energy had also broken through the previous shackles of transformation and successfully entered the Dan formation stage. However, their blood energy could only barely rival that of an early Dan formation cultivator and had not yet reached perfection. Therefore Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry to attempt deducing cultivation methods for them, but continued feeding them elixirs as before.
1 month. 2 months. 3 months.
After about 5 months had passed, Jiang Yuan noticed that the blood energy within Takshu seemed to have reached a limit and could no longer increase. It seems that ordinary creatures cannot continuously enhance their blood energy like the starry sky insect race can. Jiang Yuan analyzed thus. After all, in terms of growth potential, neither Takshu nor Hujing could compare to the starry sky insect race.
Even when fully grown.
Compared to the starry sky insect race, they still had a tremendous gap. With this thought, Jiang Yuan began to conceive a method to deduce a cultivation technique suitable for Takshu. After all, for it to continue growing without a cultivation technique to assist it would likely be unable to break the genetic shackles.
Indeed.
The growth ceiling of Takshu and Hujing was what he called the genetic shackles. Putting aside other factors from the perspective of blood energy limits, Hujing might be able to transcend the Dan formation stage.
But Takshu could not.
After all, its body size was far smaller than Hujing's. Although under the effect of elixirs Takshu's size had become comparable to a tiger, looking at Hujing's easily 7 or 8 meters.
It was still insufficient.
Even the Hujing that had consumed the elixirs had already surpassed other adult Hujing, reaching a colossal form of 9 meters. In contrast, Takshu could not even compare to those that had not consumed many elixirs. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan began searching the database for something that could serve as a basic reference.
After all, he knew nothing about demonic cultivation techniques.
I'll use this 5 animals exercise as a reference since it was created based on animals.
Perhaps by reverse engineering it I can obtain a cultivation method suitable for Takshu. Jiang Yuan thought thus and he did so. He quickly attempted to trigger the millionfold talent, adding in his mind the conception of a technique suitable for Takshu that would allow it to cultivate demonic energy. And the millionfold talent did not disappoint him. Soon in his mind golden characters began to condense one by one, then arranged and combined, constructing a demonic cultivation method. However, before the deduction was complete, Jiang Yuan could not understand what the content formed by these golden characters actually was. These characters seemed to transcend his cognition as if they were a completely unfamiliar script that he had never mastered. Time passed minute by minute, and it took about 2 or 3 hours before the golden characters in his mind fully converged. They coalesced into a single demonic cultivation technique named the Moonlight Record. During this process, the spiritual power in his Qi and Dantian was consumed by about 2/10. After all, as a cultivator at the lower stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual power naturally supported the deduction effect more effectively, and the total consumption of spiritual power was also less. However, even if I explained these things to Takshu and the others, given their intelligence, they would likely be unable to fully comprehend and master them. Unless I could guide their breathing through hands-on teaching to help them master the absorption of moonlight, refine their blood energy, and ultimately generate demonic power. Jiang Yuan pondered briefly. In his mind he conceived a solution. So he began to study the content of the Moonlight Record meticulously, first mastering it, then simulating the general method of cultivation. Then by infusing spiritual power into Takshu's body he altered its breathing rhythm. As long as Takshu remembered the corresponding breathing rhythm and the cultivation method of the Moonlight Record during this process, then his method would be considered successful. However, this was easier said than done. After Jiang Yuan had thoroughly read the Moonlight Record and mastered its contents, when he attempted to channel spiritual power into Takshu's body, he found that achieving complete control was not so easy. It required constant adjustment, and Takshu needed to be completely relaxed without any intention of competing for control over its body. Of course, Takshu was naturally very obedient. But breathing was its instinct. Even if it completely relaxed, its breathing could not be fully controlled by Jiang Yuan. Thus this process alone consumed a considerable amount of Jiang Yuan's time. It took about 3 days in total before the breathing method of the Moonlight Record was fully presented within Takshu's body by Jiang Yuan. After that he guided the condensed demonic breath. This force was very similar to the inner breath of ancient martial artists. Once formed, it had to be introduced into the so-called demonic acupoints, and when accumulated to a certain degree, only then could one attempt to penetrate the meridians. It was unclear whether it was because the reference technique for deducing the Moonlight Record evolved from the 5 animals exercise. Thus it came to feature a method of penetrating meridians and forming a cycle similar to the Preqin Qi refining compendium. However, there were also some differences. The Moonlight Record contained the refinement of the parietal bone and the hyoid bone, which were absent in the Preqin Qi refining compendium. Only after refining these 2 bones could a demonic cultivator be considered to have fully entered the path of demonic cultivation, gaining spiritual wisdom and the ability to speak human language. The highest realm of the Moonlight Record allowed a demonic beast to cultivate an inner core, also known as a demonic core. Although it was inferior to the Preqin Qi refining compendium, it was still not bad. Takshu, remember this sensation. From now on you must circulate it on your own, inhaling the moonlight that descends from the sky. After guiding Takshu, Jiang Yuan let it attempt to absorb the moon's essence on its own, refining it into demonic qi to enter its demonic acupoints. Judging by his earlier assistance, the Moonlight Record was undoubtedly a cultivation technique that Takshu could practice. However, Takshu grasped it rather slowly, utterly incomparable to his own cheat-like millionfold talent. Woo! Takshu whimpered. Then it sat near the shelter, raised its head to gaze at the moon in the sky, and tried its best to follow the methods of the Moonlight Record. It inhaled and exhaled the moon's radiance from the sky. At first the moonlight fell evenly. But as time passed and Takshu gradually mastered the technique of breathing, the moon's radiance began to converge. Like a veil of gauze it was drawn into the body of Takshu, who looked up at the sky. Jiang Yuan observed carefully and could clearly sense the fluctuation of demonic qi beginning to form within Takshu's body. It was not just in the acupoint. With each breath Takshu transformed the moon's essence and part of its blood energy into demonic qi, moving it toward the acupoint. Clearly this creature had finally mastered the Moonlight Record and could independently circulate and cultivate. A pity that Hurricane's blood energy hasn't met the requirements yet. Otherwise I could teach it as well, letting it condense demonic qi and transform toward a demonic beast. Jiang Yuan then withdrew his gaze and looked at Hurricane, who was dozing on the roof of the shelter. The little creature adored the roof. Almost every night it chose to perch on the roof. In Jiang Yuan's perception, the blood energy intensity within Hurricane was stuck at the peak of incarnation force, not yet breaking through to the threshold of core formation. Therefore Jiang Yuan did not intend to impart the demonic cultivation technique to it at this moment. However,
The Orca on the other hand was ready. Although it hadn't reached the upper limit of blood energy, it had already satisfied the horizontal comparison between total blood energy and core formation. Theoretically, as long as blood energy was comparable to core formation, one could attempt to practice the technique refining blood energy into inner chi or other forms of power. Thus when the Orca approached the coast, Jiang Yuan used the same method he had with Takshu, guiding the flow of mana within its body. After it fully grasped the technique, he let the Orca try on its own. Whether it was because the Orca was naturally smarter, Jiang Yuan only spent 2 days before this big fellow had completely mastered the skill. Floating on the sea surface, it quickly mastered the method and knack of inhaling the moon's essence. I'm freaking speechless. First Takshu. Now a giant Orca. This is simply a case of beasts driving people to fury. Who says so? We haven't even started practicing ancient martial arts yet, and Jiang Yuan the big shot is already teaching those animals to cultivate by inhaling the moonlight from the sky. This is demonic. In those Xianxie dramas, I think only demons inhale the radiance of the moon. Envy and hatred. There are billions of people on Blue Star, yet we can't compare to 2 non-human beasts. Isn't that obvious? Haven't you seen how many elixirs Jiang Yuan the big shot fed them before? I seriously suspect that the starry sky insects raised by Jiang Yuan the big shot have also turned into demons from those Xianxie dramas. The viewers in the interstellar livestream naturally saw the Orca inhaling the moon's essence on the sea surface. Many couldn't help but envy. Even Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiao wished they could cross the endless interstellar space and appear on Blue Star, replacing Takshu and the Orca. After all, if they did, they would receive a large number of elixirs and their cultivation speed would definitely be faster than now. Next, I just need to wait for them to connect their meridians and transform demonic chi into demonic power akin to mana. Then they can be considered true demons. Jiang Yuan thought thus. However, during this process, Takshu and the Orca would need to refine their so-called crown bone and horizontal bone. It was equivalent to granting themselves enlightenment, followed by acquiring the ability to speak like humans. Time passed again, and Jiang Yuan continued to devote most of his energy to alchemy and cultivation. Takshu and the Orca also inhaled the moon's essence daily. By the time they had learned the moonlight record around the end of the 2nd month, Hurricane barely managed to raise its blood energy to a level comparable to core formation. Jiang Yuan in an impartial manner imparted the moonlight record to it through mana guidance. However, compared to Takshu and the Orca, Hurricane's comprehension speed was even slower. It took a full 5 days before it fully mastered the cultivation technique, able to independently inhale the moon's essence and condense demonic chi to store in its dantian. Fortunately, it had consumed many elixirs before, and although its intelligence still couldn't compare to an adult human, it was at least stronger than other eagles. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan had no idea how long it would take for it to fully master the moonlight record. Unknowingly, I'd been on this life-bearing planet for almost 3 years. That day, after Jiang Yuan finished his cultivation safely, he noticed that the time on his wristwatch had become exactly 3 years. This was a timer he had set on the wristwatch to keep track of time, displaying years, months, days, hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, starting from 0, he had successfully accumulated 3 years. His cultivation realm had also reached the 9th layer of the foundation establishment lower stage. With just another month, he could achieve lower stage perfection and attempt to break through to the upper stage of foundation establishment, transforming his mist-like mana into liquid upper stage mana. By then his strength would increase significantly from its current level. After all, even if the quantity of mana noticeably decreased after transformation, the quality of the mana would improve considerably. And when casting spells or techniques, even without consuming as much mana, he could achieve the same power as before. Only when exerting full force would his combat endurance decrease. However, in the distant cosmic starry sky near the region of the solar system, a rippling distortion appeared in the previously calm interstellar space, growing increasingly pronounced and intense. Then the distortion seemed to reach an extreme, eventually opening a pitch-black hole. Inside there was no light nor any other color. Until a spaceship, as if pushed by an invisible hand, emerged from that black hole. Riding this propulsive force, the spaceship, with its engines off, moved forward in a certain direction. It was at this moment that the interstellar monitoring devices in the nearby space directly captured the spaceship and rapidly transmitted the signal back to Blue Star. Report, Commander. Our interstellar detection device has received a signal from a starship near Neptune in the solar system. According to the identification number comparison, this starship is officially assigned to the Great Wall Defense Line Base No. 099. In Earth's interstellar communications room. The personnel responsible for supervising detection and communication equipment quickly reported this discovery to Earth's High Command. Base No. 099. Looks like our sinner has returned. Upon receiving this information, Earth's High Command's voice immediately turned icy, with even a hint of ruthlessness appearing in their eyes. It is precisely because of these two people that the entire Great Wall defense line collapsed, causing the defensive line that humanity had spent hundreds of years building to fall apart in an instant. And it is also because of these two people that countless sons and daughters of Earth have perished. Transmit my order. Prepare to welcome our sinner back. I want to initiate a global live broadcast. Conduct a public trial against them. Earth's High Command stated. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Today I can finally give those heroic spirits who died on the Great Wall defense line the justice they deserve after 3 long years. Yes, Elder. We will make the arrangements immediately. The order was quickly transmitted, and soon military bases across all of Earth sounded the highest level air raid alarms. They waited for Qin Zijin and the other person to return from interstellar space. Meanwhile, in the interstellar space beyond the solar system, as the starship separated from the jump device, a spatial channel opened up. Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua, who had been in stasis, were also awakened by the starship's main AI system. At first, Qin Zijin still felt somewhat unaccustomed. After all, having slept for 3 years, even with nutrient solution protecting her body, she still experienced muscle weakness. Even her body felt somewhat unfamiliar. Vomit. As the nutrient solution was drained from the stasis pod, Qin Zijin, like a newborn infant, expelled the residual nutrient solution from her mouth. Only then could she breathe air independently. AI, report the current situation. Qin Zijin's voice trembled, her body still not fully accustomed to being awake after such a long sleep. Reporting to Deputy Commander, we have successfully exited the spatial jump channel and arrived near Neptune within the solar system. The starship AI's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, a trace of joy immediately appeared between Qin Zijin's brows, and she then weakly propped herself up. She stepped out of the stasis pod. Zhou Anhua's condition was similar to hers. After exiting the stasis pod, she swayed unsteadily toward the cleansing chamber. After all, their bodies were covered with quite a bit of nutrient solution. They needed to be cleansed and changed into clean clothes, otherwise they would feel sticky all over. The two of them, due to the destruction of base No. 099, had naturally taken the final step in their relationship. Therefore they did not separate but entered the cleansing chamber together to wash off the nutrient solution from their bodies. Finally back. I wonder if the Great Wall defense line held in the end. Half an hour later the two emerged from the cleansing chamber. Qin Zijin's gaze through the screens of the starship's control room fixed upon the captured image of Earth. This planet of life. It remained as beautiful as ever. That might be somewhat difficult. After all, when we severed base No. 099, the energy supply for the Great Wall defense line bases was directly cut off from here. Zhou Anhua came to stand behind Qin Zijin, wrapping her arms around her from behind while her voice murmured tenderly in her ear. What a pity then. However, Jiang Yuan's death was not in vain. So many people are buried with him, and he will become the sinner of all humanity. Qin Zijin's eyes softened. She did not feel any guilt for causing the deaths of everyone in base No. 099 or even the entire garrison of the Great Wall defense line. Instead, her heart was filled with joy at no longer having Jiang Yuan's interference. AI, how much longer until we reach Earth in the solar system? Qin Zijin asked. Reporting to Deputy Commander, due to acceleration and deceleration considerations, we require a total of 7 hours to reach the vicinity of Earth in the solar system. The starship AI responded. After all, this distance was not particularly far. The acceleration and deceleration phases consumed a considerable amount of time, so the duration was not significantly different from closer or farther regions. The time difference was not substantial. After all, the most time-consuming part was the acceleration and deceleration phase of the starship. Once the speed was achieved, the travel time required would not be particularly long. For instance, flying from Neptune in the solar system to the Sun's coordinates. The actual flight time required only a little over 4 hours. But accounting for acceleration and deceleration, this time extended to 7 hours. Later, feeling somewhat bored, Qin Zijin and the other began planning their future together aboard the starship. After we return, the first thing we must do is solidify Jiang Yuan's crimes, then explain how we escaped from his command failures and how we destroyed the spatial node device, preventing the space bugs from passing through the node to invade Earth. Once we complete this, we will find a place to live in seclusion. By the time the space bugs successfully reach the vicinity of the solar system, we will have already passed away naturally. We need not worry at all about facing those dangerous bugs. According to our years of service plus the bonus we received when we went to the Great Wall defense line initially, it is more than enough for us to purchase a property and live comfortably for a considerable amount of time. Qin Zijin envisioned this in her heart. Zhou Anhua was also completely captivated by the girl before her. And the starship also successfully reached near light speed after over an hour of acceleration. Afterwards, time passed hour by hour under the two's dreams of the future. The two grew increasingly closer to Earth.
The starship is approaching Earth and is now entering deceleration mode.
Please remain seated in your safety chairs and wait for the starship to decelerate and land.
The starship AI's voice sounded. Not long after,
the starship began to decelerate.
Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua seated in their safety chairs could clearly feel a force of resistance.
It even caused their bodies to lean forward somewhat. However, this deceleration curve was precisely calculated so it did not cause them too much discomfort. During this deceleration process, the starship drew progressively closer to Earth, finally breaking through into the atmosphere.
Friction created a dazzling display of flames. Trailing a long tail behind it, it quickly flew toward the designated landing base.
And at this moment in the base, quite a few people were already prepared to welcome these two, who had wandered in space. Survivors of the Great Wall defense line who had drifted for over 3 years.
3 minutes until reaching the target base.
The AI aboard the interstellar spacecraft announced in real-time broadcasting the vessel's landing countdown. Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua sat in their safety seats, their hands gripping the armrests tightly, no longer entwined in the control room as they had been before. During the descent of the interstellar spacecraft, the entire hull shuddered violently.
Though no catastrophic danger loomed, one must always prepare for the worst. To ensure their own safety, they were not so arrogant as to disregard the safety protocols for takeoff and landing of an interstellar spacecraft. Finally, after a series of minor tremors, the interstellar spacecraft fully entered the atmosphere and decelerated using its ventral jets. The descending speed of the spacecraft plummeted to that of an elevator. As it drew closer to Blue Star, the anti-gravity system aboard automatically activated.
The descent rate of the entire spacecraft slowed visibly.
Finally,
the engines of the interstellar spacecraft ceased to function and the vessel that had drifted through the cosmos for 3 years successfully docked at the base on Blue Star. At that moment, countless soldiers armed with loaded weapons approached, including Jiang Yuan and Su Xiaoxiao, who had been specially dispatched from the martial arts department.
In addition, many soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor were nearby. Although Blue Star had not revealed any information during the communication with Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua.
To prevent a desperate last stand, Blue Star had made thorough preparations. They dispatched ancient martial artists who had cultivated inner energy, accompanied by soldiers in exoskeleton armor, to ensure that during the arrest,
Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua would not launch a counterattack.
After all, these two had single-handedly destroyed an entire base at the Great Wall defense line, leading to the fall of the entire defensive line to the insectoids.
Unexpectedly, Blue Star has sent so many people to welcome us. Zhou Anhua, gazing through the spacecraft's surveillance system at the gathered crowd outside, wore an expression of both surprise and excitement. This was a supreme honor.
Yet it seemed quite natural, for when they had contacted Blue Star earlier, they had inquired about the specific situation of the Great Wall defense line. It was said that only a handful of base defenders had escaped the starry insectoids' assault and returned to Blue Star. The vast majority of others had perished in the battle 3 years ago. Of the entire base 099, only the 2 of them had managed to return. All others remained in the vastness of space.
Cabin door opening. The spacecraft's AI announced.
Soon the sealed boarding ramp began to extend outward.
Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua walked out of the control room one after the other and descended the open boarding ramp. Looking down from a height,
they beheld from above the neatly arranged welcoming procession led by a few individuals who wore no exoskeleton armor but exuded an extraordinary aura.
Their hearts brimmed with excitement.
Though they had caused the loss of the entire Great Wall defense line, they had received such high treatment, and the guilt was borne by the one who had died at base 099.
Never to return.
But as the two stepped off the boarding ramp, several soldiers in exoskeleton armor swiftly emerged from the crowd that had seemed to welcome them. Without a word, they approached and restrained the pair.
What else could it be? We are the sole survivors of base 099.
When Commander Jiang Yuan made a fatal error leading to the breach of base 099 by the starry insectoids, we quickly activated the space-based weapon. We destroyed the space node device, preventing the starry insectoids from invading Blue Star. Qin Zijin was both shocked and enraged. She was shocked that these soldiers would detain them, and enraged because they were heroes of Blue Star. If they had not destroyed the space node device, the starry insectoids lurking beyond the Great Wall defense line would have already passed through the device and entered the solar system. After all, it was a jump device directly linked to Mars.
Once insects, especially 6th-stage starry insectoids, passed through the Martian base, would soon be occupied, becoming a springboard for the insects to invade Blue Star. Survivors activated the space-based weapon.
Destroyed the space node device that was about to fall at base 099.
You don't actually think everything you did was flawless, do you?
Zhou Mingyuan strode over, quickly casting a contemptuous glance at Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua, who were being held by the soldiers in exoskeleton armor. Instantly, Qin Zijin, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, turned pale with dismay.
You What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhou Anhua's voice trembled and deep and his pupils' fear flickered. Still trying to be stubborn. But don't worry, you two. We're not here to extract a confession. We're here to escort you to the military tribunal. The Grand Elder has ordered a live broadcast trial for the whole populace. Take them away. Zhou Mingyuan's eyes lowered. He looked with utter contempt at one of the culprits beside Qin Zijin, who had precipitated the fall of the entire Great Wall defense line 3 years ago. One could even say that this person was the very source of the disaster. Had it not been for him, the Great Wall defense line might never have been compromised and that man would not have been trapped in the nebula region. Of course, it had to be acknowledged that it was also because of these two that man had reopened the path of human cultivation on Sholangsing. Qin Zijin, who had clung to a shred of hope, felt as if all strength had drained from her body after hearing Zhou Mingyuan's words. A look of fear and unease crept across her face. She had never imagined how her meticulously planned scheme could have been discovered by Blue Star. She had deliberately destroyed the base's communication equipment before leaving Base 099, even though there were backup systems. But re-establishing a connection would have taken at least several days. By then everything in Base 099 should have been completely destroyed by the starry insectoids. Yet now everything seemed to have slipped from her control. Some flaw in her flawless plan had allowed Blue Star to learn of her deeds. Now she was to be sent to the military tribunal for a public trial. The label of traitor to humanity would no longer be pinned on the man she had despised but on herself and the one she held most dear. Truly from heaven to hell in an instant. And so Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua were led by 4 soldiers in exoskeleton armor like dead dogs. They were taken aboard a near-Earth vehicle speeding toward the military tribunal. Isn't that a craft from the Oriental Military District? How could it be approaching from the direction of the wasteland region? Wait, I seem to recall that today is the day those 2 criminals are being escorted to the military tribunal. Could these crafts be specifically assigned to transport them? Now that you mention it, I do remember. Early this morning my communicator already received the relevant notification. Those 2 traitors to all humanity. They're finally back. If not for them, how could the Great Wall defense line have fallen? How could our defense forces suffer such devastating losses? And Senior Jiang Yuan. He wouldn't have been trapped in that nebula region either. As the crafts flew over the city, many who witnessed them couldn't help but swell with righteous indignation. Although more than 3 years had passed since the fall of the Great Wall defense line, yet this defeat still pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts, especially for the true masterminds behind this incident. If not for them wandering through the starry void, the humans of Blue Star would long ago have apprehended them, brought them back to the Blue Star military tribunal and subjected them to a public trial. And so, related topics soon ignited across the internet. When the military district opened live streaming for the public trial, countless netizens flocked into it at once. Furthermore, quite a number of people enrolled in the trial venue itself. Of course, this was deliberately arranged by the military district. Otherwise, ordinary citizens would have no authorization to enter a place like a military tribunal. Damn criminals! You dared for your own selfish desires. Make all the efforts of humanity's ancestors come to nothing in just a few days. Qin Zijin, you venomous woman. If you refused to be with Senior Jiang Yuan, you should have simply chosen to break up. Instead of stringing him along while disgusting everyone alongside that little 3. You even sabotaged the Great Wall defense line built with our ancestors' painstaking efforts. You are the betrayers of all humanity. You made our ancestors' sacrifices come to naught. You will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the traitors of human history. Fortunately, Senior Jiang Yuan was fortunate enough. He escaped from the defense line base and barely survived. Otherwise we would never have uncovered your conspiracy. You even wanted Senior Jiang Yuan to take the blame. But unfortunately heaven is watching. Even the heavens themselves could no longer bear it. Inside the military tribunal, the civilians admitted to watch the trial all couldn't help but hurl curses at Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua. If the military tribunal hadn't prohibited throwing objects randomly, Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua would likely already be buried under piles of garbage. But even so, they were cursed until they could hardly lift their heads. All manner of vicious curses and murderously hostile gazes rained down upon them. Impossible. He's still alive. He even ruined my perfect plan. Qin Zijin lowered her head, straining to steady her composure, attempting to glean more information from these people's curses. And then, she herself couldn't help but feel utterly bewildered. Never expecting that the root cause of their plan's failure would be the very one they had targeted. She clearly remembered.
After the orbital weapon destroyed Base 099, Jiang Yuan's starship had been pursued by a massive swarm of bugs. It had entered the dangerous nebula region. There existed some kind of mysterious force field capable of easily destroying starships and killing all lifeforms within. Logically speaking, after that man entered the nebula region, even if he wasn't caught by the stellar insect race, he would surely have perished under the force field's effects. However, from these people's curses she pieced together an unbelievable fact. That man was not dead. He was not only alive. He had exposed everything she had done, which ultimately led to their plan's failure. Why? Why is it like this? Why do even the heavens stand on his side? Is it merely because his luck is better? Is it because he is the commander of the Great Wall Defense Line base? Qin Zijin had almost lost her sanity. She had planned everything meticulously. For this she had even piloted a starship drifting through the cosmic void for 3 years. Only then returning to the solar system. And now they were telling her. Her previous schemes had not only failed, but all her actions had spread across Blue Star, causing uproar everywhere. Unyielding. Qin Zijin was deeply unwilling. She had betrayed all of humanity. She had even used the sacrifices of humanity's ancestors against that man. Yet everything had failed. No. One couldn't say everything had failed entirely. At least she had successfully caused the fall of the Great Wall Defense Line, wasted humanity's ancestors' efforts, and given the stellar insect race another opportunity to invade the solar system. She was a hero of the stellar insect race. Qin Zijin's face went pale. Clearly this wasn't what she had wanted. After all, she had never truly intended to betray humanity. It was merely because that man persistently targeted her savior. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done such a thing. And wasn't there a problem with Blue Star either? If not for them appointing that man to command Base 099, then he wouldn't have had that capability to target his savior. So she had done nothing wrong. It was the injustice of this world that had led to today's situation. Inside Qin Zijin's mind, various thoughts swirled endlessly. Soon she steadied her convictions, refusing to believe that she alone was responsible for everything that had happened today. The defendants Qin Zijin, Zhou Anhua. Today this tribunal shall, representing all humanity, conduct a public trial against you. I, the presiding judge, shall now read aloud the charges you have committed one by one. First charge. Zhou Anhua, serving as a third-class soldier on the battlefield, had no qualification to enter the core area of the defense base. You are suspected of unauthorized intrusion into the core zone. Second charge. When the stellar insect race invaded Base 099, you willfully piloted the warship and altered course, causing numerous soldiers to fail to evacuate in time, perishing beneath the insect tide. You are suspected of violating military regulations. Third charge. Zhou Anhua colluded with Vice Commander Qin Zijin to sabotage the alert system of Base 099, cutting off the base's power supply, allowing the stellar insect race to invade the entire Base 099. Suspected of betraying humanity and defecting to the stellar insect race. Fourth charge. Zhou Anhua colluded with Vice Commander Qin Zijin, illegally activating orbital weapons and destroying Base 099, directly causing the sacrifice of every person in the entire base, and leading to the complete fall of the Great Wall Defense Line. Suspected of betraying humanity and defecting to the stellar insect race. Fifth charge. After Zhou Anhua colluded with Vice Commander Qin Zijin, causing the entire Great Wall Defense Line to fall, attempting to frame others for the responsibility of the fall. Suspected of framing and defaming humanity's pioneers. One charge after another was read aloud by the military tribunal judge. Zhou Anhua's face, however, was exceedingly grim, his head bowed low, his expression fraught with resentment. Yet his hands were locked before him by specially crafted alloy restraints. Even with a second injection of the genetic serum flowing through his veins, he could not break free. What was more, not far behind him stood 2 soldiers, devoid of exoskeleton armor, yet each enhanced by 3 injections of the genetic serum. Nor was that the crux. The crux was that both of these men were masters of Guishu, the national martial art, having cultivated it to remarkable heights. After all, they were the culprits responsible for the loss of the entire Great Wall Defense Line. Should these two, like cornered dogs driven to desperation, attempt any rash move, the guards stationed behind them would strike at the very first moment to completely subdue the pair. Soon the reading of Zhou Anhua's charges came to an end. The military tribunal judge then proceeded to read out those of Qin Zijin.
As one of the principal masterminds of this affair, she was cited in no particular order after Zhou Anhua, for their culpability was identical. First, Qin Zijin, as deputy commander of Base 099 of the Great Wall Defense Line, utterly failed to discharge her obligations and duties. She even permitted and shielded Zhou Anhua's entry into the core restricted zone. You are suspected of violating the military code. Second, when the Starspace Zerg invaded the defense line base Qin Zijin, upon learning that Zhou Anhua in his stubborn willfulness had altered the battleship's flight path, causing a great number of soldiers to miss their chance to retreat and perish beneath the Zerg swarm, sought to shelter the soldiers under her command. You are suspected of the crime of harboring offenders. Third, Qin Zijin, in collusion with the soldier under her command Zhou Anhua, sabotaged the warning systems of Defense Base 099, severed the base's energy supply, and ultimately allowed the Starspace Zerg to invade the entirety of Defense Base 099. You are suspected of betraying humanity. Fourth, Qin Zijin, in collusion with the soldier under her command Zhou Anhua, activated a space-based weapon that destroyed Defense Base 099, resulting in the deaths of every individual stationed there, and indirectly caused the entire Great Wall defense line to be lost. You are suspected of betraying humanity. Fifth, Qin Zijin, in collusion with the soldier under her command Zhou Anhua, showed not the slightest remorse after bringing about the fall of the Great Wall defense line. Instead, they attempted to shift the responsibility for the defeat onto others. You are suspected of framing and defaming humanity's pioneer. Many more charges followed. Yet compared with the first 5, these subsequent charges were clearly far less severe. But the sheer volume of their offenses was too great to overlook. Now, this court sentences you to life imprisonment. Do either of you have any objection? The military tribunal judge's gaze fell directly upon Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua standing below. This was after deliberation. The final decision that had been reached. On the surface, the outcome appeared not to be severe, but in truth it constituted an extremely harsh punishment. What's going on? How can they only be sentenced to life imprisonment? Shouldn't the baseline be the death penalty? Exactly. Forget the losses they have caused, and the countless soldiers they have harmed. Just the single charge concerning Pioneer Jiang is enough to sentence them to death. We strongly demand the death penalty. Otherwise, how can we face the heroic spirits who have died? And Pioneer Jiang. They schemed against him, sending him into the Nebula region where he nearly perished. Within the military tribunal, the spectators gathered for the public hearing immediately raised an outcry, feeling that the life imprisonment verdict was far too lenient, and demanding that Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua be put to death. The judge responsible for rendering the verdict, however, seemed to have anticipated this long ago. He rose directly from his seat, picked up another file, and read it aloud to the court. We cannot forgive the 2 sinners before us on behalf of the heroic spirits who have passed, nor can we presume to act in Pioneer Jiang's stead and mete out judgment for him. Therefore, following deliberation among the council elders, it is decided that Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua be provisionally sentenced to life imprisonment so that they may undergo spiritual punishment within their dreams. When Pioneer Jiang returns from the stars, they shall be subjected to the final trial and receive the punishment they deserve. I believe that with the methods Pioneer Jiang will have mastered by that time, he will most certainly be able to bestow upon humanity sinners the most severe chastisement and punishment. The military tribunal judge spoke with conviction and force. The spectators, who had been clamoring in opposition moments before, instantly quieted and broke into hushed murmurs. That's right. We cannot make decisions on Pioneer Jiang's behalf. And once Pioneer Jiang frees himself from the Nebula region and returns to Blue Star, the methods he will have mastered will be all the more inscrutable. To let them die just like that would be far too merciful. Once Pioneer Jiang returns from the stars, he will make their lives worse than death. Even death would not grant them release. Flog their skin, pull their tendons, roast their souls. Just like those punishment methods in the Xianxia movies. The death penalty we can impose is far too good for them. Yes, yes. Let their souls suffer endless torment for all eternity. Let them atone for the heroic spirits who have died. Before long, the voices of opposition quieted completely until they vanished without a trace. Even the bullet comments on the livestream were full of assent. We absolutely cannot let them die an easy death. No matter what methods are used, they must be kept alive at all costs. Only when Pioneer Jiang returns can their punishment begin. Exactly. Lock them up separately. Even if they are to die, they must not be allowed to live comfortably. Death is liberation. To remain alive is the best punishment. Otherwise, once Pioneer Jiang returns to Blue Star, there would be no one left for him to take revenge on.
As for Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua, hearing the undisguised malice of the crowd in the tribunal's gallery, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines mingled with utter bewilderment.
They understood the malice well.
It was directed at them for causing the Great Wall defense line to be broken through by the Starspace Zerg on all fronts at the cost of countless human heroes. But what they could not comprehend was what these people meant by death would be far too merciful, and this talk of flaying skin, drawing tendons and tormenting souls for all eternity.
Could it be that there existed punishments even more horrifying than death?
The two had no way of knowing, nor could they even begin to imagine. Shortly afterward, Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua were led away by the guards and confined within a prison that had been established long before. It was built with special alloys, and aside from the two of them housed no other prisoners whatsoever. Furthermore, specialized electroshock devices had been embedded within their bodies. Should any problem occur in this prison, such as the hibernation pods in which they slumbered, losing power causing them to wake and stray beyond their designated zone, the devices would activate at once, rendering them unconscious on the spot. As for the punishment itself, the military base had supplied a dream torment apparatus, one that would force them to endure anguish in their dreams over and over again. In this way their bodies would be kept alive while their minds were subjected to unending torment until that man broke free of the force field blockade of the nebula region and returned to Blue Star, whereupon they would be awakened.
Only then would the true chastisement and retribution truly begin.
Everything they had gone through thus far was at most nothing more than an appetizer. In no time, Qin Zijin and the other were escorted into a specially constructed prison where they were injected with a sedative that rendered them utterly powerless to resist. The designated escorts then placed them into hibernation pods designed to administer dream punishment. First, an endless darkness swallowed them completely, and then they found themselves in a prison cell where only the two of them existed. They were separated from each other. The space was not overly complex, but at intervals they would be released one after the other. Then they would be forced to fight against artificially created bugs until death. Yet this death was not true death. After dying they would be resurrected anew. Only a few memories were retained. And this was not the cruelest part. The cruelest was that they would not be released simultaneously. Only one would be outside the cage. That one would fight the bloodthirsty bugs. Only when that person died would the other, still confined in the cage, be released by the dream prison. This cycle repeated endlessly with no end in sight. According to the discussions among the high-ranking officials of launching, since these two had caused the entire Great Wall defense line to fall because of their personal entanglement, the punishment in the dream world would be meeting but never being able to stay together. Only when one of them died would the other be released from the cage, only to continue the ordeal of being hunted by bugs. This was an unending mental torment. Moreover, their bodies were plunged into deep slumber, their consciousness extracted separately. Thus the flow of time within this realm was vastly different from the actual time outside. The humans outside could also monitor through special instruments to ensure the normal operation of the dream prison. At that moment both were confined in transparent cages. Beyond lay a world resembling a maze, and at the entrance of the maze ferocious enormous bugs were imprisoned one after another. Please select the target to leave the cage. The one who presses the button slower will be directly thrown into the maze to face the bugs. Hint: if neither of you presses the button, both will be cast into different mazes. Inside the transparent cage, a luminous screen appeared before each of them with a red button and a strikingly prominent red countdown. After Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua read the content, they both reached for the red button. The reason was simple. The bugs imprisoned at the maze entrance below were enormous in size and terrifyingly hideous. Once they encountered these bugs head-on, it would not take long before they were killed. Selection successful. Zhou Anhua pressed the button first. Qin Zijin will be thrown into the maze. The prompt appeared again. Then the next moment the bottom of the cage imprisoning Qin Zijin opened a gap, instantly dropping her into the maze below. It was at that moment that one of the bugs imprisoned at the entrance had its steel gate slowly lifted by chains, and it began to step into the maze. Standing in his transparent cage, Zhou Anhua saw that the bug moved with astonishing speed, as if it knew exactly where Qin Zijin was. Within the maze it quickly traversed several turns. Qin Zijin, still stunned by the sudden drop from the cage, seemed unable to collect herself. Just moments ago, after reading the content on the screen, she had hesitated for a brief instant, never expecting that Zhou Anhua would act so swiftly, casting her directly into this maze. Clearly Zhou Anhua was faster than her without any hesitation or reluctance. At this moment Qin Zijin's heart could not help but waver. Was this man truly in love with her? If he truly loved her, why would he have cast her into the maze without a moment's hesitation? But before she could dwell on it, a rustling sound came from the distant part of the maze, clearly indicating that the bugs outside had been released. Even as the vice commander of the Great Wall defense line base, Qin Zijin still felt fear creeping in when facing the bugs. Moreover, at this moment, aside from the formidable strength granted by the gene-boosting injection, she had not a single suitable weapon. There was absolutely no way she could defeat the bugs in the maze.
So Qin Zijin chose to flee, darting through the maze, moving forward as fast as she could. However, she had already wasted considerable time. Coupled with the bug's incredible speed, even though she ran swiftly, she was soon caught up. But it must be said that Qin Zijin's combat instincts were quite remarkable. At least she managed to narrowly evade the bug's first attack, avoiding being instantly killed on the spot. As for what followed, Qin Zijin's defense became increasingly strained. After being released, she managed to hold on for about 5 or 6 minutes before the pursuing bug killed her. And the process of death was excruciatingly slow, no less than a lingering death. As the bug devoured Qin Zijin, her consciousness remained fully awake until the final moment of death. Throughout this process, the entire maze prison echoed with Qin Zijin's screams. At the same time, Zhou Anhua, confined in the transparent cage, felt a wave of terror wash over him. He covered his ears tightly, utterly unable to bear watching the scene unfolding in the maze below. When Qin Zijin's screams completely faded, the bottom of the cage holding Zhou Anhua split open, dropping him into another section of the maze. Ah! Zhou Anhua screamed in agony. The moment he landed in the maze, he scrambled to flee, his face etched with panic and dread. In the other cage, the dead Qin Zijin was resurrected by the dream. She immediately rushed to the edge of the cage and peered down into the maze. Then she shouted loudly to Zhou Anhua, "Run! The bug is coming!" Zhou Anhua's fear intensified instantly, and his pace quickened. But in his frantic haste, he was prone to mistakes and he tripped over his own feet. Then the shadow cast by the pursuing bug's massive body rapidly enveloped him. Sharp insect legs pierced his body and the bug began to devour him while he was still alive. Ah! Zhou Anhua let out a pain scream, and at the same time he cursed the cage above with the most venomous words. "Qin Zijin! You useless wretch! You can't even handle a single bug! What kind of vice commander are you?" Until his death. His vicious curses only briefly ceased. Then it was Qin Zijin's turn to be thrown into the maze, once again hunted by the same bug. Then she would be devoured alive, resurrected in the transparent cage, waiting for Zhou Anhua's death, only to be cast back into the maze. And so the cycle repeated. The reincarnation was unending, never ceasing. Jiang Yuan, however, was completely oblivious to all this. He was still on the Shuelan star, living his simple and unadorned days. Each day, apart from cultivation, he spent his time enjoying himself freely. After all, as his cultivation realm gradually improved, the consumption of sword flight became increasingly lower, and the speed at which he could control the flying sword had reached an astonishing level. Even an unmanned probe, if he did not use his magical power to condense an invisible hand and pull it behind him, would probably not be able to keep up. It would be left behind in the blink of an eye. One day, Jiang Yuan, after completing his daily cultivation as usual, stepped onto his flying sword and headed towards another region. He wanted to see if there were any intelligent life forms on this living planet. Although since he had crossed over to this world he had not seen anyone other than Lilis the robot. Yet he did not give up. He planned to use his spare time from cultivation to thoroughly explore this living planet, perhaps making an unexpected discovery. After all, staying here alone was truly too lonely. There are quite a few creatures here similar to those on the Azure Star, but I have not found any intelligent beings. It feels as though all living creatures have been copied here, yet intelligent beings are conspicuously absent. Jiang Yuan flew on his sword. He crossed a vast ocean and arrived on another continent. This place was near the equator and the temperature was noticeably higher than the land he had previously been on. There were also plants similar to coconut trees. The fruits contained mostly sweet coconut water with only a small amount of white flesh. He descended and plucked one from the tree. With his fingers together he condensed a sword aura and effortlessly removed the coconut shell, revealing the white fruit inside. And the sweet coconut water. I could pick some to take back as juice and drinks. Besides, these coconuts keep very well. After finishing the coconut water, Jiang Yuan continued to pick some more ripe coconuts from nearby trees and stored them in his space bracelet. Unlike the dimension opposite, the space bracelet had no air. Thus items placed inside had a significantly extended shelf life and were less prone to spoilage and decay. However, the flow of time on the other side was not static, at least the space bracelet he possessed could not achieve such an effect. Before long, Jiang Yuan had picked quite a few coconuts and stored them in his space bracelet. Then his gaze fell upon a spot beneath the coconut tree. In a patch of relatively lush shrubs he spotted a creature with large pincers that looked nothing like a crab but rather resembled a spider. A coconut crab. I didn't expect this living planet to have coconut crabs. I've always been curious about what they taste like. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself. He grabbed the coconut crab, processed it simply, and gathered some dry branches nearby. He ignited the branches with a fire magic art, then used a water-gathering magic art to condense a ball of water, wrapped the coconut crab inside it and placed it over the campfire to heat.
This operation left the viewers in the interstellar livestream utterly stunned. Holy crap.
Brother Jiang Yuan's move is way too slick, isn't it?
He directly uses a water magic art to condense a water ball, wraps the creature inside, puts it on the fire to heat,
skipping the container entirely.
666. As expected of a cultivation big shot. But this move is simply incredible.
We haven't even started practicing ancient martial arts yet and Brother Jiang Yuan is already using cultivation methods to cook food.
There's truly nothing that can't be done, only what you can't imagine. When I learn these immortal arts in the future, I'll definitely cook food with them like Brother Jiang Yuan. Haha, not to look down on you, but I reckon without 10 or 8 years forget about immortal arts, you probably won't even reach the Hotian stage in ancient martial arts. As the barrage of comments unfolded, time gradually passed. The water ball that Jiang Yuan had placed over the fire absorbed enough heat and began to bubble continuously. Then its form became somewhat unstable, like boiling water churning up and down. The coconut crab wrapped inside the water ball underwent a noticeable change, especially its dark outer shell. As the water ball boiled, its color gradually turned red. Jiang Yuan was in no hurry. After about 20 minutes he dispersed the water ball formed by the water-gathering magic art. Using his magical power to hold the coconut crab, he removed one claw and cut open the shell with a sword aura, taking out the cooked crab meat.
The taste seems pretty good indeed, with a faint coconut fragrance. But that kerosene smell some people mention online does seem to be there a little bit.
Soon Jiang Yuan finished the entire coconut crab, leaving only a pile of shells on the beach. Then he waved his right hand, extinguishing the blue campfire, and once again stepped onto his flying sword, heading further away.
Unlike the previous continent,
this area had more tropical or subtropical plants and animals.
Among them were many fruit trees, the most common being coconut, mango and papaya.
The animals were mostly birds, followed by sloths, hippos, crocodiles and so on. Of course there were also elephants. But unlike the elephants on Insect Island, the elephants here had sparse short hair, more closely resembling the elephants he knew. However, they were larger.
The tusks were also longer.
The hippos and crocodiles were similarly about a third larger than the ones he was familiar with.
Warning! Warning! A space insect life signal has been detected in the vicinity.
The signal source is at 3 o'clock ahead intensity at Phase 1.
Suddenly,
the unmanned probe that Jiang Yuan was pulling behind him with his magical power emitted a piercing alert, its lights flashing red.
Jiang Yuan frowned slightly and flew toward the 3 o'clock direction indicated by the probe. Space insects.
I never expected to find traces of space insects so far from the crash site of the cosmic warship. This was something he had never anticipated. After all, when the space insects passed through the nebula region, most of them were covering the Xian warship. Theoretically, after entering the Shuelan star's atmosphere, the insects that survived the crash should not have strayed too far from the warship's crash site. Yet here he was at least 1,000 kilometers away. Even with his flying sword, it took considerable time to get here. Let alone those insects that could not fly in low-altitude areas. It wasn't long before Jiang Yuan, guided by the unmanned probe, discovered the starspace insects moving swiftly through the jungle. They were somewhat different from those found on Insect Island earlier. Although these starspace insects also appeared to be land-dwelling, their backs bore entirely distinct structures. Could these insects have evolved again? That was Jiang Yuan's first thought. After all, since insects adapted to underwater survival had already appeared on this land, it was not impossible for insects with other evolutionary paths to emerge. However, he did not rush to investigate. Instead, he quietly followed that insect, hoping to find its nest. Killing just this one would not suffice. There was no way to discover the nest without guidance. Rather than searching aimlessly, he let the insect lead the way, easily finding it by trailing behind. As he expected, after killing a unicorn deer, the insect carried the carcass and swiftly moved in a certain direction.
Its hunting range is quite extensive. It's already traveled 10 kilometers and still hasn't reached the nest.
Jiang Yuan stepped on his flying sword. Silently following behind, after a long slow flight, he saw the insect burrow into a bush. This bush was extremely peculiar. As if alive, the bushes automatically parted when the starspace insect approached, allowing it to crawl through, then closed again after it passed. Apart from some footprints on the ground, he could detect no trace at all. It was as if behind the bush lay a sheer cliff with no passage whatsoever.
No way.
Have the starspace insects evolved to such an extent?
Not only can they survive underwater, but they can now control plants. Yeah, these bushes that look like ordinary plants can actually move like animals. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. That doesn't make sense. Aren't starspace insects a warlike race? Why would they choose to camouflage? Or is there some creature on this life-bearing planet that can threaten them? We don't know. After all, this life-bearing planet is shrouded by a nebula, so we can't explore it. It's not impossible that some creatures here can threaten the insects. The interstellar livestream chat kept scrolling.
Many viewers saw that when the insect approached the bush, the seemingly ordinary shrubbery suddenly parted to both sides. It revealed a huge cave behind let the insect and then closed again to conceal it. If the plants had nothing to do with the starspace insects, they would never believe it. Jiang Yuan still hovered in midair, not acting hastily, as many insects were likely still outside. He planned to ambush near the nest just like when he hunted the underwater insects, waiting for one to leave and killing it silently. Of course, compared to before, he now had another method: directly set up a Jiang Yuan Fenchen array at the nest entrance, completely isolating the area. He only separated the ground so that underground insects could still emerge, outside insects could enter, but those inside the nest could not leave the array's surface barrier. Acting on his plan, Jiang Yuan quickly took out the array disk for the Jiang Yuan Fenchen array from his spatial bracelet, embedded the insect crystals, and then cast a spell. He deployed the entire formation. Just at that moment, the bush that had closed parted again and an insect crawled out, seemingly intending to hunt. Jiang Yuan used the Jiang Yuan Fenchen array to isolate that insect, then killed it with sword chi. He piled the corpses in another area to prevent outside insects from seeing them and avoiding the spot. I'll have to deduce some illusion arrays later to confuse visual senses, so I won't have to worry about insects discovering the corpses. But thinking about it now was useless. I don't believe there can be that many insects surviving on this life-bearing planet. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. Time passed silently, and the starspace insects that had gone out gradually returned from the outside carrying prey. Following the same pattern, Jiang Yuan didn't rush to kill the insects returning with prey, lest the long interval without any insects returning aroused the mother insect's attention. Sunset. Sunrise. By the next morning, Jiang Yuan had killed no fewer than 300 insects, all low-level ones that had crawled out of the cave to hunt. Through his research, he discovered that the mutation in these insects occurred on their backs, where two pairs of enormous wings had grown. Like those of ordinary insects, these wings, besides the outer shell, concealed two pairs of large semi-transparent wings similar to cicada wings. These wings were extremely hard, almost comparable to the insect's forelimbs, indicating they possessed the ability to fly. However, he had never seen these insects fly, so he still didn't know exactly what changes had occurred. It wasn't until he examined the corpses that he realized the differences on their backs were two pairs of hidden wings. Holy crap! These insects are evolving too fast, aren't they? How long has it been? They've already transitioned from land to sky. You think that's fast? Don't forget the underwater insects, they took less than a year to shift from land to water. But can these insects really fly? They're not small. Trying to lift off from the ground might be asking too much, right? Everyone was very curious. After all, the starspace insects were enormous, so the planet's gravity wouldn't be trivial. To break free from gravity, they would need sufficient lift, which seemed difficult to achieve with just two pairs of large wings. This remained a challenge. Even Jiang Yuan was very curious. He even went so far as to release one insect from the area of the Jiang Yuan Fenchen array, wanting to see if it could overcome gravity and fly. However, the insect did not fly. It still crawled on the ground with its legs, just like the previous land-based starspace insects. Another day passed. When at last no more insects returned to the outside, Jiang Yuan decided it was time to draw on the net. With a flicker of his form, he stepped onto his flying sword and shot toward the Jiang Yuan heaven-splitting grand formation. He appeared near that patch of shrubbery. For it was at this very moment that the seemingly unremarkable shrubs came alive. All the branches and leaves trembled unceasingly, as if they had glimpsed something terrifying. And Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan was a man of few words but ruthless action. Pressing his fingers together, he condensed a sword aura and at a height close to the ground sliced cleanly through those shrubs. Then from the severed gaps in these plants a green liquid began to gush outward. It looked exactly as if an insect's body had been cut open by a sharp blade. Could these plants have evolved from some kind of insect? Seeing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help muttering. He did not pay it much heed, however. He directly executed the carefree wander and swept across the area soaked in green liquid, entering the insect tunnel. Half of this insect tunnel was set into the rock while the other half lay below the ground. Thus the tunnel's full diameter had already exceeded 4 meters, though it appeared to be only about 2 meters. Moreover, it was concealed by those living shrubs. Squeak! At the same time, many shrill insect cries came from deep within the tunnel. Then came a dense succession of sounds, like the faint rustling of countless whispers packed so tightly together they filled the air. Jiang Yuan's brows knitted slightly. He had never imagined that merely cutting away the plants at the entrance would throw the insects inside into chaos. Even so, his skill made him bold. He did not worry in the least that the insects surging toward the tunnel exit in large numbers could pose any threat to him. He simply pressed his fingers together again. He quickly condensed sword aura, then swung it languidly before him.
An invisible slash of sword aura drove straight into the depths. After that came sounds like chopping melons and slicing vegetables. The sounds echoed out from deep within the insect tunnel. When Jiang Yuan followed the tunnel and drifted further inside, all he saw were dense piles of insect corpses. They had packed the entire tunnel solid. Dark green liquid flowed everywhere and the air inside the tunnel had become unbearably foul. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan had long since reached Foundation establishment, so going without breathing for an extended period was no problem. Still, with the tunnel blocked by insect corpses, continuing deeper would be somewhat troublesome. Warning! Warning! The stellar insect race has been detected moving toward the surface. All life levels have reached the 5th stage. It was at that moment. The unmanned detector hovering behind him suddenly flashed red and blared a warning. Jiang Yuan abruptly realized what was happening. A clever scheme. They actually wanted to use these low-rank insects to seal off the tunnel, leaving me no way to penetrate deeper. This was to buy time so they could open another passage in a different direction and escape from here. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yuan immediately flew back out along the route he had come. Once outside, he quickly took out more formation discs for the Qianyuan heaven-splitting grand formation from his spatial bracelet. He expanded the area covered by the Qianyuan heaven-splitting grand formation he had set up earlier, multiplying it by several times and extending it all the way to cover a full 10 kilometers. He did not believe that the stellar insect race's tunnel range could extend beyond this region. And the facts proved exactly what he had thought. The high-rank insects of the stellar insect race did indeed emerge from the ground at a spot about 3,000 meters away from the tunnel he had just entered. Moreover, their numbers were extremely large. But that was still not the main point. The main point was that after these insects had broken through the ground passage, they unexpectedly unfurled the wings on their backs. They simply flew up into the air like that. Holy crap! Holy crap! I never expected those bugs to have bodies over 8 meters long and still be able to use their wings to break free from gravity. What the hell? This is like a pig suddenly being blown up into the air by the wind. It completely defies the laws of physics and common sense. Hey, do you guys feel it too? These bugs seem to be afraid of something. They're nothing like those earlier bugs which surrounded Boss Jiang Yuan without caring about death. Instead, they seem to want to flee with all their might. Now that you mention it, that really does seem to be the case. Those low-rank bugs earlier were like they were specially sent to block the road just to buy time and chances for these high-rank bugs to escape. Inside the interstellar livestream, some netizens seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was already riding his flying sword, chasing after those insects. One move, sword momentum turned to rain, instantly shrouded an enormous area. No matter what stage the insects were at, the moment the rain touched them, their bodies were pierced through. Then, like dumplings dropping into a pot, they fell from the sky. There's actually another tunnel. Over on this side. Just as Jiang Yuan was in the thick of a satisfying slaughter, many high-rank insects rose into the air from the jungle in another direction, trying to flee this region. The low-rank insects meanwhile were scurrying desperately across the jungle floor, scattering as widely as possible as if their very lives depended on it. But to Jiang Yuan, who had mastered sword momentum turned to rain, this was no problem at all. In fact, reaping them was even easier than it had been inside the cave. After all, inside the insect tunnel he couldn't unleash sword momentum turned to rain. He could only rely on sword aura condensed from his own body, picking them off one by one, nothing like now where one strike mowed down an entire swath. Moreover, he noticed an interesting phenomenon: only insects at the 4th stage and above could fly. Those below the 4th stage, the low-rank bugs, merely had a pair of useless-looking wings. Could it have something to do with the insect crystal? A thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind. After all, only insects at the 4th stage and above grew an insect crystal resembling a spirit stone inside their bodies. Those below the 4th stage had nothing at all. On top of that, he realized these insects seemed to be terrified of him. Whenever he moved closer in any direction, the insects in that direction would become panic-stricken and their escape speed would increase. Damn! Why does it feel like these bugs are afraid of Boss Jiang Yuan? As soon as he gets close, those bugs let out terrified shrieks. And they run even faster than in other directions. Now that you mention it, that really seems to be true. As expected of Boss Jiang Yuan, even the stellar insect race has been frightened into submission by his slaughter. Whoa! Does that mean the earlier disguises were also to hide from Boss Jiang Yuan? At least up to now there hasn't been any creature stronger than these bugs, except of course Boss Jiang Yuan. Awesome! Boss Jiang Yuan truly deserves to be called boss, the man even the stellar insect race fears. At the same time, Jiang Yuan also noticed this issue. These insects seem to be terrified of me. Could it be that they learned through other means that I eradicated the other 2 nests? But that doesn't make sense either.
Although the stellar insects are a collective species, they operate on a per-nest basis and there is no cross-nest communication between nests. Of course, there was another possibility. The nests he had previously destroyed might have been branch nests spawned by a higher-level mother insect controlling the entire hive. Thus there would still be a connection between the two nests, transmitting information about his extermination through a special communication channel to other nests. But this was clearly impossible. After all, these insects had arrived on Blue Planet at the same time as he did, so it was simply impossible for them to have already developed branch nests. As for the stellar insects in the void, their unity was due to the presence of a mother insect of extremely high life level in the rear, which made them work together so harmoniously. Now, without the control of that mother insect, the entire swarm had become a scattered mess, even splitting into factions, each led by a different mother insect, redeveloping countless independent swarms. No. There's another possibility. When I was destroying the other nests, some insects escaped and evolved into mother insects anew. And that insect passed the relevant information to its descendants, which is why this situation occurred. Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered. Then he thought of another possibility, and the more he considered, the more he felt his conjecture was infinitely close to the truth. Otherwise the insects would have no reason to be so afraid of him. Squeak! Sword momentum transformed into rain. Having figured out the key, Jiang Yuan ceased further deliberation and directly unleashed his sword momentum. He condensed rain that covered a vast area, enveloping all the insects within the entire Chen Yuan Fenshin array, and then used the penetrative power of the raindrop-shaped sword chi. These insects were all riddled with holes. Afterward, some insects emerged from other areas attempting to fly into the sky. They drew his attention, while the lower-level insects taking cover in the mountains and forests tried to break out and escape. However, when the lower-level insects reached the edge of the Chen Yuan Fenshin array, they discovered that the entire space was enveloped by an invisible force. The seemingly unobstructed void actually had an air wall directly blocking them inside, leaving them no way to escape. More and more insects were killed by Jiang Yuan with ease. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, these techniques did not consume much of his mana. After all, with his mana at the upper foundation establishment stage, even a mere strand could unleash spells or sword chi far surpassing those of the chi refining stage. Thus, from the beginning of the slaughter until all the insects were completely killed, he did not use any pills to restore his mana. Soon Jiang Yuan had thoroughly eliminated all the stellar insects he could find on the surface. As for the insects underground, after detecting them with unmanned probes, he found that only a few hundred remained. However, intimidated by his terror, these insects did not emerge from underground but intended to stay hidden, hoping to escape this way. Naive. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth. He then directly summoned his flying sword, and based on the insect positions locked by the unmanned probe, he shot the sword toward the corresponding directions. The flying sword quickly transformed into a streak of cold light, effortlessly penetrating the soil and reaching deep underground. Not long after, the insect signals detected by the unmanned probe would extinguish one by one. Then, using an incantation, Jiang Yuan remotely controlled the flying sword, constantly changing direction underground, approaching the coordinates showing the insects. Soon the second, the third. However, it must be said that these insects were very clever. Killing the underground insects individually with the flying sword was extremely exhausting. After killing just over a dozen, nearly a third of the mana in his Qi Si and Dantian had been consumed. Fortunately, he carried many pills with him. With a casual flip of his hand, he took out a wooden box from his spatial bracelet, opened it, retrieved a pill and placed it in his mouth. While focusing on killing insects, he simultaneously refined the medicinal power of the pills to replenish his consumed mana. Insect life signal -1 current remaining signal response 325. Insect life signal -1 current remaining signal response 324. Insect life signal -1 current remaining signal response 323. Accompanied by the unmanned probe. The remaining insect count was continuously announced, and soon the red dots had decreased to fewer than 100. The pills Jiang Yuan brought had been consumed, nearly 2 batches, emptying a third of the wooden box. If there were more insects underground, and they remained hidden, trying to kill them all with the flying sword would indeed prove difficult and troublesome. It's a pity I haven't condensed a golden core. With divine sense, killing these insects would be even easier. Jiang Yuan continued to drive the flying sword, slaying the insects deep underground. Gradually, the number of remaining insects dropped from 2 digits to a single digit. Among them there was still one mother insect of the stellar insects. He was not in a hurry to kill it. Instead, like the insect in the seawater, he planned to raise it to cultivate the insect crystals he needed. Squeak! Soon all the insects except the mother insect were killed. The mother insect seemed to sense this, and when Jiang Yuan appeared near it, it was terrified, continually retreating, its massive body trembling uncontrollably, completely unlike the fearless stellar insects in his memories. Even when facing humanity's ultimate weapons, those stellar insects would charge forward relentlessly, using swarm tactics and sacrificing their lives. Shwa! Jiang Yuan made a hand seal instantly enveloping the stellar insect mother with a net condensed from mana binding it within. He then continuously shuttled through various underground areas collecting the materials and insect crystals dropped from these insects. 4,300 pieces. I didn't expect such a high number of high-level insects in this nest. The 4th and 5th rank insect crystals exceed 4,000. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied. Then he withdrew the Chen Yuan Fenshin array, took the only surviving mother insect and flew back toward the shelter on his flying sword. Truly the master Jiang Yuan. He managed to completely annihilate an entire hive of starry sky insects in such a brief span. That is exactly right. These insects had even undergone special evolution, gaining the power of flight, yet they still could not escape Master Jiang Yuan's grasp. You know what, these creatures actually proved quite clever at the end. They all hid beneath the ground and refused to show themselves, forcing Master Jiang Yuan to expend a considerable number of pills before he could wipe them all out. Had they done so from the start, he might very well have struggled. But the power of that flying sword was truly terrifying. It moved freely through the soil, eliminating each insect one by one as identified by the unmanned probes. The bullet comments on the interstellar livestream were filled with discussion of the battle that had just unfolded. Clearly, this man had grown even stronger. The sword intent he unleashed, manifesting as rain, now covered an area of terrifying proportions. If not for those insects having grown wise at the end, and all hiding beneath the soil refusing to emerge, they would long have been completely wiped out by his sword intensity rain technique, and it would never have taken nearly so long. I never expected. Once humanity reaches a certain cultivation realm among cultivators, even 5th stage insects cannot withstand their methods or damage. The Kunlun Research Institute. Luo Yang's mood remained deeply unsettled for a long while. Because he was a soldier who had participated in dozens upon 100 battles against the starry sky insects. He knew very well how terrifying the starry sky insects were. Aside from large-scale destructive weapons, humanity simply had no means of clearing out these creatures. Even an entire insect hive within such a short time frame. And yet this man had accomplished it with nothing but his own strength quite effortlessly. He could not imagine what limit this man had already reached. Could even a 6th stage insect hive fail to withstand this man's solitary assault? Suddenly, the corner of Luo Yang's mouth began to rise into a smile. Not for any other reason. The phrase solitary assault, once so rare and niche, would one day be applied to humanity itself. Before this, when humanity faced the starry sky insects, especially during the early invasion period, humans could barely destroy a single insect hive, only at enormous cost. Furthermore, the nests of these insects were mostly located deep underground. They also employed special techniques to line the walls of their tunnels with stones and minerals. Therefore, even the use of explosives could hardly destroy an entire insect tunnel. One could only advance through the tunnels inch by inch, trading soldiers' lives for the insects within. But now, this man with nothing but a single person and one sword had completely wiped out an entire 5th stage insect hive. Even tens of thousands of insects failed to so much as touch the hem of his robe. If only humanity possessed a single powerhouse like him, I dare say we would no longer need to worry about starry sky insect invasions, not even for an entire Great Wall garrison base. Someone declared as such. Upon hearing this, the others all nodded in strong agreement. Because this was no longer a gap that could be bridged merely by sheer numbers. It was the chasm between humanity's firearm era and its Stone Age past. Yes, indeed. Those starry sky insects placed before this man did not even qualify for an ironware era. For once humanity reached the ironware stage, they could still craft armor capable of resisting musket fire through skilled craftsmanship. Even if they could not achieve complete defense, it was absolutely impossible, as with the starry sky insects, to fail to withstand even a single drop of condensed rain before this man's eyes. Swish! At the same moment, upon the seas of Shui Lan Star, Jiang Yuan, riding the flying queen insect, hastened toward another stretch of landmass. Although the characteristics of the starry sky insects allowed insects separated from the queen to quickly transform into independent queen entities. However, the time and resources required for an ordinary insect to fully mature into a queen were equally substantial. This was precisely why he had chosen to keep this queen alive and bring her back for domestication. She would become a second living vein, producing spirit crystals for him. A direct 5th stage queen. This saves far more time than cultivating a new one from scratch. Jiang Yuan was in exceptionally high spirits. Besides this queen, he had also acquired numerous pill refining materials as well as spirit crystals capable of aiding his cultivation. Especially the materials dropped by the starry sky insects.
After being refined through the earth fire formation array yielded fertilizers just like the dregs left after alchemy, possessing the effect of enriching the soil and preparing spiritual fields for cultivation. Roughly over an hour later Jiang Yuan had already returned above the shelter. This time he did not deploy the Jiang Yuan partitioning heaven array upon the sea surface but instead selected a suitable location in another area behind the shelter. He retrieved the array disk of the Jiang Yuan partitioning heaven array and swiftly activated it, isolating a vast expanse of territory. Then he tossed the captured queen inside. He also took out specially refined miscellaneous pills and cast them before the queen. But at first the queen remained somewhat unaccustomed or perhaps unwilling to believe that not only had she survived, but the terrifying upright ape who had annihilated her hive twice was now offering her extremely tempting food. There must surely be a trap hidden here. Therefore, the flying queen did not rush to eat. Instead, driven by instinct, she began digging a burrow to conceal her massive body, waiting to see whether the other creatures in this area would consume the pill first. Only after confirming that no harm came to them did she timidly under the cover of night flap her rear wings to locate those creatures and devour them. This creature, unexpected to have such strange habits, rather than eating the pills directly it waits for other beasts to consume them first. Jiang Yuan found this quite fascinating as well. Nevertheless, he did not interfere. Every day he simply tossed one pill near the entrance of the burrow. The flying queen continued this pattern for several days, never eating the pills directly but instead consuming the beasts that had eaten them. Ultimately the result was the same. It was merely a different method for the nourishment to enter the queen's body before being absorbed. Until the 10th day, this flying queen finally calmed down completely. Deep within the burrow underground she laid her first insect egg, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Jiang Yuan paid them no mind. After all, he needed only the spirit crystals. These lower stage insects were merely byproduct waste alongside spirit crystal production and held no value to him whatsoever. Finally, in the early days of the second month, the first fourth stage insect appeared. Then came the second, the third, the fourth, the numbers gradually increasing. 2 living insect crystal veins. It seems my spirit field needs to be expanded once more, but it truly may not be able to keep up with the miscellaneous pill consumption of these 2 insect crystal veins. As the second insect crystal vein continued to grow in scale, Jiang Yuan began to feel the supply of miscellaneous pills falling short of demand. After all, he only had a single spirit field. The weeds growing within it had been more than sufficient to supply 1 insect crystal vein, but with the production of the second insect crystal vein rising, the weeds from only a single spirit field were somewhat insufficient for consumption. After pondering it over and over, Jiang Yuan found another spot, laid out a spirit stream spirit gathering formation and cast the spirit rain technique on that area to irrigate it. The soil of that area was thus turned into a low-grade inferior spirit field. Afterwards, combined with the residues left behind by artifact refining and alchemy, he improved it and raised the quality of the flora. This was not difficult for Jiang Yuan. The only real nuisance was that transforming a plot of land into a spirit field required a great deal of time. The days passed one after another in this manner, and half a year soon went by. The second spirit field could finally be considered to have taken initial shape. The ordinary wild grass growing within it had also acquired a certain spiritual radiance akin to spirit herbs, reaching the level of half-step spirit herbs. Using them to supply the insect crystal veins was not much of a problem. However, every pill has to be refined by my own hands. This really is far too time-consuming. I wonder when Takshu and the others will be able to transform into true demons. Once I've taught them the art of pill refining, perhaps I can truly let go and devote all my attention to cultivation. Jiang Yuan looked at Takshu not far off, who was cycling the essence of moonlight alongside Jufeng. That creature possessed the highest cultivation realm among the 3. It had already succeeded in converting the demonic breath within its body into demonic qi. Perhaps in no time at all it might cross the threshold from demonic qi to demonic power. It would then formally step into the ranks of demon cultivators. During those 6 months, Jiang Yuan had also progressed with remarkable speed, raising his own cultivation realm in a single breath. He had ascended to the 9th level of the upper foundation establishment stage, not all that far from the 10th level of great perfection. Within his Qi Si Dantian, the jade liquid mana condensed from his magical power resembled an ocean. Only the last level remained before he could fill his entire Qi Si Dantian. Just one more level and I will reach the ultimate realm of foundation establishment. Afterwards I will use the pressure of the Qi Si Dantian to make this jade liquid mana automatically condense into a prototype golden core and step into that legendary golden core realm. Jiang Yuan's emotions ran high with surging excitement. This was another threshold for cultivators. Once he crossed it, he would be able to condense divine sense and become a true golden core grand cultivator.
Every movement of his hands and feet would carry a portion of the might a cultivator should possess. Of course, this was still in comparison with his previous realm. For a while afterward, Jiang Yuan continued to refine pills in his usual methodical manner, refining medicinal pills and the primordial qi of heaven and earth, gradually filling his qi seed bit by bit. By the time the second medicine field had fully matured, he had formally reached the half-step 10th level of the upper foundation establishment stage, leaving only the final step before the door. With that, his entire qi si dantian would be perfectly complete. At the same time, on Blue Star, Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiao had also managed to open up 12 principal meridians during that period. They had formally entered the Hotian realm. Moreover, it was Su Xiaoxiao who came from behind, reaching this realm even sooner than Zhou Mingyuan. After all, her cultivation talent was inherently superior to Zhou Mingyuan's, otherwise she would not have been able to before ever coming into contact with cultivation techniques. Cultivate the gene force of national martial arts merely by watching Jiang Yuan's cultivation movements on the livestream and relying on her own mastery of breathing rhythm. However, after Su Xiaoxiao reached the Hotian realm of ancient martial arts, her subsequent cultivation slowed down considerably. The speed at which she opened the 8 extraordinary meridians could not compare in the least with the 12 principal meridians before. Even so, the power she possessed had already reached the level where she could instantly slay 4th-stage bugs. Even against a 5th-stage bug in a one-on-one fight, she had a very good chance of victory. This shocked the researchers at the Kunlun Institute. After all, when Jiang Yuan had exterminated those bugs previously, he had already turned to cultivating immortal arts and had also mastered the so-called sword qi. Su Xiaoxiao, in contrast, had only just reached the Hotian realm. She was still some distance away from Xiantian, let alone immortal cultivation, which begins from Xiantian as its starting point. It seems we have somewhat underestimated the cultivation methods created by Pioneer Jiang. Besides, when he previously destroyed that nest of starry sky bugs, he did so as a single individual, which is naturally a bit different from where we stand now. If Comrade Su Xiaoxiao were sent to face those thousands of starry sky bugs, I'm afraid she would at most be able to kill a portion of them. Exactly right. Given the sheer number of those bugs, even if Comrade Su Xiaoxiao could kill them with ease, the quantity is so immense that she would ultimately have her true qi exhausted, and then she would be completely overwhelmed by those bugs. This was the conclusion reached after their brief discussion. It was the final result they had settled upon. After all, although Hotian ancient martial artists were extremely formidable, the amount of true qi within their bodies was very limited, and recovering it was extremely troublesome. Therefore, whether Su Xiaoxiao or Zhou Mingyuan was sent, or even if both of them struck together, the final result would likely be the same. After exhausting the true qi in their bodies, they would ultimately die from depletion. They were all perfectly clear that when that man faced the starry sky bugs, even though his strength also achieved a one-sided crushing dominance, it was also because those bugs hid underground and would not come out that he ultimately had to recover his mana with medicinal pills before he successfully slaughtered every last one of them. Otherwise, even that man might not have been able to thoroughly eliminate and butcher all the bugs in the third nest. Before long, another half-month passed in this manner. At last, the jade liquid mana within Jiang Yuan's qi si dantian finally filled the final trace of empty space completely. The entire qi si dantian was now perfectly integrated and vast as the sea, without even the slightest wisp of mist-like mana. Any newly cultivated mana could likewise no longer surge into the qi si dantian, it could only drift along the meridians. Then it would merge into his own flesh and blood, strengthening his physical body. Great perfection of the upper foundation establishment stage. I've finally reached the great perfection of the upper foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was overjoyed as well. He had been anticipating this day for a long time after all. Only by reaching the great perfection of the upper foundation establishment stage could he condense a prototype golden core and gain the qualification to enter the next realm. Of course, condensing a prototype golden core was not something that could be accomplished overnight. It was likewise a painstaking water polishing task, one that emphasized success arriving naturally when the time was ripe. Perhaps one day a prototype golden core would condense within the jade liquid mana in his body, the so-called Tao seed of immortality. Next comes the daily tempering, waiting for a Tao seed of eternal life to condense within my qi si and dantian. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He quickly calmed the restless excitement in his heart. In the time that followed, just as he had said, he dedicated himself to the long grinding effort of patient tempering. Even though no matter how he cultivated, the spiritual power within his body did not increase in the slightest, he still refused to give up. He still sat cross-legged in the shelter every day, circulating the preaching compendium of qi, refining and refining spiritual power that coursed ceaselessly through his body. Aside from that, in his other free moments, Jiang Yuan sank into a life that was nearly indistinguishable from a mortal's. Every day he went fishing or stood on the orca's back and made a leisurely circuit across the sea before returning. Of course, that was only in terms of spiritual power. When it came to body refinement, Jiang Yuan was not nearly so laid back. He continued to temper himself every day as before. However, his progress in external body refinement had never quite matched the rise of his spiritual power. Moreover, because he had turned to this path at a relatively late date, even his spiritual power realm had already reached the consummate peak of the upper foundation establishment stage. His external body refinement method too had only reached the point of condensing a phantom image of a great sun. But it had to be said. This nine-yang great sun body was clearly many times more effective than all the body refinement arts he had practiced before, even if it was only at the first layer. He could also clearly feel that his body had become extraordinarily powerful, to the point where it was several times stronger than even a fully solidified Golden Bell Phantom. Time flew by and more than 2 months passed in this manner. On this day, Jiang Yuan finally sensed an extraordinary stirring spreading from his Qi Dantian. Without the slightest hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the orca's back and, rising and falling with the waves, began to attentively comprehend the changes transmitted from within his body. At that moment, Jiang Yuan felt himself in a very strange state, as if an invisible suction was pulling him toward a realm filled with darkness. It was as if he had sunk into a deep slumber. He wanted to open his eyes, but an unseen force pressed down on him, leaving him utterly unable to see what was before him. Fortunately, the stirring transmitted from his body did not gradually disperse or slowly fade. Instead, as time slipped by, it became ever more pronounced. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. This was indeed what he felt. Jiang Yuan had no idea how long had passed, perhaps several days, perhaps only a single instant. Suddenly it was as if he seized hold of something. In that instant his eyes seemed to open wide with sudden clarity, and he directly beheld a series of wondrous, extraordinary scenes. They were a network of channels with something flowing and wandering within them. He kept following those channels, and after threading through one passage after another, he finally succeeded in entering a vast, boundless sea. What is going on? Could it be that while I was cultivating, that orca dumped me into the sea? Jiang Yuan was bewildered. A faint fluorescent light drifted through the water like luminous jellyfish, casting beautiful glimmers in the dim sea. However, no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he saw something ahead being slowly nurtured within the seawater. The fluorescent glow there was exceptionally dense and seemed to generate an invisible suction, constantly drawing in seawater and compressing it again and again. With doubt and curiosity, Jiang Yuan instinctively moved closer. That very act seemed to set off a butterfly effect. In an instant, a terrifying suction appeared. It swept him entirely in. Jiang Yuan felt as if heaven and earth were spinning before his eyes. Not only was the sea churning endlessly, but more and more seawater was being drawn toward the vortex. In the end, the seawater underwent a transformation from quantity to quality. In an instant it condensed into a white crystal with a seemingly irregular surface. Is this ice? A flicker of doubt rose in Jiang Yuan's mind. But before he could ponder it, another conjecture surged up and utterly demolished his first question. An embryonic golden core. This is the embryonic golden core I have condensed. Jiang Yuan understood in an instant. He had not been dragged into the deep sea by the orca during his cultivation, it was his consciousness that had entered his own body. The channels he had seen just now were none other than the meridians in his own body. It was spiritual power flowing through them that carried his consciousness into his Qi Dantian. As for the vortex he had seen, it was the center of the entire Qi Dantian. It was compressing the jade-like liquid of spiritual power within the Qi, causing it to condense and transform into an embryonic golden core, a Tao seed of eternal life. It had merely lacked his consciousness, which was why the final transformation had been delayed. Only after his consciousness entered the Qi Dantian and drew close to that vortex was it pulled into the core. It formed the inner core of the entire embryonic golden core. Divine sense. The Tao seed of eternal life. The embryonic golden core. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. No wonder only upon reaching the golden core stage can a cultivator condense so-called divine sense. No wonder only at the golden core stage can a cultivator truly be said to have grasped the possibility of attaining longevity. Swallow a single golden core and my fate is governed by me, not by heaven. The golden core is a product fused with one's own consciousness and is also the foundation for later breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Previously Jiang Yuan had been unable to understand how a nascent soul could appear after the golden core shattered. Now he finally understood. The so-called nascent soul was actually the transformation of the inner core of one's consciousness within the golden core, or to put it another way, it used one's own consciousness as a seed. It was the second form of consciousness ultimately cultivated from that seed. I suspect that after the nascent soul there will be a third form of consciousness, or even a fourth. I just wonder, when it comes to so-called immortality, at which form of consciousness would one be said to have arrived? Jiang Yuan mused. Of course all of this was merely his conjecture. As for what was actually true, he would have to cultivate the nascent soul and deduce the follow-up techniques before he could know. With a single thought Jiang Yuan glimpsed the embryonic golden core in his Qi Dantian. It was angular, its shape highly irregular.
However, as his Qi Dantian continuously infused spiritual power into it, the irregular parts of the embryonic golden core were gradually smoothed out. After that, his mind began to shift rapidly. With remarkable ease he took in his entire body, bone cells and all, in a single sweeping view. Moreover, this field of vision could extend beyond his body, to the waves surging endlessly in the sea breeze and to the orca that carried him as he drifted upon the sea. Nothing could escape the reach of his golden core divine sense. And the entire area covered by that divine sense was extraordinarily vast, spanning a full kilometer. Moreover, it was not limited to the air above nor even to what lay beneath the sea. Excellent. Truly worthy of the golden core realm. Even with merely forming a nascent golden core, it still allows my divine sense to penetrate outward, covering a radiating area exceeding 1 kilometer. Jiang Yuan felt his divine sense expanding, encompassing a vast area. Within this range, everything from underwater creatures to the seawater itself could be observed with ease at his will. Moreover, this perception was quite remarkable. From massive entities like killer whales to identifying individual molecular structures in seawater, he could perceive everything with exceptional clarity. Is this what the ancient Qi gathering compendium describes as the divine sense's ability to perceive the finest details? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. This was a scene he had never imagined before. It was as if he had fallen into a dreamlike world where everything could be observed at his discretion. Subsequently, after further observation, Jiang Yuan finally retracted his divine sense back into his body, as it required consuming his mental energy. It felt as though he had not slept for a long time, with some mental fatigue. The method to recover divine sense was simple enough: just sleep and rest. Afterwards, Jiang Yuan returned to the land. His figure effortlessly glided through the void, and even without utilizing techniques like the carefree wander, he could completely escape Shui Lan planet's gravity. At this moment, whether it was the killer whale Takshu or the hurricane that was flying closer in the sky and had not yet landed, in his remarkable perception all could be described as dim candles in the dark night. Extremely clear, even dazzling. It seems Takshu's talent is indeed the strongest. Although the killer whale, relying on its innate advantages, condensed demon Qi faster than it, its internal demon Qi is now the most robust. Probably before long it will be able to attempt converting the demon Qi entirely into the unique demon power of demon beings. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Jiang Yuan's eyes. After casually making a fire and preparing some food to satisfy his appetite, he began to sit cross-legged and restore his mental energy. After all, active recovery is noticeably more efficient and quicker than passive recovery. As for the days that followed, Jiang Yuan continued to fully immerse himself in cultivation, constantly condensing the spiritual jade fluid, which then underwent compression in the Qi and Dantian, to repair the missing parts of the nascent golden core, restoring it as much as possible to perfection. After all, only after achieving a perfect nascent golden core could he proceed to the next step, utilizing the methods recorded in the ancient Qi gathering compendium. Continuously tempering the nascent golden core, causing it to transform into a true inner golden core possessing some of the power of the Tao seed for longevity. However, even at present, although he had not yet perfected the nascent golden core, his maximum lifespan had also changed. Character: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan: 28,421. Life level: 3-dimensional, 3 embracing core, peak Hanglian 3rd layer, peak innate, peak nascent golden core severely damaged. Abilities: Firearms Proficiency 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Mighty Ape Quelling Mountain Fist perfected, 3 Talents Hong Lian Body perfected, Red Sun Iron Sand Palm perfected, Armor Piercing Eagle Claw Technique perfected, Primordial Wuji Innate Art perfected, Spring Breeze Drizzle Sword perfected, Carefree Wander perfected, 12 Pass Dragon Tiger Golden Bell Shield perfected, Ancient Qi Gathering Compendium Minor Success, Mysterious Fire Alchemy Manual perfected, Thunderfire Artifact Forging perfected, Space Encyclopedia Minor Success, 9 Yang Great Sun Body Minor Success. Talent: Millionfold Intermediate. Although he had merely taken a small step beyond the late Foundation establishment realm, facing the damaged state of the nascent golden core, but this also allowed his maximum lifespan to break the previous constraints, directly surging to over 400 years. If this were placed in the history of Blue Star, he might have lived through an entire dynasty or even 2 or 3 dynasties. Time continued to pass in such a process. Day after day, year after year, Jiang Yuan no longer knew exactly how long he had stayed on this living planet. He only knew that the nascent golden core within his body within this short period had its damaged parts becoming increasingly smaller. And on the status panel behind the realm, the line indicating the state of the nascent golden core from initially severely damaged gradually changed to half damaged, then to slightly damaged. Moreover, in the recent few days this damaged state underwent some very obvious changes. Finally it successfully advanced to minor flaw. That is to say, on the entire nascent golden core there was now only a trace of very faint flaw. Before long he would be able to completely perfect the nascent golden core and begin to draw upon the heavenly and earthly thunderfire to temper the golden core. On the other side, on Blue Star, Equally earth-shaking changes were occurring. First were Su Xiaoxiao and Zhou Mingyuan, as they were the first batch of cultivators and their talent was also very remarkable. Therefore both had successively broken through to the innate realm during this period, beginning to cultivate the ancient Qi-gathering compendium and successfully condensed some spiritual power. However, as their cultivation realms advanced, their progress became increasingly difficult. After all, they were not like Jiang Yuan, with the blessing of millionfold talent. Therefore their speed had nearly dropped to an extremely low point. Of course, in reality they were not much inferior to Jiang Yuan. It was merely due to their unfamiliarity with the techniques and their inability to match Jiang Yuan in comprehending and operating the realms. Rather, it was Jiang Yuan. Since he was limited on Shuilan planet, where the concentration of heavenly and earthly primal qi was not high, he had not fully utilized the effects of his millionfold talent. After all, even if he could safely master the techniques and his body could adapt regarding the heavenly and earthly primal qi, he was limited by circumstances and could not keep pace with his cultivation speed. Otherwise, with his millionfold talent, even if he had not yet transcended to nascent soul, he would not be far behind. Crack! On this day, the nascent golden core in Jiang Yuan's Qi Si and Dantian was completely perfected inside, and he began to use special secret methods to invoke the heavenly and earthly thunderfire. Drawing forth a sliver of subtle heavenly power, injecting it into his Qi Si and Dantian, continuously tempering that nascent golden core. And the nascent golden core, during this process from pure white without any color, gradually became tinged with a golden glow. Then completely transformed into a golden core. And he, as the golden core gradually grew, began to directly offer the golden core from his Qi Si and Dantian to the outside world, invoking even richer heavenly and earthly thunderfire to temper this golden core. And when the entire golden core was tempered to an extreme, he discovered that within his golden core a faint shadow of a tiny person gradually emerged, curled up like an infant. And the golden core seemed to have gained life. Some pulsating and contracting frequencies like a heart appeared. Thunderfire tempers the golden core. The Qi Si nurtures the nascent soul. It seems before long I will be able to break the pill and form the infant, officially stepping into the nascent soul realm. As he felt this change in the golden core, Jiang Yuan was deeply overjoyed. At the same time, Jiang Yuan also discovered that his divine sense had surged dramatically on its previous foundation, now capable of covering a range of over 200 kilometers. Compared with the time when he had first entered the embryonic golden core stage, this was a full 200 times greater. Afterwards, every day his cultivation shifted from simply accumulating magical power to, while accumulating magical power, also using his consciousness to nourish the embryonic nascent soul within his golden core. It was like providing nourishment to an incompletely formed nascent soul, letting it grow slowly until it could ultimately split open the golden core completely and transform into a nascent soul, stepping into the second form of consciousness. However, his cultivation had not increased in the slightest. It was still stuck at the previous moment when the embryonic golden core had reached perfection, and tempered by the thunderfire of heaven and earth, the golden core had been turned completely gold. He now possessed a lifespan of more than 530 years, while the number representing his age had also increased to 42. I never expected that more than 10 years would have passed in the blink of an eye since I transmigrated to this world. Jiang Yuan looked at the age displayed on the attribute panel. He could not help but sigh faintly in his heart. When he had first crossed over to this world, he was nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Little did he expect that only a little over 10 years later, he had already become a golden core grand cultivator, and was even only one step away from the nascent soul earth immortal realm recorded in the Preqin Qi refining compendium. However, it was worth mentioning that the two living or veins of the starry sky insect race had become very stable, and the grade of insect crystals they produced had risen from grade 4 or 5 to the current best of grade 7. That was right, the lifeform of the starry sky insect race had already surpassed the 6th stage and reached the far more terrifying 7th stage. If measured purely in terms of energy, a 7th-stage starry sky insect could already compare to demonic beasts at the late Qi refining stage, that is Takshu's current level. Even as early as when he was condensing his golden core, Takshu had already distinguished itself from the three little ones and successfully stepped into the Qi refining realm among demonic beasts. Moreover, its subsequent rate of progress had been extremely fast. Otherwise it could not have reached the cultivation realm corresponding to late Qi refining by the time his golden core took shape and gave rise to the embryonic nascent soul. In cultivation there are no years. Time continued to pass quickly afterward. Within Jiang Yuan's Qi Si and Dantian, the embryonic nascent soul nurtured inside his golden core gradually began to take form. From a faint wisp of a shadow at the very beginning, it slowly turned into a chubby little golden baby. Its face and body were plump and soft, as if a truly new life of flesh and blood had been conceived. Only between Jiang Yuan and this little golden baby there was an invisible bond, and as the embryonic nascent soul grew more and more mature, that bond became increasingly close. However, before he could successfully enter the nascent soul stage, Takshu, the highest cultivating of the three little ones, was actually the first to undergo some changes.
First, the spiritual light in its eyes grew richer and richer than before, as if filled with wisdom containing the 7 emotions and 6 desires unique to human beings. Of course, its wisdom was still only at a sprouting stage. In some ways it behaved like a child, even showing great curiosity about the entire world. Could it be? Did Takshu refine the so-called parietal bone and completely awaken its sentient wisdom? Otherwise, why would the light of spiritual intelligence grow so quickly? A guess surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. But he was not sure about the specifics. After all, this was the first time he had seen a demonic beast undergo such a transformation after cultivating to a certain realm. He had absolutely no experience with it. But at present, apart from this explanation, there seemed to be no other possibility. Takshu, which had originally possessed intelligence comparable to a 6 or 7-year-old child, became even smarter and more spirited under the added light of this spiritual wisdom. It even developed a little more thought and learned to ponder complicated questions. For example, when going out to search for medicinal herbs, Takshu not only found herbs but also cleverly thought of collecting the sparse medicinal herbs it encountered, having Lilith dig them up and bring them back. Then it had them transplanted into the spirit field and nurtured into spirit herbs and spiritual medicines. Jufeng and Hujing, however, were clearly far inferior in this regard. But Jiang Yuan was not anxious. Since Takshu could undergo such a change, it meant that Hujing and Jufeng might as well. Perhaps this was simply a stage that every animal must pass through after cultivating into a spirit. If Takshu really did refine the parietal bone, does that mean the next thing it needs to refine is the so-called horizontal bone in its throat? It is said that after animals cultivate into spirits, the reason they can speak is precisely because they have refined that horizontal bone in their throats, a bone that humans do not possess. Jiang Yuan looked at Takshu. In his divine sense perception, he did indeed notice some places where it differed from humans. First, there was the physical structure, including bones, muscles, internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels. Among them, there truly seemed to be a bone in Takshu's throat completely unlike his own. But he did not think much about it. After all, this was a long process, and he had no idea when Takshu would be able to completely refine that horizontal bone. Therefore, he stopped paying further attention to it. Instead, he placed all his focus and energy on nurturing the nascent soul, hoping that he could take the final step as soon as possible. Successfully bring forth the nascent soul, break through the shackles of his realm, and cultivate himself into a nascent soul earth immortal. Although a nascent soul earth immortal was not a true immortal, it still carried the word immortal, and was thus no longer something the previous golden core grand cultivator could compare to. Especially according to the Preaching Shi refining compendium, the lifespan of a nascent soul earth immortal would reach twice that of a golden core grand cultivator. That is to say, once he successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage, his upper lifespan limit would be at least over 1,000 years. And that was not even the important part. The Preaching Shi refining compendium clearly recorded that a nascent soul earth immortal already possessed the ability to reincarnate and cultivate anew. It could even ensure that one's memories would not be completely lost. Of course, with his talent, there was no need to worry about exhausting his lifespan. Moreover, on Shuelan Star there was nothing that could threaten him. As long as he did not court death by recklessly charging into the nebula region, there should be no danger to his life. Come, Commander. Sir. That day Jiang Yuan as usual sat cross-legged in the Spirit Creek Spirit Gathering formation and completed the day's cultivation. But before he could leave, Takshu ran over from outside the formation and circled around him with joyful excitement. What surprised him even more was that at this moment Takshu was actually imitating Lilith's tone and manner, calling him Commander. If he had not already formed his golden core and long known that this day would come, he might truly have been caught off guard, startled by Takshu, who had suddenly learned to speak. Takshu's sudden ability to speak human language would have given him a great fright. What the hell? Am I seeing things? I just heard a woman's voice. And I can say with absolute certainty that it didn't come from Lilith. Is it possible that it was Takshu who just ran over? I just saw its mouth opening and closing, perfectly matching that voice that suddenly appeared. For real or not? Isn't Takshu just a wolf cub? How could it possibly talk? I haven't read many books, so don't even think about fooling me. Get out of here. Who the hell has time to fool you? Everyone's eyes are fixed on Takshu right now. Wait. Don't tell me Takshu has become a real monster just like the ones in those movies and TV shows. I've heard that only a monster that has gained sentience can speak human language. They were stunned. Every viewer in the live stream was startled by the voice that had appeared out of nowhere. After a collective analysis, they concluded that it had very likely come from Takshu. As for the idea of something becoming a spirit, that seemed entirely reasonable, after all they had already witnessed cultivation with their own eyes. One more creature that had become a spirit was hardly beyond belief. This hardly seemed difficult to accept. Takshu, you refined the throat bone in your throat. Jiang Yuan's eyes burned with intensity. He stared unblinkingly at Takshu before him. At the same time his divine sense rapidly streamed out of his body and swept toward where Taksha stood. Then he made a startling discovery. The throat bone that had once been in Taksha had now vanished completely and its internal structure was now somewhat akin to a human throat. This truly is miraculous. During cultivation, animals can actually refine the throat bone in their throats. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Yuan's eyes crinkled at the corners. An animal that had become a spirit. With his own hands he had nurtured a spirit creature that could speak human language after gaining sentience. As for its realm, judging by the quality of the demonic energy within Taksha, it should be at the lower stage of foundation establishment. It seemed that the realm divisions for monsters were somewhat similar to those of humans. They merely undergo a few changes that humans never do, such as refining the crown bone and the throat bone. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself. Following that, he linked into Lilith's database through the wristwatch on his arm and casually created a new diary entry. He then began to record every detail of Taksha's transformation along with his own conjectures meticulously within it. After several years of nurturing my pet Taksha, having practiced the Moonlight Chronicle I imparted has finally undergone changes similar to those seen in movies and television dramas. Not only has it grown far more intelligent, it has also mastered the ability to speak human words, much like a parrot mimicking speech. However, its voice still sounds somewhat childish and its enunciation is not very clear. Yet this confirms my conjecture: perhaps in the distant past our human ancestors truly mastered the power of cultivation and immortality. Otherwise, why would my current research have brought those ancient cultivation methods back to life, even inducing in animals the so-called changes of becoming spirits? Of course. This research is only the beginning. After all, my realm is still quite low. I have yet to reach that second state of consciousness described in cultivation novels. Nevertheless, I have already succeeded in condensing an embryonic nascent soul within my golden core, and that wisp of an embryo has already grown to resemble an infant. Perhaps one day in the near future the embryonic nascent soul nurtured within my golden core will formally shatter the core and give birth to the nascent soul, letting my realm break free from its present shackles. I will then step formally into the so-called realm of the nascent soul, Earth Immortal. When that time comes, my lifespan will be at least doubled from what it is now, soaring to an upper limit of over 1,000 years. Soon a diary entry of several hundred characters was completed in flowing fashion, and he clicked save, storing it in Lilith's database. Immediately afterward, the Xin Niao warship received the diary in real time and through its intact information transmission device relayed the entry outward synchronously. It was captured with pinpoint accuracy by Base 099 located outside the Nebula region and displayed before a crowd of researchers. Just as I thought. Taksha truly is a spirit creature that pioneered Jiang race by modeling it on those monsters that became spirits in movies and TV shows. The crowd exclaimed in awe. But before long they were struck dumb by another piece of information in the diary. The reason was simple: Jiang Yuan had explicitly stated the cultivation realm he currently occupied. Golden core, great perfection. With just one more step he would be able to reach the realm depicted in those Xianxia dramas, a realm beyond mortal limits where the nascent soul could depart the body. This was almost the kind of power wielded by an immortal. On Blue Star, in contrast, Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiao, the two who had made the swiftest progress in cultivation, were only barely at the qi refining stage, still an extremely long way from foundation establishment. Let alone the golden core realm beyond that. Of course, it probably would not be long before this man's cultivation broke through once more and reached that nascent soul Earth Immortal. I wonder if once Pioneer Jiang breaks through to the nascent soul Earth Immortal realm he will be able to withstand the mysterious force field in the Nebula region. Old Gu's eyes burned with fervor. Nascent soul Earth Immortal. This was a realm touched by the word immortal. Needless to say, it was utterly terrifying. Perhaps it should not be too much of a problem. After all, that is an Earth Immortal. Although not yet a true immortal. But it has already mastered a portion of an immortal's power. Professor Wang declared. The others nodded in agreement, one after another. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, Jiang Yuan also began to interact with Taksha, wanting to see how long it would take now that it had refined the throat bone and before that the crown bone, before it could fully master the ability to speak. However, after several tests he discovered that Taksha's mastery was still far from perfect. Not only was its voice still childish, but its learning ability was also completely inferior to that of a human. He had to teach it several times before Taksha could grasp the words. And most of what it did was repeat what it had heard. Another half-month passed before Taksha finally managed to master the ability to speak, though only barely. Yet its voice still sounded soft and adorably babyish, like an infant that had just learned to talk, muffled, gentle, and utterly endearing. Even so, Jiang Yuan's mindset had changed somewhat. After all, this was a truly intelligent life form, unlike Lilith, an intelligent robot that, no matter how clever or capable, was still incapable of genuine autonomy. It had no thoughts of its own. I wonder whether when Takshu later reaches the golden core realm, that is after condensing a demon core, it will, as those novels describe, attract the so-called tribulation of transformation and gain the power to take on human form. Watching Takshu, who was as joyful and carefree as a small child, Jiang Yuan could not help but feel a trace of curiosity well up in his mind. He was curious whether the so-called transformation of demon beasts acted directly upon the physical body or was instead achieved through some kind of illusory transformation technique. However, it was still too early to dwell on such thoughts. After all, Takshu had only just reached the lower stage of foundation establishment in immortal cultivation. To successfully form a demonic beast's inner core would still require an incalculable amount of time. How much time that might require was impossible to say. Afterwards he cast the idea away and returned to his cultivation, for he could clearly sense that something was developing within the golden core nurtured in his Qi and Dantian. That embryonic nascent soul was becoming increasingly perfect. Every subtle detail from its facial features to the finest nuances was turning astonishingly lifelike. The only difference was that this nascent soul born from the golden core showed no sign of life at all. It merely followed the golden core's contractions in a dull, instinctive way. A regular rhythmic pulse appeared. Time hurried by like a white colt flashing through a gap. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Over those 6 months, Takshu's demonic power grew ever purer, and its spiritual radiance and ability to speak improved in equal measure. Of course, the greatest change was still the orca. Because this creature had not previously refined the transverse bone in its mouth, it had during those 6 months succeeded in reaching the same realm Takshu had occupied half a year earlier. Master. It was uncertain whether it was because the orca was inherently more intelligent than Takshu or because of the transformation of the transverse bone in its mouth. The very first words it spoke were actually calling him master. This left Jiang Yuan utterly astonished. He could not understand where the creature had learned such a thing. Dahei, where did you learn all this? Jiang Yuan stood on the sea surface gazing at the orca with some confusion. And not sure. In Dahei's heart it just feels this way. The orca shook its massive head, sending seawater splashing in every direction, even spraying near Jiang Yuan. However, Jiang Yuan's realm was far higher than the orca's, so the splashing seawater was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier suspended in the void around him. Jiang Yuan's face was full of bewilderment. Could it really be some kind of inherited imprint? Or perhaps a bloodline awakening? Yet when he questioned it carefully, he found nothing wrong. Even the orca itself could offer no explanation. In the end, Jiang Yuan could only attribute this to the speculation he had just made. After all, the cultivation methods derived from his talent yielded realms and abilities that were almost exactly like those in Xianxia dramas. If this was a coincidence, then it was far too coincidental. National martial arts, ancient martial arts, immortal cultivation, even the alchemy formations and artifact forging he had later tinkered with, as well as the Takshu and Dahei he had raised. Or practically a Xianxia drama recreated in real life. But overthinking it now would do no good. If even the orca itself could not explain what was happening, then as an outsider he was even less likely to know. Afterwards, Jiang Yuan kept watch over Takshu and Dahei while cultivating the Pre-Qin Shi cultivation compendium, tempering his mana and the nascent soul within his golden core. Time slipped by and roughly 3 more years passed. At last Jiang Yuan sensed a faint call rising from within his body, as if something was drawing him. Could it be? Am I about to break through? Jiang Yuan's heart rejoiced. He immediately sat cross-legged in the spirit stream Yuan gathering formation and sank his mind completely into his body. Unlike his previous breakthrough into the golden core realm, the moment he entered the Qi in his Dantian, this time he clearly felt a terrifying suction force seize his mind and consciousness. Immediately afterward the world spun dizzily, absorbing his consciousness and mind. Boundless darkness devoured him. It felt as if countless eons had passed, yet also as if only a few seconds had elapsed. When Jiang Yuan's consciousness finally cleared, he discovered that he now had a body. It was soft and plump to the touch, and his little arms and legs seemed to have returned to infancy. Suddenly a thought surfaced in his mind. Could I have been drawn into the golden core and taken residence within that nascent soul embryo? This conjecture, like a seed that had taken root and sprouted rapidly, anchored itself in his thoughts and grew into a towering tree. And the facts were exactly as he had guessed. After spending an unknown stretch of time inside the nascent soul, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to hold an invincible power. In an instant he pressed against the golden core that imprisoned him, pushing frantically with his hands and feet, trying to split the whole golden core open through that primitive method. But obviously this method would not work at all. After a little thought he attempted to summon the nascent soul's power, and following the way sword chi was formed and released. He sought to condense an even more powerful sword chi. Ding! At last a rather small sword chi was successfully condensed, and it struck the golden core with savage force. Then on the originally flawless golden core a flaw-like mark actually appeared. It works! Seeing this, Jiang Yuan's heart stirred. At that moment it was as if he had found an escape. He frantically condensed sword chi and hacked at the golden core again and again.
Moreover, he always struck the exact same spot, never attacking the golden core recklessly until he had completely hewn open that flaw. Only then did Jiang Yuan follow the sword scar and spread it outward in other directions. The clanging clattering sounds of his strikes reverberated ceaselessly through his qi and dantian. Jiang Yuan did not know exactly how long it took before he finally split the entire golden core in half from the middle. And the nascent soul trapped within was at last fully revealed. Just as I thought. I had been trapped inside the golden core all along. Through the nascent soul's eyes, Jiang Yuan could clearly see that his current surroundings were wrapped in a vast sea of jade fluid formed from magical power. Additionally, the golden core he had split open still held the newborn nascent soul aloft at the center of his qi and dantian like a swaddling cloth. Jiang Yuan lowered his head and examined his own body. Apart from the golden radiance suffusing it, the entire nascent soul form was hardly different from a flesh and blood body. The skin on its surface was likewise covered with wrinkles and his palms bore the so-called fingerprints and palm lines. Then his mind stirred. In this state he attempted to summon his attribute panel. Name Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 281,127. Life level 3-dimensional, 3-core embracing peak, external body hardening, 3rd layer peak, innate peak, nascent soul, infant form. Abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Control V, Basic Combat V, Savage 8, Mountain Suppressing Fist Perfection 3, Talents: Body Hardening Art Perfection, Red Sun Iron Sand Palm Perfection, Armor Breaking Eagle Claw Art Perfection, Primordial Boundless Innate Art Perfection, Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword Perfection, Carefree Wandering Perfection, 12 Gate Dragon Tiger Golden Bell Shield Perfection, Preaching Chi Cultivation Compendium Perfection, Mysterious Fire Pill, Refining Handbook Perfection, Thunderfire Artifact Forging Perfection, Space Encyclopedia Minor Achievement 9, Yang Great Sun Body Minor Achievement, Talent Millionfold Intermediate. It has succeeded. I have finally broken through to the nascent soul earth immortal realm. Jiang Yuan's heart surged with excitement. With a lifespan limit exceeding 1,000 years given his talent, he could completely elevate his cultivation realm to that of an immortal. Even higher. Furthermore, as his cultivation realm continued to advance, his lifespan limit would persistently increase. It was more than enough. Simply more than enough. However, when he once again immersed his consciousness into his nascent soul, he discovered that upon reaching the nascent soul realm, although one could achieve a state where the soul could exit the body, but this condition could not be sustained. Moreover, if separated from the body for too long, the nascent soul would dissipate at an extremely rapid pace. In other words, although the nascent soul could indeed leave the body, it could only remain outside for a brief period, such as during possession or reincarnation into another's vessel. If it remained away from the body for too long, then the nascent soul would perish in an extremely short span of time, much like a fish removed from water. It seems there are still some differences from the immortal cultivation dramas. It is not as though upon reaching the nascent soul realm one's nascent soul can freely depart from the body without any obstacles or restrictions. Of course. That was only one type of immortal drama. There were also certain film and television works whose settings closely resembled her current situation. Take for instance the soul projection technique from a Chinese ghost story. The duration of such projections was restricted by the cycle of day and night. One could only project the primordial spirit during the nighttime, and if one failed to return to the body before dawn, the person would perish. However, why has my talent not undergone any change yet? It remains stuck at the millionfold talent. Jiang Yuan found this rather perplexing. After all, previously, after his breakthrough to the innate realm, his talent had already undergone a transformation, unlike now when he had already reached the nascent soul realm. Yet his talent remained locked at the millionfold level. Could it be? Is my current nascent soul still too weak to support the evolution of my talent? Jiang Yuan pondered this within his mind. Beyond this possibility, he could not fathom any other explanations. After all, comprehending cultivation methods beyond the nascent soul stage using a mere millionfold talent was an exceedingly arduous task. This was evident from his earlier cultivation of the 9 Yang Great Sun body. Thus, once this technique was cultivated to its ultimate perfection, it could unleash power surpassing the nascent soul realm, but during the final stages of comprehension, he had expended considerable time and effort. At this realization, Jiang Yuan ceased his further deliberations. He resumed his previous routine, immersing himself each day in cultivation and continuously advancing his cultivation base and realm. And so day after day passed in this manner. Year after year drifted by. Time hurried onward and several more years slipped away. Finally, on this day, he successfully refined his nascent soul from the form of an infant into a perfect replica of himself. Furthermore, employing his artifact refinement techniques, he utilized the forelimbs of those insects to forge for his nascent soul an impressive set of primordial spirit battle armor. This armor could be stored within his qi dantian while worn upon his nascent soul. At a mere thought, it could instantly manifest and don itself upon his body.
Beyond this, he reconsecrated his flying sword using the forelimbs from 7-stage insects, allowing it to be stored within his Qi Dantian just like that set of primordial spirit battle armor. The nascent soul has reached perfection. I wonder if my talent has undergone any changes. Jiang Yuan felt the surging power of his nascent soul within his body, simultaneously gazing at the nascent soul within his Qi Dantian, a perfect mirror image of his own countenance. He summoned his attribute panel once more with a single thought. Character Jiang Yuan, status normal, lifespan 451563, life level 3 dimensional. 3 embryo core, peak Hanglian, 3rd layer, peak innate, peak nascent soul, adult form, abilities firearms mastery 6 exoskeleton armor control V basic combat V barbarian 8 mountain suppressing fist perfection 3 harmonies Honglian body perfection crimson sun iron sand palm perfection armor piercing eagle claw perfection Hun Yuan Wuji innate art perfection spring breeze and fine rain sword perfection carefree wanderer perfection 12 past dragon tiger golden bell shield perfection preaching chi cultivation master outline perfection mysterious fire alchemy handbook perfection thunder fire forge perfection spatial encyclopedia great success 9 yang great sun body great success talent 100 millionfold advanced unable to manifest. His talent had indeed undergone a transformation. From the previous millionfold it had skyrocketed to 100 millionfold. The intermediate rank had also upgraded to advanced. Moreover, he discovered that his lifespan had also increased somewhat on top of his previous foundation. Although not as dramatically as when he had broken through to the innate realm, it had still granted him several hundred additional years. Excellent. Excellent. My talent has indeed undergone a transformation. A face full of excitement and elation was written across Jiang Yuan's countenance. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately accessed Lilith's database and began searching for the foundational methods required to deduce primordial spirit cultivation techniques. Previously, no matter what he did, he had been unable to trigger the primordial spirit methods following the nascent soul realm. But now that his talent had undergone a transformation, he presumed triggering them would no longer pose any difficulty. Indeed, the outcome proved exactly as he had anticipated. Upon seeing those foundational methods this time, numerous golden characters regarding subsequent cultivation techniques soon began emerging in his mind. One after another, the characters continuously materialized within his consciousness. They then slowly interwove and arranged themselves into a cultivation method he could not yet understand. And during this process his nascent soul's spiritual energy was consumed at a rapid rate. Nearly 2 or 3 hours passed before he felt that over half of his spiritual energy had been depleted. Yet the entire primordial spirit cultivation method still had considerable portions remaining uncomprehended. So that is how it is. It appears that my talent had not changed previously entirely because my newly broken through nascent soul was simply incapable of bearing the usage of 100 millionfold talent. Feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy, a flash of enlightenment arose in Jiang Yuan's heart. After all, his spiritual energy after the nascent soul's perfection was dozens of times richer than before. Even so, he felt somewhat unable to sustain it. He needed to use pills of better quality to simultaneously deduce the subsequent primordial spirit cultivation methods while restoring his consumed nascent soul's spiritual energy with pills. Time continued to flow at a steady and unhurried pace throughout this process. By the time Jiang Yuan's mind had completed the deduction of the primordial spirit profound method, 2 days had already passed. The pills he had refined were also almost entirely consumed. The supreme primordial spirit profound cultivation method. At the same moment, the incomprehensible golden characters in his mind transformed into countless streams of information surging frantically into his memory. Very quickly Jiang Yuan comprehended a cultivation method from this influx titled the Supreme Primordial Spirit Profound Cultivation Method. Moreover, this method was profoundly mysterious. According to its descriptions, it was said that one could cultivate all the way to the immortal realm in a single breath. And regarding the subsequent cultivation methods, it also contained extremely thorough annotations and descriptions. Among them, the realms beyond the nascent soul, just as he had envisioned, were indeed about cultivating the primordial spirit. However, the realm's name was Dharma Aspect. One could condense the nascent soul into a primordial spirit, walk through the world unafraid of sunlight, and automatically comprehend a miraculous ability to enlarge and shrink one's body at will. Make the primordial spirit grow and shrink. Isn't this the legendary heaven and earth Dharma Aspect? Jiang Yuan looked at the description in this cultivation method. He could not help but feel excited, even wishing he could immediately break through to the primordial spirit realm. This was one of the most costly special effects in film and television dramas, and it looked incredibly impressive. By drawing on his own primordial spirit, he could transform into a colossal Dharma Aspect tens or even hundreds of zhang tall. With every raise of a hand or step of a foot, he possessed power capable of destroying heaven and earth. However, this was not something that could be rushed. It would require considerable time before his cultivation realm could naturally cross from nascent soul to primordial spirit as effortlessly as water flowing into a channel. Afterward, Jiang Yuan wrote the deduced Supreme Primordial Spirit mysterious method into his diary and then through the Xian Niao worship. was synchronously transmitted out of the nebula region.
A primordial spirit method. Pioneer Jiang has actually
deduced the cultivation path beyond the nascent soul stage. Everyone at the Kunlun Research Institute after reading the diary synchronized back this time could not help but feel thrilled and excited. Because the supreme primordial spirit mysterious method recorded in this diary actually allowed one to cultivate straight up to the immortal realm in one go.
The realms within it included the Dharma aspect after nascent soul as well as the more profound Dongxuan tribulation transcendence feathered immortal and ultimately the immortal realm. However, the feathered immortal realm was actually not far from the immortal realm.
After all, one was a transitional level that had completed tribulation transcendence and was converting Dharma power into immortal power, while the other was the complete state in which all Dharma power had been transformed into immortal power. Therefore, calling a feathered immortal a half-step immortal was hardly an exaggeration. Indeed, it only lacked the full conversion of its own Dharma power into immortal power. But that was not the key point. The key point was that from this diary they discovered Jiang Yuan had already cultivated his realm to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Now he was only one step away from breaking through to the primordial spirit Dharma aspect realm above nascent soul. On the launching side, by contrast, whether it was Zhou Mingyuan or Su Xiaoxiao, their cultivation speed had clearly declined. At most the two had only reached the lower stage of foundation establishment, still a long way from converting Dharma power from a mist-like state into a liquid state.
There was still a very long way to go.
However, the two of them now possessed extremely formidable strength, and it could be said that they had already achieved what Jiang Yuan had been capable of in the past.
Easily killing countless insects. And that still wasn't the main point.
The main point was that many other cultivators on launching had also broken through to the chi refining stage during this period. Even the number of cultivators at the lower stage of foundation establishment had reached nearly 100. If the sky insect race were to come to launching again, the number of foundation establishment cultivators would probably increase considerably from the current baseline. Moreover, perhaps monstrous geniuses like Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiao, who were ahead of everyone else, might go a step further and reach the upper stage of foundation establishment, or even become more profound golden core grand cultivators. In the time that followed, time once again flowed rapidly. According to the time recorded on his wristwatch, Jiang Yuan had now been on Shui launching for more than 25 years. Finally, on a certain morning, he found that the bottleneck that had been holding him back had quietly, like water finding its course, been overcome. He formally broke through to the subsequent primordial spirit Dharma aspect. The power that had originally confined the nascent soul, no, it should now be called the primordial spirit, had utterly vanished. With only a single thought, the primordial spirit within his body could easily leave his body.
Moreover, it was completely unafraid of daylight.
As long as his physical body retained its vitality, the entire primordial spirit likewise had no need to worry about the decay that had occurred before. And this was still not the main point. When the power restricting him disappeared, the mind residing in his primordial spirit soon perceived something almost instinctive.
A transformation divine ability that could be wielded through the primordial spirit.
Among it, the method for freely changing the primordial spirit size was also included in great detail.
With a single thought, Jiang Yuan directly commanded his primordial spirit to fly out of his body like a fish gliding through water.
It had completely freed itself from the shackles of gravity. The entire primordial spirit was shrouded in golden light, wore the primordial spirit battle armor he had refined earlier, and had a black sword box floating behind it. These were the flying swords he had refined over that period, reaching as many as 10. Having them floating directly behind him would have been quite unsightly, so he had forged a dedicated sword box. It was used to store the flying swords. Only when they were needed would the sword box open and release the flying swords to attack enemies.
Holy crap! How did another big shot Jiang Yuan appear?
And he's shrouded in golden light all over. It's way too cool.
Could big shot Jiang Yuan have become an immortal?
In those Xianxia dramas, isn't there the saying about ascending to immortality by shedding the mortal body, directly casting aside the physical form and using the primordial spirit to become an immortal?
Come on, are you sure you aren't talking about a Sanxian?
Besides, have you all forgotten the supreme primordial spirit mysterious method mentioned in the official announcement?
Then this could very well be the Dharma aspect realm described in it. Awesome! As expected of big shot Jiang Yuan.
The strongest talent on our launching side is still only at the foundation establishment stage, yet he has already reached the Dharma aspect beyond nascent soul. The entire bullet comment feed went crazy with countless messages surging in. At this moment, Jiang Yuan, after feeling the power of his primordial spirit for a while, began to rapidly expand his entire primordial spirit Dharma aspect. Like a balloon being inflated, it grew to over 100 meters in the blink of an eye.
It continued to expand, quickly surpassing the great mountain beside it.
What surging power!
This heaven and earth Dharma aspect transformation isn't just enlarging the Dharma aspect, it genuinely increases the Dharma aspect's physical strength. Jiang Yuan clenched his fist.
Then his gaze turned toward the great mountain beside him, which was somewhat shorter than he was.
next suspended behind him. From the sword box that had likewise become incomparably vast, a pitch-black flying sword flew out and swiftly slashed toward the base of that great mountain. And that wasn't all. After the black flying sword slashed the great mountain, Jiang Yuan likewise guided his primordial spirit Dharma aspect, unhurriedly arriving near the mountain and using the primordial spirit power within his body. He lifted the great mountain from the ground and gathered it into his hands. Then, supporting it with both arms and his body, he hoisted the mountain directly above his head. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. At the same time he began to stride forward. With every step he took, the ground would tremble and give out violent thunderous sounds. One after another enormous footprints were left on the ground. Shwa! After walking for some distance and reaching the coastline, Jiang Yuan hurled the mountain he had been holding above his head. With a great splash the mountain crashed into the sea, setting off wave after towering wave. The surging seawater rushed onto the shore, completely burying many shrubs and bushes. Moving mountains and filling seas, such terror. Holy crap! The heaven and earth Dharma aspect. This is way too terrifying. Jiang Yuan has actually manifested a second form, one radiating golden light, clad in ancient armor and swelling to a height of several hundred meters. Damn! If Jiang Yuan used this state to clash with those starry sky insectoids, no matter how many bugs swarmed at him, they could never harm so much as a single hair on him. Say whatever you want, but in this state the starry sky insectoids really do become about the same as ordinary bugs, one slap each and they're done for. As if those bugs had ever been formidable. Before Jiang Yuan they were still mowed down like dry weeds, dying in vast swathes. In the interstellar live stream room, countless viewers were stunned by the scene before them. This was precisely the kind of dazzling special effect one could only see in a xianxia drama, yet now it was appearing vividly before their very eyes. As for whether it was fake, no one harbored the slightest doubt. Putting aside everything else, the national martial arts and ancient martial arts they practiced were enough to prove that everything in this livestream was real and true. All of it was real and effective. Not bad. What the heaven and earth Dharma aspect enhances is not only the size of the primordial spirit's body, it also augments the primordial spirit's power. Even if I were to lift an entire mountain, it wouldn't feel the least bit strenuous to me. I could even fling that mountain away. Jiang Yuan felt the surging power within him, and his primordial spirit Dharma aspect rapidly shrank back to the size of an ordinary person. However, he still did not hurry back to his physical body. Instead he swept swiftly across the entire Shuelan star. In a flicker his Dharma aspect vanished from the frame of the unmanned probe. Holy crap! What frightening speed! He vanished from our sight in the blink of an eye. Even the flying sword earlier couldn't hope to keep up. Exactly. Even when I slowed the footage down by a huge margin, I still couldn't see how Jiang Yuan disappeared from before my eyes. I wonder if Jiang Yuan now has the ability to leave that nebula region entirely. After all, he already possesses means that are nothing short of immortal. Many people in the livestream were burning with curiosity. At that moment Jiang Yuan had already arrived at the other side of Shuelan star, gazing at another unfamiliar landmass. Moreover, after his golden core shattered into a nascent soul, and after he later went on to cultivate the primordial spirit, his divine sense had grown enormously. Now with a single thought he could cover more than 1/10 of Shuelan star. Therefore, if he so wished, he could scan every part of the entire Shuelan star with his divine sense in a very short time. The starry sky insectoids have all been wiped out by me. Now across the entire Shuelan star only the two swarms I've chosen to keep remain. This put Jiang Yuan's mind at ease. At the very least he no longer had to worry about Shuelan star's ecological environment being ruined by the unrestrained growth of the starry sky insectoids. Swish! His primordial spirit Dharma aspect once again vanished from that stretch of void. When it reappeared he was already near the sanctuary, and with a flicker of his form he returned into his physical body. It returned to the center of his Qi in the Dantian, sitting cross-legged atop something like a pedestal that had formed after the golden core shattered. At the same time, after the primordial spirit Dharma aspect returned, his mind also returned completely to his physical body. Now is the time to visit the nebula region and confront that mysterious force field to see whether my current power can pass through that domain saturated with destructive force. Jiang Yuan raised his head and his gaze seemed to pierce the atmosphere, landing directly on the boundless region cloaked in countless nebulae. The next instant he took one step and vanished from where he stood, reappearing in the starry sky at a certain distance from Shuelan star. Afterward his figure transformed into a streak of light, constantly accelerating toward the speed of light. However, even so, when he neared the nebula region he clearly sensed the primordial spirit at the core of his Qi Dantian, the spirit that oversaw his entire Naiwan palace, conveying a sense of danger. It was a sense of danger, as if should he venture deeper into the nebula region the destructive force suffusing it would inflict severe damage upon him. I truly didn't expect this nebula region to be so dangerous. Even with my current breakthrough to the Dharma aspect realm I still can't force my way through. Jiang Yuan quickly came to a halt. He did not move any closer to the nebula region.
Instead he simply floated in the cosmos with his physical body looking at the distant nebula. Unlike what he felt with his senses and his eyes, the area looked completely tranquil.
It seemed to contain no danger whatsoever.
He lingered there for a while, then used his primordial spirit's magical power to draw in a fragment of meteorite and turned back toward Shuelan star. The meteorite fragment from last time had almost been completely consumed in his research. Since he had already come all the way to the nebula region this time, he naturally couldn't go back empty-handed. But unlike the previous trip, when he returned he used a method akin to instantaneous teleportation. As soon as he was not far from Shuelan star, he vanished from outer space.
After that, Jiang Yuan's ceaselessly accumulated magical power broke through his current realm and trained in methods to strengthen his body.
Through his research during this period he reached a conclusion. The best way to resist destructive force was not the magical power cultivated by the primordial spirit but very pure physical strength. In particular, the stronger the body, the less influence the destructive force would have on him. Thus day after day, year after year, a full 60 years had passed since Jiang Yuan crossed over to this world. His cultivation realm had advanced in a single surge from the previous primordial spirit Dharma aspect stage past the subsequent Dongxian realm and all the way to the vitally important tribulation realm. This so-called tribulation realm is in fact about stirring up the thunder fire of heaven and earth, using it to temper one's primordial spirit and physical body until both become more perfect and complete. It also means gaining the recognition of heaven and earth and condensing the subsequent immortal heart aperture. As for the entire tribulation realm, one must pass through no fewer than 9 thunder tribulations. From the initial 1-9 thunder tribulation all the way to the later 9-9 heaven-earth thunderfire tribulation.
Of course, the heaven-earth thunderfire tribulation is the most fundamental. There is also the even more terrifying purple thunder pool heavenly tribulation.
The thunder tribulation Jiang Yuan summoned this time was precisely the latter, a purple thunder pool heavenly tribulation.
The whole sky seemed to turn into a purple ocean of thunder with lightning ceaselessly flickering within it.
Jiang Yuan could also clearly sense the terrifying power of that thunder. Fortunately, he had also trained in body-hardening methods, so his physical form had already reached the great perfection of the 9-yang great sun body and could condense 9 great sun phantoms behind him. Thus even when the purple thunder pool heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky, he revealed not the slightest panic. He did not even offer up a single defensive magic treasure he had refined. He simply relied on his flesh and blood to weather the first 1-9 purple thunder pool heavenly tribulation.
He successfully stepped out from Dongxian and into the first level of the tribulation realm.
From then on, with every heavenly tribulation he survived, his cultivation would rise by one more level until he had completed the baptism of all 9 thunder tribulations.
Only after that could he formally enter the subsequent feather ascension realm. Damn it! Just how did Jiang Yuan cultivate? He's already begun his tribulation. And Jiang Yuan's body is incredibly strong, isn't it? Directly withstood the entire thunder tribulation without any damage. By the way,
Jiang Yuan has already passed the heavenly tribulation. Could he now be called an immortal?
I can't believe it. I've seen immortals before. Cling to his leg.
Lord Jiang Yuan is mighty, majestic and handsome.
Truly a model for our human race. Across the entire livestream many gasped in astonishment. The half-day thunderbolts that rained down did not harm Jiang Yuan's body, not to mention any damage.
Instead, the crack of electricity lent him an even more dazzling radiant aura.
But that's not the point. The real point is,
at this moment Jiang Yuan could clearly sense that his physique, strengthened by the violet lightning, was becoming increasingly formidable.
Heavenly thunder refinement of the body. I never thought that after one tribulation I would discover a shortcut to accelerate the Hanglian Gongfa cultivation. Jiang Yuan was in high spirits.
Know that his physique has already refined Zhouyang de Rishan to the great perfection.
Even if he continued to cultivate further, the gains would be limited.
The gains to the body were already very limited, but this tribulation unexpectedly strengthened his body quite a bit. If in future tribulations I refine my body with heavenly thunder as I did today, what height could my physique attain by the time I reach the Ascension realm? Thus Jiang Yuan immediately began to deduce, attempting to push Hanglian Gongfa to a higher level on the basis of Zhouyang de Rishan. After all, his primordial spirit cultivation had already reached the tribulation realm's first stage, while Hanglian Gongfa only matched the primordial spirit. The two are separated by a vast gap.
Ultimately, after a deduction lasting half a month, he successfully elevated Hanglian Gongfa to a height that could rival immortals. And this Hanglian Gongfa. There's also an extremely flashy named Ji Yang Gushinchu. After cultivation to great perfection, cultivators could rival immortals and even crush a star with their flesh. Subsequently, Jiang Yuan began to cultivate Ji Yang Gushinchu.
He also used the diminished destruction power and the purple thunder from the tribulation to baptize and temper it.
Whether it's the right method or not, Jiang Yuan could clearly feel that the Hanglian body cultivation method was rapidly improving in this subsequent cultivation. Even during the 6-9 heavenly tribulations he had barely caught up to the primordial spirit realm, reaching the early stage of Jiang Gushan Chu. Could resist part of the erosive power of destruction. Not enough. If I want to pass through the nebula region smoothly, I must push Jiang Gushan Chu to the great perfection. Jiang Yuan's eyes seemed to hold stars falling as he moved. His every gesture carried an incredibly terrifying power, yet he remained cautious and did not rashly charge into the nebula region. Afterwards, more than 20 years passed. He finally reached the primordial spirit realm from the previous 6th tribulation to the 9th tribulation and calmly endured this tribulation. As for why he did not cross into the ascension realm, it was because he hadn't yet refined that sliver of opportunity granted by heaven and earth when it acknowledged him. Only by turning that opportunity into his own could he ascend. He could condense the so-called immortal heart aperture and possessed the ability to convert the mana within his body into immortal power. And his Jiang Gushan Chu finally broke through to great perfection in the last thunder tribulation. Once the body's power is unleashed, it becomes a terrifying force. It would become a terrifying giant surrounded by divine power. It looked more oppressive and shocking than his previous primordial spirit form. Finally, when Jiang Yuan arrived in this world in his 100th year, he successfully refined the heaven-earth opportunity, gaining the ability to transform the mana within his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Gushan Chu also broke through barriers, in the process entering great perfection. With every movement it radiated dreadful power. All of them contained extremely terrifying power. Profile: Jiang Yuan. Status: normal. Lifespan 124-102783. Life level 3-dimensional. 3 peak of pill refining ancient god body, great perfection. Innate peak immortal aperture. Jiang Yuan opened his attribute panel and glanced at his lifespan cap. In the tribulation era, whether at the 1st or the 9th tribulation, his lifespan ceiling had always hovered a little over 10,000 years. Now, having refined the heaven-earth opportunity and possessing the immortal aperture that can transform mana into celestial power, his lifespan ceiling has risen tenfold. Now it's about time to depart this place and venture into the cosmos to seek a place where heavenly energy is denser so as to quickly fill the immortal aperture with celestial power. Only in this way can he fully step into the immortal realm. So he acted. Jiang Yuan, with great magical power, drew Ta Shui Jufeng and Hu Jing into his own cave heaven in paradise. Of course, he did not spare the spiritual fields and the starry insect clans. After all, these are the things he painstakingly nurtured. Now that he must depart, he obviously will not leave them behind. Yet Lilith indeed he did not take with him. He only carried that unmanned probe, letting it follow far behind and recording the moment he left the nebula region. Behold, his body began to swell rapidly. It soon reached the size of a planet, and his Jiang Gushan Chu kept growing. Until it exceeded twice the size of the water blue star. Jiang Yuan stopped. Then he moved toward the nebula region. Bang! Whoosh! In an instant, countless meteor fragments collided with his body, triggering swaths of destructive power. But as his corporeal realm reached the great perfection of Jiang Gushan Chu, these pure destructive powers could no longer threaten him. Thus, even without any defense with this ancient godly body, he could pass through the nebula region unscathed and vanish into this isolated starfield. Ha! The destructive force in this nebula region is surging like the tide, now showing shifts in intensity. Amid the boundless nebula, Jiang Yuan's ancient god body, more massive than any planet, swiftly entered the depths of the space beyond. Here, he could sense it with unmistakable clarity. The destructive force coiling around his body kept fluctuating in intensity. Moreover, this fluctuation had nothing to do with how far he had advanced into the nebula region. It was more like a regular rhythmic variation, rising and falling like the tides. Perhaps those starry sky insects managed to enter the solar system of Shulangsing only because luck was on their side. Otherwise, with such terrifying destructive force here, those bugs could never withstand it. At this moment, Jiang Yuan stopped in a region where the destructive force was clearly formidable. Even with his ancient god body, he felt unable to bear the destructive force here. Fine dense cracks appeared across the surface of his body. However, the recovery ability of the ancient god body was extraordinarily terrifying. Consequently, whenever the destructive force shattered his body, it was swiftly restored by the body's innate healing power. But because the body was not strong enough, the restoration was only temporary. The instant healing was complete, the terrifying destructive force would tear his flesh anew, leaving his entire body covered in such fissures. Still, it was not without benefit. Jiang Yuan could sense with absolute clarity that after the destructive force rent his body and the martial god body restored it, his body was actually growing stronger at an almost inconceivable speed. So he simply stopped there. Until his physique had been tempered to a level where the local destructive force could no longer break it apart. Only then did he move forward again. But the direction he took was not out of the nebula region, it was toward areas where the destructive force was even denser. He continued to use the destructive force here to temper the strength of his body. And so, day by day, year by year, for an unknown span of time, Jiang Yuan's ancient god body could no longer be damaged by the destructive force there. Only then did he prepare to set off once more, leaving this place. Unexpectedly, I have been delayed here for another 10 years. I wonder how things are on launching now. Jiang Yuan's mind stirred, and he summoned his attribute panel. On it, his age had become 134 and 10 years had passed since he had left Sholangsing. According to the memories he had absorbed, the starry sky insects near the Great Wall defense line should have reached the solar system where launching was located more than 10 years ago. After all, once the starry sky insects transformed into eggshells, their flight speed could rise directly to light speed. Even under certain special environments, their speed could increase to beyond light speed. Of course, the starry sky insects were still incapable of mastering the power of spatial jumping the way humans could. Otherwise, humanity could not have relied merely on the Great Wall defense line to hold the starry sky insects back around the nebula region. Naturally, this was also related to the destructive force of the nebula region. Had this nebula region not enveloped such an enormous range, the human Great Wall defense line could never have completely blocked the insect race. Afterward, his body shot rapidly toward the outer edge of the nebula region. Along the way, neither the destructive forces nor the dense countless meteorite fragments could hinder his advance in the slightest. Even when they slammed into his body, they were reduced to powder by the terrifying power contained within the ancient god body, or the destructive force was utterly annihilated. If judging solely by physical power, he had probably already transcended the tribulation realm and under the impetus of the destructive force even ascended to a level approaching that of an immortal. It was even far more profound than his attainment in the primordial spirit. After all, his primordial spirit cultivation had only reached the first layer of the feather ascension realm. There was still a long path ahead before the immortal aperture could be completely filled. Meanwhile, at base 099 of the Great Wall defense line, the human troops stationed there and the members of the Kunlun Research Institute led by Luo Yang were extremely concerned about Jiang Yuan's whereabouts. After all, 10 years ago Jiang Yuan had taken an unmanned probe out into outer space, and had expanded his body until it was far more massive and towering than that living planet. Then, carrying an unrivaled momentum, he charged straight into the nebula region. After that he vanished completely, never appearing again in the images sent back by the unmanned probe. And the nebula region, which his massive body had forcibly broken open into a path, had fully mended itself in the time that followed. No one could tell at all that an incomparably huge giant had once pierced through it, tearing an opening in the nebula region. I wonder how Pioneer Jiang is doing. He has been inside the nebula region for 10 years now. By all logic, it shouldn't have taken this long. After all, when we first sent spaceships out into the nebula, they didn't stay traveling through it for too long. Professor Wang stared at the unmanned probe, looking at the images transmitted back. Worry surfaced in his eyes. There was no other reason. It was mainly that the nebula region was far too dreadful. No matter what methods they tried, they still had not found a way to cross it without suffering any damage. Even launching strongest Zhou Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiu, who had already reached the Golden Core realm, could not rely on their magical power and physical bodies to withstand the mysterious force field of the nebula region. But at that very moment, the detection installation monitoring the nebula region at base 099 suddenly detected a colossal figure. It emerged from the nebula, wearing a set of imposing armor, and its entire body was still far larger than a planet. Before he could react, the figure had vanished in an instant. Even so, the stone hanging over Professor Wang's heart finally fell, and the related news seemed to have grown wings. It quickly made its way back to launching. As for Jiang Yuan, after leaving the nebula region, he used the spatial divine power he mastered, and after several teleportations returned to the launching solar system embedded in his memory. Then, he stood completely dumbfounded, because under the sweep of his divine sense he discovered that an enormous number of cultivators had appeared all over launching. From national martial arts to ancient martial arts, and from ancient martial arts to immortal cultivation. What he had never expected was that these cultivation methods were exactly the same as the ones he had deduced. They were absolutely no different. Moreover, in many places on launching, he saw statues of himself. Beside the statues stood a stone steelly inscribed with his great deeds. The Tao ancestor who restarted the path of cultivation. What the hell? What? How had he become the Tao ancestor? Jiang Yuan's face was filled with utter bewilderment. It was only after he extended his divine sense that, after a moment of careful contemplation, he finally comprehended the complete truth of the matter. So it turned out that what he had taken to be a complete communication blackout was merely one-sided. The diary entries he had written had in fact been successfully transmitted.
And humanity, relying solely on those diary entries, had gradually evolved to its current state, successfully ascending from a purely technological civilization to one where science and the supernatural were intertwined. I never anticipated that everything that transpired on Shuelan Star would somehow be relayed back to Blue Star. And what's more, the people here have followed the cultivation methods from my diaries, successfully reaching the Golden Core stage. Although the number of Golden Core cultivators was not large. But such a force was more than sufficient to contend with the Starfield bug race. At the very least, even the 6th stage of the Starfield bugs, let alone the subsequent 7th and 8th stages, could not withstand the Golden Core cultivators. No wonder I didn't see many bugs nearby. It seems they've already been wiped out by humans. And that wasn't even the main point. The crucial discovery was that humans on Blue Star had likewise mastered array formations utilizing insect crystals, successfully replicating the spiritual stream energy gathering formation. Furthermore, there were also spirit fields and living spiritual veins powered by insects. However, the primordial energy of heaven and earth on Blue Star appears considerably weaker compared to Shuelan Star, roughly 2/3 at most. No surprise then that among Blue Star's billions of inhabitants, only around 300 have managed to attain the Golden Core realm. 109 Golden Core Grand Cultivators. Against the backdrop of billions across the entire planet, this figure was virtually negligible. Then, he spent some time sensing other matters. Soon he located two souls deep within his memory that sent faint tremors through his being. Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua. These two had returned to Blue Star a century ago, embarking on a 3-year voyage through the cosmic void in his spaceship. But because of the diaries he had written, their scheme was discovered by Blue Star before it could even fully take shape. Therefore, upon their return, the authorities on Blue Star immediately brought them before a military tribunal and moved to suppress their families. The final sentence was their confinement in stasis pods, where they would endure endless torment to their consciousness. Yet that was not even the crux of the matter. Through his divine sense, Jiang Yuan had uncovered the tribunal's detailed justifications for their sentence. Their punishment was designed to keep them alive, awaiting his return so he could exact retribution with his own hands. Very well. Since you harbor such lingering resentment, I shall give you your satisfaction. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of sorrow within. He recognized it as the lingering influence of the original body's memories seeping into his consciousness. Thus, after a quiet sigh, his figure vanished from the outer reaches of space. When he reappeared, he found himself directly before the specialized prison where Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua were held. Thanks to the gene serums they had received and the anti-aging properties of the stasis pods themselves. This meant that despite over a century of torment, neither showed any signs of white hair or physical depletion. Swish! Jiang Yuan swept his right hand forward. The stasis pods holding the two were instantly forced open by an invisible force, and Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua, still deep in slumber, also woke from their endless cycle of suffering. What's happening? Qin Zijin, who had been trapped in perpetual death, suddenly found herself outside the cage. Opening her eyes, she saw only a metallic ceiling above her. She remembered. After her sentencing, she had been placed into a stasis pod like this one, only to fall into that relentless loop of repeated deaths. 100% pain. And only one of them could be in the cage at a time. Once the person outside died, the one inside would be thrown out and killed by those terrible bugs. And that wasn't even the main issue. The real problem was that no matter whether they escaped the maze or killed the bugs, there was no way out. Escaping the maze offered only temporary respite. Once the person released from the cage fell to the bugs' pursuit, it would simply be their turn again. Killing the bugs was no different. In fact, it felt more like a punishment. Next time they left the cage, 2 bugs would appear instead of 1. As for mental breakdown, Qin Zijin had once hoped she might lose her mind. Yet reality proved otherwise. Far from breaking down, her consciousness had grown sharper and more lucid through this endless torment. Could the Starfield bug race have conquered Blue Star? Perhaps the prison systems failed, allowing our consciousness to escape the mental torment. Qin Zijin entertained such thoughts, and even her body within the stasis pod seemed to tremble with anticipation. But before she could indulge in hope, a voice cut through abruptly. You're still alive. Zhou Anhua's voice rang out sharply, filled with terror at whatever he had witnessed. Instinctively, Qin Zijin scanned her surroundings, and like him, she too was overwhelmed with disbelief. She understood that their plan had failed precisely because this man had not died. He had fallen into a nebula region and could only transmit information one way. Yet how could his presence be connected to their escape from the consciousness prison? Forgive me. I must disappoint you both. I had assumed I was dead, but who could have predicted the Xin Niao warship would breach the nebula and deposit me onto a habitable world? But that isn't the crux of it. On that planet I comprehended cultivation through the crucible of life and death, gaining the power to traverse the void and pierce through the nebula with my mortal body. Indeed. All of this is thanks to you. Without your deliberate sabotage I would never have become who I am today. Therefore to properly express my gratitude I grant you both a millennium of life long enough to endure 1,000 years of soul-burning torment.
Jiang Yuan's gaze remained calm. He was not the original owner of this body. Even with merged memories he was only slightly influenced by them. But regardless, this grievance had to be settled. Consider it severing the karmic ties to this body. Swish! Jiang Yuan clenched his right hand in midair. With ease he tore both Qin Zijin's and Zhou Anhua's souls from their bodies. Then two flames erupted. They enveloped the two souls. Ah! Two piercing screams immediately echoed throughout the entire special prison. This agony searing deep into their souls far exceeded the torture of being devoured alive by those bugs in the consciousness prison. With all that done, Jiang Yuan's figure flickered and he swiftly departed from the prison. Only two flames were left burning in the void, wrapping the nearly translucent souls of Qin Zijin and Zhou Anhua within them. After receiving the notification that the hibernation pod had been opened, the prison guards rushed over and were stunned by the scene before them. The matter was then reported up through the ranks. At last Blue Star's top officials arrived. Soul-scorching. Suppressed for 1,000 years. Everyone who came there found these words surfacing in their minds as if they had been branded directly into their consciousness. Yet there was absolutely no panic. After all, the one who had used such methods was the Tao ancestor who had opened the path of cultivation for humanity. He was simply avenging his comrades who had died on the Great Wall defense line 100 years ago. The Tao ancestor's realm. I'm afraid he has already reached the legendary immortal realm. Otherwise how could he have come back to our Blue Star from the Great Wall defense line in such a short time, someone said. No one raised any objections. After all they had witnessed with their own eyes, the image sent back from the periphery of the nebula region. His form, several times the size of a planet, had advanced straight through the nebula region, majestic and unmatched, far superior to the so-called immortals in those Xianxia dramas. Meanwhile Jiang Yuan had completely left the solar system. He kept moving farther and farther in the direction of the nebula region. He needed to enter the universe and find a region where heaven and earth primal chi was denser for cultivation. As for his talent, it had already reached 100 million times the ordinary level. What was lagging behind now was the density of heaven and earth primal chi. Thus Jiang Yuan's chief objective was to find places in the universe with richer primal chi so as to hasten his cultivation. These insects really are everywhere. After leaving the nebula region far behind, Jiang Yuan saw a great many insects in the universe, including those of the 8th stage and even the 9th stage. Moreover, this did not seem to be their limit. He even saw insects whose bodies rivaled cosmic warships in size. He did not know exactly what stage they were, but the energy within the insect crystals inside their bodies was already several grades higher than the insect crystals in his hand. Several levels higher outright. Hence, while traversing the universe, Jiang Yuan searched for dense heaven and earth primal chi and harvested the insect crystals from these creatures. During this process he also explored some extraordinary regions of the cosmos, such as white dwarfs and black holes. With the might of his ancient god body, even entering the heart of a black hole could not cause him any great harm. It was just as before. When he had passed through the nebula region, those forces could only damage a few cells in his body, after which the ancient god body would repair itself automatically. Accordingly, Jiang Yuan stayed there for a while and in one go raised his ancient god body from major completion to great perfection. During this process his primordial spirit realm also underwent a tremendous transformation. He succeeded in flooding his immortal apertures with immortal power and officially entered the immortal realm. It was also at this time that Jiang Yuan found his talent evolving once again, reaching a height of 10 billion times. Afterward he achieved exactly what he had wished. Using the cultivation classics he had scoured on Blue Star as the original foundational reference, he successfully deduced the subsequent cultivation methods. Luotian Immortal, 9 Heavens, Mystic Immortal, Tai Absolute Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal. Gazing at the subsequent cultivation art he had finally deduced after enormous effort, Jiang Yuan could not help but sink completely into it. Among the immortals there were 4 great realms in total, and each great realm was divided into 12 grades. However, an immortal who had just passed through the feather transformation stage was merely the most ordinary low-rank human immortal, needing further cultivation before he could reach the Luotian immortal realm. Fortunately, before long Jiang Yuan found a region where heaven and earth primal chi was incomparably dense. With that density and the support of his 10 billionfold talent, his cultivation progressed at a phenomenal pace. Of course, during this period he also deduced a body refining method. Compared to the Daluo Golden Immortal cultivation method, the body refining method he deduced seemed in no way inferior once perfected. It was said that it could reach the level of the acquired divine demon. What was more, the name of this body refining art was the rather imposing acquired divine demon body tempering art. And so in the area rich with heaven and earth primal chi he had found, Jiang Yuan began a closed-door cultivation lasting more than 1,000 years.
After all, although his cultivation talent had reached as high as 10 billionfold the density of heaven and earth, primal chi still held the dominant position.
He needed sufficient primal chi.
Only then could he elevate his primordial spirit realm and physical cultivation to a sufficiently high level in an extremely short period of time.
Even so,
during these 1,000 years, both Jiang Yuan's primordial spirit cultivation and his physical body realm were pushed to an almost inconceivable extent.
First came the physical body.
He often entered regions saturated with the laws of cosmic destruction and annihilation, using them to temper his body. As a result, the acquired divine demon body tempering art advanced like a rocket, covering 1,000 li in a day and soon surpassing the wondrous primordial spirit method. Once the acquired divine demon body tempering art was successfully cultivated to great perfection, the scale of his entire body became even more horrifying.
With just a single finger he could easily poke a planet apart.
And the planet in question was no small one, but one comparable to Blue Star or Water Blue Star. As for his primordial spirit cultivation, he also crossed the Luotian immortal realm step by step and then reached the Nine Heavens mystic immortal realm.
Finally he stepped over Tai absolute immortal and ascended to Deluo golden immortal. With a thought, Jiang Yuan opened his current status panel. Character Jiang Yuan. Status normal. Lifespan 1237 1 Kulpa. Life rank 3-dimensional 3 embracing Dan Peak, acquired divine demon body peak and 8 peak Deluo golden immortal peak.
Abilities: Firearms Mastery 6, Exoskeleton Armor Operation V, Basic Combat V, Fierce 8, Mountain Suppressing Fist Perfection 3, Powers Iron Body Perfection, Crimson Sun Iron Sand Palm Perfection, Armor Breaking Eagle Claw Technique Perfection, Primordial Chaos Limitless Innate Art Perfection, Spring Breeze and Fine Rain Sword Perfection, Carefree Wandering Perfection, 12 Gate Dragon Tiger Golden Bell Shield Perfection, Preaching Chi Refining Compendium Perfection, Mystic Fire Pill Refining Handbook Perfection, Thunderfire Artifact Forging Perfection, Space Encyclopedia Perfection, 9 Yang Great Sun Body Perfection, Supreme Primordial Spirit Wonder Method Perfection, Extreme Yang Ancient God Body Perfection, Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Method P.
Moreover, according to the information that surfaced in his mind, this lifespan limit of 1 Kulpa was not death by natural aging.
He would only die if he failed to pass through that Kulpa. In other words, if he could successfully survive a Kulpa, his lifespan would be extended to the next Kulpa and so on. Until he died inside a Kulpa, only then would it finally be the end.
In that case, Jiang Yuan pondered, as long as I survived the Kulpa I would possess limitless lifespan.
He felt the information flowing into his mind, his entire being trembling with excitement. After all, this was infinite lifespan.
However, attending this Kulpa would certainly not be simple.
This was the calamity from mythological tales, one that had caused a Deluo golden immortal to perish. Yet he did not dwell on it for long. His attention quickly shifted to his talent, which had just been amplified 100 millionfold. Previously, at 1,000,000 times, he had already deduced cultivation methods leading to the Deluo golden immortal realm.
Now, with his talent transformed once more, perhaps he could deduce even more advanced cultivation methods.
With that thought, Jiang Yuan steadied his mind and began using his transformed 100 millionfold talent to attempt deductions within his consciousness. See, countless golden characters streamed and converged, gradually forming an even grander cultivation method.
The entire process was exceedingly slow.
Jiang Yuan could not determine how much time had passed before the contents of this comprehensive cultivation method finally emerged in his mind.
Hongmeng Chao Tu Fa.
A cultivation method that pointed directly beyond the Deluo realm. Unlike what prehistoric novels described, there were no divisions into quasi-sages, heavenly Dao sages or great Dao sages above the Deluo golden immortal. It contained only a single realm, the sage realm.
Upon reaching this level, cultivators would completely transcend the universe, their divine sense marks etched into the river of time. Completely invincible and immortal.
Even if the universe perished, as long as the river of time remained, a sage would never die. This was truly the pinnacle of all cultivation.
To break through to the Deluo and enter the sage realm, there are 3 distinct paths.
The first and most difficult is becoming a sage through pure force, directly shattering the shackles of the great Tao. But now that the cultivation era has only just begun, the shackles of the great Tao remain at their heaviest. Breaking through these chains through sheer force would be exceedingly difficult. As for the second method, that is severing laws to become a sage, by fully comprehending one law one can harness its power to break through the great Tao's constraints.
The advantage is that this method can be employed at any time, but the drawback is equally apparent: it requires boundless accumulation over eons.
Even with my talent multiplied 10,000-fold, achieving this remains a daunting challenge.
Jiang Yuan possessed considerable self-awareness. After all, the laws of the sage realm were far too complex for a Deluo golden immortal akin to a primary school student encountering high school or even university textbooks. Therefore, he resolved to adopt the third method, achieving sainthood through the fortune gathered from all living beings in the universe. Of course, this was merely the first step. Those who become sages through fortune lack control over laws, making them the weakest among the 3 types of sages. Thus after achieving sainthood through fortune he could continue comprehending laws. But unlike how a Deluo Golden Immortal grasps laws, since he would at minimum be at the Sage Realm, his starting point far surpassed that of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuan employed his supreme divine ability to carve out another world at his secluded cultivation site. He named this realm the Immortal Realm. All who successfully survived heavenly tribulation and transmuted their mana into immortal essence power would be guided here by celestial light. As the Immortal Realm flourished and prospered, he would directly receive corresponding fortune, gradually pushing him toward the Sage Realm. I am Daozu Jiang Yuan. Today I establish the Immortal Realm amid the cosmic starry void. All who have survived 9 heavenly tribulations and fully transmuted their mana into immortal essence power shall be guided by celestial light, crossing the endless universe to ascend to the Immortal Realm. Ethereal immortal aura floated about. The already dense heaven and earth primordial chi under the transformation of his supreme divine ability became even more concentrated, nearly manifesting as a vapor. And upon the continents formed from those stars he had refined, countless plants grew rapidly. Everything pulsed with vitality. Meanwhile, all those on Blue Star heard those very words echo in their ears after Jiang Yuan refined the cultivation realm. This directly ignited a cultivation fervor across Blue Star, with everyone plunging into frenzied cultivation. That presence who had left Blue Star and vanished an unknown duration ago. It turned out he had forged an immortal realm capable of guiding immortals to ascend. This filled Zhou Mingyuan and the first batch of cultivators like Su Xiaoxia, who had reached the immortal realm with hope for continued cultivation and breakthrough. Over a millennium had long elevated them to the immortal realm. However, lacking subsequent cultivation methods and insufficiently dense heaven and earth primordial chi, they had remained trapped in the immortal realm. At first they had indeed attempted to leave Blue Star and venture into the vast cosmic void, searching for Jiang Yuan, who had departed without trace. But ultimately they could find no sign of him. Not even a single region with denser heaven and earth chi had they discovered. Swish! One after another, beams of celestial guiding light rained down from the firmament, rapidly enveloping Zhou Mingyuan and the others. Then their bodies, as if drawn by some force, shot rapidly towards some destination in the cosmos. Of course, they would not fly at such a leisurely pace. Upon reaching a certain speed, a colossal gateway appeared in the space ahead. Inscribed upon it were the characters "Heavenly Gate." The moment they approached, the gate instantly opened, and as the ascendants disappeared within, only then would the Heavenly Gate close again. After Zhou Mingyuan and the others ascended to the immortal realm, they discovered the heaven and earth primordial chi here had fully solidified. It permeated the entire immortal realm like mist. Their long stagnant bottlenecks, stimulated by this dense primordial chi, suddenly showed signs of impending breakthrough. Yet this was not the crux. The true significance lay in the preaching stele Jiang Yuan had left behind, which detailed the cultivation methods from the immortal realm through to the Deluo Golden Immortal stage. Thus, having obtained the cultivation methods, the crowd began pursuing higher realms. Simultaneously they commenced transforming the immortal realm, constructing one immortal city after another. As time flowed onward, Jiang Yuan could not fathom how long had passed. The immortal realm, once home to merely a few hundred souls, had long since blossomed into a bustling metropolis. Under the boost of accumulated fortune, he gradually comprehended numerous laws in their entirety, breaking through to the Sage Realm in one leap. Empowered by his 100-millionfold talent, his comprehension of the remaining laws proved extraordinarily profound. Eventually, relying on his game-breaking talent, he mastered all laws of the cosmos in one breath, becoming the most formidable being within the Sage Realm. With a single thought he could generate an entirely real universe through his own laws, flawless in every aspect. And his sage heart was the heart of all things. Even if the universe perished and time itself ceased to exist, he would endure eternally. Since this realm represents the pinnacle of sainthood, I shall call it the Supreme Sage Realm. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes. Everything within the entire cosmos, the countless planets and all living beings, was instantly and completely comprehended by him. Thus he became this universe itself. Even an eternal existence beyond the confines of the universe.